Chapter 1, Rebirth. Hee. Got you. Let go of me. Lengxi's eyes were filled with terror. She knew very well what would happen if she was caught and taken to the laboratory. After escaping for so long, she couldn't understand why she had been discovered. If she was taken away, she would rather die. Ugh. Her chin was roughly grabbed, and then something soft and firm was stuffed into her mouth. Take her away. Don't let her commit suicide. In the spacious laboratory, various instruments and specimens were placed in dense rows, making the entire lab feel somewhat cramped. In the center of the lab, a woman was laid on a circular testing platform, her body filled with all kinds of syringes. Unknown liquids continuously flowed into her body. This experimental subject is really tough. Let's pump in a bit more. This deal is worth it. We won't lose on this experimental subject. Lengxi's consciousness was hazy, the pain causing her to alternate between brief moments of clarity and unconsciousness. The only thing she could feel was that her body was filled with many things that did not belong to her, and her gradually fading. Fertility.No. Don't. She did not want to be a vessel. Not good. The subject's heartbeat is weakening, and her vitality is gradually fading. Quick, inject the strong stimulant-based medicine, no matter what. We must preserve the thing in her belly. Hurry, inject the revitalizing agent, as well keep her awake. Damn it. The subject is dying. Beep, beep, beep. Ugh, so noisy. Lengxi struggled to open her eyes, and the fear in her heart slowly dissipated when she saw the ceiling. You're awake? Soon, a man with a somewhat fatigued expression entered, casually placing something down and touching her forehead. The fever has broken. He helped Lengxi sit up and carefully brought a glass of cooled water to her lips. Drink. Slurp, slurp. All her grievances and pain were swallowed alone, but when she saw this man again, her tears flowed uncontrollably. You had a fever for 3 days. The lowest was 39 degrees. You scared me. The man continued speaking, but the dampness on his arm caught him off guard. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? The man froze, not daring to move. Does your head still hurt? She felt a bit of joy, but also fear that this was all a dream. This was the first time Lengxi felt so close to him. It doesn't hurt. Lengxi raised her head, staring intently at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with nostalgia. If she hadn't experienced it, she would never have known that the man she always regarded as an older brother would consider her so important, even sacrificing his life for her. The person she cherished like a treasure, best left unmentioned. After a brief outburst, she had calmed down. Years of tense living had made it, so she couldn't allow herself such indulgence. She had calmed down. What day is it today? Ling Ran felt a sudden emptiness in his heart when he saw Lengxi withdraw from his embrace. After a moment of shock, he quickly responded, May 13th, 2053. Lengxi's expression was serious, and he couldn't help but become tense. What's wrong? Nothing. How long have I been lying here? She opened her mouth, originally wanting to tell Ling Ran about the apocalypse, but in the end, she didn't know where to start, nor did she know if Ling Ran would believe her. Ultimately, she planned to find a suitable opportunity to reveal it later. It hasn't been long, just a day. You fainted suddenly while eating in the cafeteria. Ling Ran naturally touched her hair. Realizing what he had done, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. He had only practiced this action in private when no one was around. Today was the first time he had actually done it, and it felt just as good as he had imagined. Ling Ran's gaze darted away, planning to brush it off. Thank you, Senior, for bringing me to the hospital. How much was it? I'll transfer it to you. Lengxi didn't notice this. She was lost in her thoughts. Ling Ran sighed in relief, being polite. It wasn't much. There's no need to be so courteous. Lengxi just quietly looked at Ling Ran without saying anything more, but Ling Ran immediately surrendered. He understood Lengxi well. I really can't do anything with you. Ling Ran felt helpless. This girl really didn't take advantage of anything. But it was precisely because of this personality that he liked her, wasn't it? After transferring the money and confirming that Ling Ran received it, Lengxi finally smiled again. Not that she wanted to put on an act, but she thought Ling Ran was her senior and didn't need to spend anything on her. Now, their relationship was merely that of classmates. Senior, can I be discharged now? Lengxi was eager to see the society before the apocalypse. It had been too long, and she could hardly remember the beauty of it. She looked at herself with anticipation, and Ling Ran had no way to refuse. He was sure Lengxi had already recovered from her fever, and her lively appearance clearly showed. She was fine that he could feel that Lengxi's attitude towards him had changed. As for whether it was the way he thought, he couldn't be certain. Maybe it was fine to just let things go on like this. I'll take care of your discharge paperwork. He concealed his slight panic and hurriedly left. Lengxi's face was full of smiles. Her senior was indeed easily nervous and shy around her. How could there be a story without taking the initiative? Once she was out, she had to make a move on her senior. The urgent matter was, Lengxi focused her mind and controlled her consciousness to enter the space. Thinking she was about to die, a sudden powerful force surged from her abdomen, reversing time. She was transported into a space tunnel, but suddenly, the originally stable tunnel began to shake and crack. She had the bad luck to encounter the rare danger of a time-space vortex. Struggling in the time-space vortex, her soul was being pulled, nearly costing her life. But unexpectedly, fortune turned. Not only did she not die, but her soul also grew stronger, and she opened her own space, establishing a connection with the chaotic flow of space. At the other end of the time-space vortex, her space was vast, seemingly without end. Not far away was a fog, connecting to the time-space chaos behind it. In front of the fog was her cultivated space, which could be used for planting. The planting space should not be much different from those described in novels. Lengxi was not very interested. What she was curious about was what the part of space connected to the chaotic flow of time and space outside looked like. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary person. She could only control her consciousness to come in and didn't understand how to explore her space with her consciousness, so she could only move forward step by step. Wow, what is this? The area occupied by the fog was not large, and as Lengxi approached, she didn't feel any danger, so she stepped over confidently. But as she reached behind the fog, a large basin came into view. Chapter 2, A Space Connecting All Realms. That large iron basin was bigger than her face, and it was shabby. It came right at her, leaving her a bit dumbfounded. When she reacted, the large iron basin was already very close, just 0.1 centimeters away from her face. Lengxi felt her soul, leaving her body. She hadn't even adapted to her abilities yet. Her gaze was fixated on the large iron basin, and when she finally came to her senses, she noticed that a lot of things were flying towards her, just as something was about to crash down on her. An unknown force caused everything in front of her to freeze in place, then fall to the ground. With a loud clang, the large iron pot made a deafening noise, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Lengxi could see these items being swept out from the chaotic flow of time and space, but they were all ragged. She sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. Or these things, pots, bowls, and various other odds and ends. The only one that looked somewhat decent was a chopper with a chipped edge. At least the rust wasn't too severe. Whether it was due to the dense spiritual energy in this place or Lengxi's blatant disdain, the pots and bowls lying on the ground suddenly began to move. Foolish human, do you know what I am? Startled by the unfamiliar voice in her own territory, Lengxi was momentarily taken aback. She immediately scanned her surroundings but found no one. Who are you? Stop playing tricks. Foolish human, I am right here. You stepped on me. Lift your stinky foot. Stepped on? Lengxi looked down and saw she was indeed standing on a bowl with several chips. Foolish human, you finally see me. Get lost. That broken bowl kept calling her a foolish human, which had already annoyed Lengxi. Knowing what it was, she unhesitatingly lifted her foot and kicked it into the chaotic flow of time and space. This is so shabby, it's not even fit for serving food. What use do you have? Lengxi's cold gaze fell upon the chaotic flow of time and space, and the other objects that had been slow to respond immediately fell silent, secretly relieved they hadn't spoken up first. With a simple kick, the world finally quieted down, and Lengxi felt calm. This was her space, she was in charge. Once she cleared her mind, all her panic dissipated, and her thoughts raced. Can all of you understand me like it did? She had personally experienced how terrifying the chaotic flow of space was. Although these things looked shabby, judging by the bowl's strong voice just now, it clearly hadn't sustained any injuries. This meant these items were not simple. Perhaps they could be of use to her. In peaceful times, she would naturally avoid these strange things as far as possible. But with the apocalypse approaching, she had to prepare for her future. She did not want to relive the ending of her past life, which had been deeply painful, causing her to tremble at the mere thought. No, she would absolutely not tread the same path again. Because of Lengxi's decisive action just now, These previously fearless items dared not speak again, fearing she would kick them into the chaotic flow of space. They had expended energy to preserve themselves, and they did not want to go back in, so they remained silent. Since you can't speak, what use do I have for you useless scraps? We'll just throw you away. Very good. Daring to play deaf and mute, she wouldn't be polite. Lengxi raised her foot, frightening the items into finding a representative to speak. We can talk, but we fear you will kick us again. They had thought they were safe after escaping the chaotic flow of space, only to find a mysterious force suppressing all their powers. They were intelligent and clever, being various spiritual treasures. Although the broken bowl looked unremarkable, it was the strongest among them and never expected to be unable to withstand a kick from this weak human. This space might be related to this human. How did you end up here? She needed to understand what these pots and bowls were in order to use them effectively. It's a long story, let me briefly tell you about our origins, said the chip chopper. Once glorious, now it was just as destitute. It had learned from the broken bowl's lesson and didn't gloat, but its pride was still evident in its tone. Having communicated briefly before, it not only shared its own history, but also that of the other spiritual treasures. They were all unclaimed items. Lengxi felt very satisfied, but still pretended to be disdainful. So you're still just scraps now? The chopper immediately stiffened. That was true, but the previous master died long ago, and the soul dispersed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be floating in the chaotic flow of space. My energy is exhausted, and I have nowhere to go. So now, since they were here, they would make do. Anywhere was fine as long as they didn't expend energy. While Lengxi's eyes lit up, the chopper she had looked at a few more times was indeed promising. Since you have no master, how about you follow me? Are there any benefits? At least let me replenish my energy and restore my form. The chopper was straightforward, and Lengxi's frankness pleased it. How do I replenish your energy? To be honest, this space is mine, and I just opened it up. I don't know anything yet. The chopper didn't expect Lengxi to be so direct and tell it such an important thing. It decided to follow this human. Following you is good. You're the master of this space. Recognizing you as my master is perfectly justified. Why Lengxi was taken aback. Aren't you afraid he'll deceive you? She genuinely didn't understand flattery and didn't know what advantages she had to attract these items. Moreover, these things were shabby, and she only had that thought. It didn't necessarily mean they could be of use. So, she was just testing the waters. You're right, we are indeed scraps now. What is there for you to deceive us about? Instead, if you take us in, you would have to find ways to maintain us, which would be even worse for you. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant pots, bowls, and other items eagerly chimed in. Master, take me in after all. No one wants me. Master, am very useful. Just absorbing a little energy will allow me to function. Me too. Me too. Suddenly bombarded by so many voices in her mind, Lengxi felt a bit dazed. She regretted it a little. She didn't know if accepting these items was right or wrong. What the chopper said was true in their current state. Let alone using them, just maintaining them and even restoring them would likely require a lot of the energy they spoke of. Master, take them in. I can help them recover and perform great functions. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Kitchen Knife. You are. Lengxi was startled, compared to those pots and pans that kept clamoring to be accepted. The kitchen knife was clearly much more straightforward, directly transmitting to her a method for cultivating mental strength. She became distracted and glanced at it a bit, roughly figuring out the distance for mental transmission. It was because of this that she felt frightened. The sound did not come from the bowls and dishes around, but rather, Master, I am the space sprite of your space, helping you manage your space so that you have more time to improve yourself. Understanding Lengxi's confusion, he directly stated his identity and explained his purpose. Rebirth is a joyful thing, especially with the greatest guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. Coupled with these things, Lengxi was almost overwhelmed by today's surprise. She couldn't wait to see what her space was like. Those who are willing to acknowledge their master, come to the fog over here. Those who are unwilling can stay here. I won't drive you away. The spirit treasures were stunned. They never expected that Lengxi would not force them. They had lived for a long time and had encountered many humans, most of whom were treacherous and cunning, with only a few being exceptionally good. From the current perspective, this human was good. She not only did not expel them, but also did not force them to acknowledge her as their master. Most of the spirit treasures decided to follow Lengxi, simply because she was the master of this space, which was enough for them to pledge their loyalty. To possess one's own space, one must either be powerful or possess extraordinary talent with the ability to control space, and this human clearly belonged to the latter category. Moreover, the thin spiritual energy within her made them realize that this human was just beginning her cultivation. If they followed her from the start, once she became powerful, their status would surely be significant. Furthermore, they sensed the essence of time in this woman. Both space and time abilities are the most mysterious among all elements. Yet they appeared in a woman. This is an opportunity. Shall we sign a contract then? I thought this woman had just begun her training and didn't understand such matters. But unexpectedly, she actually knew about signing contracts. If there is no contract, can I follow? Lengxi sneered. Without a contract, you can just stay here. The matter of the contract was reminded to Lengxi by the space spirit, even if it hadn't said anything. As a person from the 21st century who had read so many novels, Lengxi understood these things. One should not have malicious intent, but one must be wary of others. Without a contract, how could she dare to keep these beings around her? They seem powerless now, but if they were to recover, she might end up being controlled. Their origins made Lengxi realize that they definitely did not want to be subordinate to anyone, and she knew that her current strength was not enough to suppress these worthless scraps, nor did she have enough power to make them submit. The reason they followed her must be their own, or perhaps they needed something from her. What could it be? Master, let me go first. The kitchen knife hesitated only slightly before proactively proposing the contract. As for the other scraps that were still hesitating, Lengxi couldn't be bothered with them, and she took the kitchen knife towards the mist. Those spirit treasures struggled to fly, but the immense gravity weighed down on them, forcing them to slowly move towards the edge of the mist. After finally reaching the mist's edge, when they tried to enter, they were pushed back by a mysterious force. With a bang, that large iron pot dented inwards again, almost being knocked into the chaotic flow of space. Not only it, but others that crashed into the mist were also bounced back out. At this moment, they finally understood that their range of activities was only on this side of the fog. Some, unwilling to accept this, tried to crash a few more times, and without exception, they were all knocked away. A few directly crashed into the spatial turbulence and were never seen again, which made them dare not try again. They had not paid much attention before, but now they realized how fresh the air was here. The space is vast, stretching out to the horizon. The ground is covered in 3 colors of soil: red, black, and yellow. There is nothing growing in the soil. It is all barren. Not far away, there is a small stream, its source unknown, and its downstream destination also a mystery. It just stretches endlessly. Next to it is a well, the depth of which is also unknown, dark, and unfathomable. Beside the well, there is a tall tree, lush with branches and leaves. Behind it, a wooden cabin can be vaguely seen. Lengxi unknowingly walks towards the cabin in the cold night. The cabin is shabby, with very few pieces of furniture. Not at all like the novels that describe secret manuals inside. Lengxi feels a bit disappointed. Hello, master, I am alone. A small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, dressed neatly, stands upright. He might be a little shy, as his small face turns slightly red while speaking. Who wouldn't feel happy seeing such a cute child? Lengxi excitedly picks him up and pinches his cheeks. Isn't this too cute? Who can resist such a cute little kid? Lengxi thinks to herself, as she can't resist at all. Lengxi didn't expect that their first meeting would turn into a session of squeezing. The boy was almost doubting life from the relentless affection. After all, Lengxi is his master. A few minutes later, Lengxi reluctantly lets go, but by this time, the boy's hair is already a mess. Seeing Lengxi, who was previously neat and tidy, now in disarray, he feels a bit guilty. Can you introduce the situation of the space to me? Although it is her own space, she is quite confused about how it came to be. This space is opened by you. I was born because of you. The energy used to open the space comes from the chaotic energy of the space turbulence, which you absorbed and then transformed into your own energy. The transformation isn't complete, so the space is not whole. That energy is sealed in a certain place in the space, waiting to be gradually transformed. After the master's strength increases, the transformation speed will also become faster. Along, you know so much. I only know this much. I don't know how to enhance the master's strength. Lengxi feels embarrassed from the praise, but speaks honestly. Master, I will teach you how to improve your cultivation. The kitchen knife feels a bit helpless. It seems that neither the space manager nor the master understands these things, so it can only rely on itself. Lengxi breathes a sigh of relief. She feels lucky that this broken kitchen knife is quite useful, so she doesn't have to worry about what to do with it. Chapter 4. Die already. Thank you. Kitchen knife. Lengxi wanted to add a word to describe it as broken, but she ultimately holds back. She feels fortunate that even the kitchen knife thinks she is incredibly lucky. Not everyone can open a space, but what is this kitchen knife? Master. I am not called kitchen knife. I have a name. It wants to correct the master on this incorrect title. Lengxi feels a bit embarrassed. Then what is it called? Gai Zhao. Isn't that just kitchen knife? It's unclear if the previous owner of the kitchen knife had a non-standard Mandarin pronunciation or if it was named that way. But to Lengxi, it sounds just like kitchen knife. Kai Dao feels quite helpless. Kai Dao, as in the Tao of reason. Lengxi doesn't want to dwell on this issue. After receiving the cultivation methods from Kai Dao, she focuses on her practice. They are particularly advanced methods. Besides the initial methods for improving and cultivating spiritual power, Kai Dao also provides a heart method and a knife technique. Lengxi is still studying when Leng reminds her, Master, someone is looking for you outside. I'm going out now. She consciously exits the space, and the door just happens to open. The discharge procedures are ready. Do you want to go out with me? Ling Ran's face is full of tenderness. He's calmed down now. Sure. Thank you, Senior. Lengxi smiles charmingly. Since she has made a decision, there is no need to treat Ling Ran the same way as in her previous life. Ling Ran is a bit taken aback. Did the junior actually agree? She has always refused before, saying she was afraid her boyfriend would misunderstand, but that man. He has seen that man flirting with other girls several times. But he didn't dare to speak up, fearing the junior would think he was sowing discord. The junior's change in attitude towards him. Does that mean he has a chance? After saying it, he immediately regrets it. His expression of frustration is so cute in Lengxi's eyes. Was she blind before? Senior, do you not want to take me? She moves a little closer, but there is still some distance. Yet this is enough to make Ling Ran's face flush and heart race. Of course, I am very willing. Ling Ran realizes that Lengxi is indeed different now. Did the junior notice something wrong? Ling Ran hesitates for a long time, unsure if he should say it. How would the junior view him after saying it? Senior, what's wrong? Do you want to say something? Lengxi is a bit puzzled. You can speak freely. I believe you no matter what. A person who would risk their life for her. How could they possibly deceive her? Her words touch Ling Ran deeply, especially when he sees the seriousness in her eyes. But because of this, he is surprised. The junior seems strange after waking up. Could it be that the fever damaged her brain? What he thinks, he also extends his hand towards Lengxi. But you're not burning up? I really believe you. Lengxi doesn't push him away, just looking at him with a hint of helplessness. Then I will say it, but you mustn't be angry with me. After confirming multiple times that Lengxi wouldn't be angry, Ling Ran reveals what he saw earlier. He thought Lengxi would explode in anger or cry, but nothing like that happened. Lengxi's expression is calm, making him doubt that her years of feelings for her boyfriend were real. But he remembers that every time the junior mentioned her boyfriend, the happiness on her face was so dazzling, and he wanted to possess that genuine smile. But he can't. He doesn't want the junior to hate him. When he said these things, he had selfish thoughts, but he truly didn't want the junior to remain in the dark. That man is not worthy of the junior. Even if he and the junior are not together, he hopes she can meet someone who treats her well, not someone who doesn't know how to cherish her. Junior? Ling Ran is a bit scared. What if she becomes stupid from anger? I'm fine, Senior. Even if you don't say, I have my own guesses. Lengxi feels warmth in her heart when she sees the concern in Ling Ran's eyes. Many things she couldn't understand suddenly make sense now. She feels a bit sad, but compared to death, this sadness is trivial. Ling Ran breathes a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you would think I was sowing discord. How could that be? Senior, you are such a good person. How could you do something like that? Lengxi completely believes he wouldn't sow discord, and even if he did, it would be for her sake. After packing up and confirming nothing is left behind, the two leave the hospital. In a few months, the apocalypse is about to arrive, Going back to school would be useless. The apocalypse will last for years, and the vast majority of people will be struggling between life and death. Who has the heart to study for exams? Therefore, she plans to take a long leave to prepare more supplies during this time. He thinks Lengxi is still saddened by her boyfriend after so many years of feelings. How could she be so calm? Teacher, why hasn't the junior come to class? They're in the same major, and these teachers have taught him before, so in asking, Ling Ran didn't beat around the bush. Lengxi fainted out of nowhere that day, which startled them all. Therefore, Lengxi requested a long leave, and the academy discussed it and agreed directly. What? Ling Ran felt very anxious. How could she suddenly fall ill? Thank you, teacher. He left in a daze, planning to find Lengxi to ask her clearly. Ling Ran, what's wrong? Aren't you looking for your junior? Most of the classmates knew he liked Lengxi, but the Lengxi from his past life just couldn't see it. She took sick leave. Ling Ran's voice was muffled as he lowered his head. Intended to take a taxi to check on Lengxi's place now. Didn't you see? Did you hit someone? Do you know? Hearing the voice, Ling Ran raised his head and, at that moment, couldn't control the anger in his heart. He swung his fist without hesitation. Bastard! If he were just a regular classmate, it would be one thing, but this man was the junior's boyfriend who didn't care about her while laughing and chatting with another girl. Godi, I haven't taken any real action, unlike you, juggling several boats, not afraid of capsizing. Ling Ran didn't expect him to fight back and got hit solidly. Chapter 5 Requesting Leave and Preparing Supplies. Do you have a girlfriend? How come I've never heard you mention it? The girl who was originally next to Hao Jian, wanting to help him, immediately frowned and stepped back upon hearing Ling Ran say this. She felt deceived. This man had many sweet words and would unintentionally reveal that he was interested in her, only to find out he was a scumbag. Scumbag. After giving a crisp slap, that girl left decisively. Ling Ran gave Hao Jian a few punches and stepped back. He was just angry earlier, but he also knew his limits and wouldn't let a scumbag cause him to get a demerit. Although the two were about the same height, Ling Ran clearly had the advantage. His swift and clean movements indicated he had fought a lot before, and Hao Jian, who took a few hits, could barely get up. Ling Ran, I'll remember you. You ruined my good thing. The already distant Ling Ran didn't consider what he thought at all. His mind was solely on Lengxi. Why aren't you answering the phone? The busy tone kept coming from the other end, making Ling Ran even more flustered. When Ling Ran arrived at Lengxi's place, he knocked on the door but received no response for a long time, his heart in torment. He didn't dare to leave, guessing that Lengxi might be asleep or already gone, so he sat in a daze at the stairwell. People coming and going couldn't help but linger their gaze on him for a few seconds, making Ling Ran feel embarrassed and wanting to leave immediately. But his worry for Lengxi ultimately overcame his pride. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard some movement, along with Lengxi's familiar voice. Money doesn't come easy, Junior. Adjusting his mindset, Ling Ran smiled and greeted her. Lengxi was lost in her own thoughts and was startled when someone called out, "Ah, Senior? Why are you here?" This is Ling Ran's first time at her home. Previously, she was afraid her boyfriend would overthink, and only after repeated inquiries did she reveal the address, but she never allowed him to come. You suddenly took sick leave? I was very worried, so I came to check on you. Are you okay? What'd be wrong with me? I'm fine. Since you're here, you haven't eaten yet, right? Help me carry some things inside. I'll make you something delicious. Lengxi's tone was very gentle. Ling Ran was stunned, and it took her a while to react. Like a wooden doll, as she took the things Lengxi handed over and followed her into the room. Put the things here, then come wash the vegetables. After entering and closing the door, Lengxi naturally instructed Ling Ran. Ling Ran was surrounded by immense joy and softly replied, "Okay, silly." Lengxi stole a glance at the silly smiling Ling Ran and lowered her head to busy herself. The kitchen wasn't very spacious, but it was more than enough for two people, although they occasionally bumped into each other. Ling Ran's heart raced up and down. He had never felt time pass so quickly. He cherished every minute and second spent with Lengxi. Let's eat. Do we make too much? Can we finish it? It would be a waste if we can't. When they sat down to eat, Ling Ran realized something was off. He found that Lengxi seemed to have prepared enough for several meals. His brow furrowed, his expression conflicted. He wanted to say more, but was afraid Lengxi would get upset. Yi Lingxi chuckled. Just enjoy your meal. You know me. When have I ever wasted food? That's true. Ling Ran relaxed his brows and carefully picked at the dishes. The taste was indeed as he imagined, so delicious. It's good. He wanted to eat a bit more. He didn't know if he would have this opportunity again in the future, since no one is competing with you. If you like it, I can make it for you often in the future. Clatter. The chopsticks fell to the floor, making a crisp sound. In that moment, Ling Ran understood what it meant to have his heart bloom with joy. He wasn't sure if this was real, so he cautiously asked again, Junior, what did you say? Can you say it again? I said, if you want, I can make it for you often. Doesn't Senior like it? Yi Lingxi replied with a smile. Starting over. She didn't want to regret it. Yi Lingxi's words made Ling Ran very happy, but what about your boyfriend? You mean my ex? He has nothing to do with me anymore. She had originally wanted to find a chance to kick that scumbag out, but unexpectedly, the girl the scumbag was flirting with came to apologize after realizing his true nature. It wasn't the girl's fault. She was also kept in the dark. As a beautiful girl, of course, she chose to forgive. Ling Ran was stunned. He still didn't know how to mention hitting her boyfriend today. He never expected her boyfriend to have directly turned into an ex. That girl told me you beat him up today. Well done. You should have hit him harder. I'll cover the medical expenses. Yi Lingxi's eyes sparkled with joy without a hint of blame. Ling Ran didn't know what to say and just kept stuffing food into his mouth. The meal was quickly finished, and after tidying up, they sat on the sofa, looking at each other in silence. Suddenly, Yi Lingxi leaned closer to Ling Ran, pressing him against the sofa. Senior, would you be willing to be with me? If you're not, don't blame me for hitting you. Yi Lingxi raised her little fist in threat. Ling Ran had been in a daze all day. The surprise was too sudden for him to believe it was real. When his large hand wrapped around Yi Lingxi's small hand, and he felt the warmth in his palm, he knew this wasn't a dream. It was real. He had finally waited for this. Yes, of course I'm willing. In their previous life, they had gone through life and death together, and Yi Lingxi was very clear about Ling Ran's feelings for her. But in this life, she still wanted to give it a try. So, Yi Lingxi immediately changed her expression. What is wrong? Ling Ran asked nervously. You're not regretting saying you wanted to be with me, are you? Let me tell you, since I've agreed to be with you, you're mine, and I want to allow you to change your mind. Seeing him so anxious, Yi Lingxi didn't know how to continue. It's not that. Then what is it? As long as it's not a breakup, I can accept it. Really? Yi Lingxi's eyes lit up. With a small voice and a vague gaze, she said, I slept with him. Ling Ran was still nervous, thinking it was something serious. Hearing this, he felt a bit uncomfortable, but also understood. It's fine. That man was smooth-talking, and you're so innocent, it's normal to be deceived. Seeing Yi Lingxi still looking anxious, he felt heartbroken. It was just the first time. It doesn't matter. I don't mind that. What I care about is you as a person. Chapter 6. Confession before the end of the world. Looking at the man seriously comforting her, Yi Lingxi didn't know what to say, feeling more moved. Woo, how could I have been so blind before? Yi Lingxi hugged Ling Ran's waist and cried out loud. It's okay, don't cry. Ling Ran was completely flustered, feeling helpless. His awkward comfort made Yi Lingxi laugh through her tears. We loved, kissed, hugged, but didn't sleep together. He is already in the past. We don't need to mention him anymore. What I want to tell you is something else, and you might find it hard to believe. Before Ling Ran could feel happy, Yi Lingxi's words exploded in his heart like a bomb, tightening it. Are we really going to face the apocalypse? When is it likely to come? He didn't immediately doubt that Yi Lingxi was joking. Her expression was too serious, and the fear in her eyes flashed quickly, which he saw clearly. Senior, do you really believe me? With the secret of her rebirth weighing on her, Yi Lingxi excitedly grabbed Ling Ran's hand. Silly girl, I believe whatever you say, especially since you wouldn't joke about such things. You're not someone who doesn't know the gravity of the situation. His gentle words made Yi Lingxi's eyes slightly moist. How could she have been so foolish in her past life? She didn't seize such a good person. Next, I want to tell you something very strange. Please don't interrupt. Let me finish. Yi Lingxi took a deep breath, planning to tell him about her rebirth, or else her subsequent actions wouldn't be explainable to him. What she said left Ling Ran both shocked and heartbroken. After she finished, he tightly held her in his arms. It's okay, we're both fine." The warmth of his embrace made Lengxi particularly reluctant to part. But she knew that the most important thing right now wasn't tea romance, but gathering supplies. She shared her thoughts with Lingran, who immediately supported her. "You've thought this through. This is the money I've saved over the years. Whatever supplies you need, just make a list and buy whatever you want." As he spoke, he handed over his bank card and told her the password. His wholehearted trust made Lengxi's heart swell. "Don't worry. This time I will definitely make sure we don't suffer." For the time that followed, Lengxi went on a shopping spree. After leaving, Lingren also took a long leave to prepare some dangerous items. With plenty of supplies bought, storage and transportation were not an issue. Thinking of all the supplies they had and not having to go hungry in the apocalypse made her mood delightful. Spending money was indeed enjoyable. Had she not seen this person, her mood might have been even better. "What are you doing here? Didn't we break up?" Seeing the man in front of her, dressed nicely, wearing slippers and holding a red rose, Lengxi's sarcasm was evident. What kind of man would he have liked in the past? He must have been really blind. She, don't smile like that, it scares me." How Jian pretended not to understand her meaning and handed over the rose in his hand, saying, "This is a red rose I ran to several stores to buy for you. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting physical." The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her past self was ridiculous, and Lengxi's voice became colder. How Jian didn't notice her coldness. He thought Lengxi was still the same as before and that a few sweet words would suffice. So he stepped forward to take her hand. Unexpectedly, he was fiercely shaken off by Lengxi. Due to the force, How Jian stumbled a few steps and almost fell, and the rose also fell to the ground, hitting it hard several times. The blooming petals scattered on the ground, some lonely ones lying there. Lengxi ruthlessly stepped on them, her tone icy. "Get lost. Are you with Lingran?" How Jian lowered his head, his tone gloomy. "So you abandoned me." Originally, Lengxi wanted to say yes, but upon hearing his shameless comment, she could no longer hold back. "I never knew what it was like to have thick skin and a shattered worldview until I met you." As Lengxi spoke, she kicked. "Shameless. You're two-timing and got exposed, yet you still dare to stand on a moral high ground. Do you have any morals? Get lost. If I see you again, I'll hit you again." How Jian could clearly see Lengxi coming at him, but he realized there was no way to dodge. Each kick hit him in the most painful spots, and her hands kept slapping his face with no mercy. In the end, he was half dragged and half thrown down the stairs by Lengxi. This guy is a scumbag, caught cheating, and now he comes with a rose to seek forgiveness. Lengxi simply explained to the curious onlookers, and their gaze toward her shifted from fear to sympathy. She didn't linger and left decisively, leaving him slumped in the corner, scrutinized and despised by the passers-by. Inside, after beating up the scumbag, Lengxi felt great and excitedly called Lingran. "You." After she finished speaking excitedly, a spoiling voice came from the other end of the line, nearly making her scream. Sure enough, the man she found this time was really good. She liked him a lot. After informing each other about their plans for the day, they did not forget the big matter. "I bought what you asked me to buy, and now I plan to go abroad to get a batch of weapons." The man on the other end was visibly excited, and Lengxi could feel it even through the screen. Guns, that is a dream for most men, but unfortunately, the regulations in the country are strict. However, it is precisely because of the strictness that Huagua is safer. I've guarded you for so many years, and finally, you agreed to be with me. I will live long and stay with you forever. After Lingran went abroad to get weapons, Lengxi started frantically buying supplies according to the list. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the warehouse she had booked was stuffed full of supplies she had purchased, with batches being added to her space. Where did the money come from? Besides her parents' savings and what she earned herself, a significant amount also came from lottery winnings. Although she was not interested in or knowledgeable about lotteries, she picked up a bit from a roommate who was very knowledgeable about this. Lengxi had thought about making money in other ways, but the more lucrative methods were all written in the criminal law. The budget wasn't too much, but she didn't care at all. She was waiting for zero-cost purchases. Chapter 7. Early Awakening of Abilities. Now, the most important thing is to enhance her strength. In the apocalypse, only absolute strength can have a say, She didn't want to be a lab rat anymore. Lengxi had great talent before the apocalypse arrived. She had already awakened her abilities early. After some thought, she decided to reveal her water system abilities. With the support of her space, she was able to cultivate rapidly. Kai Dao sighed. The master has the best talent I've ever seen. If she doesn't fall, she might reach that height. Lengxi wanted to say something, but feeling someone outside, he reminded her, Master, someone is looking for you. I'm going out now. Who could be looking for her? Lengxi didn't know, but she stepped out of the space briskly. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, the moment she opened the door, her good sister Yu Jingluo pounced on her. Don't skimp. Health is the foundation of revolution. Without a good body, how can you make more money? As soon as Yu Jingluo came over, she started her nagging mode. Lengxi looked at her with amusement and didn't interrupt. It was so nice to see her healthy and lively. Lengxi felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Come in, what kind of talk is this outside? Lengxi pulled her in with one hand and her younger sister with the other, saying, I didn't prepare anything to entertain you. As they chatted and laughed, the three of them were already sitting on the sofa. Sister, are you really okay? I've grown up. I can take care of myself. Lengxi took cash from her bag and stuffed it into Lengxi's hand, saying, Sister, look, this is what I earned as a tutor. Although it's not much, I will definitely work hard in the future. When I grow up a bit more, I'll be able to support you. I want you to enjoy life. Lengxi's small face was full of seriousness. She clearly knew that if it weren't for her sister adopting her, giving her food, and letting her go to school, she would never have been able to hold her head up. She had no ability now, but once she had the ability, she would definitely repay her sister. Yu Jingluo hugged her affectionately. Oh my, you're so young and already thinking of supporting Shishi. You're really too good. If I had such a good sister, I'd let you do anything. Luo, don't pinch my face. I'm already an adult. Okay. I want to pinch. Lengxi felt warm inside. Ching is the best. Sister believes you can do it. Recognized, Lengxi's face revealed a sweet smile. Okay, sister. I'll wait for you. After chatting for a while, Yu Jingluo suddenly remembered something. I think I just saw your boyfriend, all bruised and battered. I don't know who he offended to get beaten so badly. But I still want to say, well done. Yu Jingluo didn't know that how Jian was two-timing, but for some reason, she had a very poor impression of this man. She respected her sister's choices, but never concealed her dislike for him. Originally, Lengxi was expected to say good things about him like before, but unexpectedly, her tone was flat, and what she said shocked her greatly. What boyfriend? He asked, just an ex. Lengxi sneered. He came with a cheap rose to seek reconciliation and got beaten by me. I didn't expect he still hadn't left. Wow, sister, you've finally woken up. Yu Jingluo clapped her hands in approval. Before, you looked like you were under a spell. It made my scalp tingle. Everyone has moments of foolishness. Let us just say I was foolish before. Lengxi didn't expect that the usually obedient Lengxi would also nod in agreement. That brother-in-law doesn't look like a good person at all. His gaze towards me was strange. What? He actually dared to have ideas about you? No way, I think I went too easy on him. I regret it. We must beat him. Otherwise, I can't swallow this anger. Yu Jingluo gritted her teeth. The Charsiu keeps staring at my key areas. Every time I turn my head, he casually looks away. I thought it was just an illusion, but it turns out he really is sizing me up. The more she talked, the angrier she became, and a few of them ultimately decided to deal with the scumbag once more. Gulu, Yu Jingluo's stomach growled, and she shyly touched the back of her head. I took a taxi back here after getting off over there, and I haven't had a chance to eat anything. Lengxi looked wronged, her little head drooping. Lengxi patted her head to comfort her. I'm really fine, otherwise I would have told you all earlier. Rumors are harmful. Shishi, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry, let me see the child. Yu Jingluo stretched out her hand and looked at Lengxi pitifully. There are ingredients in the fridge, cook for yourself. Lengxi rolled her eyes. Ching, are you hungry? Sister will make you something delicious. Lengxi smiled slightly. Ching is not hungry. Sister, don't worry about it. If I'm hungry, I can cook myself. Little cabbage, the field is yellow. No one loves me. No one cares. Yu Jingluo looked up and shouted. Learn. Are you only 3 years old? Lengxi's lips curled up. Come on, called Daddy. I'll make you a bowl of delicious noodles. Daddy, no backbone. Lengxi said with a smirk. but she still smiled as she entered the kitchen. Yu Jingluo collapsed on the sofa and shouted, She is the best. What is backbone? Is it tastier than the food she makes? Besides, calling out won't cost me anything. In the end, it's her taking advantage. Not long after, the noodles were cooked, and Yu Jingluo ate without raising her head. And Yi Lengxi also got a portion. Satisfied. After eating, Yu Jingluo once again collapsed on the sofa like a salted fish without dreams. It wasn't until a long while later that she prepared to leave. Luo, the pandemic is serious now. It's safer to prepare more food at home. Yi Lengxi subtly mentioned that the world is not peaceful, suggesting she prepare more supplies, but she couldn't say too much. Yu Jingluo was somewhat confused. How much should I prepare? The more the better. Okay. Yu Jingluo didn't ask further. She unconditionally trusted Yi Lengxi. Her mother told her that when she wasn't smart, she should follow the footsteps of smart people. In her heart, Yi Lengxi was undoubtedly one of those smart people. Moreover, over the years, her decisions had rarely been wrong. Even if she was wrong, so what? Food retains value. If she can't finish it, she can cook it into ready-to-eat meals to sell. With Shishi's cooking skills, she would definitely not lose out. After Yu Jingluo left, Yi Lengxi hesitated for a long time, but still asked her doubt. Sister, are you hiding something from me? Chapter 8. The end times arrive early. The smart Yi Lengxi sensed that something was off. She felt Yi Lengxi was a bit unusual. I dreamt that the end times are approaching. The scenes in the dream were terrifying. I want to prepare in advance, and even if the dream doesn't come true, it won't be a loss. Yi Lengxi was good at reading people and could tell that Yi Lengxi was hiding something. However, she didn't press further, instead feeling heartbroken by the fleeting fear she saw in her sister's eyes. Sister, don't be afraid. I'll always be by your side. Yi Lengxi who get her, constantly cursing herself for being too weak and unable to give Yi Lengxi a sense of security. This kind of thing is truly unimaginable. But she is willing to sacrifice her life for her sister. Yi Lengxi trusts her sister immensely and has shown her the space she possesses. I know your trust is only because I am your sister, but there will indeed be an apocalypse. At first, I didn't believe it, but then I gained special abilities. Yi Lengxi's eyes widened. She never expected that one day, fiction would become reality, and her sister really had the protagonist's golden finger space from a novel. Sister, as my guardian, help me take a leave of absence. I want to help you gather supplies. Yi Lengxi did not think this was solely Yi Lengxi's responsibility. She knew that attending school would be useless after the apocalypse. The most important thing before the apocalypse is, of course, to stock up on supplies. And she wanted to contribute. All right, the two relied on each other, and Yi Lengxi did not raise Yi Lengxi like a flower in a greenhouse. This was not love. It was harm. Yi Lengxi was capable of standing on her own, and Yi Lengxi was very pleased, happily assigning her tasks. With someone helping, Yi Lengxi felt much more at ease, but many supplies couldn't be purchased in large quantities. She was not disappointed and decided to start with zero-cost purchases. As her budget was limited, we must stay safe. According to the trajectory of her past life, continuous heavy rain fell for a month, and on the last day, the rain turned red, contaminating all living beings on Blue Star with polluted water. From that moment on, the apocalypse began. Those with strong resistance gained abilities or underwent physical evolution during this natural selection, while the weak turned into flesh-eating monsters and zombies. In addition, survivors included not only weak reproductive ability users and evolved beings, but also ordinary people with relatively strong reproductive capabilities. Later, in order to survive, new humans emerged who gained abilities through technology. However, scientific progress did not signify humanity's victory. On the contrary, it marked the beginning of humanity's demise and the misfortune of these ordinary people. Sister, don't worry. Our food is enough for us to eat for dozens or even hundreds of years. Yi Lengxi walked over to drape a coat over her sister, as the temperature had dropped. Don't catch a cold. I'm not worried about the food. I'm just concerned about your brother-in-law abroad. Don't be afraid. We are ahead of others. On July 7th, 2053, at 12 o'clock, a thunderous roar erupted, lighting up the sky, followed by blood-red rain pouring down. The apocalypse had arrived early. Yi Lengxi stared at the tightly closed window, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, There was a loud thud. It turned out Yi Lengxi had fainted. With her experience, Yi Lengxi remained calm. This was the beginning of the struggle against the virus. If they won, Yi Lengxi would gain abilities or undergo physical evolution. The apocalypse seemed to have exceeded her expectations. In her past life, Yi Lengxi never experienced this, and she felt both surprised and worried about her sister's condition. However, the plan could not change, as it concerned their future living conditions. Before the apocalypse, she had already prepared everything in advance. At this moment, almost everyone was in a coma, and even those who weren't were taking care of the unconscious, so nobody noticed her. Yi Lengxi was wearing clothes that allowed for easy movement, with her face covered, and she moved quickly. Thanks to the techniques given by Kai Dao and her relentless training, her speed was surprisingly not slower than that of a small electric scooter, relying solely on her legs. Having a space was indeed very convenient. In just a few hours, she had collected everything she had her eyes on in one go. It wasn't exactly plundering. She took the meat but left some broth for others. The magnetic field was chaotic, and the power had already been cut off. It was estimated that water would soon stop flowing as well. Although she had already found a reservoir with good water quality and secretly stored a lot, who would ever complain about having too little water? Yi Lengxi took out everything at home that could hold water and filled them all up, and she didn't bother with anything else. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. The red rain had stopped, and outside, clumsy zombies had begun to move around. Yi Lengxi did not open the window to check the situation outside, but instead cooked using the gas stove at home. During her free time, it felt pointless to just sit around, so she might as well do something useful. There were a lot of cooked food stored, but the more the better. Not every moment allowed for cooking. When busy, time always passed quickly. When she got hungry, Yi Lengxi would eat to fill her stomach. Occasionally standing in front of Yi Lengxi's door, listening for any sounds inside. Not hearing the zombies' roars gave her heart a slight sense of peace. She didn't know how long it had been, but finally, the tightly closed door opened. "Sister." Yi Lengxi's voice was a bit hoarse as she tightly hugged Yi Lengxi, not letting go. She had almost not woken up. What would happen to her if she was left alone? Who would protect her? It's fine, it's fine." Yi Lengxi's eyes reddened quietly. Whether she was hungry or not, her sister had made a lot of food. "Sister, I'm not hungry. I've eaten everything you left." Seeing Yi Lengxi's mood also calmed down. She smiled as she hugged Yi Lengxi's arm. "Sister, guess what ability I awakened?" "What ability you awakened isn't important. What's important is that you're safe. Even if you're just an ordinary person, I'll take care of you. I know, but I want to protect you, just like how you protect me." Yi Lengxi was very happy. "Sister, I awakened the mental and light abilities." She didn't keep it a secret and said it without hesitation. "That's great. Both are very practical and powerful abilities. My sister is amazing." Yi Lengxi was very surprised, but then came to worry. Being too outstanding wasn't necessarily a good thing. "You must not expose it. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." "I know. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. I only need to show one ability to others. You're my sister, so I tell you everything." Looking at her full of trust, Yi Lengxi felt very reassured. After a brief discussion, they decided to expose the light ability. Although the light ability was particularly rare, having only one ability wouldn't attract others' attention. After talking about her, the topic turned to Yi Lengxi. "Sister, I can awaken dual abilities. You're so outstanding, you shouldn't only have space ability. Besides, I always feel that exposing space would be very dangerous." Her sister was so beautiful and delicate. What could they do? "Don't worry, I awakened the water ability." The cultivation method of the Kai Dao was not ordinary. She had awakened her ability earlier and had focused on enhancing this ability when deciding to expose the water ability. While other ability users had not reached level 1 yet, she already had level 3 ability. "Ching, sister is going to save your sister Luo. Do you want to wait for me at home or go together?" "Together." She couldn't let her sister go on an adventure alone. She only had her sister left. Moreover, Sister Luo had been very nice to her. How could she be ungrateful? "All right." Yi Lengxi smiled. "If I really left you alone at home, I wouldn't feel at ease either. You're so innocent. I'm always worried you might be deceived." Yi Lengxi similit akardli. Innocent? Her sister's filter was a bit thick. They opened the big door. Yi Lengxi's face was full of curiosity. "Let's go explore the new world." Once they stepped outside, the sounds of zombies' roars became clearer. The zombies in the corridor smelled them and clumsily walked towards them while drooling. Besides having sharp nails and teeth, their eyes are all white. They don't seem that different from us. Lengxi hesitated to use her machete. Sister, can they recover? Let's go. Lengxi decisively struck a zombie with her knife. Teaching Lengxi, you have to chop off their heads to kill them. Otherwise, those with missing arms or legs can still chase you and bite you. Okay. Although Lengxi felt reluctant, she was always a good child who listened to her sister, firmly remembering everything Lengxi said. In the early stages, zombies were very slow. Their equipment was also quite good, and after becoming ability users, their physical qualities improved a lot. As long as they were careful, the zombies couldn't even get close to the edges of their clothes. The rain had stopped, and they occasionally saw a few small teams of humans running outside. Not everyone had stored a lot of food at home. When they had the chance, they would naturally go out to look for food. However, upon seeing zombies, they would all avoid them. Even if the zombies had eaten people, in their eyes, they were just sick. When they saw the actions of Lengxi and her sister, a group of people blocked their way. Of course, an important reason was that they were eyeing the weapons in their hands. You two pretty girls are too cruel, aren't you? Hey, why not cut off your own flesh to feed them? Just because he hesitated in his heart didn't he mean these people could point fingers at them. Lengxi retorted with an exaggerated tone at the one who spoke. Get out of the way, or don't blame us for being rude. Lengxi had seen a lot and could tell at a glance what these people were thinking. Her tone was cold. The emergency call had long since been unreachable, and after confirming this, morality had slowly decayed. Now, seeing two pretty girls, some people couldn't help but become bold. Oh, why are you so irritable? I like girls like you. Lengxi's icy demeanor not only didn't scare these people away, but instead ignited their desire to conquer. The heavy rain had poured for several days. Most people looked haggard, while only a few had rosy faces, including the two of them, who looked well-fed. If they could control the two of them, they would not only have plenty of food and water, but could also snuggle with beauties. Those who came out together to find food had good relationships. Just a glance was enough to understand each other's thoughts, confirming that everyone had the same intention. They surrounded the two of them with smirks. You can't refuse our kindness. Lengxi smiled, her stunning beauty impacting their minds. All they could think about was how to pounce on her. A scream erupted. The person who thought they could take advantage was the fastest to approach and was met by Lengxi and her sister, who severed his hand and arm. The sound was like a warning bell, instantly awakening the men whose minds were clouded by lust. You damn women! How dare you hurt someone? The leader, filled with rage, glared fiercely at Lengxi, wishing he could skin her alive. This woman is really ruthless. Since she has already offended us, she absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, there will be trouble. A murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes. Everyone, let's go together and show this woman some strength. With such big backpacks on them, if we rob them, we won't have to work so hard to find supplies. After saying that, he slowly stepped back, encouraging others to go forward first, planning to let them wear down the stamina of Lengxi and her companion. Yes, food. Weapons. Such big backpacks must be able to hold a lot of food. That knife glints coldly, and it will definitely be easy to use. It's ours. All of it is theirs. She has already chopped down zombies that can bite. So what are these people? Besides, they were the ones who attacked first. She was just defending herself. Yes, it was self-defense. If she accidentally killed someone, it would at most be considered excessive self-defense. With this hint, Lengxi's hand stopped shaking. Lengxi did not take these people seriously. She had always been paying attention to her sister's situation, and, seeing her adapt well, secretly let out a sigh of relief. This scene seemed to last a long time, but it was only a matter of seconds. With just one glance, the men who rushed forward were already clutching their hands or feet, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ching finished them off. This is something that must be experienced in the apocalypse. Lengxi wanted to adapt in advance. Lengxi, feeling uncomfortable, frowned and, without hesitation, plunged her knife into their hearts. She saw the killing intent in that person's eyes. These people absolutely cannot be spared. Chapter 10. Discovering the secret of rebirth when encountering malicious people. Never let them go. If you cut the grass, but don't remove the roots, it will grow back when the spring breeze blows. To avoid future troubles, one must act decisively. Yi Lengxi said calmly. Seeing Yi Lengxing's pale face, Yi Lengxi felt a pang of heartache. How are you feeling? It seems like my sister is too eager for success. I'm sorry. Sister, you should never say the words I'm sorry to me. In the future, you may feel sorry for others, but from the moment you adopted me, you could never feel sorry for me. Yi Lengxing managed to smile. A flower in a greenhouse will ultimately wither in a storm, while I am a wild rose. Good girl. Yi Lengxi gently patted her head. Sister is really too obedient. The people on the ground first stopped Yi Lengxi and her sister, so there was some distance between their small team and the others. After seeing the two of them kill decisively and then chat and laugh, they couldn't help but feel frightened. Many who had thoughts about them silently weighed their own strength and eventually left quietly. Both sisters have mental strength and sensed that there were no other presences nearby, and they smiled at each other. Yi Lengxing actually felt a bit unwell. This was the first time she had experienced such a thing, but she didn't want Yi Lengxi to worry and was afraid that showing weakness would bring those people back. She held it in all the way until they left the neighborhood. After Yi Lengxi checked that there was no one around and released the vehicle, she couldn't help but squat by the roadside and vomit. She had been feeling nauseous, and the place she squatted was right next to a pile of zombies with their intestines and organs scattered on the ground. The white mixed with red and black made her stomach churn even more. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm useless. She apologized while vomiting, making Yi Lengxi feel heartbroken. Yi Lengxi patted her back, gently comforting her. Your performance was already great. Many people would probably faint in such a situation. You were very brave. Yi Lengxing stopped talking, and Yi Lengxi silently accompanied her. After the bitter taste settled in her mouth, Yi Lengxing finally recovered. She took out a tissue to wipe her lips and looked at Yi Lengxi with eyes full of heartache. Yi Lengxi felt a bit depressed. Why are you looking at me like that? Sister, tell me the truth. Have you died once? Don't lie to me. She looked directly into Yi Lengxi's eyes, and Yi Lengxi couldn't evade at all. She hadn't expected that her concealed matter would still be discovered. Yes, I have died once, so I know these things. Ching, you won't blame me for deceiving you, will you? I knew you would feel heartache after finding out, so I didn't want to tell you. Yi Lengxi hu get her tonegente. Yi Lengxing didn't speak, but tears fell uncontrollably. In just a moment, Yi Lengxi's clothes were wet. Why is she so useless? She couldn't even protect her sister, letting her suffer like this. Yi Lengxi's fleeting fear didn't fade. She hadn't forgotten, and her heart felt even more guilty. Sister, tell me, who hurt you? How did I die in my past life? I want to take revenge for both of us. It's still too early to tell you this. We are weak. If it happens again, the result may still be the same. Yi Lengxing was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Sister is right. The more I know, the more dangerous it is. You're doing this for my own good. But can you promise me something? When my strength is recognized by you, can you tell me who the enemy is? I want to take revenge for you personally. Okay, sister promises you. Then let's go pick up Sister Luo, and then recruit some reliable and powerful teammates. It won't be enough for just the two of us to take revenge. Although she calls Yi Lengxi sister, the age difference between them is not significant. Having experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, she cares more about Yi Lengxi. Yi Lengxi didn't mention other matters, but she had already kept the idea of revenge in her heart, secretly planning. You are right, but I fear betrayal. I only trust you few. Yi Lengxi was driving, and though Yi Lengxing couldn't see her expression from aback, she could feel that her emotions were unstable when she said this. It's okay, sister. You still have me. I will never betray you. If one day you get hurt, it must mean I'm already dead. Ching, I forbid you to say such things again. You won't die. I want to allow you to die, having come back to life. How could she bear for her sister to die? Absolutely not. Sure enough, she guessed correctly. It was only after she died that her sister encountered those things. Otherwise, with her around, who would dare? It seems that her weight in her sister's heart is significant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such strong emotions. Yi Lengxing smiled. I will always be with you, sister. The two chatted casually, with Yi Lengxing on guard and Yi Lengxi driving at ease. The vehicle was an off-road RV, which Yi Lengxi had obtained for $0 5 hours after the apocalypse began. This vehicle looked no different from an old-fashioned RV on the outside, but once inside, one would know how spacious it was. There were 3 small rooms with independent toilets and 5 other single rooms. She was wealthy, but such an RV cost several hundred million, which she couldn't buy with her assets. Fortunately, she knew how to acquire it for $0. Suddenly, Lengxi reminded, "Sister, there's a large group of people ahead. Let us take a detour. Traffic jams are normal. Let us get out of the car, stow it, and walk over before continuing to drive. Otherwise, taking a detour will waste more time." Hearing her say this, Lengxi understood the situation ahead. Okay, Lengxi obediently got out of the car. "Sister, there's no one around. We can stow it." After stowing the RV, Lengxi took out 2 energy vehicles. These are fast and don't attract attention. Lengxi's eyes lit up. Whether the off-road RV or the energy vehicles, there were things they hadn't had before, but Lengxi didn't ask much and obediently followed her arrangements. Seeing the cars blocking them, Lengxi's expression turned grim. "What do you mean? Do you want to rob us?" A man with dyed, yellow hair rolled down the window, revealing his head. Upon seeing the 2 girls' neat clothing and beautiful faces, he couldn't take his eyes off them. No, beautiful ladies, you misunderstand. We don't have any bad intentions." Lengxi sneered. "If you had no bad intentions, why would you stop our car? Do you think we are easy to bully? Sister, just wait and see. This beautiful lady, your sister's temper is too fierce. Can we have a good chat? Our team is over there." Hearing Lengxi's words, the yellow-haired man thought he could persuade them and extended an invitation. "What if I don't want to chat?" "Well, you do." Chapter 11. Using strength to deter malicious people. Hey, our brother Huang is interested in you. It's your luck. Why not hurry and join us? The car on the left also rolled down the window, revealing a coal-black face. Seeing that Lengxi and Lengxi were unyielding, his expression turned displeased. The yellow-haired man raised his hand, signaling him to calm down. But his smile faded. "Ladies, we truly have no ill intentions. We just saw that 2 girls are unsafe outside and wanted to invite you to join us. You can see that the world has changed, and your thin arms and legs are truly worrying." As he spoke, he demonstrated his own strength, both showing off and threatening. In his view, if Lengxi and the other person weren't foolish, they wouldn't refuse. If it weren't for their good looks, being able to warm the bed and do laundry and cooking for them, he wouldn't have made this offer. Is that all? So weak. After receiving a signal from Lengxi no longer held back her anger, gathering a ball of light and smashing it into the yellow-haired guy's face. As a rare ability, the light system not only has healing properties, but also great destructive power. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired guy suddenly lost his breath. With such an effortless strike, he couldn't even withstand it, yet he still dared to recruit us? An ability user. What kind of superpower is this? It's so powerful. Their team of about 50 people has only a dozen or so evolved ones, and just a few superpowered individuals, yet every time they unleash their powers, they can only condense a small ball, and they quickly turn pale. The other side is so massive, it can withstand their attacks dozens of times. And they still claim it's effortless. They're not fools. They can see that Lengxi looks very relaxed, which means she's not lying and truly has some leeway. Not to mention, there's another woman nearby who looks even stronger than the one who just attacked. They've really kicked a steel plate this time. The few people who initially wanted to avenge the blonde guy no longer dared to think about revenge. Naturally, they hoped that Lengxi and her companions would show mercy. Are superpowered individuals really that rare? My sister and I both have them. Look, they guessed correctly. The other woman is indeed a superpowered individual, without a leader. Another person was pushed forward to speak, trembling. "I'm sorry. Beautiful ladies, we were blind and offended you. Lengxi is not a bloodthirsty maniac. These people have only obstructed their path and haven't done anything substantial. After giving them a warning, she has no intention of exterminating them completely." She waved her hand, signaling them to leave. It wasn't until they had gone far that Lengxi asked in confusion, "Sister, didn't you say to cut the grass and root out the weeds? One should leave room for others. You are a superpowered individual, especially with mental powers. You can sense whether they have malice, right? Well, they don't seem to have malice. They probably genuinely want us to join them. Of course, there are other motives, but they haven't revealed them yet. Since they have no malice and no thoughts of revenge, why not leave a line for future encounters? The fact that they could quickly form a sizable team shows their leader is capable. Killing the blonde guy is enough. If they kill more, it will only create enmity. Lengxi seemed to ponder. After a while, she nodded and smiled broadly. Sister, I understand. Can we recruit someone like that to be our little brother? Of course, if you want. But I must clarify that I won't be responsible for managing them. You recruit, so you handle it. Although Lengxi doesn't trust others, she chooses to support Lengxi's desire to form a team. Lengxi nodded. Okay, sister. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. They just encountered some traffic jams, a damaged road, and several zombies that had fallen into a pit, which they were observing curiously. Some people left first, and the rest followed suit. Seeing Lengxi and her sister slaying zombies as easily as slicing watermelons, those people thought of having them clear the way, but was it that easy to take advantage? Lengxi and her sister simply avoided the fight and flew over. When those who followed caught up, they found they had vanished. Damn, they ran away. How selfish. What to do? The zombies are coming on. Help. Those who thought they could take advantage and followed closely soon became food, devoured to the bone. With no chance of joining the zombie army, Lengxi taught them a solid lesson with her strength. The two sisters left without paying attention to those people, using their powers along the way to try to level up faster. Sister, how long has it been? The whole road has changed like this. The road surface was still intact, but it was no longer clean, with many abandoned vehicles parked on it, and zombies were wandering around the cars, with many trapped inside, howling at the scent of the sister's flesh. Sister, should we collect gasoline? Energy blocks are hard to find, but gasoline can be found. I see many cars probably still have some. Lengxi didn't know that Lengxi had purchased quite a few items after she fell unconscious. Even if she did, she would think the more the better. Lengxi shook her head. Too troublesome. The time wasted is not proportional to the gains. Let's go directly to the gas station to collect. Leave these for others. Understood. The zombies currently have no energy. They can kill them while sitting in the car and leave without having to stop to dig. Plus, they're driving an energy vehicle, so they move quickly. Although it was Lengxi's first experience in the apocalypse, she knew that supplies were extremely important. Not only is this a guarantee for improving their quality of life, but it is also preparation for recruiting teammates. So they walked and collected supplies along the way, which inevitably slowed them down. Lengxi and her sister didn't want to confront hard and waste too much energy, so they took a small road to detour, just in time to collect in the countryside. With this maneuver, they surprisingly took a week to cover less than 100 kilometers. When they arrived near the university town, Lengxi was incredulous. The world is so tough. With our skills, it took us so long to cover such a short distance. What will those ordinary people do? Lengxi couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 12. Arriving at the university town. Lengxi had already taken the car back. On the next leg, walking would be faster. There are plenty of supplies nearby. Let's collect some before going in. Don't waste it. Lengxi obediently nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. There was a farmer's market near the university town and a sizable market nearby. They decided to go there to collect first. In order to be able to support their team members in the future, Lengxi decided to take advantage of the situation. Leaving it behind was of no use. It would either be ruined by zombies or taken by other groups, so why not benefit themselves? She knew her sister was preparing for what she had said. So happy. After setting the route, Lengxi sprayed some perfume on both of them to cover their scent, planning to focus on collecting supplies. The two of them walked along the way, thinking about the endless food, and smiles remained on their faces. Let's stop here for today. We've traveled all day, so let us rest for now and continue collecting tomorrow. Sister, what do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Lengxi rubbed her head affectionately, smiling gently. You've worked hard. We have ready-made food. Let us save that for next time. Listening to you, but cooking for you is not tiring at all. Good girl. Even though they were exhausted and could barely move, Lengxi's mood was very good. You rest here. I'll clear out this convenience store. That won't do. How can I let you work hard alone? I'll help you. It'll be quicker this way. Lengxi knew that Lengxi was taking care of her, but she also wanted to contribute, so she refused her sister's kindness. All right, With the two sisters working together, they had cleared out the zombies in the convenience store they chose. The convenience store was not big, only a few dozen square meters, and all the items inside had been swept clean, leaving only empty shelves. After thinking about it, Lengxi stored everything in her space. Let's rest here. It's close to the back door, convenient for escape, and it can also minimize the zombies smelling us. Lengxi taught, while taking out a mat from her space and placing it on the ground Lengxi had prepared. This would be their bed for the night. Lengxi nodded. I learned. Hurry and eat while the situation is still not too dire. We'll have to be cautious about eating such good food in the future. Lengxi smiled satisfactorily and took out a small table, placing tonight's food on it. After eating, I'll take out more. Okay. In order to collect supplies, Lengxi had been hungry all day, and the chocolate bars and small biscuits could only provide a simple comfort to her stomach. Now seeing the meal, her eyes nearly turned green, and her stomach was growling wildly. As soon as Lengxi finished speaking, she quickly began to eat, devouring her food like she hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Lengxi was also eating at a fast pace, but much more civilized than her. The situation was unclear, and even though they were very tired, both planned to keep watch throughout the night. Lengxi was in the worst condition and didn't push herself to stay awake the second half of the night. Lengxi took the first half. Lengxi slept under a thin blanket, while Lengxi sat beside her, having made a small fire on the ground. She closed her eyes to rest, but her mental energy was still circling around them. Today had been really exhausting. Lengxi slept deeply, and when it was time for her to keep watch, Lengxi didn't wake her, allowing her to rest peacefully. Lengxi's body was in very good condition, and she didn't need to rest. Moreover, her cultivation system was different. Meditating restored her energy better than sleeping. Tonight was Christmas Eve, and apart from the occasional growls of zombies outside, there were no other sounds. The next day, Lengxi woke up feeling refreshed and realized it was already bright outside. She and T kept watch at all. She felt a bit unhappy. Sister, why didn't you wake me? Lengxi replied, you care about me. Can I care about you? Me fine. Don't you see that I'm even more energetic than you? Lengxi, who had originally wanted to say more, suddenly didn't know what to say when she saw her sister was indeed full of energy. Lengxi understood her feelings and smiled to comfort her. This is just the beginning. You're not used to it. Forcing yourself will only tire you out and affect your progress during the day. When your body adapts, I will share the burden with you. Okay. Lengxi nodded in understanding. Thus, the two sisters spent the day frantically collecting supplies and occasionally killing zombies, and then resting at night. By the time they entered the school, 3 days had passed. Not knowing what was happening here, the entire campus was empty, with only a few zombies wandering about. The sisters quickly harvested what they could. Sister, I feel uneasy. Something doesn't seem right. The mental-type ability had a keen perception of danger. Since entering the campus, Lengxi had been on high alert. With so many people in the school, how could there be so few zombies? Something was off. Very off. Had a small leader already been born? Lengxi wasn't sure, but she still reassured her sister. They might be gathered in one place. Or perhaps they were attracted by something else. She sensed something was wrong, but because of her strong abilities, she didn't feel particularly in danger. However, she didn't let her guard down. The two moved forward back to back. In dormitory building 5, room 107, several girls were gathered together discussing matters, with the leader being Yu Jingluo. It's been almost 2 weeks, and no one has come to rescue us. We must save ourselves, even if we can hold on. Our parents and the elderly at home cannot. Yu Jingluo said seriously, no matter what you all think, we must leave by tomorrow at the latest. The girl with red hair had no objections, as the remaining food in the dormitory was running out. Thank goodness you bought a lot of things. We wouldn't have lasted this long otherwise. To be honest, if we don't leave, we won't be able to hold on much longer. The short-haired girl patted her stomach, reluctant to eat the bread, as she didn't have much left. The tall girl asked, has a departure time been confirmed? Those who haven't packed should hurry up. It won't be a joke if we leave something behind. Once we decide, I'll notify the other girls in the dormitory. If anyone wants to leave, we'll gather at the stairwell according to dormitory numbers. And the boys will come to pick us up. We'll meet up first and then split into 2 groups. Most will look for food, while a portion will look for vehicles. When we get on the vehicles, we'll go by area, and then we'll rush out together, splitting up based on the situation. Chapter 13. Temporary change of plans considering the strength of their dormitory. Yu Jingluo quickly made arrangements. Mo Jie. You're the strongest among us four. Can you lead the way? I'll cover the rear, while Xiao Li and Xiang Xiang will be in the middle. Sure. The tall girl, addressed as Mo Jie, had no objections. At this moment, it seemed they heard some noise outside. I'll go. I'm more at ease with you guarding the dormitory. Yu Jingluo picked up a baseball bat, intending to go outside to take a look. She wanted to know which roast pork had the guts to make such a commotion. As the days passed, the zombies outside became even more grotesque, their flesh completely rotting and falling off bit by bit as they moved, emitting an unpleasant odor. Of course, appearance wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that they noticed the zombies' speed and hearing were improving, and even the slightest noise could attract them. Yu Jingluo was terrified, slowly making her way to the door and cautiously opening it, trying to make as little noise as possible. Her three roommates watched her actions, their hearts racing. By the time she opened the door, nearly 10 minutes had passed, and the two sisters, Yi Lengxi and her sister, had also arrived at her dormitory door. When the door opened, Yu Jingluo saw the two well-equipped individuals, and her tension suddenly dissipated. Did you come specifically to find me? Isn't that obvious? Do you know how long it took us to walk these dozens of kilometers? A week. It took us 3 days just to walk from the parking spot to the school. Yi Lengxi rolled her eyes. Have you packed everything? Yes, he. Yu Jingluo smiled happily. I knew you would come find me. Just as she was about to leave with Yi Lengxi and her sister, completely forgetting about them, her three roommates couldn't sit still anymore and hurried over with their packed belongings. They were especially glad that they had already made various preparations to leave on the first day. Lengxi, can you take us with you? We want to slow you down. Sister Mo effortlessly carried her bag, showcasing her strength. After the red rain, my strength has increased a lot. I can fight in the front line. She felt safer with Yu Jingluo than with others. I can take you, but I'll only be able to send you to the school gate. I want to pay special attention to you. They knew each other but weren't very familiar. However, for Yu Jingluo's sake, Yi Lengxi was willing to take them a short distance. As soon as these words were spoken, the short-haired girl hesitated a bit. I'll think about it. Take your time to think. We're leaving. Since she hadn't seen Yi Lengxi and the other two, Yu Jingluo naturally chose to leave with her familiar roommates. However, how could she abandon her sisters just because of her roommates coming all the way to find her? No need to think, everyone else also decided to set off today. Before the short-haired girl could make up her mind, the red-haired girl handed her the phone. On the first day of the apocalypse, communication had long been cut off, but there were many people at the school. After some research over the past few days, they had just managed to establish a communicable channel yesterday. Time and materials were limited, and not everyone could be contacted, but at least one person could be reached randomly from each building, and for the dormitory buildings nearby. There could even be a contact point on each floor, then manually notifying others to ensure that most people could be contacted. They were lucky to be in Building 5, which was the contact point for that floor. Originally, they had planned to act at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But with the uncertainty in everyone's hearts and the unexpected arrival of Yi Lengxi and her sister, the plan was moved up. Then I'll leave with you. Indeed, there was nothing more to think about, and the short-haired girl no longer hesitated. She remembered that in her past life, the students at school had waited a month before choosing to come out after running out of supplies. Now it had only been 10 days, and they were already deciding to leave? We need to communicate with the other dormitories. We can't just leave. The phone belonged to Yu Jingluo, who was the contact point leader, and the others didn't know this, so she still had to find a way to inform the other dormitories. Mo Jie decisively took on the most dangerous areas. All right, we'll handle the two ends, and the nearby rooms will be left to Xiang Xiang and her sister. The action was temporarily changed, but the time left was not much, half an hour. They had to notify everyone in time. Cici, can you help us? If Yi Lengxi and her sister weren't there, they naturally wouldn't be able to complete this task, and of course, the leader couldn't change the action at the last minute. None of them blamed Yi Lengxi and her sister. Instead, they felt reassured by their strong abilities. Sure, Yi Lengxi did not refuse and swiftly cleared the zombies blocking their way, opening the path for them. Indeed, it was the strong girls who could give them a sense of security. with the help of Lengxi and her sister within 10 minutes. The entire first floor of Building 5 was notified. Yu Jingluo couldn't wait to leave. Are we leaving now? Not all the other dormitories were as packed up as room 107. After doing what needed to be done and feeling at ease, Yu Jingluo had no intention of waiting for them. Yes, let's go. Yu Jingluo took the lead and walked ahead without any reluctance. Jia, as she said, quickly followed to clear the way, while the other two roommates followed closely behind, with Lengxi and her sister bringing up the rear. The dormitory that had been packed up had its door half open, after seeing the people from room 107 leave. The occupants of rooms 106 and 108 hesitated slightly before choosing to follow. The bolder ones from the rest of the floor also followed along. But many chose to stay behind, planning to wait at the stairwell after the time was up. Their choices were not within Lengxi's consideration. She only cared about her own people. Most of the zombies were still nowhere to be seen. The few that were around had already been dealt with by Lengxi and her sister, leaving only a few stragglers, which Jia could easily handle. It had been 10 days since the apocalypse, and no one naively believed that these zombies could recover. Moreover, now that the zombies had completely lost their human semblance, there was no sense of guilt while dealing with them. Under Lengxi's slight guidance, Jia learned some techniques, and with her enhanced strength, she took down a basic zombie with each strike, growing more and more invigorated. It doesn't seem that difficult to deal with. How could we be afraid of such things? The usually quiet Xiao Li and Xiangxiang also felt a surge of excitement. Jia, leave one for us. Just be careful. Don't get caught, or you'll get infected. Jia was straightforward and quickly dealt with a few wandering zombies, deliberately leaving one for them. The two of them didn't have any special abilities, but their bodies had evolved. One enhanced her vision, and the other enhanced her hearing. Chapter 14, their past partial body enhancements did not significantly improve their physical condition, but they were much better than ordinary people. Moreover, thanks to Jia, several girls in their dormitory loved to exercise, so their stamina was better than that of the average girl. Although they had no experience during their first operation, they remembered what Lengxi taught Jia, so they easily took down that zombie. With one successful hit, they gained more confidence in escaping. They both knew that no one had the obligation to protect them. If it didn't take this opportunity to improve themselves, they would suffer the consequences later. Therefore, they took the initiative to speak up. Jia, let us join you. It's not right for us to always be protected by you. The red-haired girl flicked her bangs and looked firmly at Jia. The short-haired girl nodded. Xiao Li is right. We don't want to be freeloaders. As she spoke, she casually glanced back, her voice neither loud nor soft, intentionally addressing the other dormitory members following behind them. That's fine. If you get tired, remember to tell me. Don't push yourselves. Jia was straightforward. She had no objections to the two delicate roommates following behind, and she was more supportive of them helping out. Yu Jingluo had already fallen to the back and walked alongside the two sisters, wanting to say something to Lengxi. Cici, I think I've awakened the legendary spatial ability. Seeing Lengxi's gaze land on her backpack, Yu Jingluo quickly added, my roommate told me not to expose it. You don't know how terrifying human nature can be. I originally wanted to tell everyone except the three of them, but you know what? We saw friends who usually have a great relationship backstab each other over a bottle of water and a piece of bread. You can't imagine how shocked we were. Our worldview was completely overturned. Yu Jingluo felt fortunate. Our dormitory usually likes to stock up on snacks and drinks. After the pandemic, we replenished a lot of supplies. And with your reminder, we bought even more. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if we would end up turning against each other over food. Yu Jingluo's eyes momentarily showed confusion. How did this world suddenly become like this? Don't worry. Qingqing and I will never backstab you. We are family. Seeing the seriousness in Lengxi's eyes, Yu Jingluo smiled brightly again. I know. I just worry about the three of them. Although it was a collective action, the reason they followed you without hesitation was still a lack of trust in others. In a chaotic world, the elderly, children, and women are vulnerable groups. The premise of gender equality is that order still exists and civilization develops. Otherwise, in such chaotic times, women without power, especially beautiful women, are directly treated as goods, with no dignity as human beings. It depends on them. If they are reliable and have no attachments, they can follow us. Lengxi glanced at the three people working hard to clear the way, thinking of Yu Jingluo wanting to form a small team. They were undoubtedly the best choice. Yu Jingluo's thoughts stirred, then she deflated. They still have family, unlike us three. Indeed, they only had each other. Lengxi patted her head in comfort. When Lengxi was 10 years old, her parents had already died in a car accident, leaving her enough money to live for several lifetimes and a house. Her father had no parents, and her mother was undervalued at home. After insisting on marrying her father, she severed ties with her family. Besides herself, Lengxi had no other relatives. When she was saddened by her parents' passing, she encountered Lengxi, who was being bullied. Knowing she was also alone, they found solace in each other's shared plight. In the end, with the help of her parents' friends, even though she did not meet the adoption criteria, the two ended up on the same household registration and became sisters. The two sisters relied on each other until now, at the age of 20. Yu Jingluo seemed better off than Lengxi. She still had a father, but in reality, she was more pitiful. Her mother was a rich young lady, but fell for a Phoenix man. The Phoenix man cheated during the marriage, and her mother, who was in poor health, passed away early. It's not that having a stepmother means having a stepfather, but rather that most Phoenix men are trash. Yu Jingluo took the initiative to move out, selling all her shares to those who had issues with that man, watching them fight amongst themselves. Because of this, her relationship with her father dropped to freezing point. But Yu Jingluo didn't team mind at all. Her mother had long prepared a way out for her, and she had money to spend. Her mother was an only child, and after her death, her grandparents couldn't bear the blow. Their already poor health collapsed, and not long after, they passed away. Otherwise, that man wouldn't be so arrogant. Thinking back to before the storm, that man had proudly called to tell her that all the shares were now his. Considering the current situation, Yu Jingluo felt an impulse to laugh out loud. She didn't say anything, but her expression was quite vivid. Lengxi knew she must have thought of something unpleasant. Don't think too much. It's all in the past. If you're still angry, we can go deal with him. He's not worth it. It's too dangerous to travel now for such a scumbag. Yu Jingluo shook her head. If we run into him again, it means heaven has seen fit to let me take revenge. Then I'll deal with him then. Okay, I'll watch you. Lengxi smiled at her, and from the change in Yu Jingluo's tone, she could tell that she had adjusted her mood, which finally put her at ease. The six of them walked ahead, with the people behind them following closely. About a dozen people, besides carrying seemingly heavy backpacks, they all held various weapons in their hands. They had heard the conversation in dorm 107, but more than a week ago, they were carefree college students. Not everyone adapted quickly to such situations. Not to mention, the girls' dorm had plenty of snacks, and they hadn't truly starved during these days. After the initial excitement faded, all that remained was fear. Chapter 15. Surrounded by zombies, Lengxi could kill her way in from elsewhere to find Yu Jingluo, which indicated her capability. And unfortunately, she had just seen how Lengxi dealt with zombies. Effortlessly, she was even better than the one surnamed Mo from dorm 107. Such a ruthless person, if offended, might just throw her directly into a pile of zombies. Just thinking about it is terrifying. With this group of deadweights, and to help Yu Jingluo adapt, Lengxi intentionally slowed down. In the campus, apart from their group, only a few lazy zombies were wandering around. Suddenly, Xiangxiang's ears perked up. She heard some noise. The main group was coming over. Lengxi and her sister exchanged glances but remained silent, their expressions turning vigilant. Sure enough, they heard the urgent roars of zombies. Ha ha ha. A large number of zombies were rushing towards them, trying to surround them. Xiaoli, as someone with enhanced vision, occasionally kept an eye on the situation nearby. When she saw countless zombies approaching them, her face turned pale, and she looked terrified. Quick, run. Zombies. So many zombies. It looks like hundreds, maybe thousands. With her low level, Xiaoli couldn't determine the exact number. She just knew that if they didn't run quickly, they would soon join the zombie horde. Her words terrified everyone present, leaving them at a loss. Run? Where to run? Whoa, are we going to die here? It's all your fault. If we had followed you out, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys have no ability at all. Now look, we can't escape. A few people, overwhelmed with emotion, sat down on the ground and angrily accused Yi Lengxi and the others. Yu Jingluo was furious. Are you crazy? Did we ask you to follow us? You clinged onto us like a leech, and now, when something happens, you dare to throw dirt on us? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? The other three girls from class 107 glared at these people in anger. They had never seen such shameless individuals. Before the apocalypse, a few dorms had decent relationships, but now they were openly at odds. Luo, don't get angry. Since they don't want to follow us, let us just leave them behind. Yi Lengxi found it amusing to turn a blind eye to those behind them. Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She had seen many such scenes before, and her heart was already calm. Using her backpack as a shield, Yi Lengxi took out a few energy vehicles. Can you drive? By 2053, technology had advanced rapidly, and energy vehicles were a product of that technology. They looked no different from small electric scooters, but their energy source was newly developed. The speed of energy vehicles was fast, at least 100 kilometers per hour. The faster the speed, the more new energy consumed, especially in leap mode, which consumed massive amounts. To reduce consumption when they came over, Yi Lengxi and the others were in low energy mode, driving at only a few dozen kilometers per hour. Coupled with the complex driving environment and the zombies blocking the way, they couldn't speed up at all. The energy vehicles were stored in boxes measuring several dozen centimeters in length, width, and height, taking up little space. When used, they could be opened to emerge from the space box and become drivable vehicles. They weren't expensive, costing only over 100,000 each. The costly part was the new energy and the space box that carried them, especially since new energy required an ID to purchase. With an energy vehicle, one could buy up to 12 units a year with an ID. Regardless of how many vehicles one owned, the new energy couldn't be bought in excess. Seeing Yi Lengxi's big move, the other few people couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Yu Jingluo's eyes lit up. Wow, you really came prepared. There were 3 energy vehicles in total, just right for 2 people each. Jia and her 3 companions couldn't drive. So Yi Lengxi and her companions took them and quickly drove out. The remaining dozen or so people had their expressions freeze. They didn't expect Yi Lengxi to be so well prepared. While they were stunned, they couldn't even see the tailpipe of Yi Lengxi's vehicle anymore. Slap. Bitch. So eager to die, huh? Look, you scared them away, right? They had clearly supported the 2 sitting on the ground earlier. But now seeing Yi Lengxi and her group leave, the standing ones instead blamed them. The 2 started fighting on the ground, letting out cries of agony. Others wanted to mediate, but were indiscriminately attacked by the 2 in their angry state, ultimately leaving them behind without hesitation. Since some people wanted to die early, they couldn't stop them. In the end, what happened to these people, whether they joined the zombie horde or escaped? Yi Lengxi and the 6 of them had no idea. They were rushing along madly. The energy vehicles were fast and quiet, but didn't shield against the wind, and under the speed, there was no image to speak of. Compared to Yi Lengxi's calm, the other 5 were pounding with anxiety, constantly worried that the zombies in the distance would catch up. However, they were overthinking it. The speed of low-level zombies was not much faster than a turtle. How could they catch up? They weren't speed-type zombies. Wait, it seems something oddly shaped is chasing after us. Sister, be careful. A zombie with long legs, about 8 meters tall, rushed towards Yi Lengxi at high speed, extending its sharp claws towards her face. When Yi Lengxi saw this, she almost lost control of the steering wheel. Now that is a bit rude, huh? Hitting people, but not their faces. Let us go. With Yi Lengxi's cheerful voice ringing out, the speed-type zombie exploded in front of the dumbfounded onlookers. Fortunately, Yi Lengxi drove flexibly. Otherwise, she would have been splattered with filthy blood. Seeing her safe, Yi Lengxi's heart slowly calmed down. She was just worried because she cared. Her sister was much stronger than her, and what she should do was take care of herself and not distract her sister. Once she understood this, Yi Lengxi turned her attention back to herself. But she didn't know that Yi Lengxi's heart was not as calm as it seemed. Instead, it was turbulent. A month later, after a heavy rain, zombies slowly evolved through the virus in the rain. It had only been 10 days, and special-type zombies had already appeared. Her previous speculation was not wrong. There were little leaders in the school that could command other zombies. No, It couldn't be allowed to develop. In her previous life, that group of lovely people came here for rescue, but none survived. This place eventually became a human forbidden zone. Hey, your direction seems a bit off. Why are you heading toward the zombies? Wrong way. Xiang's head was about to explode, and she couldn't control her terrified expression. It's over. She got in the wrong vehicle. My life is over. Chapter 16. Killing back to school. Yi Lengxi didn't know Yi Lengxi's thoughts. Seeing her make a U-turn, she didn't hesitate to follow her, and Yu Jingluo did the same, while the three behind them looked as if they had lost their souls. It's over. It's over. Feeling the trembling of the people behind her, Yi Lengxi finally calmed down. Sorry, I forgot. I thought I was the only one. I'll take you out. I have things to do. After saying that, she turned the car back towards the school gate, and Yi Lengxi followed suit. The people sitting behind them now had numb expressions. The only thing they could do was hold tightly onto their seats to avoid being thrown out. Xiang didn't know what Yi Lengxi was planning, but from her recent actions, she had some guesses, and she opened her mouth to say something, but finally only managed to say, "Be careful." She was just an ordinary girl. Whether it was being timid or cautious, she wasn't like Yi Lengxi, who had no attachments. She still had people waiting for her at home. There were quite a few zombies at the school gate. Although it had been cleared when they entered, the school had living people, and within a few days, they gathered again. One batch after another, endlessly. Seeing Lengxi and the others coming over, the zombies waved their hands excitedly, making unpleasant hissing sounds. Lengxi didn't plan to confront them directly, activating her leap mode to find a spot with fewer zombies and directly exiting through the nearby wall. Lengxi followed her example, and the two of them followed her until they stopped at the last resting point before entering the school. This was the place where I and Qingqing had rested before, and it had already been cleared. You can rest here temporarily and leave after replenishing your energy. When parking, Lengxi had checked the area with her mental power and found it very safe, so she felt at ease leaving them here. Sister Mo and the others were extremely touched. Thank you. They all knew that getting here safely was largely due to the efforts of the two sisters. And of course, it was also thanks to Yu Jingluo. Considering the situation just now, if they had come out with their classmates, they might have already perished. I wonder how those classmates are doing now. Have they? May we meet again in the mountains and rivers, and hope that everyone is well when we do. Yu Jingluo knew that Lengxi had things to do, so she took the initiative to say goodbye. However, before leaving, she took out some items from her space. You three can share these. After all, we're sisters, and this is all I can do to help you in the end. Rationality told them not to accept, but their eyes seemed to have a mind of their own. Sister Mo hesitated for a moment and then accepted. Thank you. I will remember this favor, and if I can help in the future, just let me know. Xiaoli, Xiang, and Sister Mo thought of this and no longer hesitated. Thank you, Luo. I hope you all achieve your wishes and travel safely. All good things must come to an end. The three of them were sensible girls and waved goodbye to her. Lengxi had a good impression of these few people and advised them before leaving. You must also be careful. The world has changed, and the terrifying things are not just monsters but also human hearts. We understand. In just 10 days of the apocalypse, they had already realized this truth. Lengxi and the others left without hesitation, while Sister Mo and her companions watched them depart. 3 cars became 2, and Lengxi stayed with Lengxi. Once there were no outsiders, Yu Jingluo finally revealed the most important matter. Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be a dual element like us. Yu Jingluo looked confused. Huh? Just as you think, besides light element, Qingqing also has a mental element. I have a water element and a space element. So that's how it is. I thought I was the chosen one. Sigh, what a waste of joy. Although she said that, she didn't look unhappy at all. We really don't have to go in, do we? After holding back for a long time, she finally asked. It wasn't distrust. She needed to clarify, to cooperate better. Lengxi nodded. That's right, we must go in and deal with that zombie leader with leadership abilities. Otherwise, once it develops, not only will the university town fall, but the entire A city will cease to exist. You're right, and I've read novels where such zombies have energy in their heads or hearts. I heard it's called a crystal core. While driving, Yu Jingluo chatted casually with Lengxi. With no outsiders around and Lengxi on guard, they entered the school through a side door. This is a remote area that has always been locked, but takeout can be delivered from that side. It was exactly noon when the red rain started, which is peak time for ordering takeout, and there are a bunch of zombies wandering around here. Hee. Seeing those 3 food sources, they were extremely excited, and their speed seemed to have increased a lot. No, it's not just a feeling. Their speed has indeed increased. Some things in novels are credible, but you can't believe everything. You have to verify first. Cece, shall we kill these zombies? If there really is a small leader. These are all its soldiers, its eyes and ears, and even its reserves. I was thinking the same thing. After killing them, we can look around to see if they have anything and weaken the small zombie leader's power. The 3 of us hit it off, put away the energy vehicle, and armed with weapons, we sharpened our knives and headed towards the zombies. On this journey, the 2 sisters were fighting fiercely, their movements extremely skilled, and their levels unknowingly rising, making it easy to kill zombies. Yu Jingluo, a simple-minded person, gained unexpected benefits from her unintentional training, as her space ability also reached level 1, and her physique improved. She had just tried to figure out where to strike and what strength was most suitable, saving time and effort. Half an hour later, there was not a single zombie left by this side door. Ching, can you detect where the spiritual fluctuations are strongest? Using various abilities at once increased consumption, and since she was unclear about the strength of that little leader, Lengxi wanted to conserve her energy and had been using her physical strength to kill zombies. After consuming physical strength, she could recover just by eating something and sitting for a while, but if her supernatural powers were exhausted, she would have no ability to act at all. The recovery of supernatural powers was very slow, so she didn't use her mental power to observe the surroundings, and of course, it was also because she had a good sister with her. Lengxi shook her head. There are no special spiritual fluctuations, only human ones. And many people haven't left with us. Chapter 17. Cleaning up zombies. These people were truly naive. This disaster was clearly global. Otherwise, with our country's strength, why had there been no rescue in 10 days? Of course, those who roughly planned to leave were also very naive, thinking they could lead these people to victory. They didn't consider that these zombies were particularly sensitive to flesh and blood. The more people there were, the more they could detect us. If it weren't for my original plan to leave tomorrow, I definitely wouldn't have followed them in their reckless antics. I'm very glad you came in time. Otherwise, I would have probably ended up like them. Those who tried to escape without a specific plan would ultimately become food for the zombies, although a few with good stamina or intelligence might survive. While speaking, Yu Jingluo's knife mercilessly went for the zombie's neck. With its head tilted, the ugly zombie lost its ability to move and fell to the ground, rotten flesh splattering everywhere. Yu Jingluo couldn't dodge in time, and the rotten flesh got on her not-so-clean clothes, covering her in a foul smell. She smiled dismissively and charged at another zombie. Yu Jingluo didn't know why this disaster suddenly occurred. She only knew that these monsters made once familiar people disappear one by one. As she approached, the nauseating stench followed, and Lengxi, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, instinctively pulled back. This scene happened to be witnessed by the person involved. Oh, you little girl actually dare to dislike me. A hint of sadness instantly disappeared without a trace. Yu Jingluo, pretending to be fierce, leaned closer to Lengxi, no longer hiding her feelings and showing through her actions that she indeed disliked her. Yu Jingluo complained to Lengxi. She Ching dislikes me. All right, let's be a bit more discreet from here on. If we can avoid it, let's avoid it because it really stinks. Can't you smell the bad odor? Upon hearing her words, Yu Jingluo instinctively raised her hand. When she caught a whiff of the foul smell of rotting meat mixed with other unpleasant odors that had probably been there for a long time, she, who had remained unfazed while chopping the first zombie, surprisingly felt her hand go weak, dropping the knife on the ground. Without hesitation, she squatted down to vomit, and when she slightly lifted her head, she happened to see the zombie she had just chopped facing her, seemingly revealing a strange smile, which made her vomit even more violently. Ugh, here is some tissue, wipe it off. Remembering her own reaction the first time she killed a zombie, which was quite similar. Lengxi kindly took out a pack of tissues from her bag. Thank you. After vomiting, Yu Jingluo felt much better, not just emotionally. Lengxi merely glanced at her lightly, without saying anything. Having gone through a lot since childhood, she believed this woman would adjust. Sure enough, after getting up, Yu Jingluo's mood had fully recovered. She stretched out her hand with a pitiful tone. She, give me some water to wash my hands and face. Get something to hold it. Lengxi said irritably, but quickly conjured a water ball. Yu Jingluo took out a basin, and Lengxi tossed the concentrated water ball into it, which spread out to become half a basin of water. She cheerfully took out a cup from her space, carefully scooped out a little, first washing her hands, then using her hands to splash water on her face. Although she still smelled terrible after washing her face, she felt much more comfortable overall. There are quite a few zombies here, but most of them are outside. There aren't many in the campus. Probably all summoned by that little leader to chase after those who escaped. However, compared to the emptiness of the academy when they first came in, they have indeed encountered humans. The other party was a bit surprised to see them, and when they saw the ground full of zombies, their expressions instantly turned wary. They held various weapons like fruit knives, brooms, badminton rackets, and baseball bats in one hand, while the other hand clutched black plastic bags, all frozen in place. What are you afraid of? We're not robbing you. Yu Jingluo, being experienced, immediately made their intentions clear. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and eventually sent someone who seemed to be the leader over to them. Logically, with so many men, they shouldn't be afraid of 3 women. However, they had knives in hand, and they dared to kill zombies. They had already killed a bunch. How should we address the 3 heroines? The leading male student was quite tall, around 1.8 meters, with a sturdy build, but his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Hearing this, the male student's gaze became wary again. With such little preparation, if we really wanted to rob you, no one would escape. What's the situation in the school right now? Could you give us a brief overview? We need to go in to find someone. Lengxi took over the conversation, but looking for someone was just a cover. Looking for someone again? Upon hearing this, the male student relaxed, his expression somewhat envious. Your friendship as girls is really pure. You can still come in and look for someone in this situation. After finishing all the questions he needed to ask, he lost any value in their eyes. And Lengxi's gaze didn't linger on him. Seeing that they really didn't intend to rob him, the male student calmly took a secret look at them, increasingly feeling that these few people looked somewhat familiar. Aren't you Lengxi from the media studies? And you are Yu Jingluo? What is up? Have you forgotten about me? So soon after not seeing each other for a short while? At this moment, Yu Jingluo also recognized who this male classmate was. How did you end up with them? Get lost. After thinking carefully, she still couldn't recall any information about this person from her memory. However, the other party was quite familiar, and upon realizing that they knew each other, he joked with a relaxed expression. Don't be like that. We're such good friends. Waving his hand, he signaled for the others to come over. Initially, those people were worried that Lengxi and her companions would start a fight, but they clearly recognized Lengxi and her friend now, and their tone became much more casual. You 3 girls must be having a hard time. Why not come with us? Seeing their weak and delicate appearance, along with previous rumors, they subconsciously ignored the zombies around, assuming they were easy to bully. Chapter 18. Intimidation. A boy who was already interested in Lengxi moved closer while speaking, and surprisingly, his hand reached for her waist. No need. We don't have a hobby of carrying dead weight. Lengxi was quick to grab his wrist, and with a forceful twist, his arm dislocated. Just talk properly. Don't get handsy, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. You filthy woman. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you. You think I care for a used toy like you? Do you want this fortune? Lengxi said expressionlessly as she threw him to the ground, and without hesitation, she stabbed the slightly chipped knife into the boy's mouth. She stirred it vigorously, with blood and bits of teeth flowing out, combined with the boy's terrified eyes. It looked extremely horrifying. The few boys who had been slow to react swallowed hard in fear and instinctively distanced themselves from Lengxi. Not being able to speak is fine. I, your father, am the most helpful and love to educate unfilial sons like you. I remember now. You have a good relationship with Hao Jian, right? In ancient times, debts were repaid by sons. Today, brothers share hardships. You should be very clear about his foot in multiple boats, right? I had beaten him up before, but I got a bit busy and forgot to hit him again. Since you are good brothers, you can compensate me on his behalf. I believe you'll be very willing, right? Lengxi, who had maintained a blank expression, suddenly smiled. But it was a chilling smile that almost made those boys want to run away. In the end, rationality overcame fear, and they stood still, not daring to move as they waited for Lengxi to deal with the person on the ground. What do you think I'm doing? Afraid? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear a ghost knocking at your door. Could it be that you have spoken ill of me behind my back? Lengxi smiled sinisterly, sending chills down their spines. No, no, no. How could we speak badly of you? Exactly. It was all Hao Jian who said it. It's better not to smile at all. This is the voice of those boys. No matter how much they want to complain inside, they dare not show it on their faces. Some even think about giving up half of their gains this time, just hoping she won't smile anymore. They all say, "What bad things did that scumbag say about me? He said you were shameless, that while being with him, you cheated and found someone else. That senior Ling Ran who is in the same major as you. It's you. A sincere boy immediately spilled the beans after Lengxi finished speaking, but halfway through, he was quickly covered up and pulled away by his dorm mates. Ha ha! What he said is still mild. The other things were even more vicious, and we didn't dare to say them. Should we just let it go? This fool. Why does he say everything out loud? Those words make them uncomfortable, let alone the person involved. What kind of person is Lengxi? Don't they know? Who doesn't he know what kind of person Hao Jian is? Unfortunately, they were slow to act and let that scumbag take advantage. Listening to those words is one thing. Who would take them seriously? Not cursing them out is already giving face. Seeing them all obedient like quails. Lengxi also had a hint of a smile on her face. Do you have any plan for the next step? Why not follow us? Originally, Lengxi didn't intend to take these people along, but Kai Dao in the space transmitted a message to her. He said he had recovered some ability and thought of a contract to control people, asking her to take these people along to run errands. The contract could guarantee loyalty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken up. After all, experiencing betrayal once was enough. Didn't you say we're dead weight and you don't want to take us? They actually really wanted to follow Lengxi. After all, there were 3 beautiful girls. Who wouldn't want to? But her decisive and straightforward actions made them realize they couldn't take advantage, so they gave up on that thought. Lengxi's expression was emotionless. That was just now. I'm willing to take you now, what? Unhappy? As she spoke, she used her water-based ability to form a water shield, directly covering the head of the person who spoke. As the oxygen inside the water shield was consumed, the person clutched their neck and rolled their eyes. He was in great pain, and the others could feel it, looking at Lengxi with expressions of fear. Lengxi's intention was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to make these people obedient, not to let him die. When she estimated he had reached his physical limit, she stopped. Who else is unwilling to follow me? Her expression was gentle, and as she looked over, everyone trembled. They wanted to refuse, but now could they dare? They simply couldn't and could only frantically belittle themselves. I can't do it. With this kind of stamina, I would just hold everyone back, so I might as well not go. I eat a lot, but have no strength, not very suitable. It's okay. Their expressions brightened, but Lengxi quickly shattered their fantasies. I don't mind. If you don't listen and are unreasonable, a beating will suffice. They didn't want to confront Lengxi head-on, but it was clear she didn't intend to let them off easily. After exchanging glances, they instantly made a decision. Lengxi, is having abilities really that impressive? With so many of us, can't we deal with just one of you? Brothers, let us go. Show her some color. Right, with so many men, it's unreasonable to be outdone by a woman. Everyone looked disheveled, while they saw her and her friends looking so rosy and clean. It must be fun to play with them. Perhaps because there were so many people, they suddenly gained confidence, feeling they could definitely take down Lengxi and her friends. Their expressions became arrogant, even brazenly sizing up Lengxi and her companions. Look at you. Such a gaze was most familiar to Lengxi. Anger surged up, and she launched her attack before them. Water appeared from the palm of Lengxi's hand, splitting into several streams aimed at the arrogant male classmates, instantly controlling them and stealing their oxygen. The soft water, seemingly devoid of any attacking power, turned into a lethal weapon in Yi Lengxi's hands, leaving them with no way to resist. Unable to make a sound, they hesitated for only a few seconds between death and their pride, before abandoning their dignity and kneeling on the ground to beg for Yi Lengxi's forgiveness. Are you sure you want to follow me, right? They nodded frantically. Yi Lengxi knew they were suffering, but what did it have to do with her? It wasn't her who was in pain. She leisurely continued, "You're doing this voluntarily, right?" Yes, please let us go. We know we were wrong. In that case, I will let you go for now. If you disobey in the future, the punishment won't be so simple, understand? Understood. Chapter 19, The Loyalty Serum. They gasped for breath, finally feeling alive again, leaving them with no thought of resistance. Having such a powerful leader seems advantageous. This is no longer peacetime. They understood this truth as soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, picked up weapons, and began searching for food and water. The way they looked at the goods earlier made both Yi Lengxi and Yu Jingluo quite unhappy. Sister, are you sure you want to keep such scum? Of course. It's fine to keep them around to run errands. I don't expect them to be of much use, but washing dishes and serving us isn't hard. They can do that. Upon hearing Yi Lengxi say this, the expressions of the two shifted from cloudy to clear. Yi Lengxi glanced at them disdainfully and nodded. This one looks quite strong. He could do the hard labor. This one has a good build. He should have some strength, perfect for giving us massages to relieve our fatigue. The rest of the skinny ones can be trained in cooking. So, they still have some use. It would be even better if they were a bit more obedient. I'm afraid they might be restless. Yu Jingluo examined them from head to toe and revealed a satisfied smile. Yi Lengxi laughed. Don't worry. I naturally have ways to make them obedient. That's why I kept them. Their words were filled with humiliation. Yet the expressions of the male students on the ground changed slightly, showing no intention of resisting. They had just experienced the aftermath, and since they had no masochistic tendencies, they certainly didn't want to go through it again. The clever ones even played along with their words, deliberately striking poses to make themselves appear more valuable. They handled it well, and Yi Lengxi didn't say anything further, feeling that the days ahead would be very interesting. My sister says to take you in, so I'll listen to her. If you don't obey, the next outcome will be like this. As Yi Lengxi spoke, her hand moved slightly, and she threw out a sphere of light. The zombie targeted by her instantly turned into black smoke within the fist-sized sphere. The intuitive display of strength startled the male classmates on the ground, who nearly jumped to their feet. Their gazes towards Yi Lengxi were filled with awe. Yu Jingluo understood that this was called intimidation. She stroked her chin, and soon a smile crept onto her lips. Since you are all one of us now, I will help you collect these things. She wore a smile, but the male classmates realized that the things they had painstakingly gathered were gone. Hiss. Is this what they call space like in novels? So amazing. The male classmates on the ground no longer felt regret. Instead, they were quite relieved. Where could they find such a powerful ally? However, the male classmates who were still standing felt like crying without tears, because Yi Lengxi and the others hadn't targeted them, and they had thought they wouldn't have to follow along, but now it seemed they had no choice. All right, stop looking so gloomy. Just follow us. You won't suffer any losses, just be sensible. Do you have anything to pack? Their thoughts didn't matter at all. What was convenient for themselves was what counted. Ye lengi genuinidisimidet. But those who had already been overshadowed by her smile felt their scalps tingle, and they had no thoughts left. They smiled ingratiatingly at Yi Lengxi and the others. We have a few things, but we can leave them behind. Yi Lengxi smiled as she took out a porcelain bottle. One for each of you. All good stuff, you must eat. Her expression resembled that of the wolf grandmother luring Little Red Riding Hood. And although the male classmates wanted to refuse, they didn't have the courage. The strength of the three women had already intimidated them. The male classmate who had spoken to the two sisters earlier was a bit bolder. Sister Yi, can I not eat? Our relationship. Either eat or die. We don't trust you. Night Lengxi, who was worried about putting Yi Lengxi in a difficult position, interrupted, her expression particularly fierce, deliberately dragging the blood-stained tang knife across the ground, making a piercing sound. That male classmate only glanced at it and wisely kept quiet. After all, he understood that as long as they behaved themselves, these women wouldn't do anything to them. Not only that, but compared to the hardships of making a living, It was better to follow them and make a name for themselves. A man with ambition should not be limited to this small campus. He obediently extended his hand. Sister Yi, I want one. Good. I like you being sensible like this. Yi Lengxi nodded in satisfaction. For now, we are considered team. We three are internal members, and you all are external members, with you as the external squad leader. Any problems with that? That sounds good. I have no problems, just afraid they won't cooperate. This is really an unexpected joy. Luo Tian nodded wildly. Yi Lengxi and the other two's strength was noticed by everyone, so naturally, they didn't dare to voice any objections, but Luo Tian and the others were not afraid. Just a little while ago, everyone was the same. How did he suddenly become their leader after just a few words? Sister Yi, we can also be leaders, especially him. He was a minister before. Managing people is second nature to him. Right, I can too. Even if I can't, I can learn. How can we let Luo Tian be our little boss? With someone like him, I could take on 10. Without exception, these male classmates were very unconvinced. They were willing to follow Luo Tian before because of his intelligence, which helped them avoid a lot of trouble. But now was the time to stake their claim for power. If they didn't show determination from the start, and someone stronger joined later, what status would they have? The male classmates who were originally lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, heard this, and made an effort to get up and show their best sides. Eager to gain favor in front of Yi Lengxi and the others. Yi Lengxi remained silent, just watching them. It turned out that they were once very close, but nearly came to blows in the end, with disdain clearly visible in her eyes. The male classmates, who were slow to realize, noticed Yi Lengxi's gaze and dared not show any excitement, instead pretending to be meek. Yi Lengxi was not polite at all. You really have no ambition. You are very dissatisfied with us, but this is Cici's decision. You, Jing Luo, added coldly. No, we're satisfied, very satisfied. Brother Luo takes care of us, and we are willing. So arrogant. One day they'll pay for it. They lowered their heads to hide their emotions. But both Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxing had keen senses and could easily perceive the malice in them. Well, at least there's a bit of spirit. Such knives are easier to use. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste time with idle chatter. We don't have time to waste with you. In just a few sentences, Yi Lengxi had already figured out their personalities, and her tone became impatient. Chapter 20. The dormitory roadblock. Okay. We'll eat right away, don't get angry. Unable to fight back, they could only join in. No matter how unwilling they were, they did not show a hint of it on their faces. It wasn't until they finished eating that Yi Lengxi's expression improved a bit. What you ate was poison. If you don't obey, I will let you die from it, unable to seek life or death. Ugh. The effects of the poison wound kick in so quickly. Those who had just swallowed it quickly squatted down, not caring about their dirty hands, and began to gag furiously. However, the pills melted in their mouths and slowly began to take effect. After just a few minutes of gagging, they stood respectfully in front of Yi Lengxi. Sister Yi, follow Sister Luo to pack your things. You have half an hour. Sister Luo, please come with us to help pack some things. We would be very grateful. They had become so obedient. How amazing. Now I can finally relax. Yi Lengxing and Jing Luo curiously circled around them, their faces full of smiles. After confirming their obedience, Jing Luo, no longer worried about safety, and led Luo Tian and the other 10 or so people towards the boys' dormitory. While the two sisters continued to clear out the zombies, she had no intention of saving anyone. She was only doing this for her own good. The early-stage zombies were quite ordinary, with most of them not having formed energy cores in their brains, though a very small number would. This crystal nucleus is exceptionally precious, not only because it has no impurities and won't cause energy turmoil when absorbed, but also because it has a high chance of turning ordinary people into superhumans or evolved beings. This discovery was made several years after the apocalypse, but by that time, the existence of primary crystal cores had basically disappeared. Humans casually harmed their mother, and in the end, they were still abandoned by her. The second reign stripped away humanity's chance to become powerful again, but bestowed blessings on other creatures, making them stronger. She was reborn and gained an advantage. So, she had to seize this opportunity. Sis, don't you feel disgusted? This looks terrible. Yi Lengxi stirred the zombie's brain matter without changing her expression, then stirred at the heart. Not finding anything, and continued to the next one. Lengxi followed behind her, frowning and occasionally dry heaving. Hurry up and get used to it. Once you're used to it, it'll be easier for us to search together. Primary crystal cores are great things. We can't miss them. Hard work pays off, and she finally discovered one. The primary crystal core was only the size of a thumb, crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Lengxi washed it slightly with water, put it into her space, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. Lengxi was shocked. Sis, it's really beautiful. It's hard to believe that such an ugly thing can produce something so pretty. I don't feel disgusted anymore. I'll help you look for them. Since it's a good thing, how can I let you do all the hard work and then enjoy the results for free? Tempted by the beautiful crystal core, Lengxi was filled with excitement. Good. We need to hurry. At most a month, and the primary zombies will upgrade. The crystal cores in their brains will become level 1. After reaching level 1, the crystal cores will still have effects, but the ability to stimulate powers will be reduced by at least half. After the next reign, the ability of the crystal cores to stimulate powers will be completely lost. Even if there are any left, the chances will be extremely low, probably around 0. 0. Upon hearing this, Lengxi dared not waste any more time, increasing her speed. So we don't have much time left. Yes, primary crystal cores cannot be detected with mental power. So for now, we have to rely on our feelings and experience to find them. As Lengxi dug, she chatted with Lengxi. So, is that the reason why they are precious? It seems it's not unacceptable. As soon as Luo entered the boys' dormitory, she was assessed from head to toe by a group of boys who were secretly observing the situation outside. Wow, a girl actually came to our boys' dorm? And she's really good looking. Where? Let me take a look. Hiss, I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Or is she just like those previous ones who are single and easygoing? Seeing the clean and tidy Luo, the boys' eyes were filled with a hint of heat. But once they saw the respectful group of people behind her, their enthusiasm instantly cooled down. Don't even think about it. Just look at her standing position and the attitude of those people. It's obvious she's the leader, which means she's very impressive. Such a woman is not someone we can aspire to. Quickly dismiss this thought, or you won't even know how you die. Those who have experienced hardship during peacetime have already felt it in these short days. To say nothing else, their ability to read people's expressions and body language has skyrocketed. Even if they feel a tightness in their lower abdomen and a surge of anger upon discovering that Luo's identity is not ordinary, they dare not openly scrutinize her. Those with decent strength all listen to that woman, which shows her power. They think they're being cautious in their observations, but they're all seen through by Luo. She is somewhat displeased, but her excellent hearing allows her to catch the conversations behind her, and in the end, she has no intention of dealing with them. Luo feels somewhat proud. In this apocalypse, while everyone else is dirty and disheveled, only she and a few others are still dressed neatly. Sister Luo, our dormitory is here. To avoid troubling you, let us start from the nearest place. Not a trouble at all, just a wave of the hand. Luo doesn't mind at all. Suddenly, she feels a distinct gaze probing her, and Luo slightly raises her eyebrows, pretending to be unaware, and continues walking with the group of over 10 people. Sure enough, she is stopped at the staircase. Luo Tian is displeased. What do you mean by this? Not letting us in? That elixir will only make them loyal, not turn them into puppets. So how they handle things normally will be how they handle things now. A man over 8 meters tall steps forward. He is called a man because he looks exceptionally mature, appearing to be in his 20s, especially compared to the slightly youthful-looking boys beside him. He wears a black hat, holding a baseball bat, occasionally tapping it against his left hand. When he speaks, he slightly raises his chin, looking particularly arrogant. As soon as Luo Tian finishes speaking, the 10 or so people beside him immediately adopt a stance ready to fight. Get out of the way, don't waste our time. Chapter 21. The special role of the primary crystal core. Are you leaving? With just as few of you? The leading man's attitude softens a bit. Since you're leaving, why not let this woman entertain us a bit? Luo Tian's side has quite a number of people, and each one is tall and strong, capable of some skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare go out looking for supplies. If a fight truly breaks out, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. So he makes a compromise with this request. Luo laughs. Without any skills, your courage is quite big. You actually treat her as cargo. Hey, they can satisfy you. We have many more people who can satisfy you even more. How about considering switching partners? The leading man does not catch the sarcasm in Yu Jingluo's words. As a power evolver, he puffs out his chest proudly. Damn, looks like you want to fight us. His temper is not good, and upon hearing this, he instantly explodes. We are not just a few people. Have you forgotten how many survivors are in this dormitory building? Eating alone will get you beaten. The leading man licks his lips, his gaze lewdly roaming over Yu Jingluo's chest, feeling increasingly hot and driven by desire. He no longer has any scruples when looking at Luo Tian and the others. Luo Tan, infuriated, we are not afraid. Sister Luo, are we doing it or not? Let's do it. As soon as Yu Jingluo finishes speaking, the Tang Dao appears out of nowhere in her hand, and without hesitation, she strikes down towards the leading man's lower body. The leading man, being a power evolver, actually slows down, and with Yu Jingluo's quick reflexes, he is caught off guard and is hit squarely. The man watches in horror as his waist separates from his body, his eyes wide with fear. He guessed that this woman had a great figure. She might be a little spicy, but he never expected it to be to this extent. This is truly a merciless demon. Don't come over here. Yu Jingluo's decisive actions frightened them all, and the courage that had just risen evaporated in an instant. Those with poor mental fortitude were overwhelmed by the smell of urine, and some even wet themselves. Luo Tian and the others couldn't help but shudder, their gazes towards her changing. Didn't want me to come over? I'm coming now, Yu Jingluo said with a smile, dragging her blood-stained tang knife. Who wants to go first? Apart from the leading man, the others were ordinary people. Even the evolved beings were easily dealt with. What courage did they have left? We won't do it again. We were wrong. Please spare us, noble lady. Yu Jingluo scoffed. Are you saying that if I don't spare you, I'm not magnanimous? And no, we didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. We were wrong. We'll move aside right away. Those who were able to steady their nerves quickly reacted and started to clear the clutter blocking the staircase. The others also suddenly realized and helped out with nimble hands and feet. Luo Tian and the others watched, filled with admiration for Yu Jingluo. Remember, don't look down on others in such a chaotic era. If someone can dress so brightly, they must not be easy to bully. Use your brains. Don't just think with your lower body. It's embarrassing. As Yu Jingluo was saying this, she delivered a finishing blow to the man, who screamed before finally losing his breath. In the end, she intentionally left these words, not only to remind those people, but also to remind Luo Tian and the others. Even after they had walked far away, those people were still unable to recover their composure for a long time. However, this lesson was profound, and they would never forget it in their lives. Fortunately, Yu Jingluo taught them these things, so those who survived later not only avoided trouble, but also found a strong ally. Life wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't too bad either. Of course, that essay story for another time. Yu Jingluo was very fast. She had a talent for space manipulation, making it easy to collect items. Sister Luo, you're amazing. Your space must be very large, right? Luo Tian flattered. I've seen other spatial abilities, but their spaces are smaller than the lockers at school, and they get exhausted after storing a few things. Right, they're so weak. You all are really impressive. There are indeed other ability user dormitories, but they all feel particularly weak. Apart from having a bit more strength, they're not useful at all. If they were, that guy wouldn't be so arrogant. After Luo Tian spoke, the others chimed in, their tone unable to hide their pride. Yu Jingluo remembered how arrogant they had been just now. The change was indeed quick. No, this medicine really works. But this also made her feel more at ease. She only trusted the two sisters, Lengxi and Lengxi. She had some trust in the others, but it wasn't much. Ugh, what are you two doing? Why are you stirring the zombie's brain? That is so disgusting. Sister Luo, come help. There is something good. Lengxi shouted with a grin, but she didn't come up, her hands and feet becoming increasingly nimble and stirring. She looked flushed and excited, but there was something slightly off. Yu Jingluo felt a bit scared. Don't do that. It scares me. There really is something good. Hurry over. Lengxi was much calmer than her sister. She deliberately freed her hands and waved at Yu Jingluo. I'm coming. Yu Jingluo trusted her a lot. What could a zombie have that was worth stirring? It couldn't really be a crystal core, right? I've tried it. There's nothing, just made me feel sick. It's really a crystal core, and a special one too. Listen to me, collect some more. It will be very useful for us in the future. The rest, I'll talk about it after we leave the school. Hearing her mention it voluntarily, Lengxi's smile deepened. This is perfect. She doesn't need to explain how she knows this, and she can probably fill in the gaps herself. Sure enough, Yu Jingluo picked up her tang knife, muttering, "You really aren't afraid of getting disgusted. You're quite patient. You believe in novels, but you really found something. We're just trying, at most. It'll take some time. If there really is something, we'll hit the jackpot. It's not a loss anyway." That's true. Those novel authors are amazing, right? They seem like they're reborn or time travelers, and they can guess all this. Chapter 22. The team temporarily formed. A few of them chatted while digging, and their speed was quite fast. Luo Tian and the others came over voluntarily, without Yi Lengxi's orders, enduring their disgust to help. By the end, there weren't many zombies left. Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxing continued to kill zombies, while the others were led by Yu Jingluo to dig for crystal cores. The probability of obtaining low-level zombie crystal cores was too low. Yi Lengxi calculated that out of 100 zombies, there were only 5 to 10 crystal cores. No wonder they're so rare. I'm so tired. The 3 of them were ability users and multi-system, so their stamina was naturally quite good. However, Luo Tian and the others, being ordinary people, didn't have such endurance. After digging for a while, they were all exhausted on the ground, unable to move. Since they were going to be the runners for future use, Yi Lengxi couldn't bear to see them worn out all at once. So she signaled that they could rest, take a break, and remember to continue working when you recover. Okay. What had started as a subconscious complaint unexpectedly allowed them to really rest for a while, making them extremely grateful. Seeing the food Yi Lengxi took out from her backpack made them even more thankful. "Thank you, Sister Yi. You're welcome. You need to be full so you can work better. Working is normal. We have hands and feet. How can we eat for free? Being able to exchange labor for food and water is already very fortunate." Luo Tian and the others didn't mind at all. Instead, they happily shared the food she handed over. Yu Jingluo clicked her tongue in wonder. Having such obedient little brothers is really nice. I like it. I like it too. This way, they will never betray us. Yi Lengxi said quietly, her gaze somewhat distant. Yu Jingluo realized that she seemed a bit hard to understand now. But what did it matter? As long as she knew that she would never harm her, and she wouldn't betray her either, that was enough. Yu Jingluo smiled in relief. There were quite a few zombies, but Yi Lengxi had already prepared to stay here temporarily, so there was no rush. Estimating that they had little energy left, she called for everyone to stop. "Let us rest for today. Don't wear yourselves out." Luo Tian sat on the ground, panting heavily. "Finally, we can rest. I'm so tired, but I feel like my strength has increased a bit." Knowing that the others didn't really believe him, he desperately practiced to make himself sound more convincing. Being harsh on himself did have its effects. At least he felt that his stamina had improved to some extent. "It really does seem so. I don't feel any changes, but now I can kill zombies. Before, I was always avoiding them." Each person's face was beaming with bright smiles. The path ahead no longer felt confusing, only a sense of determination. Although Yi Lengxi controlled them with medicine, she didn't intend to mistreat them. With the premise of not betraying her, she was much kinder to them. So she planned to let them rest well tonight and reward these people, giving them a sense of belonging. "Stop chatting. Let's see where we can rest tonight. We can't possibly stay on this terrible street." Yi Lengxi interrupted their conversation. She was indeed reborn, but she had long buried the matters of school in the corners of her memory. She had forgotten the layout of the school and didn't want to spend her mental energy on such meaningless things. Of course, the main reason was that it consumed too much energy. The school covered a vast area, and with her current strength, after using her mental energy to explore, she wouldn't be able to sense the dangers around her anymore. She wanted to send someone to scout, but apart from her sister who had combat power, Yu Jingluo's role wasn't in attack, and the rest of the people's strength was even more disappointing. "Forget it. Take it slow. There's no rush. It's just right to clear the entire school, as she could stock up on quite a few primary crystal cores." Having made up her mind, Yi Lengxi's heart calmed down, and her face showed a bit of ease. Luo Tian knew it was time to show his abilities, and he raised his hand eagerly. Boss, I know a place where we can rest. His words made others a bit regretful. Ah, old Luo snatched the opportunity again. The effect of the medicine made even those who usually had conflicts overlook them, suggesting that everyone had a great relationship, so they got along particularly harmoniously. Luo Tian had no idea about this. His memory was still stuck on how others were dissatisfied with him being the little boss. So he was very eager to show off. Lengxi didn't care about their little thoughts. Hearing Luo Tian say this, she immediately looked at him. Then you lead the way. Is it far from here? Not far. It's a multimedia classroom very close to our dormitory. I happen to be checking the door, and I have the key. It seemed quite useful. Not bad. Lengxi generously praised him. And Luo Tian was so happy he nearly lost his bearings, like a big dog being praised by its owner, almost spinning in circles. Although the others weren't as sycophantic as Luo Tian, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. This meant the boss had taken notice of him. Thinking about how these people's attitudes had changed from the beginning to now was really a world of difference. The medicine was indeed effective, but unfortunately, there wasn't much of it. Was there any way to get it again? Compared to trusting people's hearts, she trusted the effects of the medicine more. Lengxi couldn't help but ask through her consciousness, Kai Dao, can we get this medicine ourselves? I do have the recipe, but it's not easy to obtain. After all, the world you're in now is different from the one I was in before, and I don't know if I can find substitutes on Blue Star. Hearing this, Lengxi felt a bit disappointed, but thinking of the current situation, it didn't seem like a big problem. That's okay. These 10 or so subordinates are already enough. Kai Dao, is there any technique suitable for them to use? They can't always be ordinary people. That wouldn't be much help to me. From initially being disdainful to now trusting Kai Dao quite a bit, of course, she trusted the contract. Lengxi was now his master. They were inextricably linked, sharing both glory and misfortune. So he naturally didn't want her to encounter any danger. Moreover, he wanted to find many useful people for Lengxi, so she could have more time to cultivate and improve herself. He didn't know Lengxi's thoughts, but she understood that what Kai Dao said was all for her good. Okay, I'll listen to you. After all, the three of us can still protect them for now. Yes, it's still early. As long as they have the courage, killing zombies isn't difficult, especially since the weapons you gave them have been enhanced. Chapter 23. We are very useful after talking with Kai Dao. Lengxi felt much better. It didn't matter if there was no medicine. Once she became stronger, she would still have ways to ensure her teammates' loyalty. Sister, what made you so happy? Share it with me, so I can be happy too. Lengxi had always been concerned about Lengxi. Seeing her like this, she immediately came over. Hey, just tell me quietly. I promise I won't tell anyone else. She playfully winked at Lengxi, looking so cute that Lengxi couldn't help but pinch her face. Her eyes full of tenderness. The medicine that makes people loyal is gone, but I have a new method. Oh, Lengxi's expression changed with her words. But my current level isn't enough. I still need to work hard to cultivate. Lengxi pondered. So, we can't find very loyal people for the time being? Wouldn't it be a waste to give them the medicine? Aside from having a bit of strength, they don't seem to be of much use. We belong to the attack type, and Luo is suitable for support, but they all seem to be much stronger than them. The more I think about it, the more I feel it's a loss. At this moment, Yu Jingluo also leaned over and, upon hearing this, nodded frantically. It's not just a little loss. It's a huge loss. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the group of over a dozen people, her eyes filled with disdain. They still need us to protect them. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable it gets. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was definitely not small. At least Luo Tian and the others could hear her clearly. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. All right, don't be like this. Although their strength isn't strong, and their movements aren't particularly nimble, they can at least be considered labor, able to help us with some tasks. That's good enough. Lengxi caught a glimpse of them trembling in fear and couldn't help but want to laugh. Luo Tian cleverly assured, Yes, we are very useful. We can do the dirty and tiring work, and a few of them are great cooks, so we'll handle your 3 meals a day in the future. And zombies, we can kill them too. After he spoke, others also hurriedly expressed their advantages, fearing that if they didn't show some ability, they would be abandoned. They no longer wanted to live in constant fear. They weren't really foolish. They naturally knew that following Yi Lengxi and the others was the only way to have enough to eat and live like a person. Yu Jingluo stroked her chin, pretending to think, and finally, while holding back a laugh, nodded. Well then, you are quite useful. Yes, we are very useful. Yi Lengxi chuckled. All right, don't tease them. We are all teammates. Let's not talk about this anymore, but my team doesn't keep useless people, understand? Understood, understood. They nodded crazily, afraid that if they were slow, they wouldn't be part of the team. Seeing their proactive enthusiasm in clearing out zombies, even though they were so tired they could hardly lift their hands. They didn't dare to stop. Yu Jingluo lowered her voice and raised an eyebrow proudly. How about that? I'm cooperating quite well, right? It's a tacit understanding. I thought that medicine was particularly safe, but I didn't expect it still needed other support. Yu Jingluo sighed. This world is really tough. Besides guarding against zombies, we also have to guard against people, and in the future, we might even have to guard against mutated plants and animals. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Just bear with it. Once our strength increases, it will be much better. For now, we can only do this. Yi Lengxi smiled and comforted her. I thought you would be scared when I took out that thing, but turns out you were worried about its effectiveness. Yu Jingluo said seriously, what's there to be afraid of? I know exactly who you are. You are the person I trust the most in this world, of course. There's also Qingxing. The three of them chatted and laughed in the back, while over a dozen people in front worked hard to chop zombies. Many of those who hadn't left couldn't help but peek through the door crack upon hearing the commotion. When they saw this scene, they looked down on Yi Lengxi and the others immensely. How long has it been since the apocalypse? And they've already fallen to this level. With 3 women serving over a dozen men? Oofed, their skills must be pretty good. Otherwise, why are these 3 looking so glamorous while the others look like beggars? These 3 women have something going on. Rather than believing that Yi Lengxi and her group were so clean because of their own strength, they were more inclined to think that it was due to them using their bodies as payment. Prejudice led them to make the wrong choice. Boss, someone is following us from behind. How should we handle it? Not knowing whether the medicine had other effects after spreading or if the training really worked. Anyway, when that group of people descended, Luo Tian and the others had already sensed it and arranged for someone to report back. Although they knew that Yi Lengxi and her group were stronger than them, and naturally had already heard the noise, sending someone to report was something that subordinates should do. It's fine, keep going. If they have any bad intentions, we can just capture them and use them as little brothers. They can naturally feel the prying eyes. But in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were paper tigers. Yi Lengxi and her group were fearless. After receiving confirmation, the informant's face showed a hint of a smile. Great. I really want to know which fool is thinking irrationally. Who cares? Anyway, we have someone to command now. Without exception, everyone was very happy. Their initial fatigue swept away, and they began to talk in low voices. The primary zombies were indeed very clumsy, and with sharp weapons in hand, clearing the zombies wasn't difficult. Any that slipped through would be taken care of by Yi Lengxi and her group. So they felt at ease. Are we really going over there? They looked so terrifying. The path to the outside was cleared, and many bravely came out, mainly because they were out of supplies and had no choice. But watching Luo Tian and the others clear out the zombies while smashing their heads and hearts into pieces made their hearts tremble, and their limbs couldn't help but feel weak. The person who spoke trembled slightly. It does look a bit abnormal, but they are so powerful. It should be fine to follow them. This was said by a small group of people who were always worried about encountering danger. However, the more numerous ones became bolder. Even if Luo Tian and the others could kill zombies, the large numbers still gave them some peace of mind, so they quickly rushed to Luo Tian's front. What's the matter? If there's nothing, get out of the way, don't delay our progress. They all held a tang knife in their hands. The sharp blade stained with dark blood, and their movements didn't stop while speaking. Your knives are really cool. Do you have any extras? Can you give us one? The person in the lead, initially wanting to say something, was immediately attracted by the tang knife and involuntarily asked. Luo Tian looked at him with disdain. What kind of world is this? Don't you know? Exactly. Who would be stupid enough to give their weapons to others? If you said you'd trade something for it, we might consider it, but just asking outright? What a big face. Hurry up and scram. Don't hinder us from doing our work, taking advantage of us. You better know your place. We can kill zombies, let alone people. Their bodies felt like they were about to fall apart. Luo Tian and the others just wanted to quickly clear out to that multimedia classroom and get some good rest. After just one question, they were immediately scolded, and the leader's expression didn't look good. Being able to lead so many people also showed some ability, especially since he had water abilities in this water-scarce environment. He was once praised as the best. Hearing so many flattering words, hearing such unpleasant remarks made him feel a great disparity. And he no longer had any awe towards Luo Tian and the others, only anger left. Your words are too unpleasant. Isn't just killing zombies? We could do it too. A sycophant saw their boss being talked down to and immediately angrily retorted. Sure enough, he received a look of appreciation from the water ability user. Then why don't you kill? You wait until we've cleared it before coming out. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? If they had seen so many people before, they would have been scared to the point of trembling. Although they could fight, they really couldn't take on so many. Exactly, why act tough in front of us? It's ridiculous. Seeing these people was like seeing themselves from a few hours ago. TSK. The sycophant still wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by the water ability user, who wasn't willing to give up, complaining, "Boss, they are really unreasonable. You are an ability user and a precious water type at that. It's okay. I'll make them regret it." The water ability user, buoyed by the flattery, wore a proud expression. Did you hear? I am an ability user. Do you not know that the world has changed? Now it's the ability users who protect ordinary people and should be respected by them. The water ability user widened his eyes, not realizing how ignorant Luo Tian and the others were, not even knowing the power of ability users. Water ability user, so impressive. How much water can you generate in a day? Is it enough for all of us to drink? Have you killed any zombies? How many have you killed? Understanding his thoughts, Luo Tian felt a hint of wicked amusement and gave a perfunctory compliment before countering with a question. His words left the water ability user speechless, his expression turning somewhat awkward. The people behind him thought that he could only generate a little water, not enough for even 2 bottles of mineral water. Yet he acted so arrogantly, their expressions subtly changing as well. He touched his nose, noticed the expressions of others, and inwardly cursed. A sudden anger welled up in him. How could I possibly be that powerful just a few days into the apocalypse? He flushed with rage, rebutting loudly as if raising his voice could cover up the fact that he wasn't impressive at all. Thinking of Lengxi, who was also a water ability user, it seemed like she could attack endlessly or provide them with drinking water without limit. Luo Tian scoffed, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. After saying that, he pushed him aside. The light push sent the water ability user staggering, and Luo Tian stared at his own hand in surprise, realizing that his strength had indeed increased. You're just lucky having suitable weapons. If we had sharp knives too, killing zombies would be easy. The sycophant quickly came to his aid. The water ability user's eyes lit up instantly, nodding frantically with agreement. He's right, we just lack weapons. Now I've changed my mind. Hurry up and hand over your weapons, or don't blame me for being rude. Blocked repeatedly by Luo Tian's words. The water ability user's gaze turned cold. You all come at me. Whoever can snatch the knife from you will have priority on my water in the future. Although he couldn't generate much water, with some effort, he could gather enough for a few people to drink in a day. The dozens of people behind him immediately felt a sense of urgency and rushed towards Luo Tian and the others without hesitation. Luo Tian and his group were so arrogant because they were determined to rely on a strong ally, but seeing so many people charging at them made them somewhat nervous. Who cares? They dare to attack us. They don't see us as equals, so we can chop them down like zombies. As the small leader, Luo Tian couldn't let himself panic. He gritted his teeth and ordered. Hearing his words, the others wasted no time and raised their knives. Just a few days into the apocalypse, and they were already aiming their weapons at their own kind. About 10 people felt a bit sad inside, but they weren't foolish. They couldn't just wait to be robbed. Lengxi and her 2 companions were watching from not far away, with no intention of intervening, even leisurely commenting on who would win. Luo Tian and his 10 or so people had honed their skills and teamwork while chopping zombies, but they consumed a lot of energy, making it somewhat laborious to fight back. However, they hadn't been overpowered yet. seeing Yi Lengxi and her companions so leisurely. They seemed easy to bully, and a few men immediately changed targets and headed towards them. They were thin and small, thinking it would be easiest to deal with the delicate-looking Yi Lengxi and her companions, and they could take advantage of the situation. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, and their eyes sparkled at the sight of those beautiful faces. Such beauties were unimaginable before the apocalypse. These few people were really smart. Luo Tian almost laughed foolishly when he noticed their actions. The water ability user thought he was being praised and proudly raised his chin. Of course, you should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. If we control those 3 women, let's see how arrogant you can be. Suddenly, Luo Tian's group burst into laughter, a hint of pity in their eyes. It was foolish to target the strongest ones in their group. Forget it. No need to remind them. People always love to think with inertia and don't consider why these big men were not as clean as those women, genuinely believing they were taking care of them. Sure enough, as the approaching men reached out their greasy hands, before Yi Lengxi could even act, Yi Lengxi had already controlled the water shield and rewarded each of them with one. Chapter 25. A clean multimedia classroom. Don't thank me too much. Look at your dry lips. Let me have a drink, Yi Lengxi said with a smile, controlling the water ability user and extracting the air from the water shield. Without oxygen, those few people were like dying fish, clutching their necks and wildly rolling their eyes, the whites of their eyes unable to mask the fear in their gaze. After they danced on the brink of death, Yi Lengxi finally showed mercy and let them go. However, these few had already lost their fighting capacity and collapsed on the ground. Yu Jingluo took the initiative and pulled out ropes from her space to tie them up securely and toss them aside. Yi Lengxi felt a bit frustrated. Sister, your actions are too fast. I didn't even get to do anything before it was over. Leave the rest to you. Yi Lengxi gently patted her head, gesturing for her to look towards Luo Tian. Sure enough, they had a numerical advantage, and with their energy, Luo Tian's group was at a disadvantage. Having spent some time together and confirmed their loyalty, Yi Lengxi had some feelings for them, naturally unwilling to see them suffer losses here. Without needing Yi Lengxi to say anything further, she strode over towards Luo Tian. Seeing her approach, the 10 or so people struggling to hold on brightened their eyes. Sister Qing is here. The water ability users, lacking food, were not as strong as usual, but they also knew that without support, they might perish here. Fortunately, they still held some status in the hearts of the big sisters. A bunch of big men actually listened to 3 women. Luo Tian's group was indeed tough to deal with, and the water ability user believed in the strength of those few, so he hadn't looked that way. Hearing his words, his face showed mockery. As soon as the words were spoken, a blazing sphere of light struck him in the face with incredible speed. The ability user had a strong body, so he naturally wouldn't suffer any serious issues from the impact. Moreover, Yi Lengxi had controlled the force. This blow merely knocked him unconscious. The light sphere was manipulated by her to cause area damage, and those who got hit instinctively covered their eyes, while Luo Tian and the others quickly reacted, each one giving the others a hit. Knowing that these people wanted to be their underlings, they didn't go too hard on them, simply knocking them out. After Yi Lengxi joined the fight, it ended in just 3 minutes, and those 3 minutes were due to Luo Tian and the others lacking strength. Otherwise, it would have been over much sooner. Seeing that they had dealt with everyone, Yi Lengxi almost collapsed on the ground. Out of mercy, she let them go. Tie these people up, splash some water on them to wake them up, I'll handle the rest. Seeing Yi Lengxi's strength, those who had some ideas before were instantly deterred, but they were still determined to follow behind them. Yi Lengxi didn't mind. As long as these people didn't come in front of her, she was willing to let them take this small advantage. Okay. Soon there will be little brothers to help them share the hard work, keeping Luo Tian and the others excited, so they still had a bit of energy left. They followed Yi Lengxi's orders, tying up all those people. Then they carefully took the water bottles, splashing a little on each face. Watching the water slide down their faces, he felt a pang of heartache. What a waste. Seems like you're also being frugal. How about this? From now on, you'll be in charge of distributing food and water. You can ask Luo for it when the time comes. Yu Jingluo nodded in agreement. Yes, this will make it much easier for me. Before long, The group of water ability users woke up. Yi Lengxi had already checked earlier, besides the water users. They had several other ability users, but they hadn't had the courage to come out and kill zombies to level up in the early stages. So their abilities were particularly weak, compared to the water and fire users, who could be practical in life. The other ability users were not very important in the eyes of others. However, for her, the ability users who awakened in the early stages were truly amazing. Stronger than those who awakened later. Yi Lengxi was increasingly looking forward to the control abilities she would learn after her strength improved. Let's go. What are you doing? This is illegal. Previously fierce and aggressive. Now they found themselves in this situation and were talking about the law. Yi Lengxi found it very laughable. Luo Tian and the others wouldn't spare them a glance. These people were just adding to their workload. Otherwise, they could have rested well already. After shouting for a long time without anyone responding, the water ability users fell silent, and the others, understanding the situation, quietly complied, knowing they were scared. Oh, so you've learned to be sensible? Since you've come to us, there's no reason to let you go. Yi Lengxi looked at them with a smile. Lao Luo, hold him. Okay. Luo Tian quickly got up from the ground. Brothers, hurry and pull them. Yi Lengxi and her companions split into two groups. With Yi Lengxi leading the way, Yi Lengxi bringing up the rear with Yu Jingluo to avoid possible issues, while Luo Tian and the others pulled the group in the middle. Wow, so fast, so powerful. Her speed was incredible, and with her Tang Dao, she struck elegantly, severing several zombie heads with each cut. Luo Tian and the others split off some people who instinctively used their Tang Dao to pry off zombie heads and hearts in search of crystal cores. Yi Lengxi didn't mention it, but they had tacitly started stashing the crystal cores in their pockets from the very beginning, avoiding detection by others. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the multimedia classroom that Luo Tian had mentioned. Luo Tian took the initiative to ask, first floor or second floor? First floor, it'll be more convenient when we leave. After all, we don't have wood abilities. If we get blocked at the stairs, escaping won't be easy. Without wood abilities, the three of them could easily leave, but they were considering Luo Tian and the others. Okay. Luo Tian and the others understood and felt even more grateful. Taking out a bunch of keys from Yu Jingluo, he quickly found the right key for the empty multimedia classroom on the first floor and opened the door smoothly. Let us go in and arrange the desks and chairs to clear some space. Luo Tian had work to do in his eyes. He didn't need Yi Lengxi to instruct him. He knew what to do next. Yi Lengxi was increasingly satisfied with him. Nodding in agreement with his suggestion, you all tidy up the multimedia classroom. We'll be staying here for a few days. I'll clear out the zombies from the other multimedia classrooms on the first floor. She didn't want to make any noise, as there were zombies next door peeking in to see the commotion. Yi Lengxi looked at her eagerly. Sister, let me join you. Sure. Yu Jingluo raised her hand but quickly lowered it. I'll stay in a multimedia classroom to guard. I'm afraid Luo Tian and the others will get into trouble. Right. Sister Luo should stay and accompany us. With her here, it'll be much easier to clear out. Although they now had the ability to kill zombies, the current situation was clearly not good. If Yi Lengxi and her two companions weren't around, Luo Tian and the others still felt insecure. All right, let us arrange it like this for now. Don't forget those laborers. Make sure to use them efficiently. She could see that Luo Tian and the others were exhausted today. They were barely holding on, but they still had usable labor. As she said this, her gaze involuntarily fell on the people outside the window. She hoped they understood a bit and didn't overreach. Otherwise, she wouldn't be polite. Her gaze was subtle, but those who understood her somewhat could grasp the meaning. Yi Lengxi and the two exchanged glances and nodded silently. Xingqing, what are you thinking? I'm thinking of ways to level up faster so that we can safely find more of the first batch of awakened ones. You said before that these people are stronger than those who awaken later. Having powerful people like that in hand is perfect for being blades. If trustworthy, they can be companions. How can we fight alone? There are clearly better ways. Yi Lengxi was a bit touched. Don't rush, take it slow. They will pay the price for this. Okay. Yi Lengxi obediently leaned against her. The two sisters chatted as they walked quickly to the next multimedia classroom. There were people inside, and the door could be opened without keys, so they entered with their Tang Dao in hand. Upon sensing their presence, the zombies became extremely excited, howling at them. But before they could get close, their heads flew off. I don't want to mess with zombie heads anymore. I'll kill. You look for crystal cores. Yi Lengxi wasn't too tired, but she could tell that Yi Lengxi was holding on to accompany her, which made her feel heartache. So she assigned the easier task to her. The two sisters didn't speak, working together, finishing cleaning one classroom in about 10 minutes. The main reason was finding the crystal cores. Yi Lengxi cleared them out very quickly, taking little time. Let's go to the next one. Swift battle, swift resolution. Okay. Without Yi Lengxi's speed increased a bit. After all, her cultivation system was good, continuously providing her with methods that matched her recovery and consumption. So she only felt a bit of soreness in her hands, with no other issues. A multimedia classroom could be cleaned out in just a few minutes. Digging for crystal cores was indeed troublesome. Since the cores wouldn't burn, she finally decided to burn them. Sure enough, after this operation, the cleaning became faster, mainly because it was less disgusting. It seems that a fire-type member needs to be found for the team, as this would make it more eye-catching. Yi Lengxi quietly made up her mind. The people outside the multimedia classroom hadn't left. They had been lingering nearby, occasionally glancing inside. Without even looking, one could sense the intensity in their eyes. If it weren't for their formidable strength, they would have rushed in the moment they found this place. Not coming in now doesn't mean they don't want to. They must be looking for an opportunity. As the one with the strongest combat power among them, she was certainly very noticeable. Sure enough, Yi Lengxi felt several discreet gazes fixed on her. She pretended to be oblivious and walked in slowly. Yu Jingluo was also quite concerned. She took out a soft mat from her space and helped Yi Lengxi onto it. There was no need for this. She wasn't really weak, but their attitude made Yi Lengxi feel quite good, and her lips involuntarily curled up. I'm fine. While she was fighting outside, those people were also working hard to tidy up. At this moment, all the obstructive desks and chairs had been moved aside, and the place they were in was quite spacious. Luo Tian and the others were currently cooking, and the pots, bowls, and ingredients were all provided by Yi Lengxi before she re-entered the school. Hearing their conversation, Luo Tian took the opportunity to turn around and pledge loyalty. Yes, boss. This is our shared living space, and everyone needs to contribute. During this time, although they haven't completely rested well, there are many of them, taking turns to do such light work, which has somewhat restored their energy, unlike the lifelessness when they first arrived, especially after starting the fire. The aroma wafting from the pot made all fatigue disappear. Who would have thought they could eat something warm so quickly? It's not a big deal. You are all tired today, so I'll handle this little task. The whole team is becoming more in sync, with everyone having their own tasks and actively engaging in work. Yi Lengxi feels great to be in such a team. She plans to fish and eliminate any ill-intentioned individuals, but that doesn't mean she likes being spied on. Yi Lengxi, like Yu Jingluo, dislikes it, and when she catches Yi Lengxi's gaze, she happily takes out something from her space to block the window. Now it's good. They don't have to be watched like monkeys anymore. Those people really have no sense of boundaries. Not a single one is left. Do they really think they can gain something? How naive. Luo Tian chuckles. Those gazes are quite annoying. I feel there's something in their eyes. We should be cautious. The soundproofing in the multimedia classroom is excellent. As long as the noise isn't too loud, normal conversations inside can't be heard outside. After blocking the window, they couldn't read lips, and what they said was basically inaudible from outside. The ability users and evolved ones could hear clearly, but unfortunately, none of them were among this group. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. Yi Lengxi had already set up a soundproof barrier. They had hostility in their eyes, which we noticed long ago. Don't worry, just do your part, and we will handle the rest. I thought I could only play a supporting role, but seems my strength isn't bad. Saying this, Yu Jingluo felt quite confident. Time passed slowly, and the food in the pot emitted an enticing aroma, making their stomachs rumble. However, no matter how fragrant the food was, it couldn't mask the stench of the zombies they had killed. Every whiff made Yu Jingluo's expression sour. She wasn't picky, but they clearly had the conditions. She didn't want to shortchange herself. Let's set up a bathroom. Do you have enough water? I want to freshen up. Yu Jingluo said pitifully. The smell of zombies on her was too overwhelming. How could she eat later? You don't need to say. I'll arrange it. Since you brought it up, you can set it up, right? With the conditions, Yi Lengxi naturally wanted to enjoy it, and she accepted Yu Jingluo's proposal without hesitation. Yu Jingluo, who got her wish, smiled brightly. No problem, I'm very willing. She happily prepared to set it up, and Yi Lengxi came to help. The two of them worked well together, and in about 10 minutes, they had set everything up. Done. This looks much more comfortable. As expected of me, I'm really capable. Thinking about being able to make herself clean and tidy, the two women exchanged smiles. Sister Luo, do you have a large basin? I'll go ask my sister for water. It's a pity we don't have a fire user. We could take hot showers. The two sisters had similar thoughts. Yi Lengxi listened to their conversation from a distance, her lips curling up. In the future, finding one would make cooking much easier. Hey, my sister and I think alike. Hearing Yi Lengxi agree with her idea, Yi Lengxi was extremely happy, her little eyes gleaming with pride. Being able to take a shower made Yu Jingluo feel quite good, while others are still thinking about how to fill their stomachs and have enough water to drink. We're the only ones thinking about how to live comfortably. Isn't it normal for capable people to live comfortably? Yi Lengxi didn't think that was pretentious. Everyone wants to live well, but without the ability, they can only comfort themselves with being content. Go take a shower. The water is ready. Their lively appearance filled Yi Lengxi with motivation for life, and when her gaze fell on the two of them, it softened unconsciously. Sister Luo, you go first. I can hold on. She was a sensible child, and it was right to let her sister go first. Yu Jingluo had a great relationship with the two sisters, and she genuinely felt uncomfortable, so she didn't pretend. All right. In a good mood, she opened the bathroom door and exclaimed in surprise when she felt the water temperature. Wow. She, you're amazing. It's actually warm. I just used my ability, not very skilled yet. I remember you're about to get your period, and cold water isn't good. It can only be this temperature. Make do with it. She cared deeply about her. This is not just making do. This is fantastic. Yu Jingluo's little worries dissipated, leaving only pure joy. It felt great to be cared for. Even though Yi Lengxi couldn't see her expression, she could feel her happiness from her tone, making Yi Lengxi's mood exceptionally good. Don't worry about washing. If it's not enough, just call me, and I'll change the water for you. Okay. With so much water and the speed was fast, she definitely didn't look as tired as she appeared. Thinking about the group outside the multimedia classroom, Yu Jingluo understood. Yi Lengxi wasn't as carefree as Yu Jingluo. She pondered, Sister, how did you think of controlling the temperature? She looked at Yi Lengxi curiously. If she remembered correctly, her sister was an ordinary person in her previous life and shouldn't have been able to access this. Yi Lengxi didn't speak, just pointed her head, and Yi Lengxi suddenly realized, you're right, I need to think more and not limit myself to one point. As expected of her sister, she could always learn a lot from her. Knowing the current situation, Yu Jingluo didn't wash leisurely like before the apocalypse. She was quick and emerged refreshed in about 10 minutes. All right, it's your turn. After taking a shower, she felt very comfortable, and her previous anxiety was gone. Yi Lengxi looked at her with tenderness. Sister, you go first. I'm not in a hurry. I can hold on. You wash. Okay, before long. They had cleaned themselves up and felt fresh. Luo Tian and the others were extremely envious, but they knew their place and didn't dare to speak up, just watching eagerly. Yi Lengxi never shortchanges her people. Seeing them so sensible and not asking for anything, she waved them over. Come here. Boss, what do you need us for? I just want to ask if you want to take a shower. You're all dirty and a bit smelly. It's affecting your appetite. Luo Tian's face lit up with surprise. Shower. Of course, I need to wash. I don't even remember how long it's been since I last washed. The smell on me could probably be used as a chemical weapon. He never expected such a good thing would happen to them. It seems that after getting new little brothers, their status has indeed risen. His gaze involuntarily fell on the water ability users, his eyes sparkling. In the future, he must find more little brothers. That's the only way his status can rise higher and higher. Luo Tian was determined, and the others shared similar thoughts. The water ability users were stared at by Luo Tian with the eyes of a hungry wolf, terrified to the core, especially the water user, who felt especially ashamed. He thought he was quite powerful, the chosen one, but seeing Lengxi pour water so quickly and in such large amounts, he felt utterly frustrated. With someone so capable, why resist? It was better to obediently work and earn a meal. Thinking of this, he forced a flattering smile. Lengxi didn't care about their thoughts, anyway. If they dared to run, their legs would be broken. The men took showers quickly, just a few minutes each, with about 10 people taking turns. They actually took less time than Lengxi and her companions. Seeing them all clean and fresh after showering and changing into clean clothes, the water elemental abilities user no longer looked frustrated, but rather numb. When he looked at Lengxi, it was as if he was looking at a deity. When would he be able to be that powerful too? Chapter 28. Competition arising from differential treatment using abilities was a form of training. And Lengxi was not stingy with her output. After cleaning up all her people, seeing the water elemental abilities users looking dirty, Lengxi had an idea. You guys don't deserve the privilege of a shower. They're clear about this. After all, they are prisoners. So it's normal not to get a bath. But do they at least get something to eat? However, you are too dirty, and it makes me uncomfortable to look at you. Each person should have a basin of water to wash their face and clean themselves up a bit. Giving a stick to get a date can give these people a sense of belonging and make management easier. They're very good laborers. Hearing this, the water ability users' eyes lit up. They felt that Lengxi was beautiful and kind-hearted, and they unconsciously licked their lips, suggesting a little. Can we clean ourselves up and keep the water to drink? Hearing their former teammates say this, the water ability user felt a bit embarrassed. But he knew it was true that he was weak. There are always stronger people out there, and he respected Lengxi's strength. First, clean yourselves up. There will be water and food as long as you obey. Nowadays, money is no longer important. Only food and water can motivate people. Sure enough, once this was said, the water ability users had no thoughts of escaping. Why would they run away? It's hard to find a job that provides food and shelter at a time like this. Not only will they not run away, but they also need to hold onto this big, sturdy leg tightly. Thinking this way, the expression of the water system ability user gradually became strange, and when he looked at Luotian and the others, there was a hint of hostility. The others had followed him for some time, so they somewhat understood his meaning, and their expressions also became subtle. Once they had a plan, those who were originally dragging their feet became proactive, eagerly taking on any tasks. What else could Luotian and the others not understand? These people were here to vie for favor. What exhaustion is there now? Of course, there isn't any. The three of them, Lengxi included, are well aware of their little thoughts and won't remind them. Healthy competition can better promote the team's development, and they are very happy to see the situation. Once everything is done, it's time to eat. Those who were originally in subtle competition, upon hearing this, obediently stood aside, waiting for Lengxi's arrangements. Lao Luo distributed the food, telling them to eat their fill, while others just needed a small half bowl. All right then. Now Luotian and the others were happy. Their triumphant expressions openly displayed on their faces. If they had tails, it seemed like they would be wagging them. After flattering for a long time, they found that Lengxi did not acknowledge their efforts. The expressions of the water system ability users were somewhat unsightly, but given their current strength, they indeed couldn't defeat Luotian and his 10 or so people. Forget it. Having something warm to eat is good enough. They couldn't ask for too much. Mouse shouted with a big spoon. Come over to get bowls, one for each person, label with names, don't snatch. He was also doing very well, for example. The important task of distributing food fell to him, while Luotian was responsible for patrolling. Brother Hao, serve more. The brothers have worked hard today. Luotian's teammates greeted Mouse cheerfully. Mouse nodded, his temper good, agreeing. The boss said, our people should eat their fill, so you won't be left out. Ha! How important it is to have a good doc. Before today, I was worried about not having enough to eat. But now there's no need to worry about food and clothing. With about 10 people, they were dishing out food and chatting, their faces beaming with bright smiles. There was a glimmer in their eyes, a desire for a better future. To make it convenient, they were cooking in large pots. A total of 3 pots, one for rice, one for soup, and the other for a mixed dish. Meat made up a third of the food, with more items like black fungus and dried tofu. and surprisingly, the remaining portion was vegetables, which became the target for everyone to snatch. Fortunately, Mouse was fair, distributing some to everyone, even leaving a bit for the water system ability users, so they wouldn't fall out over this little food. Lengxi meant to prioritize Luo Tian's group, while the water system ability users could have whatever. But Mouse couldn't just give them only 1 or 2 bites of rice. After finishing distributing food for his own people, there was still a small half-pot left. Brothers, it's your turn now. Come quickly. Dividing this little bit among dozens of people, each person doesn't get much, but at least there's a small bowl each. It's been a long time since they've had hot meals. The water-based ability users devour their portions like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruits, finishing it in just a few bites. They're definitely hungry, but at least it comforts their empty stomachs, so they can only ladle more soup to fill themselves up. The soup is pork rib and kelp soup, with good ingredients at the bottom, but they understand what Lengxi means and only dare to scoop soup, at most taking a little kelp to eat. They don't dare to take any meat. Boss, tomorrow we will also work hard. Can we have the same amount as them? After this meal, they had gained an understanding of the strength of Lengxi and her companions, and genuinely wanted to follow her. Rubbing his belly, a big guy moved cautiously in front of Lengxi and asked, "Hey, there are really some sensible ones." Lengxi's appreciative gaze fell on him. "That's fine. We distribute according to labor. The more you work, the more you get. Then we will definitely work hard tomorrow and absolutely won't hold back. I want to eat well. As long as I can eat enough, I can do anything." The big guy grinned foolishly. "Okay, I listen to the boss." Lengxi had a good impression of someone like him who only knew how to work and had no ulterior motives. Guessing he hadn't eaten enough, she handed him a packet of cookies. The envious glances from others fell on him, their eyes particularly fixated on the cookies, which made the big guy quickly cover them. "These are from the boss. You can't take them." At this moment, Luo Tian also displayed the necessary authority of a little leader. You can't bully each other in the team. If you have the skills, earn the boss's favor and get rewards. Don't just stare at what others have. Right. Brother Luo is absolutely right. The big guy stood behind Luo Tian without hesitation. He was just a bit simple, but that didn't mean he lacked intelligence. It was clear who had a better future to follow. In the team of water ability users, there had always been disharmony, as the good things were hoarded by just a few people. Chapter 29. Various small groups, however, out of fear of violence, they all dared not say anything. Now that they saw Lengxi's team was so fair, how could they still have the thought of staying? Naturally, they ran away directly. Those who weren't foolish understood that it was hard to join Lengxi's small group, but it was possible to join Luo Tian's little team. After all, before the apocalypse, they had all interacted to some extent, and some were even subordinates to a few of them. "Brother Luo, what do you think we should do?" In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people gathered in front of him, eagerly looking at him, or rather, at the food in his bowl. Luo Tian said nothing. He looked at Lengxi, wanting to know her arrangements. "Boss, what do they say? I don't care about them. You can arrange it as you see fit." Lengxi planned to be a hands-off manager, so how could she handle everything herself? Naturally, she would leave such small matters to her subordinates. Luo Tian held his bowl in silence, and after a moment of thought, he understood Lengxi's meaning. "Boss, I understand. There are 13 of them in total, while the other side had over 30, nearly 40 people. It wouldn't work to just leave so many people unarranged. They didn't know the specific effects of the food Lengxi provided, but the smart Luo Tian could vaguely sense that the 10 or so people could be trusted. So he suddenly had an idea. "You guys go aside for now. We'll talk after we're full. We've been tired all day." Seeing him deep in thought, Heisey didn't hesitate to support him. Right, Brother Luo. You guys eat first. We'll come back to ask later." Yes. They were too excited and actually forgot such an important thing. It's really impolite to interrupt someone's meal. "We just hope Brother Luo has a big heart and one tea take it to heart." The 10 or so people who came over found a spot to huddle together. In a large multimedia classroom, the divisions were clear, forming 3 small groups. Lengxi and her 2 companions, Luo Tian and his 10 or so people, and the water ability users along with the 10 or so who had joined them. Luo Tian merely glanced at their positions, squatted down indifferently, and slowly ate. It had been a while since he had such a warm meal. He used to be a bit picky, but now he wished he could eat every grain of rice without wasting any, stuffing it all into his belly. Others were the same. Some ate until tears streamed down their faces as they thought of their loved ones far away in their hometown. But they didn't dare voice their opinions. They hadn't forgotten that they currently had no abilities and relied entirely on Lengxi and her companions for food, so they naturally wouldn't propose anything excessive. The smart ones had already made up their minds to perform well, hoping to mention it in front of Lengxi later, to see if she could change her mind and take their surviving family members with her when passing by their homes. After eating and drinking, aside from the pot used for steaming rice, the other two pots were greasy, and Luo Tian was somewhat reluctant to clean them. His frugal appearance amused Yu Jingluo, who was responsible for these chores. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The next meal will be just as sumptuous, of course, provided you all work hard. Hey. I may not have anything else, but I can still work hard. Luo Tian and his 10 or so people ate particularly well, even the water ability users. After mixing the soup, were about 60 to 70% full. Previously, with nothing to eat and insufficient water, their thoughts had naturally revolved around robbing others. Now that they were full and content, they could think about other matters like finding their family or how to escape from here. Meeting. Seeing Luo Tian directing the water ability users to clean up the bowls, Yu Jingluo tidied up and Lengxi decided to hold a small meeting. All right, Lengxi had few opportunities to take action, but everyone was clear about her strength. When she spoke, they immediately sat down beside her. Once everyone was present, she said, "Let me outline my rules." Lengxi was very satisfied with their swift movements, and when she looked at them, her expression was gentle. The first rule is, do not betray. The cost of betrayal is very high. It's not just being kicked out of the team, but saying goodbye to this miserable world. As she spoke, a chilling smile appeared on her face. Luo Tian and his 10 or so people did not intend to betray and felt little fluctuation in their hearts. However, the water ability users were scared and quickly suppressed their little thoughts. Ha, boss, you're joking. How could we betray you? Right, with food and drink. No one is happier than us. They spoke while looking at the neat and tidy appearance of Luo Tian and his group, their eyes filled with envy. All right, the next rule is that I do not keep useless people. You big guys, how much can you eat? You know in your hearts. If you just eat and drink for free, do you think that is possible? Originally, she only planned to take a few little brothers to run errands, but unexpectedly, in just one day, so many had joined, especially since they were mostly men who ate a lot. It would be great to have a few lovely and soft girls instead. They're pleasing to the eye, and girls can get along better. Luo Tian noticed Lengxi's disdain for them and quickly guaranteed, "Boss, you don't need to worry. We will definitely do our jobs well. We will also work hard to kill zombies and strive to be useful people. Right, as long as there is food and drink, it's fine. I can work even if I'm not full." Afraid of being disliked by Lengxi, they all desperately showcased their abilities. Lengxi remained silent, signaling Luo Tian and them to take down the information of these people. This trust made Luo Tian and his group very happy and even more determined to do every task Lengxi arranged. All right, those are the only two rules. For anything else, ask old Luo. After Lengxi had given her instructions, she couldn't wait to enter the space to cultivate, as her desire for strength was growing. Lengxi arranged a tent for each of them, while Luo Tian and his 10 or so people shared 3-1.5-meter mattresses and a few sets of quilts and pillows. The others, including Yu Jingluo, casually threw out a few straw mats for them to lay down as they wished, not leaving a single blanket. Despite this differential treatment, the water ability users did not feel dissatisfied. Instead, they were even more motivated to work hard and improve their quality of life. A small meeting was held, with the people still gathered. It was convenient for Luo Tian to announce the upcoming matters. Luo Tian was not one to indulge his temper, and the chef, the rat, was even less polite. "Are you saying you don't want to eat tomorrow?" Chapter 30. The water ability user's concerns. No, that's not what I meant. The water ability user was suddenly put in a tight spot and sat down awkwardly. Others looked at his state and found it somewhat funny, but they managed to hold back their laughter. Stop with the nonsense. If you have any objections to me being your big brother, just feedback to the boss. As long as she agrees, I can do whatever I want. Upon hearing that Luo Tian was appointed by Lengxi, Those with ulterior motives had to snuff out their flames, obediently, sitting down one by one, confirming that they wouldn't cause any more trouble. Luo Tan finally spoke. You joined later and plan to seize from us. The only reason you're not causing trouble now is that you can't win. Simply put, we don't trust you. However, letting you go is absolutely impossible. People must atone for the wrongs they commit. Work hard, and having food and lodging isn't a loss. Anyone wanting to interject was met with the rat's unwavering gaze, not daring to speak, and could only listen with a sense of hopelessness. As if listening to the principal's speech, I plan to break up your original team and integrate you into our small teams. Luo Tian understood their intentions. The earlier remarks were merely a prelude, and the latter part was the crux. The eyes of the water ability user brightened instantly. He knew this meant dividing into small teams, and he felt that with his strength, he should be able to become a small team leader. After all, although he couldn't produce much water, his enhanced body was still significantly stronger than an ordinary person's, more than enough to be a small team leader. However, the other ability users in his team did not speak up. They knew that becoming a team leader was not in the cards for them. As expected, Luo Tian's words felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the enthusiasm of the water ability user and shattering his dreams. He said, we will temporarily divide into 13 small teams, with each of us leading 3 of you, and the extra 2 will be with me. Why? They are all ordinary people. Do they know how to maximize our abilities? The water ability user was particularly unconvinced. While others could only raise a bit of dust or a small flame, his water could now roughly form 2 mineral water bottles. Such strength cannot compare to the boss, but it is more than enough compared to others. How can you not become a team leader? Did you come here without using your brain? Or are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? I said we don't trust you, understand? Luo Tian has seen many people with such a high opinion of themselves. The people in his team were also one of those at the beginning. Look, after being dealt with by the boss, they have become more honest, right? When you can earn the boss's trust, or when you can flexibly use your so-called abilities, then you can become the team leader, and no one should have any objections. Luo Tian's original teammates were somewhat surprised by his arrangement. They didn't expect him to be willing to disperse power. Lao Luo, this is not appropriate. 1 person leads 3. What if they rebel? It would be a bit difficult to deal with. Ra was not keen on power and was even less interested in managing people. As soon as he heard he had to lead 3 burdens, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Aside from a few strong individuals, the others didn't want to take on extra burdens, so they all expressed their opinions. Luo Tian was also open to feedback, and after some thought, he felt it was not very safe, so he redivided the groups. I'll team up with Rat, and Dolly and Xiao Gao. You 2 lead 5 in the second team. Okay, sure. Dolly and Xiao Gao were the ones who wanted to be team leaders before. One had extraordinary strength, while the other was particularly clever. With the 2 of them together, managing over 10 people would not be a problem. All right, that's how we'll divide for now. Dolly Xiao Gao. If you can't manage, see if there's anyone suitable to promote to help you. After not having to manage so many people, a relaxed smile appeared on Luo Tian's face, and his tone was much lighter. Brother Luo, don't worry, we know what to do. Dolly was extremely happy, Xiao Gao. You manage the second team as the captain, and I'll be the vice captain to intimidate. Sure, as long as you don't mind, I'm fine with managing you. Xiao Gao didn't expect Dolly to be willing to give up the captain position. Initially, thinking of Dolly as strength, he planned to settle for being a vice captain and act as a military advisor, but he didn't expect Dolly to directly hand over the management to him. What is there to be unhappy about? Your brain works so well, you definitely won't do anything disadvantageous. I'm strong, but I know nothing about management. Dolly scratched his head, showing a simple smile, fully acknowledging Xiao Gao's cleverness. Seeing them get along so harmoniously, Luo Tian was also very happy. With the captain's issue resolved, the next step was to distribute the team members. To avoid problems with cooperation later, Luo Tian's idea was to let them choose for themselves. He shared his thoughts with the other 3, and everyone agreed. Xiao Gao was the smartest and could also read people's hearts. So Luo Tian assigned him the task of distributing people, with Rat and Dolly complimenting each other in a literary and martial way. Xiao Gao was very happy with such trust and assured that he would do very well. Leave it to me. After discussing for a while, a few people moved from the small corner to the meeting place. This time, Xiao Gao stood at the front. We will divide into 2 teams. Team 1 and Team 2. Those who want to join Team 1 stand next to Lao Luo, and those who want to join my team stand on this side. Each team will recruit 15 to 19 people. While speaking, Xiao Gao paid attention to their expressions. He knew exactly what these people were thinking without needing to guess. The treatment for both teams would be the same, distributed according to labor, so there was no need for you to consider too much. Of course, to be fair, I will give you 10 minutes to think it over. The big guy stepped forward without hesitation. Do I even need to say it? I will definitely follow Brother Luo. With him taking the lead, the others didn't have much time to hesitate and stood behind Luo Tian. Upon closer inspection, these people were precisely the original 10 or so. There were already quite a few people on Luo Tian's side. Aside from his original 5 teammates and a deputy captain Dali, no one else had come over. Xiao Gao wasn't in a hurry. He calmly observed these people, silently noting their calculations, and exchanged glances with Luo Tian. As time passed, both sides gradually reached 15 people, leaving 8 people still on the spot. Don't you want to choose? Xiao Gao adjusted his glasses and asked with a smile, Are you dissatisfied with us for being your leaders? As soon as he finished speaking, Dali flexed his arm, showcasing his strong shoulders. Want to fight? No. Among the 8 people left were the water ability users, but not the other ability users. Upon hearing Xiao Gao's sharp words and seeing his penetrating gaze, the water ability user's eyes flickered with unease. Chapter 31. Sparring? What do you mean by this? Want to form Team 3? Xiao Gao's smile remained. But his question made the water ability users feel guilty, their heads nearly drooping to the ground. Oh, it seems that's indeed the case. Xiao Gao laughed, Dali. They want to spar with you. Dali clasped his fists, excitement in his eyes. Then let us have a good match. I want to see how powerful ability users are, so I can learn. Brother Gao, we also want to spar. We want to know how strong these ability users are. The original teammates became excited one by one. After a good meal, they had plenty of energy to give these disobedient new members a lesson. Xiao Gao casually asked Luo Tian, Lao Luo, what do you think? Should we go by our rules? Or let them form 3 teams? Changing established rules arbitrarily would show that we don't regard our leader. And how could we accommodate those who disobey? No wonder Xiao Gao specifically mentioned that each team should recruit 15 to 19 people. The intention was clear. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Go! Equality in status brings fairness. They're already prisoners, so why bother with so many rules? Xiao Gao unhesitatingly called for everyone to join in. The 8 water ability users were stunned. They hadn't expected Xiao Gao to break the norm. It was not the one-on-one fight they had imagined, but a group brawl. Aside from Luo Tian's original crew, even the newly joined ones, who had been on their side before, now joined the fray. However, within just 10 minutes, the 8 of them lay on the ground like dead fish, bruised and battered. Xiao Gao looked down at them. Understand the rules now? Igrigalles understood. Lao Luo, let's discuss something. I'll take a few of these good seedlings and manage these unruly ones. What do you think? Luo Tian was naturally delighted. You take this mess. I'm grateful enough. How could I have any objections? All right, we'll split like this. The specifics can be discussed tomorrow. Since everyone here was a troublemaker, Luo Tian and his group went to rest, while Xiao Gao did not. He pulled Dali aside to lecture the unruly ones again. I was wrong. I definitely won't have any other thoughts next time. The water ability user was nearly in tears. His recovery speed was faster than others, but like this, it would definitely be difficult tomorrow, especially in front of the boss. He regretted not being more obedient and following the arrangements. Xiao Gao's smile seemed to be etched on his face, unchanged throughout. It's okay. I just like dealing with headstrong people like you. This terrible apocalypse is so boring. During the day, one has to deal with those ugly creatures that cannot communicate. And if there is no entertainment at night, it would drive one crazy. You're all just great. It was unclear whether he was speaking the truth or not, but it sounded particularly frightening, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Seeing that they were genuinely scared and should not cause trouble in the short term, Xiao Gao temporarily let them off. He was a smart person. After just one day of interaction, he had thoroughly grasped Yi Lengxi's personality. As long as they didn't affect tomorrow's schedule, he could toy with them however he wanted. All right, go rest. The The boss's arrangements haven't come down yet. Xiao Gao looked at their terrified faces with satisfaction and then left with his teammates. After they left, the other 7 began to blame the water ability user. Look what idea you came up with. Hey, now it's my fault? I don't remember who said this method would definitely work, and if it succeeded, I would be the captain. The other party was annoyed by his words, their expressions turning particularly ugly. You want to be the leader with no ability? With just that little bit of water, if we all let it out, it would be more than what you let out. Huh? Yes, just that little bit, yet you want to be the boss. The water ability user, stimulated by Lengxi, had already realized his inadequacies, but he didn't want to be mocked by others and became furious. So impressive, and you still drink my water. While speaking, he unhesitatingly punched the person in the face. Earlier, without any ability to resist, he let it be, but now he had accumulated quite a bit of strength. And he vented it all on this loudmouth guy. The water ability user wasn't incapable of fighting Xiao Gao and the others. The key was that he didn't dare to act. After all, they were Lengxi's people. But these people, he had no intention of enduring. His attack was sudden, and his strength was inherently greater than that of the other person. Even if they reacted, that person still took quite a few hits. Seeing the water ability user's fierce look, the ones who had just mocked him hurriedly covered their mouths and stepped aside. After giving the person a beating and releasing the pent-up frustration, the water ability user sat down on the side. You're a waste that only bullies in your own nest. Do you think I'm that easy to bully? He was indeed protected by others, but that didn't mean he had no abilities. Being an ability user was something to be proud of. The 7 beaten people were now honest. They huddled together like quails, not even daring to tend to their wounds, mainly because there was nothing to treat them with. Their gazes occasionally fell towards Lengxi and her group, but the tent blocked all their views, and they could see nothing. On Luo Tian's side, having just offended them, it wasn't appropriate to disturb them. For a moment, they felt both regret and resentment towards the one who had proposed the idea. It seems like we have been isolated. Someone whispered, their tone full of frustration. You guys won't blame me, right? This idea was agreed upon by everyone. The person who was hit the hardest collapsed to the ground and simply didn't get up, lying there in a state of defeat. Just as it seemed they were about to argue again, a rather rational person spoke up. Don't think about those irrelevant things. Right now, we need to figure out how to cheer up the boss and get our treatment to be the same as everyone else's. Because of this wrong decision, their current status was the lowest in this team of dozens. The words spoken by Lengxi were remembered by everyone, and they were very clear that effort and reward were proportional. This meant that if they wanted to eat well tomorrow, they had to work hard. But in their current state, let alone working, even moving a little was painful. There was nothing more to think about. The boss probably hoped they would work more, so they might as well wash up and sleep. However, those who were physically and mentally exhausted were already uninterested in such matters. The pain in their bodies reminded them of how terrible it was to make a wrong decision, and no one dared to act recklessly. Without anyone to support them, and with no benefits to speak of, this small group quickly dispersed. Chapter 32. The intruder today was tiring, and it was also the first time they had formed a team. Many things had not been considered, so no one kept watch that night. Of course, Lengxi was aware of this, but she deliberately did not mention it. Sometimes, if things are explained clearly, the other party might not care. They need to experience it personally to understand the importance of the matter. Thus, Lengxi planned to teach them a lesson, making them realize that one must always be vigilant in the apocalypse. In the space, Lengxi was attempting to refine medicine, whether it was due to her talent. She wasn't sure, but after a few failures, she successfully produced low-level medicinal powders. This was quite good, after all. Traditional Chinese medicine could also produce such forms through special methods. Although it did not take the form of pills, Lengxi didn't mind at all. Instead, she was very happy because the efficacy was quite similar. Kai Dao, as Lengxi's only weapon and teacher of the moment, watched her closely no matter what she did. Seeing her talent so remarkable, he felt very gratified. Take a break. Excess can be detrimental. You're clever. Refining medicine and tools can indeed help improve mental strength. Kai Dao had always been strict with her, fearing she would become arrogant, so hearing praise was rare, which also put Lengxi in a good mood. After all, it was written in novels. You guys have quite a talent for writing. Many things are particularly useful, much better than our love-stricken writings. Kai Dao looked curious. Could those authors be ascended beings? Otherwise, how could they predict the future so well? Don't worry, I'm watching. I've lived for so many years. Although my strength has diminished a lot now, such simple matters are completely effortless. Look at what you're saying. Do you not trust me? You really are just an untalented human, yet you're so attentive to them. Kai Dao looked down on the people around Luo Tian. If it weren't for the fact that the loyalty pill wasn't precious to him, and that Lengxi had no one else to use right now, he certainly wouldn't have suggested she take these people in. However, Lengxi strongly disagreed with him. What you said isn't right. There are indeed geniuses in this world, but more ordinary people. They may not have talent, but they can work hard. They may not compare to the favored ones, but they can still carve out their own space. Of course, an important reason is that which sect or family doesn't have servant disciples, which doesn't have outer disciples. Just treat them as servant disciples and outer disciples. That makes sense. In the past, the masters gathered around were all geniuses, and it was rare to see untalented, ordinary people. But with Lengxi's reminder, he immediately realized the current situation. Indeed, there was no need to be too picky. He understood Lengxi's point. This was indeed the best approach. Kai Dao stopped speaking. After organizing everything, Lengxi wasted no time and began to meditate and cultivate. Her diligent appearance completely dispelled Kai Dao's slight frustration. As soon as he finished speaking, Lengxi immediately exited her meditative state, withdrawing her consciousness from the space. She knew that those guarding outside could no longer hold back and had finally taken action. Just in time, she had been waiting for quite a while. She opened her eyes, extending her mental strength outward to clearly understand the situation outside. However, she did not intend to go out. She wanted to see how these people would handle it, so she calmly sat inside. Outside the tent, in the multimedia classroom, the group that had been gathered outside during the day came in, all familiar faces. However, they no longer wore smiles as before, but instead had looks of anger on their faces. How could you be so malicious? It's so spacious here. Letting us in won't kill you. Luckily, we also have ability users. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out this time. Bringing us here and then ignoring us, you really have a malicious intent. The good show had just begun, but it was particularly exciting right from the start. It had been a long time since Lengxi had seen such an interesting situation, and she listened with great interest. Besides her, Lengxi had also come out, with Luo Tian and the others standing behind them, watching these uninvited guests vigilantly. Lengxi did not go out. With Lengxi in the lead, the others naturally followed her orders. As they heard the voices growing louder, Lengxi looked at the tent with concern, her tone extremely displeased. It's not like we called you over. You took advantage, and now you want to complain? After such a long period of training, she had already regained her strength and had no problem dealing with these people. However, she was not alone. Since they had no problem, she certainly had no issues either. Sister Luo, my sister says not to be polite to unexpected guests like this, or else their arrogance will flare up, and they will only become more insatiable. Lengxiang had never said such words, but Lengxi understood this principle from her sister's way of handling things. Besides being disturbed in the middle of the night, what good mood could one possibly have? Disturbing her beauty sleep was unforgivable. Lengxi was worried that she might misunderstand, but in the past few days at school, she had already seen all kinds of darkness and naturally would not be soft-hearted. Her words were exactly what Lengxiang wanted to hear, causing the corners of her mouth to curl up. She was certain that they were on the same side. Seeing her sister being able to handle things on her own in the tent, Lengxiang felt particularly gratified. It seemed that in the future, she would really have the luxury of slacking off. She still didn't go out. She wanted them to experience things on their own, and when they were unable to resolve the situation, she would step in. As it stood, she didn't need to intervene at all. There were so many of them against just a few dozen opponents, and those opponents were all injured, yet they were still so arrogant. The expressions of the newcomers were quite grim. A gold-based ability user stepped forward. Be smart and get out. Leave the food behind. We have occupied this multimedia classroom. Yes, drive them out. Who told them to be so heartless? They should experience a bit of fear outside. As soon as these words were spoken, The people on the side of the newcomers couldn't help but agree. Thinking of food, their mouths were almost watering. Today, they had smelled the delicious aroma of food from inside, and if it weren't for some rational individuals holding them back, they would have rushed in already. Chapter 33. This is a witch. After enduring for so long, they were finally able to eat their fill, but unfortunately, these people must have wasted quite a bit of food. Just thinking about it was frustrating. Good heavens, with such a matter-of-fact demeanor. Their thick-skinnedness could probably be used as a city wall. The water element abilities users never expected that there would be someone even more shameless than them. Now that they were part of Lengxi's side, they naturally had to unite against a common enemy. So regardless of any previous conflicts, they stood together at this moment. Lengxi was a bit displeased. What is the use of all this talk? Are we going to fight or not? Since you came to seize territory, let's settle it with strength. Yu Jingluo took out her tang knife and distributed weapons to the others. These tang knives were all given to her by Lengxi, and there were quite a few. Originally, she only intended to give them to Luo Tian and the others. However, after some thought, she decided that the 38 water ability users should each have one. Compared to the brand new tang knives, the ones in the hands of Lengxi and the others, stained with zombie blood and flesh, were far more intimidating, especially since many had witnessed the fierce determination with which Luo Tian and his team killed zombies. They instinctively took a few steps back. As they retreated, the originally overwhelming atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and some people became a bit timid, secretly pulling away and wanting to run. Yu Jing, with her sharp eyes, stopped them. What are you running for? We're all here. Let's have some fun together. She held her tang knife horizontally in front of them, her face adorned with a bright smile. The swift movement and the foul-smelling knife made them tense up. Sorry. You school beauty, we just came to join the fun. We really didn't mean to rob you. Yes, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to come out to look for food. How could we repay kindness with enmity? We're all good students. We wouldn't do such bad things. The people who are trying to escape are sincerely admitting their mistakes, but the flattering smiles on their faces are quite disgusting to see. Yu Jingluo still smiles sweetly. Oh, is that so? Of course, but I don't believe it. Even if you don't have any intentions to act, you still harbor the thought of taking advantage. Since your intentions are not good, then you shouldn't leave. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass at the roots, it will grow back when the spring breeze blows. People like you, who lack morality, will definitely get a knife in their backs when the opportunity arises. Moreover, I absolutely detest fence-sitters. Her words are fierce, but living in a peaceful era, she wouldn't dare to even kill a chicken, let alone a person. Lengxi can understand this mindset. She has been through it herself, from feeling helpless at first to now being unfazed. In the apocalypse, it's better to be a little selfish. These people deserve to die. Who told them to have greedy thoughts? This multimedia building has many classrooms. Without mentioning the upper floors, her sister has already cleaned up the first floor. If they're determined, they can easily find a room, clear out the zombies inside, and take a rest. With so many of them, as long as they unite and cooperate, dealing with the staggering zombies should be a piece of cake, right? It is obvious that Yu Jingluo thought the same, so her gaze was very cold as she looked at them. Lengxi was much more direct, quickly reaching her side and decapitating those few people. Blood sprayed onto her, but she did not dodge or flinch. A brilliant smile on her face. Evil breeds in the apocalypse, and it should be stopped with killing. These people originally intended to rob, and they never thought about killing. Seeing Lengxi's actions scared them to death, especially her beautiful face stained with blood, which was even more terrifying. Did you kill someone? The leader, a gold-type ability user whose legs felt weak, had just awakened his powers not long ago and had only just mastered them. He didn't understand how to use them specifically. The only thing he could do was to condense them into the shape of a key to open the multimedia classroom. He had thoughts of seizing food and even wanted to take the school beauties, including Lengxi, for himself, but he didn't have the guts to kill. Are you even human? In such a dangerous situation, instead of working hard, you think about taking from your kind. Is that what it means to be human? As Lengxi spoke, she swung her knife decisively without blinking, and several lives were taken in her hands. Such a bloodthirsty demeanor not only frightened those people, but also made Luo Tan and the others tremble, feeling extremely lucky that they hadn't had bad intentions from the start. Otherwise, their fate would definitely not be better than this. Run. They are demons, killing without blinking. Shocked by Yi Lengxi's actions, they no longer thought about robbing food. Each one covered their heads and fled, wanting only to escape. However, aside from the main door, all other exits have been blocked. After Luo Tian and the others blocked the doorway, there was nowhere left to run. Some who thought they were strong picked up chairs as weapons, wanting to fight back. The rest huddled in corners, some with poor mental fortitude, even wetting themselves. Yi Lengxi was a multi-type ability user, her physique stronger than that of ordinary ability users and evolved beings, and she specialized in offense. Holding a tang knife in her hand, she completely disregarded their counterattacks. With a light slash, the chair was split in two and fell to the ground. In the end, no one dared to resist. They all knelt on the ground, crying and begging. "We're sorry. We were wrong. Please spare us." The entire multimedia classroom was filled with pleas for mercy, all saying similar things, which made her roll her eyes in annoyance. What do these people think? Would she be unclear about it? If they make a mistake and can't resolve it, then they just keep apologizing and begging for forgiveness. But next time, when such an opportunity arises, they will definitely not miss it. What they say is truly pitiful and easily evokes sympathy, but those people do not include Yi Lengxi and Luo Tian. The newly added water system ability, users see their attitude and are all the same. They don't dare to say anything about forgiveness or letting them go, because they are very clear that if it weren't for Yi Lengxi and the others, encountering these people would definitely lead to a big loss or even injury. This is the apocalypse, and medicine is extremely precious. Being injured is tantamount to death. Simply put, although these people did not directly take action, their subconscious desire is for them to die, even though not long ago they were still loving classmates. Thinking this way, the little sympathy in their hearts completely vanished. How to deal with them? They certainly cannot be left behind. Luo Tian has always been the calmest one. Because of previous connections with Yujing Luo and the others, he has always been on their side. With so many people occupying much of the multimedia classroom, Luo Tian and the others know that Yujing Luo has a space. But they still prioritize their own interests. Xiao Gao habitually adjusted his glasses, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. Changing places overnight. Kill them. Not a single one can be left. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the only way to deter them. If we let them go, everyone will follow suit. Because they fail to rob us, they might instead stay as lackeys and still get a full meal, and many people would likely imitate this. People are very pragmatic. Once their own interests are involved, they think about how much less food there will be if these people join. The water ability users also began to speak up. Captain Gao was absolutely right. They cannot be left behind. If it weren't for someone from our side getting up to use the bathroom tonight, we would have already fallen victim to their ambush. Yi Lengxi silently listened in the tent and only realized here why her side had suffered no losses. It turned out to be luck, and those people were just unfortunate. Indeed, we worked hard during the day to clear out zombies, and these people benefited from us but repaid our kindness with a sneak attack at night. Their hearts are utterly black. Yi Lengxi listened carefully and found that most people chose to kill these individuals, with only a few hesitant and silent. She suddenly made a decision. Since that's the case, I'll listen to you. Not a single one of these people can be left alive. However, I won't take action next. At the very least, each of you must kill one. This is one of the things we must learn in the apocalypse. Also, I just killed someone here, and the smell of blood is particularly strong, which can easily attract zombies. We shouldn't stay here long. We need to change places. Luo Tian nodded. Okay, after all, we need to adapt in the future. I have no problem with it. You shouldn't have too much psychological burden. This is a world where people eat each other, and many of the old rules are no longer applicable. Xiao Gao had been observing the expressions of others and seeing their hesitation and reluctance. He couldn't help but speak up. Yi Lengxi did not urge them, but gave them enough time to think. It only took a few minutes, and the others quickly made their choices. All right, blood must be shed. They reached a consensus. Each person took one, and the rest would be handled by Luo Tian and the others. Yi Lengxi did not intervene further and silently focused her gaze on Yi Lengxi's tent. At first, she truly didn't know. She only thought about not disturbing her sister, But later she realized that her sister was so vigilant. How could there be such a commotion outside without any reaction from her? She must be testing her inside, and she can't let her sister down. It wasn't their fault. Why should she play the saint for the sake of others' words? Isn't that ridiculous? Now that she has handled it well, shouldn't her sister come out? As if understanding her thoughts, Lengxi slowly lifted the tent flap and smiled gently at her. You did very well, decisive in your killings. Lengxi's heart finally settled. She showed an obedient smile. I won't let anyone disturb you, sister. We should change places now. Good. Without her presence, Lengxi could clearly take care of herself well, which made Lengxi feel very relieved. The others, who were somewhat tense, had been paying attention to the situation on Lengxi's side. After realizing that Lengxi approved of their actions, the slight tension and unease in their hearts inexplicably disappeared. They did nothing wrong by killing. It was these people who came to disturb them. Otherwise, after a whole day of hard work, this moment should be a good time to rest. This won't do. They were originally trying to reduce the number of lost soldiers, so how could they add members to it themselves? Their movements are quick. They take their weapons and stay close. We're changing locations. To her surprise, most of these people had expressions of reluctance on their faces, yet none of them spoke up to plead for these invaders. In fact, when they saw her, they acted without hesitation. They are potential talents. In the apocalypse, kill the saintly first. In the apocalypse, kindness is like a joke, especially kindness without capability, which only brings trouble to oneself and those around them. Lengxi does not want to add trouble for herself and those around her. She will eliminate any unfavorable factors in advance, because some people simply should not be saved. They are not worth it. If it weren't for them, how comfortable it would be to sleep in a clean and tidy multimedia classroom. It's midnight now, still dark outside. After the red rain, they haven't seen the moonlight again. Because of these invaders, they have to leave overnight. Thinking of this, the slight discomfort in her heart dissipated a lot. The latecomers, holding their weapons, also wore expressions of complaint. Obviously, the boss had cleared out several rooms next door. So why are they targeting us? They deserve to die. If we let them survive and grow stronger, they might harm many people. This time we were lucky to discover them in advance, and we have strong power. Otherwise, we would have suffered long ago. These words are unsure whether to comfort oneself or to explain to others. After the first kill, everyone's emotions were somewhat off, and these words provided some solace, slowly stabilizing their feelings. Their gazes involuntarily fell on Lengxi, the dim light barely illuminating her expression. It was calm, yet it settled their restless hearts. The boss is so capable. As long as she thinks this is the right thing to do, then there's no need for them to panic. There wasn't much to clean up, and with Jingluo, a space ability user, leaving was quite convenient. At least they didn't have to carry a bunch of bags that would slow them down. Lengxi led the way, followed by Jingluo. Then Luo Tian and the others, with Lengxi bringing up the rear. The small desk lamp had been put away, and the entire multimedia classroom was plunged into darkness. Whether it was because they couldn't see anything in the dark, their other senses heightened, or the overwhelming stench of blood, it was strong enough to make them feel nauseous. Their confused minds began to calm a little when they touched the cold tang knife. They didn't know what the future would hold, but at this moment, they felt no fear. The only thought was to find a place to rest. Knowing that these people had no night vision capabilities and worried about what might emerge from the darkness, Jingluo handed each of them a glow stick. Using the faint light, they huddled together and slowly moved forward, not knowing where the resting place was, which ultimately didn't require their consideration. It was too quiet. All they could hear was the sound of zombies, and I felt a bit scared. Someone whispered, tugging at the sleeve of the person next to him, leaning toward him. "Look at you, so timid." The person being tugged at laughed, but halfway through, his expression suddenly became serious. "Boss, it seems something is coming." Chapter 35. Cooperation. I heard it. Your hearing seems quite good. Everyone was walking quietly, and only those two were talking, so Lengxi could hear them clearly. The zombies were drawn by the scent of blood carried by the wind, and there were quite a few of them. Therefore, since they left the multimedia classroom, she had been using her mental power to observe the surroundings, so she had already noticed. But Lengxi didn't expect that this person could discover it just like her. Being praised by the boss was a cause for joy, and the person scratched the back of his head, smiling somewhat foolishly. I've always had good hearing since I was young. Then can you take a few fast ones as scouts? Lengxi was quite good at maximizing the abilities of her teammates and discovering their strengths, so she assigned tasks without hesitation. Being reused was a happy thing. And how could that person refuse? Naturally, he patted his chest and assured, "No problem, I will definitely detect danger at the first moment to keep our team safe." He had joined later and was originally thinking of doing something to earn Lengxi's favor for reuse, but unexpectedly, on such an ordinary night, he was directly noticed. "All right, everyone stop talking. Listen to me, we'll go around this way. Your current state is not suitable for combat." In the darkness, the zombies were stronger than during the day. The silence made their sense of smell and hearing even more sensitive. These people have more or less developed the idea of taking action, and Luo Tian and the others have even gained a sense of combat awareness and teamwork ability. However, they have not yet learned night vision, which puts them at a disadvantage in battle. Lengxi hopes that there are no useless members in her team and that everyone can fight, wanting to make them stronger as soon as possible, but she doesn't intend to send them to their deaths. Upon hearing Lengxi's words, they stopped talking and followed Lengxi quietly with their heads down. Lengxi has a mental ability, and her ability leans towards exploration, allowing her to foresee the situation ahead and lead them safely around obstacles. As soon as Lengxi finished speaking, Lengxi had already identified a route and was leading them forward. The zombies on this road had already been cleared out during the day, but after some time, quite a few had wandered back, especially since the direction they chose now was completely different from the path opened during the day. There were even more zombies. Lengxi and Luo calmly led the way, while Luo Tian and the others could only see the situation ahead in the dim light. And this feeling of helplessness made them feel ashamed. We can't always rely on 3 women for protection. It would be embarrassing to admit that. Luo Tian had already sensed the power within him and wanted to take this opportunity to break through. Lao Luo was right. Having night vision abilities in this world isn't that difficult. We need to adapt and absolutely cannot hold back. Xiao Gao stood beside him and calmly said, "I think I can sense their positions." Xiao Gao felt that he might have already awakened his abilities, but had just been unaware and unable to use them. However, today he had vaguely grasped the threshold. He shared the same thought as Luo Tian, wanting to use this opportunity to break through himself. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. "Then tell me the approximate location, and I'll cooperate with you." The glow stick's light was too weak to see much, but the zombies wouldn't only come towards the light. They were everywhere. "Okay." After saying this, Xiao Gao closed his eyes. "There's a zombie on your left, about 4 meters away, and another on your right, about 2 meters away." Luo Tian trusted him greatly. After Xiao Gao finished speaking, it took him only a second to make a judgment. The zombie's speed wasn't fast now, and with the night aiding them, it only increased slightly. Calculating its speed in his mind, based on his predictions of its height and build from today's encounters, and the faint light from the glow stick, he decisively struck at the zombie on the right. Then, he slowly swung his cleaver toward the zombie on the left. Thud, thud. It was the sound of the zombies falling to the ground. They had succeeded. The others followed suit, with 2 or 3 people coordinating back to back, slowly moving forward, using the weak light of the glow stick to kill the zombies. Although they were divided into 2 large groups, the new members had 0 experience in fighting zombies. Essentially with Luo Tian, the old team member, leading 2 or 3 newcomers. They didn't need to clear the way, as only a few zombies remained in front of them. With Lengxi around, there was no danger to their lives. However, they took the initiative to act, which increased the good impression the 3 women had of them. These people are active, and even though it's cold at night, she doesn't intervene, leisurely following behind and watching them cooperate with each other. In this environment, the relationship between old members and newly joined members has also progressed rapidly, and the previous sense of alienation has unknowingly disappeared. This is what Lengxi is happy to see. She hopes these people have competition, but she does not want them to kill each other or stab each other in the back. This is just right. Compared to the rich experience of Luo Tian and the others, killing zombies is like cutting watermelons. The new members are obviously excited about successfully killing zombies. I made progress. I can actually kill zombies. I've killed 2. What is there to brag about with 2? Look at how many old Luo and the others have cut. Without any pressure, they surprisingly started discussing among themselves, their tones revealing their excitement. It's okay, take your time. In the future, you'll be as skilled as old Tion. Let's find a place to rest first. At this moment, hunting zombies for crystal cores was obviously a waste of time. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Lengxi simply set the zombies' bodies on fire and quietly collected the crystal cores. Lengxi, who had spiritual power, naturally sensed Lengxi's movements. Previously, she was distressed about the waste of crystal cores, but now she was at ease and continued to kill. With the cooperation of their group, they finally changed to a different location in less than an hour. This is another multimedia classroom, a bit farther from the previous building. They have worked together to clean the area, so at least for a short time, there won't be any zombies gathering here. Luo Tion and the others, holding their inner energy, immediately collapsed to the ground when they entered the multimedia classroom again. Especially the new members felt as if their hands were not their own and admired Luo Tion and the others for having fought zombies for almost a whole day. First, they set up the stove and the bathroom, making a few more bathrooms for washing up before sleeping. She had indeed prepared a lot of supplies, but she couldn't waste them. After all, her abilities would only grow stronger with use, and her water supply was inexhaustible. So she was more than willing to let these people clean themselves up. All right, boss, let's hurry and clean up. With many hands, although everyone was tired, lying down for a bit helped them recover. They worked together, and soon the stove and bathrooms were set up. Chapter 36. Integrating into the group, the multimedia classroom is very large, several hundred square meters, and the desks and chairs only occupy a part of the space. Most of the desks and chairs in the multimedia classroom are fixed in place, but that doesn't matter. If they can't move them, they could demolish them and pile them all up at the 3 doors to block them, which will make them feel much safer. The supplies were all provided by Yujing Luo, and when she handed over a lot of newspapers, Luo Tion and the others knew how to use them. Block it up tightly. I don't want to be treated like a monkey. The water ability user was very proactive, taking a few people to lead this task. When they were cleaning the previous multimedia classroom, they had no choice but to cooperate, but were secretly hoping that Lengxi and the others would bring out more supplies to attract the attention of outsiders, so they could come in and rob them. However, after integrating into the group, they naturally hoped for their team to do better, keeping the good supplies for themselves and not letting outsiders discover them. Lengxi noticed their change in mindset, but wouldn't confront it, allowing things to develop naturally. Setting up the stove and the bathrooms was quite easy. Before long, everything was built, and everyone was eagerly waiting for Lengxi to assign tasks. We girls might take a bit longer to shower, so we'll have a separate room. You guys are quick, just right for 2 people at a time. Although she acknowledged them in her heart, in Lengxi's mind, Lengxi and Yujing Luo were more important to her. So she would be a bit biased towards the 2. No problem, we guys just need to take a shower. It's not that complicated. Others don't even have enough water to drink. Originally, Luo Tion and their group would use 1 bucket, while the water ability users would use another, but now, in a particularly good mood, Lengxi signaled Yujing Luo to give each of them 1 bucket. This means that their status is now different from before, and the water element ability users are so delighted that they are at a loss. Nowadays, everyone is holding their own washing buckets, waiting for Lengxi to distribute water to them. It's late at night, and washing with cold water isn't ideal. She just warmed it a bit, barely above cool. Lengxi isn't lacking in tenderness, but her gentleness has been completely buried in that painful experiment, with the little that remains all given to the few people she cares about. The little bit she has left depends on her mood, and, clearly, her mood is quite good today, so she doesn't mind controlling the water temperature to make their washing a bit more comfortable. This is quite an unexpected surprise. Their faces all showed excited smiles. Thank you, boss. After 10 o'clock at night, taking a shower easily invites cold air into the body and can lead to rheumatism. In today's world, they are more protective of their bodies. Staying up all night used to be common, but now they wish they could spend all their time resting. Who would dare to wear out their bodies? They might as well just wash up casually outside, after all. We are men, there's nothing to see. Their bodies all smell like zombies, mixed with their putrid blood and flesh, sticky and uncomfortable. So being able to take a shower is a very pleasant thing. There are many of us, so let's build a few more. Otherwise, how long will we have to wait to wash? That's right, it's better to be a bit troublesome and make a bigger bathroom to wash together. Since we have girls with us, we should still pay attention to some things. Their team is not just men, there are also several women. So such exposed behavior is not appropriate. After hearing this, the boy who spoke immediately became embarrassed, cautiously glancing at Lengxi. Boss, you are too amazing. I accidentally overlooked the gender aspect. It's fine. Such minor matters you can handle yourselves. I'm only responsible for providing the water. It's not a big deal. Lengxi is not a stingy person and naturally wouldn't hold against them. Once recognized, without needing Lengxi's instructions, they actively sought materials from Luo to build a big bathroom. Sister Luo, do you have any materials left? Yes. How many rooms do you want to build? And how big? Be specific so I can get you the materials. Anyway, the things she often uses in her space all come from Lengxi. And many items can be reused, so Luo doesn't mind at all. Thank you, Sister Luo, just one more room will do. Enough to accommodate 5 to 8 people. Luo didn't hesitate. All right, is that enough? If not, come find me again. Are you hungry? I'll make some late-night snacks with a rat to fill your stomachs. After fighting for so long, your stomach must be a bit overwhelmed. Anyway, I'm quite hungry. And if these people want to eat, I wouldn't mind making a bit more. They are definitely hungry, but they dare not be too excessive. Their expressions a bit conflicted. Seeing this, Luo instantly understood. I get it, I'll make some more, and everyone can have a bowl to fill their stomachs. Eating too much late at night is a burden for the stomach. The latter sentence is an explanation, now that they have become teammates. Luo hopes there won't be any unnecessary misunderstandings. Understood, while others haven't eaten or drunk, we can still have late-night snacks. What is there to be picky about? Don't say just one bowl. Even if it's just a couple of bites, I'm willing. Some familiar faces overheard his words and unceremoniously exposed his bottom line. A couple of bites? You glutton, a couple of bites probably isn't even one bowl. Ha. Hey. Don't expose the limits of a person. Watching them cheerfully, Luo smiled and didn't pay further attention, preparing late-night snacks with the rat. Lengxi's thoughtful actions and Luo's gentle words made them feel like the apocalypse hadn't really arrived. Everyone was still the same, as usual. Others laughed and joked while working swiftly. The lively atmosphere dispelled the slight fear they had buried deep in their hearts. The boys really showered quickly. In just a few minutes, they had already opened the bathroom door. The diameter of the tub isn't particularly large, but it is quite deep and can hold a lot of water. Anyway, it's more than enough for a shower, but not quite enough for washing clothes. They placed their dirty clothes in the tub, looking at Lengxi with anticipation. These clothes aren't ruined yet. Washing them could still be useful. All right then, each of you take a basin. It's just like in the dormitory. Much more convenient for washing clothes or washing up. Thank you, boss. They happily took the water to the corner to wash, feeling more and more that this kind of life has a future. There is no shortage of water. But the water after washing up is not easy to drain out. If not handled properly, the multimedia classroom wouldn't be a good place to rest. Luckily, we are on the first floor and Sister Luo has enough materials. The water from the bathroom can be drained away, otherwise you fools would have messed it up. Feeling the ground was a bit wet, Luo was somewhat unhappy. You guys should slow down a bit. Don't rush so much. Do you still want to sleep here later? Got it, brother Luo. Being reminded like this, they realized they had gotten a bit too excited. Chapter 37. My mighty artifact actually turning the ground. Boss, you spoiled them too much. Although you are powerful, such a large amount of water is a waste. Thinking about the disaster caused by half a bottle of water in the dormitory, Luo looked at the dirty water overflowing, feeling heartbroken. Lengxi found it quite funny. I'm not short on water. If you want to sell water later, you can come find me. But the earnings will be split 80 to 20. I take 80. All right. Although there isn't effective rescue yet, compared to the confusion of the past few days, people have gradually started to form small teams to gather supplies. Luo believes that establishing a safe base is just a matter of time. It's hard to say for other countries, but Huagu will never abandon its people. Although some might be left behind with their current strength, they definitely want to be part of that group. Once the overall situation stabilizes, they will definitely be able to enter the base. And then the things the boss mentioned can begin. Thinking about paving the way for future financial routes, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile broadly. Old Luo, aren't you being a bit stingy? How could such work be done without me? Xiao Gao smiled and came over. Boss, I'll help you sell water. Let us do a 90 to 10 split. I'll take 10. Hey, Xiao Gao, you can't do this. Then I want to do it. As long as the boss provides food and lodging, that's fine. Watching them playfully banter, which was better than before, Lengxi also smiled. Don't worry. Stick with me, and you want to suffer. Don't think too much about the future. Just focus on living well in the present. Compared to others finding stability by clinging to a stronghold, Xiao Gao has always had doubts in his mind. He can sense that Lengxi is in a good mood, and he decides to voice his confusion. Boss, is there a purpose for you staying at the school? What can we help with? Dealing with smart people is comfortable. Lengxi didn't deny it. There are intelligent zombies that have emerged in the school. They must be eliminated quickly. That zombie is useful to you? Yes. Zombies with crystal cores in their heads are useful to me. But if this zombie is not dealt with, the entire area will suffer. Eventually, others will learn about the effects of crystal cores. Lengxi doesn't mind sharing this information, especially since crystal cores contain a bit of chaotic energy that must be purified with the water abilities of water-type ability users before they can be consumed. Of course, she doesn't plan to mention this for now. Xiao Gao, upon hearing her words, didn't show a moment of realization. Instead, he nodded to express his understanding. I think I've awakened a mental-type ability. I sense a very powerful energy in the school. That energy makes me want to escape. So I came to confirm with you. Don't be afraid. Since I stayed, I naturally have the ability to deal with it. You just need to stick by my side and do what you can. Xiao Gao immediately understood. All right, we will kill more zombies and weaken that zombie's power. No wonder sometimes I can avoid it. While the boss has to work hard to clean up, it turns out this is the reason. The drop rate of zombie crystal cores is so low. Killing so many only yields so little. However, we have killed thousands, even tens of thousands, which seems to accumulate quite a bit. This is all our wealth. Luo Tian said happily, counting on his fingers and thinking about the things they needed to do in the base. The more he thought, the more he felt they needed to be a bit more diligent. Boss, after we wake up, I'll bring some people to clean up a bit more. You just watch. As long as no one gets hurt, everything can be discussed. In the apocalypse, if one is afraid to pick up a knife, the only outcome is death. Luo Tian actively mentioned killing zombies, and Lengxi felt he could be trained. Her desire to have him cultivate grew stronger. Kai Dao, is there really no suitable technique for them to practice? Don't rush me. I'm looking, but your space is quite magical. Why not give it a try? See if we can find something useful. After forming a contract with Lengxi, Kai Dao surveyed the entire space, unable to figure out its formation reason. But he knew it was a good thing, so he hoped Lengxi could look around more. All right, I'll check it out first while they rest. Lengxi chatted with Kai Dao while brushing off Luo Tian and the others. Sensing her lack of desire to chat, the two didn't linger but found an excuse to leave. The rat is preparing a midnight snack. I'm going to lend a hand. You guys go ahead. They were so perceptive, and Lengxi was very pleased. Dealing with smart and sharp people is really easy. After this happened, and they changed locations, they also understood the importance of night watch, and without Lengxi arranging it, they spontaneously discussed how to keep watch. After dinner, the night watch had already been arranged, and the others were preparing to rest. This time, the water system ability users were treated the same as Luo Tian and the others, sharing a mattress among a few of them, and it was quite comfortable to sleep on. In the space, Lengxi had already filled her belly, and she planned to see what was hidden behind the mist, but upon looking at the desolate land, she stopped. Forget it, there's no rush anyway. It's just some junk, and it doesn't seem worth thinking about. Remembering her first time entering, when she almost got hit by the junk, a hint of reluctance appeared in Lengxi's eyes. Are you really not going to take a look? Kai Dao urged. You have a lot of good fortune. You must be able to find something nice. No thanks. I don't want to be filled with anticipation only to regret it later. It's better to maintain an air of mystery. You don't need to persuade me. Lengxi faintly sensed that these things were related to her personal strength, so she decided to wait until her strength increased before exploring what lay behind the mist. If you're not busy, Come over and help me organize things. Kai Dao didn't quite understand her meaning, with Yi Lengxi in the space. He didn't need help at all, so what could he help organize? Yi Lengxi rested her chin in thought, considering the possibility of Kai Dao helping her till the land. I'm planning to plant something in this land. I can't just leave it vacant. It would be such a waste. What do you think? Till the land? You actually want me, a dignified divine artifact, to do such work? Doesn't that hurt your conscience? Kai Dao trembled with anger. I admit my strength is greatly diminished now, but there's no need to treat me like this, right? After he said that, Yi Lengxi felt a bit guilty, but quickly regained her confidence. Since you're a divine artifact, you should be versatile. You can't even till the land, can you? How could that be? I'm omnipotent. In that case, I'll leave this important task of tilling the land to you. Yi Lengxi wore a radiant smile. I believe you can do it. Good luck. Chapter 38. Make good use of the space. Kai Dao, realizing what he had just said, was so angry that he couldn't steady himself and fell to the ground. He knew there was no possibility of changing this matter. Tilling the land was what he had to do now. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became, looking at Yi Lengxi as if he were seeing a heartless man. He had no facial features, but Yi Lengxi could sense this meaning from him, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Those who are capable do more work. Thank you for your hard work. I believe you can handle this. You're right. Such a large piece of land would indeed be a waste if nothing is planted. But you could have Yi Leng help you with this. It's not suitable for me. Kai Dao still wanted to argue a bit, but when faced with Yi Lengxi's half-smiling expression, he immediately backed down. You're right. Those who are capable do more work. Since I have the ability, I should do more. Oh, it's not just you working alone. I'll accompany you. Let's each take a piece of land and try to get it tilled quickly to plant vegetables. What? Plant vegetables? Kai Dao was completely stunned. He thought Yi Lengxi was going to plant medicinal herbs, but he never expected it to be vegetables. Yes, with alling for medicinal herbs, I don't need to. Now we just need to plant some vegetables. By this time, there were no fresh vegetables outside, and the vegetables grown in the space would definitely taste better than the ones grown artificially. Just thinking of delicious vegetables made her particularly happy. All right, as long as you're happy. Kai Dao's face had lost all expression for being so numb. Even a divine artifact like him could till the land to plant vegetables. If Yi Lengxi made him do something even less fitting for his identity, he thought he wouldn't be particularly surprised. Then let's plant on this yellow land. It's close to the stream, so watering will be much more convenient. Amid Yi Lengxi's joy and Kai Dao's resistance, the two quickly tilled the land in the space. Yi Lengxi had planted before, but it was always in pots. This was her first time experiencing such a method, and her face was full of excitement. She was particularly tired, but her spirits were very high. Kai Dao went from speechless at the beginning to cooperating well by the end, even doing better than Yi Lengxi. After the land was tilled, they sprinkled some diluted spiritual spring water for irrigation, and Yi Lengxi skillfully planted according to different types. Staple foods like rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes were planted in a designated area, occupying a large space. Various vegetables like cabbage, bok choy, and lettuce were each planted in small plots. The spiritual spring water was really effective. Even diluted, just a little sprinkle was enough to germinate visibly in no time. Alling, when they are ripe, please help me collect them and put them in that time-freezing warehouse before continuing to plant. With the space spirit around, she actually didn't need to do it herself. But Yi Lengxi enjoyed this work because it brought her peace of mind. Don't worry, Master. Alling won't let you down. I'll make sure to handle everything you entrusted to me properly. Yi Lengxi didn't often come out now. His energy was insufficient, and transforming consumed a lot. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to suffer Yi Lengxi's wrath of having his face rubbed and hair ruffled. Although he didn't come out, Yi Lengxi could feel his presence. Thinking of his cute appearance, her expression softened. I know you're in the space, and I'm very reassured. I really want to eat meat. Why not catch a few to eat? The space existed before the apocalypse. So many animals were raised inside. They were nourished by spiritual energy and occasionally drank some spiritual spring water, so they must taste very good. Yi Lengxi's gaze involuntarily fell on the breeding area, and she was almost drooling. Since we have so many, it wouldn't hurt to eat a few, but it doesn't seem right to eat alone. Thinking of her sister and best friend, Yi Lengxi hesitated. Master, you can leave some for them to eat? or you can bring them in. Yilong knew her dilemma. It's okay. As long as they come in, they will be branded. Unless you want to, they can't leak anything about the space. Master, you don't have to worry about us exposing it. Since it could be like this, why didn't you say so earlier? Finally resolving the issue that had been worrying her, Lengxi felt happy, but was also a bit dissatisfied that Yilong had hidden this matter. Yilong replied innocently, Master, I only began to understand these things slowly because you have been leveling up recently. I'm sorry. Aling, I misunderstood you. I'll call him over now. Lengxi was also an honest person. After realizing her misunderstanding, she immediately apologized to the space spirit Yilong. It's okay. It's my fault for being too weak and not being able to help much. I can only occasionally remember some things, as long as the master doesn't dislike me. How can I blame the master? The soft and sweet voice made Lengxi's eyes narrow with delight. She just loved such well-behaved children. Seeing them chatting happily while completely ignoring him, Kai Dao felt a bit sour and tried hard to attract Lengxi's attention. Master, I have some medicinal herb seeds in my space. Do you want them? You still have some? I thought you had already handed everything over. Lengxi's attention was indeed on him. How many more do you have? Are they all low-level medicinal herbs like before? These are all high-level medicinal herbs. And I can even say they are rare and precious. I was afraid I couldn't plant them, so I never mentioned them. But I see that your piece of land has been in use for a while. It would be a pity not to plant something. Kai Dao wouldn't admit that he had actually become a bit addicted to planting. It's quite a pity that most of the black soil is planted with low-priced herbs, while a portion is used to grow ginseng and reishi mushrooms. The yellow soil is now used for vegetables, but that patch of red soil has always been left vacant. There's a lot of space, but it's not being utilized well, which is hardly different from being waste. When Lengxi got the space, she had long wanted to plant something, but unfortunately, gathering resources was more important, especially in the early stages. If she didn't gather them, she would suffer more later. Seeing the seeds that Kai Dao handed over, Lengxi thought for a moment and finally handed this glorious task to him. You take these seeds and plant them in the way you do. I'm afraid I might ruin your treasured things. Just look at how nice that sounds. If it weren't for knowing her little thoughts, one might have really believed it. However, he indeed understands the planting methods better. Forget it. Let those capable work harder. It's tough, but it's fine. After all, once planted, Lengxi will definitely have a share when she refines them into pills. Chapter 39. Bringing two people into the space for a special meal. Okay. I'll take good care of it. After distributing the tasks, Lengxi wore a bright smile, her gaze heating up again as she focused on the breeding area. As his strength increased, the space had expanded significantly, no longer as rudimentary as it was at the beginning. It gradually differentiated into various terrains like grasslands, high mountains, and hills, and even a thatched house had turned into a small Western-style house. Now, the breeding area was arranged in the grassland. There was no shortage of water in the space. Besides the original well and stream, Lengxi had dug a pond, a lake, and even a sea. The pond was convenient for raising ducks and geese and other water-loving livestock. The lake was for freshwater fish and shrimp, and the sea was for seafood. Being with that group of people really meant eating rough. But now that she was alone, of course, she had to treat herself well and celebrate her own appetite. After becoming an ability user, her appetite had unconsciously increased, especially for someone with multiple abilities like her, who needed a lot of food to replenish energy. So she slaughtered 3 chickens and then killed a duck. She planned to make beggar's chicken, which was relatively easy. After preparing it, she stuffed the filling into its belly and then just had to wait. Having run enough on land, Lengxi set her sights on the water. To be honest, she was really craving shrimp and crab. After peeling off the thin shell of such large shrimp, only the sweet shrimp meat remained. And for crabs, dipping them in specially made sauce with a hint of chili was truly a delicacy. Anyway, with plenty of ingredients, Lengxi wouldn't skimp on herself. Thinking this, she immediately sprang into action. Using various cooking methods like steaming, stir-frying, boiling, and stewing, she prepared dozens of dishes, filling 2 tables with color, aroma, and flavor. Lengxi swallowed hard, planning to call Lengxi and the others in to eat. Time flew by, and it was already bright outside. They hadn't woken up after a night of fussing. With so many people, everyone only needed to keep watch for a while, which didn't affect their sleep too much. They woke up one after another when they felt refreshed. Everyone understood and lined up to wash up. The water was taken from Yu Jingluo's space, which Lengxi had prepared beforehand because she didn't want to be disturbed. After washing up, some of them took the initiative to go outside to clear zombies and collect crystal cores, while a smaller group prepared breakfast. There was no shortage of ingredients, and with enough hands and pots, breakfast was ready in just half an hour. When Lengxi came out, she happened to run into them as they were preparing to eat. Oh, what a coincidence! If I had been a little slower, those two would have filled their stomachs, and I would have to watch them eat with a face full of grievances. Ching Luo, come here. She didn't explain why, just wave her hand, and Lengxi and the other two immediately put down their bowls and came over. Yu Jingluo, with a gentle expression, asked, Cici, have you rested well? Is there anything you need me to do? Do you want to eat something? Let us go inside the tent. We'll have a special meal, Lengxi said cheerfully. Of course, if you don't want to eat, that is fine too. Of course, we want to follow you. The big pot meals are decent, but nothing beats the taste of a special meal. Both of them were not foolish and immediately understood that Lengxi had definitely prepared something delicious. Their eyes lit up. Yu Jingluo was more direct. Old Luo, you can share our portions with the brothers. We'll eat with the boss. Sure, no problem. After all, the three of them always ate together, and today was just that Lengxi hadn't come out, so Lengxi had followed them. Regarding Lengxi preparing a special meal for the three of them, Luo Tian and the others had no objections in their hearts. After all, she had that capability. Moreover, since Lengxi had a good appetite, if they didn't eat, each of them could have a few more bites, which naturally made them happy. The two happily entered Lengxi's tent, and before they could even see where the food was, they were grabbed by Lengxi, and in a moment of dizziness, they found themselves in a strange place. Is this the space? So cool. Everyone had read novels, and even in apocalyptic settings, having a space that could accommodate people was not a rare thing. The two were not afraid at all, and excitedly looked around the space. Yes, this is my space. All right, let us eat first and look around later. I prepared for several hours. Yu Jingluo's face instantly turned serious. What do you mean eat? Don't you know that having a treasure can lead to trouble? How can you just pull us in like this? Does anyone else know about this? Lengxi knew that Lengxi had a space, but it was her first time entering. After her initial excitement, she looked worriedly at Yu Jingluo, knowing that if she detected malice, she could eliminate it directly. Hearing Yu Jingluo say this, Lengxi's heart sank. Thankfully, Sister Luo's thoughts aligned with hers. They were both concerned about their sister, so they were on the same side. She suppressed that slight killing intent and wore an excited expression. Knowing that Lengxi had let her in because of trust, Lengxi naturally sensed her change and took Yu Jingluo's words to heart, feeling warm inside. Besides you two, no one knows my space is this special. I guarantee I won't leak this, but I don't know what methods others might use to make me speak. Do you have any restrictions like those in cultivation novels to prevent us from being exposed? Yu Jingluo had read more novels and had a more comprehensive understanding. It's okay, don't worry. The space has built-in restrictions. You won't be exposed after you go out. Lengxi, surrounded by light in her eyes, felt that her choice was not wrong. Hurry and eat, or we'll get cold. Right? Let us fill our stomachs first. Other things can wait. After being open about it, the relationship among the three improved even more, and seeing all the food Lengxi had prepared made them extremely happy. Sister, preparing so much must be tiring, right? Next time, call us to help. It's not fair for just one person to work hard while a bunch of us eat. Lengxi, while happy, also felt very distressed, gazing at Lengxi with a look that said if she didn't agree, she would start making a fuss, which made Lengxi smile even more. Today I was just thinking about preparing good food for you. I didn't pay attention to that. I'll definitely call you next time. Hurry and eat, and after you finish, I'll show you my space. Lengxi gently patted her head, beginning to think about building a house for Lengxi and the others in the space to facilitate their cultivation here. Okay, for these past few days, Lengxi has not suffered much hardship following Lengxi. When convenient, they have been eating hot meals, and even when it's not, they wouldn't go hungry. But who wouldn't crave such a feast? They stopped talking, and as soon as they sat down on the chairs, their hands immediately grabbed chopsticks to pick their favorite dishes. Chapter 40. Look at me, the twin dragons playing with pearls woo-woo. So delicious. They almost forgot how long it had been since they last ate these things, almost doubting if they were living in a normal society. As Yu Jingluo ate, tears streamed down her face. It's okay. In the future, if you want to eat, we can eat here. I have prepared plenty of food. Supporting the three of us and the whole team won't be a problem. Besides, I just turned over the ground and planted grains and vegetables. Lengxi picked dishes very quickly, but she could also take care of the two of them, occasionally adding some dishes they couldn't reach. Yu Jingluo enjoyed her meal, and now she no longer used chopsticks but grabbed food with her hands. After all, shrimp needed to be shelled, and crabs tasted better when eaten by hand. Lengxi quietly ate, and when she picked her favorite dish, her eyes would brighten slightly. Seeing this, Lengxi would help her pick more, which would immediately affect her joyful expression, making her even happier. By the way, I made beggar's chicken. One for each of us. We must eat it clean. If you can't finish it, ching, leave yours with me, and you can keep yours in your own space. When the roasted beggar's chicken was revealed, its golden exterior and fragrant aroma immediately attracted the attention of Lengxi and the others. Their eyes seemed glued to it, unable to look away. Even though they were slightly full, they felt they could eat a lot more. She was a bit older than Lengxi and Lengxi and considered herself their older sister, so she often thought more about things. Just moments ago, she almost showed a murderous intent, doubting her sincerity towards Lengxi, and Lengxi felt a bit guilty and quickly spoke up, "Sister Luo, eat with peace of mind. I'm a spirit type. I'll keep an eye out for you, and if anyone approaches, I'll let you know." That works. Yu Jingluo was satisfied. Lengxi prepared an ample amount of food. After the three were full, they lay on the grass, not intending to get up for a long time. They didn't speak, all enjoying this rare moment of leisure. After a while, Lengxi turned over and said, "I have to go outside to keep watch, in case they run away. It's just right to kill zombies after eating. It's too safe and comfortable here. We can't stay too long, or I'm afraid I won't have the motivation." Yu Jingluo lazily agreed with her, clearly still not having withdrawn from this leisurely state. Whether it was Lengxi or Yu Jingluo, although they were happy to have a space to rest briefly, they were not attracted by this comfortable state. Both of them understood that the outside world was where they lived, and they had to face it no matter what. I was about to go out too. If they had suggested staying, Lengxi naturally wouldn't refuse, as she hoped to have some company in such a large space. However, their actions made her feel even happier and comforted. She wanted revenge in the future, and she hoped the people around her could be strong enough to stand on their own. Since their thoughts were aligned, they all went out together. Because the entrance was in the tent, they remained inside after going out. Lengxi suddenly realized, "Oh no, we ate so much good food, we must smell like it. Will they be able to smell us?" She felt a bit guilty, but Yu Jingluo didn't care, saying, "We earned our food. If they behave well, we will consider rewarding them. Moreover, the food now is much better than before. Well, if they have any objections, we'll just kill them. We can't keep those who are shallow-minded." Originally thinking they had been inside for several hours and that everyone outside should have already gone out to kill zombies, they were surprised to find that they hadn't finished eating yet. Yu Jingluo looked at the time and realized only about 10 minutes had passed, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Shishi, can you let us sleep together tonight?" As she spoke, she made a funny face. Lengxi stroked her chin and pretended to think. "Are you sure you want to sleep with me?" There was a hint of a smile in her eyes, and her tone was a bit teasing. "I like men. I'm not interested in women, although I admit you are very beautiful." Oh, she clearly knew that wasn't what she meant, yet she still said it on purpose. It was really too mischievous. Seeing her getting flustered, Lengxi skillfully smoothed things over. "Haha, just kidding. Come whenever you want. The three of us can sleep together. Good. Or I'll have to let you taste my shadow claw." As she spoke, she showed her well-groomed claws, pretending to be fierce, which made Lengxi laugh heartily. As they laughed, Lengxi's expression became a bit dazed. Some memories in her mind were hazy, like being shrouded in mist, but at this moment, the clouds dispersed, and things became clearer little by little. Lengxi remembered all the companionship and care Yu Jingluo had given her during the time when she had no parents, and her eyes involuntarily turned red. Yu Jingluo didn't understand why, but seeing her eyes turning red, she quickly came over to touch her face. Hey. What's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, Lengxi suddenly hugged her, the force nearly squishing her two big white rabbits. Why are you hugging me? Are you possessed by some demon? Monster! Give me back my she. With a relaxed and indulgent smile on her face. She had no idea what Lengxi was thinking. Seeing her clear pupils, Lengxi smiled back. What is wrong with wanting to take advantage of you? Lengxi naturally knew what she was thinking and felt a bit heartbroken, but she couldn't say such things in front of her. She could only hold her hand to offer comfort. In this life, having so many friends and family around makes it worth dying once. Bah. What are you talking about dying for? She is going to be the woman who dominates this continent, enjoying the best of life and making up for all the regrets of her past life. How could she die so easily? That would be wasting the opportunity that heaven has given her. As she talked, her consciousness began to drift again, and Yu Jingluo felt particularly helpless. If you want to take advantage, then I don't think it's too much to return the favor, right? She unexpectedly stretched out her hands towards the towering peaks. Look at me, the twin dragons playing with pearls. Lengxi's body reacted faster than her mind, dodging effortlessly while also counterattacking without hesitation. Twin dragons emerge from the sea. Monkey steals the peach, straight to the heart of a dragon. The two, who were originally serious, suddenly became childish as they chatted, and their actions and tones looked increasingly bizarre. Luo Tian and the others heard the commotion from the three and turned their attention this way, their eyes nearly bulging as they witnessed the interaction between Lengxi and Yu Jingluo. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Chapter 41. The little zombie leader is a bit off. Is it the same for girls? Luo Tian blushed and secretly asked the rat beside him. The rat also felt a bit embarrassed. He knew that boys in the dormitory played like this, joking around with harmless lewd jokes. But he didn't expect girls to be the same, and it seemed even more. Right, quickly eat and get back to work. With that reminder, the others didn't dare to look over at Lengxi anymore, instead bowing their heads and stuffing their mouths with food. Lengxi's actions, so fitting for her age, instantly brought them closer together. She was no longer that lofty figure in their eyes. Amidst the noise, Lengxi's mood became very cheerful. Her age seemed to drop from her 30s in her past life to just over 20, and the distance between her and the others vanished completely. Lengxi and the others were mindful of their limits. After Luo Tian and the others finished eating, they also stopped their playful antics and prepared to go outside. Let's split into several groups. Otherwise, I'm worried someone will sneak off. Lengxi had already planned to form a team to help Lengxi take revenge. So Lengxi didn't say much and arranged most things herself. Seeing everyone rush out together, leaving the multimedia classroom and their belongings behind, she couldn't help but frown. Yu Jingluo tacitly accepted that Lengxi was the team leader, and she was the vice captain alongside Lengxi. Hearing her speak, she cooperated. That is indeed not appropriate. Qing, how do you plan to arrange it? Here's my thought. We divide into 3 groups. The first 2 groups will take turns killing zombies to conserve energy, while the remaining group will stay in the multimedia classroom preparing cooked food. Right now, we do have quite a bit of time to spare for cooking since we are in school, but we can't stay here forever. We need to find a safe base or look for friends and family. We do have plenty of bread and milk stored, but I'm sure you wouldn't want to eat that every day, right? Xiao Gao was the first to respond, with warm food. I really don't want to eat those things. I support Sister Qingqing's plan. I support it too. In just a few minutes, dozens of people expressed their stance. Lengxi's smile became much more sincere. I want to force any arrangements. You all discuss among yourselves. She gave Yu Jingluo a glance, and, after getting her nod, Lengxi continued. Those going out to kill zombies will be led by me and my sister, while those staying behind will be managed by Sister Luo. I have plenty of ingredients here. It's most suitable for me to stay, making it convenient for you to cook and then store it in the space for preservation. When you eat it, it will be fresh and flavorful. This decision was agreed upon by several big shots and was indeed reasonable, with everyone expressing their willingness to follow the arrangement. However, what Lengxi said immediately left them confused. Luo Tian frowned. You want to choose for yourselves? Many people would probably choose to kill zombies. Not many men would want to be the cook. Xiao Gao chimed in. Brother Luo, you arrange it. We all follow your lead. Ever since Luo Tian made him and Li the captains of the second team, the two genuinely respected Luo Tian, especially since most of his decisions were sound. Old Luo, my cooking skills are the best. I propose that those with cooking skills stay behind. Those with less strength can help wash vegetables, and those who are stronger can chop meat. Of course, they can also choose to go out and kill zombies. Heezy didn't plan to go out. He believed in specializing in one's field. Being weak, he wouldn't have an advantage outside, so he needed to excel in what he was good at to contribute to the team. Okay, Luo Tian was not the kind of person who ignored suggestions and signaled for them to speak freely. The final result was that he and Xiao Gao led the team, selecting those who were shorter and had cooking skills to stay behind, while the others went out to kill zombies. It seemed to take quite some time, but in reality, it was only about 10 minutes, and the efficiency was very high. Lengxi was very satisfied. Since you've discussed it, come with me. I'll lead one team, and Xingxing will lead the second team. The first team will go out to kill, and the second team will stay to help. Lengxi made the decision. Everyone had no objections, and Luo Tian followed behind Lengxi with his people. With this adjustment, their team suddenly changed its structure. The first and second teams became the combat group, while the remaining members were divided into the logistics group, with a mouse as the leader of the logistics group. And the water ability user was appointed by Luo Tian as the deputy leader of the first team. Upon hearing Luo Tian's arrangement, the water ability user was very surprised. He didn't expect to be reused so quickly. Brother Luo, are you sure you want me to be the deputy? Meow meow, among so many of us. You have management experience, so being the deputy is no problem for you. Are you not confident in yourself? I am confident. I managed nearly 40 people before, so managing this dozen or so people now is naturally no trouble. Li Meow Meow nodded frantically. Her joy was completely unmasked. Luo Tian's action excited those who joined later. They knew that as long as they performed well, they would definitely be reused. Lengxi was not concerned about their conversation. She just wanted to get people out. Because she didn't speak, those around her didn't dare to ask much. First, clean this area. There are zombies in the stronghold, and you won't sleep well at night. Lengxi stopped and signaled them to clean up the area. Luo Tian felt a bit overwhelmed. Why are there suddenly so many? Yeah, I remember there were only a few scattered in the campus. How come there are so many all of a sudden? After gaining abilities, Li Meow Meow felt more important. But he wasn't bad. Thinking of those classmates and teachers made him a bit sad. First, kill the zombies, and we'll talk about the rest later. Lengxi was puzzled. She didn't understand what the zombie small leader behind them was thinking. It had previously controlled so many zombies, but now it was directly relinquishing power. Did it regard these zombies as its eyes, wanting to understand their situation? However, it was still the early days of the apocalypse. Its intelligence shouldn't be that high, right? But now the development trajectory had changed a lot, and Lengxi wasn't sure whether to accumulate crystal cores for herself or to weaken the power of that zombie small leader. Killing zombies was always the right choice. Chapter 42. Accumulating Crystal Cores. Thinking this way, Lengxi no longer felt conflicted. Others didn't know as much, so naturally, they had fewer concerns. After she spoke, they diligently cooperated in killing zombies. Last night, they moved locations overnight and encountered zombies on the way. They had already cooperated before, and now they worked well together. But since there weren't many people, they could only pair up, back to back. This can reduce a lot of danger and allow for more attention to be focused on the present. Are these zombies uglier? Although they already have experience, they still feel nauseous when seeing the zombies' hideous appearance. They smell worse, and there's more decay on their bodies. Previously, aside from the skin, eyes, and the elongated claws, they were not much different from humans. Ugh! When chopping the rotten flesh, it splatters out, and those without much evasion experience can accidentally get on their faces. The blackish-yellow, foul-smelling rotten flesh makes him unable to hold back from vomiting. This painful lesson made the people nearby much more cautious when dealing with zombies. What's the point of dodging? If it's going to spray on you anyway, why be afraid of the smell? Can it smell worse than crystal cores? ISNT, they're a leader who can help wash it off? Luo Tian watched their awkward behavior and couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted at the person closest to him. Zombies distinguish food by sound and scent. and Luo Tian's strength was already greater than that of the others. As soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted other zombies towards himself, thereby relieving the pressure on the others. Everyone wanted to express their gratitude, but remembering the zombies' characteristics, they quickly shut their mouths, though their eyes showed unhidden gratitude and schadenfreude. Luo Tian was almost laughing in anger. While speeding up his zombie slaying, he glared fiercely at those few who were enjoying the misfortune. Just wait. You will definitely pay for this. He showed a malicious smile, chopping away while signaling his teammates to move slowly to the side. His cooperating teammates were completely innocent, as Luo Tian was clearly trying to help them, but ended up causing himself trouble, increasing his own pressure. He had a small complaint in his heart towards the people beside him, but Luo Tian's thoughts were aligned with the two of them, and they moved slowly as if nothing was wrong. To facilitate zombie slaying, everyone couldn't just stay in one place, so they all moved around. Luo Tian and his companions didn't move much each time, but the two others were oblivious. When Luo Tian and his partner got very close, the two who were focused on hacking zombies finally realized something was off. Oh no, Captain, I was wrong. I shouldn't have enjoyed your misfortune. The two still didn't speak, but their pleading looks were clear to Luo Tian and his partner. Will you dare to do it again next time? I want tea. I want tea. The two showed flattering smiles and even bowed when they had the chance. Luo Tian, who wasn't very angry to begin with, ultimately let them go. Lengxi was watching not far away, killing zombies while also keeping an eye on the other situations, remotely assisting when they couldn't free up their hands. So far, they hadn't had any casualties. They were just exhausting a lot of energy. But since no one had died, everyone was still quite enthusiastic about killing zombies, especially with Lengxi's powerful combat ability motivating them. Lengxi was indeed formidable. Every time she swung her blade, several zombie heads would fall to the ground. She not only used a tang knife, but also manipulated her water-based abilities to extract the remaining moisture from the zombies or even make them explode. The exploded rotten flesh flew everywhere, and the teammates who initially wanted to stay close to Lengxi for safety moved far away. They realized that as long as they weren't too far away and within Lengxi's line of sight, she could take care of them. So there was no need to crowd around her. Their speed in killing zombies had already slowed down, and those who had been particular before had now lost that mindset, mechanically swinging their tang knives. This statement made them, who had been persevering, feel happy. They quietly sheathed their weapons and quickly followed Lengxi away. As soon as Lengxi saw their figures, she called for the second team to head out. Let's go. It's finally our turn to show our skills. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the bulging bags at the waist of the first team. Don't worry, sister. I won't joke with my life. I remember everything you said. With the care she received, Lengxi couldn't help but feel excited, her steps feeling much lighter. After they left, the first team gathered together, and Luo took the initiative to bring out the basin specifically for cleaning the crystal cores without needing them to say anything. Lengxi filled the water halfway, while Luo Tian and the others took off their bags and poured all the crystal cores inside. A crisp sound immediately rang in their ears, as if the fatigue had been washed away by this sound. The crystal cores, the size of a fingernail, revealed their originally clear and transparent bodies after being cleaned. This was all money. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. The crystal cores contain energy that can make us stronger. I'll teach you how to use them. Since they didn't obtain suitable cultivation methods from Kai Dao, Lengxi decided to inform them about how to use the crystal cores. Luo Tian was the first to object. Let's keep them for now. This little bit is definitely not enough for so many of us. Hearing about becoming stronger, Luo Tian's heart was still a bit stirred. But thinking that they actually didn't have many crystal cores, he felt that strength could come gradually. No hurry. We can use them after the zombies level up. Knowing the effects of the primary crystal cores, Lengxi and the others shared his opinion, even though their specific thoughts differed. They persuaded each other. And Lengxi also felt that using the primary crystal cores, which had no side effects and a high probability of awakening abilities, to enhance levels was indeed too wasteful. Since that's the case, let's take it steady. Lengxi signaled Luo to put away the cleaned crystal cores. After such dangerous thoughts were dispelled, Luo Tian finally felt at ease. After the zombies level up, can we still handle them with our current strength? You really hit the nail on the head with that question. You can deal with level 1 zombies, but it's a bit strenuous. The quality of the Tang knife is good, but it's even better when reinforced by metal-type ability users. Speaking of ability users, Lengxi suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. Meow meow, how is your perception of abilities now? It seems like you can control more. I can now produce 3 or 4 bottles of water without getting tired. When it comes to her own abilities, Li Meow Meow's eyes also sparkled with joy. Chapter 43. Teaching of Loyalty Exchange. Boss, I'm so glad I followed you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when my abilities would upgrade. At first, Li Meow Meow did have some resentment. But learning things from Lengxi and the others, and visibly getting stronger, left him with nothing but gratitude and happiness. He looked at Lengxi with some eagerness. Boss, are you thirsty? Do you want to try my water? Since the water has increased, you can handle the cooking water from now on. Good, that's progress. And it's a good thing. Lengxi nodded in approval. Li Meow Meow, who was assigned a task, was very happy. Boss, don't worry. I will be able to condense more water in the future, so you won't have to bother with such small matters. Very good. Lengxi was very satisfied with him. The water system has more ways than just providing water. If you don't mind, I can guide you. This is a good thing. Li Meow Meow is not foolish. How could she refuse? He looked at Lengxi with starry eyes. All right, you can follow me. Lengxi was not stingy about sharing what she had pondered. Of course, the most important thing was that Kai Dao thought of a way. As long as the other person's feelings for her were genuine, she could imprint her spiritual energy in their mind, ensuring that she would not be betrayed in the future. Li Meow Meow was unaware of this, but his admiration for Lengxi was genuine, and she could sense it. She quietly left an imprint, which is why her attitude towards him changed so quickly. Understand. Here, Lengxi has already taken her team away from the multimedia classroom. Her thoughts differ from Lengxi's. She plans to clear out the area from a distance. Not to mention, the paths for passage must be cleared. The others are unaware of her intentions. Anyway, it's all about clearing zombies, and it makes no difference where they do it, so they have no objections. Brother Meow Meow, did the boss say we could learn together too? They are genuinely envious. They know very well what abilities Li Meow Meow had before, but in just a few hours, it seems she has already reached a different level. Li Meow Meow smiled and said, the boss hopes each of us becomes strong and naturally wants you to learn alongside us. I'm just here to check if you're tired. If you're not, let's go listen to the boss. Her few words are far more useful than pondering for days and nights. Those who were sitting down to rest immediately jumped up as if their butts were burned when they heard this. Not tired. Learning has no limits. As long as I can learn, I'm not tired. Brother Meow Meow, let's go. They may not have been as good as Li Meow Meow before, but their abilities enhance their bodies, making them stronger than ordinary people. Although they don't say it, they actually look down on those without abilities. In their hearts, ordinary people without abilities are naturally eliminated by evolution. However, when they fight zombies together, they realize how ordinary people fare. When it comes to effort, they can't compare at all. This is not acceptable. They cannot have a limited perspective. If this continues, they want to become stronger. However, after pondering for a long time, they gained nothing and felt quite disappointed. Now, hearing Li Meow Meow say this, they couldn't sit still and dragged him in front of Lengxi. On the way there, they had a bunch of thoughts in their minds, but when they actually stood before Lengxi and saw her cold expression, they suddenly didn't know what to say. Lengxi pointed out to Li Meow Meow, who had already regarded him as a master, feeling that their relationship was closer than with others. He took the initiative to speak. Boss, they have come to learn. Please sit down. Lengxi could sense their tension and admiration when she looked at them. Her gaze was much gentler, and her tone was very mild. Thank you, boss. Seeing the number of chairs, they suddenly relaxed. However, when they sat down, they sat up straight, hands on their knees, and their eyes fixed on her. You have Earth-type abilities, right? After saying this, the Earth Elemental user almost lowered his head to his knees. He felt so ashamed. Others were more or less better than him, and he felt like he couldn't do anything. What can a handful of dirt do? It can't even mesmerize people. Don't be nervous. I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling you that your approach is wrong. When it comes to supernatural abilities, Lengxi's expression was different from usual as she raised her head to look at me. The Earth Elemental user mustered his courage. Boss, I will work hard. Yi Lengxi shook her head. The direction is wrong. Effort will be in vain. Then what should I do? If you want to use your powers, you must understand them. For example, with your earth element, you shouldn't be thinking about how to produce it, but rather how to utilize it. What is most abundant in this world? Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Earth occupies a large quantity. At this point, Yi Lengxi stopped speaking and patted his shoulder. The rest you need to comprehend by yourself. Only the things you understand truly belong to you. Although Yi Lengxi was talking about the earth element, her words inspired others, especially Li Miao Miao, who was one step ahead and understood more than the others. Of course, it is important that Yi Lengxi is currently using the water element, so when discussing this ability, she can cover more aspects. You should also think more. The principles are quite similar. First, you need to sense their existence, and then you can utilize them. If possible, you can consider yourself as them. Only by integrating with them can you use them as if they were your own limbs. Yi Lengxi spoke while observing their expressions, noticing that they seemed to be in thought, which made her feel quite gratified. Chapter 44. A bountiful harvest of fruits. It's funny to think that in her past life, she was just an ordinary person, and now, in this new life, not only does she have supernatural powers, but she also has taken on the role of a teacher. The world is unpredictable. Who could have imagined what would happen in the future? After just over 10 hours of not entering, the seedlings that had only sprouted a little have already begun to grow tall, shedding their infant form and taking on a youthful appearance. It probably won't be long before they mature and enter their stomachs. Alung, can you cook? I'm kind of craving Peking duck. Yi Lengxi's gaze swept over the vegetable garden and then fell on the tender lettuce, and she suddenly had an idea. However, she didn't plan to cook. She wasn't in the mood for that. She just wanted to eat. Hearing her words, Yi Leng's tone was somewhat helpless. Master, I can't do that. But if you want, I can learn. Alung, you're too obedient, aren't you? No need to learn. Managing the space should be quite a hassle. In such a large space, everything is managed by Yi Leng, who doesn't want to increase his burden. However, it seems like Yi Leng didn't hear her words at all. He decided to learn cooking for Yi Lengxi because seeing her satisfied expression after eating makes him feel satisfied too. There's nothing in the space that needs her attention, and going out feels quite pointless. Glancing at a plump cucumber that was only about 2 fingers thick, Yi Lengxi picked one, rubbed off the little thorns with her hand, and, without washing it, directly stuffed it into her mouth. With one bite, the crispness and sweet flavor filled her mouth, making her eyes involuntarily squint with pleasure. Her guess was indeed correct. The vegetables grown in the space are far tastier than those bought outside. This is truly natural and harmless. She wondered how these vegetables could grow so well without sunlight and photosynthesis. After finishing one cucumber with a few bites, her hands itched to pick another, but she ultimately restrained herself. Master, if you want to eat, just eat. Once you finish, I'll plant more for you. By the way, the fruits in that orchard have bloomed and borne fruit. You should be able to eat them now. Do you want to go take a look? The fruit trees were bought by Yi Lengxi before the apocalypse to plant in the space. She originally wanted to grow them herself, but Yi Leng understood how hard she worked to collect supplies, so he helped plant them. Until now, she hadn't really taken a good look at them. The medicinal herbs were similar. If it weren't for her increased strength, Kai Dao would think she could refine pills. But the herbs Yi Leng planted would probably take a long time to be useful. Hearing his words, Yi Lengxi happily followed the direction he pointed and soon saw a vast orchard. When she bought them, she only purchased 10 of each variety, and, after counting, it seemed like all of them had survived. Different types were planted in rows or small patches, all neatly arranged and exceptionally beautiful. It appeared that the space spirit in her home had a bit of a perfectionist streak. Alung, you're amazing. Thankfully I have you, or I wouldn't be able to eat fruit at this time. Almost 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began. Where could she find fruit at a market or fruit stand now? Luckily, she had foresight and was grateful for this space. Blushing from Yi Lengxi's praise, Yi Leng's voice carried a hint of shyness. It's only right to do these things for the master. Do you want to eat some fruit? These grapes are so sweet. While chatting with him, Yi Lengxi picked ripe grapes. She popped one in her mouth, and the juicy grape danced on her tongue, providing immense satisfaction to her taste buds. So good. There's not a hint of sourness, just the right sweetness. Yi Lengxi didn't tea particularly like overly sweet things because they were cloying, but the sweetness of these grapes perfectly met her cravings. So, comfortable. I don't want to go out. The space was free of nauseating odors and the hideous sight of zombies. Only a gentle breeze, carrying the sweet scent of fruit, blew through. Yi Lengxi lay on the ground, without a care, munching on grapes. Her eyes squinting in pleasure like a contented cat. In a place where she couldn't see, Yi Lung looked at her gently. Master, if you don't want to go out, it's perfectly fine to stay in the space. Compared to Kai Dao, who always wanted Yi Lengxi to grow stronger. Yi Lung's thoughts were simple. As long as Yi Lengxi was happy, he would be happy. No, there are still people I care about outside. Although this world is scarred and has once driven me to despair, it is still my homeland. Yi Lengxi's voice was soft, her gaze a bit distant. Remembering the events of her past life, her heart ached slightly. Yet, during those years of avoidance, despite the eventual betrayal, there were still people who had helped and supported her along the way. If she could, she hoped those people would always be well. Master, no matter what decision you make, I will always support you. Yi Lung connected with Yi Lengxi's feelings, sensing her sadness, pain, relief, joy, and various complex thoughts. He didn't know what Yi Lengxi had experienced, but he could turn into a gentle breeze to envelop her, hoping his wind could carry away all her unhappiness. The playful wind swirled around her. Although it didn't speak, Yi Lengxi felt its meaning, and her worries vanished. I know. You've always been there. For the time being, Yi Lengxi didn't want to go out. Thinking of Kai Dao's earlier insistence, she simply moved to the other side of the mist. There was no difference here from when she first came in, but what puzzled her was that despite a lot of garbage clearly falling in, the place was now completely clean, with nothing around. It seemed that she had no luck encountering those spiritual treasures and techniques. Ye Ling Yishuruk in disappointment. Just as she was about to leave, a shadow rushed towards her at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as it made eye contact with her, it fell to the ground with a loud thud. Wow, what does this mean? This time is much better than before, and the variety is richer. She can faintly sense the spiritual power emanating from them. She was no longer in a hurry to leave, retreating to the side of the mist, watching as they eagerly flew to this place. Along, will we encounter anything good this time? It would be great if there were cultivation methods suitable for Qing and the others. Abilities don't extend life. Only cultivation can lead to immortality. You're right. We should go with the flow. What is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. If they don't have that fortune, then so be it. The cultivation method she practiced was different because she had almost all elements. Kai Dao just happened to have a book in hand. So she could cultivate, but there were no other types of methods available. Chapter 45. Spirit Tool and Spirit Yi Lung didn't know what to say. Anyway, his master had already comforted himself. Master, let Lung pass me. I will help you pick. Kai Dao was usually focused on recovering from his injuries. When he sensed Yi Lengxi coming over, he was at a critical moment. Now that it was over, he wanted to follow, but found he couldn't get through the mist at all. Hearing his voice transmission, Yi Lengxi did not hesitate to let Yi Lung pass. Oh no, why are there so many broken pieces? A lot of them can't be used, and recovering them will require quite a bit of energy. As soon as Kai Dao arrived, he started to complain, saying this one wound do and that one was no good. The spirit treasures, which had been secretly observing Yi Lengxi and considering their next plan, couldn't hold back. You're just a kitchen knife. What else can you do besides cutting vegetables? How dare you complain about us? Cultivators don't eat grains anymore. You're of no use at all. The chattering voices instantly erupted, and Yi Lengxi was somewhat surprised. But it wasn't as dramatic as the first time. So they were just playing dead before? She pursed her lips and remained silent. And Kai Dao understood that her intention was to take full responsibility. He became even more motivated. So what if I'm a kitchen knife? I'm a divine artifact. A growth-type divine artifact. And you? Even if you recover, you're just a spiritual weapon. In the cultivation world, innate divine artifacts are as common as dogs, let alone someone of your low level. Upon hearing this, Yi Lengxi's eyes sparkled with interest. She had heard Kai Dao mention that artifacts like theirs have levels, with the lowest being weapons, followed by which artifacts, treasure artifacts, spiritual weapons, immortal artifacts, holy artifacts, and divine artifacts. Divine artifacts are further divided into innate and acquired, with acquired divine artifact having a maximum level, while innate divine artifacts are growth type and can ultimately become the top-tier supreme divine artifacts. Of course, not only divine artifacts have the distinction between innate and acquired, other levels of artifacts do as well. Growth-type artifacts, even if low in level, are quite precious. Kai Dao's words shocked those spiritual treasures. They didn't expect its seemingly ordinary appearance to possess such good qualifications. Who knows if what you say is true? In our place, spiritual weapons are the highest level, and immortal artifacts and above are legendary items, since its level wasn't high. But it was indeed the most precious spiritual treasure in their realm. Almost everyone competed for it. Naturally, pride was present, and they couldn't stand seeing Kai Dao so pleased. Since words didn't work, they decided to resolve it through force. Without saying a word, Kai Dao, glowing with cold light, charged at the spiritual weapon. He deliberately held back his strength, but the sharp tip of the knife still caused the spiritual weapon to leak spiritual energy. What are you going to do? Haven't you heard the saying? No matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife. I'm not just for cutting vegetables. Kai Dao was incredibly proud. Indeed, it's clear you have little knowledge. Who said cultivators don't care about food? There are countless paths, and as long as one meets the conditions for entering the Dao, they can cultivate. Don't you know about the culinary path? A powerful culinary cultivator is a sought-after partner for everyone. Not only can they satisfy one's cravings, but they can also enhance a cultivator's strength without any side effects. His master was undoubtedly one of the best, a pioneer in the culinary path, the first of his kind. Unfortunately, there were too many fools like that, and in the end his master couldn't withstand the rumors and was tainted by the mundane world, unable to break through that realm. Later, the Great War began, and his master played a significant role. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the hearts of men and died. As his life artifact, he was despised for his appearance. Of course, he was also unwilling to cooperate with those hypocritical people, and ultimately, his fate was to wander in the chaotic currents of space. By the end, Kai Dao felt a bit sad, which Lengxi could sense. Just as she was about to comfort him, she felt a special aura emanating from the spiritual weapon, and she decided to observe quietly. As it was about to be completely destroyed, Kai Dao was still reasoning with it, infuriating the spiritual weapon. A small figure emerged from inside, hands on hips, pointing at Kai Dao and scolding. "You shameless divine artifact, bullying a newly awakened spiritual weapon. You have a spirit? That's rare. Generally, only immortal artifacts would give birth to artifact spirits, but the chances were very low. Holy artifacts had a slightly higher chance, and more artifact spirits were found in divine artifacts. Kai Dao didn't expect such a small spiritual weapon to also have an artifact spirit. Isn't that normal? The artifact spirit of the spiritual weapon was puzzled. You don't look that knowledgeable. In our place, treasure artifacts can resonate with their masters, and once they reach the level of spiritual weapons, they will give birth to artifact spirits. Of course, with good luck, some treasure artifacts can also have artifact spirits, and even weapons can have them. Wow, it turns out that listening to them can yield a lot of useful knowledge. Lengxi perked up her ears. Is that so? Kai Dao was surprised. The artifact spirit of the spiritual weapon seriously assured, "Of course, I have no intention of deceiving you." After talking like this, it seems that her anger has dissipated, but she cannot heal her injury by herself, and it is likely that it will really lead to her destruction. Thinking of this, the spirit of the spiritual tool began to cry, "Oh, why is it so hard for me? I finally found a place to stay, but I encountered someone unreasonable." If this spiritual tool didn't have a spirit, Kai Dao naturally wouldn't care, because it would just be a tool, an existence that could be there or not. But since it has a spirit, it means it has life. His previous behavior was indeed inappropriate, so Kai Dao sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. The rules of each plane are different, and I shouldn't compare the things of my plane with yours." The other party's level was higher than hers, and the pressure she felt was real. Kai Dao had restrained himself before, but when it came to action, he completely released it. Therefore, the spirit of the spiritual tool never expected that he would really apologize, and his tone was very serious. "It's okay after all. I was the one who insulted you first, and said the most hurtful things. The spirit of the spiritual tool felt a bit shy, unable to cry anymore. The spirit had a good impression of Kai Dao. After all, it had been drifting for a long time, and its master was long gone. So it was just right to accompany him. Kai Dao rarely encountered such a spirit, despite going through so many things. He remained untainted by any corrupting energy and was still very pure. He hoped that Lengxi could accept her. Master, I just got a bit confused. She should also be a growth-type spiritual tool. Although her level is low now, she will be very useful to keep. However, whether to keep her or not wasn't up to him to decide. He wouldn't overstep his bounds. Kai Dao immediately asked for Lengxi's opinion. Chapter 46. Picking up trash in space again, of course, she can. She's a pill furnace. With my current strength, if I use a divine tool to refine pills, it will consume a lot of spiritual power. Just right, she is a spiritual tool and a growth type, so she can accompany me as I grow. This spiritual artifact resembles a medicinal furnace with a total of 3 ears. Its exterior is dark and grimy. The furnace mouth has a notch, and there is a crack on the furnace body. If it weren't for the spirit of the artifact, it would indeed be very ordinary. However, such an ordinary object is more suitable for Lengxi, as it helps her play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Hearing Lengxi say this, Kai Dao finally felt at ease. On one hand, he indeed thought she was suitable, and on the other hand, he regretted his impulsive behavior just now. After communicating with Lengxi, Kai Dao then spoke with the spirit of the artifact. This is my master. I can't save you, but you can contract with her. Is she willing to contract with me? After all, I'm not much use right now. The spirit of the artifact, transformed into a little girl, shyly tugged at her green dress, occasionally glancing up at Lengxi with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Kai Dao did not notice this and instead comforted her. The master is really nice. As long as you are useful, she will keep you. You can tell her about your advantages. Advantages? The spirit of the artifact was a bit confused. Could being able to refine low-level pills count? She had never dealt with other alchemy furnaces, and this was a skill she acquired when she first gained spiritual intelligence, so she thought little of it. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't do anything other than alchemy, she probably wouldn't have said it. However, upon hearing this, both Lengxi and Kai Dao were very surprised, especially Kai Dao, who understood what this represented. He realized he had indeed misjudged it. It counts. Without him acting as a middleman, Lengxi excitedly walked over. If you don't mind, I can contract with you right now, but you have to help me refine pills. This is a free labor. Nowadays, they only use low-grade elixirs. With this alchemy furnace, she doesn't have to toil and trouble herself to refine them. The spirit of the alchemy furnace couldn't wait to contract with Lengxi. Great. She could feel the comfortable aura emanating from Lengxi. And since she would soon be destroyed if she didn't contract, she agreed without any hesitation. The contract made both the instrument spirit and Lengxi very satisfied. But Kai Dao felt something was off. This feeling was confirmed in the next moment. After the contract, the originally damaged parts of the alchemy furnace were completely restored, transforming from a dark and tattered appearance to a crystal-clear one in an instant. The furnace body was intricately carved with blooming lotus flowers, and at this moment, it shrank to the size of a palm, resting in Lengxi's hand, complementing her slender fingers and making her look even more beautiful. As a girl, she loved such pretty things, especially since the instrument spirit had cleverly shrunk from a 5- or 6-year-old appearance to palm-sized. Sitting on the alchemy furnace and gazing at Lengxi with sparkling big eyes, nearly melting her heart. You look so good like this. The contrast was striking, and the surprise doubled. Lengxi happily lifted the instrument spirit's chin with her index finger, and the spirit cooperatively raised its head, squinting its eyes with a comfortable expression. Thank you, Master. You're also very beautiful. I'm very happy to be with you. Can we cuddle? Oh, let's cuddle. Lengxi leaned in, and the two of them affectionately pressed their faces together. Kai Dao watched in shock. Master, why didn't you cuddle with me? Your voice is masculine. Why would I cuddle with a rough guy? Girls are the best. In fact, it didn't matter if someone was a boy or a girl. What mattered was that his voice was too mature, making it difficult for her to engage in affectionate behavior with such a mature voice. Moreover, Kai Dao's appearance was already a deterrent. Although she hid her disdain very well, Kai Dao still noticed. Her heart fell cold, and she turned to glare fiercely at the alchemy furnace. Forget it, forget it. After all, he is powerful and knows more things. He can't completely fall out of favor. However, the urgent matter was to quickly condense a physical form, or else she feared she would only see the new person smile while the old one cried. The master seemed to really like children. It would be great if he could also change into an appearance like Lengxi's. After making this decision, Kai Dao calmed down. The master is right. It was my words that were inappropriate. Oh, now you're not refuting her? It seemed that more contracts were needed. They would be more obedient to compete for affection. Suddenly, Lengxi had an idea. All right, there are many things this time. Take a look at what else can be used. I need to quickly equip our personnel. I see their progress is particularly obvious. But the evolution of those zombies doesn't wait for anyone. It's only been a few days, and some of their speeds are already close to that of normal people. Even if they do betray us, we can just kill them then. Why waste too much energy on tools? After realizing this, Lengxi became much more generous towards them. Besides, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. As long as they weren't foolish and knew that she had good things in her hands, they would strive to showcase their value. In such matters, Lengxi completely relies on him. After feeling his importance in her heart, Kai Dao's slight gloom dissipated entirely. He became serious and carefully sifted through the selections. However, having learned from the previous experience with the alchemy furnace, he no longer acted as rashly as before. Everything he deemed good was gathered together, planning to have another assessment later. For now, he was just doing a preliminary selection. Kai Dao's strength had already been witnessed when he dealt with the alchemy furnace, and the spiritual treasures dared not object, allowing him to pick and choose. They were very clear that the final decision on their fate lay with Lengxi, but they also knew they had to pass Kai Dao's scrutiny first. If Kai Dao did not favor them, no matter what, they would not be chosen by Lengxi. After selecting for a while, he finally picked out a few decent items that would be very useful to Lengxi, which lifted Kai Dao's spirits a bit. Although he did not understand why these items ended up in the time-space tunnel, nor whether they had experienced temporal turbulence, he figured that many had not. After all, many of the items were not of high grade, and even his innate artifacts could not withstand the ravages of temporal turbulence, let alone theirs. With this in mind, his gaze towards Lengxi became even more profound. Master, we currently have these. Please see if you need any. The chosen ones cheered joyfully, while those not chosen did not dare to protest, merely trembling weakly in their damaged forms. Chapter 47. A mobile residence. While Kai Dao was selecting, Lengxi was also paying attention. Aside from the alchemy furnace, which surprised her, nothing else stirred her heart. Compared to these scraps, it seemed that the items in Kai Dao's space were better. When she saw a house-like object, her eyes lit up. Kai Dao, do you really have building blocks there? Lengxi cheered inwardly, but did not dare to confirm. Kai Dao, having read about this in books, understood what she meant. Master, this is not building blocks. It is a mansion, what you would call a mobile residence. Does that mean we can live in it? Is this thing still usable? As she had guessed, thinking about not having to find a building to live in or sleep in a tent, and recalling the descriptions of such mansions in novels, Lengxi's heart surged with excitement. This mansion was of high grade. It had undergone unknown experiences and withstood considerable damage, now severely ruined, with even its consciousness having fallen silent. Although its original space was very large, and even had a small area that could be used to plant things and raise living creatures, there was not much usable space left now. At this point, Kai Dao's eyes were filled with regret. Hearing him say that, Lengxi felt a pang of sorrow as she pressed her hand to her chest and asked, I don't want to know these things. I want to know how much can be used and how can it be restored. What is needed? I can't figure out much about its condition, but the first and second floors can be used now. The planting area can grow some vegetables, but things that require spiritual energy cannot. Hearing this, Lengxi felt relieved. That's fine. As long as it can accommodate people, it's good. Didn't you say its consciousness has already fallen silent? How can I form a contract with it? By blood oath? Yes. A conscious entity can use a spiritual contract, while an unconscious one can only use this method. Kai Dao marveled again at how impressive the authors of novels in her world truly were. Then I will form a contract with it first, and we'll discuss the rest later. In such a mess, it turns out that good things can still be found. Lengxi was particularly glad that she had a whim to come here today. Without her needing to say anything, Yilong thoughtfully presented a silver needle in front of her. Master, using this will reduce the pain significantly. Ailing is so good, and no need to be polite. Ailing is very happy to help the master. So good. Struggling to maintain her composure, Lengxi pressed down the corners of her mouth, carefully pricking her finger with the silver needle. A drop of bright red blood swayed at her fingertip, and without hesitation, she pressed it onto the small house. Immediately, a blinding golden light shot up into the sky, and a contract formation appeared beneath Lengxi and the house, as if the mist had been largely dispelled. Lengxi could feel a slight spiritual connection with the small house. Upon careful perception, she indeed discovered the complete image of the house in her mind. Wow, so beautiful! She initially thought it was just an ordinary small house, but unexpectedly, its complete form turned out to be a palace. Unfortunately, most parts of the palace appeared dim, and she couldn't explore further inside, only getting a general view from the outside. However, she could investigate the areas that emitted a faint glow. Just as Kai Dao said, only the first and second floors could be used. Lengxi decided to reserve the second floor for the three of them, and the first floor for Luo Tian and the others to live in. Once the contract was completed, the light disappeared, and the small house transformed into a stream of light, entering Lengxi's mind and overlapping with the mark inside. Lengxi kept a close watch and noticed that after the overlap, a part of the third floor of the small house began to unlock faintly. It seemed that restoring it wouldn't require too much effort. This time, Lengxi truly felt happy. Kai Dao, your vision is really good. Now I have confidence in the upcoming arrangements. I'm glad to be able to help you. Just like Leng said, I'm very happy. Kai Dao wasn't surprised by the disappearance of the small house. Master, what about these? Who knows what great purpose they might serve in the end? After a moment of thought, Lengxi decided to keep them all. Those that could survive in the turbulence of time and space have some skills. After all, just because they are not needed now doesn't mean they won't be needed in the future. All right, if the master doesn't want a contract, Kai Dao won't force it. For them to stay, you must agree and allocate some space for them. Otherwise, they will continue to drift in the turbulence of time and space. I see. That's why it hasn't been piled up here for so long. Lengxi suddenly realized, Leng, prepare a place for these future companions to stay. Okay, master. The space is a bit small, and with so many of them, it might be a little crowded, but these spiritual treasures don't mind. Being able to stay is already very good. They don't want to wander in the time tunnel and ultimately perish. As long as they can stay, there will definitely be a time for them to realize their value. Watching them scramble to squeeze into that small space, Lengxi's expression was somewhat surprised. I thought treasures with intelligence would have some self-esteem. For example, when they first came, they had all kinds of conditions. These are all smart ones. They probably went to those who couldn't see the situation clearly and are likely gone now. The previous batch that was with him had quite a few whose strength was not inferior to his, but in the end, they disappeared because of their arrogance. Anyway, that's all in the past. There's nothing to talk about. Lengxi didn't spend much time on it, leading the two newly contracted spiritual treasures into the space. Master, is this your space? The spiritual energy is so rich, it's even more comfortable than my previous realm. Little one, do you have a name? How about I give you one? Just as Lengxi was about to call her, she suddenly realized she had no title. Speaking of names, the alchemy furnace spirit flashed a hint of sadness on her face, shaking her head. I have a name, but I don't want to use it. Master, you can give me one. Then how about I call you Bu? Your original form is very beautiful. Chapter 48. The Little House That Is a Palace. Okay. Thank you for the name, Master. The name sounds nice, and Bu was very satisfied, nodding her little head, her eyes full of smiles, the sadness long concealed. Master, when will I start alchemy? The kinder Lengxi was. The more Bu wanted to do something to show her worth, but I can only refine potions for replenishing stamina and stopping bleeding. At this point, her mood became a bit low. I'm too stupid. It took me so long to only learn these two things. It's okay. To me, you're not stupid at all. Moreover, these two are often used and very important. I think you're amazing. She really did find a treasure. Right now, what she needed most were these two things. Bu was clearly comforted by her her beautiful big eyes staring at her. Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Since you want to practice alchemy, then let us practice. I'll take you to the alchemy room. The diligent worker, Lengxi, was very satisfied with Bai, but she quickly thought of a question. Do you know the pill formula? I'm afraid that in my plane, there are no herbs like yours. Yes, Bai was very honest, and as soon as Lengxi asked, she recited the formula. Master, there's only the formula, no herbs, I can't refine it. It's okay. I happen to have them. They were all herbs she had never heard of, but it didn't matter. She remembered that Leng had planted many, some of which had grown in her space after she leveled up. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Can you gather the herbs yourself in the future? You can't let Leng help you. She really was so obedient, and her small stature made Lengxi feel affection. I can. My previous master made me memorize the herbal compendium. She hated refining low-level pills the most, yet the demand was high, so she wanted to handle it herself. Over the years, although she couldn't independently refine other pills, she could assist to make it much easier for her. Wow, Bai has it tough, right? Why do all the masters she encounters want to take it easy? Forget it. After all, those who are capable must work harder. Since Bai is so amazing, then let her handle everything. Wow, Bai, you're awesome. So can I leave the alchemy to you in the future? Lengxi said with a smile. I believe you will definitely become the only alchemy furnace that can refine many pills. Really? My previous master said the same, but I don't really believe it. She was never reliable. Besides, refining pills isn't difficult, especially these simple ones. As long as you time it right and control the flames, it won't explode. Lengxi was extremely happy. Yes, you're so amazing. Of course, master, just watch. I will refine many for you. In just a few words, Bai was already happily taking on the heavy responsibility of alchemy. Kai Dao couldn't bear to look. He had thought she was a scheming little green tea, but turned out to be a little fool, the kind that gets sold and still helps count the money. What's there to be angry about with such a little thing? He was the big brother among all the spiritual treasures. After arranging the alchemy tasks, Lengxi turned her attention to Kai Dao. Kai Dao shivered. Master, I will help Leng gather the vegetables, and I will keep a close eye on Bai to assist her. Not bad, not bad. You are all diligent and serious good kids. Lengxi was very pleased. You all go play, I'll see what functions that little house has. Okay, master. Lengxi turned and left, and as she walked, she poked at the little house with her consciousness. The little house had been completely still, but perhaps it was annoyed by the poking from behind. It turned around. It seemed this consciousness hadn't completely quieted down. There's hope. Finding an open space, Lengxi released the little house. As soon as it landed, it took up a huge area, larger than any independent villa Lengxi had ever seen. This is a palace surrounded by walls, with only a single entrance at the main gate. The main gate is 3 meters wide, and there's a plaque on it, which is now completely blank, and the door is tightly closed. As Lengxi's consciousness stirred, the plaque flickered with a golden light, and a pen appeared out of thin air, beginning to write with each stroke. In the blink of an eye, the words Mansion appeared on it. Indeed, after practicing calligraphy for several years, although mostly with hard brushes, her soft brush skills were not lacking either. She became more and more satisfied with the 2 characters. Not bothering with the plaque anymore, Lengxi stepped toward the entrance. She did not push the door, yet it opened automatically the moment she arrived. As she had imagined earlier, what greeted her was an ancient and elegant screen, and she could vaguely see a rockery and trees not far away. This partially concealed appearance made the entire courtyard even more eye-catching. The courtyard had 7 sections, but most of it was destroyed, leaving only about 4 sections usable. It was still quite spacious. If the rooms were not enough to sleep in, one could easily set up a bedroll in the courtyard. After all, it wasn't her sleeping there. Lengxi didn't care much about that. Her gaze mostly lingered on the rockery. As her eyes swept over the withered flowers and numerous dried trees, a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Kai Dao had shown her books about the extraordinary flowers and trees of the cultivation world, and if she wasn't mistaken, these were all valuable things, but unfortunately, they were almost ruined. She lifted her foot to leave, but felt a bit reluctant. So she simply set up a small spirit gathering array next to these extraordinary flowers and trees, then sprinkled a bit of spirit spring water on them. After thinking for a moment, she infused a bit of wood element energy as well. All I can do is this. Whether you can survive depends entirely on yourselves. If she hadn't sensed their faint life force, Lengxi might not have done these things. Of course, the most important reason was that she couldn't bear to waste. After touring the first floor, she discovered she could manipulate the arrangement of the rooms. She then scattered the main courtyard and side courtyard, transforming them into modern single rooms, allowing for more rooms. If conditions allowed, she still hoped to treat each teammate fairly. These people are currently very useful, and Lengxi has decided to lead them on the path of cultivation. When leaving, she set up a gathering spirit array in each room. At that time, with the small house placed outside, she didn't know how effective the gathering spirit array would be, but it could filter out other negative auras. The first floor was really nothing to look at. It was no different from the ancient courtyard she saw on television. The only spot that caught her was a piece of land that was said to be able to grow vegetables. She had to admit that the small house was quite nice. The first and second floors were completely different spaces. To reach the second floor, one had to go through the teleportation array at the entrance of that courtyard on the first floor. Chapter 49. Can it change shape? She really didn't know what the owner of this small house was thinking when they placed the teleportation array in such a hidden spot. If one had a slightly weaker mental strength, who would have thought that an ordinary brick would be the key to teleportation? It was said to be hidden, but it wasn't really. It was just in the corner of the water tank, and ordinary people wouldn't think that a teleportation array would be there. The control point was still that brick in the tank. Lengxi muttered softly while she pressed the brick against the gap. The brick, which was originally not in position, emitted a faint cyan glow. Then the entire wall became seamless, and the light wrapped around Lengxi, eventually transforming into the shape of a door. It wanted to suck Lengxi in, but was gently controlled by her, approaching on its own. After a moment of daze, Lengxi opened her eyes and found herself in a different place. Unlike the first floor, where entering the door led directly to the courtyard, the second floor was quite different. What greeted her was a large open space, and looking into the distance, she could finally see the buildings. The red palace walls surrounded each palace individually, and several palaces were arranged in a semicircle, occupying the remaining space. There were a total of 7 palaces, and the 3 of them could each choose one and have plenty of time to select. Lengxi had no desire to explore inside. The layout was no different from a normal ancient palace, and she had lost interest. Why were there no alchemy rooms, weapon forging rooms, or training grounds? Could it be that the weapon forging master crafted it for mortals? Indeed, Lengxi had been looking for such places, but to her disappointment, both the first and second floors were for living, with only areas for sleeping, eating, and using the toilet, with no space for cultivation. Fortunately, a small portion of the second floor was open space, which was just right for creating a training area. Looking at the vast small house that seemed endless, she thought that placing it outside might be a bit obstructive, and she started to feel a headache. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, a flash of white light passed through the small house. When Lengxi looked, it now measured only about 10 square meters. Although the shape had changed, what she saw was just a door and a small single room, but Lengxi knew that nothing inside had changed. This is the most suitable. As Lengxi's consciousness moved, the small house was collected into the sea of consciousness. Having stayed in the space for quite a while, Lengxi planned to go outside and take a look. As soon as she exited the tent, she saw Luo Tian and the others coming in from outside. "Boss, you're out. Although you weren't here, we can't always rely on you. So we went outside to chop zombies." Luo Tian greeted Lengxi happily, showing no complaints about her seemingly lazy behavior. "Not bad, very self-aware. Tonight, I have something to give you that can enhance your strength. You should really like it. Although not everyone can cultivate immortality, that depends on talent, but we should at least give it a try, since it doesn't cost anything, just a bit of effort." Indeed, she had found a basic cultivation method from Kai Dao that was suitable for everyone to use. Of course, it was most suitable for those below the foundation establishment stage. This cultivation method is a very common basic entry-level practice for cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Whether they can cultivate or not depends on whether they have this opportunity. Upon hearing her words, everyone was very happy. Since Lengxi said she had something for them, it must be something good. The fatigue from hacking zombies was instantly swept away, and they eagerly speculated about what the good thing might be. After Luo Tian and the others sat down, Lengxi took people out to continue killing zombies. However, after this round of killing, today's task was nearly complete. Forget it. Anyway, they would definitely know the answer tonight. Knowing it now would spoil the surprise for the evening. With this consolation, everyone's hearts calmed down. After 2 rounds of killing zombies, these people had reached their limit. They would no longer go out. Their stinky appearance was indeed unsightly, and Yu Jingluo very consciously signaled for them to come over and take a bucket to wash up. From the initial discomfort and nausea to now being accustomed to the smell, they surprisingly felt it wasn't that bad. If it weren't for the logistics team staring at them with unspeakable expressions, perhaps Luo Tian and the others wouldn't have moved at all. Sister Luo, let us rest for a bit. We're really too tired. Luo Tian moved to a corner, trying to stay as far away from the logistics team as possible. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, the logistics person would really come over with a big spoon and bring people to knock on him. Of course, what she really wanted to say was to hurry up and wash clean to help. Cooking wasn't difficult, but doing it continuously would make one feel bored from the bottom of their heart. Not to mention that flipping the pan, washing vegetables, and chopping meat for too long was also very tiring. Luo Tian and the others didn't quite understand what Yu Jingluo meant, but after this reminder, the smell on their bodies began to make them uncomfortable. After resting for more than 10 minutes, they took turns to go to Yu Jingluo to get buckets to wash up. Each person had a bucket, and the water had already been prepared by Lengxi. Recognizing who was taking a shower, Yu Jingluo finished her task by placing their buckets in the bathroom. Originally, the logistics team was busy, and she only needed to collect. But seeing that they were a bit overwhelmed, Yu Jingluo also started to help out. After saying those few words, she didn't want to say another word. She felt that the smell of cooking oil and smoke seemed to ruin her delicate face. With all sorts of chaotic thoughts in her mind, her hands moved very deftly. A full bucket of water was not wasted. She scrubbed first and then rinsed, making it very clean. Bathing could wash away all the fatigue, and with about 10 people, there was no rush, so Luo Tian and the others washed slowly. Yeah, after washing up, I feel completely refreshed. Look at how tired you all are. She rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and the others, and those who originally wanted to show off immediately quieted down. They all remembered Lengxi's words and would definitely not be so embarrassed. Chapter 50. Intercepted on the way among them. There were several evolvers and ability users with good strength. We fought with them and exhausted our last bit of strength. As soon as Yu Jingluo heard this, she exploded. What? How shameless. In such chaotic times, instead of thinking of ways to kill zombies, they actually turn against their own kind. Luo Tian and the others listened with their ears perked up, feeling very unhappy. Once we rest up, let us see who has the guts to do that. We'll give them a good beating. Now, they were a team, and daring to attack their leader was a slap in the face to them, right? No, they definitely couldn't take this lightly. Although they were all classmates before, not everyone was united and friendly. Perhaps these people were the ones they had conflicts with before. So wouldn't it be settling old and new scores together? Seeing them clamoring for justice, the second team was very happy. They need a good beating, but it has to be calculated. Lengxi wasn't from their school, but everyone else present was, so they naturally recognized the backgrounds of these people. Xiao Gao, what do you think? Knowing that he had good overall planning ability, but couldn't match Xiao Gao in cleverness, Luo Tian looked at him first. Hoping he would make a suggestion, Xiao Gao didn't let him down, adjusting his glasses and seriously analyzing. Based on the direction they came from, I roughly guessed they came from the gym. The convenience store near the gym should have nothing left, which is why they came to a farther supermarket. This supermarket is the closest to the gym. Who goes to the gym? Most are sports enthusiasts, and some are just losers wanting to watch beautiful women exercise. Losers can be annoying, but they generally have decent physical strength. We need to figure out how many people they have, and whether they are united before taking the next step. Right now, we can easily kill zombies, but dealing with more agile people is much harder. Physical strength is a weakness, especially since we only have a few dozen people. If there are hundreds or thousands in the gym, they could exhaust us with sheer numbers. His words made the expressions of the people in the multimedia classroom serious. But Luo Tian had dealt with them before, especially since they had people from the sports department, so he was very clear about their mindset. Dolly was the first to express his thoughts. Most of the sports department people are strong in body, but simple-minded. They respect those who are strong in martial power. In such a short time, unless they are powerful enough to be like the boss, it's impossible for them to unite. Generally, they would split into 2 or 3 large teams, with many small groups in between. Dolly's mind isn't very sharp, but relatively speaking, it doesn't mean he has no brains at all. Luo Tian looked at Xiao Gao, hoping he could explain what had just happened. Xiao Gao didn't hesitate and clearly described the characteristics and expressions of those people. Luo Tian pondered for a moment and finally had an idea. All right, let's not discuss this for now. Let's quickly sort out dinner. Dolly immediately pushed thoughts of revenge aside and strode over to Hausi. Right? People are iron and rice is steel. If you miss a meal, you'll feel awful. Brother Hao, can you give me a bit more? Hausi smiled at him, unhesitatingly scooping a generous portion of rice and a full spoonful of meat for him, making Dolly laugh so hard that his teeth showed. The cooking was ongoing, with delicious aromas wafting around, but since Hausi didn't call out, they didn't feel hungry. Once he did, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and everyone's stomachs began to rumble in succession. Luo Tan murmured quietly, "We just had lunch not long ago. Why are we hungry already?" "It's normal. It shows that you guys are working hard to kill zombies, so you're consuming a lot of energy." At this time, Yi Lingqing also regained her composure. "Sister Luo, I want to take a shower first." It was indeed time for a shower. Being clean would make one feel much more comfortable. "No need, I'm not a child. I don't need you to wash for me." Yi Lingqing blushed. Yu Jingluo chided, "No need to be so polite. We're all like family, right? You work hard outside killing zombies. I'm just doing logistics, it's not tiring for me. Why wash by hand when we have a washing machine?" Just then, Yi Lingqi came out and rolled her eyes at this. "Where are you going to get electricity? Don't even think about using a generator. Do you want to exhaust them with that noise?" Some things they understood, but others didn't. Yu Jingluo shot her a glare, fearing that what she said would raise suspicions from Xiao Gao and the others. Yi Lingqi understood her meaning and softened her tone. "Don't worry, it shouldn't take long. They should meet my expectations soon." Knowing she was aware of the situation, Yu Jingluo didn't ask further and gestured for her to hurry over. Yi Lingqi looked puzzled. "What do you want me to come over for?" "To fill the water. Did you forget you need to do something?" Yu Jingluo said helplessly. They all needed to wash up every day, so the demand for water was high. "I know. I'm filling the water." Filling water was easy for her, but seeing the look Li Miao Miao gave her, she gritted her teeth and decided to focus on training him to take over her job. She couldn't always be the faucet. Li Miao Miao noticed Yi Lingqi smiling at him and felt his whole body tremble, sensing an ominous premonition. Upon reflection, it didn't seem like much, and he scratched his head in confusion, smiling at Yi Lingqi while holding his bowl, waiting for Hausi to serve. Dolly was the most innocent one. He thought his food was already served and was about to gulp it down when Hausi directly took his bowl away. "Brother Hao." Dolly was puzzled. Hausi said seriously. "The boss said, shower first, then eat. Hurry up and step aside. Next one, be quick, don't dawdle, it's painful to watch." Well, Dolly had confirmed that if he didn't clean himself up, he really wouldn't get to eat this meal. With a helpless sigh, he resigned himself to go take a shower. Chapter 51. Rules for entering the immortal cultivation path. The taste is indeed hard to bear. What if a bit of rotten meat accidentally falls into the bowl? Thinking of this, he lost his resistance to cleaning it. By the time they finished washing, Luo Tian and the others had only eaten half. Dolly happily took his bowl from Mouse. "Brother Hao, can I eat now?" "Yes, the boss said you performed the best and killed the most zombies. So you're rewarded with a fried egg." When he said this, Mouse deliberately glanced at the others. As he picked it up, he slowed down intentionally, letting everyone see it. The egg wasn't too big, and the amount from frying wasn't too much, but Mouse added other ingredients, making it look much larger. Especially the aroma was exceptional. Luo Tian and the others couldn't help but stare, but no one was jealous because they recognized Dolly's hard work. And it was only fair that he received a reward. "Want to eat?" The boss said that besides a fixed meat and vegetable dish, there will also be other foods and items as rewards. Whoever performs well will get them. Initially feeling gloomy about only being in logistics, now seeing how respectfully they treated him while eating, Mouse thought this wasn't too bad. Especially this feeling of power through authority was truly wonderful. Originally, meals were calculated based on quantity, and nobody felt it was a big deal. However, because they had been hungry before and had only just eaten their fill, they had no demands. But later, once everyone was full, they would definitely pursue more. Before they started to get into a fuss, Lengxi thought it would be better to do it this way for now. Sure enough, after she said this, everyone envied Dolly even more. Dolly proudly lifted his head, carefully took a bite of the fried egg, and his eyes lit up. Brother Hao, this egg tastes really good. I like it so much. Can I eat it in the future? Of course, as long as you keep working hard, there will always be fried eggs in your belly. The boss won't treat those who work hard unfairly. Mouse truly admired her, his heart and eyes filled with what Lengxi said, finding her quite amusing. It was initially intended for these people to be laborers, and somehow, in just a day or two, they had turned into trustworthy partners. This feeling was indeed magical. All right, let's chatter. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, I'll give you some things. Whether it can improve your strength, I can't say. It depends on you. Thinking Lengxi had forgotten, upon hearing her say this, those who originally wanted to savor the food quickly gobbled down their portions. Meanwhile, they shouted, "Boss, we'll finish eating soon. No hurry." Lengxi's eyes were filled with smiles, and as she looked at them, warmth gradually spread. Amidst the noise, this meal was finally finished. The logistics team mainly dealt with these matters, but after Luo Tian and the others finished eating, they didn't just sit back. They helped clean up too. From morning until evening, although Mouse and the others took turns to rest, they were still quite tired. Luo Tian and the others took the initiative to help, and no one refused, handing over the things without hesitation, directly collapsing on the ground. After estimating that they had recovered enough, Lengxi took out a notebook. "Boss, what is this? It's not some martial arts manual, is it?" The cover of a notebook was dark blue, and from the side, it was clear that the paper was particularly old, prompting someone to joke. Unexpectedly, Lengxi gave him an appreciative look, nodded, and said very seriously, "That's right, but this is an entry-level method for cultivating immortality, not a martial arts manual." After her words, everyone's expressions froze, and looking at her again, it seemed she wasn't joking. Could it really be an entry-level method for cultivating immortality? Boss, it really won't lead us astray, right? Or were you deceived by some scammer? Cultivating immortality, that's legendary stuff. Naturally, they wanted to experience the possibility of immortality. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment would be. It would be better not to believe it from the start, so they wouldn't feel sad. Lengxi felt a bit helpless. This is real. Why would I joke with you about such things? If it weren't useful, I wouldn't bring it out. If you don't believe me, you could take a look. Saying this, she demonstrated a technique to retrieve an object from the air. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Wow, this is a skill only cultivators could have. Now everyone had to believe it. Xiao Gao didn't say anything, but his eyes were particularly bright as he looked eagerly at Lengxi. "Boss, what are the requirements to learn this? Can I do it?" Everyone was excited upon hearing this, even though they didn't speak. Lengxi could understand their intentions because they were all staring at the book of introductory cultivation methods in her hands, as if their eyes were glued to it. Lengxi could feel that as time passed, the spiritual energy in the outside world was slowly becoming denser, but it couldn't compare to her space. She wasn't willing to bring these people into her space, so they would have to rely on themselves. To avoid disappointing them, Lengxi continued, "Even if you don't end up practicing, your physical condition will greatly improve, and it might even increase your chances of awakening your special abilities. In short, it's not a bad thing. Boss, you don't need to say anything. We all understand that novels and TV shows aren't watched for nothing." Their hearts were open, and Lengxi felt completely reassured. As long as you understand. Cultivators should be wary of seeking quick success, and their ability to think this way was a good thing. Everyone was very interested in cultivation and gathered around Lengxi to see how she would teach. Lengxi was straightforward. She stood up and tapped each of their foreheads with her index finger. "Come on, recite the incantation with me." "Is that it?" Luo Tian and the others didn't understand the purpose of her actions, and in the next moment, some obscure and difficult-to-understand information surged into their minds. At this time, who has the energy to think about other things? Naturally, one must quickly digest the extra things. because the incantations from Lengxi, which were originally hard to understand, suddenly became clear. Seeing them getting into the zone, Lengxi opened her eyes and looked at Lengxi and the others. Let's go. Let's go inside and prepare a small meal. In this multimedia classroom, Lengxi had long set up defensive formations and breath-sealing formations, but usually did not activate them. Now that everyone was cultivating, she turned them on. Yu Jingluo and Lengxi couldn't wait any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, they happily followed. Chapter 52. The Dispute in the Gymnasium. This is a special cultivation method, perfectly suited for both of you. This corresponds to the mind techniques, originating from the same lineage as mine. After entering the tent, Lengxi pulled Lengxi into the space and unhesitatingly handed them the cultivation methods and mind techniques. Receiving the items, both of them wore joyful smiles, and Lengxi exaggeratedly cupped her face and kissed her. I knew it. Sister definitely saved the best for us. Hurry up. This is something I found with great difficulty. Don't let my good intentions go to waste. Though she said this, Lengxi's eyes were filled with joy, clearly appreciating her sister's affection. Lengxi held onto her arm without letting go. Thank you, sister. You're the best. I will practice hard and won't hold you back. Yu Jingluo's expression was serious. Lengxi always thought of them when she had something, and taking it out so late definitely meant it wasn't easy to obtain. If she didn't practice well, it would really be unfair to her sister's efforts. Lengxi thought the same. The playful expression on her face faded, and she became serious. Sister, I will protect you. You two have had enough of this. Stop with the nonsense. The space has ample spiritual energy, and with this time, you should quickly draw the energy into your bodies. This is really too sentimental. Lengxi couldn't quite handle it and felt quite embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject. When it comes to matters that can enhance their strength, both Leng and Qing were naturally not vague. They didn't need Lengxi to say much. They each found a place and sat cross-legged according to the method described in their cultivation technique. The technique was tailored to them, not only matching their attributes, but also allowing them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The space was very safe, even though there were defensive formations outside. She still didn't feel at ease, so she simply came out. Everyone was meditating with their eyes closed, sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Lengxi slowed her pace and gradually moved outside. Although she spent most of her time in the tent, she was well aware of what was happening outside. She remembered what Lengxi said about being surrounded and kept in mind. Since everyone was busy, she decided to confront that bold one who actually dared to target her sister. As she left, Lengxi set up another defensive formation and a small teleportation array around her before slowly heading towards the gymnasium. It had been over 10 years since she was last at school, and while these buildings felt somewhat familiar to Lengxi, they were mostly strange, and she had to rummage through her mind for a long time to recall where this place was. Fortunately, she had mental strength, so finding the gymnasium was not a hassle. Traveling alone, she moved much faster, and in less than 10 minutes, she arrived at the location of the gymnasium. Lengxi did not approach the main entrance, but instead slowly made her way to the side door. Through her mental power, she knew there was a large window here. This window is roughly 3 meters off the ground, and climbing up isn't easy. However, it doesn't matter. She knows many elements, and the wood elements are sufficient to condense vines, allowing her to comfortably observe what they are doing through the window. With her current strength, watching these people is completely fine. Inside, it is noisy, and Lengxi is watching with great interest. So, you could just take action, and you still have the nerve to argue? Nowadays, the two sides are at a standoff, and the leading boy has a look of righteous anger, glaring fiercely at the people opposite him. Don't you understand what kind of world it is now? Survival of the fittest. We are strong. So what's wrong with taking what we want from them? The person being questioned remains unfazed. Not only that, but he also shows a provocative smile. If you hadn't insisted on taking them back then, would we be consuming so much food? Indeed, they're just a bunch of freeloaders, lacking both brains and strength. They can only clean up zombies outside, and yet their legs shake like a sieve. How ridiculous is that? With someone taking the lead, those behind the tall, muscular boy also start to speak up, hearing their mocking words. Lengxi knows that they have held grudges for a long time. In the apocalypse, it truly tests people's hearts. She is curious about what these people will do. If they can fight, that would be the best, as she loves watching them turn on each other. After saying those words, a carefree young man with a mocking expression adds, "Yes, survival of the fittest, and yet the meat you targeted ends up getting beaten." You? What do you mean by you? Since you want to draw a line, the trouble you cause is your own business. Why drag us into it? There are so many of us here. The opponent is evidently very strong. After all, who could obtain weapons at this time, if not extraordinary individuals? Just you guys. Only tall without brains. Yet you are still so pleased with yourselves. It's truly laughable. He still has that carefree attitude, looking like he deserves a beating. Infuriated by these words, the muscular boys raise their hands, ready to hit him. Lung phone. Why do you speak so harshly? You're just a dog of words and actions. He hasn't even spoken yet, so why are you barking? Enough. Yanxing realizes that reasoning won't work, and seeing them about to attack his friend, he can no longer hold back. A bolt of lightning strikes the leading person on the opposite side, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The chaotic scene instantly stabilizes. If he had known, he would have acted first. Yanxing feels a bit regretful. His expression of unfulfilled desire calms those who haven't been struck. Words are just words. Why have you started fighting? Although this flash of lightning was small, it made him tremble all over. After finally recovering, the man at the front had a very dissatisfied expression, but he was much calmer overall. He looked warily at Yanxing, who was once again gathering lightning in his hand. Let's talk nicely, don't do this. We are all classmates. You also know we are classmates. So you should be clear about what the consequences will be if we don't take them in. Do you think our small group can deal with so many of them? Anyway, it's all about death. They're taking a desperate gamble. Do you think we can resist with just our small number? Yanxing has always had the demeanor of a young master, speaking to others in a polite tone. But when he gets angry, not many can withstand it. Especially since what he said was indeed correct. Those who blamed others felt a bit guilty. So what do we do now? Chapter 53. They were raised by zombies. Yes, they have already beaten someone up, and the gymnasium is probably noted. So when the other side is unreasonable, they might think we're all in cahoots just because we're staying together. How could we possibly apologize? Although we were wrong to rob, the other side has already dealt with us, and we are still in pain. If we don't ask them for compensation, it's already enough. How could they expect us to apologize? Impossible. The tall, strong boy couldn't help but raise his voice, his face flushed. Slap. His voice was abruptly cut off by a slap to his face. It turned out to be Cold Wind who acted, and the swift movement made the eyes of the tall boy sharp. The leading tall boy covered his face, somewhat incredulous. You hit me? If I wanted to hit you, why would I need to pick a day? I just don't like that ugly face of yours. What? Do you want to fight me? Cold Wind casually tapped his fingernails. Lower your voice. How long has it been? Don't you know that zombies identify direction by sound and smell? There are already a lot of people in the gymnasium. If you keep shouting like this, it's easy to attract zombies and surround us. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the gym immediately cast disapproving glances. Even the companions of the tall, strong boy looked unconvinced. There was no way out. He had to swallow his pride. What else could he do? He understood that this Cold Wind guy was just hiding his strength. He wasn't as easy to deal with as he appeared. With such speed, it was clear he was either an ability user or an evolved being. He settled down, and everyone's gaze shifted to Yanxing, hoping to find a solution from him. However, Yanxing refused to acknowledge them. If it weren't for wanting to avoid trouble back then, he would never have taken these people in. What are you looking at me for? You got yourselves into this mess. You can sort it out yourselves. We're not that close. After saying that, he took his people to a corner to rest and decided not to get involved in this matter. He had already given his opinion, and if the other side didn't listen, why should he waste his breath? As the saying goes, you can't persuade a dead ghost with good words. With Yanxing and his group unwilling to help, the tall boy's gaze finally fell on a large number of classmates. However, this group also had a leader. Before he could speak, they self-deprecated. Yes, we're the ones you called freeloaders, and we have no abilities at all. Those who had joined later smartly found a place and all sat together. Yanxing's strength was evident to all, since he was unwilling to protect them. They decided to unite, as their sheer numbers made even those with special abilities wary. Moreover, there were also ability users among them. If it weren't for the fact that they happened to be in the vicinity for gym class, who would bother to squeeze in? Sure enough, seeing their united front, the tall boys who initially wanted to force them into formation found it difficult to take action. In the vast gym, several hundred people eventually divided into 3 distinct teams. What a pity it was that they didn't end up fighting. Lengxi, feeling uninterested, set up a small teleportation array and then left. As soon as her figure disappeared, Xing's gaze fell on the window. Just now, he seemed to feel a probing gaze occasionally land on him, but there was no malice. Cold Wind noticed his gaze and quietly approached to speak. You felt it too, right? Yeah, Xing nodded. It seemed his perception was correct. They were indeed being watched. Could it be? Wind's expression grew serious, frowning as he asked. Xing shook his head. It's not that. The other party has no ill intentions. It should be someone coming to investigate. We need to be careful. I suspect it's those people attracted by the barbecue. Should we help them? Cold Wind's expression was very resistant. He didn't like them, and thought they might as well die outside. Ever since he saw them using classmates as bait, he had no good feelings towards those people. Now, hearing that they were beaten up for trying to snatch things, and that they even said they would come to seek revenge, he couldn't wait to distance himself from them. Don't forget, their deaths won't benefit us. It will only increase the number of zombies, Xing reassured his friend, unless we can cut off their heads. Cold Wind looked dejected. I'm not like them. How could I do such a thing? It's just a few verbal disputes. It's not time to take lethal action. Just wait a bit longer. There will be a turnaround. Seeing his friend state, Xing finally decided to reveal a bit. How do you know they're not allies that we can escape with? You mean? Cold Wind's eyes widened. He immediately understood upon his hint. Xing smiled. Exactly. Just make sure the brothers are clever and act according to my signals. Cold Wind perked up. Got it. Watching him happily instruct everyone, a smile crept onto Xing's lips. He estimated that the day to leave the gym was not far off. Indeed, from the first day he entered the gym, he sensed something was off, and that feeling intensified when he took in those classmates. There was no food in the gym, and they planned to go out together to find some, as more people meant safety. But as soon as they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded by a horde of zombies, and a sense of danger lingered in his heart, his instincts telling him they couldn't continue. They decided to leave again, but no matter how good the plan was, once they opened the gym doors, they would be surrounded immediately. Now, even the dullest among them could sense that something was wrong. They seemed to be confined, and there was a big guy among the zombies. There are always more solutions than difficulties. To survive, they used all their wits, sacrificed some lives, and found certain patterns. Those who went out to search for supplies would leave behind their close relations as hostages. Chapter 54. We can't let them escape. They often saw each other fighting over a little food, cursing at each other fiercely. The shrewish women they used to despise before the apocalypse seemed to have become themselves. If it weren't for the fear of making too much noise or attracting zombies with the smell of blood, it was likely that internal strife alone would have claimed many lives. He had quite a few people under him, more than 20, and over half of them had abilities. Even those without powers were quite capable, which was why his position was relatively secure. Of course, the main reason was that they wanted him to be the scapegoat. Fortunately, neither he nor his companions were overly sympathetic. Otherwise, they might not have many people left. Thinking about how their martial arts club originally had more members, but many had turned into zombies when the Red Moon began, Xing's eyes carried a hint of sadness. Yin, how much do we have left? Stop being stingy here. It's just this, let everyone have a little to fill their stomachs. Xing's expression was somewhat helpless, but he still took out a box of chocolate bars from his bag. What about you? You're not going to eat anything and leave it all for us, are you? Long Feng took it with some displeasure. Why don't you know to take care of yourself? The club members nearby nodded in agreement. President, your and Brother Lung's strength is the strongest among us. You need to eat well to protect us. Missing a meal won't hurt. Besides, we all have some hidden supplies. As he spoke, this member winked and nudged the person next to him with his shoulder, afraid he wouldn't believe it, and even showed off the jerky he had hidden. Cold Wind felt completely at ease. In just a day or two, we will have a way out. If you're hungry, remember to tell me. As the president, it's my duty to take care of you. President, don't say that. No one has the obligation to take care of anyone. Someone replied. Besides, Obligation is relative. We can't always rely on you. Although they lost many brothers after the apocalypse, they were fortunate that they interacted frequently, and their relationships were quite good. Coming together helped prevent things from getting worse. Cold Wind couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted them. All right, stop being so polite. We're all brothers here. Saying too much makes it feel distant. Yin Xing smiled, feeling a bit relaxed as he looked at the brothers who trusted him. As night fell, with not a glimmer of light in sight, they hastily ate something to fill their stomachs, and most people closed their eyes to rest. In the darkness, however, the tall boys slowly got up and headed towards the side door of the gymnasium. After their bodies were enhanced, it wasn't difficult to see in the dark after training. Yin Xing watched them move stealthily and gently patted the soundly sleeping Cold Wind awake. As soon as Cold Wind woke up, he wanted to ask, but he also had night vision and could see Yin Xing's expression clearly. Following his gaze, he noticed the movement of that group. His eyes turned cold, and he silently woke the others, planning to follow those people. The others woke up, but no one asked what they were going to do. Each remained quiet and still. They want to run, Cold Wind signaled. There is no need to do anything. They're sleeping like dead pigs. They will die sooner or later. The others understood the simple gestures, but their movements were too swift for them to notice. After their discussion, the two of them used simple gestures to signal the others. Keep up. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, Yin Xing had been training the group in night vision, and sometimes they would go out at night to search for food. Thus, moving slowly now was not difficult. No one fell behind, and they quietly followed behind. Tonight, Yin Xing sensed something was off. Even if the tall boys didn't run, he would still lead his people away. The door was blocked, and escaping through the window was the most convenient and safest option since there were hardly any zombies there. Even if some passed by, it wouldn't matter. Yin Xing said nothing, his gaze growing colder as he watched the group. The others couldn't see it clearly, but they could sense that his aura was a bit off, and they all remained quiet, fearing they might provoke him. No one spoke. They walked lightly. The opposing group was strong, and one careless move could easily lead to detection. Although the apocalypse brought disaster to humanity, it still held some vitality. The various abilities that emerged were nature's last mercy to humanity. Of course, great power could also be a disaster. Yin Xing was the strongest among them. Feeling the tall boys walk further away, he finally spoke, "Keep up, don't lose them." Taking advantage of the fact that the zombie leader hadn't noticed, leaving was the best choice. The other people in the gymnasium were not even on his radar. In the apocalypse, time was short. These people still had some compassion, and seeing that they were really going to leave, a few showed hesitation. President, are we really not going to care about those people? They don't seem to have done anything wrong. Yin Xing looked at the speaker with a half smile. If you feel sorry for them, you can stay. I don't mind, but I won't stay with you. My family is still waiting for me. Hearing him mention his family, the person immediately fell silent, realizing that what he had just said was foolish. It's good to have compassion, but you must remember to prioritize your own safety. You should be clear about our situation, so don't entertain any unnecessary thoughts. After saying that, he no longer cared about how they thought and was the first to climb out the window. Cold Wind had always supported Yin Xing and followed him without hesitation. The others exchanged glances and, without saying a word, hurriedly followed. None of them were foolish. The people in the gymnasium were not related to them, and even if their relationships were good, they wouldn't sacrifice themselves for others, especially since their feelings were generally average. Thinking of their families, the slightest hesitation vanished completely. Yin Xing's group had good physical strength, and climbing through a window was simple. In less than 10 minutes, everyone gathered outside the gymnasium. Chapter 55. Unknowingly approaching Yin Xing was the first to arrive, partly to show his determination and partly to get a clear view of the situation here. He had brought these people out, and he needed to ensure they were all safe. He only relaxed when the last person came out. Let's go. We need to leave here first. He wanted to say something, but sensing that zombies were starting to move, Yin Xing's expression changed, and he quickly spoke. He moved swiftly in the direction his instincts indicated, with Cold Wind and the others following behind, not saying a word, just rushing forward with him. As he expected, his intuition was correct. The zombie mini-leader, feeling the absence of many zombies, was very angry and ordered the zombie army to surround the gymnasium. Whether the people in the gymnasium would be eaten all at once or gradually consumed as reserve food was not within Yin Xing's consideration. It wasn't that they were cold-hearted. Rather, the actions of those people made them uncomfortable, and naturally, they no longer had any thoughts of providing shelter. President, it seems a group of zombies is chasing us. And there are quite a few. Although there weren't many, knowing each other's abilities, Yin Xing and the others quickly coordinated. At this moment, the hearing evolver maximized his advantage, keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately spoke up to remind everyone. This is trust. The boy called I nodded vigorously and walked forward without hesitation, knowing that he shouldn't be sentimental at this moment. The others had no objections. They were on edge, alertly observing their surroundings. This won't do. If they don't have security, they will end up exhausting themselves. Yin Xing said, "Don't be afraid. We still have hope of escaping." At this moment, there were no outsiders. Yin Xing expressed his thoughts about the coldness of the night, knowing that his words could give them great confidence. Sure enough, those who were initially a bit despondent showed much more determination in their eyes. If they could survive, no one wanted to die. We should go find them. If the other party could arrive unnoticed, they must have some skills. However, a small number of people were particularly hesitant. Boss, will we trouble them? People don't act for themselves, and heaven will punish them. Let's first bypass these zombies. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to resort to this last resort. But we must apologize later. Yin Xing knew that this was morally questionable, but he had no choice. He wanted to survive. The brothers he had were not weak. But unfortunately, there were too many zombies, thousands of them, and a sea of people would overwhelm them. Of course, the main reason was that they lacked suitable weapons. Killing zombies was not very efficient. The others didn't say anything more because Yin Xing was right. They all wanted to survive. Embracing the mindset of, if my friend dies, I won't, they decided to follow his suggestion. Here, Lengxi has not rested at all because everyone else is cultivating, so it is up to her to keep watch. How long has it been? Why is it so lively outside? Lengxi could sense many auras beginning to appear. She stepped out of the multimedia classroom and looked around, faintly hearing the sounds of commotion. Expanding her mental power outward, she roughly understood what was happening. It turned out there was a commotion. She thought they wouldn't make any moves tonight, but unexpectedly, they had some audacity. Not wanting to get involved, Lengxi decided to stay out of it. She knew that the people in the gymnasium wouldn't be in too much danger. Since they had been kept there, it indicated that the zombie little leader wouldn't eradicate them in the short term. It just depended on who was more unlucky. While Lengxi was meditating, Yin Xing and the others were heading this way. Although they didn't know where Lengxi had settled, they had cleaned the area around them particularly well. Naturally, the auditory evolved beings would head towards the quieter places. It was impossible for them to charge forward while dodging the zombies behind them, allowing the zombies to continuously converge, right? Moreover, after gaining abilities, their perception of danger was very clear. They could sense that this place felt very safe to them. President, it should be here, but it feels a bit eerily quiet. Should we send someone to take a look? Before Yin Xing could speak, a speed-evolved being took the initiative to settle the matter. The president asked me to go. I'm fast, and if there's any danger, I can run away immediately. It's better than us going in together and getting encircled. Yin Xing didn't want his subordinates to take risks, but there was no other choice. He nodded, then be careful. If you sense any danger, run immediately, and don't worry about what's behind you. Of course, I'm not stupid. How could I do something so foolish? After saying this, the speed-evolved being had already disappeared from their sight at an incredible speed. Such speed made Yin Xing feel much more at ease. They were heading in the right direction. This was indeed Lengxi's temporary territory. She had set up a formation, which would be triggered as soon as someone passed by. This trip took less than 10 minutes. How was it? Did you find anything? I didn't feel anyone around, but this place has been cleaned up very well. So someone must have stayed here. I found nothing, but the speed evolver is not foolish. He probably guessed the situation. The zombies have been shaken off, and even if someone is resting here, we are not causing trouble. Let's discuss it properly with them. Rest here for a day, recover well, and then consider whether to leave or how to arrange things. If possible, Yin Xing actually hopes to go to a place without people. After this short time, he understands that places with people have disputes. I don't know when it started, But he actually feels that those hideous zombies are more familiar to him than humans. Not just him, the other members share the same thought. They finally arrived here, their bodies can't take it anymore, and they really don't want to change places. After a simple discussion, they found that everyone had no objections, so they stopped here. Because the speed evolver had no malicious intent, the defense formation did not activate. But the fact that someone came over still woke Lengxi up. Chapter 56. Guests arrive. It seems there are guests arriving. Lengxi is curious about who they might be. If it's that group of tall and strong boys, she would be very happy. She likes those who come to her door to be beaten up. While thinking this, she went out and saw Xing's expression was somewhat disdainful. Xing and the others did not expect to run into Lengxi, and their expressions instantly became a bit awkward. Through her aura, Xing vaguely guessed that this girl was the one he had sensed earlier. With this in mind, his attitude suddenly became exceptionally polite. "Hello, classmate. We would like to temporarily settle here. I wonder if you agree? What if I say no? What will you do? Will you attack?" Lengxi had no relations with him at all, nor did she have any thoughts of helping fellow classmates. After all the hard work to clear this place, it made her uncomfortable that the other party could just enjoy it by opening their mouths. This multimedia teaching building is public. Isn't this unreasonable? Lengxi's attitude made some members unhappy, especially after running for several hours and having no strength left. Seeing a place to rest, but being blocked, made them feel a surge of anger. Bang! Without even seeing Lengxi make a move. The person who spoke was already sent flying several meters away, while Lengxi remained in her previous posture, leaning against the wall, looking very lazy. She asked again, "Are you going to attack?" Everyone felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, looking at Lengxi with fearful expressions. Xing shook his head. No, no, no. We want to attack. We are just presumptuously disturbing you. It's very late now, and it's dangerous outside. We have no choice. If you don't welcome us, could you allow us to rest for a moment before we leave? Lengxi's aura was so dangerous that it made him more wary than several old men in his family. Hearing her not-so-friendly tone, Xing didn't dare to get angry. Although Long Feng's strength was slightly inferior to Xing's, his perception was the most keen. He knew Lengxi was not to be provoked. "We won't stay for free. We will look for some supplies as compensation when we leave." "Well then, since you are so straightforward, I can't be unreasonable. This multimedia teaching building's first floor has been cleared by us, so you can choose any room on the first floor." Lengxi liked this kind of openness, and her tone softened a lot. Xing gave Lung Feng an appreciative look. "Well done." Lung Feng felt a bit proud, but upon careful thought, Lengxi's attitude was quite normal. If someone wanted to take advantage of her, she wouldn't be polite either. People with ability tend to have bad tempers. He thought that since she didn't attack when they stepped into her territory, she was already very understanding. As for the one who got hit, he completely deserved it. Who told him to talk too much? Does he not know what to say and what not to say at this age? The intimidation of strength is more effective than anything else. Under Lengxi's gaze, no one dared to voice any objections. There were no extra movements, and some even found themselves moving in sync under her watchful eyes. There are elements of fear and shyness in this. In the 10 days of the apocalypse, most people looked disheveled, and even those with abilities were only slightly cleaner. However, Lengxi appeared excessively clean, and when the breeze blew, there was even a hint of fragrance, indicating she was exceptionally capable. Many members felt a stir in their hearts upon seeing her clean appearance and beautiful face, even considering approaching her after a good rest, but her presence immediately intimidated this group of young men. Who could approach such a goddess? Their minds were in a jumble until they finally sighed in relief when the door closed. While they were outside, they managed to hold it together, but now that they had a place to rest, almost everyone collapsed onto the ground. Try to maintain some semblance of dignity by leaning against the wall or sitting on the desks. Just as they caught their breath, their attention shifted to Lengxi, and they began to discuss her animatedly. "President, that girl is amazing. Thankfully, the vice president is smart. Otherwise, I can guarantee she could beat us all up and throw us out. Yeah, she is pretty, but she is also terrifying. Is she here alone? Clearing out so many zombies by herself. Her strength is unfathomable. We're all human. How can the difference be so vast?" They babbled on, feeling like dozens of ducks quacking incessantly, which was quite annoying. All right, since we know she has skills, we should be aware that she might hear what we're saying. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire multimedia classroom fell silent. The sound of falling leaves could be heard. I admit her strength is formidable. She might be able to clear out so many zombies by herself, but were you all deaf just now? Didn't you hear her say there are still companions with her? All the way, killing zombies, her abilities were severely drained, and she didn't even want to speak. Sensing his friend's impatience, Lengxi quickly tried to smooth things over. Let him rest for a while. We still don't know what we will face after dawn, so you all should recover quickly. As he said this, everyone returned to seriousness. We understand, President, you've worked hard. They each found a place to sit down and prepare to recover. However, while a safe spot was found, the issue of hunger remained unsolved, and many people were holding their stomachs and mumbling. I'm so hungry. It would be great if there was something to eat. I thought about going over to ask if I could buy something on credit to fill my stomach first. The words of this person greatly inspired Cold Wind, and his eyes lit up. You all take a break, I'll go ask. Among everyone, he was in the best condition. Because it was said that the two of them were the strongest, they needed to keep one capable person as a precaution against unexpected situations. They understood that the most dangerous threat now was not just the zombies, but also their own kind. His words alleviated much of everyone's fatigue, and they looked at him with anticipation. Vice President, hurry up. Whether we can have enough to eat depends on you. It was already quite good that the other party could provide them with a safe resting place. They couldn't ask for too much. Anything would do. And it was fine if there was nothing, as long as you can understand this. As he spoke, Cold Wind's gaze casually fell on the person who had been beaten by Lengxi. In fact, the one speaking was just being quick-tongued. He knew that the world had already changed. Before the apocalypse, there was never such a thing as a pie falling from the sky. And even less so after the apocalypse. What fell from the sky was definitely not a pie, but a trap. Unless they themselves had utilitarian value, why would anyone go out of their way to treat them well? This person understood that Lengxi was hinting at something, and he wasn't embarrassed at all, calmly saying, Deputy, you were right. The fact that he could think this way made Lengxi very gratified, and he patted his shoulder to show comfort. You all take a good rest and move these tables and chairs aside. We can't possibly rest on the podium and in the aisle. I'll go have a good talk with them. Maybe we'll all need to rest here soon. After speaking, Lengxi opened the door to the multimedia classroom and went out. Chapter 57. The deputy actually sold his looks for us when he stepped out. Lengxi had already sensed it. She initially didn't want to pay attention, but the other party politely knocked on the door. Reluctantly, she got up and opened the door, asking coldly, what is it? Lengxi was very clear about those people's situation. They were definitely seeking help now. However, she was curious about the manner in which they would approach her. Faced with Lengxi's calm face, especially her appearance which was vastly different from the apocalypse, Lengxi felt particularly pressured. But thinking about the group of people in the multimedia classroom next door who were eagerly waiting to be fed, and knowing that they needed to replenish their energy after using their abilities, he gritted his teeth and expressed his intentions. Asking a girl for food was really hard for Lengxi to swallow. After saying it, he lowered his head to look at his toes. If there was a crack, he felt he could slip right in. Lengxi didn't mind at all. Who hasn't had a difficult time? The other party didn't directly reach out, but mentioned returning the favor with supplies later or using their labor to offset it, which made her think that such people could be helpful. At this moment, food was incredibly precious. The cold wind was already prepared to be swept away by Lengxi. However, she didn't expect her clear and cold voice to ring in his ears. Wait a moment, I'll go get it. Lengxi raised his head, his eyes wide open. Are you really giving it to me? Didn't you say you would return it? Lengxi was puzzled. Could it be that you were lying to me? At this point, Lengxi's expression immediately darkened, as if she could attack him with a knife in her hand. There should be no misunderstanding. Cold Wind waved his hand and quickly denied it. That's not the case. We are all upright people, and we will definitely do what we say. I'm just a bit surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately reminded Lengxi, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are treacherous. A beautiful girl like you, no matter how strong, will find it hard to fend off 4 fists with 2 hands. If you truly get targeted, the outcome won't be good. Lengxi stared at him expressionlessly, saying nothing. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to curse you. I just think you're too kind. When it comes to borrowing food, you should think it over more. If you give it away as soon as someone asks, aren't you just telling others to come and take what I have? Although Cold Wind usually acted like a playboy, he had hardly spoken to a few women. It was the first time he had talked so much to a stranger girl, and his face turned red, with his ears also blushing, looking utterly adorable. This seems like her senior. Thinking of this, Lengxi's expression softened considerably. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'm very confident in my own abilities, and besides, my companions are not bad either. If someone wants to keep an eye on me, they better weigh whether they are qualified or not. I'll lend you the food because I think you people are decent. Of course, the main reason is that you asked to borrow instead of outright asking for it. I really dislike people who just extend their hands for help. Reminded of this point, Lengxi had a good impression of Lung Feng, so she also reminded him in return. Without her saying anything, Lung Feng had already vaguely sensed this. Hearing her reminder, his impression of her improved even more. Thank you. Lung Feng was a bit excited and blurted out without consulting anyone. Finding supplies to exchange for this bread is a bit much. How about we exchange labor instead? And if we find supplies, we can hand them all over. What do you think? Let's talk about it later. Although this person gave her an excellent first impression, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. He might be pretending. Hearing him say this, Lengxi's tone was very cold. After closing the door, she pretended to go inside to get something, but in reality, she took out a bag of over 10 pounds of rice, a dozen eggs, and a few green vegetables from her space. Here, this should be enough for you to eat, right? Seeing the vibrant green vegetables, Lung Feng's eyes nearly popped out. The fact that they could still have fresh vegetables at this time indicated that their team had many capable people. Lung Feng sighed. You guys are impressive. You can still eat these things like it's the apocalypse. Noticing that his gaze was fixed on the vegetables, Lengxi understood. Do you also have wood-type ability users? What level are they at now? These vegetables were not grown in space. They were stimulated by her using wood elements. She wanted to know the progress of others. The others were able to eat the vegetables and even had extra to share, so their abilities were naturally impressive. Dealing with them was easy, and Cold Wind felt there was no need to hide anything. However, he awkwardly scratched his head and said there are two types, but unfortunately one can only stimulate green onions, and the other is a bit better. It can grow bean sprouts. But we are all big men, we eat a lot, and they produce so little, just enough for 1 or 2 people to eat, not enough for each of us to even have a bite, so let's not mention it. He answered questions, and night cold, she had a good impression of him. It's a bit tragic. Not eating vegetables and fruits for a long time has a significant impact on health. Since I find you quite pleasant to look at, take this bunch of grapes and eat it. Night cold, she took out a bunch of grapes from her pocket and handed it to him. There weren't many, but sharing 1 or 2 for each person was enough. Cold Wind was very grateful. Thank you, really, thank you so much. As he accepted the things night cold she gave him, the tall man, nearly 9 meters, actually had tears in his eyes, almost kneeling down to hug her leg and cry. Night cold, she didn't want to see him like this, and dismissively urged him to leave. Cold Wind didn't mind at all. He looked at the things in his hands and kept grinning foolishly. Especially night cold, she's words made him blush and his heart race, even sparking a bit of fantasy. Vice President, did you find something to eat? Naturally, seeing the silly smile on his face and the things in his hands. His eyes lit up, and his mouth followed suit, as expected of the facade's vice president, truly capable. The vice president really had it tough, selling his looks for us. But take it easy, don't wear yourself out. Seeing him blush, those who usually kept their mouths shut started teasing him. Cold Wind's face turned serious. If anyone keeps talking nonsense, they won't get to eat later. Vice President is mighty. Our group of brothers will rely on you to support us. After all, the Vice President is impressive. We don't have that ability. In ancient times, Tao Yuan Ming refused to bow for 5 pecks of rice. Nowadays, members of the martial arts club changed their tune for food in a minute. Knowing they meant no harm, Cold Wind just wanted to scare them a little, then instructed everyone to get busy. But it was futile. They didn't have any tools, and everyone just stared at each other. Helpless, Cold Wind knocked on the door again. Is there something? Oh, wait a moment. Chapter 58. The dangers of overusing abilities. Cold Wind wanted to say something more, but night cold, she didn't want to waste time with him. After he finished speaking, she immediately turned and went into the multimedia classroom. When she came out again, she was carrying a big pot, several large bowls, and a pair of chopsticks. This is all we have. Take it or leave it. There's no need to give us more. We need labor. Night cold, she was not particularly interested in things used by others anymore, but she was still tempted by free labor. Her tone was very impatient. Yet Cold Wind felt that she radiated a golden glow. This is the holy light. Cold Wind nodded seriously and assured, "Don't worry, classmate. After we eat and rest well, you can command us as you like. This is what we should do." "All right, then you go." The door was closed again. Cold Wind looked helplessly at the closed door and shook his head. Finally, he could have a warm meal. Who says otherwise? We are really useless, right? A bunch of big guys actually rely on a girl for support. We need to eat well and rest quickly so we can work to pay her back. I feel uneasy about eating for free like this. Who says otherwise? I never expected that I would also have a day of eating soft rice. But to be honest, soft rice is really quite nice. I wish I could eat it for a lifetime. What kind of world is this? I don't want to work hard anymore. With food, their situation was temporarily alleviated, and the originally dull atmosphere was swept away. Everyone began to chat and laugh, as if life had a glimmer of hope. Cold Wind didn't join them, but walked over to his good friend to sense his condition. After noticing that his breathing was much steadier, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" he whispered, somewhat dissatisfied, with a mix of anger and emotion in his eyes. "Of course, it's to survive." Although there were no zombies around, and many companions were present, his words and actions did not dare to truly sink into the cultivation state. He was afraid of any sudden situations. Hearing his words, he naturally echoed, "I know, but it's very dangerous." You can sense that too. Cold Wind was unhappy. "Are you planning to sell yourself to help us? What did you find out from that girl?" Yin Xing, who always understood him, opened his eyes upon hearing this. When it came to serious matters, Cold Wind's expression became very serious. "She told me that if you overuse your abilities without replenishing energy, the damage caused is irreversible. In simple terms, you will lose the abilities you have. So take it easy and don't wear yourself out. Or how will I explain it to Uncle and Aunt?" As he spoke, the anger he had barely suppressed surged up again. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been stubborn. I'll be more careful in the future." He had experienced overdrawing before, but after recovery, his cultivation would improve further. He hadn't expected that abilities were not like that. Fortunately, Cold Wind was by his side. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. His apology pleased Cold Wind, and his expression finally looked better. "At least you understand. Do you need to recover a bit more? Or come help out? Come help out." He was very hungry. The food they had left had been consumed in just a few hours. If it weren't for those supplies, they might not have made it here. "Then hurry up, with so many big guys. Only you can cook." Cold Wind noticed that while the members had started to get busy, he still felt that they wouldn't be able to eat. After saying this, his expression showed some sympathy. "Sure enough, the capable work harder. You're playing both dad and mom. It's really something with so many people. I'm the only one who can cook." Yin Xing stood up in a daze and walked to the pot, looking very gloomy. "You all are such big people, and you can't even cook? What to do?" He had the thought of leaving these people behind and going solo. "We can't, but we can learn. President, don't work so hard. Just sit here and direct us." The boys felt a bit embarrassed by Yin Xing's words, but as Yin Xing, supporting his tired body, came over, they stopped him. Yin Xing's expression looked much better, and he began to slowly direct. "We don't have much water, so we don't need to wash the rice. Just put the rice in directly, add 3 to 5 times the water, and boil it until it bubbles. Then throw the vegetables in to cook for a bit. Of course, if you want it to be sticky and soft, you can cook it a bit longer. Finally, when it's almost done, crack in an egg. Cooking porridge isn't difficult." Yin Xing's steps were very clear. Nodding, the member responsible for stirring the pot indicated he understood. "President, you rest first. We can handle this small matter." "Okay." Although he said that, Yin Xing didn't want to leave. He felt that these guys were a bit unreliable. This was a hard-earned warm meal. It couldn't be ruined by them. Suddenly, Yin Xing remembered a very important question. "Is there no salt?" "There is. I packed it before." Thinking that if we went out and couldn't find anything, we could still catch some prey and add salt to grill. Hearing this, a member quickly handed over the salt. Yanxing naturally took it. Just leave this important task of seasoning to me. After saying that, he closed his eyes and quietly stopped talking, and the others didn't dare to disturb him. The entire multimedia classroom was quiet, with only the occasional crackling of the fire and the sound of stirring the pot, giving a strangely peaceful feeling over time. Cooking was a bit exhausting for the roommates, and since they weren't very skilled, if it weren't for a fire ability user among them, they probably wouldn't be able to have this hot meal. After all the fuss, half an hour passed, and they finally got to eat. President, Vice President, you guys eat first. Someone brought a bowl to Yanxing's face, full of eagerness. Yanxing didn't refuse. Thank you. Since there weren't many bowls, everyone had to take turns eating, but no one fought over it. The few who worked the hardest got to eat first. Yanxing and the others didn't decline, but they couldn't let others wait too long. So they finished their share in just a few minutes and passed the bowl on. After a bowl of hot porridge was downed, it seemed to drive away even fatigue. In any case, Yanxing and the others were in much better spirits than before. They had water-type ability users whose strength couldn't compare to Lengxi, and they couldn't continuously produce water, but they were much stronger than Miao Miao. After cooking the porridge, they still had the energy to provide a couple of bottles of mineral water to others. When it came to killing zombies, they weren't needed. They were well protected in normal times, so they secretly pushed themselves hard. Chapter 59. Spiritual Energy Cocoon. They didn't want to hold their companions back, so they didn't engage in real combat, but their abilities progressed quite a bit. Originally, a few of them were dissatisfied with their large frames and soft abilities, but now they were particularly grateful. All right, save some strength. The faces of the water-type ability users were particularly pale, but they were still working hard to produce water. Lengxi quickly stopped them. Do your best, but don't regret it later when you lose your strength. Hearing this, a few of them stopped forcing themselves, nodded, and went to rest on the side. 2 bottles of mineral water might not seem like much, but it wasn't too little either. Tomorrow, the water-type ability users would still be able to produce water, so they didn't feel reluctant when using it. They dampened towels to wipe their faces and roughly clean other accessible areas, at least letting their skin breathe and clearing away the stench. Although the conditions were very simple, everyone was in a good mood, because compared to others who didn't even have enough water to drink, being able to clean themselves up a bit was already quite good. With personal hygiene taken care of, they had no particular demands. They arranged the tables and chairs and lay directly on them. Everyone was very tired, closing their eyes to rest. A faint smell of decay hung in the air. Perhaps they had gotten used to it, and it didn't seem like much. Not everyone was resting. The one in the best condition, Lengxi, was left to keep watch. Next door, Lengxi had been paying attention to their situation, noticing how united they were without fighting over resources, which gave her a bit of good impression. Now that she had someone to keep watch, her impression of them improved even more. It's really a pity not to use such a tall person for work. Given their performance, Lengxi plans to initially cooperate with them, but this matter will have to wait until tomorrow. The next day soon arrives, and surprisingly, no one wakes up except for Lengxi. Since the Red Rain, Blue Star has long lost the distinction between day and night, as they have not seen the sun or the moon again. Besides the dawn and dusk, and the watch on their wrist, they hardly feel the passage of time. The ambiguity of time especially drains a person's willpower. Even someone like Lengxi, looking at the gray sky, doesn't feel particularly wonderful. Being alone, Lengxi has no intention of going out to kill zombies. After wandering around, she ultimately decides to go back into her space. Her sister and Yu Jingluo are currently guiding energy into their bodies. Their talent is good, and with advanced techniques, they're now faintly grasping the threshold. After sensing their stable auras, Lengxi's attention returns to the thing she has planted. The flow rate in the space is different, and with abundant spiritual energy, they grow very quickly, and there are already quite a few short-cycle vegetables ready for harvest. Although Yileng is helping to manage, Lengxi wants to feel involved, so she actively takes on the farmer's work, using her mental energy to gather them little by little. After harvesting a whole patch, her mental energy is completely drained, and her head feels a bit dizzy, but seeing the warehouse piled high with fresh vegetables makes her happy. She needs to plant more. No matter what, she cannot let herself go hungry. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she is particularly obsessed with food now. Seeing her like this, Yilong feels very pained. Master, for such trivial matters, you don't need to do it yourself. It's a complete waste of your talents. I just want to experience the joy of harvest. Don't be unhappy. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Feeling cared for is especially nice. Hearing the whimper in Yilong's voice, she feels a bit heartbroken. Don't worry, I have confidence in what I do. I won't joke with my own body. But she didn't expect that after saying this, Yilong would suddenly appear in front of her. He still looked like before, but it seemed he had grown a few centimeters taller. Lengxi was a bit unsure, and the moment she saw him, she hugged him. Didn't they say that this would consume a lot of energy? Master, you're lying. You don't take care of yourself at all. He looked at her with an accusatory expression, making Lengxi feel guilty. She touched her nose with her empty hand. Isn't this just too exciting? I promise I definitely won't do it next time. Lengxi swore repeatedly, even making many vows before Yilong's anger subsided. After calming down, he belatedly realized that his behavior was a bit disrespectful, tugging at his belly apron with a somewhat anxious look. I'm sorry. Did I overstep? All alone? No. I really like you caring for me. It makes me feel very happy. When she said this, Yilong carefully stared at her face and found that she was sincere, which made him happy. He no longer resisted being close to Lengxi, hugging her neck and happily acting spoiled. I knew I was special to the master. Yilong really likes the master. I do too. The master and servant interacted extremely pleasantly. Seeing that he had not transformed back into a part of the space for a long time, Lengxi was curious but didn't dare to ask too much. At this moment, they felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and Lengxi's gaze involuntarily followed it. Originally indifferent, she became serious upon seeing who it was. And in an instant, she flashed to Lengxi's side. The spiritual energy was attracted to Lengxi, swirling around her and eventually wrapping her up bit by bit. Yu Jing, who arrived afterward, also caused a fluctuation in spiritual energy, similarly attracting it and enveloping herself. Lengxi's eyes dared not leave them, staring intently, afraid that something unexpected might happen. It wasn't until the spiritual cocoon wrapped around them without any other incidents that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Kai Dao also came over, saw the two cocoons on the ground, and said with some surprise, "These two girls have pretty good qualifications. Why are they like this? It seems different from me." Lengxi was puzzled. It's normal for it to be different. Before the abilities manifested, you were already cultivating immortality. They are different. They gained their abilities first, and then began cultivating immortality. So their foundation is inherently different from start. Just wait, don't worry. Once they come out, their strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and their cultivation level should directly jump from the body refinement stage to the chi refinement stage. And they might not be far from foundation establishment. Understanding her thoughts, Kai Dao smiled. Everyone's opportunities are different. Even if you follow the same method as them, your strength won't increase so quickly. Don't forget how many elements you have. Each element is equivalent to a bucket. You must fill all the buckets before you can level up. Fine, she thought to herself, realizing that she indeed didn't deserve such an easy method. After confirming that the two of them were safe, Lengxi felt relieved. Along, I should go cultivate. Qingqing and Luo are so strong. If I don't work hard, they'll catch up to me. Master, you go ahead. Focus on your cultivation. I'll take good care of the space. The fruits on some of the fruit trees have ripened, so I'll collect them. This time, Lengxi did not mess up his hairstyle or pinch his face. Yilong felt that such interaction was not unacceptable. Chapter 60, Enlightenment. Knowing that Yilong was reliable, Lengxi did not make many arrangements and went to cultivate with peace of mind, while the people outside were momentarily forgotten by her. Everyone was cultivating, and those who did not feel that aura were also persevering. Cultivating immortality was a dream since childhood. However, talent is predetermined. Not everyone can embark on this path. Out of more than 50 people, only about half could eventually sense the aura and draw it into their bodies. Among these people, besides the ability users and evolved ones, most are from Luotian, with a few having good physiques. The ability users and evolved ones are naturally talented, standing out among humans, while Luotian and the others have benefited from the pills given by Lengxi. As for the others, They can only rely on their physique or luck. Continuing like this is meaningless. It will be better to spend the time fighting zombies to improve their combat skills. Luo Tian and the others awaken one after another. What the hell? What is that awful smell? It's like old dung. I don't know how long it's been fermenting. A stench hits them, seemingly right between them. After a brief moment of stunned silence, some people realize where the problem lies and discreetly pull away. You all better clean up. This smell is unbearable. We're all meditating together. How come you guys smell like you rolled in a dung pit? The rest of the people also belatedly realize the source of the problem, pulling away while expressing their disgust. Those who successfully absorb the energy look blankly at their own stench, completely dumbfounded. We don't know, we just felt that energy the boss mentioned, and followed her instructions to circulate it through our meridians, and then it turned out like this. The ones who initially showed disgust suddenly understand why after hearing this. This is a successful absorption of energy. They purified their meridians. One person pinches their nose, their tone's sour. So there really is a purification of the meridians? I thought it was just a trick in novels. I've heard that purifying the meridians is extremely beneficial for the body. It stinks, but it's not a big deal. Just wash a few more times. This represents stepping into cultivation. I'm so jealous. Why isn't at me? Those who didn't succeed have extremely complex expressions. They say they're jealous, but they don't really feel like harming these people. It's useless to say this. I wonder if the boss is finished. Can someone get some water to wash this off? I can't stand it. Compared to those who didn't succeed, the group emitting the foul smell has pale faces and desperately wants to get rid of the stench. At this point, they finally realize that Lengxi and the others are not around. Now, everyone's attention is on the Meow Meow. Meow Meow, can we rely on you to get this done, brothers? It's useless to look for me. Your barrels are with Sister Luo, and although my strength has improved, there are too many of you. I can only take care of a few people at most. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly shocked. Luo Tian directly exclaimed, "Good kid. You made such great progress. Before, your water could barely quench the thirst of a few people, but now you can actually provide enough for a few to bathe. Brother Luo, why don't you praise me?" He continued, "Now I can gather several bricks to throw at someone, and forming a wall is not difficult at all. Not just Li Meow Meow, but the other ability users and evolved individuals were also very happy. Their foundations were better than others from the start. And now that they could draw energy into their bodies, the progress was naturally the most apparent. This is fantastic. Our strength has significantly improved." Luo Tian could now feel the power within him and was able to utilize it, though he was still a bit unskilled, but that was enough to excite him. The little guy, Mouse, never thought that despite his small stature and poor stamina, he would have such an opportunity. This was all thanks to the boss. He hadn't forgotten the pill that Lengxi had given him before. Not only him, but the others also thought of it. However, since Lengxi didn't mention it, they wouldn't bring it up to these newcomers, as it could easily affect their unity. After the excitement, Luo Tian didn't forget those who had not succeeded, who were staring at them with longing. As the big brother of these people, he naturally spoke to comfort them. "It's okay. The boss must have other methods." Yes. If relying on ourselves doesn't work, we can rely on external forces like the washing marrow pill. That's a good thing. The boss is so powerful. If we don't have it now, we might have it in the future, so don't rush. Dolly chimed in, feeling that his strength had increased significantly. The power within him was now attached to his fists, making his attack power several times stronger than before. Xiao Gao had been paying attention to these people all along and was even more observant than Luo Tian and the others. You might not have failed. Try to perceive carefully and see if there are any changes in your bodies. This statement is somewhat better than the grand promises made by Luo Tian and the others. And someone immediately started to try it out. The others dared not interrupt. Some quietly watched, while others attempted it themselves. Before long, someone's eyes lit up. "I think I can feel a bit of power." As he spoke, he looked at himself and indeed saw a little dirt attached to his pores. Because the color was very light, unlike the thick and dark grime of Luo Tian and the others, it was really hard to notice if one wasn't paying attention. We should all have succeeded. It's just that everyone has different talents, so the results vary. Everyone, don't rush. We can spend time every day trying to draw energy into our bodies. Didn't the novels say so? The protagonist has extraordinary talent, yet it takes several days for them to feel the spiritual energy. How long has it been for us? Just one day. Haste makes waste, so don't be discouraged. Moreover, what Brother Luo and Brother Dolly said is true. The boss won't give up on us. Whatever good method she thinks of, she will consider us. If drawing energy into the body doesn't work, she will definitely have other ways to pull us up. If all else fails, we can improve our combat skills. As long as we can fight zombies and be a bit smarter, we definitely won starve in this apocalypse. I originally thought I was an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to have this kind of talent. Although it's lacking compared to others. There is still a chance, right? Compared to those who have succeeded like Luo Tian and the others. This boy's situation is similar to theirs. And what he said was more convincing. After hearing these words, everyone no longer felt disheartened. Instead, they quietly sat and waited for Lengxi and the others to come out. Lengxi was initially striving to keep up, so she worked hard on her cultivation. Now that she had entered the state, she was completely immersed in it. This girl indeed had impressive talent. She actually entered a state of enlightenment. It's worth noting that some people go their whole lives without experiencing enlightenment, even once. Kai Dao was worried and stayed nearby, seeing a faint glow emanating from Lengxi. That mysterious aura made his tone carry excitement, and his whole body trembled. Chapter 61. Cleaning the dirt of the black fish. Of course, the master is the most powerful. Leng appeared around him at some point, looking at Lengxi with admiration and reliance in his eyes. Kai Dao didn't want to speak to him. Logically, a newly born space shouldn't possess intelligence or take on a fixed form. Even higher-level realm spirits cannot do that, but Leng completely exceeded his understanding. This matter made him extremely envious and somewhat displeased with Leng. Lengxi was not present, and he didn't bother to hide his attitude at all. Leng didn't mind at all. In his eyes, apart from Lengxi, everyone else was unimportant. Due to Lengxi's condition, they were all waiting, not knowing how much time had passed, when Lengxi's spiritual cocoon began to change. And Leng's attention was immediately focused on it. He hadn't forgotten that both of these women were favored by his master, and, as a spatial spirit, he had to ensure her well-being during her cultivation. The spiritual cocoon began to shrink, with the spiritual energy being absorbed bit by bit, revealing its original form. After the last trace of spiritual energy was absorbed into her body, Lengxi opened her eyes. She could feel a significant difference from before. Her strength had at least increased tenfold, and the feeling of being full of power brought her joy. She was just about to share this joy with Lengxi, but didn't see her. Instead, she was startled by a nearby white cocoon. What is this? Previously, Lengxi hadn't seen him, and suddenly encountering a plump little boy in the space was undoubtedly shocking. Leng understood her meaning and introduced himself. Hello, Master S sister. I am the Master S spatial spirit. My name is Leng, and you can call me Alung along with the Master. Hello, Alung, where's my sister? What is going on with Luo Luo? The Master is cultivating, and your Luo Luo sister is also cultivating, but it should be ending soon. As Lengxi was finishing, Yu Jingluo's spiritual cocoon also began to show changes. When Leng spoke, her gaze instinctively focused on the spiritual cocoon. And indeed, she could vaguely see a human figure emerging. With the two most important people being fine, Lengxi finally felt relieved. At this moment, she remembered that there were still Luo Tian and the others waiting for the three of them outside. Can I go outside? I don't know how long it has been. They must be very worried about us. It's time to go outside, but you need to clean yourself up first. Going out like this would be improper. She had been focused on her powerful strength and Lengxi until Leng spoke. At which point Lengxi noticed a strange smell on her body that grew worse the more she smelled it. Looking down, she saw herself covered in a thick layer of dirt, completely enveloping her. Thinking back to these years, she had always been surrounded by garbage. And Lengxi felt like the sky was falling. Of course, these things had always existed within ordinary people. They degraded one's talent. And only by expelling them could the body become cleaner. The more one expelled, the cleaner the body would be. This exaggerated expression made Kai Dao find it very amusing. However, once the words were spoken, Lengxi immediately calmed down. Oh, it turns out that not only does she have garbage in her body, everyone does. So it's nothing to worry about. Alone, where can I clean myself up? Yi Lengxi was not reckless in using things while Yi Lengxi was absent. She carefully asked for clarification. Yi Leng had a good impression of her. Over there, that stream is flowing and very clean. You can soak in it for a while. The fish will clean all the dirt off your body. If it were an ordinary person, Yi Leng would have already led the water into a bucket for them to wash off casually. But Yi Lengqing's significance to Yi Lengxi was different, and she was so sensible, so he gave her the highest standard arrangement. Okay, thank you. She hadn't noticed before, but now she couldn't hold back for a moment. After speaking, Yi Lengxing ran towards the stream. She had been to the space before, and Yi Lengxi had taken them for a tour. And since the stream was just one, Yi Lengxing reached there without much effort. Without hesitation, she took off her clothes and jumped in. The water level was not high. Standing up, it only reached her waist. Yi Lengxing walked deeper until it reached her shoulders and then stopped. She first scrubbed her face vigorously, then washed her hair, and finally attended to the lower parts. While Yi Lengxing was scrubbing halfway, a group of black fish came over. This group of fish is as black as ink. If it weren't for the clear stream, it would be hard to spot them in murky water. They are only 3 inches long and an inch wide. Once they arrived, they immediately surrounded Yi Lengxing. Yi Lengxing trusted Yi Lengxi and therefore trusted Yi Leng. Since she didn't feel any danger, she didn't drive the fish away. She remembered Yi Leng's words, but she wasn't sure which fish could help clean up the garbage since there were more than one type in the stream. Who would have guessed she was so lucky that this batch was the right one? She watched as they got closer and closer. The grime that had taken her a long time to rub off with her hands disappeared with just a gentle touch from them, seemingly swallowed up. Yi Lengxing was astonished. She simply stopped struggling and opened her hands, waiting for the fish to clean her. I have to say, this group of fish has great skills and is very gentle. She only felt a light peck, and she felt relaxed for a long time. Yi Lengxing closed her eyes and let them do their work. She didn't notice that spiritual energy was slowly gathering around her. The spiritual energy in this dimension is so thin, yet there are quite a few good seedlings. It's a pity. If this were in our place, they would definitely be fought over by the 4 major sections. Kaidao sighed. It's the same everywhere. The spiritual energy here is slowly recovering, and one day it will reach the level you mentioned. Those who, like the master, are among the first to cultivate will surely become revered figures after the apocalypse ends. Yi Leng was indifferent and saw that Yu Jingluo showed signs of waking up. So he no longer paid attention to him. Are you awake? You can go over there to clean yourself. The master is cultivating. As soon as Yu Jingluo opened her eyes, Yi Leng's voice rang in her ears, startling her. Coming to her senses, she calmed down upon seeing the familiar surroundings. Okay. She didn't ask who Yi Leng was. Anyway, everyone here was trusted by Yi Leng. Seeing her obediently heading towards the stream, Yi Leng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the master's sister and best friend were particularly perceptive. Otherwise, he would have to spend some effort explaining. When Yu Jingluo came over, she immediately saw Yi Lengxing looking comfortable, surrounded by a group of black fish, seemingly helping her with cleaning and massaging. Without saying a word, she took off her clothes and stood beside Yi Lengxing in the same position. Chapter 62. Not wanting to hold her back, it didn't take long. As soon as she steadied herself, the group of black fish split off a portion to come over, feeling that they had cleaned Yi Lengxing well enough. Most of them moved to Yu Jingluo's side. Yi Lengxing opened her eyes at the right moment. Luo. She could sense a significant change in Yu Jingluo's current state compared to before, especially the overwhelming aura that was astonishing. Very good. Everyone is growing, making it much easier for me as an elder sister. It seems we all made progress, which is just right. We won't hold Shishi back, and I will be able to help in the future. The cultivation method is indeed very suitable for her. Besides storing items, her spatial abilities have gained new capabilities, such as teleportation and spatial blades. This transforms her from a support role to an offensive one, even making her very advantageous for assassination, greatly enhancing her self-protection ability. According to the abilities, she would need to reach at least the 3rd level to slowly comprehend these skills, but in the apocalypse, it hasn't been long, and she has only been using the 1st level frequently, so reaching the 3rd level is uncertain. But who can say she doesn't have a good best friend? The cultivation method she learned allows her to master these skills in advance. Now, Her strength is at the peak of chi refining, and she is just a little short of reaching the foundation establishment stage. With such cultivation, not to mention the third stage of supernatural abilities, even a fifth stage would be insignificant in front of her. Don't forget, she not only has space abilities, but also earth abilities. Level 0, body refinement stages 1 to 2. Level 1, early, mid, late, perfect. Body refinement stages 3 to 6. Level 2, early, mid, late, perfect. Body refinement stages 7 to 10, and so on. It seems that both of them have the same idea. After exchanging glances, the smile on Yi Lengxi's face became even more radiant. That's right. Yi Lengxi's light and mental abilities are primarily offensive, and her improvements are even more impressive than Yu Jingluo's. After obtaining the cultivation method, Yi Lengxi realized that the function of light abilities is not just to condense light balls for attack, but also has other applications. Moreover, she can also develop defensive and healing aspects. Rare elements are not to be taken lightly. They have many uses. As for mental power, it can not only be used for scouting, but also for controlling or directly attacking the opponent's sea of consciousness. In summary, both of them have greatly benefited. After cleaning all the dirt off their bodies in the stream, they picked up the basic cultivation method again, intending to learn more. Yi Lengxi, who originally planned to go outside to check on Luo Tian and the others, completely forgot her previous thoughts and focused intently on her studies. However, Yu Jingluo still felt like she had forgotten something and suddenly remembered that there was still a group of people outside. I'll go out and see how they're doing. I wonder how many succeeded. Yi Lengxi and the others were currently in Yi Lengxi's tent, and because a barrier formation was set up, the people outside had no idea what was happening inside unless they came out voluntarily. As soon as they stepped out of the tent, a strong smell, like a pile of dung that had been there for a long time, hit them. Yi Lengxi and the others felt both happy and disgusted. The smell on them was just too strong, and although Li Miao Miao's water abilities were much stronger now, it was still quite laborious to clean off such thick dirt. To be fair, he didn't use any water at all, and didn't even clean himself. Although they all sat far apart, their attention was vaguely drawn to the tent entrance. Upon seeing Yi Lengxi and Yu Jingluo, they looked as excited as if they had seen their own parents. Sisters, you finally came out. We were almost suffocated by our own stench. It was truly miserable to think that while the two of them only needed to stand still in the stream, having the catfish help clean them off effortlessly, they felt even more pity for these people. Yu Jingluo pinched her nose and waved her hand to release their buckets. You guys go outside to wash. Anyway, there's no one around. Luo Tian hesitated to speak. Just say whatever you need to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. It makes me want to hit someone. Yi Lengxi rolled her eyes. A group of people from the martial arts club came outside. Should we chase them away? Dolly had suffered losses before and didn't have a good impression of outsiders. It was surprising that they dared to knock on the door today. Yi Lengxi shrugged it off. So what if there are people? It's fine. My sister set up some things. Unless she agrees, no one can come in. So what if there are people? It won't affect us anyway. There's no need to overreact. Yu Jingluo wasn't worried. As Yi Lengxi said, those who could come in must not be bad, and even Yi Lengxi had her own plans. Seeing that they didn't go out, Yu Jingluo looked puzzled. Are the girls outside? No. If there aren't why not go out? Could it be that the big men are shy? If you have girls, they have girls too. What's so strange about that? Hurry up and wash off this stench. Don't you want to eat? Yu Jingluo glanced at the food that Yi Lengxi had intentionally left in the corner, which seemed to have no signs of being touched. It was clear that they were so overwhelmed by the smell that they had no appetite to eat. Upon hearing about food, the previously hesitant boys no longer hesitated and took their buckets outside. A large group of them came out, startling those next door. Are there so many people next door? How come we didn't notice? Among supernatural beings, there is a sense of connection. Now that Luo Tian and the others came out, Lung Feng and the others could naturally feel the fluctuations of energy on them. But before they came out, they really didn't notice anything. Strange actions are not surprising. The rare is wonderful. The other side must have a formation master. Lung Feng added, such people cannot be befriended and definitely cannot be offended. Formation masters are usually from hidden families. Other places have basically lost that inheritance. Only those ancient families have passed it down to this day. Originally thinking that the other party's supernatural abilities were impressive, it now seemed that their background was also very deep. The martial arts club, who had originally planned to go out to greet them, lost the desire to do so upon hearing the president and vice president say this, especially with the continuous foul smell wafting in, which made them lose their appetite even for the porridge in their bowls. They quickly closed the windows, and after a while, the smell finally dissipated from their noses. While Luo Tian and the others were speaking, Yi Lengxi used her mental power to probe the situation next door. And Yin Xing and the others felt this probing intent, making them even more cautious. Seeing her figure, the boys who originally planned to take off their clothes felt a bit awkward and squeezed their legs together. What is there to see? Men with 3 legs running around everywhere. Wash yourselves. I'll go outside to see the situation. I feel like the weather outside has changed. Chapter 63. Collecting supplies, Yi Lengxi's gaze swept between their legs and then disinterestedly looked elsewhere. This sudden turn of events surprised them greatly. It wasn't until she walked far away that she dared to take off her clothes. In fact, she didn't take everything off. She was still wearing her underwear. After all, the other party was a girl, and a beautiful one at that. If her figure was good, it was fine, but if her figure wasn't great, she was afraid of exposing herself and losing face. Meow meow, can you help the brothers clean up? If they didn't succeed, a bucket of water would be enough. But for those who did succeed, there was indeed a lot of dirt on them. At least 2 or 3 buckets will be needed to clean up properly. With Lengxi not around and Lengxi saying that, everyone naturally turned their hopeful gazes toward the Meow Meow. Since Li Meow Meow was happy, but under a lot of pressure, isn't it just me and the boss in the water system? Didn't you all succeed? Didn't any of you awaken something? After he finished speaking, 3 people weakly raised their hands. Meow Meow, the 2 of us just started and aren't as good as you. Good. Now he wasn't at the bottom anymore. Li Meow Meow felt a bit happy and seriously told them, don't think about using them. Think of yourselves as part of them. Then integrate with them and guide them. Reflect well. I won't interfere with your progress. How can the water system rely on someone else's water system? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Meow Meow immediately reacted, her face turning a bit red. You are not the same as me. I was very weak at that time, equivalent to the first stage of body refinement. You are now at the entry level, which is the Qi refining stage, equivalent to the 3rd stage of abilities. The 1st stage and the 3rd stage are a watershed. You can't just hold onto the treasure without knowing how to use it. After saying this, Li Meow Meow no longer felt guilty because the situation was indeed as such. Thank you, Brother Meow Meow, for the guidance. Li Meow Meow shook his head. These are all things that the boss taught me. When the boss breaks through, feel free to ask her if you have any questions. Of course, the things she provided are very useful, and you can study them more when you have time, so as not to disturb her. From the initial resentment to the current gratitude, if it weren't for Yi Lengxi, he would probably have remained the Li Meow Meow, who could only let out a little water. Not even enough for his family. We understand that we will definitely not disturb the boss. Only when the boss is stronger can we feel safer. How could it be foolish to get into college? No matter how unwilling they were at first, now everyone supports Yi Lengxi very much. They should have grown up. When Yi Lengxi's words reached Yu Jingluo's ears, she didn't think about taking the water stored by Yi Lengxi from space. Li Meow Meow and the others squeezed out all the toothpaste and finally cleaned everyone up. After showering, the feeling became even more pronounced. The refreshing comfort made them want to howl at the sky. However, the consequences of such foolish behavior made them retreat. In the end, their pent-up energy was directed towards the neighbors. Sister Luo is here. We're coming right away. It was time to fill their stomachs before checking on the neighbors. They silently exchanged glances, leaving behind a tacit smile. Yin Xing naturally paid attention to the situation outside, feeling the malice, and unconsciously frowned. If someone from the opposite side comes over to pick a fight later, remember to endure it. Don't forget this is their territory. If it weren't for their territory, those 50 or so people wouldn't be something we could handle with just over 20 of us. Moreover, their boss is very powerful. One person can easily take down so many of us. Who would dare? Hearing his words, a member murmured quietly. Yin Xing didn't blame him. His words were very straightforward. It was good that these people understood, since that's the case. You should do whatever you need to do. Just don't be a nuisance in front of me. Not leading the team would really mean working to death. Just look at them. How leisurely they are, each one respectful. Although Yi Lengxi is not the boss. Her way of dealing with Luo Tian made Yin Xing realize that his previous approach was somewhat off, almost like a nanny. The more he thought about it, the more he felt sorry for himself. Fortunately, the change came quickly. Otherwise, he would probably have turned into the caretaker for this group. They were all grown up. It was time to work hard outside and support him, the old leader, in his retirement. The more he thought about it, the more disdainful his expression towards these people became. If you recover well, then go outside and kill zombies. Don't forget that our resources are all borrowed from others. Do you think you can just eat and drink for free? We, as the big men, cannot do such things. And your skin shouldn't be thick enough to take a beating and still be fine, right? Since an ISNT, then be a bit more diligent. The members were all confused, not expecting him to say such things, and their expressions instantly turned strange. Boss, have you overdrawn too much? You become. Lung Feng understood what he meant, and before they could continue to joke, he pulled them away. Have you all eaten enough? If you're full, let's go outside and kill zombies. One must keep their word, and besides, we all know their strength. It's not hard to borrow in return. Let's go. Time to kill zombies. Wait, I haven't finished my meal yet. Wait for me. In a daze, these people were already pulled out by Lung Feng. Here, Luo Tian and the others were enjoying a meal of mixed dishes, their faces filled with satisfaction. Sister Luo, we've stored quite a bit of cooked food, and we've cleared out a lot of zombies. How about we go collect some supplies? Otherwise, we'll be working hard to make clothes for others. After finishing their meal, Luo Tian brought up the topic he had discussed with his brothers. Yu Jingluo had the same idea. I was thinking the same thing. Since everyone agrees, let us go out to scavenge after we finish eating. However, the zombie hunting cannot stop for a few days. Those who are fast can come with me. The rest can continue with what they were doing. The previous supplies were all gathered by Cici and then passed on to her. Recently, they have been living off their old stock. Cici's space is large and can be cultivated, so resources are unlikely to run out anytime soon. But if they don't collect supplies, will they just hand them over to others? She is from a space system, so she needs to leverage her advantages to store more supplies. Now that they are a scattered team, what if one day they want to establish a base? Wouldn't these supplies come in handy? As soon as she finished speaking, the mouse quickly interjected. Sister Luo and I will go. Our logistics team is responsible for supplies. The rest of you can keep hunting zombies since you are the main force. Chapter 64 originally wanted to cause trouble, but as soon as the mouse finished speaking, the logistics team members nodded in agreement, stating that this was their job and urging others not to interfere. Seeing the others looking dejected, the logistics team didn't expect to have a day where they could stand tall. All right, since that's the case, we won't argue. You all can focus on collecting supplies, and we'll provide you with support from behind. By the way, Sister Luo, do you have any walkie-talkies or something? It would make information transfer easier. We can't depend solely on shouting, right? To be honest, Luo Tian intended to go collect supplies to test his strength and relax a bit, but hunting zombies was indeed very important work. Yu Jingluo had a strange expression. I actually do have some, but not many, just a few. It should be enough for your team to have one. Hearing this, Xiao Gao's eyes lit up instantly. He felt he hadn't chosen the wrong person. This way, our safety factor will increase significantly, and everyone can inform support in case of difficulties. Dolly was somewhat unwilling. He really wanted to team up with Yu Jingluo. His gaze fell on her, and his ears turned slightly red. Sister Luo, don't you need us to protect you? Before Yu Jingluo could respond, the mouse expressed his dissatisfaction. Dolly, are you looking down on me? I have the ability now. Our logistics team isn't lacking. Even if we can't compare to you in zombie hunting, we're capable in other areas. Dolly stammered, unable to articulate. I didn't mean that. Look clearly, even without you, I can protect myself. Hearing them talk like this, Yu Jingluo, who was already eager to show off her strength, lightly waved at the tables and chairs, sending a transparent spatial blade swiftly towards them. To the shock of those who were fast, the tables and chairs were inexplicably sliced in half right in front of them. They had originally thought Yu Jingluo was just a mobile warehouse, but when she took action, they realized she was not any weaker than them, and in fact, even more powerful. Their gazes towards her changed. Yu Jingluo could feel the shift in their attitudes and felt quite pleased, though she didn't show it on her face. She humbly said, "I can't hold everyone back. I'm working hard too. This is great. Our team's strength has improved significantly. Anyone who dares to bully us better think twice." Since everyone was becoming stronger to some extent, they weren't jealous of Yu Jingluo's power, especially since she was the boss's woman. It was only normal for her to be a bit stronger. Perhaps she had just been hiding her abilities before. Luo Tian and the others had ideas but didn't plan to act on their own. "Sister Luo, should we go check what is happening next door?" "Yes. I'm very curious about what kind of person has caught the boss's eye and is living next door to us. You should know she never takes a loss. I overheard that they seem to owe us something." Originally not very curious, but after hearing them say this, Yu Jingluo was somewhat tempted. "Then let's go take a look." "Okay, let's go check it out." Those who had finished eating quickly washed their bowls, while those who hadn't followed behind with their bowls. And a group of them headed next door. Now, the next door was completely empty, leaving only Yin Xing behind. Hearing the noise, he stood up to investigate and open the door, only to find himself staring wide-eyed at Yu Jingluo. "President Yin?" Upon seeing him, Yu Jingluo recognized him immediately, and her worries vanished completely. She trusted this person's character. If he was living next door, then there was nothing to worry about. However, after the apocalypse, he didn't have a means to take care of himself, and looked dirty, even giving off a strange smell. After hesitating, Yu Jingluo ultimately did not step back. "I heard them say that the martial arts club is next door, and I thought they were your members. I didn't expect you to lead the team yourself." In front of her was a girl with long black hair that was neatly tied into a high ponytail. She wore a proper smile on her face, and her clothes were clean and tidy, exuding a scent of cleanliness. For a moment, Yin Xing almost didn't recognize her. "You school beauty?" Yu Jingluo nodded. "It's me." Upon seeing a familiar face, the tension dissipated. "I didn't expect that in just over 10 days, our identities have changed drastically." Seeing her doing so well made Yin Xing happy, but he also felt a bit uncomfortable thinking about his family far away. However, realizing that his family had many capable people, he quickly calmed down. Yu Jingluo's smile remained unchanged. "Hard work will never go wrong." "That's true. You should have picked up weapons and fought from the beginning. It's normal for you to be doing better than others now." In this way, Yin Xing subtly regretted his initial hesitation. He thought everyone was just sick, and, as long as it was controlled, they would definitely recover later. However, he didn't expect that such changes would be irreversible. Even if they could really recover in the future, after having eaten human flesh, would they still be considered human? No. Humans would not accept monsters. Have the others gone out? It is undeniable that in the past, Yu Jingluo had some good feelings for Yin Xing. They shared similar interests and had comfortable conversations. But now, this awkward chat made Yu Jingluo regret coming here. Indeed, no matter how handsome a man is, if he doesn't take care of his appearance, the filter will break. She thought she was the type to appreciate inner qualities, but unexpectedly, she found herself to be superficial as well. Yu Jingluo sighed and planned to find an excuse to leave. Luo Tian and the others were dumbfounded. They originally brought people to pick a fight, but unexpectedly one of their 3 giants actually knew them. Wasn't it said that people from the martial arts club were particularly straightforward, all big and burly, and not good with words? Why did their leader speak so eloquently and be so articulate? Dali lowered his voice to discuss with his brothers. However, what does it matter to lower their voices? Everyone present basically had the ability to hear clearly. How could they not understand what he was saying? Yin Xing felt a bit awkward, not knowing where he'd been so glib that he had displeased this big guy. But he still made the smart choice. It is said that guests are to be treated well. Although this is your territory, we are just temporarily residing here, and you should host us well. It's just that our strength is lacking, and these supplies are still provided by your friend." "My friend?" Yu Jingluo's expression became strange. As he spoke, Yin Xing's expression was very grateful. "Yes, it's that very beautiful girl. Her expression is indifferent, making her seem hard to approach, but in reality, she is very warm-hearted." Chapter 65. Deception. Thinking about how there was not just one girl, Yi Lengxi, in their team, Yin Xing described it more specifically, and now Yu Jingluo was truly certain that Yin Xing did not recognize Yi Lengxi. She is Yi Lengxi, don't you remember? I only have this one good friend. It's a shame that our relationship was quite good before, yet you didn't even recognize her. It's Yi Lengxi? Seeing her, with an ethereal aura. I thought she was some fairy from somewhere, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be the night school beauty. No wonder she helped them. It turns out they are friends. Yanxing was very glad that he had come this way. The naive fondness he felt could not compare to the safety of Yi Lengxi and the others. And Yu Jingluo finally remembered the purpose of this trip. Hearing this, Dolly let out a heavy sigh of relief. He stood next to Yu Jingluo, nodding, and said proudly, "The boss has a kind heart, but we cannot allow others to deceive her." Kind-hearted? Remembering that warm-hearted yet very indifferent woman. And thinking about his teammate being inexplicably knocked away, Yanxing found it hard to associate the words kind-hearted with Yi Lengxi. Forget it. Dolly is one of their own. If he says the boss is kind-hearted, then let it be. Perhaps it really is kindness. Otherwise, with their weak strength, the boss still accepts them without disdain, providing them with food and drink. If it isn't kindness, then what is? Thinking about it this way, Yi Lengxi's status in their hearts instantly rose. The boss you mentioned is Yi Lengxi. If it's her, then I have never deceived her. Her strength is much greater than mine, and together we wouldn't be her match. I haven't even seen her make a move, yet she can effortlessly take care of our people. I was really out of my mind to go against her. As he spoke, Yanxing's expression was quite helpless. No wonder he sensed malice. It turned out that Yu Jingluo's teammates didn't look kindly on them. If it were him, his attitude would be similar. No one could accept so many people coming over to freeload. Although he didn't intend to do so, in the eyes of the other party. That's exactly how they appeared. However, everyone focused on the key point differently. Hearing him say this, their expressions were not good. What did you say? The boss made a move? She has such a good temper. Unless provoked, she wouldn't even bother to pay attention. Honestly, what outrageous thing did you do? Dolly took a few steps forward to Yanxing, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. The foul smell that hit him almost made him drop him to the ground. This man was a bit too careless. It's a misunderstanding. It was that person who spoke disrespectfully, and your boss only acted after that. After beating him up, we'll consider it all settled. Nothing happened, so don't be too agitated. Yanxing wanted to resist, but Dolly's hand was like a vice, firmly holding his collar, leaving him no chance to struggle. Forget it. It's better not to waste energy if I can't win. That little bit of porridge doesn't need much digestion. Yu Jingluo couldn't stand it anymore. Enough. Dolly, let go. Don't hold him like that. All right. Dolly was very obedient. As soon as she finished speaking, he released his grip, but he didn't step away. Not only he, but Luo Tian and the others also stood closest to Yu Jingluo, ready to pin Yanxing down and beat him up if he had any bad ideas. After realizing this, Yanxing's expression was quite helpless, but he understood. We swear, we will definitely not do anything to affect you. I know. I just want to know what you encountered last night. From her understanding, the other party must have had a hiding place originally. They shouldn't have rushed in here in such a panic. Could this incident be related to the little zombie leader that Cece mentioned? This matter was never intended to be concealed. Upon hearing Yu Jingluo's inquiry, Yanxing recounted everything in detail. When he mentioned that the people in the gym were food raised by the zombie little leaders, Luo Tian and the others' expressions changed from hostility to sympathy. With the reasons and consequences clearly understood, Dolly patted Yanxing's shoulder to offer comfort. Yu Jingluo understood that they would inevitably cooperate soon, so she needed to get a clear picture of their situation. How many of you are left? Don't you want revenge? About 20 people, most of whom have abilities, while a few do not, but their physical strength is not bad. Yanxing did not hide anything. Revenge? What can we use for revenge? This is how we think. First clear out the surrounding zombies to reduce the enemy's forces and then eliminate them. We can't just let them grow stronger. There are still many survivors in this school, and it is also our alma mater. This kind of thought had flashed through his mind when superpowers first appeared, especially when being raised by a monster that had lost its humanity, which made him furious. But after going through so much, Yanxing knew that their strength was like a drop in the bucket against the zombie army. He had already lost so many brothers and didn't want to lose more. So he shook his head without hesitation. We can't deal with them. There are too many, and they could wear us down. Upon hearing this, the original pity turned into mockery. What a coward. Who told you to face them head on? You're human. You have a brain. Can't you eat away at them bit by bit like us? No wonder you were seen as food. With the scent you emit and no ability to resist, what else could you be? Yin Xing had always been respected, but when had he ever encountered such things? His eyes turned red with anger. We're not as strong as you. Knowing you are weak is good. Then why are you hiding in the house? Why not hurry up and train? It's only been 10 days since the apocalypse, and you look like the sky is falling. What will you do later? Not to mention, they were very skilled at stabbing in the back. One malicious word after another caused Yin Xing's psychological defenses to collapse. He indeed wanted to take a few days to recuperate, to repay the favor of Yi Lengxi, and then leave with his people. However, their words were like a spell, swirling in his mind, as if not following them to kill zombies would be a grave sin. Yu Jingluo felt she had provoked enough, and softly spoke. Ah Xing, they won't really let us go. If we don't eliminate them, what if they follow us? Chapter 66. The truth mixed with lies, what would happen? Of course, they would take advantage of their unawareness and occasionally launch sneak attacks until everyone was dead. Even worse, they might follow this path and harm more people. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and Yin Xing quickly shook his head. No, we can't let them go out. In that case, you should rest well. After saying what needed to be said, Yu Jingluo did not stay and left with a sense of relief. She left so decisively, unlike before, that Yin Xing felt somewhat at a loss. Behind her followed a group of people, and upon a glance, it was indeed Lung Feng and the others. Their appearance was even more tragic, with various zombie organs sticking to them. The stench was unbearable, and one could guess they had been fighting zombies for a long time. Yu Jingluo was very curious, so she asked her Tang Dao, how did you get mixed up with them? Their school was large, divided into several colleges, and there were many clubs. Hadn't Luo Tian and the others said they weren't familiar with the martial arts club? Yi Lingxing wasn't from their school, but it seemed they got along quite well. I went to check the situation, but unexpectedly, this group of fools got into trouble, and I saved them in passing. The higher one's cultivation, the more obvious the aura of righteousness and evil from others becomes. It was precisely because this group of people gave her a decent feeling that she was willing to lend a hand. Later, she learned that these people were from the martial arts club next door that Luo Tian had mentioned. Not only that, but this martial arts club had only these people left. So that's how it is. It seems our connection is quite deep. Yu Jingluo nodded. Qing and Cici haven't come out yet. Should we help her deal with things first, or wait a bit longer? My sister is not interested in managing the team. And since she is in closed-door cultivation, if we handle everything, it will make things easier for her. Following the original plan, just adding these people would increase their manpower significantly. Now, they simply decided to split into several teams and expand outward to clear the area from all directions. The gymnasium hadn't shown any signs yet, but I guessed it wouldn't be long before it came out. Yi Lengxing seriously arranged the tasks one by one, and Yu Jingluo felt quite emotional. She hadn't expected Yi Lengxing to grow to this extent in such a short time. No, she always had her own ideas. But with Yi Lengxi around, she always gave the impression of being obedient and cute. Yu Jingluo had no objections. I'll listen to you. But I need to go outside to look for supplies. We can't just sit here and wait, right? The two sisters were very strong. And although Yu Jingluo originally wanted to be the damage dealer, she ultimately felt that being a support would allow their team to function better. Yi Lengxing could command others without reservation, but she treated Yu Jingluo like an older sister, so naturally, she respected her thoughts. Hearing her say this, Yu Jingluo nodded without hesitation. I trust you, Sister Luo. Just do what you want. She had her own ideas, but since the team leader was Yi Lengxing, she naturally had to ask first. Otherwise, if others followed suit, that wouldn't do. Lung Feng had been waiting silently on the side until they finished talking and then stepped forward. So you're the leader of this team? No, my sister is the leader, but I'm the captain of this team, responsible for handling the trivial matters. Yi Lengxing had a good attitude towards him for their hard work in killing zombies. Fighting side by side made them brothers. I see you haven't found any supplies either. If you have difficulties, you can exchange crystal cores with us. Crystal cores could usually be avoided by people, but when fighting zombies together with outsiders, no matter how careful they were, they would be discovered. Yi Lengxing hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to be honest about this matter. Moreover, They didn't know the specific use of crystal cores. For them, food was more important, so the crystal cores would eventually end up in their hands. So it was better to sell favor. Lung Feng had a very good impression of this enthusiastic little girl. How can I accept that? You and your sister are so kind. The crystal cores you mentioned are the ones you taught us to dig just now, right? Yes. We girls just like shiny things like that, and I think they might be useful in the future. Selling favors was one thing. She was very clear about what should be said and what should not be said. She spoke half-truths, and Lung Feng didn't suspect anything. Instead, nodding in agreement. You are absolutely right. I haven't figured out how to use them either. After all, they were dug out from such a rotten thing's brain. So one had to be somewhat cautious. Since you like them, how about I give you all of them? The other party had helped them a lot. It was just crystal cores, and Lung Feng didn't mind at all. Upon hearing this, Yanxing felt a bit anxious. Why did his brother seem so foolish? Did he really think crystal cores were useless? Would the other party collect them if that were the case? Just handing them over like this? People had said they could exchange things. How could he be so stubborn? Didn't he see they were struggling? His gaze was fervent, and Lung Feng sensed it, turning his head with a bit of helplessness. Boss, why are you glaring at me? I don't think I've done anything wrong to you. You dug up the crystal cores with great effort, and you're just giving them away like that? If we had enough to eat and drink, that would be fine. But haven't you seen how we've been living? Food was extremely important to them. Yanxing didn't hesitate any longer and gave Lung Feng a hard knock, feeling wronged. Boss, why did you suddenly hit me? We can talk nicely. He's your brother. Yi Lingqing stopped him. Do you think he is stupid? No, on the contrary, he is very smart. He knows how to cater to others' preferences and understands that this is our territory. At this point, Yi Lingqing narrowed her eyes. Or do you think we're the kind of people who take advantage of others without reason? Although what she said was mixed with many lies, the other party's straightforwardness made Yi Lingqing feel a bit guilty. At that moment, seeing Yanxing take action, she didn't hesitate to help, even though she knew that the two wouldn't really fight. Yanxing stopped in his tracks. No, Missy, you are overthinking it. How could we doubt you? He certainly understood his brothers. These actions were just to coordinate with him. It seemed they were performing quite well. And their attitude towards Lung Feng was excellent. He knew the other party had strength, and this time they were in charge of the cooperation. But he was unwilling to let himself gain nothing. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to see where the other party's bottom line was. Chapter 67. Exchanging crystal cores for food, that's good. I keep my word. I'll exchange crystal cores for food. The quick withdrawal made Yi Lingqing realize they were just putting on a show, and her tone became. Yu Jingluo felt even more displeased. If they were strangers, it would be fine, but since they were acquaintances, such behavior made her feel embarrassed. She grabbed Yanxing's collar, her expression fierce. Yin Huzi, don't put your schemes on us. If you don't trust us, just return what Cece gave you and roll out. Having known each other for a long time and understanding each other's personalities, Yanxing realized that Yu Jingluo was genuinely angry, so he quickly apologized. He didn't dare to resist at all, his expression helpless. I didn't mean to scheme against you. I was just a bit uneasy. It's not that I don't trust you, but those things are too difficult to handle. Whether true or not, this attitude made Yu Jingluo somewhat satisfied. That's more like it. At least you know how to speak. Dolly, seeing the closeness between the two, couldn't help but speak up. Sister Luo, should we let them pay off their debts first? As the saying goes, one should repay what they owe before borrowing again. That's right, Lung Feng nodded. This strange atmosphere made him feel uneasy. He was wondering how to offset it. There were only a few dozen in total, and he didn't even know if it would be enough. This thing is beautiful, but it really makes them bald trying to kill hundreds just to get this little bit. This is a matter between the heads of two teams. And the other members did not speak up, even though their anxious expressions suggested they wished to speak for them, remaining silent. How much has our leader given you? Cold Wind honestly replied, a bag of 15 pounds of rice, a dozen eggs, and a bunch of vegetables. Just after saying that, the rat pulled out a small abacus from his backpack and began to calculate. 15 pounds of rice at a friendly price, 1 crystal core per pound. A dozen eggs? Let's say 5 crystal cores for you. The vegetables are a bit more expensive, 3 crystal cores. Then he put away the abacus and said seriously, a total of 23 crystal cores. It felt a bit like a loss, but it also seemed like a gain. And the members' gazes fell on Yanxing and Cold Wind. Yanxing touched his nose. This price is very reasonable. Do you have any meat? Like cured meat or something. In the past, they had killed zombies, but they hadn't opened any zombie heads, mainly because some members insisted on searching for it after reading novels. Rummaging through several without finding anything, which was quite disgusting, so they stopped trying later. Now they only had 33 crystal cores in total, and after deducting the debt, there were only 10 left. What could they exchange for? Cold Wind wanted to give his brother a slap to clear his head. That's fine. Ye Lengxi nodded, very satisfied with these big fools. Of course, there was meat, and we had clear prices, no cheating. Yu Jingluo understood her gaze and immediately took out some items from her space. There was rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, cured meat, and fresh meat. This move shocked them with their words and actions. No wonder they have food and drink. It turns out they have the essential space for home travel. Unfortunately, they have too few crystal cores. A group of people stared at what Yu Jingluo took out, their eyes nearly glowing green. Lung Feng struggled to turn his head away from the food, only to speak with a stutter, and multiple ratios. I just like you practical people. Think about it. We definitely need to clean up those ugly things, but being able to exchange crystal cores for useful items is quite a profit. Isn't it? Now, back to the point, let me tell you about the exchange ratios here. Anyone can do it. If you have the ability, you can set up a small stove. Regarding this issue, Yi Lengxi has already mentioned it before, so they operated without any scruples. Although it might seem like a scam, it does make sense. Yanxing, under the gaze of all the members, took the initiative to speak. Jingluo, you go ahead, I can handle it. Yu Jingluo covered her mouth and laughed. It's not expensive. 1 pound of rice is 1 to 3 crystal cores. Flour and other staple foods are equivalent. Eggs are 1 to 2 crystal cores each. And vegetables are 3 to 20 crystal cores per pound. Ordinary fruits are 10 crystal cores per pound. Quality fruits start at 20 crystal cores. Cured meat is 15 crystal cores per pound. Fresh meat starts at 20 crystal cores, with different prices for different qualities. There is a wide variety. And Yu Jingluo was very specific. After hearing this, everyone's expressions improved. It seemed not much different from prices before the apocalypse. Just that vegetables and fruits were a bit more expensive, but that was quite normal. Just now, it really was a friendly price. The fact that the other party could take out so much made them almost doubt they were still living in the pre-apocalyptic world. Who would dare to have any bad thoughts? This is not something ordinary people could offer. No one questioned the source of the items. Only cared about whether they could be exchanged, and the entire multimedia teaching building became lively. Without them saying anything, Yanxing was also very tempted. Can I exchange for a small handful of vegetables and a few ounces of cured meat? Exactly 10 crystal cores. They still had eggs and rice. What they lacked were these. If only they had seeds, they had wood-type abilities. Forget it. Let us not exchange for vegetables. Just the cured meat. There are many of us. Even if it's sliced thin, each person 1 tea get much in the end. Thinking of the wood-type abilities, Yanxing quickly changed his words. Yu Jingluo responded cheerfully, no problem. When several ounces of cured meat were in his hands, Yanxing couldn't believe it. They could actually eat meat so soon. This business is really easy, and Yu Jingluo is somewhat addicted. You guys are very dirty. You probably need a basin or a bucket to wash things, right? We have everything here. Do you want to exchange? Although they don't have obsessive cleanliness and don't mind each other, it feels better to use a bowl by oneself. Seeing them so dirty and wanting to leave again, Yi Lengxi called out to them, "We have weapon rentals here. Do you need any? This can improve efficiency and can be bought on credit." In the short time, a good idea suddenly popped in her mind. Chapter 68. Shearing the sheep. Perhaps the sheep cannot be sheared by these people, but the whole school needs to get involved. That way the efficiency can be greatly improved, since there are so few of them. Meeting Yi Lengxi's gaze, Yu Jingluo realized and nodded, a smile appearing on her lips. Given our current relationship, we trust you. Such a great fool cannot be allowed to escape. Trust is such a beautiful word. Just hearing it can lift one's spirits, and it seems that those who have suffered great losses can't help but feel better. The cold wind is full of ambition. With these weapons, we will surely be able to break through these monsters. You can definitely do it. You are the chosen ones. In the end, they rented a decent knife at a low price of 3 to 5 crystal cores per person per day, and then happily went out to fight zombies. They were still the same as before, dividing into 2 teams to take turns fighting, allowing each other time to rest and recover, avoiding unexpected situations. Yes, the water element ability users did not participate in the battle. They were left here as logistics personnel to prepare food. In addition to cooking, they also prepared a lot of water. Brothers, you've worked hard. Come over to wash your faces, clean up a bit, and fill your stomachs. These waters were exchanged on credit from Yu Jingluo. To be honest, having these things really makes things much more convenient. Knowing that excessive consumption can lead to terrifying consequences that cannot be reversed for one's abilities after releasing the water, I feel like I should stop for a while, and then continue releasing after recovering. This intermittent method not only allows them to gather a lot of water, but the key point is that they faintly feel they are about to break through. This feeling makes them anticipate that their strength will definitely be much stronger after the breakthrough. Old Su, you guys are really amazing. There is so much water. Enough for us to just wipe our bodies clean. The water ability user, referred to as Old Su, shot a fierce glare at the member who spoke. What kind of talk is that? As if you could do it without us handling the cleanup. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Who doesn't know we lack food, not water? We have to rely on you guys. The person smiled and pretended to fan his face lightly. Old Su rolled his eyes. Let's talk. You've worked hard, not only managing our food, but also gathering so much water. You must be tired, so rest well. We'll handle the rest. Everyone was working hard, all their efforts directed towards one goal, and it seemed as if the friction from before the apocalypse had vanished, with everyone supporting each other like true brothers. Yanxing was very happy. He liked to see this kind of scene. After a noisy meal, they didn't rush outside into the cold wind, but stayed behind to rest. Everyone understood the principle of balancing work and rest. They didn't want to squander their enthusiasm, especially since they had enough supplies for the time being. Although they owed quite a few crystal cores, there wasn't a trace of urgency among them. Otherwise, how could they say that those in debt are the masters, compared to their messy appearance? The other side was obviously cleaner, which showed that they had found a way to kill zombies and were quick to evade. Although they hadn't interacted for long, Yanxing and the others had already realized that the ones in charge next door were Lengxi and her 2 companions. Lengxi hadn't been seen since early this morning, and Yu Jingluo also seemed to have disappeared for a long time, leaving only the girl Lengxi behind. Thinking of Yu Jingluo's ability, they clearly understood she must be out collecting supplies. How enviable! If only they had such abilities. Unfortunately, such things could only be envied, not forced. Meanwhile, Lengxi, whom they were thinking of, was currently breaking through in her own space, entering a mysterious realm. Kai Dao didn't know when she would finish, but he was clear that when she emerged from her seclusion, her strength would surely soar, possibly entering the golden core stage in one go. What a shocking matter. But Lengxi had already brought him so many surprises that it seemed acceptable. He calmly helped manage the space, occasionally checking on her status. As long as he felt her steady breath, Kai Dao was at ease. Outside in space, Yu Jingluo and the rat were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they had cleared the last zombie, Yu Jingluo quickly entered, waving her hand to collect everything in sight into her space. Quickly, to the next place. Okay, right away. I'll dig out what's in their heads. Following someone strong was enjoyable. Previously, when they went out looking for supplies, a dozen big men had walked in fear, dodging various dangers. It took them a long time to reach their destination, and when they grabbed supplies, they didn't dare take too much, fearing an accident would affect their escape. So they only took one bag. Now, it was much better. They could collect everything cleanly without the regret of only taking a little. The rat didn't think it was wrong for Yu Jingluo not to leave a way out for others. There were so many zombies outside, and they had worked hard to get in, so why should they leave a way out after clearing the obstacles? The apocalypse was about the survival of the fittest. Their current strength was enough to sweep through teams of hundreds or thousands. They hadn't actively oppressed anyone, which was already a great kindness. How could they do something foolish like being overly compassionate? If you don't work hard, starving to death is deserved. Back then, there had been about a dozen of them, and no one had awakened any abilities, yet they still went out to find supplies, and found them. If one doesn't want to live, don't blame others for not leaving room. The rat had all sorts of grand thoughts in his mind, but his movements were very agile, especially his technique for digging crystal cores, always quickly finding their locations. He twisted his dagger into a zombie-esque head, pulled out a crystal core, and casually tossed it into the pocket at his waist, while simultaneously tossing the zombie's body aside. After Yu Jingluo finished collecting, she helped out as well. The two worked together, speeding up their pace. I feel some zombies are coming this way, Yu Jingluo said while digging. The rat didn't take care. He was now an ability user and had strength greater than that of zombies. It's fine, they're just here to deliver supplies. Hearing this, Yu Jingluo calmed down. Chapter 69. Supplies arrive at the supermarket. He recalled the noisy college life he had with his roommates. Remembering how he would occasionally follow the goddess from a distance, watching her joke with her friends, and he would smile to himself, but now everything was gone. Thinking of the girl he once liked, and her grotesque form after becoming a zombie. Forget it, he couldn't think of that. I don't know, but I know that as long as we're alive, there is hope. No matter what, we can't have thoughts of ending our lives. What if one day peace is restored, and we end our lives in despair? Wouldn't that mean we gain nothing? Just think how fortunate that would be. Yu Jingluo didn't understand his thoughts, and thought he was feeling down, so she immediately spoke to comfort him. You're right, live in the moment. Understand that, good. Until they finished digging everything, Yu Jingluo took out some water from her space for the two to wash up. Let us go. Yu Jingluo led the way to the next place, and the rat didn't speak, but closely followed behind her. The small zombie leader wasn't low in intelligence. It knew that humans depended on food and water to survive, so it sent zombies to guard places with supplies. Other zombies only followed orders and didn't have much independent consciousness. When the zombie leader commanded them to guard, they obediently did so, completely unaware of hiding away to lure humans over. So those who went out looking for supplies, upon seeing a group of zombies surrounding a small shop or supermarket, would almost immediately turn and leave. Unless the numbers were small, they would consider fighting back, switching from bicycles to motorcycles, or finding ways to lure the zombies away. Because no one liked to take risks. But Yu Jingluo was different. She really liked all this food and didn't want to miss out. Just like that, everything went into her space. Yu Jingluo and the rat knew that these zombies couldn't be guarding this place for no reason. There was only one possibility. It was the command of the small zombie leader, and the endless stream of zombies coming here was the best answer. If they appeared, the other side would probably know immediately. Yu Jingluo wasn't worried at all. She had learned the breath-concealing technique, allowing her to suppress her aura so that zombies wouldn't detect her. Even if they were really surrounded, as the rat said, they were just here to deliver resources. The small zombie leader, no matter how intelligent, couldn't compare to real humans. When it sent its men over, this place was already deserted. Yu Jingluo was quite lucky, collecting several small shops and supermarkets, and the supplies she originally used had increased again. A smile never left her face. Seeing her smile, the rat couldn't help but feel a bit lighter. Sister Luo, can your space still hold more? It can, but aren't you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Finally, they didn't have to rely on Shi to provide supplies for themselves. And Yu Jingluo was genuinely in a wonderful mood, speaking much more gently than usual. It was true that they were tired. They were spinning like tops. And it wasn't just about collecting supplies. They still had to clear out the zombies first. Although there weren't many zombies in some places, the journey was still quite exhausting. Let's find a supermarket to rest for a while. The space is enough, but gathering supplies consumes mental energy. And I feel a bit overwhelmed, Yu Jingluo said, rubbing her forehead. All right, there's a newly opened Yunlai supermarket a few hundred meters ahead. It's a bit remote, and I really don't know what the owner was thinking, opening without any advertising, but it's convenient for us to rest. Howsy silently breathed a sigh of relief. A man can't admit he's incapable. It's Jia who said we should rest. He's just cooperating with her. It really is remote. I know the size of the school as small shops and supermarkets, but this Yunlai supermarket is the first time I've heard of it. From not seeing many zombies when they first enter the campus to now having quite a few wandering around, they chose the small paths to avoid unnecessary exhaustion. Yu Jingluo even thought about taking out the movable living space that Lengxi gave her to rest temporarily, but unexpectedly, there was a ready-made place. In a few moments of conversation, they had already approached little by little. Sure enough, as Housie said, there was a Yunlai supermarket here, and the storefront didn't seem small. It could be considered a medium-sized supermarket, since it was newly opened and hadn't been advertised yet. There must be a lot of supplies inside, which made Yu Jingluo very happy. What made her even happier was that there weren't many zombies here. The two of them quickly and neatly dealt with a few zombies and planned to go inside. However, looking at the tightly shut door, it seemed to be locked from the inside, and both of their expressions were somewhat off. It seemed there were people inside. But why didn't they sense it? Although she wasn't a mental type ability user, her strength had increased, and her mental energy had also grown, allowing her to perceive situations within 100 meters. Could it be that there was some kind of mental shielding mentioned by Shishi inside? Yu Jingluo made a simple gesture, and Haozi nodded, silently hiding in the shadows. As they approached, the people inside also became aware, and each of them was very nervous. A girl cautiously lowered her voice. "Brother, is someone coming? Don't be afraid. Brother will protect you." The boy's youthful face was full of determination. "I'll check the situation outside first. You stay here and don't move. Definitely don't come out. Brother, don't go." Seeing him get up, the girl immediately pulled him back, her face showing disapproval. "Brother, you're on the defense route, and your strength is even less than mine." Looking at the chubby-faced girl, dressed in Lolita, seriously saying this, the boy tightened his fists. "Hold it in. This is family. Don't hit. Forget it. He couldn't beat his sister anyway." Seeing the two siblings tugging at each other, neither willing to go out, the others couldn't sit still. "There are only you two ability users here. If you don't go out, who will? Are we supposed to rely on us, ordinary people?" A boy with a face full of flesh said. "Since heaven chose you and gave you special abilities, you should take on the responsibility." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others. "Why aren't you speaking? Do you want to go outside? I'm weak. Do you want me to go out and die?" The tall, thin boy, who was the first to be targeted by him, looked very ugly. "You're right. Those who can do more should do more." The girl's expression turned cold. Saving these people was turning into a grudge? Look at this presumptuous tone. Knowing that going outside might mean death, they still wanted the two siblings to go out. Truly malicious intent. Turning her head, the girl glared fiercely at the boy. Her voice soft, but carrying a palpable coldness. "Brother, I already said to throw them out to feed the zombies, but you wouldn't agree. Look at what they're saying. Is that even human talk? How can 37 degrees of temperature say something that makes us go to our deaths? They seem to have forgotten that this is our stuff." Chapter 70. Soft has been waiting for you for a long time. How can you be so malicious? You want us to go outside to feed the zombies. The two siblings were very useful, while the others just watched, their expressions inexplicable, not speaking up. But once this was said, how could everyone hold back? They started to criticize the girl with a flurry of voices. The boy protected the girl behind him, feeling very regretful. He shouldn't have let them in just because they were classmates. Enough. Do you think you're the only ones with mouths? There was no connection between them. The siblings had just entered their freshman year. If you want to talk about familiarity, everyone in the school could be considered familiar. These few were nothing special. The girl's words made the chubby-faced boy very unhappy, and he raised his hand, wanting to slap her. He wanted to see if he could succeed. If he did, this pretty little girl would probably belong to him. Thinking of this, a hint of lewdness appeared in his eyes. This girl looked like a child, but her figure was very curvy. He really didn't know how charming she would look if those obstructive clothes were pulled off. Crack! A sound of something breaking was heard. It was the boy's lumbar vertebra. Have you learned something? You dare to lay hands on soft. The boy was tall and strong, probably around 2 meters. Although he wasn't an ability user, he was a power enhancer with astonishing strength. He had been well fed by the two siblings and had now broken through to level 1. Compared to the boy's mental shield and the girl's soft water abilities, these people were more wary of him, the power enhancer. "What are you doing while I'm just taking a shit?" He pushed the two siblings behind him, his tall body shielding them completely. "Are you tired of eating other things and want to try my fists?" He wasn't afraid of offending these people at all. If he had to say, they shouldn't have let them in from the start, especially that chubby guy, who looked like a ball and had been eyeing them with ill intent. He had noticed that this guy had sneakily looked at Soft's private parts several times. Despicable. "Mingji, they want me and brother to go outside to feed the zombies." Soft tugged at the boy's clothes, pitifully reporting, "And he wants to hit me." "Don't be afraid. With your brother and Mingji here, no one can bully you." These people are truly excessive. Soft girl is so strong and sensible. And now she is crying. Xiaoming looked at these people with an exceptionally cold gaze. Xiaoxia, I'll throw them out. No. Lingxi grabbed him. You can't still consider them classmates, right? If I hadn't heard the commotion outside and rushed out to clean up, Soft had really been wronged just now. Look at that pig with hands bigger than Soft's face. What do you think will happen to her delicate skin if he slaps her? Do you have to wait until Soft is really harmed before you wake up? Xiaoming was frustrated with this guy's naivety. How come he never knew this guy was so self-righteous? But back then, it was because he had loyalty that he befriended him. Yet now it seemed foolish. Lingxi felt helpless. Calm down, listen to me. Someone is coming from outside. If you throw them out and they turn out to be bad people working together, can we handle that? Someone? I didn't sense anything. They seemed stronger than us. When it came to serious matters, Xiaoming's expression became serious. Initially, they didn't understand the difference in strength between ability users and evolutionists. But for the safety of the supermarket, Xiaoming often went outside to clear the area, and as a result of frequent use, he became stronger. After reaching the first stage, he realized there had been a tremendous change in strength. He told the two siblings about this, urging them to use their abilities more. So now they appeared weak, but in reality, they were much stronger than before. Though no one noticed, Lin Wanwan didn't need to release water because there was enough in the supermarket, so others didn't know her strength. Lin Xiao was completely unaware of the attack points due to his mental barrier, so others didn't take it seriously. The three of them could easily deal with the more than 10 others, but they had no way of sensing how many people were outside, so they didn't dare to take risks. I have a feeling I don't think the people outside are bad. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Wanwan said softly, My instincts have always been accurate. Hearing this, both Xiaoming and Lin Xia believed her because it really was very accurate. Since that's the case, there was no need to keep these people. They had to be thrown out. The two brothers exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. The two of them approached aggressively, and these people understood what they meant. However, they absolutely cannot be thrown out, so they gritted their teeth and decided to temporarily unite. However, their strength was insufficient, and their small number could not pose much of a hindrance to Xiaoming and the others. The power evolutionists level up quickly in the early stages and have many uses. One person could deal with nearly 10 people, leaving the remaining small fry to Lin Xia. Lin Xia's mental barrier was primarily defensive, but growing up in a wealthy family, he certainly wasn't defenseless. At the very least, they both had learned basic self-defense, so dealing with a few people was no problem. The awkward positions and unexpected strength left these few people momentarily stunned, and when they reacted, they immediately felt deeply humiliated. However, they soon realized they really couldn't win. Damn, how is he so strong? He looks so skinny, yet we can't beat him. After being knocked to the ground, one person gritted his teeth. Isn't this normal? They are ability users. It's normal for them to be stronger. This girl doesn't seem to have any abilities. None of them were pushovers. Upon discovering that Xiaoming and Lin Xia were tough opponents, they immediately shifted their attention to Lin Wanwan. Although some vaguely remembered that she seemed to have abilities, they hadn't seen her demonstrate them, so they assumed she didn't have any. A girl, even if she had abilities, how strong could she possibly be? Seeing Lin Wanwan, who had been watching Xiaoming and Lin Xia deal with them without intervening, they immediately got an idea. They hadn't forgotten that it was because of this girl that Xiaoming and the others had attacked them. As they focused their attention on Lin Wanwan, Xiaoming and Lin Xia became extremely worried, trying to hold off more people. However, they did indeed have a slight numerical advantage, and a few of them approached Lin Wanwan. Just in time. Soft, we've been waiting for you. Chapter 71. Joining the investment, Lin Wanwan showed no fear at all. Her eyes shone with excitement. She wanted to teach these people a lesson. Don't look down on others. She had been quietly working hard for so long just to give them a lesson, to unleash all the anger she had been holding back. As they drew closer to Lin Wanwan, the excitement on their faces had yet to fully display before it immediately froze. They clutched their throats, their faces turning red, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with terror. Hee, you must have many classmates outside, right? Just as she comforted herself, as her pounding heart gradually returned to its usual rhythm. The deaths of these people shocked everyone else. They never expected that a girl who looked cute and soft could be even more ruthless than two men when it came to taking action. The saying "the most vicious heart belongs to a woman" turned out to be true. If it weren't for sensing their killing intent, Lin Wanwan wouldn't have acted so mercilessly. Her mother said that if a woman isn't ruthless, her position is unstable, and one must be decisive in killing. Leaving opportunities for others only brings trouble to oneself. However, she worried that her brother and Minggu would think poorly of her. After saying this, she nervously tugged at her clothes, lowering her head, afraid to see disgust in their expressions. Lin Xia felt heartache. "Silly girl, the world has changed. What you did is right." It's actually brother, who has been a bit soft-hearted. But it seems that their thoughts were surprisingly in sync, and her worries were swept away. They no longer held back in action, and he showed his support for Lin Wanwan's approach through his actions. With brothers being so direct, how could he hold her back? Naturally, he couldn't. Lin Xia unhesitatingly plunged the dagger into their chests. The bloodied faces looked particularly eerie and terrifying in this situation, but Lin Wanwan felt completely at ease. Very good. Everyone's thoughts are aligned. They won't have disagreements and then separate. With their parents gone, and only Summer Minga left, they were family, and they had to stay together forever. To ensure their safety, they had to kill them all. While speaking, she controlled the water shield to go towards those people's faces. Thinking of their usual sarcastic behavior or those malicious and disgusting looks, Lin Wanwan felt an indescribable satisfaction. Perfect, they wouldn't have to see them anymore. In this apocalypse, who would pamper them? It took only a few minutes to deal with these people, but cleaning up the mess was not easy, and the expressions of the few people were somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Wanwan felt a bit regretful. Water abilities are good, but if I had fire abilities, it would be even better, as I could burn all these disgusting things away. Summer Ming took out a clean hand and patted her head. "Let us pack them up in a sack, and your Minggu will throw them out, so as not to obstruct my Wanwan's view." "All right, but it will be more appropriate to talk to this sister first before going, since we can't lose our manners when guests come." Lin Wanwan flashed a bright smile. "This beautiful sister. Do you agree?" Lin Xia had released the mental barrier early on, and Yu Jingluo could sense the situation inside clearly. She didn't come over immediately, but waited until the three of them had resolved things before appearing. Hearing her words made Yu Jingluo smile brightly. "That's right. You are very beautiful and clean too. In this apocalypse, it's not just about having a supermarket." The girl in front was decisive in her killing, which was very appealing to her. If they could absorb the three of them into the team, it would be perfect. "Hee, I am a water ability user. You must also be an ability user, right?" Although it was a question, she spoke very confidently. Yu Jingluo had no intention of hiding and nodded. "That's right. I am a space ability user, out to look for supplies, and I happen to be tired. Passing by here, wanting to come in and rest." Hearing space ability, the eyes of the three instantly lit up. The supermarket here would eventually be discovered, and if they could store in space and take it away, that would be the best. They don't want to stay here any longer. It doesn't help improve their strength. They should go out and explore, but this person is unsure if they can be trusted. At the first moment, the three of them had the idea of cooperating, but they hadn't considered imprisoning Yu Jingluo as a storage solution. Yu Jingluo is a woman, and the two of them find it inconvenient to speak up, so whether to team up depends on how their younger sister communicates with the other party. Lin Wanwan is not a simple little girl. Her expression is quite surprised. "Sister, you actually didn't hide it and just said it outright. Aren't you afraid we will imprison you?" "You won't. I have a good eye for people, and besides, you're not my opponents." Lin Wanwan smiled sweetly. "Sister is amazing. No wonder you dare to come out alone. We are all ability users and evolvers. I wonder if we can team up with you. We don't want to take advantage of you. Look at the supplies in our family's supermarket. Can that count as sincerity?" From the other party's words, Lin Wanwan already understood that Yu Jingluo was genuinely resting, but after resting, she would definitely take away the supplies from the supermarket here. However, the fact that the other party didn't attack them right away shows they are not bad people, so taking the initiative to speak up would earn goodwill. Yu Jingluo raised an eyebrow. "So many supplies, are you sure?" "Of course, we want to leave here. If we can't take all these things, it would just benefit others. It's better to treat it as an investment for joining. Maybe our status will be higher that way." "Sister, you shouldn't be alone, right? She loves talking to smart people. That's right. I am indeed not alone. Chapter 72. Capturing their hearts as soon as the words were spoken. The rat appeared from its hidden spot. When they saw the rat, Lin Wan and the others were startled again. To be honest, if it hadn't come out on its own, they definitely wouldn't have discovered that there was still someone hiding near the supermarket. Unlike Yu Jingluo, although the rat's strength was higher than theirs, its ability to conceal its presence was clearly not as good as hers. As soon as it emerged, Lin Wan and the others could sense that its strength was on par with theirs. Fortunately, they were wise enough not to have any dangerous thoughts otherwise. So you really have a companion? Lin Wan said awkwardly. Yes, although my strength is decent, going out alone can be a bit concerning. Having a companion to look out for each other makes it much more comfortable. Yu Jingluo enjoyed seeing her ever-changing expressions. Are you sure you want to follow us? Of course. There's nothing worth staying for here. Lin Wan thinks the same as the other two. Yu Jingluo is not the type to hesitate. Upon hearing them, she decisively cleaned out the items from the supermarket. Wait, there's still things in the storage room. We can't leave anything behind. Lin Wan said as she took out the key to open the hidden compartment. My parents taught us to always leave a way out. You are really smart and capable of living well. I'll ask again, are you really willing to come with me? Once you arrive at my place, you'll have to follow our arrangements. Lin Wan didn't say anything, but Yu Jingluo probably hadn't noticed how hidden the warehouse was. To avoid any future incidents, she asked him again. Of course, we keep our word. Since we are joining your team, we will definitely follow your arrangements. Without rules, there can be no order. If voices are not unified, it's hard to work together. We will listen to you. After receiving a clear answer, the smile on Yu Jingluo's face became more genuine. Then welcome to join us. She extended her hand, and Lin Wan smiled and took it. I hope we can work together to carve out a place for ourselves while upholding justice. The others saw this and also placed their hands on top, and a few of them smiled in agreement. Yu Jingluo quickly gathered all the items from the warehouse. Many of the items were refrigerated, including frozen beef, pork, lamb, seafood, and so on. Although the power was out, the generator kept everything in its original condition. However, diesel was limited. If she didn't gather it up, when the generator failed, these good items would spoil and be wasted. Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to deal with these things. There were outsiders before, and although we had supplies, we didn't dare to use them, and could only eat what they offered. Those people had no real skills, yet they could sniff out everything like dogs, forcing us to secretly drool over this side. Lin Wan said, while glaring fiercely at Lengxi. If it weren't for listening to him, how could they have been so tempted for so long? With such a large supermarket at hand, fully stocked, yet they still had to suffer like this. Lengxi smiled at her sheepishly, not daring to say a word. Just through simple interactions, Yu Jingluo began to like this adorable girl. Don't worry, following us, you'll eat well and have a good time. It definitely won't be that hard. I believe you. You have spatial abilities, right? You can store delicious food inside and take it out whenever you don't want to cook. It's simply a must-have for home and travel. Novels all say this. You must be the heroine of the apocalypse, right? Ha ha, Wan, your words are so sweet. Why not just change your name to Tian? I'm not a heroine. I'm just someone struggling in the apocalypse like you. But I'm lucky to have gained abilities. Yu Jingluo was particularly happy with her flattery. If it were an ownerless supermarket, she could clean it out without feeling guilty. But since it belonged to someone and had been guarded for a long time, she didn't want to take advantage. Out of courtesy, she decided to treat these three to some good food and win their hearts at the same time. Cece said that those who awaken their abilities early on are good seeds. If their character is good, they must be won over. Thinking this way, she took out 5-pack meals from a space. I've been busy for so long, I'm a bit hungry. How about you guys? Gulu was the sound of the stomach growling, and Lin Ruanshu's 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on the food in her hands. My goodness, how lucky must one be to eat something like this? These days, they have been eating either bread or milk to the point of almost throwing up. The steaming hot meals seemed like something they had in a past life. In just over 10 days, it felt like they had lived a long life. And during the torment, they sometimes couldn't help but consider whether to continue living. Lin Wanwan's soft and delicate voice rang in Yu Jingluo's ear. Big boss. The 5 portions of food, We three will all have a share, right? Sure enough, her choice was correct. She had always been very accurate in judging people. Yu Jingluo nodded. That's right, everyone has a share. The 5 portions are all different flavors. You can choose what you like. By the way, no need to call me Big Boss. My name is Yu Jingluo. You can call me Sister Luo Luo. Yu Jingluo? Why does that sound a bit familiar? Lin Xia had a hesitant expression, as if it was the name of senior. Brother, I've told you to pay more attention to school affairs, but you didn't listen. This is one of the 4 school beauties, Senior Yu Jingluo. How can you not recognize her? Lin Wanruan could tell that Yu Jingluo was very beautiful and felt that it was rare to have such a good-looking girl in school. But she never associated her with the school beauty. Now that she mentioned her name, it immediately linked her to her appearance. So annoying. The confession wall doesn't even have photos. Or are we freshmen not worthy of knowing what the seniors look like? Lin Ruan stomped her foot. Thinking about the introduction of Yu Jingluo's personality, her fondness for her increased. Senior, let's stick together. Okay, let's eat first. Saying this, Yu Jingluo took out 2 small tables. Ruan and I will sit at one table, and you 3 will sit at another. As she spoke, she placed the boxed meals on the table. Come and choose. Lin Xiao felt a bit shy. Senior, you choose first. We're not picky eaters. We're all fine. You guys go first. In this apocalypse, having food was already very good. Yu Jingluo had no intention of being picky, especially since the food made by the others was quite tasty. Lin Wanruan pulled her brother away. Stop dawdling. I'll help out. I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's my favorite. Just right, my brother likes scrambled eggs with chives, and sweet and sour ribs belong to Minggu. How important is meat at this time? Naturally, it's reserved for the seniors. At this moment, the mouse spoke. I like to eat fish. Yu Jingluo chimed in. Then the last remaining braised beef with radish is mine. Chapter 73. Completely win over Lin Ruo revealed a big smile. Perfect. She pushed the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and the braised beef with radish to a small table, while piling the rest onto another table. Senior, can we start eating? I'm so hungry. I can't wait to swallow the delicious food. Yu Jingluo really liked her straightforward personality, reached out to pat her head, and took out 5 sets of utensils. Okay, let's dig in. By the time Yu Jingluo finished speaking, they had already opened the lids, took the utensils she handed over, and began to fixate on the food in their bowls. They hadn't eaten decent food for such a long time. The ample ingredients were piled on top of the white rice, and after mixing it evenly, they took a big spoonful and stuffed it into their mouths. The taste of the rice mixed with the sauce almost brought tears to the 3 of them. Woo, it's really too delicious. The mouse, hearing the praise, touched his nose. His ears slightly reddened, not expecting his cooking skills to be this impressive now. Yu Jingluo smiled gently. If you like it, eat more. The food in the team is mostly like this. Lin Ruo nodded vigorously. Although Xia Ming and the other person didn't speak, their eating speed slowed down, and the corners of their mouths also curled up slightly. This simple meal for Yu Jingluo further strengthened Lin Ruo's decision to join them. After the meal, Yu Jingluo took out a few fuzzy peaches and handed one to each person. Don't be polite, it's fruit after the meal. This is a fresh peach, still attached to tender green leaves, looking no bigger than a child's fist, yet captivates the eyes of Lin Ruan and the other 2. Is the treatment really this good? The mouse nodded. Don't be polite, this is really the standard treatment. The team usually has this kind of specification, and good performance earns extra rewards. In short, when it comes to food, the leaders have always treated us well. Lin Wanruan has read many novels and naturally understands that being able to eat fresh vegetables at this time means either that Yu Jingluo's space has planning capabilities or that there is a high-level wood-type ability user in their team. After some thought, she feels that the latter possibility is particularly high. Regardless of her guesses, she knows she can't directly ask, as being too talkative in the apocalypse doesn't end well. They have just met, and no matter how enthusiastic they appear, they must maintain a sense of boundaries. Xia Ming exchanged glances with the other 2 and nodded knowingly. Lin Wanruan smiled and said, then we must work hard. She really wanted to ask when they could go. But since Yu Jingluo didn't say anything, they patiently waited. Yu Jingluo understood their thoughts very well. Even now, she hasn't forgotten her original plan. This is just right. We can also take the opportunity to make contributions. although they had contributed a whole supermarket's worth of supplies. Lin Wanwan didn't feel that the three of them were superior. The other party's strength was much greater than theirs, and if they really wanted to rob them, they would have no means to resist. Yu Jingluo smiled. You are contributing to the team. Even without making achievements, you can still enjoy good treatment in the team. Since the other party didn't mention it, Yu Jingluo couldn't pretend it didn't happen. Noticing contributions without acknowledging them would disappoint the other party. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan and the others felt their favorability towards Yu Jingluo rise rapidly. Yu Jingluo wanted to rest quickly, so she swiftly took out several tents from her space. Do you want to sleep in tents or just on the ground? I have mattresses. It will be more comfortable to sleep on. Tent. Girls like having a private space. Thinking about how their supermarket stock consisted mostly of items commonly used by students, like buckets and snacks, and having to squeeze in with those people every day was really annoying. Now it's better. She finally has her own space. Truly, girls think of everything. Lin Wanwan happily walked over, took the tent, and didn't forget to say many nice things. Her excitement made Lin Xia feel quite guilty towards his sister. But he said nothing. He decided to listen to his sister from now on. After distributing the tents, the three men proactively helped the two ladies set up their tents first before setting up their own. All three were big men, but after resting for a while, to be honest, they didn't want to set up tents, so in the end, they only set up one shared tent. Lin Wanwan didn't care about them. After entering the tent, cheerful laughter occasionally came from inside. Xiaoming looked at her with a face full of affection. Wanwan is still as easily satisfied as before. Just indulge her, Lin Xia said with disdain. By the way, when are you going to confess your feelings to my sister? Our school has more boys than girls, especially in the apocalypse, where there aren't many clean and beautiful girls like my sister. If you don't make a move soon, I'll be calling someone else brother-in-law. The mouse wasn't very familiar with them, but since they would all be part of the same team in the future, he proactively joined the conversation. Lin Xia is right. Wanwan is so cute. If you don't pay attention, it's easy for outside wolves to take her away. You all worry too much. Wanwan isn't that kind of girl. Although we haven't officially expressed our feelings, she knows what I mean. Hearing this, Lin Xia almost wanted to stab Xiaoming with his eyes. Oh, really? We spend every day together. How did you avoid me while contacting my sister and giving her gifts? Is my sister, such a precious girl, really going to be taken by this pig, Xiaoming? Forget it, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. This pig is a family pig. Lin Xia tried to calm his emotions, so when he looked at Xiaoming, he didn't appear so fierce. Don't be angry. I consider myself an addition to the family. Besides, I'm older than you. Usually, you call me brother. If I end up with your sister, I'll be calling you brother. Xiaoming, being Lin Xia's childhood friend, understood his thoughts well and quickly gained the upper hand in the conversation. Hearing this, Lin Xia's face broke into a smile again. When you confirm your relationship, you absolutely cannot let my sister down. Otherwise, I won't care whether you're a brother or not. No brother is more important than a sister. I know. Xiaoming solemnly promised. In the apocalypse, saying nice things to her is all empty talk. I can only promise that if danger arises, I will die in front of her. Good. Lin Xia patted his shoulder and didn't say anything else. By the time they finished talking, the mouse had already fallen asleep, and Lin Xia and the others didn't say anything further, fearing they would disturb his rest. Chapter 74, The Door Prying Team. Whether it was the mouse's steady breathing affecting them or the fatigue from today's experiences, it was long before Xiaoming and the others also fell asleep. It feels really good to have a sense of security. Lin Wanwan hugged the four-piece bedding that Yu Jingluo had given her, and she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. These days, Lin Ruren has to keep an eye on the supermarket supplies and also be wary of those who might act secretly. To be honest, she is very tired. Now that she has no worries, exhaustion washes over her instantly. Lin Ruren yawns and falls into a deep sleep, hugging her pillow. Time always flies by quickly. It never stops for anyone. After an unknown amount of time, faint sounds can be heard coming from outside the supermarket. During the time spent with Lengxi, Yu Jingluo hasn't learned much else, but her vigilance has increased significantly. Hearing the noise, she wakes up from her resting state and decisively goes out to pack up the tent. The second to wake up is the mouse, who quickly shakes Xia Ming and the other person awake without saying a word. Xia Ming and the other person are still groggy and are about to ask something, but they hear the sound of a door being pried open. Without needing words, a glance is enough for them to understand what they are about to face next. The three big men quickly get dressed and sneak outside. By the time they come out, Yu Jingluo is already dressed and waiting for them. Yu Jingluo makes a gesture to Lin Xia, signaling him to set up a mental barrier. Lin Xia nods, indicating he understands. In the next second, a special ability emerges from him, which then spreads and envelopes Yu Jingluo and the others, completely masking their presence. Outside, upon sensing the disappearance of their aura, the movements of the people outside pause for a moment. "Boss, it seems there's no one inside. I can't feel anyone's presence," a psychic in the group whispers hesitantly. He has a particularly bad premonition, which makes him want to leave quickly. However, the victories of these past days have made him somewhat lost, so he merely voices his discovery. Psychics can sense each other. Those inside must have felt our overwhelming numbers, so they wisely escape through the small door, which is just right to save us the trouble of dealing with them. This supermarket is particularly remote, and many things have just been delivered. If we can take it down, we can temporarily use this place as a base for development. The young man, who was called the boss by them, was indifferent and waved his hand to signal the person prying open the door to continue. After a few minutes, with a click, the door was opened. Contrary to their imagination of shelves filled with various products, the entire place was empty. There was not even a shelf to hold goods. Damn, are we going to waste our effort? The group was stunned, looking at each other, their anger flaring up instantly. Where did that group of people just go? How could so many things just disappear? I'm not blind. I saw many trucks rushing here. The medium-sized supermarket has several entrances, and Yu Jingluo's resting place is not close to the entrance, so they didn't notice the people right away. It's impossible for there to be nothing at all. We need to check the warehouse. There must still be things there. Although I've never run a supermarket, it's common knowledge that such places have warehouses. The leader ordered without hesitation. The others cursed as they spread out. It was hard to get here, and nobody wanted to leave empty-handed. Damn, someone. To be safe and avoid any sudden zombie attacks, they kept their distance, but upon hearing the sound, they instinctively moved closer, naturally spotting Yu Jingluo and her few companions, who had very low presence. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Without exception, they were all startled, especially when Yu Jingluo saw so many people. Instead of feeling scared, she smiled brightly at them, as if they were the ones who had delivered themselves right to her door. "You all wait here. I'll go get the boss and the others. These people must know where the supplies are," thinking that having more people would bolster their courage. He hurried off without hesitation to call for help. The others didn't react immediately, and after he left, they all had stiff expressions. They cursed that person in their hearts. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be suffering here. Fortunately, that person was quick, and in just a few minutes, he had gathered the rest of the group. "Boss, they are here. It must be these few people who had all the supplies. Isn't they're a type of spatial ability? I suspect at least one of them has spatial powers. We must not let them get away. If we can capture the spatial ability user, it will make our search for supplies much easier, without having to hide or transport them." These people scared him quite a bit. Whether they were space ability users or not, they absolutely could not be allowed to escape, especially since there was such a beautiful and clean woman among them. The initial fear was swept away in the presence of so many people. The red-haired one, hands on his hips, smugly said. The leading young man didn't want to listen to his nonsense and unhesitatingly pushed him aside. "You Daxua? Hello." His eyes remained fixated on Yu Jingluo, unwilling to move even a bit. He had already recognized her identity. Wasn't she one of the school's beauties? The three men were ignored and felt very displeased, even more annoyed by the way they looked at Yu Jingluo. The three men remained silent, tacitly blocking her path. The beautiful scenery was obstructed by these annoying people, and the young man's expression was very unpleasant as he took a deep drag on his last cigarette, casually throwing it on the ground and stamping on it heavily. "What did you guys show up here?" After speaking, when facing the young man, he wore a flattering smile. "Boss, this girl is really something, way better than those behind her. We played with university girls before. but we never had a shot at a school beauty. Chapter 75. Beautiful girl, let us talk properly, right? Right, and that tent looks really expensive. Perfect for us to rest in. Unable to stand the red-haired guy hogging the spotlight, the others couldn't help but chime in. They spoke excitedly, as if Luo and the others were not people, but items waiting to be appraised. Lengxi and the others were holding back their anger. But since Luo didn't make a move, they all endured it. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. We can't show any mercy when we make our move. Luo was feeling somewhat good and was about to say something when she noticed some movement from the tent. Lin didn't know how long she had been asleep, but she felt noise buzzing in her ears, making her particularly uncomfortable. Who is it? What are you doing? Don't you know it's rest time? In a daze, Lin shouted loudly toward the outside, and the noisy people immediately quieted down. Immediately after, a louder voice rang out as if to provoke them again. Oh, there's another girl. Looks like we hit the jackpot this time. This one is so clean. The other one must be too. Sleep my foot. I can't sleep like this. Lin opened her eyes. At this point, she had somewhat realized that something was off. Unexpected guests had arrived at the supermarket. As she lifted the tent and stepped outside, Lin saw her side facing off against a group of 20 or so young men, sporting various hair colors: red, yellow, green, and grinning lewdly. Upon seeing her emerge, they whistled. Clearly not decent people. It was obvious that they were not from the school. They must have come in from the outside. Such people she had encountered many times while walking alone on the road since she was little. With a dark expression, Lin walked over to Luo's side and quietly asked her, "Senior, what should we do?" There were many of them, but because of the strength of Luo and the others, Lin felt safe and wasn't too afraid. Moreover, she and her brother were not useless. They also had abilities and would definitely not hold anyone back. Seeing her come out, Luo's expression softened. Did they disturb you? I was planning to send them away so they wouldn't bother you. Without her needing to speak, the three men were able to come out on their own, indicating that they truly regarded the two as their own. Luo's attitude toward them naturally changed as well. Lin pouted, somewhat unhappy. We're a team. We should all stand together against the enemy. Senior, next time, please call me for this kind of thing. If I can't join in, I'll be very sad. All right, next time for sure. Seeing that the two beauties didn't take them seriously and were instead whispering to each other, the group was very displeased. Ever since the apocalypse began and they had gained superpowers, wherever they went, they were always treated like royalty. Why were these few people the exception? The leading young man signaled the red-haired one to be quiet and let the blonde step forward. The blonde had long been accustomed to such situations and showed no signs of being timid, striding forward as if he didn't recognize anyone. He stood in front of Luo and the others. Hey, who here can talk? He probably guessed that the one with the most authority was the tallest, Xiaoming, but his gaze shamelessly lingered on the private areas of Luo and Lin Ruo. That disgusting gaze made the two hot-tempered girls not plan to go easy on him. Luo hesitated about how to deal with this. Should she confiscate the tools of the crime? While she was in doubt, Lin Ruo had already slightly moved her hands, forming a water shield to wrap around the blonde's head. With a radiant smile on her face, she became increasingly ruthless, and the oxygen within the water shield was stripped away in an instant. The blonde initially wanted to reach out and touch their faces, but the sudden suffocation terrified him. He didn't dare to look at Luo and Lin Ruo anymore, and instead cast a fearful glance at the young man who had spoken. He opened his mouth to shout for help, but not a single sound came out. Seeing him like this, Luo's smile became even more genuine, and she cooperatively used a space blade to sever the blonde's limbs. As they made their move, the two stepped back in sync, blood splattering on the clean floor. Dotted here and there, looking particularly beautiful, flowers blooming with life. During her first time killing someone, although Lin Ruo didn't show it on her face, her heart was tormented. If it weren't for her strong psychological endurance, gradually persuading herself, she probably wouldn't have been able to eat anything. Now, when she took action, there was not a hint of hesitation, especially when she saw a few girls among the 20 or so people, dressed in rags, with bruises all over, looking timid. She felt even more justified in her actions. Thud. The sound of something heavy falling echoed. The blonde ultimately died from suffocation and excessive bleeding. Originally feeling somewhat embarrassed for missing the opportunity, the red-haired guy broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the blonde's miserable state. At this moment, he was particularly glad it wasn't him at the front. No wonder they say the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. It's truly accurate. He silently took a few steps back, tried to reduce his presence. He didn't want to be targeted by Yujing Luo and the others. These were no beautiful women. They were completely man-eating flowers. To set an example, after seeing them all shivering, Yujing Luo finally stood up. Now can you talk properly? Can. Damn it. Being scared by a little girl, what a disgrace. The leading young man, used to being dominant, reacted upon realizing his instinctive behavior and wanted to give Yujing Luo a hard time. He conjured a fireball as usual, intending to throw it at Yujing Luo, but he wasn't willing to harm his face. However, before he could throw the fireball, a puddle of water extinguished it, leaving only a bit of smoke on his palm. With this little skill, you want to show off in front of us? Lin Ruo smiled as she condensed a few drops of water, manipulating them into hard, slender ice needles that spun around her palm, looking both beautiful and dangerous. Coming out to act tough without even understanding your powers? See, you've brought this upon yourselves. As she spoke, the ice needles flashed and, in the blink of an eye, were in front of the young man. Aimed at his vulnerable eyes, Lin Ruo didn't stab him, but it scared him into a cold sweat. Beautiful girl, let us talk properly. We're all civilized people. Civilized talk is meant for humans, not for you animals. Lin Ruo's gaze fell on the corner of their group, and the young man suddenly understood, signaling his subordinates to quickly bring the people over. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have come in without permission. Calm down. We will leave right now. Do you want these girls? I can give them back to you. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are wise. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. These girls can kill directly, and he shouldn't risk his life. Lin Ruanwan's performance made Yujing Luo very satisfied. Seeing their intention to retreat, she revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 76. Silver bracelet to suppress abilities leave? Who allowed you to come and go as you please? Did I agree? With a casual wave of the spatial blade, the young men were struck with terror. Although they felt no fluctuation, a large gash suddenly appeared beside them, dark and horrifying. They were all ability users, so why was there such a huge difference? They couldn't sense how the other party made their move, but this floor, those who had been cautious instantly froze in place. Women in the apocalypse are either weaklings or like fierce tigresses, truly terrifying. Now the group of young men understood. The ones in charge here were two women. They had been rash. They shouldn't have been so frivolous. They should have built a good relationship first, gently guiding them, and found an opportunity to act later. They had a bunch of thoughts in their minds, but their expressions were very sincere, not revealing anything. When Yujing Luo and the others looked over, they forced out flattering smiles. This is well said. You don't hit someone who smiles at you. How should these scum be dealt with? Lin Ruanshu felt troubled for a moment. She knew these might be scum, who had done many bad things. But having never seen it with her own eyes, she found it difficult to directly kill someone after living in a peaceful time for so long. What difference would that make? The reason she targeted the yellow-haired one was partly because his gaze was too brazen and disgusting, and partly to set an example for others. Those classmates were entirely motivated by malice, and she didn't want to leave potential dangers behind. Binding them was just right for making them do hard labor. When Yujing Luo saw Lin Ruanshu's conflicted expression, she immediately understood why Yi Lengxi had prepared this item. Without hesitation, she took out the circle, directly putting it on them. Regardless of whether they were ability users or not, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The circle was very ordinary, silver and thin. No different from the bracelets she had bought online before. Lin Ruanshu and the others were very curious if this thing really worked. But in front of so many outsiders, they couldn't possibly embarrass Yujing Luo, so they eagerly accepted it. Great, let us put the silver bracelets on them and let them experience the hardships of life. The mouse pursed his lips, looking at the silver bracelets with a complicated expression. Sister Luoluo, why didn't you and the boss arrange these for us back then? He hadn't forgotten that he had also troubled Yi Lengxi and her group at the beginning, but failed and ended up becoming a subordinate instead. However, This was the first time he had seen such a thing, probably prepared in recent days. Although they were all subordinates, the levels were different from the start. Cece treated them as partners, mainly because they hadn't done anything bad, just had a dirty mouth. Oh no, he really thought so. The mouse showed an awkward smile. You guys really are thoughtful. Hurry up and put it on. If they resist, just beat them. They can't fight you. Yu Jingluo assigned the tasks. With more than 20 people, averaging 5 or 6 each, Lin Wanshu and the others quickly divided the circles and then selected their targets. They didn't avoid talking in front of these people. The young man didn't want to be trapped by such a thing at all. He wanted to struggle. But obviously one person couldn't do it, so he signaled others with his eyes. They exchanged glances. Xiao Ming wasn't blind. How could he not see? Without hesitation, he slapped the young man. Behave yourself. Now that you've fallen into our hands, do you think you can still escape? The sound of the slap was very loud, and he remembered the way the young man had just stared at Lin Wanshu. The loudest slap made others with ideas silently refrain from speaking. They turned their heads away, pretending not to see the young man's expression. The young man glared at Xiao Ming with a dark expression and then was slapped again. That slap felt like iron sand, making his head buzz. Kid, don't go too far. The wheel of fortune turns. One day, when you fall into my hands, don't blame me for being rude. The young man couldn't swallow this anger. Even if he got slapped again, his expression remained ugly, as if he wanted to devour Xiao Ming alive. Xiao Ming felt no fear at all, with a mocking expression. You should wait for that opportunity to speak. Saying that now just makes you look very stupid. Look at you. You're quite a failure. So many subordinates. Each one can only share the good times, not the bad. Look, they don't even care about you anymore. See how they've all turned their heads away. You really are pitiful. Don't be fooled by Xiao Ming's tall and seemingly honest appearance. His words were like broken glass, making the young man very angry but unable to refute him. Because what he said was indeed true. These people were utterly unreliable. The young man stopped speaking, lowering his head and not knowing what to think. After a brief confrontation, the young man realized that not only could he not out-talk Xiao Ming, but he probably couldn't fight him either, so he stopped struggling. After all, suffering wasn't just his burden. Wouldn't the others be in it together too? Thinking like this, the gloominess dissipated completely. There is plenty of time ahead. These unreliable guys will eventually give him a chance to deal with them. Life was good before, although it felt a bit fake, but it was harmless. However, this is the apocalypse, and their behavior is undoubtedly like stabbing him in the back. He absolutely cannot tolerate it. Seeing him obedient, Xiao Ming showed a satisfied smile. But his words were merciless. Why didn't you just do it like this from the start? Why take a few slaps for nothing? The absolute show of force made it hard for these people to have any other thoughts. In just a few minutes, each of them received a pair of silver bracelets. The moment the bracelet was put on, the young man could feel the energy that was originally filling his lungs gradually disappearing. It seemed that the effect was indeed, as they said, capable of suppressing abilities. He was not unhappy at the moment, looking at the terrified expressions of others. He felt they deserved it. If they had any courage just now, couldn't more than 20 people team up to take down 5? That's right. Feeling his physical strength plummeting, those people were both scared and regretful, frequently glancing at the young man, but this time the young man ignored them. This thing is really useful. They looked much more listless than before. Lin Wanwan looked curious. Who is your boss? I really admire her, and I'm very curious about her. For what Yu Jingluo and the others said, she knew there might be quite a few people in their team, and Yu Jingluo was not the boss, so her status couldn't be too low. Her ability indicated that her identity was not bad. Someone who could produce such things was definitely not an ordinary person, and Lin Wanwan couldn't wait to meet her. Chapter 77. Wait, can you take us along? Maintioning Yilingyi. Yu Jingluo's face was filled with smiles. She's the most diligent and hardworking person I have ever seen. If it weren't for her, I probably would still be confused about what to do. It's because of her calmness that I can now face the apocalypse with composure. It is also because of her that I never gave up on myself during my most difficult times. That's great. Lin Wanwan nodded. How should we deal with these people? They look delicate and don't seem capable of working. They won't just eat for free, right? Should we just send them outside to feed the zombies? As she spoke, Lin Wanwan's expression was quite disdainful. Food is the most precious thing in the apocalypse. Sure, although their brief interaction, the rat was quite trusting of Lin Ruan and the other two, mainly because he believed in Yu Jingluo's strength and that she could handle danger. Moreover, even though he had only been in college for a short time, he was very familiar with things in this school and could definitely help. He might not need to buy much when he went back, but Lin Ruan hoped to showcase her value and gain more say. She could see that the status of women in Yu Jingluo's team must be very high, so she couldn't lag behind. She had to show her strength so that when the time came, she could be a little team leader, giving orders to others, and they wouldn't dare to complain. Lin Xia was very worried. Why not let my brother go? My mental shield can block others probing. It's more useful than your water abilities. After all, he had practiced self-defense, and while his ability didn't greatly enhance his combat power, his physique had improved, which could help somewhat. Okay, now that they had rested enough, the supplies from the supermarket were empty, and there was no need to stay. They decided to leave immediately. Yu Jingluo waved her hand, putting the remaining tents into her space. The young men saw a miraculous scene and instantly realized that their previous guesses were true. The things in the supermarket had indeed been taken away by them. Now it wasn't just supplies, they were going to be taken away too. Rat, take good care of the two of them. The rat nodded. Understood. Luo, you two be careful. People are scarier than zombies. Okay. Yu Jingluo took Lin Xia and left first, walking along the route they had planned earlier, leaving only the rat and these outsiders in the supermarket. Seeing Yu Jingluo leave, the young man's eyes moved slightly, signaling the person next to him to alert the others to find a chance to escape. In this apocalypse, who would still want to work for others? Moreover, before the apocalypse, they had no intention of working for anyone. Their eyes changed variously, thinking they were being careful. But everything was under the rat's control. He believed in the things that Lengxi had produced, so he didn't stop their plans. Instead, he looked forward to giving them an unforgettable lesson, making them completely dismiss this stupid idea. So, he pretended not to notice and chatted with Lin Ruan. Mingge, you rank second among the three of us in strength. You take the rear, and I'll lead Ruan in front. What do you think? I think that's fine. This arrangement is fine. Xiaoming has no objections, and Lin Ruan doesn't either. Haven't we already washed it away with water? Is it useless? Lin Ruan was confused. The mouse shook his head. I don't know, but my intuition tells me that it's not safe to stay here any longer. So let's hurry and leave. Lin Ruan and the others didn't ask further. She kicked the person next to her. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear we're leaving now? You should be a bit more polite. Captives shouldn't be treated like this. Lin Ruan felt she didn't kick very hard, but she kicked someone who was just an ordinary person, causing his expression to change unpredictably, dark and colorful. Xiaoming kicked him too. To the victor belonged the spoils. Compared to the delicate and soft-looking Lin Ruan, they were more afraid of the explosive Xiaoming, and the green-haired guy who originally wanted to tease quickly shut his mouth. After seeing what happened before, the others stood up sparsely to avoid being abused. They stood awkwardly, which displeased the mouse, formed two lines from tall to short. Don't say you can't do it. Even elementary school students can do better than you. Hurry up, move it, don't waste time, if the zombies come. Do you think you can escape like this? Those who initially didn't want to cooperate and were passively responding found themselves moving along with his words involuntarily. A few minutes passed, and the line was finally organized. Although they didn't stand perfectly, it was much better than before when they were all over the place. The mouse and Lin Ruan walked in front, with Xiaoming bringing up the rear and these people in middle. The mouse waved to those behind. Keep up. Anyone who falls behind gets beaten. Don't forget your identity. Stop acting like you're our ancestors. We want to indulge you. After saying that, he took the lead, and the group began to move slowly. Since they entered, a few girls who had been shrinking to the side and hardly speaking saw that they were really leaving and rushed over without hesitation. Wait, can you take us with you? We can't do anything. If we don't follow, we'll die. Who would have thought that more than 10 days ago? They were still naive and romantic, dreaming of the future, imagining stepping into the workplace as college girls, and now they found themselves in rags in the apocalypse. At first, when a young man brought them in front of Yu Jingluo and the others, they felt inferior looking at the glamorous her and Lin Ruan. So they had never spoken up. But now if they don't speak, they will die. They were more afraid of death than living in a miserable state. Chapter 78. Why don't you learn to be smart? Moreover, if they don't follow, how will they take revenge? It's impossible to kill these people. Not to mention that they can't bring themselves to do it. The important thing is that their savior seems to want to use them as labor. So they must join in, get some exposure. Most girls are sympathetic to other girls and will definitely help them out. Lin Ruren felt a bit soft-hearted. She had noticed the evading glances of these girls. Otherwise, she would have already started talking. From just now until now, although she hadn't actively engaged in conversation, she had been paying attention to them. As a girl, she empathized. If she faced everything they had, perhaps she wouldn't be so strong. It was already remarkable that they could survive. Now that they had taken the initiative to step out of their comfort zone and begin to integrate into the apocalypse, Lin Ruren felt they should be given a chance. However, she was very clear that the leader of this group was the mouse, unless he was willing. No matter how soft-hearted she wouldn't plead for them. The mouse glanced at them indifferently. His eyes didn't show contempt, but confusion. Our team doesn't take in useless people. Are you sure you can't do anything? I can. I could do laundry, wash things, and help cook. It might not be particularly tasty, but I can learn hard. I can too. Hearing their words, the mouse smiled. That is more like it. We don't owe you anything, but if you want to work hard, we're still willing to accept you. Thank you, thank you. The few girls were very happy and gratefully took the clothes. Under Lin Ruruo's guidance, they went to the bathroom to change. The senior really had foresight. Her backpack was surprisingly well prepared. Lin Ruruo felt a bit emotional. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, if the supplies in the supermarket were discovered, we would be in trouble. Even if we weren't discovered, the things here would eventually be used up. The mouse revealed a faint smile. You all have the ability and intelligence. There's no reason you can't form a team, so don't underestimate yourselves. Lin Ruo smiled. No, I'm quite lazy. I believe it's better to enjoy the shade under a big tree. That's true. The mouse agreed. While they chatted for a bit, the girls had already finished changing clothes. Although their faces were a bit dirty and the clothes didn't fit well, at least they wore a hint of a smile again. Thank you for waiting for us so long. We can set off now. The girls were especially shy, instinctively following Lin Ruo's side. Having experienced harm, they could only feel a sense of security beside Lin Ruo, who was also a girl. All right, the mouse wasn't one to talk much. She said what needed to be said and wouldn't waste words when it wasn't necessary. After confirming everyone was following, she continued walking. Lin Ruan didn't know these girls, but most of them came from decent families. Even if they weren't wealthy, they all looked fair and delicate, with very few having sallow complexions. However, these girls looked like they hadn't eaten in a long time. Their faces pale, lips cracked, and their hair was a messy, oily mess. Lin Ruan couldn't bear to see this and wanted to use her water-based abilities to wash their hair, but she was afraid of being too abrupt. In the end, she could only pull out a few chocolate bars and some bottles of water from her backpack and hand them to them. I just joined, so I don't know where the camp is. You must be very hungry, right? Have something to fill your stomach, Lin Ruan said with a smile, trying her best to convey her goodwill. The several girls were on edge, and Lin Ruan was cautiously concerned, which made their tears hard to hold back. They sincerely accepted what she offered and repeatedly thanked her. Thank you. We haven't eaten for several days. They didn't lack for supplies, but to prevent them from escaping. They had hardly been given anything to eat. Only when they needed them would they receive half a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits. They hadn't stored much food or drink before, and had been caught while searching for food. However, in just a few short days, they had realized how precious food and water were. The other party divided their supplies without hesitation, showing genuine kindness. They were not the type to be ungrateful. After a brief hesitation, one girl quietly said to Lin Ruan, "You don't have to worry too much about our feelings. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog." Yes, perhaps the apocalypse had just begun, and they weren't being particularly excessive. Although they were venting, they also hadn't been without enjoyment. They forced smiles on their faces, seemingly to comfort others while also comforting themselves. Thank you. Whispering was of no use. They could hear it clearly. But so what? They definitely couldn't fight back. And they didn't know how to use the things they had in hand, feeling increasingly weak. No, they had to find an opportunity to escape quickly. As they were just chatting, if he remembered correctly, there were plenty of trees and bushes around the corner, and several branching paths, with many shops nearby that were suitable for hiding. If he could think of this, the others naturally could as well, since they had just passed through here not long ago. I'll count to 3, and we'll run in different directions. The young man tried to mouth the words to them. The others understood that it would be a matter of luck who could escape when the time came. While preparing, they were also praying in their hearts. The rat watched their actions coldly. Lin Wanwan and Xia Ming were certainly not fools, and they could tell what the young man and his group were planning. But the rat made no move and said nothing, just watching these people more intently. Those involved were confused, but the observers were clear. Even those girls understood that these people wouldn't remain so docile and wanted to remind them, yet felt it unnecessary. Even they, who were inexperienced, could see that the rat and his 2 companions were unlikely to overlook this, so it was better to stay quiet to avoid exposing themselves. Thinking this way, they sipped water and chocolate while paying attention to the actions of the young men, hoping to help later. As they approached the corner, they guessed that the young men were about to act, and the rat's cooperation became a bit lax. The young man felt the opportunity had come and shouted loudly, "Run!" After the word fell, more than 20 people began to run in all directions, as if chased by dogs behind them, using all their strength. Finally, when you all took action, they received their lesson, yet they still didn't learn their lesson. Chapter 79. Is there anyone who needs help? The mouse showed a regretful smile, thinking they would do something like a surprise attack, but in the end, they just ran away, with a slight shake of his fingers. Nearly invisible metal wires appeared around the mouse, then quickly spread out in all directions, wrapping around the waists of the youths at an extremely fast speed. With a little force, the metal wires pulled them toward the mouse. Compared to the ease on the mouse's face, the others' eyes were filled with terror. They had not expected the mouse to be on guard against them from the start. If they hadn't run away earlier, nothing would have happened. Now, doing this would surely lead to punishment. As for what kind of punishment? Feeling the mouse recklessly using the metal wires to bind them, and the subtle operations, these people's hearts sank like they had fallen into an ice cave. They wanted to plead for mercy, but the metal wires in their mouths prevented them from speaking, leaving them only to widen their eyes in fear. No matter how they struggled, the distance between them and the mouse only grew smaller. Lin Wanwan and the others were seeing the mouse in action for the first time. Originally wanting to help, they found themselves completely useless. What could they do? They could only watch. So, the 2 watched them struggle in vain with ease. What was the point of their actions? Since they couldn't escape anyway, why not be a bit smarter and cooperate more? Who knows? If they performed well, they might even get a reward. They were too overconfident in their own abilities, weren't they? While watching the spectacle, Lin Wanwan also made some sarcastic comments. Xia Ming shook his head. It's not that they're confident in their strength, but they don't believe that Brother Mouse would actually take action. After all, apart from you and the senior sister, the rest of us have only ever scolded and beaten them a bit. Scolding doesn't cost a thing, and beating doesn't hurt the bones. What is there to be afraid of? But Brother Mouse's actions are really ruthless. They should no longer have such foolish ideas again, right? That is hard to say. At this moment, the mouse had already pulled these people in front of him. His movements were rough, and with their struggles, blood beads had already formed on their bodies from the strangling, and due to the pain, their initial struggles turned into submission. Yet even so, they looked extremely miserable. Their clothes were tattered, hanging on them, turning from neat to barely covering their bodies. Anyone who saw this would surely feel heartbroken. Will you dare to run away next time? The mouse asked gently. No one dared to nod. They realized that this usually quiet-looking man was actually the one who acted the most ruthlessly, and they were genuinely afraid. Seeing them shake their heads, the expression on the mouse's face became sincere. Be good. I don't like too much trouble. To avoid you forgetting your lesson, these metal wires will stay wrapped around you. If anyone has the thought of escaping, they will make you understand the taste of pain. Any objections? Good. Since there are no objections, then stand up and walk properly. I will loosen your bindings slightly. Remember to clean the blood off yourselves, or you'll attract unnecessary things. If I'm in a bad mood, I might just sell you to some cuties. Saying this, the mouse indeed reduced his control over them, but not for the youths. The youths wanted to ask something, but upon meeting the childlike smile in the mouse's eyes, they couldn't say a word and could only lower their heads to avoid that all-seeing gaze. Why bother? The mouse sighed and walked to the front of the line again. After this experience, the youths dared not have any bad thoughts again and were particularly well behaved along the way. Although the campus was large, they eventually reached their destination. Fortunately, he finally brought them to the place. Seeing the people behind the mouse, everyone was extremely happy, putting down their bowls of rice and commenting on them. These few people looked delicate and tender. Zombies definitely couldn't chop them up, but the crystal cores could definitely be dug out. Being able to wear silver bracelets surely meant they were not good things, so they could be used as much as needed. If they were hungry, just give them a bun to fill their stomachs. That said, their hair color was indeed a bit ugly, all mixed and colorful, looking particularly eye-catching. Otherwise, when had the youths ever experienced something like this? They felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to raise their hands to block the malicious stares. But the pain in their hands reminded them of their current identities, which were different from before. All right, let us say less. Lengxi came out of the bathroom and, upon seeing a large crowd of people, roughly understood what had happened. Those without silver bracelets were taken to shower and eat, while the rest. Mouse, you work hard to bring the people and steam some buns. They will eat this in the future. No need to look. These people must be arranged by Sister Luluo. She trusts her judgment, so there's no need to give them too good food. Just enough to fill them up is fine. There were indeed more people than expected. Lin Ruan and the others didn't dare to speak for a while, but upon hearing Lengxi's arrangements, they immediately felt the difference in their identities and felt relieved. The injured girl weakly raised her hand. Beautiful lady, Brother Mouse and the brothers are quite busy steaming buns. Could you find some expired food or something you don't want to eat and just give it to them? Food is so precious in the apocalypse. How can we give them warm meals? Hearing this, Lin Ruan quickly cooperated. Sure enough, as she had predicted, in this camp, what the women said was more effective. A few girls obviously noticed this and were in a very good mood. The mouse nodded. Sister Qingqing, they don't deserve it. You are the leader of the logistics team. You could decide this matter. As long as they can work, I don't care about the rest. Hearing their words, even though Lengxi was not on site, she vaguely understood what had happened. With confirmation, Lin Ruan and the others were very happy. Under the enthusiastic arrangements of Luo Tian, they comfortably took a shower, and then a group of people gathered together to drink soup. I am a junior water-type ability user, and Minggu is a level 1 strength evolver. They can cook. Is there anything you need us to do? A mouthful of hot soup went down, and Lin Ruan actively expressed her usefulness. Her parents had told her that only by showing her value would she not be abandoned. Chapter 80. Infected with Zombie Virus. Oh dear, you came just in time. We're most in need of water-type ability users. The more people, the more hands. The smell is hard to deal with. Without conditions, naturally we want to be picky. With conditions, we big guys also want to be more detailed. After all, we're all single dogs. And we need to tidy up a bit. Otherwise, how can we win the hearts of the girls? Upon hearing that Lin Ruan was a water-type ability user, Luo Tian's eyes instantly lit up. The rest of the people, whether Xiao Ming or those few girls, could help a lot. But there's no rush now. Everyone should take a breather. We've been killing zombies in batches since waking up. The boss said that too much is as bad as not enough. We need to recover, well, to kill more. By the way, Brother Xiao Ming, have you killed zombies before? It's okay if you haven't. You can learn with us. But you're already level 1, so you must have fought some by yourself. Just coordinate with us from now on. Luo Tian and the others were all very enthusiastic, probably informing everyone of their division of labor and inviting them to eat. The 5 people haven't done much yet, but they can immediately eat something, and their hearts feel as warm as their stomachs. You guys are just too easy to get along with, right? I was worried earlier about what would happen if we couldn't get along. Lin Ruo's heart felt very at ease, and she once again felt that her choice was not wrong. She sipped the hot soup slowly, enjoying this long-lost liveliness and comfort. How could it be? As long as we work hard, we are all good brothers and partners, Dali said with a hearty laugh. This team has more men than women, with only 3 girls who are untouchable, and they don't dare to have too many fantasies. They are all at the age of vigor, and it's impossible to say they have no thoughts about the opposite sex. Previously, when they were hungry, they naturally didn't consider much. Now that their team is formed, while they may not know much about other places, at least here it feels safe and peaceful, and they will naturally think about matters between men and women. With 4 girls suddenly added, how could they not be happy? They are not blind and can see that there is something off about the 3 girls. In such a world, human nature is most easily exposed and malice is released. Some have a vague understanding of what is going on, while others have their speculations. But they don't mind at all. In the apocalypse, being alive is good enough. The leaders of the team are Lengxi and her 2 companions, but they are not present right now. Xiao Gao considers himself the smartest among them and takes on most of the responsibilities. Noticing that the girls seem a bit off, he takes the initiative to chat with them. You don't need to be nervous here. The boss is very fair. As long as you work hard, you won't worry about food and drink. As for finding your families, it depends on whether you have the ability. Otherwise, just stick with the main team, and you will eventually find your families. The boss is really nice, cold on the outside, but kind on the inside, very easy to get along with. Our team is different from others. We want to bully our companions, so don't feel too burdened. As he speaks, Xiao Gao picks up a big spoon and adds food to their bowls. Today the boss has come out of seclusion, and she provided this fresh beef. It's delicious when stewed, right? Even though Yu Jingluo is not here, Yi Lengxi can still provide, which means she has space too. The more zombies they kill, and the farther they go, the more they understand the importance of ordinary food in this apocalypse. Thus, they naturally want to protect Yi Lengxi and her 2 companions. They're not only their leader, but also a treasure that ensures their future survival. The boss is really nice. I want to wash her clothes and cook for her. They are not foolish people and can quickly spot the underlying issues, but no one says anything. They silently prepare to cling to the big leg. They understand the difference between being fully fed and just getting by. In this chaotic apocalypse, having a strong backing is even harder to come by, and everyone cherishes it. After eating, Luo Tian arranges for Lin Wanruan and Xiao Ming to work while allowing the 3 girls to rest. This won't do. We feel bad not working. We understand the principle of distributing work based on effort. They feel anxious and even develop some bad thoughts. Although the apocalypse hasn't lasted long, they know that only those of value can stay. Hearing this, Lin Wanruan and the other girl help by saying a few words. You've traveled a long way and are exhausted. Not only can you not help, but you might also slow us down. It's better to rest well before making arrangements. You can't use your strength to kill zombies right now. You've just eaten and have nothing to do. If you really want to help, then wash these dishes. They're not afraid if the girls don't want to work. They're just worried they don't have the energy. This positive attitude makes Luo Tian and the others feel very good about the new girls. If there is work to do, they can feel at ease. The girls unhesitatingly take on the dishwashing task, and the big guys responsible for washing the dishes let out a sigh of relief. It's not that they can't wash dishes, they just don't like such chores, so it's great that someone has taken it over. Indeed, having a few ordinary girls in the team makes life more comfortable. Seeing them busy, Lin Wanruan and the other girl look at Luo Tian and the others with anticipation. Originally, they planned to go out and kill zombies to work off the food, but thinking about how the nearby area has already been cleared, only the occasional wandering zombies remain. If they want to kill in bulk, it seems they need to go far from their camp. I'll discuss with the bosses to see if we can change locations first. As they speak, there's a commotion next door. Xiao Gao nods to Luo Tian. Brother Luo, I'll go check the situation next door. Deputy, could he thinking of the brothers they fought alongside? It's just a scratch from a zombie, but the wound has turned black from the arm to half the arm. If this continues, the entire arm or even the whole body will turn into that state. The apocalypse has too many unexpected events. Their usual caution made them let their guard down in the midst of great joy, and this lapse has led to the current situation, leaving everyone extremely regretful. Cold Wind feels very guilty. I didn't know. I'm just an ordinary person. What is the point of feeling down? Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. If I really can't survive, I'll accept it. Who could blame anyone else for my own carelessness? If you can find my family in the vast sea of people, could you help them a little bit if you're doing well? Just a little bit. Compared to Cold Wind's worries, the boy being carried says boldly, Death, who isn't afraid. Shut up, don't say such things. There must be a way. They are so powerful, even if we really have to hand over all the crystals in the future. As long as you can keep your life, I'm willing. Originally, Cold Wind had a serious expression, but upon hearing this, his eyes turned red instantly. Yet, he still tries to lower his voice, not wanting to attract zombies, although there are none nearby now. Speaking quietly has become a habit. The deputy is right. In the apocalypse, human life is cheap, but we must cherish our own lives. This thing will come as long as we diligently kill zombies. It's not precious, but our lives are much more valuable. Seeing the brothers comforting him, not giving up on him, the boy's eyes turn red instantly. Thank you. Thank you all. If I can recover one day, I will definitely repay you. The zombie virus is terrifying. Those who were scratched or bitten later become part of the zombie army. The boy doesn't think he will be that lucky one. But with so many people encouraging him, he can't say anything discouraging that would disappoint his brothers. They have seen a lot, and after this long, he hasn't lost his sanity, which shows that recovery is really possible. When Xiao Gao arrives, he just happens to catch them saying these things and frowns when he sees the boy on the makeshift stretcher. Did you get scratched or bitten? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Why work so hard? We can't get that much every day. We aren't unable to owe debts. Why joke with your life? His tone is not pleasant, but the concern in his eyes is genuine. Cold Wind and his group don't mind his attitude. Instead, they feel warm inside. I was scratched. While dodging, I accidentally got grazed by a zombie's fingertip. Brother Gao, can I still be saved? The boy's eyes light up when he sees Xiao Gao, urgently asking. Although he hasn't been particularly careful, he can remember what the boss said, showing he can be taught. Xiao Gao's tone softened a lot. He takes the lead, and the others quickly follow. They are not as lifeless as before. Instead, they all carry hope in their hearts. Brother Gao, did your boss say? Yes, wait a moment. Xiao Gao glances at Cold Wind without hesitation and gives him a reassuring pill. Cold Wind finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Xiao Gao ignored him and led them to the multimedia classroom. Dolly, what about that blue medicine that the boss gave earlier? Just drop a drop or two and mix it with some water for him to drink. After spending some time together, everyone's cooperation had improved, and the division of labor was clearer. Such a precious item could only be safely kept with Dolly. Upon hearing this, Dolly came over and carefully took the bottle out of his bag. Here. Lin Ruo, who was particularly observant, brought over a cup. How much water is needed? Any amount is fine. Since the boss didn't specify, they could decide for themselves. As soon as Lin Ruo heard this, she instantly filled the cup more than half full. This should be enough. You've worked hard. Having a water element ability user is really convenient. The important thing is that this girl is particularly clever, actively coming over to help without being told, much more useful than those rough guys like Li Miao Miao. Receiving praise. Lin Ruo beamed with a bright smile. It's nothing. Not far away, Li Miao Miao heard this and instantly felt a bit unhappy. Brotherly, are you saying that we didn't have any water element ability users before? Don't you care about us brothers? Learn a bit from Ruo. Be more proactive and aware of what needs to be done. If a man isn't diligent, how does he expect to get a wife? Dolly pouted. No wonder everyone likes being with smart people. It's so easy to get along. With just a glance, they understand and cooperate. Li Miao Miao isn't unintelligent. He just doesn't bother to pay attention to many things, unless explicitly called. Otherwise, he can act as if he doesn't see it. That's true. Ruo is really diligent and clever. I'll pay more attention in the future. But if you have something, just call me. I'm not someone who won't come when needed. Do you want me to be like a parasite in your stomach? Although they were bickering, there was no anger. Just casual chatting. Lin Ruo found it very interesting. Dolly took the cup and dropped a few drops of the blue liquid. As the blue droplets fell into the water, they immediately diffused like ink in water. Dolly shook it a bit, and the spiritual spring water completely mixed with the water, emitting a faint blue glow. Yes, looking at this life-saving water, they felt as if they were seeing holy light, their eyes reluctant to blink. Drink up, Cold Wind asked. Will it recover once he drinks it? The martial arts club members all turned their eyes to Dolly, filled with anticipation. If it's really like that, then they wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Dolly looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you believe it? Young man, don't overthink it. This blue medicine only delays the virus from entering the heart meridian. Whether he can pull through or not depends on his own willpower and physique. While chatting, the water mixed with a few drops of spiritual spring water was poured into the boy's mouth. Hearing Dolly's words, the others felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything, yet their eyes remained fixed on the boy. After drinking a cup of water, the boy felt a warm force starting to act in his arm. It was somewhat painful, but more so itchy. Soon, the dark color on half of his arm visibly faded. The situation was confirmed by facts. There was indeed some relief. The martial arts club members breathed a sigh of relief. This medicine is really effective. If only we had some too. Although it can't solve the problem, the relief truly brings infinite possibilities. Knowing their thoughts, Dolly chuckled. You guys think too much. We have so many people in just this small bottle. If I didn't consider you brothers, I wouldn't share such a good thing. Chapter 82. The eve of the final battle against the zombie leader. All right, remember to settle the crystal cores. Dolly carefully put away the spiritual spring water and quietly warned them not to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. He knew they must be curious about where such a good thing came from. But what did it have to do with them? Even if they knew, it was impossible to say. Dolly vaguely understood that exposing this thing could easily bring about his demise. At the very least, before their team developed, many unfavorable factors needed to be nipped in the bud. Dolly, who usually doesn't think much, could realize this. So how could Xiao Gao not be aware? He smiled and said, the items are few, and many know about them. The less we can use them, the better. He didn't say anything threatening. He understood human nature well. He knew most people are more inclined to be soft than hard, especially when it involves their own interests. They would be very clear-headed. Cold Wind and the others initially didn't plan to expose it, but after hearing this, they understood how important this small bottle of blue medicine was. We understand that we won't repay kindness with enmity. That's good. Take him down to rest, and remember to pay attention to his condition at all times. If anything seems off, it's best to take him out early. What happened? What needs to be directly brought over here? The tone feels a bit off. These people seem a bit clumsy, speaking with difficulty. When Yin Xing came over, Xiao Gao briefly explained the actual situation to him. Hearing this, Yin Xing felt quite uncomfortable inside. He didn't show it on his face and nodded. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. The hidden families understand more than ordinary people, but the apocalypse came suddenly, and such a virus cannot be solved with magic. So he felt quite helpless. Xiao Gao was very polite. You're welcome. We are all from the same school, so it's natural to help each other. It wasn't until the outsiders left that the few girls came out. They had originally planned to rest, but because of this matter, they stayed behind and heard a rough outline of the situation. Gao Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment before speaking. My dad is the dean, and my mom is the director. I've been exposed to this since I was young, so I understand a bit. Although our medicine is very useful, wounds still need to be treated. Do you know medicine? Not particularly well, but bandaging a wound isn't difficult for me. Of course, it's hard to make a meal without rice. I mainly practice Western medicine, so I need tools. As for traditional Chinese medicine, I've learned a bit out of interest, but it shouldn't be as simple as before. It might be hard to distinguish now. She spoke very humbly, but everyone knew it wasn't that simple. The other party had skills, and their attitude towards her quickly changed. It doesn't matter how much you know. As long as you know something, we don't know anything. Yes, I didn't expect we would stumble upon a treasure. People like this are precious at this time. Heaven truly favors us to have met. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. From now on, your brothers and sisters' health will rely on you. The girls are delicate, and kitchen work isn't suitable for you. Since you three are together, you could be responsible for helping us clean wounds and such. What do you think? Sure, why not? But we also need to help with cooking. Yeah, you can't be injured all the time. We'd rather be a bit more idle than hope for you to get hurt. They seem to find their value and realize they wouldn't be discarded, and Gao Xiaoqian and the three of them exchanged smiles. All right, let's sleep now. We need to rest well to help better. This time, they can really rest assured. Seeing that there are newcomers in the team, and a girl at that, Lengxi is very happy. That's great. I was always worried that there were too many men in the team, creating an imbalance between yin and yang, which would affect work efficiency. Look, after just one outing, we immediately have such a lovely female teammate. Hello, boss. My name is Lin Wan. Nice to meet you. Luo said she admires you the most. Is this what the senior sister meant by the boss? The aura looks different from others. I really like the vibe she has. It's so clean that it makes people want to get close. That person next to her must be your sister, right? The aura is just as comfortable. Lin Wanwan unconsciously moved closer to the two. Sister, can we cuddle? There are few girls in the team, so when they see their own kind, they're all very happy, seeing how well the two of them get along. Lin Wanwan was very pleased. I'm not the only girl joining. There are 3 more, but they are resting now because they are too tired. They are ordinary people, good at medicine and cooking, but their physical strength is not as good as ours, the ability users. Afraid that Lengxi might misunderstand that the 3 of them were slacking off, Lin Wanwan quickly explained. Lengxi nodded. That's normal. Ordinary people's stamina really can't hold up. Not to mention that girls are generally born with less endurance than boys. But it's amazing that they can cook and have medical skills. Why should women make things difficult for other women? Lengxi actually wished there were more girls in her team, so they could attract more strong teammates. With more girls, capable female ability users would prioritize joining their team. Opposites attract, and those capable male ability users would also be drawn to them. Besides, they all have abilities, and having more people would only strengthen the team, not drag it down. Ha ha ha. I really like you all. I love this team. Do you want to rest? If not, let's pack up. We might have to leave soon. Seeing her radiant smile, Lengxi's expression softened a lot. We have already forced the zombie leader to act. The battlefield is likely to keep moving from now on. It's only been a few days, and we're already at the point of counterattack. Luo Tian and the others were just about to ask about changing territories when they heard this and quickly gathered around. Right, don't kill the zombies yet. Recover some stamina first. It's likely that a large army is approaching. Chapter 83. No coward left behind. Luo Tian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Like Lengxi, if it weren't for the crystal core being so enticing, along with the presence of the zombie mini-boss creating a sense of crisis, they would have left long ago. I'll go next door to notify the martial arts club members and see if they want to leave the school first or follow us for a final counterattack. Lengxi was somewhat regretful. I originally wanted to mobilize others to exchange crystal cores for food, but I didn't have time to implement it. It's okay. There will be opportunities. Lengxi didn't mind at all. She had plenty of supplies in her space. And it was likely that Yujing had also reaped great rewards outside, so their team wasn't short on food, but the others definitely needed it. Thinking about her plans, Lengxi did not hide. After such a long time, the higher-ups must have reacted and organized a rescue. I estimate it will be a few days. Probably after we clean up the zombie mini-boss, the other side will be able to come here to pick people up. At that time, we will leave together and lend a hand. Having been reborn once, she had to take revenge for the grudges and remember the favors owed. These lovely people had done so much in her past life. The reason they ended up like that was simply because loyal and righteous people were slaughtered, while treacherous people were in power. Thinking of this, Lengxi's eyes darkened. Boss, what is wrong? Did someone provoke you? Do you need us to do something? We will definitely twist their heads off without hesitation. Lengxi knew about Lengxi's situation, but the others didn't. Lin Wanwan could tell at a glance that someone had provoked her and immediately became indignant. Lengxi's expression softened, and she smiled. It's nothing. Just thinking about a few scum. I will definitely take revenge if I have the chance in the future. Luo Tian went next door to notify the others. And the rest, hearing Lengxi's words, fell silent and slowly recovered. In fact, they hadn't fully recovered just now. They were just used to killing zombies while recovering. They were just lucky to have encountered a powerful boss and a group of capable and hardworking brothers. At this moment, zombies were not that formidable. If one day they encountered an unexpected situation and were surrounded by thousands of zombies, their abilities would be the key to their escape. In the multimedia classroom next door, everyone was very surprised to see Luo Tian come over. Although the boys were in much better shape now, resting with their eyes closed. It seemed they were fighting against the zombie virus within them. But in such a short time, after so many separations, they couldn't accept that their brothers, who had fought alongside them not long ago, had turned into such ugly things. Now that there was a slight opportunity, they weren't willing to let it slip by. She asked me to come and ask you, do you want to stay and fight together or withdraw first? We will accept either choice. Of course we want to stay. The zombie crystal cores are valuable. Even if we leave the school to find our parents, we won't get very far without enough food. The others' thoughts were unclear, but I just know that how can there be eggs under a broken nest? Leaving that aside, I want to earn a lot of crystal cores to exchange for food. Everyone knows this logic. Remember to call me when you fight. This is a great way to gain experience, and I don't want to miss out. I'm no longer afraid when facing zombies. My strength gives me confidence. The road to find my family is tough. I need to be prepared. I can't let my parents and sister suffer while following me. One by one, they expressed their opinions, and most of them had determined expressions. The few who were hesitant also woke up after hearing these words and actively joined in. Luo Tian had already prepared for the possibility of them leaving. Maybe a few would, but he was somewhat surprised that not too many would participate. At that time, the situation is unpredictable, and I can't guarantee whether there will be casualties. Are you really sure? Yin Xing looked serious. In these days, we've figured it out, no matter where we hide. If the world undergoes a drastic change, zombies are inevitable. The zombies in the campus may be slowly getting stronger, but their movements are still slow. Just right for us to practice. If we don't make ourselves stronger, we can't survive in this world. Luo Tian had no intention of making small talk. After delivering the message, he turned and left. As soon as he left, the quiet multimedia classroom immediately became lively. Lung Feng looked excited. Are we entering the final showdown so soon? To be honest, I'm a bit impatient. Me too. Now the brothers are gradually awakening their abilities, and others' abilities are also leveling up. I'm curious how strong this mini-boss is. Those with self-awareness were not particularly interested. I don't know. Anyway, it's not something we can deal with right now. Let us just watch the fun and learn from their experience on how those big shots deal with the mini-boss. It's just like leveling up to fight monsters. We could be considered to have come out of the novice village, right? If we want to completely leave this place and reach a new map, we must deal with the boss. What should have been a heavy topic was suddenly transformed into a game-like atmosphere due to their enthusiasm. But that didn't matter. Yin Xing and Lung Feng exchanged glances. And seeing them so excited, mostly thrilled but not scared, they immediately felt relieved. No matter how lively it gets, they need to restore their physical state to the best condition. You all heard Brother Luo say it. When the time comes, the situation is unclear, and your safety relies on yourselves. President, don't worry, we know our limits. We definitely won't joke around with our bodies. They're all adults, and a reminder or two is enough. Saying too much can be annoying, especially since he, as a grown man, has no penchant for nagging. He nodded in agreement with their words and found a place to sit down and rest. Seeing his serious expression, the others stopped their laughter and found their own places to sit. Chapter 84, Surviving the Virus. Upgrading Yi Lengxi looked quite surprised. Did you not tell them the level of danger? I did, but they understand that danger is everywhere now and planned to treat this place as a practice ground, probably akin to a novice village. Yi Lengxi nodded in understanding. Dolly and the others also wore bright smiles. We really didn't misjudge these people. Those from the martial arts club are indeed able to get along. In the future, if we encounter them again outside of school and they need help, we can lend a hand. It's easier to add flowers to the brocade than to send charcoal in the snow, but the relationship can be maintained. These people were invited by Yi Lengxi. In fact, at first glance, she knew they were very reliable, but when things actually happened, she still felt particularly warm-hearted. These are all things for the future. The most important thing now is to deal with the little zombie leader in the school. No one was talking. They had just eaten, and everyone was tired. So they each found a place to sit and rest. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, a day had gone by, and the next day arrived. Outside, it was still the usual gray. Yi Lengxi and the others gradually got up, and after Gao Shaoqian and the three of them felt at ease. They had a good sleep. Today they felt much better than usual. Of course, it might also be because Xiao Gao secretly added a few drops of spirit spring water to their drinking water after discussing it with the others. So they were in much better condition than when they first arrived. This is our boss. When they saw them wake up, Lin Ruanwan enthusiastically brought them to Yi Lengxi. When they saw Yi Lengxi, their expressions were a bit hesitant, but their features didn't change much. After a moment's hesitation, they recognized her, the night school flower. Seeing you, we can finally rest assured. Yi Lengxi revealed a gentle smile. It had been too many years since her past life, and she had long forgotten the faces of her former classmates. Moreover, many people in school were just acquaintances, and some she hadn't even met before. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize her. She was now the boss, and as long as she maintained this status, that was enough. Sure enough, Gao Xiaoqian and the others didn't feel anything wrong and chatted with her relaxedly. They understood Yi Lengxi's character. Not only did the boys like her, but the girls liked her very much too. It was just a pity that her taste in partners wasn't great. They originally wanted to remind her, but at that time she was in love, and saying too much would only create negativity. It was better to pretend not to see and privately remind other girls. Gao Xiaoqian liked Yi Lengxi very much and hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask, are you still in love?" In love? Yi Lengxi was momentarily taken aback. Yi Lengxi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Sis, everyone knows you were in love at that time, but you just didn't realize it yourself." As she spoke, she also realized how much Yi Lengxi had gone through to become so clear-headed, her eyes carrying a hint of sympathy. "It's okay. Men can't be trusted. Lala and I are here. We'll always be with you. No matter what you do, we support you." Gao Xiaoqian nodded, very much in agreement, right? Men can't be trusted. We girls should unite. After saying that, she thought of how Xiao Gao and the others had taken care of them, and immediately changed her words. Although most men can't be trusted, there's still some who are very good. Ha 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 ha. So you know not to dismiss them all. Laughing and joking, their relationship unknowingly grew closer. Estimating that they had tidied up on their side, Yi Lengxi signaled Luo Tian to go find someone. However, before they could go over, the other side was already ready and came over proactively. Yin Xing smiled broadly. "It seems our guess was correct. Today is indeed a great time for the decisive battle. And we have already packed everything and brought along. No rush, it's still early. Let's fill our stomachs first. Since you all came over, let's have a pre-battle meal together." It seems the other side was not just saying it. They were even earlier than them. Yi Lengxi looked at her side, where people were moving slowly, and her smile became even more genuine. They had originally come to help, and it should be everyone's affair. But they felt a bit awkward about just eating and drinking like this. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with that? The food is precious. I usually wouldn't do this, but having something nice before the battle to boost morale is necessary. I just didn't want you to drag your feet. The word sounded a bit harsh, but it made sense, and Yin Xing and the others didn't refuse anymore. Especially since what Yi Lengxi said next made it even harder for them to decline. She said, "Last time Luo Tian and the others said they wanted to eat something colorful. Let's have a hot pot." Yin Xing couldn't even say he wanted to refuse because he had already heard the sound of the members swallowing their saliva. How do we feel good about that? However, since Sister Yi sincerely invited us, if we refuse again, that would be ungrateful, so we won't stand on ceremony. Before Yin Xing could say anything, several members beside him couldn't help but chime in, their faces beaming like it was New Year's. "Then thank you, Sister Yi. Do you need our help? You provide the ingredients, and we'll take care of the washing and chopping." Yes, there's so many of us." Seeing their radiant smiles, Luo Tian and the others couldn't help but smile lightly as well, especially when they saw that the boy from yesterday looked rosy and seemed to have recovered. So they moved closer to him. He seemed to be recovering quite well. He hadn't even spoken yet when a member beside him already chimed in. Not just well. His strength has improved tremendously. Yes, he's already reached the second level, almost comparable to our president and vice president. So envious. I'm still at the first level. And I've been chopping zombies for so long, only managing to recover because of that. He's great. He stayed up all night, and by the next day, his strength surpassed ours. As he spoke, he showed an envious expression and even considered whether he should let a zombie grab him. Hearing him say that, the people beside him showed a look of fear. Forget it. I heard his suppressed howls in the middle of the night, so it must have hurt a lot. Moreover, the zombie virus is truly terrifying. If it weren't for Sister Ye's generous help, he would probably have had a pale face by now and wouldn't have been able to improve his strength at all. We should still be steady and work hard to level up little by little. That way, our strength can be more stable. Chapter 85. The fox borrowing the tigers might win Tertsi was right. While I hope your strength can improve, our martial arts club's overall strength can also become stronger, allowing us to encounter many emergencies, but I don't want you to take risks, so such dangerous thoughts should not be entertained by anyone. Accidents can happen, but I don't want you to do stupid things just to improve your strength. We understand. We absolutely won't do such risky things. Seeing Yin Xing's serious expression, the members also became serious, continuously assuring him. Yinxing nodded. That's good. Let us hurry and help, aiming to have a hot bowl of soup as soon as possible. I don't know how long it has been since I've had that. Just thinking about that red-hot pot soup paired with noodles is truly amazing. They were only thinking about it a little, but after hearing this, images suddenly came to their minds. Sister Yi, do you have hot pot base? Can we exchange things for it? If not, forget it. It's just that we've been eating so bland for so long, and I wanted to treat myself to something flavorful. Sure, no problem. We have everything. It just depends on how much you want to exchange. Yi Lengxi revealed a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Yinxing and the others were truly happy. They cheered while helping out. There were several wood-type ability users on Yi Lengxi's side, and there were 2 on Yinxing's side, helping to cultivate the ingredients and put them aside for later use. The others took out the frozen food from the refrigerator, thawed it, and sliced it. The refrigerator's power supply system had been modified, powered by the lightning-type ability users, and it was filled with a lot of food. Beef, lamb, chicken, duck, all packed full, arranged particularly well. When they opened it, Yinxing and the others' eyes nearly fell out. This is what living like a human is. Oh my, we are in for a treat. It seems we need to work a little harder. In the apocalypse, if you don't put in the effort, you might not even get a decent meal. Yinxing and the others feel like they've taken a big advantage. When Luo Tian and the others need help, they quickly pull them aside. This little thing, how can more than 20 of us big men not handle it? You just sit and eat. They are really too enthusiastic. And Luo Tian and the others can't stop them. To avoid making them feel uneasy, they actually ended up sitting aside and waiting. That group of young people looked at Gao Shaoqian and the others sitting aside, then at Yinxing and his busy group, feeling a deep anger with no outlet. He finally understood why the elders always say that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished. It's not that it won't happen, but the timing isn't right. Previously, they were street punks and did many things that people despised. After the apocalypse, they relied on their special abilities to rob all the nearby households, and then boldly came to the university to bully female students. But now they've hit a hard wall. Seeing them dazed there, Gao Shaoqian felt very uncomfortable and secretly plotted. Do those colorful-haired people want to eat hot pot too? Feeding them would be a waste. They haven't contributed anything and are quite bad. The girl next to her quickly caught on and cooperated. The rat shook his head. You are overthinking it. How could hot pot be suitable for them? I even think giving them steam buns is a waste. Just give them some expired food. It won't kill them anyway. Aren't there other tasks that no one is doing? Just try to send them off. This arrangement is exactly what they wanted, and the 3 girls smiled as they looked down. Compared to their ongoing conversation, Xiao Gao was much more direct. He stood up and walked over to the young man. Brothers, you've been really tired from killing zombies lately, and your clothes haven't been washed. Come over and wash your clothes, and remember to wash them clean. Don't waste them. Can you mend clothes? If you can't, learn quickly. We have video tutorials here. You have 3 days to learn this skill, or you want to have food to eat. Originally, he was lamenting his unfortunate fate, having to watch Yi Lengxi and others eat hot pot, but the young men were instantly stunned. We wash clothes? Mend clothes? Is this even something we can do? Red Hair, upon hearing this, instantly became furious. This is something for women. I want to do it. Slap. Xiao Gao expressionlessly slapped him, asking, are you going to wash or not? If you don't wash, you want to get to eat and will instead be beaten. Since life isn't going well, I need a punching bag, and I think your red hair is particularly suitable. Purple Hair, standing nearby, was particularly grateful that he was slow with his words. Otherwise, he would have been the one to get slapped. Just look at how exaggerated the slap made Red Hair's face swell up, and he lost 2 teeth. Looking quite tragic, Red Hair, seeing someone even bigger than him, wondered if he could withstand it if the roles were reversed. Purple Hair couldn't imagine it. Trembling and hiding behind others, but he still quietly agreed, I can wash, I can learn, I could do anything. Hearing this, Xiao Gao's expression improved a lot. I like people who know how to adapt to circumstances. You lead these people and wash the clothes clean, and you'll get more meat than them. Okay, I can definitely do it. Purple Hair wasn't a foolish person. He was somewhat clever. He knew that there was no way to escape this, and it was better to be straightforward and adapt to this life. After all, he was being managed before, and now it was just someone else in charge. Moreover, he had to seize this opportunity. Who says he couldn't be a big brother? Xiao Gao smiled faintly. I'll leave it to you. If you manage well, you'll get extra food. If you don't listen, you can deal with them as you like, just don't beat them to death or seriously injure them. Upon hearing this, Purple Hair was instantly excited and nodded vigorously. I can do it, I definitely can. Purple Hair didn't have much respect for the young man. But now that he had this opportunity, he naturally didn't hesitate to show off. Did you hear that? Brother Gao said to work actively. Or don't expect to eat. His imposing manner was quite annoying, and the young man stood up wanting to slap him, causing Purple Hair to shudder instinctively. But he quickly reacted, standing his ground. Go ahead, slap me. My head is right here. If you have the guts, do it. Let us see what they will do to you. I'm now appointed to manage you guys. He was no longer that timid little brother. He was supported by a big shot now. In a fit of anger, one might do some impulsive things, and if Purple Hair showed fear, he could threaten him a bit to make life easier. But Purple Hair's attitude made him hesitate for any further actions. His raised hand froze in place, slowly forming a fist, then gently lowering it. He bowed his head and let go of his pride. Sorry, it was my fault. Chapter 86. Everyone awakens. Purple Hair looks smug. Now you know, Boss Lin, that was all in the past. People have to face reality, don't you think? Saying this, he lightly patted the young man's arm, trying to control himself, but the smugness on Purple Hair's face was hard to hide. The young man really wanted to slap him, but he ultimately held back. He smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Boss Xiao. You're absolutely right. People always have to face reality. The wheel of fortune turns. Who knows what will happen in the future? People can't be too complacent. It would be terrible to fall hard. He had not been unkind to these brothers before, especially since this involved interests. The others did not stand idly by and quietly stood beside him. With more people, Purple Hair felt a sense of pressure, and his voice unconsciously became smaller. You're right. Who knows what will happen in the future? All I know is that if you don't finish these tasks today, you'll go hungry. They were still chatting back and forth, and Purple Hair scoffed. Instead of going against me, you'd better just get to work. It's better for everyone, don't you think? After saying this, he ignored them and quickly walked over to the washing area to start cleaning. They had previously been unmanaged. Washing clothes and cooking weren't considered great tasks, but it was impossible that they really couldn't do anything. Moreover, this was not too complicated, was it? Just a bit of laundry detergent. Wash all the clothes once, focusing on the dirty spots. Then rinse 2 or 3 times to wash away the foam until the water ran clear. Purple Hair understood that water was precious, so he was very careful while washing. Try not to waste any. But washing clothes was hard on the hands, so Purple Hair tried to make himself comfortable. He knew that being serious about work would earn respect and help him truly join in. He didn't want to be with these second-rate people who had no future. They thought they had a bit of ability, feeling quite proud, but look, weren't they still prisoners now? While washing, Purple Hair silently criticized his mind. And seeing him like this, the others hesitated a bit, but followed him to the side. Xiao Gao's attention was focused here, and seeing them actively working, a smile appeared on his face. In a while, you guys can come over for meat. Having rewards and punishments makes others more loyal. Upon hearing this, Purple Hair's eyes lit up, and the others were especially happy. Who knew what they had been eating these days? Since there were no space ability users, their numbers weren't many, and they had been eating instant food. Now, they could finally have a hot soup. We will definitely wash them clean. If we wash more, can we eat a bit more, or even have some soup? A small yellow-haired guy couldn't help but speak up. After all, if they did more work, it wouldn't hurt to share a bit. Xiao Gao nodded. We mainly distribute according to labor. The more you work, the more you eat. And if you don't work, you'll eat less or even nothing. Hearing this, Purple Hair, who was already thinking of reforming, became even more focused, and the others sped up their work. Seeing them like this, the remaining people, fearing there would really be nothing to eat, put aside their pride and hurried over to work. With many people, each person took a few pieces of clothing, and washing them was difficult. But Purple Hair and the others planned to show off, so they washed extra thoroughly. When they finished and saw everyone else washing, they wisely didn't fight over it to avoid trouble. Carrying clean clothes, Purple Hair led a few people to Xiao Gao. Brother Gao, look, we've washed them all, and they're really clean. I noticed a few pieces have holes. Do you have any tools? We can mend them after they dry. Purple Hair was particularly proactive. His smile radiant. Not bad. They really are clean. Thank you for your hard work. We're preparing. When it's time to eat, I'll serve you some noodles. Noodles are a great thing, especially mixed with hot pot base. Just thinking about it made one's mouth water. Purple Hair nodded, very pleased. Thank you, Brother Gao. Although the other party was younger than him, his strength was greater and his status was higher. What was wrong with calling him brother? Anyway, the purple hair guy shouted very casually, while the other few people felt a bit shy. Seeing him calling out affectionately and openly, they also joined in shouting for Xiao Gao. Hearing someone older than him call him bro, Xiao Gao felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He waved his hand, signaling them to put down their things, and called over the fire-type ability users in the team. Hurry up and get to work, dry these things out. Be careful not to burn all the clothes. They cost money. Brother Gao, are you underestimating us? Let's not talk about anything else. Our control abilities are not lacking. That's right. If it were before, we definitely wouldn't have such good control. But now it's different. We kill zombies every day, and practice makes perfect. Even a pig can become powerful, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. Besides, we are quite clever. Now, their team was almost entirely composed of ability users. Some awakened their powers in dangerous situations while fighting zombies, while others cultivated daily, slowly sensing changes in their bodies. In short, everything was heading in a positive direction. As the fire-type ability users approached, they noticed the difference in Lengxi's group. They seemed to be improving exceptionally fast, especially these few who seemed to be ordinary people before. It's only been a few days, and they have already become ability users. Yanxing couldn't hold back any longer, so he came over and asked, "Do you have any secrets to your improvement? If you can't share, then forget it. What secret is there? It's just that hard work can make up for a lack of talent. Anyway, they are particularly proactive. Some of your teammates also improved because they were killing zombies, even awakening their abilities. They were indeed quite good, but they hadn't reached that level yet." Lengxi naturally wouldn't give them the things, and besides, she wasn't lying. As long as one wants to live, nature will always provide a way out for humanity. Knowing that Lengxi might be holding back some information, Yanxing nodded, understanding not to ask further. Compared to his various worries, the people under him were happily preparing the ingredients. After about an hour of effort, the soup base was already simmering and all the ingredients were ready. The cold wind waved enthusiastically at them. Come on, it's almost time to eat. He had never thought that a hot pot could excite him this much. Life was indeed unpredictable. Chapter 87. A bowl of hot noodles, both kind and severe. The fire below was maintained by a few fire-type ability users, while someone above was responsible for stirring to prevent sticking. Everyone's face was beaming with bright smiles, making it seem like they weren't in an apocalypse, but celebrating the new year. The purple-haired group squatted to the side, wanting to help earn some goodwill, but they knew that such important ingredients were not for them to handle. Now, as the soup base's flavor grew richer, they were all so enchanted by the aroma that they felt a bit dazed. How wonderful! They really hoped they could have a taste. The others still washing clothes took a deep breath, suddenly feeling their stomachs rumble. If I had known, I should have heard a bit. I should be able to share a bowl of noodles from the hot pot, right? Some showed regret on their faces. I never thought I would one day crave a bowl of hot noodles. I'm so hungry. The food from yesterday just filled me up. And it's been so long since then. This smell is truly tempting. The young man's stomach was also growling, but his expression became colder, annoyed by their words. He spoke with evident irritation. You all are just talking after the fact. Why didn't you show such enthusiasm earlier? It's just a case of not seeing the rabbit and not casting the net. It was better if he didn't speak. Once he did, the others became very unhappy. They clearly knew who was truly providing for them and would not take him, the leader, seriously. You talk so easily, but we are all following you. Why don't you take on the responsibilities of a leader and help us get some benefits? Don't forget that we are in this situation because we followed you here. We were fine guarding that place. You insisted on coming here to expand territory. Do you have any idea how capable you really are? Just keep pretending. Can you honestly say you don't regret it at all? Their questioning made the young man's expression even worse. He clenched his fists, trying to shoot out a small flame and throw it at the loudest person. That little flame didn't bother the person at all. He continued to shout loudly. occasionally glancing over at Lengxi and the others, hoping to be noticed for his loyalty. But he was just an ordinary person. How could he know how powerful abilities could be? In just a few breaths, the size of the flame, which was the size of a fingernail, suddenly flared up, burning the person's skin. The person belatedly sensed something was off and hurried to extinguish it with his hand, only to find that all his actions were futile. Even water couldn't put it out. He began to panic a bit. He knew these people were restricted, but he never expected it could still be used. The man, filled with regret, blamed Lengxi and their unreliable things for putting him through such great suffering, no matter what he thought inside. He dared not show it on his face and could only beg for mercy. The young man didn't expect that his anger would actually be useful, allowing him to level up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his abilities. He remained silent, just smiling as he looked at the man, gritting his teeth. The man directly knelt on the ground. Once a boss, always a boss. I beg you, boss, forgive me. It's my fault for not being able to produce anything good. Please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Compared to dignity, living was the most important thing. They all observed the situation here, but no one intervened, enjoying their antics with a smile. The young man also noticed the situation on Lengxi's side. Realizing that he should not stop them, he understood what to do. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he casually remarked, "Mistake? How could you be wrong? We are all prisoners now. You're just venting your dissatisfaction. I understand." No. There's no dissatisfaction at all. Boss, you have to believe me. I am loyal to you. The man endured the pain and forced a stiff smile, thinking it would make the young man change his mind. But the young man remained unfazed, speaking slowly. At this moment, the man realized what the young man meant. Without hesitation, he stood up and shouted, "No wonder we never stand by your side when something happens, with a black heart like yours. Who would want to deal with you? It hurts, but let himself learn this lesson. In the future, he should speak with virtue. After all, this person would never let him die, and those people would not allow such labor to disappear." Thinking of this, he continued to grit his teeth and wash the clothes. No wonder the other party could be the leader. Just look at their strength. It was not something they could deal with. The few with purple hair saw the dispute over here and had no intention of getting involved, each sitting on their side with cold eyes watching. They weren't foolish and naturally knew that these people's hearts were not united and which side they should lean towards. The one with purple hair over there. "You all come here. It's time to eat noodles." Lengxi and the others regarded the dispute among the young people as a side dish. Seeing that they weren't arguing, they felt a bit bored. Noticing that the purple-haired ones were squatting nearby, their eyes occasionally falling into the pot. Xiao Gao finally remembered the promise he had made earlier and waved at them. The action was akin to calling a puppy, and despite that, the purple-hair group was not the least bit displeased. They happily trotted over. By the time Xiao Gao spoke up, the others had already taken the initiative to scoop up the hot noodles, some pieces of meat, and a few vegetables in bowls, even generously ladling half a bowl of soup for them, showing no signs of insincerity. The purple-haired individual, who originally just wanted to snag a bite to eat, was particularly delighted. Thank you. Indeed, their choice was not wrong. Following capable people allowed them to enjoy delicious food, and it seemed they needed to work even harder. With such a large bowl full of food, especially the hot soup, taking a sip warmed them from the stomach to the heart. The purple-haired group had never felt that food could bring such immense happiness. So delicious. This meat is so fragrant. Such a big piece. I'm really satisfied. I thought I would only get a tiny bit, like the size of a fingernail. After all, when they ordered takeout before, the soup cost 10 or so yuan and came with barely anything. The purple-haired individual said excitedly, "Brother Xiao is so smart. Luckily, we're following you." The others nodded in agreement, genuinely seeing him as their big brother this time. Chapter 88. Searching for good alchemy seeds, recalling what they had in hand. It was precisely because they heard that the youth had run away that they had what they did, and everyone felt quite regretful. His voice was not small, and the others could hear him clearly. Seeing the purple-haired group eat so heartily had already stirred resentment in them, and now they were even more dissatisfied with the youth. However, due to the youth's strength, they dared not act out at all. But the seed of resentment had already been deeply buried in their hearts, waiting for an opportunity to sprout and grow into a towering tree. The youth naturally sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, but he said nothing, quietly washing his clothes and then waiting for them to dry near Xiao Gao and the others. Xiao Gao didn't say anything else, waiting until all the clean clothes were sent over and checked without issue before calling them to Rad's side to get food. Compared to their warm food, the others had a much simpler meal, biscuits paired with a cup of plain water. Even so, their treatment was already quite good. However, before being brought here, they had lived quite well, so naturally, the food felt tasteless to them. Especially when they saw the purple-haired group eating, they deliberately commented on it, really wanting to rush over and snatch their bowls away and turn them upside down on their heads. Yet no one dared to move, in their usual small scuffles. These people might not care, but if a real conflict arose, none of them would come out unscathed. Thinking this way, they felt particularly miserable. The youth merely glanced at the purple-haired group, saying nothing. Just as the purple-haired individual had said before, he had seen through the reality, no longer wanting to struggle needlessly, but instead thinking about how to make a good impression in front of Lengxi and the others. Seeing him like this, the others lowered their heads even more, quickly finishing what they had in hand. In contrast to the quietness on this side, not far away, Lengxi and the others were quite lively, even bringing out happy fat house water to celebrate. This hot pot meal lasted for more than an hour. Gao Xiaoqian and the others were very eager to wash the dishes, but were held back by Lengxi and her friends. Don't let them do such things. We girls shouldn't do this. It's bad for our skin. They continued, from now on, you'll be responsible for handling injuries and such. You can do some minor tasks. But not this. Seeing that both Lengxi and Lengxing said so, the three girls felt both happy and a bit guilty, realizing that ever since they came here, they had only eaten and drunk, not helping with anything at all. However, they were not wrong. It indeed affected the skin, and washing dishes was not something they enjoyed doing. After being persuaded, they proactively brought up other matters. Sewing is indeed a delicate task. Let the gentlemen handle it themselves. If our clothes are damaged, we could just buy new ones since everything is free now. Thinking of Gao Xiaoqian's medical knowledge, Lengxi had a bit of an idea. Are you interested in things like making medicine? In fact, she wanted to mention alchemy, but it was clearly not the right time, so she had to change the subject. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoqian's eyes instantly lit up. Can I? I've been very interested in these things since I was a child and have read quite a few traditional Chinese medicine books. Originally, I planned to apply for related studies, but my parents disagreed, so out of frustration, I ended up studying this major. She knew that Lengxi had special channels to obtain things, but she didn't ask about the source. For her, as long as there was a chance to learn, everything else was unimportant. Seeing her excitement, Lengxi's expression became even gentler. That's great, but my things might be a bit different from what you know, so don't ask where they come from. Just learn from me. She then asked, what about you two? Are you interested? You can learn together. That way it will be much easier for me. Lengxi's idea was very good. If they all learned alchemy, the people in their team would use the pills they made. As for the pills she made herself, aside from keeping some for herself, her sister, and a few close friends, a small portion would likely be used for trading. The two girls initially thought they wouldn't have anything to do, but upon hearing Lengxi mention them, they were pleasantly surprised and nodded vigorously. We can all do it. Even if we don't know how, we can learn. In this apocalyptic world, most of the knowledge they learned before was no longer useful. Only related professions could still play a role, but they didn't know for how long. The leader said that it's something very useful, and it's clear from the first listen. They must seize the opportunity. After all, there's nothing else to do. They don't believe that such a little thing can't be learned well. Hearing their words, Lengxi felt very good. She liked understanding people like this. Since that's the case, you all match the pictures with the names in these books and try your best to memorize them. Later, I will tell you what to do next. After thinking for a moment, she realized that this efficiency was somewhat low, so Lengxi decided to let them practice first. Only by improving their strength can their memory enhance, making many things easier in the future. Come a bit closer. Gao Xiaoqian and the others looked somewhat perplexed, but still instinctively followed Lengxi's words, taking a few steps forward to stand in front of her. Lengxi remained silent, silently raising her hand to tap each of their foreheads. At the same time, Lengxi's voice rang in Gao Xiaoqian and the others' ears. Close your eyes, come your mind. and digest the sudden influx of information in your mind. As soon as the words fell, Gao Xiaoqian and the others felt their heads swelling. Indeed, there was a lot of new information that hadn't been there before. They were greatly shocked. Could this be what was described in the immortal cultivation novels about imparting techniques? They never expected to experience it in their lifetime. The thought flashed through her mind, and they quickly sat down, trying hard to remember the extra information. After about half an hour, Gao Xiaoqian was the first to open her eyes, a confident smile on her face. "Boss, I've remembered everything." "Not bad. It seems you really have a talent for this field." "No rush. Take a few days to digest it, and I'll tell you what to do next." The two of them probably still needed some time, so you stay here with them while I try to contact Luo. Gao Xiaoqian smiled gently. "Understood. You can focus on your own matters. Don't worry about us." Lengxi nodded, closed her eyes, and extended her mental energy. In this moment of enlightenment, her strength underwent a tremendous transformation. Although her level did not increase, her mental power had reached the cultivation level of a nascent soul, even approaching the level of the primordial spirit. Simply put, if her soul were to leave her body, she could still survive. Chapter 89. You're responsible for being beautiful and acting as the mascot. Of course, leaving the body is not very beneficial, unless the original body is no longer usable. However, in that case, there are two choices. One is for her to remain in her own space, and the other is to find a suitable, dying body to occupy. However, doing so would affect her talent and cultivation, and no one would willingly give up their original body unless their aptitude was truly poor. This is somewhat off topic. At this moment, Lengxi did not have her soul leave her body, but her mental power had dispersed into countless mental tentacles, exploring all around. Previously, she could only explore a part of the area, but now she could sense the entire university town. The zombie little leader that once posed a threat to her was now nothing to worry about. The feeling of being powerful was wonderful. She could see everything, and the sense of having control over the situation made her extremely happy. Lengxi enjoyed it somewhat, but she did not get lost in it. She quickly located Yu Jingluo's position. Upon sensing the exploration, Yu Jingluo's spirit tightened, but the aura was very familiar, and she quickly recognized who it was. Her expression immediately becoming cute. To be honest, the feeling of control looked quite pleasant, but it was really quite exhausting. Just a short while in, she already felt a bit dizzy. Lengxi naturally supported her from the side, urging her to sit down. "Sister, you can relax and adjust your breathing. I will always be here." She knew that they must have made contact, otherwise, her expression wouldn't be so relaxed. The others did not know this, and dared not ask when they saw her like this. Lengxi did not speak, just nodded, and she sat down to adjust her breathing. Seeing her expression change variously, Lin Xia, who was beside her, looked a bit confused and asked, "Senior, this is their little code. There's no need to mention it to others." Yu Jingluo quickly changed the subject. Fortunately, Lin Xia wasn't the type to pry into things. Hearing her say that, he understood there was no problem, nodded, and dragged over the recently killed zombie to extract the crystal core. Originally, his mental barrier mainly served to shield his presence, which made the journey particularly easy due to this ability. However, now Yu Jingluo had him expand its function to directly sense the location of the crystal cores, so she had no burden in handing over all this work to him. Lin Xia was also the type who worked hard without complaint, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Yu Jingluo could easily gather a large amount of items with a wave of her hand. It looked effortless, but using spatial abilities was undoubtedly strenuous. So it couldn't truly be that simple. Therefore, he was very understanding and didn't feel that what he was doing was too much. Because of this personality, Yu Jingluo had a very good impression of him. After a busy session, the items in the small supermarket were completely cleared out by the two of them. Yu Jingluo took out some water from her space for both of them to wash their hands, and after they were done, she put it away and led the way forward. Lin Xia said nothing. He knew they were definitely heading back to their camp. He also wondered how his sister and his brothers were doing. He silently followed behind her, able to keep up with whatever speed Yu Jingluo set. After walking for a while, Yu Jingluo finally remembered there were others behind her and looked apologetic. "Sorry, I've been in seclusion and missed her a bit." "It's okay. I can tell you have a really good relationship. And I hope my sister has a close female friend too. Unfortunately, she's too smart and sometimes too blunt, mostly running into people who are very scheming, which doesn't suit her at all. To be honest, he really hoped Lin Wanwan could have this kind of friendship, just like the relationship he had with Xiaoming. It's fine. Once we get here, everyone will become good friends, Yu Jingluo consoled. How about you? Did you encounter any major troubles? Yi Lingxi was the first to approach Yu Jingluo, looking her up and down, feeling relieved when she saw that she wasn't hurt. Yu Jingluo's eyes were full of tenderness as she twirled around in front of her. What could have happened to me? Look, I'm perfectly fine. I found a lot of food this time. I'll take care of it since we'll be recruiting people later. And you just need to be beautiful and act as a good luck charm. She had given so much for herself, and now it was finally her turn to take care of her. Thinking of this, Yu Jingluo's expression was very excited. That sounds good. Out of personal interest, she only wanted to provide the items produced in her space for the three of them to use. At most adding Luo Tian and about 10 others who had eaten the loyalty pill. She didn't want to share it with anyone else. The effects of the items produced in her space were particularly obvious. As long as one wasn't foolish, they could easily notice it. In this new era, wouldn't T been seen? If they didn't read novels, they could at least find related videos. One must never look at others as fools. What if you were seen as a fool in someone else's eyes? To avoid exposure, it was better to keep a distance unless the loyalty of those people could be guaranteed. Clearly, Yi Lingxi and Yu Jingluo thought the same way. When they saw everyone had finished packing up, Yu Jingluo wasted no time and collected everything. Whenever we set off, I'm ready. Yin Xing and the others looked on with envy. Sister Luo, could you help us put away these things first? It's a bit inconvenient to carry them while fighting. If you're unwilling, then forget it. This kind of thing can't be forced. Looking at the heavy bags in their hands and hesitating for a bit, Lung Feng and the others unconsciously moved closer to Yu Jingluo. Yu Jingluo wasn't the type to be stingy. It was indeed inconvenient to carry things around. So she nodded readily. Sure, just remember your own stuff, and anyone who wants help packing can bring it over. Thank you, Sister Luo. Don't worry. We'll remember everything clearly. We definitely won't trouble you. Thank you, Sister Luo. Long live Sister Luo. Being able to free their hands made everyone on Yin Xing's side extremely happy, and they all placed their backpacks on the ground. After they finished putting things down, Yin Xing handed over his bag. Thanks for the trouble, Lao Yu. No big deal, we're all friends. Chapter 90. Marking the crystal core, Yu Jingluo waved her hand dismissively, and with a flick, all the items were packed into her space. After upgrading, her space had expanded significantly, and packing away these small items didn't require any effort at all. Once everything was packed, leaving was just a matter of a few words. Sharpening the knife doesn't hinder the woodcutter. Before the battle, they still needed to make proper arrangements. No one spoke, and they all stood neatly in front of Yi Lingxi, waiting for her instructions. Why are you all looking at me? As usual, split into several teams and take turns killing zombies. Now that the area is mostly cleared, the others are also in action. They'll likely strike when they see you, so don't feel too pressured. Although she said this, everyone knew that those who could act were the ones with foresight, whereas the majority of the world was made up of foolish people, so they still remained cautious. What about those people? If we don't unlock the suppression bracelets, they might not behave, but if we do, we worry they might stab us in the back. Should we just kill them directly? Keeping them around is too troublesome. The rat looked at them, growing increasingly displeased. From yesterday until now, they had only washed a bit of clothing, which was not very useful. It would be better to just kill them. However, when it came to actually killing someone, he found himself unable to take action. Following his words, Yi Lingxi's gaze inevitably fell on the youth in his group. Her eyes held a hint of dangerous pressure, making the youth unable to help but look away. Cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring wind will blow and it will grow back. Killing without silencing the witnesses means enemies will pursue you. Her voice was cold, and her words were particularly ruthless, leaving the youth feeling despondent. They had finally welcomed the apocalypse, and with their abilities, they were clearly the chosen ones, suited to achieve great things. If they truly died, the loss would be immense. The youth was unwilling. I have abilities. I can help. I want to hold you back or stab you in the back. What have I done wrong? I just want to live better. I'm just following my heart, and I haven't killed anyone. He knew he wasn't exactly a good person, but he wasn't beyond redemption either. Shouldn't I try harder? I could still make it. Yes. Yes, we have abilities, we can be of great help, and we can kill zombies too. As long as we can survive, we could do anything. Those with abilities quickly spoke up, frantically promoting their skills, while those without abilities gritted their teeth and said they could learn anything. To survive, they were using every trick in the book. The purple-haired one stared in disbelief. He couldn't connect them to the disdainful people from before. Although their treatment was different from those people, they had come from that background, and worried about being left behind, the purple-haired one eagerly voiced his advantages. Seeing them like lively vendors on a bustling street, Yinxing and the others couldn't help but want to laugh. After all, they had come from a peaceful era, and although the events after the apocalypse had reshaped their worldview, they still held onto a sense of kindness in their hearts. The young men said they had never killed anyone, they just used to be a bit of a mess, idle and aimless. And they never had the thought of wanting to kill anyone. However, as outsiders, they didn't dare to speak too much, especially seeing the three girls clenching their fists in silence. They understood that it was better to keep quiet than to talk at this moment. Lengxi remained silent, while others with thoughts looked at the young man. Her expression was blank, and the young man couldn't read anything from her face, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. He sighed and sat down on the ground, somewhat giving up. Whatever, you all just watch. In the apocalypse, life is as cheap as grass. Our lives were worthless before, and even more so now. The tone was filled with the weight of experience, and the calmness in his eyes made it clear that he seemed to have a story. What story exactly? Lengxi didn't care. She just wanted a group of obedient people. What do you have to prove that you are worthy of our trust? Just when the young men had completely lost hope, Lengxi's voice, like a celestial melody, rang in their ears. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. He had to admit he knew this method, but he hesitated. However, thinking about the life-and-death situation they were in, hiding and keeping secrets seemed pointless. It was better to take a gamble. These people looked capable, and following them wouldn't be too hard. They just needed to obey. His gaze slowly became resolute. I can prove my trustworthiness. Even life and death are within your thoughts. Let's hear it. Lengxi was quite interested. If your mental strength is strong enough, you can mark my crystal core. If I have thoughts of betrayal, you can make my crystal core explode. Well, that's not much different from cultivation system. Since she was on the path of cultivation, she didn't know much about abilities after gaining them. What she knew was just from her past life experiences. So she was unaware that crystal cores could be used this way. When did you learn about this? Why don't you use it on your brothers? Yu Jingluo was very good at catching the key points and directly stumped the young man. The young man sighed, feeling quite helpless. I would like to, but unfortunately, my mental strength is insufficient. I am not a mental type ability user, so I can only do nothing. Besides, even if I could mark, I could only mark one or two, and it would be too exhausting, not worth it for me. He would not allow himself to appear weak in front of others, especially since his relationship with those people was merely average. They were just getting by together, and he didn't want to demand too much. After he said this, Lengxi and the others immediately understood. Due to the contractual relationship with Kai Dao, Lengxi instinctively trusted him, but since he didn't have any methods for now, it seemed they could only go with this for the time being. Fine. The several ability users were very happy and eagerly awaited Lengxi to mark them. However, the ordinary people without abilities looked resentful, knowing they might be abandoned. Just then, Kai Dao happened to find Lengxi. If you insist on a contract, I actually have a very low-level contract. I just remembered it. If it had been a higher level, he wouldn't have forgotten. If he hadn't seen that these people didn't have much killing intent, casually killing them would easily affect future cultivation. He probably wouldn't have thought of this. As long as loyalty could be guaranteed, he didn't have too many thoughts about these people. Lengxi's requirements were not high, and hearing him say this, she happily accepted. The young man was still waiting, but at this time, Lengxi was accepting what Kai Dao had sent over, appearing a bit distracted. And the young man was worried and didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 91. The Zombie Reconnaissance Advance Team, come over. I have a way to make you loyal. Remember what you said, it's best to do it. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. The ability users naturally follow the young man's instructions and mark their crystal cores, but the others use Kai Dao's method to bind contracts with them. When the contract was completed, an inexplicable connection formed among them, and Lengxi could clearly feel that with just a thought, she could kill them. Lengxi finally felt a sense of stability. Having experienced death and betrayal once, she trusted herself more than anyone else. At the same time, the young men could feel it too. This time, they were truly obedient. Although the ordinary people felt it less distinctly, they also knew their lives were in Lengxi's hands. You just follow behind. Xiao Qian, you three take care of them. Lengxi's mental strength was always around, so she naturally noticed the emotional changes of Gao Xiaoqian and her two companions. What had happened couldn't be treated as if it hadn't happened, so she wouldn't go in front of the three and specifically tell them that everything was over. That would only harm them. It was better for her to pretend not to see it and treat it with a calm mind. Sure enough, her calm arrangement made Gao Xiaoqian and the others' expressions much better. Boss, don't worry, we'll keep a close eye on them. They had thought that after binding the contract, these people would receive the same treatment as them. But unexpectedly, there was no difference from before, which moved Gao Xiaoqian and the others. Lengxi nodded slightly and said nothing more. After she stopped speaking, Lengxi stood at the front. All right, now it's time for us to fight back. This is the trust that the elder sister has in her, and she absolutely cannot let it down. Lengxi's strength is evident to all, and no one has any objections. They follow her arrangements and stay behind her. Not only the multimedia teaching building, but even this school. We probably won't come back here in the future. The unlikely possibility is that this place has no value. The greatest possibility is that we die outside. The initial excitement disappeared completely when they saw the corpses of zombies on the ground, and many people felt a bit lost inside, questioning whether there was any meaning in persevering through such an apocalyptic world. Calm down. It's the psychic zombies coming to interfere, Lengxi shouted, immediately interrupting many people's thoughts. It was then that they realized the zombies had come without them noticing. Yu Jingluo calmly said, not only are there psychic zombies, but there are also speed-type ones. Hurry and prepare defenses. The others woke up from their fear, their expressions turning serious, unconsciously gripping their tang knives tighter, as that was the only way to give them infinite confidence. The previous strategy might need to change. They divided into 3 teams, with those not currently fighting staying inside to finish off the zombies, changing every hour to ensure good combat capability. There weren't many zombies at the forefront, just over 100, but each had abilities, making them look very tricky. However, Lengxi was not worried at all. If it had been at the beginning, if there were more than 100, Lengxi would have had to lead these people away. But after training for so long, they had already gained strength, and everyone here had awakened their abilities. In the martial arts club, most had abilities, and even those without had strong combat power, so they were not panicking at all. As long as they preserved their stamina, a sea of people tactic was not a problem for them. Although they were not like zombies, who felt no pain or fatigue. Lengxi had enough resources to support them in fighting continuously. Fight with peace of mind. I will be your solid backing. Long before these zombies arrived, Lengxi had already sensed something was off, but she didn't remind them, wanting to see when these people would notice. Fortunately, their reaction was timely. Just when they were caught in an illusion, the speed zombies were almost about to strike. It seemed they still weren't trained enough after this incident. She would probably have to intensify their training. Thinking of this, her smile took on a hint of eeriness. At this moment, everyone was unaware, but a strange feeling sent chills down their spines, quickly distracted by cheers. Thank you, boss, it feels so safe. Rest assured. Lengxi's words gave them a lot of confidence. Others didn't know, but they were clear that this water was all condensed by Lengxi. Of course, this was Lengxi's claim. Lin Ruren had tried it and found it indeed effective, but it consumed too much energy. When Lengxi took out a bottle of concentrated essence, Lin Ruren was incredibly excited, looking at her with an expression of admiration. At that moment, she was determined to become someone who could help her teammates, just like Lengxi. What she didn't know was that this was something Lengxi had casually produced from her space, requiring no effort at all. However, because of this, Lin Ruren gradually shifted from being an offensive type to a water-based healing type. Of course, that's a story for another time. Now, they all followed Lengxi's orders, seriously dealing with the zombie vanguard. The apocalypse hadn't lasted long, yet these zombies had reached level 1, and even a few had reached level 2, indicating that many low-level zombies had been sacrificed. They couldn't let them develop further, otherwise they would surely kill all the other students hiding in the school. Compared to their own kind, they likely preferred human blood. Thinking of this, Lengxi and the others increased their speed in swinging their knives. In just a few minutes, this group of vanguard zombies was cut down by their combined efforts. They didn't take a breather, quickly digging out the crystal nuclei and handing them to Jinluo. They all followed Lengxi's command, and now that the crystal nuclei were collected, they had no objections. The speed of killing zombies was quick, but extracting the crystal nuclei was much more troublesome, as they didn't appear at a fixed location. They had to search for them. Fortunately, with Lengxi around, it wasn't too difficult now. Now it takes several cuts to kill them. Much harder than before. My hands are sore. Exactly. I wonder if the next ones will be of this high level. It's really exhausting. During the wait, everyone couldn't help but complain. Don't worry. Such ones are just a minority. After all, leveling up isn't easy, and you can feel it yourselves. Of course, there will be high-level ones, but they will hide in the shadows, not attacking all the time, only appearing suddenly when you are unprepared. Lengxi's cold voice rang out, stating a fact, but it scared a few of them quite a bit. Chapter 92. The zombie army arrives. Oh my, have they started gaining intelligence? They aren't afraid of pain or fatigue. Do they really want to leave no way out for us humans? I find it strange how the zombies that used to pounce on us without thinking now know how to evade and even cooperate. It turns out it wasn't just my illusion. Wailing sounds arose, and their ugly expressions made Lengxi look down on them a bit. What are you afraid of? Don't you have abilities? Survival of the fittest. Even if you don't have abilities now, as long as you exercise your body, there's always a chance of awakening. The evolution in this life has been somewhat fast. I wonder how others are doing. Lengxi won't take action, and everyone feels reassured instead of having any objections. There has to be a powerful person to guard them, which gives them enough sense of security. Don't worry, boss. We will protect ourselves and won't cause you any trouble. Luo Tian promised solemnly. Lengxi nodded and hid in the shadows. Sure enough, before long, the zombie army arrived, and from a distance, they could hear the roars of the zombies. When they launched their attack, Lengxi shouted loudly, "Find a good place to take cover. The things my sister set up here can help relieve our pressure." The loud noise attracted the attention of many zombies, but Lengxi remained unafraid. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Armed with a weapon specially crafted by Lengxi, she charged into the horde of zombies. With one shot, 7 or 8 zombies were sent flying. Her teammates, who followed closely behind, lit up with excitement and took the opportunity to chop off the heads of the fallen zombies with their Dao swords. These Tang knives were enhanced by metal-type ability users and then refined by Lengxi, making them very effective. With just a light stroke, they can easily decapitate a zombie. Of course, this is a benefit exclusive to internal members, as Lengxi added some rare minerals. Xing and the others watched with envy in their eyes. If it weren't for Xing being such a good president, they would probably rush to join Lengxi's faction immediately. What they didn't know is that Xing also wanted to join Lengxi's big family and didn't want to keep struggling alone. This is off topic, so let's not discuss it for now. Under the powerful strength of Lengxi, everyone's morale soared. They felt no fear towards the endless zombies surrounding them from all directions. Only endless fighting spirit. Moreover, they noticed something. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around them that prevented the zombies from swarming in, allowing them to approach only from one direction, which indeed made the pressure manageable. Realizing that this was Lengxi's doing, their admiration and trust for her as their leader grew even stronger. Gao Xiaoqian and the other two were anxious at first, but after seeing that so many zombies couldn't crush them, they felt more at ease. However, just sitting there idly was truly a waste of time. Seeing Jinluo waiting nearby for Lengxi to take a break, Gao Xiaoqian walked over to her. "Sister Luluo, how about we prepare some food? It's very safe here, and sitting around is meaningless. We might as well do something productive. You all work hard to kill zombies, and it will be nice to have a bowl of hot soup during your breaks." The other 2 girls also came over, wanting to persuade Jinluo. Seeing their sincere expressions, Jinluo smiled slightly. "You really can't sit still for even a moment. Just stay put. If you really feel bad about it, then I suppose that's all right. She paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoqian and the others were very happy. Thank you for the trouble. Sister Luoluo, they didn't want to sit there and benefit without working, and besides, the sight of those 20 or so people doing nothing was quite disheartening. Why should they be able to eat for free while everyone else was working hard? No, they had to get them moving. Weren't they supposed to be slaves? Then they should have the awareness of a slave and work continuously. They had their own little calculations in mind. And while Yu Jingluo could roughly guess what they were thinking, she understood that their intentions were for the good of the team, so she tacitly approved of their actions. Moreover, food was so precious, she didn't want those people to eat and drink for free. With her thoughts aligned, Gao Xiaoqian and her friends got their wish. Yu Jingluo took out the cooking utensils and food. You can take care of this. To make it easier, you can have the water and fire ability users assist you. She understood Yi Lengxi's intention. After leaving the school, they might need to move with the main group. With so many people, if they cooked every meal, it would take a lot of time, so it was just right to take the opportunity to stock up on food. The three of them, receiving strong support, were very happy. Okay. Yu Jingluo sat down at the side, watching them busily prepare food, no longer intervening. Her not coming over to arrange things showed her trust in them and indicated that they had absolute autonomy in the upcoming matters. Having gone through similar experiences and having huddled together for warmth on several nights, the three of them had a good relationship. So the other two unanimously regarded Gao Xiaoqian as the leader. Xiaoqian, how should we arrange this? Qianqian, you keep an eye on them washing the vegetables. Linglong, you watch them cutting the meat. I'll keep an eye on the pot. When Gao Xiaoqian proposed these suggestions, she had already made her decisions in her heart. So she quickly reacted. Although they had signed a contract, Gao Xiaoqian and the others did not trust the young men, fearing they might put something in the food. So the three of them had to keep a close watch. The young man was unhappy. I know we were jerks before, forcing you to do things you didn't want to do, but that's over now. We're on the same team, and it's not appropriate for you to distrust us like this. Right? Hearing this, Qianqian laughed. Oh, I thought you didn't know. Don't think just because you didn't bully us that you're a good person. We're not stupid. If you hadn't tacitly allowed it, as the leader, how would they dare treat us like this? Linglong nodded. We can't pretend that what happened didn't happen. Until we vented our grievances, you can do whatever you want. Besides, this is what you should do as slaves. Don't make it sound like we're bullying you. And honestly, what is there to trust about people like you? The young man wanted to say something, but the three of them looked uninterested in continuing the conversation. He couldn't help but regret, realizing that if he had kept a tighter rein on the others, things wouldn't be so bad now. Chapter 93. The zombie little leader exposes its position. Regret was useless. What had happened could only be remedied, not undone. The young man fell silent, and the others also did not speak. They had all participated, to varying degrees, in bullying Gao Xiaoqian and her friends. Seeing them quiet down, Gao Xiaoqian directed them to work according to the previous plan. The three of them did not treat these people well. They were angry but dared not express it. Although they didn't feel they were in the wrong, in the apocalypse, being weak meant being bullied. However, now, their status was higher than that of these people. And those who recognized the situation were wise. That's right, if you perform well, we will apply to allocate some food to you. It feels really good to command people to work, especially those who used to bully them. Now, they can only swallow their anger, dare not speak up, and even more dare not take action, which has relieved a lot of the pent-up frustration in their hearts. They are cooking in large pots after spending some time together. Everyone knows whose cooking skills are good, so the person in charge of the kitchen is clearly arranged. With several big pots cooking together in less than half an hour, bowls of dishes are ready and placed aside. Here, far from the battlefield, one can never be sure if there's zombies watching this side. Yu Jingluo's decision to stay is also to protect them. When she saw the food was ready, Yu Jingluo waved her hand and put the items into her space. Keeping them outside could lead to unexpected incidents. Wouldn't that waste your efforts? Worried they might overthink, Yu Jingluo explained. Gao Xiaoqian beamed with a bright smile. I know, I was just planning to seek your help. But I didn't expect you to be keeping an eye on us all along. Of course, many zombies have special abilities, and I don't believe there aren't any zombies noticing us here. Just now, we were almost ambushed, and it was Sister Luo who killed it. As she spoke, The person pointed to a zombie that was 5 meters away, its head and body separated, to show Gao Xiaoqian. Gao Xiaoqian felt a bit ashamed. I'm sorry. I thought I could help, but instead, I caused you trouble. She lowered her head, feeling a bit sad. She had taken things for granted. Perhaps the atmosphere of this team is great, and everyone is so capable that it made her feel completely safe. During the battle, she even had the mood to think about food. That was really too bold. Yu Jingluo chuckled. Just relax, there's no need to be so tense. Your considerations are not wrong. Before the army moves, provisions must be secured. Throughout history, food has always been a priority in battles. All right, continue cooking. You don't need to worry about these things. I will protect you well. The word protect truly touched the hearts of the 3 girls. Qianqian couldn't help but want to leap into Yu Jingluo's arms. Oh my, I feel so safe. I really want to marry you. No. I'm not considering emotional matters right now. But in the future, it's not impossible. Compared to stinky men, I do prefer sweet and soft girls a bit more. She had originally planned to say that her sexual orientation was towards men, but somehow, she changed her words. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it to heart. Qianqian actually took her words seriously. She didn't say anything else, still giggling as before. But those who knew her understood that she had made up her mind about something. Yu Jingluo was completely unaware, maintaining a gentle smile on her face. It wasn't until much later, when Qianqian lost her life, saving her and confessed her love before taking her last breath, that Yu Jingluo regretted her careless words, which had stirred the stagnant waters of her heart. However, upon reflection, she felt fortunate. After such an experience, the girl might find it hard to face the opposite sex again, and being her spiritual support wasn't too bad. Unfortunately, she realized this too late. It was all too late, otherwise, she would have been willing to treat her well. Just as she said, Yu Jingluo had low requirements for the gender of her partner, especially since her mother's unfortunate marriage left her with little fondness for men. If she had known Qianqian loved her, she would have been willing. The battle here has reached a fever pitch. The group, originally divided into 3 teams to take turns killing zombies, has now evolved into 2 teams alternating to kill, while the other team is digging for crystal cores. Those digging for crystal cores watch the other 2 teams with an uncontainable sense of frustration and envy. Lengxi looks distressed. This tedious job is really annoying. It would be so much better to kill zombies. Team leader, hurry up, speed it up. Brothers, let's finish digging so we can rest. Lengxi responds helplessly, okay. He doesn't even know why he inexplicably became the team leader of this group. The mental shield was supposed to be used for defense, but now he's doing the job that a radar should be doing. Despite his helplessness, his speed doesn't slow down. This is unavoidable. The combat power of their 3 teams is indeed a bit weak, and they are indeed suited for this kind of work. Watching his subordinates continuously attack, only to have their crystal cores taken away, the little zombie leader finally couldn't sit still. It let out a loud roar, summoning the other zombies that had not yet arrived. Yi Lengxi heard the sound and instantly locked onto its position with her mental power. Sister Luluo, hang in there. I'll take care of it. Capture the thief first. As long as the little zombie leader is killed, these zombies will become like headless flies and will no longer fight so orderly. Of course, the most important thing is that it can no longer summon the zombies outside their school. Previously, they were only collecting crystal cores. In reality, the fastest method was to directly find the little zombie leader, kill it, and then slowly clear the other zombies. However, Yi Lengxi had no attachments. Her main goal was to become stronger and then take revenge. She couldn't always stay by Yi Lengxi's side. Accidents always struck unexpectedly, and helping them become stronger was the best protection. The university town was undoubtedly a good place to practice. Not only did they understand the terrain, but the abundant resources were also enough to attract them. It was like a novice village in a game, and she didn't want to miss it. Thus, she allowed the little zombie leader to grow stronger while still under her control, allowing her to achieve all her goals. The only thing she didn't expect was that the little zombie leader was so impatient. Before these people could fully train, it couldn't sit still and took the initiative to launch an attack. It's just right. When those soldiers come to rescue, they can clean up the entire university town and relieve their pressure. Yi Lengxi quietly watched, planning the next arrangements. With Yi Lengxi gone, The pressure instantly increased. Yu Jingluo stepped forward without hesitation. Luo Tian, arrange for 1 or 2 people to come over here to protect us. The logistics team is very important. But she didn't forget that there were still people here, and before leaving, she specifically reminded Luo Tian to arrange for people to come over. Okay, I'll send someone right away, Luo Tian replied. Without him needing to instruct, 2 teammates who were slightly less physically fit consciously withdrew to join Gao, Xiaoqian, and the others. We're just taking a break, and we'll protect you as well. Thank you so much. Oh my god, this team is really amazing. They take care of everything, even the weaker teammates. The youth felt a bit moved. Although their treatment was quite average now, being able to eat their fill in the apocalypse was already the greatest fortune. Moreover, he didn't believe that as a supernatural being, his status could remain this low. Alright, he really had to show some skills. Otherwise, he would have no status at all, because he realized that their entire team consisted of supernatural beings. And they were even stronger than him. As for the team next door, aside from the supernatural beings, they couldn't compete with the ordinary people there either. Indeed, they were the weakest. Forget it, don't think too much. The more he looked, the smaller he felt. He truly didn't know how he had the confidence to think about occupying the university in the first place. Not to mention the students who outnumbered him. They hadn't even entered society yet and were easy to fool. He couldn't even perceive the little zombie leader. Fortunately, he had now allied with a powerful boss. Or else they might all have been torn apart by the little zombie leader without anyone noticing. The situation here stabilized after Yu Jingluo joined, but it wasn't going well for Yi Lengxi. Prolonged battles had drained her stamina, and her abilities were consuming rapidly, with a continuous stream of high-level zombies attempting to stop her. By the time she faced the small zombie leader, there was little power left in her body. Having so many little brothers is quite impressive, but unfortunately, they are just delivering food to us. She didn't know if the small zombie leader could understand. But Yi Lengxi really wanted to say something sarcastic. Coincidentally, the small zombie leader couldn't understand, but it read from her expression and tone that it was something bad, making it especially angry. Roar. Oh dear, does it understand that I'm angry? Coward. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one, why call for help? The small zombie leader still didn't understand, but it could sense that Yi Lengxi was low on energy. It pushed back the other high-level zombies to let them go assist, wanting to enjoy Yi Lengxi all to itself. It really liked Yi Lengxi. The intense power emanating from her could at least help it level up twice. The high-level zombies disappeared from her perception, and Yi Lengxi's smile deepened. Such boldness. Zombies of the same level, due to their physical structure, are not afraid of pain or death, giving them a significant advantage in battle. But her level was not low either, even if her powers were nearly depleted. But what does it matter? When her abilities run out, she can replenish them. Their family business is big. Can they really do without such a thing? Yi Lengxi smiled as she took out the porcelain bottle specially prepared for her by Yi Lengxi from her bag. Inside was spring water. She opened the lid and took a small sip, and her abilities, which were nearly exhausted, filled up in an instant. Yi Lengxi felt power surging throughout her body. The small zombie leader sensed the energy fluctuations from the porcelain bottle, its gaze fixed on her. When it saw her take a sip and instantly recover, it was a bit stunned. Yi Lengxi was not someone who talked much. She had only been looking for a good opportunity to attack. Now was the right moment, and she didn't waste any time, quickly putting the porcelain bottle away, grabbing her spear, and rushing towards the small zombie leader at high speed. The sharp spear glinted coldly, and the tip concentrated the light abilities that Yi Lengxi had specially gathered. As it pierced, the light ability would attach to the zombie's body and explode. The small zombie leader was not one to passively take hits. Having experienced many battles, it was far superior to other zombies. Sensing danger instinctively, it immediately began to evade. Yi Lengxi's thrust did not cut its neck. It dodged and only pierced its shoulder. But that was enough. The light ability attached to it. And with a single thought from Yi Lengxi, it instantly emitted a brilliant light. Feeling immense danger, the small zombie leader unhesitatingly tore off that shoulder. It didn't feel pain, but it was very angry. Its dark, blue-black eyes stared intently at Yi Lengxi, instinctively making her feel threatened, and she dodged without hesitation. The next moment, a burning hole appeared beside her, seemingly originating from the small zombie leader's ordinary-looking eyes. Goodness, what kind of ability is this? So terrifying. Lengxi looked at the two holes still emitting white smoke on the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing her pause, the small zombie leader was relentless. A burning hole appeared again where she landed, forcing Lengxi to dodge frequently and throw out light blades in retaliation. She was very fast, and with her psychic abilities, she had enough reaction time to evade. Most importantly, her light abilities inflicted great damage on the small zombie leader. It was fine if she missed, but as soon as she hit, the purifying power would continuously drain its energy. Oof. The small zombie leader roared in anger. If it could speak, it would have surely cursed Lengxi out. Lengxi didn't want to clash head-on with it, because she hadn't figured out the small zombie leader's abilities yet. A reckless attack would only put her at a disadvantage. So she kept seeking opportunities, carefully observing, wanting to find its weakness for a decisive strike. Lengxi was watching from the shadows, feeling very pleased to see her sister like this. Her sister had really grown up, no longer like before. This is just right. She can relax a lot. Unable to kill Lengxi and with energy quickly depleting, the zombie little leader felt a bit anxious. It didn't sit idly by. With a loud roar, it summoned the advanced zombies. It wanted to use the crystal cores of the advanced zombies to replenish its energy and even level up further. It initially intended to interrupt, but then thought that given its current high level, leveling up even more might be quite beneficial, so held back. Lengxi did not stop it, and the zombie little leader quickly dug out and devoured all the crystal cores from the summoned advanced zombies, causing its previously waning aura to surge instantly. Not only that, its momentum was continuously rising, seemingly on the verge of leveling up. Lengxi remained very calm. Her strength gave her enough confidence. She wanted to wait for the zombie little leader to level up, as the crystal cores obtained would be of a higher level and contain even more energy. She watched coldly, occasionally probing it. Lengxi's harassment posed a significant threat to the zombie little leader, prompting it to summon another batch of advanced zombies. Chapter 95. Level division with a shift in combat power. Jingliu's side found the battle much easier, and soon many zombie corpses piled up on the ground. They were dragged aside to be burned, effectively avoiding subsequent contamination. Jingliu spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to work in an orderly manner. They confirmed that the crystal cores had been dug out, and the fire-type ability users used their powers to ignite the zombies, while Lengxi secretly lent a hand. Why does it feel like my abilities have improved? The burning speed seems a bit fast. It is indeed fast, but might not be your doing. The zombies have some oil on them, which could be the reason for the increased speed. The person in charge of watching these things spoke casually. Hearing this, the one who had spoken earlier nodded and didn't say anything further, clearly agreeing with the other's statement. There were many zombies, and they divided them into several piles to burn. Each pile took at least half an hour to finish burning. In the end, apart from a pile of ashes, there were surprisingly some shiny bits left. Damn, we went through all that trouble to dig and then burn just for this? Can't the crystal cores be burned out directly? After using a stick to poke them out, they discovered they were crystal cores, and everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Lengxi felt awkward. It seemed that as an ordinary person in her past life, she knew too little. However, she didn't speak, and the others wouldn't question her. In fact, because of this, those who had some doubts about possibly being reborn instantly dismissed their suspicions. After all the crystal cores were dug out, the expressions on everyone's faces were basically filled with existential doubt. It's strange how such an ugly thing can produce something so beautiful, and it looks particularly sturdy, impervious to fire. All right, you guys stop digging. There's a better way now. Pity those of us with fire abilities, who not only have to cook, but also burn bodies. The fire-type ability users grumbled, but the third team responsible for digging out the crystal cores had bright smiles on their faces. Lengxi was especially happy. Finally, this damn job is done. After saying that, seeing the unpleasant expressions on the fire-type ability users' faces, he comforted them. The more you work, the more you gain. You contribute more. The bosses will definitely see it, and your treatment will be better than ours. This is indeed the truth. In fact, they are not really complaining. They're just a bit frustrated, so they are deliberately acting this way. Seeing them comforting each other, they feel a bit embarrassed. Are we really that petty? There is no harm in using more of our abilities. Haven't you seen that we are stronger than you? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. In terms of control over abilities, the combined efforts of several of you don't even match up to one of us. Thank you, although this is the truth. It really stings to hear. The ones who were comforting others immediately fell silent. At this moment, they didn't want to say a word. Their noisy appearance, filled with a sense of warmth, made Lengxi watch with a smile in her eyes. Such days are truly wonderful. Indeed, great strength can make many things beautiful. If it weren't for her sufficient power to intimidate, she wouldn't have been able to gather such a formidable team in such a short time. It's somewhat amusing to think that in her past life she was timid in the face of zombies, but now she is not afraid and directly confronts them head-on. Yu Jingluo's progress is rapid, with the situation almost one-sided, while Yi Lengxi is continuously seeking opportunities. The small zombie leader has summoned more and more high-level zombies, many of which it uses for energy extraction, while a few are attacking Yi Lengxi to buy time for its upgrade. Yi Lengxi finds it very frustrating. If she really wanted to take action, did these zombies think they could stop her? For most people at their current level, these are indeed high-level zombies. However, to her, they are merely vegetables that she can slice through at will. Level 0, Body Refinement Stages 1 to 2. Level 1, Early Mid Late Perfect. Body Refinement Stages 3 to 6. Level 2, Early Mid Late Perfect. Body Refinement Stages 7 to 10. Level 3, Early Mid Late Perfect. Chi Refinement Stages 1 to 4. Level 4, Early Mid Late Perfect. Chi Refinement Stages 5 to 8. Level 5, Early Mid Late Perfect. Chi Refinement Stages 9 to 12. Levels 1, 3, and 5 are small thresholds, and this applies to cultivation as well. Level 10 can establish a foundation, but without the strength of level 12, one cannot establish a solid foundation. Regardless of how the cultivation levels are divided, it is akin to laying a foundation. Only by doing it well can one be stable and achieve over-level counterattacks. Yi Lengxi is currently at the 6th stage of Qi refinement according to her cultivation level, and at the mid-level of level 4 according to her ability level. The highest ability of this zombie is merely at the peak of level 3, while its other abilities are only at level 1 or just awakened, which cannot compare to her dual abilities at mid-level 4. Improving strength is not easy, especially after level 3, where each level up requires tremendous energy. Therefore, even if it reaches level 4, Yi Lengxi feels it is not her opponent, so she patiently waits for it to upgrade. However, the small zombie leader is unaware that its constant vigilance is just providing Yi Lengxi with an opportunity to harvest. Due to its upgrades and control over many high-level zombies, its control over the low-level zombies has significantly decreased, and their attacks are no longer as orderly as before. Yu Jingluo seizes the opportunity to lead a counterattack. More and more zombies are coming this way, but as the small zombie leader's control weakens, some of the zombies wander aimlessly halfway, just like before. There are many people in the campus. They notice that today's zombies are behaving unusually and realize that someone is saving them. Those with foresight quickly form teams, killing zombies while trying to take this opportunity to escape the campus. The others, even if they're timid and want to wait for the higher-ups to rescue them, cannot resist this great opportunity and involuntarily group together with their classmates to search for supplies. In short, they are all using various methods to reduce the pressure on Yi Lengxi's side, although she could manage without them. Having help certainly makes things much easier. As time goes on, the number of zombies visibly decreases. The small zombie leader can sense the enormous threat. Its instinct to evade danger makes it want to escape. But the upgrade has reached a critical moment. In the end, it simply relinquishes control over the low-level zombies and fully commands the high-level ones. An endless stream of high-level zombies rushes towards Yi Lengxi, who is both exasperated and swiftly killing them. Practice makes perfect, and coupled with her light-type abilities' natural suppression, she almost clears a path with each shot, making the cleanup very easy. Just as her ability consumption is nearing its end, she drinks a mouthful of spiritual spring water, restoring her spirit and abilities to their peak condition. Chapter 96. The Death of the Small Zombie Leader. With such high-intensity combat, Yi Lengxi discovers that her ability level is steadily advancing towards level 5. This is a good thing. She felt a jolt of energy and moved more nimbly. The zombie little leader sensed that Yi Lengxi's aura was continuously strengthening. It became anxious, involuntarily accelerating its absorption and devouring process. Finally, it successfully broke through to level 4. Initially, it wanted to push through to level 5 in one go, but it realized there wasn't enough time. If it allowed Yi Lengxi to continue, it would be the one to die in the end. Level 3 was a small watershed. After the breakthrough, the aura of the zombie little leader became different. Originally, the high-level zombies at the early stage of level 3, or even at the peak of level 2, were somewhat uncontrollable, but after it became level 4, they immediately became obedient. Yi Lengxi sarcastically remarked, "Impressive, you finally leveled up. Your little brothers were about to rebel." The zombie little leader didn't understand her meaning, but since it had leveled up, it thought they could have a good duel. Its long spear was already eager to go. With level 4 and these high-level zombies, there was indeed some pressure in the fight. Yi Lengxi wondered if she could reach level 5 after this battle and was eager to try. Infuriated by her words and expressions, the zombie little leader decided not to fight alone this time and called its little brothers to attack together. This was bad. The food was right. It hadn't thought of this before. The more the zombie little leader listened, the angrier it became. So much so that it tore apart a high-level zombie blocking its path and dug out the crystal core to stuff into its mouth. Under the tactical coordination of the zombie little leader, Yi Lengxi was highly focused, but her abilities were rapidly depleting, especially her mental state, which was somewhat dazed, clearly due to excessive consumption. Quickly taking a sip of the spirit spring water, she continued to fight earnestly. The taste of the spirit spring water made the zombie little leader drool. "Mine, all mine. Damn food. How dare you waste such precious energy?" Thinking of this, the zombie little leader's attacks became even more ferocious, firing lasers everywhere, creating fist-sized holes that emitted white smoke all over the battlefield. Once controlled, the already low intelligence of the high-level zombies was nearly zero. They could only follow orders and didn't even know how to dodge, resulting in many high-level zombies suffering from the indiscriminate attacks of the zombie little leader. Yi Lengxi's movement was ghostly, and she seized opportunities to occasionally appear and reap the unfortunate high-level zombies. As the saying goes, the impact of a pig teammate is indeed significant. She barely had to lift a finger, yet the opposing side had already suffered heavy losses. Yi Lengxi secretly rejoiced and found an opportunity to ambush the zombie little leader. At this point, the zombie little leader also realized that these high-level zombies couldn't be of any help and could only serve as reserves. So it roared and ordered them to retreat from the battlefield. Without these high-level zombies getting in the way, the zombie little leader's attacks became much more precise. And several times, Yi Lengxi narrowly avoided being hit. Although it was very dangerous, it wasn't without gains. The zombies' weak points were almost in their heads. But high-level zombies also had vulnerabilities in other areas. Of course, the main reason was that the zombie little leader knew its weaknesses and had been intentionally guarding them, making it difficult for her to strike. After several attempts, Yi Lengxi finally found an opportunity to launch the final blow. Roar! Feeling danger approaching, the zombie little leader no longer relied solely on lasers. All its awakened abilities were unleashed in a rush. This zombie has a very unique ability, which is neither one of the common elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nor derived from things like wind, rain, thunder, or lightning. Instead, it resembles the skills found in Western fantasy, which intrigue Yi Lengxi. In addition to the earlier laser, it now fires a lot of inexplicable things, which is quite interesting and also quite damaging. If one is not careful, it can easily lead to problems. Fortunately, Yi Lengxi has been very cautious from the beginning, so she didn't suffer much loss, and even managed to narrowly evade the final blow thanks to her keen perception in the mental domain. When she obtained the crystal core, Yi Lengxi's expression was dazed. Is this really the end? How we been preparing for so long? The little zombie leader, who had just entered and posed a significant threat as a small boss, turned out to be surprisingly easy to deal with. So easy that she felt the previous tension was unnecessary. Strength is very important. Yi Lengxi appeared in front of her, wearing a comforting smile. "Ching Ching, you are amazing. From now on, your sister's safety depends on you." Of course, Protecting my sister is my responsibility. Yi Lengxi's voice pulled her out of her daze, and Yi Lengxi beamed, saying, Sister, look, I did it. With me around, no one can hurt you, unless they step over my dead body. Hearing this, Yi Lengxi's smile faded a bit, and she gently flicked her forehead. It didn't hurt, but Yi Lengxi still covered her head and asked, a bit aggrieved, Hey, why did you hit me? Always talking about dying is so unlucky. Don't say that anymore. I just want us all to live well. Yi Lengxi was about to say something, but swallowed her words when she saw her expression. She wrapped her arms around Yi Lengxi's arm and acted cute. I understand what you mean, but I don't know when an accident might happen. However, I'm willing to protect you, even if it costs my life. Sister, you are the most important person to me. I don't want you to get hurt, not even a little bit, or I will feel heartbroken. A long time ago, you saved me, pulled me out of the abyss, and gave me a bright future. Now that I have the ability, I should hold you in my hands. As a person, I should be grateful. I know when you helped me, you never thought of any repayment. You wanted companionship more. But I can't forget this kindness. What kindness? Your existence has made my life beautiful. You could be considered my benefactor. That's different. Yi Lengxi shook her head. All right, I won't say it anymore. You mustn't be unhappy. Let's see how everyone is doing now. All right, but you have to put away these spoils. Yi Lengxi said as she conjured a fire, and the zombie corpses on the ground began to burn. The crystals that Yi Lengxi hadn't dug out completely showed themselves after the bodies disappeared. What a good thing. The fire can't destroy it. Yi Lengxi handed over what she had previously collected to Yi Lengxi, naturally picking up items. Yi Lengxi shook her head, controlling a large number of vines to effortlessly collect all the crystals and toss them into her space. Chapter 97. Farewell meal. Having many people around didn't seem so good after all. At least many abilities had to be hidden. Yi Lengxi was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Forget it. Safety first. Yi Lengxi smiled as she patted her head. Those who are capable have to work harder and worry more about everything. It's better to be a bit more relaxed and let them play freely. That makes sense. Yi Lengxi was comforted. Here, after Yi Lengxi killed the zombie little leader, the originally orderly zombies turned back into a disorganized mess, and Yu Jingluo led them to kill with ease. After clearing all the low-level zombies, their levels increased, and those with a bit of intelligence no longer dared to approach them. They slowly retreated. By the time Yi Lengxi and her sister arrived, the battlefield was already being cleaned up. Yi Lengxi felt a bit embarrassed because she thought the resolution was very easy. But Luo Tian and the others were making a fuss, making the scene quite lively. All right, stop teasing her. She's going to feel shy. In Yi Lengxi's eyes, Yi Lengxi was still that shy little girl from before. So when she saw her blushing a bit, she stopped the others. Usually, Yi Lengxi spoke very little, mostly succinctly. And hearing her say this, everyone dared not tease her anymore, though every face was adorned with bright smiles. Even more pleasing was what Yi Lengxi said next, which touched their hearts. She said, In a moment, I will take out all your spoils, and you have two choices. One is to convert everything based on your contributions, and you can settle your meals and other matters yourselves. The other is to leave it to us to arrange, with food and accommodation covered by us. There was no hesitation. Luo Tian was the first to express his opinion. We are part of this team, so we naturally follow the boss's arrangements. Yes. The boss's arrangements are always reasonable. How can we be treated unfairly? Dolly nodded vigorously, showing absolute support for Yi Lengxi. Yi Lengxi's smile deepened. She did not expect her teammates to trust her so much. She would not disappoint this trust. In that case, I will manage our team's crystal cores, but President Yin, you all, we don't need the crystal cores. This thing can't be eaten. Just exchange it for food. Give us whatever you see fit. After all, we didn't exert much effort. Yin Xing was self-aware. They had already received a lot of help from the other party these days, and it was clear that the other party liked these crystal cores, so they would do a favor and get what they wanted in return. Hearing them say this, Yi Lengxi's smile became even more genuine. All right, these are all your crystal cores. Do you want to count them? What's there to count? Captain Yi, we all see your strength. People like you can take whatever you want based on strength. Survival of the fittest is what we recognize. Yes, if you're polite to us, we should be grateful. The world is different now. The old ways are no longer useful. Besides, when we were so miserable back then, If you hadn't taken us in, we might still be starving in some corner. Indeed, this is a life-saving grace. Even if we give you all the crystal cores we find, it wouldn't be too much. But we are a bit selfish. We need to fill our stomachs first." Seeing that they had no objections and were saying such things, Lengxi shook her head, feeling something indescribable in her heart, but it was probably touched. "Then we will prepare a backpack of food for you, high-calorie and convenient to eat, along with a proper meal with a meat and vegetable combination." The crystal cores were what they needed, and their value was far more than that. Ultimately, they were the ones who benefited greatly. Yu Jingluo had collected quite a bit of food, and now when it came to a backpack of food, she didn't feel any heartache at all. "It's a pity we prefer a proper meal, but it won't last long. One portion is fine." Hearing Yu Jingluo's words, their eyes lit up. Seeing that they had no objections, Yu Jingluo waved her hand, placing the items in front of them. "Are you planning to choose for yourselves, or shall we do it?" "You do it. We don't have anything special we want to eat. Just prepare things that can quickly restore our stamina. We trust that you know better." Yin Xing understood that giving trust at this moment meant seeking the greatest benefit for them. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yu Jingluo's expression became much better. "Don't worry. There will be more, not less. We have known each other for a long time and fought side by side. I won't let you down. Not to mention anything else. Just because of her friendship with Yin Xing, she absolutely could not do something so ungracious." Yu Jingluo's execution ability was very strong. As she spoke, she had already started preparing. Yin Xing and the others could see that this woman was not being vague at all. She was really filling their backpacks to the brim, leaving no small gaps unfilled, even stuffing in small candies and chocolates, making sure not to waste any space. "Thank you, Sister Luo Luo." "Oh, how can we be so embarrassed?" they said while happily hugging the backpack. With so much food, it would not only be enough for them to eat, but even for their family, it could last several days. "Thank you." Yin Xing was very moved. He felt that Yu Jingluo and the others had taken a huge loss. Lengxi smiled brightly. "These crystal cores are very useful. Logically speaking, we have profited greatly. You should collect them when you fight zombies in the future." Sigh. Their appearance really makes one feel guilty. Yin Xing and the others were not fools. Girls indeed like shiny things, but only when they were full. They could guess the function of the crystal cores, but as previously mentioned, no matter how useful they were not important to them at the moment. However, what Lengxi said was remembered in their hearts. "We understand." Seeing that they had taken it in, Lengxi did not say anything more. Sometimes, a wise person only needs one reminder to know what to do next. After the spoils were divided, it was almost time to part ways. Having had a hearty meal before the battle, now that they had achieved such a great victory, they naturally needed to have a sumptuous celebration. So Lengxi took the initiative to bring up the celebration banquet. This is a great thing. Anyway, they are the ones benefiting, and these people have not refused their words and actions. As before, they have taken on all the preparatory work. The young people, upon hearing that they're going to have a hearty meal again, are almost overflowing with envy in their eyes, wondering when they will have such treatment. They all come over to eat together. Chapter 98. Farewell. Hearing this, the expressions on the young people's faces are all incredibly incredulous. Are we also going to eat? The sudden improvement in treatment is unbelievable, and their faces show undisguised anxiety. You've worked hard today. Isn't it normal to have a meal together? They don't have a hobby of mistreating others. The previous poor treatment was simply because they hadn't done any work, so their treatment was poor. Now that they are working, of course, their treatment has also become extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the young people's eyes are shining with excitement. They didn't expect it to be so easy to be integrated into the inner circle. They must work harder in the future to show their value, so that their status can be elevated. They stopped talking and each quickly offered to help. "Let us do it. We are just doing this kind of heavy work." They are really looking forward to it. Although they had been living well before, it was only after several days of the apocalypse that they realized it. Those fresh items were naturally unavailable, and they had been craving fast food for a long time. Seeing them integrate so quickly, Gao Xiaoqian and the others felt uncomfortable, but they also recognized their efforts. They are not the type to make unreasonable trouble. There is plenty of time in the future to slowly take revenge on them, gradually dissipating the resentment in their hearts. Although the three of them tried hard to hide their emotions, The young people could sense it clearly. They hadn't forgotten that the ones in charge of them this time were Gao Xiaoqian and the other two. The young people thought this and signaled their former little brothers to behave. Those little brothers are not foolish and naturally understand this principle, each being very attentive. Sister Qian, you've worked hard. Come sit here. We'll handle these small matters. Sister Qian, leave this to me. I can do it. Sister Linglong, give it to me. I'll take care of it. When they wanted to do something, the other party quickly came over, snatching the work from their hands with smiles that were trying to please, leaving them with no way to refuse. Qian was very angry. Go away. We don't need your pretentious help. What are they thinking? How could she not know? Do they think that by doing this, she would forgive them? Sister Qian, don't be upset. We know we were wrong, and we mean no harm. We're just trying to make amends. I know this may not ease your anger, but at least we hope that when you see us, you won't feel unpleasant. Yes, we know we did wrong. We're not asking for your forgiveness. We just hope you can be kinder to yourselves and not hold your anger inside. We know we're not good people, and it's really not worth it to suffer for the rest of our lives because of someone like us. If they kept pushing back, Gao Xiaoqian and the others would surely feel uncomfortable listening to them. But since each of them spoke so politely and their expressions were so sincere and serious, they could even feel that they genuinely regretted their mistakes, leaving the three with complex feelings. Forgiveness is indeed impossible, and letting go cannot be done so easily. Now seeing their attempts to make amends, Gao Xiaoqian feels more sarcasm than comfort in her heart. Now you regret it. What were you doing before? As long as you know, be more considerate and don't show up in front of me. I don't want to see you. It will only remind me of the terrible past. Although not everyone bullied them, the few who stood by did not deserve their gratitude. Had they Jew now, these people have no way out. Afraid of what Gao Xiaoqian and the other two might do, they no longer lingered and left quickly, some with their heads down to hide their resentment. They didn't genuinely want to apologize, but because the three women had a higher status than them, they acted that way to avoid trouble. They didn't expect these three women to be so hard to deal with, not falling for their tricks. They needed to resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, it could easily lead to problems, and this was almost a shared thought among the young men. Although she, as a girl, leaned more towards these few people, they had to demonstrate their value for her to be willing to deal with these individuals. Yi Lengxi added, of course, if you really can't stand it, we can help handle it, but you must be useful. Upon hearing Yu Jingluo's words, Gao Xiaoqian and the other two felt disheartened. Among these 20-some people, there were ability users, unlike them who were just three ordinary people, but Yi Lengxi's words gave them a goal. They must learn well what the boss taught them. The three exchanged silent glances, their resolve strengthened. Gao Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. We understand. We will definitely not cause any disunity. After saying this, the young people reacted and expressed their positive attitudes one by one. Yi Lengxi didn't say much, but her expression was very meaningful. To be honest, she was really looking forward to the transformation of Gao Xiaoqian and the other two. The meal was quickly finished, and everyone was very satisfied, feeling even more reluctant to part ways. After leaving, they wondered if they would ever get to taste these delicious dishes again. Just thinking about it made them feel pitiful. In the past, when they had money, they didn't cherish the food they could eat, but now, when they wanted to eat, they had to ask themselves if they deserved it. Goodbyes were sad, and what was even sadder was that they might never get to enjoy these delicacies again, as they didn't feel capable of obtaining such fresh food. Of course, this was only for the short term. In the future, it was hard to say, as people could change. No worries, let your team's wood-type abilities level up, and then what fresh foods wouldn't be available? Chapter 99, New Home. Thank you. But that didn't provide any comfort. Thinking about how delicious those green vegetables were, and then considering their teammates' levels, they felt that such a day was still far away. The most important thing was that they were not on the same path. After leaving school, they would go their separate ways, and those who weren't wood-type felt quite miserable. Of course, the wood-type members weren't feeling much better either. Their brief cooperation made them realize that the strength of their teammates was something they couldn't surpass in a short time. They were only at level 1 now, and at least they needed to reach level 3 to achieve vegetable freedom. However, relying on their abilities to make a living was still too difficult for them. To cut the long story short, there is no feast that doesn't end. The celebration banquet was over, and everything was packed up. The sky was still early, and Xing and the others planned to leave. They must remember that the hardest thing to grasp is the human heart. Yu Jingluo still cared about her friends. As they were about to leave, she reminded them once more. Xing's smile was warm, and when his gaze fell on her, there was an indescribable tenderness. I know. You must take good care of yourself. All right, I'll visit your house then. You must treat me well. Yu Jingluo laughed heartily, not understanding the deeper meaning behind Xing's words. Yi Lengxi understood, but she didn't say anything. In the apocalypse, all sorts of accidents could happen. If they met again, and this man still had that thought, she would definitely help him. If they didn't meet, or he had already let go of that idea, it would be very sad to bring it up now. Her girl, she was unwilling to see her get hurt at all. Seeing that she didn't understand, Xing didn't break the silence. His thoughts are the same as Yi Lengxi's, but he was more worried about whether he would have the chance to see her again, not about developing feelings for someone else. The cold wind seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Xing's gaze. Then, all the martial arts club members left. They had spent some time together, getting used to greeting each other regularly, and now that they were gone, Luo Tian and the others felt that the multimedia classroom had become spacious, and they were somewhat unaccustomed to it. I've really had enough of this place. I didn't like staying at school before the apocalypse, and I definitely don't want it now. Luo Tian's words echoed the sentiments of the others, who all nodded in agreement. Yeah. Anyway, there aren't any really powerful zombies around anymore. Should we split up and gather some supplies? We can't be the ones doing all the hard work, only for them to benefit in the end, right? As soon as the proposal was made, others immediately nodded in agreement. Anyway, the soldiers would not appear for a while, and Yi Lengxi did not intend to leave, as she really did not want to give others an advantage. All right, you few can form a small team to collect supplies. This way, you can quickly deal with any dangers that arise. Yi Lengxi was not worried about their safety against the scattered zombies. Rather, the people in the school posed a greater threat to her. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely be cautious and guard against others. Having been clearing zombies nearby for a while, Luo Tian and the others were finally able to wander freely, their hearts filled with excitement. They had ideas, but Yi Lengxi did not say much, just nodded to let them be. With her approval, Luo Tian and the others rushed out like chickens released from a cage, completely losing the steadiness they had when killing zombies. Seeing this, Yi Lengxi only shook her head and said nothing. Just as she was about to enter the tent and then into the space, she found several people still there. She asked in confusion, "Aren't you going? What's there to see? The ground is dirty, and at this time, there probably isn't anything worth stealing." Lin Wanruan had no interest. She wanted to stay and develop a relationship with Yi Lengxi. Gao Shaoqian and the others wanted to go out, but after experiencing such events, they always felt panic when faced with unfamiliar things and did not want to see people they once knew. However, they had a good excuse. The boss taught us a bit, which will be a great help to our future team. We need to stay and learn well. We can't let the boss down. Yi Lengxi liked such proactive and diligent people. Hearing their words, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then study hard. And feel free to ask me about anything you don't understand later. It's okay if you don't have abilities, if you thoroughly understand these things. Everyone will need your help later. Yi Lengxi naturally knew what Yi Lengxi was offering. She didn't want Yi Lengxi to be too tired, so she encouraged Gao Shaoqian and the others to work hard. As long as everyone in their team was very capable, her sister could be carefree and focus on looking beautiful. Gao Shaoqian and the others knew nothing, but hearing this made their hearts feel warm. They patted their chests and assured her, "Boss, don't worry, we can learn this little thing well. After all, we have been learning since we were young. We shouldn't be inferior to others in this regard." After comforting them, Yi Lengxi and the three entered the tent. Setting up the formation, Yi Lengxi quickly brought them into the space. As soon as Yi Lengxi and the others entered, they automatically began to prepare to harvest vegetables in the garden. No need. It's easy with a lung here. You don't have to exert yourselves. Since we're here, let us cultivate well. The time here is more abundant than outside. Yi Lengxi smiled and pulled them. Thinking about her imminent breakthrough to level 5, Yi Lengxi nodded and stopped being busy. But her eyes showed a hint of desire as she looked at the vibrant cucumbers in the garden. If you want to eat, just pick some. Treat it like your own home. No need to be so polite. Silly sister, if I didn't trust you, I definitely wouldn't have brought you in. How could I be so polite? It feels a bit uncomfortable, like dealing with outsiders. Indeed, this tomato is really sweet. I love it so much. Yu Jingluo said with a smile, casually picking a ripe tomato and stuffing it into her mouth. The fresh and juicy tomato burst in her mouth, and a bit of juice dribbled down her lips. Yu Jingluo naturally licked her lips, looking charming and alluring. Her actions eased Yi Lengxi's expression, her eyes full of smiles. If you like it, eat more. With such a big space, can I afford to feed you? Don't worry. I want to be polite with you. Who are we to each other? Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Lengxi realized and showed a relieved expression. That's right. This is our new home. Chapter 100, Survivors from the Alma Mater. The key is that only the three of us know about this new home. No one else can disturb us. Thinking of home, Yu Jingluo couldn't help but recall her scummy father. She hoped the apocalypse would end his sinful life. If heaven couldn't take him away, if she encountered him in the future and fell into his hands, she would absolutely not be polite. After knowing each other for so many years, having shared hardships in the apocalypse of their previous life, how could Yi Lengxi not know what was on her mind? At this time, no amount of comfort was in vain. She silently embraced Yu Jingluo, offering her solace. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. I can't immerse myself in the pain of my past. I know clearly who treats me well. She wouldn't be that foolish. Hearing this, Yi Lengxi felt relieved. In fact, if she wanted, Yi Lengxi wouldn't mind helping her support that person. She had lost her parents, so she hoped her good sister could receive the care of family. However, everything in the world is about fate. If there's a connection but no destiny, forcing it will surely backfire. Oh, let's not talk about unhappy things. Let's focus on our training, shall we? Yu Jingluo changed the topic, but she had no intention of training. Yi Lengxi understood her meaning and took the initiative to bring up something else. After fighting outside for so long, let's relax a bit. We can make more food, and then the three of us can enjoy it together. This idea completely resonated with Yu Jingluo, and she nodded in agreement. Sure, those foods are delicious, but they always feel like they're missing something. The taste is clearly better than what we bought before the apocalypse. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. I didn't expect my taste to have become so picky. If it weren't for the concern of exposing my space, I wouldn't want to eat with Luo Tian and the others at all. After all, who would refuse delicious food? Unless there are no choices, when there are choices, one naturally opts for the better option. It's okay. Now that the order is being reorganized, we are strong, and we naturally have the right to speak. Before the apocalypse, although it was said to be fair, in reality, it was only relatively fair. Power was in the hands of a small number of people, and their relationship with the masses was minimal. However, at that time, the law was relatively sound, and life was quite stable, so ordinary people wouldn't think about vying for power and profit. The apocalypse is different. Many forces have been reshuffled, but those who are wealthy and powerful still have an advantage. For someone like her, a reborn individual, if it weren't for having money, it would be difficult to move in the early stages. Fortunately, not only is she reborn and has money, but most importantly, she is lucky to have awakened her abilities early and has a space. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what situation she would be in now. These words are unnecessary. This is a new beginning, and she shouldn't dwell on the past. Hearing her words, both Yi Lengxi and the others strongly agreed. That's right, we have the upper hand, and now we must keep working hard without stopping, so that no one can catch up with us and we can stay safe. As they chatted, they prepared the food they were going to eat next. There were plenty of ingredients in the space, and importantly, they were very fresh, infused with spiritual energy. Even if their cooking skills were lacking, the food they made wouldn't be bad. The flow of time in the space gave the three of them ample time. And seeing all the cooked dishes being stored away by Yi Lengxi filled Yu Jingluo and the others with satisfaction. Even though their appetites had increased, there was enough food to last them for a long time, not to mention they could come in and continue cooking later in the evening. Yi Lengxi said happily, Shishi, what time is it now? If we have enough time, we should go out after sleep. It's not good to stay inside all the time. Yu Jingluo liked it here, especially the fresh air, which made her feel comfortable in every pore. But reason told her that this wasn't feasible. All right, during the battle, The spiritual spring water could restore physical strength, abilities, and mental power, but for long-term consumption, a deep sleep is the best recovery. Sensing their steady breathing, Lengxi silently continued her training. After her rebirth, she understood the importance of strength too well. Just as Lengxi and the others were about to rest, Lengxi happened to wake up from her training state. "Are we going out? Let's go. Someone is looking for us." Lengxi nodded, waving her hand to send everyone out. As Lengxi and the others stepped out, they habitually exited the tent. At that moment, Luo Tian and the others were confronting the newcomers, and without Lengxi's orders, the other side didn't seem to be looking for trouble, leaving them unsure of what to do. Luo Tian had a cold expression as he looked at the people glancing around, his tone impatient. "What are you here for? Why do you insist on seeing our boss?" "Exactly. Is there something you can't discuss with our boss?" Dali said, visibly displeased. "Are you trying to have ulterior motives toward our boss?" Their leaders were all very good-looking. If these people wanted to rise quickly, they would definitely try to curry favor. And they had to dispel those thoughts. The more they thought about it, the less they wanted those people to meet Lengxi and the others. "Don't be too excessive. We just want to see who is so capable of clearing out the zombies here. Besides, we are men. How could we like men?" Gender bias is everywhere. And upon hearing them refer to their boss, these people's first reaction was to think that Lengxi and the others were men. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoqian and the others were unhappy. "What does that mean? Could the boss not be a woman? Who told you our boss is a man?" Gao Xiaoqian said, "Don't you know the saying that women are as good as men? You came over without even knowing the situation. You truly have courage." Lin Ruren directly added, "Do you look down on us women? Here's your chance. Challenge me." Not to mention her original strength was already quite good. Now that her ability level had risen, dealing with these guys who didn't even have level 1 would be a piece of cake. Her half-smile and the subtle threat it carried left the boy, who spoke momentarily, speechless. He instinctively took a few steps back, his voice becoming particularly small. "I didn't mean it like that. Don't get excited. I know, but if you think we're not strong, you can challenge me. After all, we're all ability users. Sparring is fine, right?" Chapter 101, Negotiating to Leave Together. "The challenge is definitely not for you. You 3 behind can." Unable to bear her aggressive demeanor, a boy next to him stepped forward. Hearing this, Lin Ruren smiled, while Luo Tian and the others looked on with mocking expressions. "No way. Those 3 girls are ordinary people. Do you, an ability user, have a nerve? Even if you are also an ordinary person, isn't it embarrassing for a big man to seek a spar with girls? Softy, you can't take on this kind of work. For sparring, we big guys can handle it." Lin Xia and Xia Ming didn't say much, but they stood firmly beside Lin Ruren, giving her endless confidence. When Yu Jingluo and the others came out, they nearly got into a fight, though it was only Luo Tian's side who wanted to make a move. The other party could sense their strength and had no intention of fighting. They merely wanted to see who the big boss occupying this place was and hoped to grab onto a strong ally. Seeing them like this, they were momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do. "Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We didn't come to spar. We wanted to seek cooperation. We have plenty of manpower, and now that we can cut down zombies, why not travel together? We can't stay at the school anymore." The quick-reacting one hurriedly spoke these words loudly and urgently. Luo Tian sneered. "You should have said that earlier. It's not that I can't make decisions. All right, I can't make decisions, but the person who can make decisions has arrived. You can ask our boss for her opinion." Just as he was about to say something, Luo Tian's sharp eyes spotted the figures of Lengxi and the others, and his eyes brightened. With his words, the representatives coming over unconsciously followed his gaze and immediately saw 3 spirited, neatly dressed, and very beautiful girls. 2 of them looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were 2 of the 4 school flowers. The apocalypse didn't seem to have affected them. They appeared even more beautiful than before. The other girl was unfamiliar, but she looked like a celestial being, stunning enough to make their hearts race. Each one of them was mesmerizing, making it hard for them to look away. Dali was very displeased. He had said these people were eyeing their boss, and sure enough, it was true. His tall figure moved, deliberately making loud noises as he blocked their way, shielding them from seeing. "Kid, I advise you to keep your eyes to yourself. know what to look at and what not to. I hope you understand, or don't blame my fist for being rude to you. Even they didn't dare to look directly at the bosses like that. Yet these people were staring at them with the eyes of hungry dogs seeing a delicacy, which was quite unpleasant. They knew this was very rude, so they sincerely apologized. Sorry, you were just too beautiful. We couldn't help it. They had originally thought Lin Rurin and her 3 companions were already pretty enough, but unexpectedly, these 3 were even more stunning. There were girls in their group, but each one was extremely weak, unable to carry or lift anything. Those who could fight zombies together were a bit too rough. Either way, it was difficult to approach them. At the very least, they hadn't considered these matters without a stable life. Of course, if there were powerful women who were also beautiful, they would certainly be willing to stand alongside them. Upon seeing Lengxi and her companions, this group suddenly had ideas. They didn't say anything, and when their eyes met, they moved closer to Lengxi and the others without hesitation. Are you 3 the bosses they mentioned? Seeing their actions, Dolly really wanted to take action, but since Lengxi and the others didn't seem displeased, he held back and obediently stepped aside. To be precise, the leader is my sister, but if you want to know about the management of the team, you should ask me. Do you have something to say? You can speak directly. That smile of yours is a bit greasy. Greasy enough that I want to slap you against the wall and not be able to pull you out. Lengxi didn't like the looks they were giving, so she stepped in front of Lengxi, completely blocking her figure, knowing that her sister didn't like this. Oh no, she's not a soft girl. She's a spicy one. If it were about conquering, how thrilling would that be? She didn't know what they were thinking, but Lengxi was particularly unhappy right now. So she didn't hesitate to slap the boy with the most intense gaze. It's fine to speak properly. Don't give those disgusting looks. Then she casually said, all right, can you tell us what you're here for? If there's nothing, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our rest. With a light flick, that person felt like everything was wrong with him. From their brief contact, he knew that girls like her were not someone he could handle. So he immediately corrected his attitude. We want to come over and discuss cooperation regarding leaving. Oh, is that so? Then there's nothing to talk about. We don't plan to leave. We'll be staying here waiting for rescue. The outside world is not as simple as it is now, so don't hold too many expectations. Lengxi understood Lengxi's meaning and refused without hesitation. These people didn't really want to leave. They were just a bit anxious after not receiving rescue for a long time. Seeing Lengxi, who could deal with so many zombies, they had no intention of leaving, and their thoughts of escaping the campus faded away. All right, since you don't plan to leave, we'll stay and wait for rescue too. Halfway through, they hesitantly asked, will the rescue team really come? Of course. You have to believe in the country and the military. They will never give up on us. The reason they haven't come yet is that the situation hasn't stabilized. You don't think this disaster is regional, do you? At the speed of our country. If it were really like that, it wouldn't be possible for so long without anyone coming. If I'm not mistaken, the apocalypse should be global. So don't think too much about it. There's still quite a few zombies on campus. You'd better stay put and try to strengthen yourselves. You don't want to reunite with your family and make them suffer, do you? Without strength, how can you provide them with a happy life? It's not like before. When there was legal protection, after the apocalypse, anything can happen. Seeing that these guys only had the idea of wanting to take them away, but no lewd thoughts, she reluctantly said a few more words. They had the guts to come over, so they were definitely not an ordinary team without strength. And they understood what Lengxi meant by saying these things. Chapter 102. All squeezed together. One could say that she really spoke from the heart, which further strengthened their determination to stay here. However, while the most powerful zombies had already been killed, others still remained and were continually evolving. It was better when there were fewer of them. When the numbers increased, they were simply not something they could deal with. Especially with more people, the more anger there was, the easier it was to attract zombies. But having fewer people seemed inconvenient for doing anything. Thinking she had said what needed to be said, but seeing they were still staying here, Lengxi's mood was not very pleasant. What do you mean? Are you not planning to leave? Can we stay here? There are plenty of classrooms, and we can stay next door without disturbing you. Instinct told them that being with them felt particularly safe. Lengxi's desire to drive them away was too obvious, and saying this made their expressions a bit awkward. When they came, they indeed only intended to call people to their side, but now it seemed that this place was clearly more suitable for living. So it would be better to move here. All right. Lengxi initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of the previous plan, she couldn't help but change her mind. Then we'll go inform the team to come over. For the time being, we'll disturb you. Now there were only these people left, hoping that there would be rescue by then. If not, leaving together with so many people would also be very safe. There are no outsiders here anymore. Lengxi expressed her thoughts. Humans are social animals, and we are destined to live in groups. This is how I think. We can be divided into two groups of people, one going outside to gather supplies, while the other stays behind to trade for crystal cores with some good food. This proposal is very good. We're not the only ones fighting zombies. Others are also doing the same. We want to collect crystal cores, and relying on ourselves is obviously not feasible. More people means greater strength. Since joining Lengxi and the others, Luo Tian and the others have not lacked food and drink. Although food is still important to them, it is not as precious as crystal cores. With her proposal being affirmed, Lengxi felt very happy, especially when she turned around and saw Lengxi's encouraging gaze, which filled her with motivation. Since it's like this, let's divide into groups. I will lead them to gather supplies, as the space element has a natural advantage. However, I want to leave the quick and responsive ones from the fire, water, and wood elements behind, as it would be the most effective. Luo actively responded to Lengxi's call and volunteered. Lengxi nodded. Then I'll leave the gathering of supplies to you, Lolo, while I stay behind with the rest. After they finished speaking, Luo Tian and the others had already consciously divided into two groups, standing behind the two leaders. Seeing them like this, the usually quiet Lengxi finally spoke up. Here, this is a storage bag for carrying things, but the space isn't very large. Only about a few dozen square meters. You can divide into several smaller teams to increase your speed. Of course, my suggestion is for you to go more places and not just search in this school. Other schools can also be considered. This way, you can gather supplies while also improving your strength. Everyone agreed with her suggestion, but they were worried about the distance being too far, as they might not be able to provide timely support if something went wrong. Lengxi quickly added, it's best to gather in one school. Bring the things my sister gave you, and inform your teammates immediately if anything happens. Don't try to be brave. The leaders were so good. When it was time to leave the school and follow the main group, they would definitely be able to bring their families along. They were full of confidence in the future. That's good to know. Hearing this, Luo Tian and the others were filled with motivation. Soon, Luo took them to gather supplies, while Lengxi stayed behind to set up the kitchen. Before long, when those people came over and saw Lengxi and the others cooking, they couldn't help but gather around. Is your food this good? What are you cooking? Can we trade with you? We've been eating those instant foods for days, and we're about to throw up. The aroma gradually spread, and they unconsciously moved closer to Lengxi and the others. Sure, do you have anything to trade? We prioritize crystal cores, which are those beautiful little stones in the zombies' heads. Isn't it here? Lengxi raised a brilliant smile and introduced the food they made. The combination of words and visual impact made it impossible for this group of people to look away. I silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Goodness, the novel doesn't deceive me, so I really hoarded quite a bit. What a coincidence, so did I. But I was a bit bold and tried it. My strength improved. But my mental state was unstable, so I didn't use it much afterward. However, my intuition told me this was good stuff, so I've been hoarding it these days. I used to mock them for being foolish, still vain in the apocalypse, and liking these little trinkets. When I saw them happily taking out a considerable amount of crystal cores from their backpacks, it felt as if I had been slapped hard in the face, leaving me blushing. Oh my God, how much wealth have I missed? These things can't really be as useful as described in the novels, can they? Some people were pounding their chests and kneeling on the ground, wailing. Those who had once been ridiculed by them, upon hearing this, immediately spoke in a strange tone. Some people, the opportunity is right in front of them, yet they don't know how to cherish it. They don't think about why such an ugly thing could have such a beautiful little crystal in their minds. Just thinking about it a little reveals that this must be an energy block. Although it can't be used for now, it should be collected. Indeed, everything has a reason for existence, and the more bizarre it is, the more it represents that it is extraordinary. Surely no, one hasn't read the novels. Many things should have been written in the novels. This really makes them proud. If it weren't for their strong abilities, they would probably have said even worse things before. Chapter 103. The rescue arrives. Lin Ruan didn't really like seeing such scenes, especially after joining Lengxi's team. Their unity made her quite fond of them. Watching this dog-eat-dog situation was truly irritating. Hearing this, Lengxi added, "You can buy whatever you want, but don't keep whining here. I don't care how many regrets you have. If you want to exchange for something, bring me crystal cores. Right? We don't lack other things unless they are particularly valuable." Oh my. Seeing them drool and not daring to blink made her feel embarrassed. Thinking back to how they were at the beginning, she felt even prouder, and her head couldn't help but lift high. They were all from the same school. Although not very familiar, they had some acquaintance, especially some people who looked very familiar. Thinking about their initial situation and the treatment they received now made one envious. Being envious was useless. The other side didn't want them to join. Moreover, classmates and friends they had known for many years could stab them in the back. So how could they expect trust from people they weren't familiar with? They still had to rely on themselves. The people who were still arguing saw how Lengxi and the others spoke and stopped their whining. Those with crystal cores happily lined up, while those without decided to trade their supplies for crystal cores. In short, the scene looked very harmonious. Initially, only those people came to exchange items, but as the variety of items increased, the others couldn't sit still. Did they really only need crystal cores? Couldn't they use other things? Of course, other things could work, but they had to be precious. You can see our strength, so we can get those ordinary things. Why waste items to trade with you? Lengxi's tone was calm, and it was this indifference that made those with ulterior motives give up their thoughts. During this time, there were people who thought about being tough, but under the absolute strength of Lengxi and the others, their actions seemed like a joke, making them look particularly ridiculous. So when they came, they mostly asked in a questioning tone, not daring to be the slightest bit aggressive. "You're right, we didn't think of this." Lengxi's words made them feel dissatisfied, but they didn't dare show it on their faces. With the biggest threat removed and feeling temporarily safe, they began to yearn for a good life. To have the simple life before the apocalypse, crystal cores were essential, so they had cleaned up the scattered zombies in the school. At the same time, to obtain more crystal cores, they even began to expand outward. Lengxi and the others never concealed their desire to collect crystal cores, and some people couldn't help but come to inquire in front of Lengxi. Upon seeing this person, Lengxi's expression was very impatient. "You better say what it is. If it's something trivial, don't blame me for dealing with you." No wonder her sister didn't plan to be the boss. These people came to ask her for everything, as if everyone else were mute. Under her fierce gaze, the person who originally wanted to ask suddenly forgot what to say, feeling like their brain was filled with mush. After stumbling for a long time, Lengxi's expression grew more impatient, and just as she was about to make a move, the person finally reacted. "It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask what you need the crystal cores for?" After asking, he awkwardly scratched his nose. Currently, the usage of crystal cores hasn't been figured out. We only know that they are energy blocks for zombies and will have great significance in the future. But for you guys, I guess you must have found a way, right? Could you share it with everyone? After all, it's a good thing for all humanity to improve together. Hearing that person ask about the crystal cores, the others also perked up their ears. To be honest, they were very curious. Some people even couldn't help but speak up. "If you know, just say it. It would be great for everyone to improve together. Yes, you shouldn't be so selfish. Everyone should become stronger together. We are the hope of humanity." Seeing them standing on their moral high ground, pointing fingers and becoming more convinced of their correctness, Lengxi's expression grew colder. She stood with her hands on her hips, silently watching them, a smile that was not quite a smile on her face. The first person to speak realized this and immediately lowered their voice. But they were a bit angry. "Am I wrong? Sorry, I don't accept your moral kidnapping because I have no morals." At this point, Lengxi changed her tone. "Lao Luo, throw these people out. Since they are so powerful and great, why do they need to beg in front of us?" Luo Tian had long been dissatisfied with these people. If it weren't for them being able to bring crystal cores, he would probably find talking to them annoying. Now hearing Lengxi's words, he happily took people to throw out those particularly loud individuals. "Get lost. Is it just you who has a mouth? Stop trying to manipulate us. We don't buy it." Bah! For these people, the attitude couldn't be too good. Otherwise, everyone would think you were easy to bully. This world is inherently one where the weak are bullied by the strong. Maintaining peace before the apocalypse was merely due to the constraints of laws and regulations. If it really relied on morals, the possibility of social harmony was very low. Their rude actions infuriated those who were thrown out, but they didn't dare retaliate. Back then, several people teamed up, and even an ordinary member among them could easily defeat them. With such strength, unless one was out of their mind, who would want to be their enemy? After being kicked out, those people could only leave in a huff. Time passed slowly, and under the efforts of Lengxi and their schoolmates, the number of zombies in the entire university town decreased significantly. Rescue teams from other places gradually approached, and the imagined scene of corpses everywhere did not occur, making them feel strangely uneasy and fearful. "Captain, don't you think this place is strange? Why is it so clean?" "Yes, the world has long changed. We haven't stopped fighting along the way, yet here we can only see a few scattered zombies, and they are all low level. Could this be a trap? Now that intelligent zombies have emerged, they will always find various ways to bait us. Should we send in an advance team to take a look first?" Along the way, they had lost many brothers, so they were particularly careful and cautious in everything they did, fearing any deviation. Chapter 104. The Female Protagonist's Instructions. "Forward team, you are quick. Go check what happened here. Why are there so few zombies? Of course, make sure to observe carefully and do not easily trust others' words." The man who was called captain did not want any meaningless sacrifices. What was important was that they had encountered the same scene before. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope, they would not think of using lives to fill in any abnormal situations they saw. But what pained them was that facing such a situation was already extremely overwhelming, yet the hand reaching out from the abyss was from the kind they wanted to save. Although it was inappropriate for a soldier to say such things, some people, if saved, might bring disaster to others. It would be better not to save them. Let's not forget how our brothers sacrificed. The deputy team leader was somewhat out of control because he had lost his best brother. The captain patted his shoulder to comfort him and said the same words. The forward team remained silent, but the words of the two were noted in their hearts. Before they could take any action, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were neatly dressed, holding sharp cold weapons, looking ready for action. They appeared very spirited, talking about how many zombies they wanted to kill, which made this group want to laugh. Are zombies that easy to kill? The captain's team wasn't large, but in University Town, where everyone was walking, they stood out distinctly in their armored vehicle, and Luo Tian's group quickly noticed them. The uniforms they wore and the determination in their eyes made Luo Tian and the others approach without hesitation. "Are you the rescue team?" "We are indeed the rescue team from the University Town." "Great, we finally have help. The boss was right. The country hasn't abandoned us." Luo Tian said excitedly, "Hello, sir. I am a senior from Tianjin University in the University Town. My name is Luo Tian." His enthusiasm made the captain and the others feel strange and wary. To get to the bottom of Luo Tian and his group, the captain pretended to know nothing and asked, "Why haven't we seen any zombies? Where have you all been hiding? You have worked hard these days. Who is your leader?" "He is indeed right. We have been trying our best to save the common people. The zombies have almost been cleared out by us." She said this could reduce the difficulty of your rescue efforts, and besides, there are good things in their heads. Due to their military uniforms, Luo Tian had no defenses and readily shared some information, which made the captain particularly curious about the leader they mentioned. However, what intrigued him even more was that the information about the usefulness of crystal cores had just been researched, and only a small number of people knew about it. It had not yet been widely disseminated. How could these seemingly naive college students know such things? What good things could there possibly be in a zombie's head? Isn't it all just rotten flesh? One of the team members couldn't help but ask, and the captain almost gave him an appreciative glance. Seeing him like this, Luo Tian's team felt an inexplicable sense of superiority when they looked at him. Look, being with a capable leader makes a difference. They actually found out about this first. Thinking of this, his chin involuntarily lifted a little. This is something we discovered after killing many zombies. There is a very hard substance in the zombie's head. Something that is impervious to water and fire, and when sensed carefully, It has energy fluctuations. We don't know how to use it for now, but we have collected it all. Although he genuinely trusted the soldiers, the world had changed, and there were some things he didn't want to expose. His subconscious told him that it was best not to involve Lengxi in such matters. Sure enough, after he said this, the captain's gaze towards Luo Tian's team changed. He didn't expect that you guys were so capable and knew how to save yourselves. He was speaking sincerely along the way. He had seen people picking up weapons to fight zombies, but that was a small number. Most people were waiting for their rescue. The university town is so big, and now there are hardly any zombies to be seen, which shows that these students have all picked up weapons to fight. Perhaps almost all of them have. Indeed, it is a prestigious institution. Their mindset is advanced, understanding that relying on oneself is better than relying on others, which is truly remarkable. Hearing the captain's praise, Luo Tian and his team felt a bit embarrassed. We don't have such high awareness. We just want to live a better life in the future. So while the zombies are still manageable, we quickly practiced. We are not as impressive as you say. Oh, what's the use of saying all this? Commander, aren't you here to rescue us? There aren't many zombies here, so to save time, you can shout through a loudspeaker for us to gather over here. If they were to lead them over, the captain and the others might worry about traps. But Luo Tian had been straightforward all along and made such a suggestion. So the captain and the others had already confirmed that Luo Tian and his team were reliable. Looking at them, his gaze became gentler. Then we will arrange for a drone to go over. We won't clear the zombies today. Evacuation is the most important thing. Besides, there aren't many left anyway. We'll inform you when we pass by. Oh, wait, I forgot. We have a dedicated contact method. Just a moment, let me call. Beautiful Girl Squad, Captain Luo's voice message. Brothers and sisters, the rescue team has arrived. Please quickly organize your things and gather at the intersection of Fushui Road. Those with cars should drive if possible. Transportation is limited and will be crowded. All right, I have notified them. You can wait a little now. By the way, there's no need to collect supplies. We have basically already swept through everything. The captain and the others had already thought that the supplies might have been cleared out long ago. But hearing him say this still surprised them. You really know how to plan. Of course, we have family waiting for us at home. When we meet, we can't let them go hungry. Moreover, we worked hard to kill zombies. Why should the supplies be left for others? That would be a real injustice, right? Speaking of this, Luo Tian remembered what Lengxi had said and meaningfully told the captain and the others. The world has changed. You don't have to serve the people as before. You should also consider yourselves to some extent. Your body is the foundation of the revolution. Only when you are safe can you help more people. It is really unnecessary to risk yourself for some scum. These words were admonitions from Lengxi to him, urging him to find an opportunity to share them with the soldiers. We understand now. Chapter 105. The Survivors of the Disturbance. Luo Tian's words resonated deeply with them. Serving the people was their duty. Along the way, they encountered many who took this for granted, which left them feeling disheartened. Whether these words are sincere or intentional, they all evoke a warm current. The soldiers looked at Luo Tian and his companions with eyes full of approval. After speaking, Luo Tian quickly left with his team. There were many people here, and soon a group of zombies gathered. Their numbers were not large, and the soldiers were about to take action. But Luo Tian and his team had already dealt with them quickly and decisively. Their skill level was so high that it looked like they were chopping watermelons, proving that what they had just said was true. If the ones we were rescuing were all like them, would our brothers still be alive? Sacrifices are one thing, but the few who died, like Lu Zi, were truly wronged. If it weren't for you holding me back, I would have definitely chopped them up. Thinking of those brothers who had sacrificed, the tough men couldn't help but have red eyes. The captain was also very sad, but his rationality remained. He was comforting his men. I understand what you mean. People like them will definitely face retribution. We just need to wait and see. There's no need to let them dirty our hands and tarnish our honor. It's not that we won't get revenge. The time has not yet come. They will ultimately pay the price. The vice captain sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. The captain patted his shoulder. Perhaps they're being blessed from above. And this time we should encounter some good survivors. Let's hope so. They didn't actually have high hopes. But Luo Tian and their performance still stirred some expectations deep within them. Seeing the captain and his team standing at the entrance for quite a while without entering, and not even sending out the advance team, just talking to a few people and staying aside, murmuring about something. A few representatives from the survivors came over. Captain Long, what are we doing here? This place is so clean. Why don't we all stop and rest? Yes, we VE traveled a long way. It's a good opportunity to take a break. It's clear that someone has cleaned this place up. Captain Long, with your reputation, it should be easy to negotiate with the boss here, right? As he spoke, the person's eyes were darting around. What was he plotting? How could Captain Long not understand? These people were simply looking at the spacious, clean, and safe surroundings, thinking about staying here. Throughout this rescue journey, they have encountered small gatherings, but they're unwilling to go to the official safe zones and only want to rely on their own abilities to survive outside. The society has become so chaotic now, and he understands that some capable individuals want to be kings of their own mountains. He has never been the kind of person to force others against their will. As for these survivors, he is also willing to go together if they can, and if they wish to leave, he respects their decision. This disaster is global, affecting the entire country, and there are particularly many people in need of rescue. The military forces above are limited. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long for them to come to the rescue. Those small gathering places are also saving people, and their development is a good choice. At least it can alleviate the pressure from above. If possible, Captain Long hopes everyone can make an effort themselves. If everyone is a soldier, what is there to fear from these monsters? However, if these people see him as a fool, then that won't do. So what do you mean? Captain Long looked at him expressionlessly. The man, oblivious, continued to express his thoughts. What we mean is, you should discuss with the boss here about us temporarily staying here. Look how clean and tidy it is here. If it weren't for the zombies occasionally wandering around, I would think it's just like before the apocalypse. You want to stay here? That's not what I meant. I just think it's better to rest here for a bit. You soldiers have worked hard all the way. You can't keep going on like this. Can your bodies handle it? Look at how nice that sounds. If I didn't know their character, I might really be touched by this speech. Captain Long remained silent, just listening to him. By the end, the man felt a bit embarrassed. He straightforwardly clarified. When we set out, we were in a hurry, thinking that as soldiers, you would take care of our food and drink. Who would have thought you really didn't? We have suffered so much along the way, and now that we encounter such a place, what is wrong with wanting to stay and replenish some supplies? You wouldn't be so selfish, would you? Before he could finish, someone beside him excitedly interrupted. How much tax have you taken from us? It's your duty to take care of us. So, Captain Long didn't speak, but his teammates couldn't tolerate these people being so reckless in front of him. Speak properly. What are you pulling and tugging about? Do you think our boss is easy to bully? I thought we made it clear from the start that you should bring food, water, and clothes. But some insisted on bringing money and precious metals. Along the way, when we went out seeking protection for supplies, we specifically sent people to escort you. You, who are out of ammunition and food, just want to wait for others to fire and then beg for food. Those who went out with us, which one of them didn't gain something? If you don't want to follow us, that's fine. You can stay behind. Who cares if you die? An elderly man in his 60s or 70s happened to be the type he was referring to, and upon hearing the soldier's words, he rushed out and bumped into him hard. Who do you think you are, a lowly soldier, to speak like this? We are talking to your officer. Do you understand the rules? We are the common people, and you are the soldiers, so you should take care of us. That's enough. Before the apocalypse, we fulfilled our responsibilities, and we have no regrets. After the apocalypse, we are not just soldiers. We are also sons to our parents, husbands to our wives, and fathers to our sons. All day long talking about taxes. How many of you even meet the tax standard? Why put on such a nice front? Even if taxes are collected, most of that money is used for various constructions, taken from the people and used for the people. People like you, who live unsatisfactorily, can attack anyone. The louder you shout, the more it shows your guilt. Be a person. The benefits you enjoy are given by those who contribute more. While people like you, without virtue, only make things difficult for the noble. Chapter 106. Survivors with different thoughts. Captain Long could no longer hold back. It was as if they had to sacrifice their lives for these people. Isn't a soldier's life worth anything? Sacrificing so many brothers just to save such people. Is it really worth it? For the first time, Captain Long regretted being so passionate and taking on such a task, wasting his brothers' lives. His temper was usually very good. It was rare to see him lose his temper like this or speak such long words. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent. Then, those few survivors who wanted to cause trouble escalated it, feeling ignored. In their minds, whatever Captain Long and his team did was their duty. As long as you wear this military uniform, you should serve the people. Otherwise, why join the army? All sorts of unpleasant words were spoken. They had grievances, and the hardships along the way made them vent all their anger on these soldiers. The survivors had intended to stock up on supplies and come to seek opinions before temporarily leaving the team. Seeing the commotion here, they rushed over without hesitation to watch the excitement. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. There are those who are snobbish and ungrateful. But there are also many decent survivors. Hearing them speak, even if they didn't understand what was said earlier, it was definitely these people's fault. What are you doing? Can you only beg? Can't you even come over and say a word? What are you shouting about? The previous community had long been overrun. In this era, buying anything is convenient. Wake up, we have long run out of supplies. You are more of a hindrance than help. If it weren't for the soldiers working hard to protect us, would we have come this far? The man, tall and strong, had no thoughts of respecting the elderly or caring for the young. He slapped the old man hard across the face. Behave yourself. Stop making unnecessary trouble that affects military-civilian unity. I won't tolerate your bad temper. Well said. Can't you just behave? Why are you always the ones causing trouble? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have sacrificed so many innocent people along the way. Indeed, you are living well. And the old saying is not wrong. Calamity lasts for 1,000 years, but it's the innocent who pay the price for you. Although some people inside are not innocent, the soldiers protecting us are completely innocent. Although these people have their own thoughts, they understand who the good ones are. So they speak up for the soldiers without hesitation. We were too presumptuous. Why should they set aside supplies for us when they are working so hard to clear out the zombies? It's over, it's over. Upon hearing this news, many people left with disappointed expressions. Those individuals noticed that most people were standing with Captain Long, and they left with their tails between their legs. Only Captain Long and a few survivors are left here. Captain Long, they're the kind of people who are superficial and lack understanding, so don't bother with them. Whatever wrong they do, just leave them be. You are still too honest, which is why you get bullied. As for us, we could just give each one a slap. Now that they are not around, it doesn't take much effort to say some good words. They wouldn't mind gaining some favor in front of these soldiers. We know, just wait a bit, they'll be here soon. It's still early, and we can cover more ground today. If we're lucky, we might come across a service point where everyone can rest better. It's all just formalities. Captain Long knows that well. But these people usually don't cause trouble and occasionally help out. So, compared to others, they're already quite good. Do you really think that saying a few good words will get you goods or something? Don't think about it. They don't have enough food for themselves. So how can they share their rations with you? It would be better to find a younger child to cry and make a fuss in front of them. That might soften their hearts. This is a piece of advice based on experience. However, after doing this too many times along with previous incidents, Captain Long and his team have become quite stern. They are very aware that no matter how soft-hearted they are, if they distribute food supplies to these children, it will ultimately end up in the hands of those people. Rather than allowing that to happen, they might as well eat it themselves. Only by having strength can they better complete their own tasks. Therefore, these people haven't had any meat for a long time. Ouch! That person, clutching his head where he was hit by a clod of dirt, dared not express his anger. Why did you hit me? What nonsense are you talking about? How'd I hit anyone? I was clearly hitting that noisy chicken. The earth element ability user who struck was disdainful, casually conjuring up another clod of dirt. Some creatures just don't know how to read the room or listen to others. Maybe a beating will do them good. While speaking, he tossed a clod of dirt up and down in his hand. The person didn't dare to say another word, swallowing all his words, muttering a few phrases, and quickly rolled up the car window. This person is not afraid of trouble. Anyway, as long as one person is full, the whole family won't go hungry. He has almost no weaknesses, so he bluntly warned, one must have a conscience. If you do too many things that harm your conscience, you will eventually face retribution. If you don't like me, feel free to come find me in person. But if I find out you're trying to trip me up from behind my back, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, he looked meaningfully at those few people whose eyes were darting around. Captain Long and the others said we shouldn't fight among ourselves. But can you guarantee that you'll always stay in your own car? The threat he made was quite clear, just short of telling them to be careful, or they would lose their lives if they provoked him. Those who would keep causing trouble are mostly ordinary people who are lazy and want to take advantage. Those with abilities have physical qualities that are obviously superior to the average person, and they don't lack for these things. Chapter 107. Shouldn't worry so much. Whether they're searching for supplies or hunting, they have the advantage. Even if they can't eat to their fill, they definitely won't starve. Those who personally participated in the battles understand how difficult it is for these soldiers. They can't be as selfless as soldiers and won't think of adding trouble for them. Of course, these are all good-natured individuals. Some ability users or evolved beings are no different from those who are lazy. They think they are superior and expect others to honor them. Even ordinary people without abilities, after such a long period of training, have not much difference compared to level 0 ability users or evolved beings, as their physical strength and endurance have greatly improved. Some ordinary people, after experiencing thrilling events, have even awakened their potential to become ability users or evolved beings. In short, those who work hard can always find good fortune, while the lazy either stagnate or are completely eliminated by this apocalypse. However, with Captain Long and their protection, they haven't felt it yet. When the time comes for long journeys, or if the apocalypse lasts longer, they will almost certainly taste the bitter fruits they once sowed. After making the threat, that person left. The others were not as kind-hearted as him. They decided to secretly take action. If those people really disappeared, no one would suspect them. Although they didn't speak, the deep gazes they cast at these people still made them break out in a cold sweat. While they maintained a bit of kindness and humanity from before the apocalypse, mainly because life wasn't that difficult, if their interests were truly involved, they might be even more terrifying. Now, they're all in the same boat. The soldiers are responsible for their safety. If these soldiers were not around, perhaps. After realizing this, those who wanted to stir up trouble temporarily lost their ideas, shrinking back into their cars. A bunch of people crowded together, it was definitely not comfortable. The most comfortable were those families who didn't worry about fuel and were driving together. They didn't have to worry about privacy, had ample supplies, and could enjoy a comfortable little life with the car doors closed. However, such families were only a minority. Most people's lives were just barely comfortable, and of course, families with ability users or evolved beings had it much better. Since the university town had been cleaned out very thoroughly, many restless people began to wander around. Captain Long made it very clear, but some people were still unwilling, thinking about picking up scraps. However, after wandering around the nearby shops for a while, they found everything had been cleaned out very well, not to mention food and drinks. Even common items like pots and bowls were not left behind. There might not be just one space-type ability user. After all, there were one or two among these survivors, but unfortunately, the space didn't seem to be very large. To clean out so much from such a big university town, the number must be very high. Some clever individuals suddenly came up with the idea of asking Captain Long and his team to recruit these space-type ability users into the formal group, so that their large bags could have a place to be stored. Otherwise, cramming everything into the car was just too tight. Although they were particularly impatient waiting, it was the only time that was convenient for resting. Many families indeed had cars, but most did not. The number of military vehicles was limited, so most people walked. Having time to rest was a good thing, and they had no objections. After finding out that others had no gains, these people were too lazy to look further. Not long after, there was movement coming from the intersection, clearly indicating that new survivors were arriving. Everyone who had closed the windows opened them again, and those who were sitting couldn't help but stand up. They wanted to see how these college students were living so comfortably here. When they saw that almost all of them were sitting in cars, and there were hardly any pedestrians, many felt a pang of envy. Young as they were, they really had some skills, but were there really that many cars in the university town? These cars looked different from the usual ones they saw. They seemed sturdier. Technology was advancing, and all kinds of vehicles were emerging, but they were quite expensive, affordable only for those with substantial means, while the average person still used designs from decades ago. However, these survivors noticed that the styles of cars seemed different from what they usually saw and did not resemble those high-tech vehicles either. Why bother with so much? The more capable they were, wouldn't that benefit us more? Regardless, with them around, the safety factor would certainly increase. sensing a hint of jealousy in the speaker's tone. Someone next to him couldn't help but chime in. Upon hearing this, many people thought carefully and realized it was indeed the case. Initially, they felt some resistance towards Lengxi and the others, but just thinking that these people were here to do hard labor left them with only anticipation. Some clever ones had already seized the opportunity to show their faces, planning to go over and get close to Lengxi and the others soon. When Captain Long and the others saw so many cars coming, they were a bit surprised, but soon frowned. This was just too extravagant. Although they could actively kill zombies, they had experienced too little. Nowadays, fuel and energy were non-renewable resources, and such a lavish usage might mean they would have to abandon their vehicles halfway. He was about to say something when the vice captain stopped him. There are always greater skies and people beyond. Since they used it this way, they must have a way to obtain fuel and energy. It was better for us not to worry too much. Moreover, they could notice something was off early in the morning and change their plans immediately, perhaps already finding alternative energy sources. Not to mention, just the emergence of the crystal cores. If developed by them, it might replace energy, allowing us to use it without being overly cautious and calculating. This is a partner that has been with me for a long time, and he certainly doesn't want to make any mistakes. After the vice captain's advice, Captain Long suddenly woke up. You're right, we shouldn't meddle too much, otherwise it can easily annoy others. I was too presumptuous. Everyone has their own way of living, and we shouldn't interfere. Chapter 108. Arrangement of positions for following. It's good that you can understand this. I know you mean well, but only what can be accepted is truly goodwill. Otherwise, it just becomes nonsensical pointing and commenting to others. While they were talking, Lengxi and the others had already arrived in front of Captain Long and stopped. Lengxi and the others did not get out of the car. The negotiations were handled by Luo Tian and the leaders of the various teams, although others did not appear as clean and imposing as Luo Tian. Compared to the survivors he brought, they seemed to be in a much better state of living, which shows that these college students are indeed quite capable. What intrigued Captain Long even more was that these people seemed to lag half a step behind, allowing Luo Tian to walk in front, but when they interacted, there was no sense of hierarchy, which was quite curious. Officers, we are all here. We are the leaders of the various teams. Well, our boss doesn't like to deal with these trivial matters. Captain Long's gaze was somewhat decipherable to Luo Tian, but he didn't find it amusing to answer, so he pretended not to see. I thought you all were from the same group, but it turns out different leaders are in charge, so it's really not one team. No wonder it doesn't feel cohesive. Before Luo Tian could say anything, the other team leaders spoke up. There's nothing we can do. The other side thinks we're too weak and doesn't want to take us in. Yeah, they're almost all ability users, unlike us who still have many ordinary people. Life is really quite average. Fortunately, they are very enthusiastic and rescued us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how many people are left now. As they spoke, the expressions of these team leaders varied. Some were genuinely moved, while others harbored a trace of resentment, resenting that they had come too late. This really piqued Captain Long and the others' curiosity. Are you saying that the reason the university town is so clean now is largely due to them? Yes. Most of the places have been cleaned by them. Without them, we would have probably become zombie food long ago. And how could we still be alive in front of you? Whoa, it's really great. The country hasn't abandoned us. We are finally saved. The fear and anxiety of these days suddenly vanished when I saw the military uniforms and this group of upright people, leaving only heartache. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come a little sooner, my brother wouldn't have lost his life trying to save me. Aren't you soldiers supposed to serve the people? Just then, someone rushed over and shouted loudly. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but even the calmest person felt a twinge of resentment upon hearing those words. However, this resentment was not only about the soldiers arriving late, but also about their initial lack of strength and courage. If they had picked up their weapons earlier, fewer people would have been infected, and we wouldn't have come so close to total annihilation. Influenced by this person's emotions, everyone's expressions turned sour, and it seemed like the grievances they had bottled up for so long suddenly spilled out, like tears flowing when finally seeing their parents. Seeing these grown men cry, Captain Long and the others had complicated expressions. Just as they were about to say something, Luo Tian spoke up. It has been said that this is a global disaster. and those above haven't handled it well. So how can they have the energy to manage what's below? We are all ordinary people, living beings with flesh and blood. Why must we sacrifice ourselves to save you first? Just because our entire team consists of ability users, do we have to be the first to rescue you? Does anyone not have relatives and friends? Do you think you're more important than our family and friends? Besides, we were just ordinary people at the beginning. We just experienced more and had our potential unleashed, which is why we are better now. After speaking, Luo Tian deliberately patted the cheek of the person who spoke. Next time you speak, you'd better use your brain, or I'll hit you every time I see you. He remembered when he brought people to rescue them. This person rushed up and grabbed his collar, asking why he didn't come earlier. Without saying a word, he beat the person up, and he didn't expect to see the military and have the same attitude again. It was truly infuriating. The soldiers have a mission to serve the people, but he doesn't, so he wouldn't hold back when it comes to fighting. Seeing Luo Tian's face, the person recalled his brutal actions that day, and even though he hadn't fully recovered, he felt a faint pain in his body. He suddenly woke up. "I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Captain Luo, please don't take it to heart. You know my mental state is unstable." After saying this, he lowered his head, trying hard to hide the resentment in his eyes. Luo Tian and the others had trained with Lengxi, so their perception in this regard was the most obvious. He only slightly frowned and didn't let it weigh too heavily on his mind. However, he had already made up his mind that once they left, he would definitely find an opportunity to make him taste the bitter fruit. Luo Tian's attitude was clearly on Captain Long's side. Those who had managed to stand up through their own efforts quickly calmed down. They quietly stayed on the side, waiting for Captain Long's arrangements. The calm survivors made Captain Long and his team particularly happy. "We'll go out now, and you can just follow behind our troops." Compared to the unruly citizens, Captain Long and his team preferred these capable, well-educated university students. "No need, we'll just stay behind those people to avoid cutting in line. We don't want them causing a scene and wasting time." Hearing this seemingly biased statement, the other captains were pleased, but Luo Tian directly refused. Seeing the darkened expressions on those captains, he added, "Of course, this only applies to our own team. The choices of other teams are not within our consideration." As soon as this was said, their expressions improved significantly. There was no way around it. Our strength was too weak, and there were many delicate and frail people, making it quite uneasy to follow behind. Everyone could see the strength of Luo Tian and his group, but the military uniforms gave them a greater sense of security. After a brief hesitation, some captains decided to follow Captain Long's orders and stay behind the troops, while others firmly chose to follow Luo Tian and his group. Luo Tian didn't care at all about their choices. He only cared whether Lengxi had finished speaking. After thinking for a moment and finding no omissions, he bid farewell to Captain Long and returned to his team. After all, they were not like Lengxi's team, whose voices were unified. They were just a temporary group formed for mutual benefit. Chapter 109. A brief clash with the new survivors even if they believed in Lengxi's strength. It was absolutely impossible for everyone to follow her. Each captain had different thoughts. The number of teams that could make direct decisions was not large, but everyone was still relatively united. Previously, they had just teamed up to get through tough times, but now that the rescue had arrived, it was time to part ways. Those willing to follow me can do so. Those unwilling to follow can leave. Now there were two choices. One was to follow Yi Daxua and the others behind, and the other was to stay behind the troops, following those survivors. He didn't explain in detail. He wanted to see how these people would choose. Anyway, he had already decided to follow Lengxi and her group, and he had said that earlier to secure benefits for the elderly, weak, and sick. After going through so much, he was very clear about human nature. The soldiers were indeed responsible, but they were too upright and full of responsibility. Following them was not a very good choice. The previous survivors were not easy to get along with. He had seen quite a few malicious gazes, especially from some people who stared at their vehicle, as if looking at an object, which made him particularly uncomfortable. However, he didn't want to make choices for others, lest they blame him if something went wrong later. The team was assembled temporarily, so it was very reasonable to disband now. What else is there to say? Naturally, I will follow the captain. The captain's decisions were basically never wrong, and their strength was evident. They were kind-hearted, and following them felt secure. I will still follow the soldiers. Their military uniforms really give me a sense of security. No matter how powerful Yi Daxua and the others are, they are still private individuals. Yes, I will also follow the soldiers. Most people decided to stay behind the troops, while a small number chose to follow him, but there were still over a dozen in total. This result was within his expectations, and the captain was not very upset. Since that's the case, let's divide the items and say goodbye. From the beginning, the division of items was very clear, based on labor distribution, so the division went very smoothly. Soon, he led a dozen people to the Luo Tian side. Regarding his choice, Luo Tian had little to say, just nodding as a greeting. Compared to the calm on his side, those teams that had not clearly divided the items from the start were now arguing over this choice. In the end, they had no choice but to take the same path. On this journey, there might still be some commotion, but Luo Tian and the others did not intervene, merely watching silently. Because of this argument, the survivors who initially felt they were united and sensed a crisis in their hearts immediately calmed down. So that's how it is. I thought they were more united than that. This is just right. It saves us from having our two groups at odds with each other. The old survivors were still quietly discussing when they saw Captain Long say to move on. A large group of university students followed behind the troops, crowding in front of them, which made the survivors uneasy. What does this mean? Don't you know that cutting in line is very uncivilized? Although order has collapsed in the apocalypse, at least you've studied for so many years, you should understand these principles, right? Indeed, reading a lot has its benefits. Like being shameless. Who doesn't know that following behind the troops is the safest? Captain Long's team was divided into two parts, most of them leading the way, while a small group followed behind to avoid unexpected situations. If you were to say which position is the safest, it would naturally be up front, where there are more soldiers who can respond quickly even in emergencies. The second safest will be the area close to the soldiers at the back. Now that these university students have joined in, the best spots in the front and back have been occupied, and the old survivors were unhappy. They shouted, and some hot-tempered ability users gathered their powers into needles, intending to puncture their tires and make them walk behind. However, in order to exchange for good food and useful items from Lengxi, they had all participated to some extent in the zombie-killing efforts, especially the ability users and evolvers, whose levels were even higher than those of the old survivors. Moreover, for safety on the road, they had specifically spent crystal cores or resources to have their vehicles reinforced by high-level metal-type ability users from Lengxi's team. Thus, their attacks were ineffective. Yet such behavior was clearly provocative. The university students, who were initially a bit timid, became displeased. Isn't this too malicious? You actually used needles to puncture our tires. Luckily, we were prepared. No wonder they're unwilling to stay in front. These people are too selfish, right? This was arranged by Captain Long. What does it have to do with them? Why should it matter to you if we follow behind the troops? Isn't it impressive that you have so many people? They're all old, weak, sick, and disabled. We're the pillars of nation building. While you're just wasting food, don't you have any self-awareness? While saying this, the old survivors began to attack the back. However, to avoid slowing down the journey, the university students' attacks were directed at the windows instead of the tires. In a way that wouldn't harm anyone, they made their conditions worse. In the past, when they did such things, they relied on their numbers, thinking the law wouldn't punish the masses. Some people weren't that angry, but still went along with it, and after facing retaliation, they immediately regretted it. They hadn't expected these university students to be so hot-tempered, lacking the cultured demeanor, and instead acting like street thugs, always seeking revenge, and were quite vicious. Not only did they fail to gain an advantage, but they also ended up suffering losses, which instantly dampened their eagerness to fight. Moreover, after actually engaging, they realized that there were quite a few ability users and evolvers among the university students. Not only that, but their strength seemed to be higher. They could vaguely sense a threat from them. Forget it. No more arguing. It's better they stay in front. They can help clear the way. That is how the old survivors consoled themselves in their hearts. Seeing the commotion at the back, Captain Long and the others, who had initially planned to intervene, found that within just a few minutes, the debate had already settled down, not delaying their journey at all. Indeed, our attitude was too mild, giving them the impression that we are easy to bully. Don't think too much. This is also fine. Someone will keep them in check. And, for a short time, the road ahead shouldn't cause any more disturbances. Whenever new ability users join, they arrange for the old, weak, sick, and disabled to stay a bit closer. And the survivors always have opinions. This time they had opinions too, but they could only hold them in. Indeed, it is necessary to have a large number of powerful new survivors join. Otherwise, they really can't keep them in line. Chapter 110. The beautiful girl squad, some are driving while others are walking, so the pace isn't fast. The university students, having received rescue, gradually felt sleepy after the initial excitement. However, they had experience. Not everyone was sleeping, and at least 2 people stayed awake, one driving while the other kept watch, taking turns to rest. The vehicle was an ordinary one. Even if it was reinforced outside, the inside was modified, but resting wasn't comfortable. The most comfortable would naturally be the RV that Lengxi and her group had. The luxurious and spacious RV could easily accommodate 7 or 8 people, and it had been folded using space elements by Lengxi. It didn't look big, but in reality, each space had been expanded several times. Besides Lengxi's RV, there were only 3 of them and 2 substitute drivers, while the other RVs housed at least 10 people each. Even so, the conditions were still better than those of others. Luo Tian proudly boasted to the newly joined teammates. This is the benefit of following a good leader. As long as you are sincere, whatever the leader has, he will always leave a share for us. Brother Luo is absolutely right. We must work hard and never let down the leader's efforts. In addition to their original members, the team absorbed quite a few decent teammates, mainly girls and those without family ties. Their team now had nearly 100 people, so they drove a total of 10 RVs. Such a luxurious RV occasionally attracted the attention of the old survivors in front. They could tell that Lengxi and her group were definitely very wealthy. So, some of them started to have ideas. Following the main group indeed had its benefits. They didn't need to clear the path themselves, and only occasionally did a stray zombie come their way. It was really convenient, but fortunately, their levels had increased. Otherwise, it would have been exhausting, as it really tested their control abilities. After a wood-type ability, user pulled up a crystal core and tossed it into a wooden barrel filled with water. They quietly complained. It's okay. This is just right for training. I estimate that by the time we stop, your control abilities will improve a lot. Their teammate comforted them softly. The wood-type ability user smirked. You're just standing there talking without feeling the pain. But who told us that this was the best time for us to act? The ones taking action were from Lengxi's team, along with the college students who were following. The soldiers behind didn't even get a chance to act before everything was cleared out. These college students were really impressive. Not only could they study, but they also fought quite well. If they had known they were this capable, they might as well have come over to support earlier. Although the journey could be a bit far and would consume a lot of fuel and energy they were collecting along the way. The important thing was that compared to these lifeless things, the lives of their brothers were the most important. The soldiers, unable to kill any zombies after a while, could only chat idly. Lengxi didn't talk much, but she kept an eye on Captain Long and their conversations, feeling very grateful in her heart for these lifesavers from her past life. As for what happened later, Lengxi didn't know, because she was just an ordinary person without abilities and couldn't receive that much information. Daily survival took all her energy. In this lifetime, if she has the opportunity, she must repay it well. But what kind of excuse should she use? Clearly the military cards belong to them, yet the soldiers are almost all on foot. Having to fight zombies in such a fatigued state is truly tragic. Lengxi knows about Lengxi's situation, seeing her frowning. She suddenly reacts and pretends to be regretful as she speaks. Jingluo nods. I have a lot of vehicles stored in my space. How about we offer them out? But many of those survivors are still walking. I'm afraid in the end it will still benefit them. Her words immediately calm Lengxi down. Yes, in the end. Will it not still benefit those people? The soldier's mission makes them remember the words serve the people, constantly putting themselves in a difficult position, which also gives those people a reason to bully them. Lengxi wants to repay the kindness, but her things didn't come from nowhere. Most of what she has stored in her space is the result of hard work from her and her sister. Besides that, because of the space size issue with Jingluo, most of what their team collected later was stored on her side. Although she is the leader, She doesn't have the right to distribute everything freely. Seeing her like this, Lengxi couldn't help but comfort her. Sister, we all know that soldiers are worthy of respect, so we should find a way to support them. I don't think anyone would have any objections. Saying this, she has already sent a message to Luo Tian and the others. Beautiful girl team, second in command Qingjie. When you rest later, find an opportunity to get close to those soldier brothers and invite them over here to fill their stomachs. Beautiful girl team, second team leader Gao. Don't worry. Leave this to us. I will definitely make sure they eat comfortably. Received. Sister, everyone agrees with this idea. You see, everyone is passionate. Although Yu Jing Luo doesn't know why Lengxi, who usually doesn't meddle in other people's affairs, has such a good attitude towards these soldiers. She thinks of their contributions and feels they deserve the best in the world. Chapter 111, Building Relationships. They illuminate the darkness of this world, and when they are capable, they hope to use their faint light to shine on them. No one is born to give anything for anyone. The contributions of others deserve our respect. Yu Jing Luo doesn't say much, but she expresses her support for Lengxi through her actions, as she has already entered the kitchen to get busy. Lengxi and Lengxi exchange smiles and follow her into the kitchen. The kitchen space isn't large. It can accommodate at most 2 people. However, after folding the space, it can easily fit 4 or 5 people, so it doesn't feel crowded for the 3 of them to cook together. While the 2 of them are busy cooking, Luo Tian and the others are also discussing how to build relationships with the soldiers later. After leaving the university town, the speed of travel slows down, but with the help of the newly joined students, Captain Long and the others don't feel particularly tired this time. How long will they be able to walk together? Seeing that most of the college students are helping out, more people from the old survivors are joining in to help, and Captain Long only hopes that Lengxi and the others can stay longer. The vice captain isn't sure. We should be able to walk quite a distance together, right? If they're from out of town, they should be able to walk for a while. If they're local, they might leave the team quickly. Based on their current progress, it should take more than a few days. Hearing this, Captain Long feels a sense of regret. That's true. They all have friends and family. If they don't have any ties, they would naturally go to the safe base. Upon hearing this, the vice captain suddenly realizes, anyway, all over the place they are currently in rescue. Perhaps their families are waiting for them at the safe base or safe zone. If they leave alone and encounter danger on the way, it would be even harder to see each other. Hearing him say this, Captain Long's eyes instantly brighten. You're right. When we rest later, I will talk to them and encourage them to walk together. After reaching the safe base, we can make further plans. Previously, he wished to cover more ground in a day, so they could reach the safe base or safe zone faster and shake off these burdens. But now, he hopes to stop and rest quickly so he can discuss the next steps with these college students. The vice captain can sense his eagerness, and the smile on his face deepens. The addition of these college students not only lightens their burden, but also brings vitality to the entire team. With Captain Long's thoughts in mind, they finally reach the time to rest. After assigning tasks, he eagerly heads over to Lengxi's side. In his heart, these college students are subtly centered around them. Captain Long, why did you come over? Seeing him approach, Luo Tian warmly greets him. However, the one in charge shouldn't be him. Captain Long is very curious about Lengxi, so he makes it clear. I want to meet your leader. There are important matters to discuss. The leader has known you would come long ago, if you are here to persuade us to stay. There is no need to say that. We originally planned to follow you to the safe zone. As for the others, they are not in our consideration. You can directly tell them the pros and cons. Of course, if you don't say anything, they should understand how dangerous it is to travel alone. After saying this, Luo Tian pulls Captain Long down and greets the soldiers beside him. Since you have come, there is no need for us to look for you again. We're just about to start a fire. Let us have a meal together. Don't feel any psychological burden. Just think of it as gratitude for you coming all this way to rescue us. Captain Long feels very uncomfortable. This isn't appropriate, is it? There is nothing to be grateful for. It's all part of the duty. How can you say that? Aren't we all born of our parents? Who is nobler than whom? What duty is there? Captain Long understands this principle, but he has never received such a grand expression of gratitude. In this apocalypse, everyone knows how important food is. Seeing Luo Tian and the others sincerely hoping he could sit down and eat, he suddenly felt that the rescue was quite worthwhile. Yes, please don't be polite, treat us like family. As long as you are well-fed and have strength, you can better serve the people. Xiao Gao said this while signaling to others to bring out the supplies. Do you also have space-type ability users? This is a rare ability. I didn't expect that this team of fewer than 100 people actually has one. Of course, that's why we live so comfortably. Don't worry, we have enough food. And besides, everyone isn't the type to just sit around and wait for help. There aren't any suitable places along the way. Otherwise, we would definitely go out to search for supplies. Xiao Gao understood that Captain Long had misunderstood, but even though he was a soldier, he naturally couldn't reveal specific information. It's precisely because they are too upright and always want to serve the people that they might be sent out later. They're not the kind of selfless people. As long as they can live well themselves and help those who need it within their capacity, that's enough. The rest of the people are not within their consideration. You are right. Living off what you have is not acceptable. However, I can't just take advantage of you. I'll bring my share over, and we can all gather and get to know each other. Luo Tian really didn't want to hear him make excuses and press him down on the chair. Then forget it, looking at your faces. It's clear that the food isn't that great, and we don't want to suffer along with you. His words made a few soldiers following Captain Long a bit dissatisfied, but when the space ability user teammate took out the food, they immediately fell silent. Is this usually how you eat? You wouldn't have specially prepared this for us, would you? That's unacceptable. Fresh green vegetables. Not only a variety, but also various frozen meatballs and things like beef and lamb made Captain Long's mouth water uncontrollably, even though he wasn't someone who indulged in gluttony. Of course not. We usually don't eat like this, but the meals are similar to this. With so many people, it's actually easier to cook in a pot. Stir-frying one by one takes too much time. Seeing their shocked expressions, Luo Tian felt a bit proud. This was thanks to their wood and ice ability teammates. And as for the meat, they had hunted it from the nearby forest, and it tasted really good. Look, our pot is already simmering. It's all been prepped and frozen before. Now we just need to thaw it and dip the food in. While speaking, Luo Tian operated very enthusiastically. Chapter 112. Luxurious Hospitality. Captain Long. Don't worry, we are not putting on a facade. You can see that our meals are basically like this, right? Captain Long had been focusing on Luo Tian's small team, and now hearing his words, he finally noticed the large area surrounded by 10 luxurious RVs, with several campfires. Many were cooking hot pot for convenience, but there were also some small teams cooking rice and stir-fry vegetables. The ingredients didn't look much different. The commonality was that they were particularly fresh, giving the whole team a sense of peace reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. There was no way around it. There were too many people in the team, and everyone had different tastes, so they cooked separately. Are these vegetables grown by what ability users? Your levels must not be low. And these fresh meats, how are there still some after all this time? Can those mutated animals really be eaten? Because Luo Tian and the others were so enthusiastic, the soldiers following Captain Long couldn't help but ask curiously. Captain Long didn't speak, but his ears perked up involuntarily. If they could solve this issue, their options would greatly increase. They had hunted before, but they had only encountered unmutated livestock. They didn't dare touch the mutated animals, whether larger or smaller, for fear of accidentally getting infected with the virus and becoming mindless monsters. Luo Tian had no intention of keeping secrets. He shared what Lengxi had said and what they had summarized over the past days selflessly. He couldn't do much else, but he could manage this within his means. Hearing this, the soldiers looked at Luo Tian and the others with admiration. You guys are really brave to even try this. Well, there's no way around it. The bold get to eat while the timid starve. We can't just live on instant food. Besides, the cafeteria has fresh food. Where else in the supermarkets or convenience stores can you find these things? Eating them for a short time is fine, but over a long period, it really has a significant impact on health. If there are no conditions, then so be it. Just being full is enough, but since there are conditions, naturally, one eat well. You're absolutely right. Seeing that Luo Tian and their conditions were so good, and then looking at his own soldiers who clearly were coveting the food and desperately holding back, Captain Long compromised. He just made up his mind to take good care of Lengxi and the others in return. What are you all still doing? Thank these people, and hurry up and lend a hand. You're not just going to think about eating for free, right? While speaking, he stood up to help. Captain Long didn't expect that Luo Tian, who didn't look very muscular, would actually be so strong. He had just not been able to get up. Hearing him say that, Luo Tian also stopped pressing him down. It's just right for everyone to wash together. It will be faster. We don't lack anything. You can bring crystal cores to exchange. Of course, food can also be exchanged. What's the matter? In order to keep them clean and avoid bothering the leaders, the water element abilities users are especially diligent. Next are the fire element abilities users. Later, when it was discovered that they could directly obtain crystal cores from zombies, they were assigned such important tasks. With practice, they became very skilled, and their levels are also very high. This is really good news. Really? Besides the crystal core, is there anything else? When we go outside to look for supplies, we can exchange things you're interested in for what we need. Of course, Luo Tian is not worried about this at all, especially since Captain Long himself said it would be easy for him to complete the task assigned by Lengxi. When looking at him, Luo Tian was even more amiable. Don't rush, we can eat now. The fire temperature of a fire-type ability user is very high, and it doesn't take much effort. In less than 10 minutes, everything was prepared. Luo Tian pulled Captain Long and the others to sit down again, and more people gradually gathered around the other campfires. This team obviously has fewer women than men, but although a few girls are in good spirits and have decent temperaments, they don't give him that leader vibe. It shouldn't be them. While eating, Captain Long pretended to be casual and brought up Lengxi and the others. Those girls shouldn't be your leader, right? No. Our leader is in the RV and hasn't come out. Don't they eat together? Our leader usually prefers to eat alone. There's everything in the RV, so we don't need to worry. Luo Tian said with a smile, Captain Long, don't worry about our leader. You'll meet her eventually. It seems that today there's really no chance to meet the legendary leader, and Captain Long felt somewhat disappointed, but didn't mention it again. In just a few moments of conversation, the food in the pot visibly decreased. He stopped talking and, like the other soldiers, focused on eating quickly. Honestly, he didn't even remember the last time he had eaten something like this. With every bite, he felt a sense of happiness, and involuntarily, he thought of his wife and children back home. Woo, this is really delicious. We've been gnawing on dry rations day by day, saving for them. What is the point? And they don't even seem to appreciate us. Exactly. They don't necessarily show gratitude, although what we do is out of responsibility, and we don't expect their appreciation. Many of their actions are truly disheartening. As they ate, a few soldiers couldn't help but express their bitterness. Captain Long felt embarrassed and lowered his head even more. It was all his fault for being too law-abiding, which caused his brothers to suffer so much. It was his mistake. Don't think too much. There are good people in the world, but there are also bad ones. People follow the law because their lives are fulfilled. That is what makes them human. If they can't even solve the most basic needs, they will naturally be more terrifying than beasts. Brother, you're absolutely right. Luo Tian and the others were able to converse, and in just a few words, they drew closer to Captain Long and his team. There are some in the room who can't eat spicy food, but more people prefer spicy flavors. Regardless of whether it's spicy or not, the aroma of their meal wafted outside, attracting many curious gazes. However, the RV was tall and specially shielded, so they couldn't see what Lengxi and the others were eating, but they could guess it was something good. Chapter 113. Being watched. What are they eating? It smells so good. Someone was gnawing on dry biscuits while sipping bottled water, their eyes filled with envy. No need to guess. There must be meat. I can smell beef. What kind of family can eat something like this? I thought my instant noodles were delicious, but compared to this, they're nothing. As he spoke, he slurped loudly, feeling increasingly bitter. The imbalance in his heart, especially when seeing others nibbling on dry biscuits, or those who didn't even have biscuits to eat, made him realize that his meal was actually quite good. However, seeing someone tossing packaged meat into the pot and frying it made him a bit unhappy. That meat really doesn't smell good at all. I don't know how they have the nerve to show off. Look at them enjoying sour and spicy food, but they're keeping it tightly sealed, unlike some people who are so ostentatious, not afraid of someone coming over to snatch it away. After all, it's just something with additives. What's so impressive about that? But he also really wanted to eat meat. Forget it. I'll just add a sausage for myself. One should be content to be happy. Originally surrounded by eager eyes, with some decent-looking women even subtly asking if he needed company. He was feeling very proud. Now, hearing someone say that, he immediately became dissatisfied. You can only afford instant noodles, unlike me who has plenty of supplies and can't even finish eating. He was a space-type ability user, and everyone in the team was flattering him. As soon as he said this, his teammates immediately joined in to badmouth the other person. The instant noodle-eating teammates were not having it. What is wrong with eating instant noodles? Among so many survivors forming various groups, very few could afford instant noodles. So eating meat is such a big deal. With your little space, if you waste it like this every day, you won't last long. You look down on us for eating instant noodles. If you're capable, don't eat instant noodles and give all of them to us. Although there were no space ability users among them, their supplies were not necessarily worse than this Team S. Who were they looking down on? They were just low-key and didn't want to attract hatred. These fools can't possibly think that everyone's gaze is one of envy, right? Many teams have already taken notice of them in secret. Who doesn't know that they strut around like peacocks, just to deceive those attractive women, men after getting their fill? Always think about that sort of thing. As a man, he understands. However, recruiting useless women only wastes food supplies. Women are good for warming beds and cooking. Who can't cook these days? But there are capable women, like those two, in their team, which is quite commendable. Their team strength is not bad. The stewing meat team has many members, but most of them are women, and if it really comes down to a fight, they wouldn't dare to engage. So, after the instant noodle team left, the stewing meat team only muttered a few words and had no intention of pursuing the matter. However, their food supply has been eyed by these people. Captain, why don't you go ask if we can trade these chicken legs for some fresh vegetables? It's been a long time since we had any. I'm craving it. Yeah, it's been so long since I've eaten fresh vegetables and fruits. I feel like my health is deteriorating. It's not just a feeling, it's already a problem. I'm constipated and can't even poop. Old Moo, when are you going to get more leafy greens? That little bit is simply not enough. They have good noses and can roughly smell what you Lengxi and the others are eating, which is why such thoughts arise. However, they are still somewhat reasonable, at least thinking about an equal exchange. But some people are used to taking advantage and don't have such thoughts. Upon smelling the delicious aroma from Yi Lengxi's side, the first reaction is to pull their own children over. Whether you can have a good meal depends on you. You better cry hard in a bit, understand? If you can't get any food, you want to eat today. You little brat, so young yet can't work and can't be sold. You're just wasting food. An old woman with a harsh appearance said this while twisting the little girl's arm. The pain made the little girl instinctively want to cry. Her tears swirled in her eyes, but did not fall. She knew that if she cried, she would definitely get beaten worse, so she could only hold it in. The girl looked to be around 5 or 6 years old. Due to poor nutrition, her already large eyes looked even bigger. Her cute appearance, coupled with the expression of wanting to cry, but holding it back, made her face look even more pitiful. Yes, this look is just right. When the time comes, act even more pitiful. I don't believe they won't have an ounce of sympathy. University students are the easiest to soften. Seeing her like this, the old woman felt no pity. Instead, she was quite pleased. As long as you obey and make sure your brother is well fed, we won't treat you badly. As she spoke, she pretended to be affectionate, smoothing the girl's messy hair. However, the moment she raised her hand, the girl instinctively flinched, and upon seeing the displeasure in her eyes, she forced a compliant and flattering expression. Yes, that's it, keep it up. The old woman continued to instruct the girl, determined to make her succeed in one go. The girl felt that something was wrong. The difference from what her mother taught her was too great. But she didn't want to be beaten. Noticing her distraction, the old woman twisted her arm hard again. Did you hear me, little money loser? Grandma, I understand. Yaya hurts. The girl looked at her with tear-filled eyes, pleading for her to ease up and give her some time to recover. As long as you listen and bring benefits to the family, Grandma definitely won't hit you in the future. The old woman said with a smile, but halfway through, she changed her tone, of course, if you mess up what I told you. The girl hurriedly said, Yaya is very smart. Yaya is very capable. I will definitely not mess things up. Good, as expected from Grandma's obedient granddaughter. The old woman was satisfied this time, her face breaking into a big smile that made her weathered features look even more frightening, resembling a witch from a fairy tale. The little girl felt a bit scared and turned her head away, not daring to look at her face. The distance to Lengxi's camp was a bit far, and she kept walking and talking until the little girl was exhausted before finally arriving. The old woman suddenly changed her expression and pushed the little girl forward. Remember what I said? Hurry up and shout. Chapter 114. One cannot gain without labor. The girl had already mentally prepared herself on the way, but when she saw the luxurious RV, all her courage evaporated. She didn't speak and kept turning her head to look at the old woman, hoping she would have a change of heart. With no help in sight, she could only grit her teeth and knock on the railing that served as the door. Luo Tian and the others didn't want to pay her any mind. But when the girl was about to give up, she caught a glimpse of the old woman's gloomy face and didn't dare to stop. Annoyed by the knocking, Dolly decided to come out and take a look. His large frame was perfect for intimidating others. He appeared next to the railing with a fierce expression, blocking the entire entrance completely with his size, looking down at the little girl. Kid, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Seeing the thin little girl, Dolly's gaze softened slightly, but he wasn't one to invite trouble. That bit of compassion was quickly suppressed. I advise you to leave quickly, or I will definitely beat you up. As he spoke, his massive fist was raised in front of the girl. The girl was very scared, but she didn't dare to back down. Compared to the seemingly fierce but not malicious big brother in front of her, she found the old woman even more terrifying. She swallowed hard, mustered her courage, and looked Dolly in the eyes. Big brother, Yaya is very hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Just one bite. Dolly wasn't stupid and could see the old woman not far away, staring fixedly in their direction. With just a glance, he understood the relationship between the two. His expression looked fiercer, as if he might pounce over and slap her in the next second. Yaya felt a bit scared, but she still forced a bright smile. Yaya can help. Can you give me something to eat, big brother? Her words made Dolly's gaze change a bit, and he felt a little more favor towards her. You're so small. What can you help with? You're not trying to fool me, are you? I'm not someone who is easy to fool. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I'm very clean. I've always done that at home, and everyone praises me for doing it very well. She smiled flatteringly, and more Dolly looked at her, the more uncomfortable he felt. Stop smiling. You look particularly ugly when you smile like that. You can wash dishes, right? Then how about this? After we finish eating, you take care of the dishes, and if you wash them well, I'll reward you with something to eat. What do you think? Thank you, big brother. Yaya will definitely do a good job and won't he let you down. Mom, Yaya might have really met a good person this time. Although Yaya was young, she wasn't really foolish. She understood that after her mother died, the family members at home treated her poorly. But she was still young and couldn't survive outside, so she kept enduring. However, upon seeing Dolly, she felt she could escape, so she desperately showcased her value. Dolly was usually straightforward, but for some reason, this time he actually understood the meaning in Yaya's eyes and unconsciously cooperated with her. Just as Iya was about to be pulled in by Dolly, the old lady, who had been waiting for the right moment, couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and hugged Iya tightly. What are you doing? Where do you want to take my granddaughter? While speaking, she held Iya with such force that Iya almost couldn't breathe, her little face turning red. Dolly couldn't stand it anymore and unhesitatingly pulled them apart. Does this old lady have a persecution complex? Wasn't she the one who sent her here? She said she was working for food. How did it turn into me abducting her? With her little frame, what can she do? Just now. Iya's voice was particularly small, and the old lady didn't hear it. However, upon hearing Dolly's words, she felt that Iya was somewhat clever, so she quickly changed her tone. You're right. I did let her come out to exchange for some food. There are too many people at home, and it's really unavoidable. You see, my wife may be old, but she still has some strength. Why don't I let her come in to help? While saying this, her eyes kept darting around, and anyone could tell what she was planning. Dolly didn't want to hear her talk about these things and interrupted her without hesitation. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not interested in you at all. This time, the old lady understood that the other party only wanted Iya to go into work. Failing one scheme, she came up with another. How about this? Iya can go with you to work, but can you give me the payment in advance? The family is waiting for the food to cook. Dolly looked at her curiously. If there's no food cooking, then go find some. Are you thinking you're too important? The old lady was shocked. Do you want her to work for free? Who's as heartless as you, making someone work without food? Get lost if you keep pestering me. Don't blame me for being rude. I'm not one to respect the elderly and love the young. Dali was annoyed by her nagging and just wanted to give her a slap to make her shut up. Having killed many zombies, Dali naturally exuded a fierce aura even without making a move. With just a glare, the old lady had no more intentions of causing trouble, stammering out threats before fleeing in embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Dali disdainfully said, "Do you really think everyone is a fool? At your age, and with that thick skin, you dare to snatch what little child earns?" He sensed Ya's fear and understood that the old lady probably didn't treat her well, which was why she deliberately said those things. As he spoke, her eyes sparkled. "Oh my, so cute, just like my sister when she was little. Although they're about the same age, my sister wasn't that thin." Dali's voice unconsciously softened. "Don't be afraid later. My partners are all good people. I'll share my portion with you, and you won't need to do anything." Although she was so young and claimed to know a lot, Dali didn't think she could actually do so much. This was just his personal way of solving the problem, so he could only share his own portion. "Mom told me that people can't gain without working. Big brother, I really can help." Chapter 115. Can't fight one. Hearing him say that, the little girl became anxious again, reiterating that she was not useless. Her cute expression made Ali's heart melt. All right, big brother will let you do what you can, so don't rush. You have to let me do something, otherwise I won't feel at ease eating. I'm a good child, and I don't want to do anything wrong." Her seriousness affected Dali and was also heard by others. "Oh, where did this little child come from? So cute. So well-behaved. Come here, let's sister hug you." Lin Ruan's eyes sparkled with radiant light when she saw Ya. She snatched Ya from Dali's hands. "Where did you pick up this child?" Her upbringing is quite good, knowing about equal exchange. "I didn't pick her up. She was sent to my doorstep." "Stop saying these things. I don't believe with your hearing that you couldn't hear what just happened outside. Dali, you don't want to keep her, do you? You know what the situation is now. Can you really take care of her? Not to mention her vampire-like family is not easy to deal with." The girl looked particularly obedient, but he had no intention of adopting her. Their team was bound to achieve great results, and he couldn't possibly carry along an unconnected burden. "Big brother, you can really do anything. Can you keep me here? I will be very obedient." After Lin Ruan and the others arrived, Ya's gaze occasionally fell on the people around her. She smartly knew that if she wanted to stay, she had to win over everyone present. Even if not everyone, at least the vast majority, especially those who had the final say here, were her top priority. Her pitiful appearance made it hard for anyone to bear. But raising a child wasn't that simple. No one wanted to take on such a heavy responsibility. Seeing their indifference, Ya's eyes hesitated for a moment before becoming firm. "If he says that I also have superpowers, big brother, will you keep me?" As she spoke, she spread her small palm open, revealing a bit of green in her palm. That gentle feeling immediately made them understand what kind of ability it was. Healing ability? They never expected that such a small child could possess such a rare ability, even if her family didn't know the value of healing abilities. As long as she was a supernatural being, her status shouldn't be too low, right? Yaya could roughly understand their thoughts and weakly said while snuggling into Lee's arms, "I didn't tell them. Mom said I can't become their tool." She always remembered her mother's words. After the apocalypse, she could also vaguely sense the likes and dislikes of others. It was precisely because she sensed that Li and the others had no ill intentions that she revealed this situation. Sensing the commotion outside, Lengxi and the others opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing Yi for the first time, Lengxi's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. She was a dual ability user, just that she had long-term malnutrition and had not fully developed yet. Sure enough, after she said that, the little green light in Yi's hand disappeared completely. Yi would work hard to make herself stronger. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She knew she was really too weak now. Although this little green light could heal wounds, it was just very, very small, and if the injury was slightly larger, she wouldn't be able to handle it. If she only had a healing ability, Li and the others naturally wouldn't want to keep her. After all, there was already a healer in their team. For a moment, they were all somewhat hesitant. Do you really want to keep her? If you keep her, you have to deal with her exceptional family, or there will be endless troubles. Because of her dual abilities, Lengxi indeed had some thoughts. Importantly, she remembered that in her previous life, there was a capable healer named Fengya. Yi, what is your last name? Do you remember? Yi Lingxi's face was serious, and Yi's expression also became earnest. Pretty sister, Yi is called Fengya. Very good, so she's that big shot. Although there were many people with the same name, there is only one person with both self-healing and good-evil perception abilities. She would not mistake it. Let's keep her. Such a small child being abused, you can't bear to do that. Xiao Gao, with your intelligence, you know how to solve this, right? That's right. The path of revenge just gained a significant boost. Healing abilities, those are the experimental materials that drive those madmen the most crazy. They are even more enticing than other ordinary people with special abilities, so she must be protected well. Yi Lingxi's words surprised everyone. Only Yi Lingxi, who knew her rebirth secret, understood the reason behind it. However, thinking about how Yi was so young, yet had dual abilities, Yi Lingxi especially liked powerful people. So it didn't seem particularly strange. Yi was obedient and sensible, and she knew how to please people. Since they had good hearing, they had somewhat heard the old lady say those things to Yi and felt sympathy for her. Therefore, the matter of her staying was happily settled. Because of Yi Lingxi came out early, and Captain Long also met this legendary leader before leaving. You were the leader of your team? He was not surprised that a woman like Yi Lingxi was the leader of a group of powerful supernatural beings. He was surprised that Yi Lingxi's strength was even more formidable than he had imagined. He was also a supernatural being and could feel that he had no fighting chance against Yi Lingxi. Not only him, but even Luo Tian and the others. There were few he could defeat. No, he couldn't defeat any of them. They all experienced the apocalypse together. How did they become so powerful? Yes, but I don't handle matters. If you have any questions, just ask my sister. After his sister finished speaking and happily left, leaving her behind, Yi Lingxi's eyes were full of helplessness. Got it, sister. Chapter 116. Extending a helping hand, her tone was full of gentleness, but when facing Captain Long, it was not as she treated Yi Lingxi. Captain Long, please ask. Her official demeanor made Captain Long somewhat amused. But he was indeed curious about how Yi Lingxi and the others improved their strength, so he didn't engage in false politeness. I do have questions. You can also feel that the strength of the zombies is increasing, but our human advancement is very slow. Right now, firearms are still useful. But who knows about the future? Even if they are useful now, once production stops, the quantity will be extremely limited. In most situations, we must rely on personal strength to fight these zombies, so improving strength is particularly important. Yi Lingxi felt a headache. You don't have to beat around the bush. You want to ask about the methods of improvement, right? It's simple. Practice makes perfect. This kind of thing you should ask us ordinary people at the beginning. Sensing Yi Lingxi's impatience, Luo Tian quickly stepped forward. No matter what you want to improve, there are no shortcuts. The best way is practical combat. Your strength isn't improving, mainly because you've been relying on firearms, which is different from us who are fighting zombies all day long. Were you really all ordinary people at the beginning? Absolutely. At the beginning, our entire team had very few supernatural beings. It was all supported by a few big shots. Their strength improved because they came to find sisters to train along the way. Our strength improved through the manual cleaning of the university city these days. Li also said, originally being a supernatural being, he didn't feel much. But having once been an ordinary person, he had a lot to talk about. Captain Long pondered, so that is how it is. No wonder they have been gradually improving or awakening. To speed up the progress along the way, they mostly use guns and artillery to solve problems. For the remaining bits and pieces, many survivors would help to clean up together. The university town was the last place they arrived at, partly because they needed to take a detour, which made it farther compared to other places. More importantly, the population density in the university town, along with the nearby residents, meant that if they turned into zombies, the infection would spread extremely quickly, making rescue efforts particularly difficult. These people are able to clear out all the zombies in the university town and expand outward, and they did it in no time, which shows they're really putting in a lot of effort. It's okay, we have a large number of people, which can attract a large group of zombies. With us around, you can focus on improving yourselves. Upon hearing this, Captain Long's expression became much more serious. Are you serious? You should know that he had considered having his soldiers improve in this way before, but he was very worried about being ambushed when they were exhausted from the effort. Of course it's true. If we want to develop in the future, we need you great people to be here. We don't have that kind of spirit of sacrifice. Only when your strength improves can we live comfortably and easily. Is it okay if I arrange for some people to follow you and take turns to improve? This arrangement can avoid many situations, and Luo Tian and the others will definitely not refuse. All right, you can divide the teams yourselves, and when it's time to start, we'll call you. Seeing how Luo Tian handled everything with just a few words, Lengxi felt a lot of emotion. Indeed, being a hands-off manager is really refreshing. Without needing to worry, as subordinates can handle everything clearly. With the concerns that had been troubling him resolved, Captain Long wore a brilliant smile. And this time, he was quite relaxed while eating. At the end of the gathering, Luo Tian and the others stuffed him with quite a few things. Take this and share it with the brothers. Consider it our compensation for the trouble you took to come here for rescue. At first, Captain Long didn't quite understand. But now he realized that Luo Tian and the others were doing this to subsidize them. You don't need to do this. We shouldn't take a single stitch from the common people. It's already inappropriate to come here for a meal and to take things along with it. How can we accept that? Just keep the stuff for yourselves. You're so capable. It's better to maintain your strength. We have plenty of things. This little bit doesn't matter, so just accept it with peace of mind. But I must say up front, this is what we're giving you. Not for you to distribute to others, so don't get confused. Yes, don't let someone else's sob story make you feel sorry for them and give everything away. These are all hard-earned supplies we risked our lives for, meant to ensure you are well-fed and have the energy to protect us. Giving these soldiers food feels very worthwhile to them, but for those survivors who gain without labor, they think it's better to take it outside and feed mutated cats and dogs. Perhaps they could even be tamed to protect them. Don't worry. We're not the kind of people who can't discern right from wrong. We will never do such foolish things. After going through so much, they're no longer as naive as before, thinking that these people would truly be grateful to them. That's good to understand, but it's still better for us to help deliver these things. They've been keeping an eye on this side, and if we're not careful, it's easy to let them discover something. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, the space ability user had already taken the items into their own space. Captain Long, let us go. We're here. Luo Tian and the others were not just speaking. They genuinely expressed their admiration and concern for the soldiers. Such thoughtful actions further showed that this group of people was not brainless, and Captain Long felt truly reassured this time. Wealth should not be flaunted. It's good that you understand this principle. These college students in their early 20s seem like younger siblings to him. He genuinely wants to care for them. But since he sees them doing things with a sense of measure, he wants to be annoying by pointing fingers. This is natural. We are not brainless. But your profession makes us feel very reassured, which is why we don't mind showing these things in front of you. Moreover, the fact that we dare to show them indicates that we have the absolute strength to hold our ground, and we even hope those people would come forward, as it would be just right for us to engage in a bit of black market dealings. This could actually help us accumulate wealth faster. We really wish more good people would come along, making things much easier for us. Speaking of this topic, seeing them all chuckling, it's clear they've experienced such situations many times. Chapter 117. A family of extremes. Captain Long realized his worries were quite unnecessary. What he should be concerned about are those who are blind and think they can bully them just because they are young. While others were resting to alleviate their travel fatigue, the people on Lengxi's side were divided into two parts. One group was enhancing their strength with high-level crystal cores, while the other continued to prepare cooked food. But they knew very well that the peace wouldn't last long. Their camp would soon become lively. Bang, bang, bang. You heartless scoundrels, what have you done to my granddaughter? Those who didn't know might think Lengxi and her group had kidnapped Yaya, but some who were aware just wanted to see the spectacle unfold. This old lady had set her sights on another team. The last one considered themselves unlucky and lost quite a bit. This family was bound to cause a scene, and it was uncertain whether these young people could withstand it. Their son was a power evolver, exceptionally strong. He could easily lift and toss a small car. It would take on several opponents at once. Most people were no match for him. It served them right for being targeted. They had so many delicious things, and the aroma wafted out. Who wouldn't know they had something? I really hope they bleed heavily. If they're easy to bully, maybe we can try to see if we can snatch some things from them next time. On the road, a group of people was pointing and laughing. The food prepared by Lengxi and her group attracted quite a bit of attention, as everyone was observing their strength to determine how to treat them. Of course, the other teams in the college town weren't bad either, but their seasoning wasn't as plentiful, and their cooking skills were average, making them less eye-catching in comparison. However, they too were being targeted. Several teams, like the old lady, were devising ways to take advantage. But those college students were direct and decisive, giving those people a good beating and driving them away. After killing so many zombies, how could they have no fighting spirit? Besides, they knew very well how important food and water were. How could they just give away their rations at the slightest provocation? The old lady and her family were the last to take the stage, so there were particularly many spectators. The discussions among those people were not quiet, and there was a hint of provocation in their words, which Lengxi and her group naturally heard clearly. Wherever there are many people, there are indeed undercurrents. Brothers, grab your weapons. Luo Tian and the others were not afraid of trouble. After a shout, those who were training withdrew from their state, while the others put down their shovels and work, readily grabbing their weapons. In fact, they didn't need this many people, but to show a lesson to the onlookers, having a large number was more intimidating. Swish! The sound of blades scraping against the ground resonated uniformly, creating a particularly fearsome effect. The old lady and her family shuddered at this sound, feeling their scalp tingle. The old lady had the loudest voice before Luo Tian and the others could act. She was already shouting loudly. Now, it's good. I was originally thinking about how to find an opportunity to deal with them, but now that they have come to me voluntarily, Xiao Gao suddenly knows how to resolve the situation. For people like them who are so snobbish, dealing with them is quite simple. A few people exchanged glances, and Luo Tian voluntarily handed over the initiative to Xiao Gao. So, a group of tall and strong men stood behind Xiao Gao to support him. Xiao Gao adjusted his glasses and said politely, "Are you the family of Fonya?" After speaking, he looked up and down at the old lady and her son and daughter-in-law, focusing his gaze on the very fat boy. This family has several members. Except for the little girl, the others surprisingly look quite healthy. At least they don't seem to be lacking food and clothing. Especially the boy, who is fair and plump, indicating that the good food at home is all going into his belly. Under his gaze, especially since he is not tall or strong, the pampered little chubby boy is very unhappy and shouts at the old lady, "Grandma, look at this kid staring at me. Hurry and call my dad to beat him up. Where did that girl go? Why isn't she coming out to see us? When I see her, I must give her a beating." The old lady hasn't said anything yet, but he is already looking inside with a fierce glare. "Grandma, why aren't you talking? Are you not worried about me anymore?" Boo-hoo. Seeing that she hasn't reacted, the little chubby boy resorts to his usual antics and throws a tantrum on the ground. Seeing so many of them with weapons in hand, those weapons stained with dark, grimy stuff that is clearly zombie blood, the old lady realizes they are a group of tough characters. She had planned to discuss things properly, but with her precious grandson saying this, she finds herself in a difficult position, realizing for the first time that raising her grandson like this was a wrong decision. Oof. Do you believe I'll have my parents kick you out? Someone like you who can't do anything is only good for feeding those monsters. You have no value. Saying this, he stands up and pushes the old lady hard, causing her stagger. The old lady's eyes are filled with astonishment, and as she listens to the boy's words, the more familiar they sound, quickly realizing that these were precisely the words she had said to that little money sucker. Unexpectedly, this brat actually remembers them so clearly. It's impossible not to feel cold inside. But a grandson is different. He is the one to carry on the family line. The old lady remains silent, allowing the little chubby boy to speak, but her son can't stand it any longer and pulls him, only to be slapped by the boy. The man is particularly furious, especially with the onlookers' curious gazes making his face lose color. "You keep blabbing. Do you believe I'll hit you right now? You dare." The little chubby boy is not afraid at all. He uses the old lady as a shield. The woman beside them quickly comes over to calm the man down. "Dear, don't be angry. Maybe this is exactly what they want to see. Don't forget why we came here." Chapter 118. Targeting the luxury RV. As she speaks, she coyly winks, and her hands start to draw circles on the man's body. The man's attention immediately shifts to her, his anger for being slapped by the little chubby boy subsiding, but another kind of desire flares up. Honey, you're right. I shouldn't argue with the child. He is quite annoyed, feeling that it's the old lady who has spoiled her son like this. However, he is already quite old, and this is the son he has finally gotten, so a little pampering isn't a big deal. Seeing her man calm down, she quickly gestures for her son to stay quiet. The little chubby boy feels that the man really wanted to hit him at first. He doesn't take it seriously, but is still somewhat clever, knowing that those who know how to adapt are the best. So he behaves himself. However, his gaze remains fixed on the luxury cars, which are so lavish and beautiful that he has only seen them on TV. Dad, you must deal with them properly and take the cars. With such comfortable cars, our family won't have to squeeze into one vehicle anymore. As he speaks, the little chubby boy's gaze unconsciously shifts to Lin Ro and the other girls, seeing their clean, beautiful faces and exposed long legs, his eyes filled with excitement. This is much better looking than the beauties he saw on his dad's phone. Although his mom is good looking, her figure is far from being comparable. She can't hold a candle to these older sisters. While thinking, his gaze subtly fell on the woman. He was not very old, but he clearly understood a lot, especially taking advantage of his youth. His gaze was unabashed, making Lin Ro and the others unable to tolerate it. He was young, but a lecher. We should contribute to society early. Lin Ro, unable to bear it any longer, said to the girls around her, "Let me handle this. My ability is very special, and no one will notice." A newly joined girl said, a cruel smile appearing on her face as her gaze subtly fell on the little chubby boy's crotch. How to relieve worries. Cut it off for eternal peace. Although she had not encountered the same situations as Gao Xiaoqian and the others, she had also faced various harassments, and one even went so far as to expose private parts, making her feel disgusted. Overall, the men in their group felt pretty good. Perhaps because the leaders were girls whose strength far surpassed the boys, their treatment had been quite good since joining. She could tolerate their presence, but for other men, especially those with improper gazes, she wanted to cut off their third leg. But unfortunately, there were rarely such opportunities. Now that there was finally one, although young, she didn't want to give up at all. Having such evil thoughts at a young age, how would they turn out when they grow up? Look at him. His whole family must not be good people. The other girls had no objections, and they quickly planned to settle it. The boys close to them felt a chill under their crotch upon seeing them, and involuntarily distanced themselves. Gao Xiaoqian and the others were oblivious and even showed them friendly expressions, which made it even more frightening. Their quiet discussion, under Lin Xia's mental shielding, was inaudible to outsiders, but they could see all the actions and words of the old lady. Speaking of cars, the man glanced at the woman, feeling tempted. If it were peacetime, he wouldn't even dare to think of such a car. Xiao Gao didn't rush them. He waited until their family finished arguing and planned before he spoke again. You should have resolved your internal issues by now, right? Since that's the case, let's talk about compensation. Wait, what compensation issue? Why don't we understand? The old lady looked puzzled. Weren't they here to demand something? How did it turn into them compensating? I'll tell you, you'd better not exaggerate. Do you know what the crime of extortion is? The old lady, regardless of her inner thoughts, didn't show them on her face. She stood confidently with her hands on her hips, spitting out her grand theories. Xiao Gao didn't mind her talking. When she was almost done, he calmly asked her, "Old lady, are you thirsty after saying so much?" He gave off a very polite vibe, and coupled with his special ability, it was easy for people to let down their guard. The old lady's heart settled down instantly, and she even started to act old and superior. "Oh, you young one are quite sensible. At least you're much better than those others." She implied something and then very rudely said, "I'm thirsty. Do you have anything good to drink?" The little chubby boy's eyes lit up instantly. "I want cola. The biggest bottle, Grandma. Hurry up and say it." He tugged at the old lady's collar and shook her vigorously, almost making her fall over. The old lady still remembered what was just said, feeling a bit cold-hearted, so she didn't want to pay much attention to him. The little chubby boy wanted to throw a tantrum like before, but was pulled over by his dad. This time, the man used some force, and the little chubby boy realized he couldn't struggle anymore, so he quieted down. However, his dissatisfaction with the old lady grew stronger. Hearing her words, Luo Tian and the others were greatly shocked. It turned out there were really such shameless people in the world. Xiao Gao's expression remained unchanged. But his words were not so pleasant. Why don't you just be next to you and use it as a mirror? See if you're worthy? What is wrong with you? You're the one who asked for water. If you don't give it, fine, but why humiliate others? The old lady was not someone to be easily bullied, and even thought about stepping forward to hit Xiao Gao. The old lady covered her face and froze for a moment, then burst into tears. You young people are really shameless, wearing glasses and thinking you're cultured but so rude. You broke my bones. Hurry up and pay me. Having seen enough of the drama, Xiao Gao didn't want to waste time with her. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and slapped it on her face. Since you came here, we don't need to go to your place to ask for compensation. It's in black and white. You owe us this amount, and it's best to pay it off within 3 days. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your precious son's and grandson's hands and feet for compensation. How could we possibly owe you so much? The old lady wasn't very literate, but her son had been to school. He snatched the paper from her hand, and when he saw it, his heart sank. This girl really knows how to get into trouble. She actually broke so many things. How can we afford to compensate for that at home? Seeing the unpleasant expression on her man's face, the woman quickly leaned over. Just a quick glance was enough for her to come up with an idea. Chapter 119. A drama queen since childhood, she whispered in her man's ear, "Honey, that's your ex-wife's child. Why do you care so much? The trouble that girl caused has nothing to do with us. We could just hand that girl over to them. Isn't that a bit too much?" The man had long wanted to get rid of Fonya, but he had already discarded 2 before, and he hesitated with this last one. Seeing his hesitation, the woman quickly added fuel to the fire. Anyway, she can't help at all. She will only create more trouble for us. The important thing is that food is so precious in the apocalypse. She eats less, but raising her to adulthood still requires a lot of resources. If we raise her up, wouldn't she just end up with another man? The key is that this little girl is not stupid. She has been asking about her mother. If she finds out As she spoke, the woman's voice became very low. Thinking of his ex-wife, the man's expression darkened. If the woman hadn't mentioned it, he might have forgotten such an important matter. But thinking of it now, he actually wanted to get rid of Fonya right away. But Xiao Gao impatiently said, "Have you all thought it through? How exactly are we going to compensate?" At that moment, Fonya rushed out from the side and hugged the man's thigh tightly. "Dad, please save me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to give you some meat to eat. You're all I have now. Besides you, no one cares about my life or death. Please don't give up on me. I will be good from now on. I could do a lot of things." Having been beaten often, she had accumulated a lot of grievances in her heart, and she had learned to cry on command. Hearing her pitiful pleas, clinging tightly to his thigh as if she had found a lifeline, the man's heart softened a bit. He initially had 3 daughters, and the reason he hadn't sent her away was entirely because she resembled him the most, making it hard for him to let go. Seeing the man's heart wavering, the woman pinched his waist hard. The pain made him snap back to reality, and his gaze turned cold. He sternly reprimanded Fonya. "You should only do what you're capable of. You're putting my life at risk. There is hardly any food at home, so figure out yourself. Dad can't help you." Having long anticipated this outcome, Fonya was not surprised at all. With disappointment piling up, she had little expectation for the so-called paternal love. She should have understood this long ago when her father brought that woman and her younger brother home before her mother died. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lengxi and the others. She had clearly heard what they said, so she turned to hug the woman's thigh without hesitation. However, the woman was always on guard against her, so she couldn't get a hold of her and fell hard, getting even dirtier than before. The woman showed no remorse. Her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "Don't call me Mom. I only gave birth to 1 child, unlike your useless mother who had 3 daughters." Although Fonya looked young, it was merely due to malnutrition. In reality, she was about 8 or 9 years old. Because she was smart, she had skipped grades and was in the 4th or 5th grade. At this age, while she may not understand everything, with the internet being so developed, she had heard a lot, so she understood terms like mistress, illegitimate child, and concubine. She knew her mother had never done anything wrong. If there was one mistake, it was having poor judgment and choosing a man like her father, leading to their tragic fate. Over the years, she had been enduring it quietly, because this woman always pretended to be nice on the surface, and it was only today that the mask was completely torn off. Hearing Fonya say this, the man's expression darkened. It wasn't solely the woman's fault. He had actively made this mistake, and he felt that Fonya was mocking him. The slightest bit of compassion in his heart vanished completely at this moment. Enough. How can you talk to your aunt like that? Is the marriage certificate important? The world is in such chaos now, with most people struggling to make ends meet, worse than in primitive times. Do you think that piece of paper is of any use? He certainly knew that he was in the wrong, but would he admit it? Absolutely not. He would never acknowledge that he betrayed his feelings, betrayed his marriage. He only felt that everything was Fonya's mother's fault. If it weren't for your mom only being able to give birth to a useless girl like you, I wouldn't have gone looking for someone else. Look at your aunt. She had a brother for you on her first try. Like convincing himself, the man reiterated. Fonya didn't quite understand, but what good does that do? He doesn't look like you. He resembles an uncle I met before, and your aunt was very close to that uncle, holding hands. Her naive words struck the man like a thunderbolt, making him feel as if he had been cheated on, and he felt a panic wash over him. The woman hadn't expected that Fonya would know about such things, but she still had to rely on this man, so she couldn't let him think too much. She glared fiercely at Fonya while gently soothing the man. Honey, what nonsense is she saying? Look at how malicious she is at such a young age. Trying to sow discord between us. It's clear that woman has taught her these words. I've said long ago that she is a troublemaker. See? Don't you know who I am? I rarely go out. I've always stayed at home. Mom can testify, right? Right. This girl is just trying to escape responsibility, biting whoever she sees. Don't listen to her. Lily has always been very sensible, especially after waiting so many years. She finally gave birth to a grandson for the Fong family. Naturally, she had a lot of filters for the woman. The man was very clear about his mother. She would never betray him. However, this incident still planted a seed in his heart, just waiting to be watered by the rain, growing into a towering tree that would eventually backfire on them. All right, Iya, stop talking. The man interrupted Fonya. This is something you brought upon yourself. You deal with it. Once your mother left, you and I had no relationship whatsoever. Fonya was stunned. Dad, we've lived together for so many years. Do you really have no feelings for me at all? It was false to say he had no feelings, but he didn't want to complicate things. These people were obviously difficult to handle. Chapter 120. Mutual guarding and scheming. He didn't think these college students were supernatural beings, but they were armed and numerous. Even if he could fight, he couldn't possibly deal with so many at once. However, since it was Fonya who made the mistake, it was best to cut ties quickly. After all, it wouldn't be a loss for them. As for what would happen to Fonya after making a mistake, that was completely outside his consideration. Don't think too much. Children are the crystallization of their parents' love. I have no feelings for your mother. How much do you think I care for you? If you're smart, just pretend you don't know us. Don't cause me trouble. Consider it repaying me for raising you all these years. After saying this, he quickly pulled the woman away to leave. Xiao Gao spoke. In the space ability, user took out a pen and paper, quickly writing down the situation. 3 copies, 1 for each of us, and a third for Captain Long as a witness. Son, take a good look. Don't get taken advantage of later without knowing it. These young people are all black-hearted. The old lady quickly reminded him. Anyway, there were no strict rules, and even if the man's education level wasn't high, he could understand it. Seeing there was no problem, he eagerly signed his name. The man's words truly shocked Luo Tian and the others' worldview. The onlookers looked at the man with disdain. No way. There are only 2 kids. How can they not afford to raise them? Exactly, as far as I know. This girl eats very little and does a lot of work. She almost does all the chores like washing clothes and dishes. On the contrary, that son acts like a lord, being served hand and foot, and casually hits and scolds family members. If I were to sell someone, it should be that little fatty, right? At least in terms of weight, he has the advantage. Life is tough now, but it hasn't reached the point of selling children, especially the diligent ones. Even ordinary people find it not difficult to raise kids. Their family has an evolved being, a particularly useful power evolver in the early stages, and they still can't afford to raise a little girl. It's truly ridiculous. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, and Fonya looked particularly devastated, collapsing to the ground. Dad, you can't do this to me. Fonya wasn't truly sad, but she knew to play the part completely. She began to scream and denounce the man's heartlessness, pouring out all the unfair treatment she had endured over the years. Hearing this, The man didn't even have the desire to explain and ran off even faster. The old lady spat fiercely, cursing under her breath. This time, they not only didn't get any bargains, but they also almost got into trouble. Sure enough, that little girl is a money loser. The tall man and the petite girl looked utterly desperate, leaving a strong impression. Their group had already been categorized as not to be messed with by Lengxi and the others. Who would have thought they were tough? Did you see that knife? It looked black, clearly having killed quite a few monsters. Although the official broadcasts have named these man-eating monsters zombies and even classified them to some extent, they still habitually refer to them as monsters during their chats. No wonder they all look so polished. They must have some skills. Their team is the cleanest and most organized among the college students, while other student teams, although not as spirited, are still in relatively good shape. Overall, better than most of us. Observant individuals shared their findings one by one. Those walking with him nodded in agreement. Indeed, I heard that the crystal core might have some special effects in the future. Why not take advantage of the fact that these monsters aren't too powerful yet and adapt well? I think it can work, at least when fighting those monsters. There's a high chance of death, but also a small chance of gaining superpowers. I also want superpowers. I don't want to be an ordinary person. This moderately sized issue, due to Lengxi's handling attitude, still made them somewhat known. Those people really aren't afraid of death. That group is quite ruthless. If they truly provoke them, they might not live to tell the tale. Although, out of respect for the military, they wouldn't go on a killing spree. Those people are likely to have bad luck when they go out to search for supplies. Those who have cooperated with Lengxi and the others said with glee. They were displeased with these survivors. They had just joined and weren't welcomed, yet they dared to slash tires. Fortunately, they had been cautious early on. By the way, everyone stay alert, especially keep a close eye on our supplies. I feel those survivors might have sticky fingers. When people are starving, their sense of morality is very low, and I fear they might resort to strong-arming us. Actually, this situation is still manageable. After all, we have trained ourselves and aren't afraid of this. What worries me is that they might burn our supplies in the middle of the night. If we don't wake up, we might not even survive. The reason I still have some trust in my teammates is that we fought together. A bond forged in life and death situations is somewhat reliable. Chapter 121. The thoughts of various small groups. The important thing is that everyone is working together, and there is no issue of not having enough to eat. So the sense of morality remains intact. We understand this, but at least 2 people need to take turns keeping watch. One person probably isn't enough. I'll talk to the other brothers. If we unite, it might be safer, just like in school. We all came from the same school, and helping each other is much better than going solo. No one is truly foolish. Even if someone is genuinely naive after experiencing the apocalypse, they have gained some cleverness. Even if they aren't smart, they will remember that working with smart people won't lead to losses. Those people were glaring with undisguised intent, and the college students naturally wouldn't sit idle. The previous group had split into smaller teams, but they quickly elected a leader, and there wasn't much chaos. Now, when discussing defense, it was all the leaders who were negotiating. Okay, let's go with what you said. To be honest, even if you didn't come to find me, I would have sought you out. Humans are social animals and always prefer to band together. Those survivors also formed many small groups, some from the same building, some from the entire community, and some from an entire street. Essentially all acquaintances. Compared to outsiders, those they can interact with regularly provide them with a sense of security. So those who came out of the university town either formed teams based on their school or united by clubs or classes. However, when it was time for night watch, they began to miss Luo, Tion, and the others. If the night school beauties could join us, the night watch would be much easier, and we wouldn't have to split into so many teams. Someone couldn't help but sigh. That's right, they are really hardworking. They have more supplies and are stronger than us. One of them is worth our entire team, not to mention their numbers are increasing. If their recruitment conditions weren't so strict, I would want to join them. After all, the treatment is really good. Although our meals might be better than those survivors, who can compare to them? Saying this, the person swallowed hard. Being able to eat a regular meal from before the apocalypse is a great luxury. Moreover, supplies are consumable. I don't even know how long we'll be traveling or how much supplies we'll consume along the way. By then, we might not even be better off than those survivors. I agree with what you said earlier, but I don't agree with the latter part. We're not that bad, okay? That's right. Our team also has quite a few ability users and evolved ones. Even if we are ordinary people, we can all do what we can. If we unite, how can we possibly be worse than those scruffy survivors? Hearing this person's words, another person chuckled. That's because your team has water-type ability users. Washing up is easy, and some can even trade for supplies. Unlike our team, we have stockpiled a lot of water. But your wood-type ability users have leveled up and can produce a lot of vegetables and fruits. These are good things. Can't they be traded out? It seems there is no mistake in saying this, so the person didn't feel embarrassed to cry poor anymore. Each team has at least a few dozen people, but also several ability users and evolved ones. After breaking through level 0, their usefulness increases. The team saves and economizes, and the surplus can be exchanged for necessary resources with other teams. In short, life is not as difficult as they say. The college students are busy with various arrangements and precautions, while the survivors are planning to steal supplies. Compared to searching hard for resources in a place, it would be quicker to snatch things from others. Do we really have to do this? Otherwise, do you want to starve? They are young and strong, but they are all alone. Even if they steal from them, they can find a way out. Unlike us, most of us have families, which is not easy. Exactly. Who told them to be so ostentatious? Isn't that telling us they have plenty of supplies for us to come and rob? They gathered so many delicious foods on the first day, and the smell is so inviting, so it's clear they don't lack food. We won't take everything. Just a little from each. Anyway, it won't starve them, and it can relieve our pressure. It's a win-win situation, a good thing. Seeing some people hesitating, those who pulled them and became a bit impatient. What's there to hesitate about? You don't really think this is just a small-scale disaster, do you? If so, the higher-ups wouldn't have taken so long to come down for rescue. Wake up. If you want to collect supplies while on the move, forget it. You know very well that we've come up empty-handed many times before when collecting supplies. There are many persuaders, and those who were originally indecisive began to look more determined after hearing these words. What you said is very right. If one doesn't care for oneself, heaven will punish them. He didn't want to be a bad person, but thinking of his elderly father and his weak wife and child who just gave birth. His heart hardened little by little. Thinking this way is right, isn't it? We're not asking for their lives, just sharing resources. Isn't it wrong for those who have the ability to help those who need support? Don't we advocate mutual assistance? Yes, we haven't harmed their lives. We're also at our wits' end, so we can't be blamed. My mom's health is poor, and she can't eat well. If I could get some rice or flour for her, she should feel better. She worked hard to raise me, and in situations like this, I really don't want her to suffer. Captain Long is very clear about the twists and turns among them, but he no longer intervenes. He has now let them go. Captain, are we really not going to do anything? It's fine, survival of the fittest. Nature has clearly given us this answer. We just need to follow it, respect others' destinies, and let go of the urge to help. Whatever outcome they face is their own choice and has nothing to do with us. Our task is to rescue the survivors and escort them to a safe zone or safe base. Have you forgotten what the old commander said? He told us that when necessary, we could abandon some people. The vice captain is always very clear-headed, the smartest one in the team, like a military strategist. What he says is rarely wrong, and everyone listens to him. He didn't really want to manage, but he felt guilty in his heart, and now he could finally focus on his own tasks. Chapter 122. To warn the monkey by killing the chicken knight Lengxi is very clear about their plans, but they don't want to get involved. However, their habits haven't changed. Tonight, the night watch is with Xiao Gao and 3 others. There's no choice, as their family has a lot of wealth, and they need more people to guard it for peace of mind. Boss, what do you think they will act? I can't wait for them to fight. Luo Tian has an expression of wanting to watch the fun without caring about the trouble. I'm just worried that there aren't enough people coming. We won't have a sense of accomplishment, right? The people in the university town almost all know how powerful they are. After suffering a loss once, they wouldn't foolishly come looking for trouble again. Luo Tian is very eager for these survivors to come and cause trouble. It would be best if they could give them a direct reason to fight for supplies. As the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. He won't mind. All right, if you don't want to sleep, go keep Xiao Gao company on watch, stop bothering us, and hurry up and leave. It feels good to be able to wash my hands of the matter. It would be even better if I didn't have to listen to work reports. Thinking of this, Night Lengxi looked at her sister with a bit of resentment. Sister, it's better if you take charge of this. I can't overstep my bounds. Lengxi said gently. I really want to help you, but I want them to remember that you are the one with real authority in our team. I understand what you mean. This is already very easy for me. I won't steal this bit of leisure. She was just being deliberately like that. She didn't expect her silly sister to explain it on purpose. It was really too cute. Jingluo watched from the side, feeling envious. If only my sister could be so obedient. You're talking about Yaya. She's indeed quite sensible. But she thinks too much and has a bit of a people-pleasing personality, which makes my heart ache. Jingluo indeed has the thought of taking Yaya as her sister. But they have too many secrets that are not suitable to be exposed. If she thinks of her as a sister, she will definitely stay with them. It's fine in the short term, but over time, there will definitely be doubts. Because at night or during rest, they mostly stay in the space, which not only allows for better rest, but also provides more time for cultivation or other preparations. All right, then let's raise them together for now. Clearly, Lengxi also thought of the space matter. Indeed, her decision was correct. Her sisters are trustworthy and always prioritize her safety. My space can now accommodate people. And soon it will be able to plant things, so it won't be anything special then. Jingluo is worried that Lengxi might have some psychological burden. So she shared the changes in her space. Lengxi is happy for her. It seems you're working very hard. Of course, you can't rely on just one person. No matter what happens, remember I am always here. Jingluo can feel that something must have happened to Lengxi, because she can sense the heaviness in her eyes at times. But she doesn't want to ask and won't press her. She just prepares herself for any possibilities. Strength is very important. It's the absolute guarantee for their safety. I know that in this world, you two are the ones I trust the most. Lengxi pretended to know nothing, revealing a radiant smile. Silly. Jingluo shook her head. But it's precisely because of this that she has a vague sense of crisis. All right, I won't keep bickering with you. I need to improve my strength. Then I'll cultivate in the space, and I'll go outside with Qingqing. I'm still not very at ease with them. Today is the first day, and whether we can live peacefully in the future depends on what we do tonight. The night deepened gradually, and those who had traveled all day started to fall asleep one after another. Indeed, not everyone is interested in robbing others. Only a part of them harbors bad thoughts. In various small camps, everyone was doing their own thing. Because of the need to guard against these people, the college students have always arranged for someone to keep watch at night. But that group is particularly patient and waits until they are drowsy before sneaking in. But before they could take action, they found that their bodies seemed to have lost control. Immediately after, those who were already asleep appeared in front of them, holding various weapons. Weren't you asleep? How did you suddenly wake up? No wonder I suddenly felt tired. It turns out you were waiting for us here. What a clever scheme. At that moment, if they still did not realize that something was wrong, then they were really foolish. I knew you had bad intentions, and sure enough, you were caught red-handed this time, right? These college students are not completely inexperienced. They have been preparing for this moment. With these people coming in, it's like catching fish in a barrel. Seeing them shout loudly. One person unceremoniously punched the leader in the face and said, "You dog, you've come to bully us. Who do you think you are to covet what belongs to others? Do you have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard? It's laughable. Do you really think we don't know anything just because we haven't entered society yet? You're too naive. Brothers, give these shameless guys a beating. Let them see our strength. Let them learn a lesson so they won't foolishly provoke us again next time." I wanted to hit them earlier when we were following them, but I didn't want to disrupt the process. Why should we hold back? If we end up killing someone, that's their bad luck. This is the apocalypse, and human life is the least valuable thing now. Do they really think it's like before? They have long accumulated a lot of anger, not only because of this messed up world, but also because there is scum within an already struggling humanity. They indeed showed no mercy. These people never expected them to be so ruthless and to hit so hard. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Someone's dead! Someone's dead! We've killed someone!" The previously chaotic noise vanished in an instant. When everyone looked closely, they realized that they had accidentally killed someone. The college students experienced a moment of panic. But having endured the trials of the apocalypse, they were no longer rookies. The chaos was just a fleeting moment, and they quickly regained their composure. Chapter 123, Zombie Assault. What is there to be afraid of? Those who intrude deserve to die. If they hadn't come here, they definitely wouldn't have died. Let us throw them out to avoid the bad luck of having them stay here. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of determination. Yes, throw them out. No, the smell of blood will easily attract zombies. Let the fire-type ability users burn them. This way, many problems can be avoided. After seeing the dead, those who had been shouting suddenly didn't dare to say a word, each one shrinking back in regret for coming here. They acted on the suggestion immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, they split up and began to act, indicating that they had done such things before, which terrified the survivors even more. In just a few minutes, the dead intruders had vanished from everyone's sight. At this moment, there were still some people lying on the ground, shivering like quails. A group of college students surrounded them, their eyes filled with fierce light. What should be done with these people? Should we just kill them? I think killing them is better. If we don't eliminate the roots, they'll sprout again in the spring, and perhaps they'll find an opportunity to take revenge on us. Only the dead can give me a sense of security. They spoke very seriously. These people were genuinely scared, trembling and raising their hands. Can we not be killed? We know we were wrong. We are willing to be your servants. Please spare us. It was our fault for provoking you. If we see you in the future, we will definitely take a detour. Once one person spoke up, the others began to cry and plead as well. Most of those involved in such things were tough guys, and their crying looked extremely ugly, making the college students feel embarrassed. Stop crying, or I'll stab you. They indeed intended to root out the threat, but thinking of the group of people in the cold night, serving as slaves, they suddenly had a new idea. Should we just make them do whatever we want? Right, as long as we provide them with food. Who would do such despicable things if they weren't at their wits' end? I have elderly parents and young children to support. I really can't go on like this. Seeing that the leader was softening, a clever person quickly spoke up. The person next to him rolled his eyes and followed up, "My wife hasn't even finished her confinement, and then this happened. I really have no choice." He noticed that there were quite a few girls among the college students, and women are the most emotional creatures. If he said this, they would surely relent. Sure enough, upon hearing that this was for his wife, their gazes softened considerably, though no one spoke. Seeing the girl's expressions shift, he exaggeratedly talked about how loving he was with his wife. One of his neighbors couldn't take it anymore and exposed him. "Come on, if you really loved your wife. She wouldn't be acting so crazy now. Stop using her as an excuse. Who knows what these college students are thinking? What if they just want to keep a few people and this guy steals their chance? Then he would be finished. How can you say that? Wasn't it just an accident that I left garbage at your door? Why are you still holding on to it?" Hearing this, the man became unhappy and slapped him hard, while the other one was also not to be messed with, grabbing his collar and delivering a hard punch to his stomach. The two began to fight as they argued. This has opened the eyes of this group of college students. Why don't you all have a fight? We don't want useless trash. Whoever is stronger can stay. What do you think? Dog Eat Dog is really interesting. They were just joking at first, but they didn't expect these people to take it seriously. There had been some resentment among them, and this was a perfect opportunity to openly fight. Blood was already on the ground, and as they fought, the smell of blood spread even more. Lengxi had already ended the farce. Those people were tied up on one side, being looked at happily by the young people. Finally, we have more people to command, making things much easier for us. We will do the easy work, and they're the most suitable for the dirty and hard tasks. Later, the people they recruited became official team members with particularly good treatment, while the 20 or so of them were the lowest in status within the entire team. However, after spending so much time together, their status had somewhat increased. But no matter how high it was, it couldn't surpass others. With the addition of these people today, their status had truly risen. Wait, if they join in and are particularly good at pleasing others, won't our status decrease? Not really. There is only so much work to go around. If someone shares the burden, our value will correspondingly decrease. Why not talk to the bosses and get rid of them? Keeping so many people is quite a waste of rations. Food and water are so important now. Can their worthless lives compare? They had just entered, seen nothing, and were immediately blinded, tied up completely, not even knowing who had made a move. Now, hearing this group clearly discussing them as if they were mere tools, these people were particularly unhappy. Unfortunately, they had rags stuffed in their mouths, so they couldn't say anything. only glaring at the young people with their eyes. Zimao saw them like this, and, feeling a bit annoyed, slapped one of them. "What are you looking at? Do you have any objections to me? Keep it to yourself. We're the boss's people." Initially feeling unwilling, they came to understand, after experiencing more and seeing greater cruelty, just how important it was to be with such a powerful boss. Moreover, their food situation wasn't particularly bad. It couldn't compare to the official team members, but it was much better than others. At the very least, they could have 1 or 2 hot meals a week. No, they almost had hot meals every meal. Although very simple, but compared to others, their lives felt so much happier. As the newly joined survivors dealt with the old survivors who had barged in, a group of zombies, drawn by the scent, slowly approached. Xiao Gao, as a mental type ability user and also a detection type, had warned everyone to be cautious early on. Apart from Lengxi and her group, his level was quite high, being the first to notice the approaching zombies. Other lower-level ability users and evolved beings also sensed something was wrong. For instance, the smell evolutionist detected the strong stench of corpses carried by the wind. He hurriedly reported this discovery to his captain. "Boss, it seems like a large group of zombies is coming. I don't know how many there are. Should we send someone to check?" "No need. The soldiers will send a reconnaissance team to investigate. The rest of the people are not within our consideration. We just need to prepare for battle." In almost every team with ability users, everyone was on alert, knowing that zombies were about to arrive. And Captain Long's team was also preparing for battle. Chapter 124, Teaming Up to Kill Zombies. Actually, they didn't need to specifically detect. They could guess that zombies would definitely come. First, because a large number of people were gathered here, and second, because the smell of blood tonight was indeed strong. Although everyone had tried their best to handle it, the wind would carry the blood smell outside. The teams with ability users were all on guard, and the old survivors who Tibin dealt with were tied up and thrown aside. They instructed their logistical personnel, "Keep an eye on them. We're about to start fighting." As the group of zombies continued to approach, Captain Long organized the people and made the final arrangements. The place they chose to rest was a residential area, which was relatively remote, providing an extremely open view. This geographical location has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there is no need to worry about zombies sneaking up on us, while the disadvantage is that there are no obstacles to stop the zombies' advance. Fortunately, there are many superpowered individuals here, including those with earth and metal abilities, making it easy to establish defensive structures. With everyone working together, a large pit 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide was dug about 10 meters from the community fence, thanks to the earth ability users. The pit is filled with many sharp spikes, created by the metal ability users. Other superpowered individuals do not have much advantage in building these structures. They are waiting for Captain Long's instructions. Previously, the old survivors fought for themselves, fearing that if they exerted too much effort, others would take advantage of them. However, with the addition of university students who follow instructions, the defensive structures were completed remarkably quickly, almost in the blink of an eye, which relieved Captain Long and his team. "Thankfully, we have you. Otherwise, it would be difficult to evacuate at this time. If a battle broke out, we wouldn't fare well either." Of course, an important reason is that the old survivors would push the soldiers in front of them out during a sudden attack. What's wrong with that? Helping you is also helping ourselves. By killing them, not only can we gain experience, but we can also acquire a lot of crystal cores to exchange for supplies, achieving multiple benefits at once. There are no foolish people. If there were really no benefits, why would they be so eager? Naturally, they would keep their distance. This statement made Captain Long and the others feel more at ease, and their smiles became more apparent. "That's true, but we are really grateful that you could take action. I thank you on behalf of the others. Captain Long need not be polite. We will be walking this path together from now on. Such things will happen frequently, and we need to cultivate some tacit understanding between us." The busy pre-battle preparations made the ordinary people, who were originally clueless, nervous as well. Those with cars squeezed inside their vehicles, while those without crowded with friends and family, holding various weapons. In this world now, it can't just be a realm of monsters, right? How long have we been resting? Why are they coming again? Last time, quite a few people died. Who knows how many will die this time? Panic spread in their hearts. No one thought of taking action to change things, only relying on others. Time passed slowly, and before long, even ordinary people could smell that scent. You all stay hidden and don't come out to make trouble. Of course, those with combat power should adapt more to this society. Seeing that most people were hiding, quite a few evolvers and even superpowered individuals were the same. Captain Long just took a glance and didn't say much. His only thought was to hope these people wouldn't cause trouble. Don't worry, Captain Long. We understand this rule. As long as we stay hidden, we know what to do. After calming them down, Captain Long turned his attention to the battle that was about to begin. He looked up. Outside the community was a dark mass of zombie heads, seemingly endless. With a sigh, his expression became serious. First row of superpowered individuals, prepare to attack. The number of zombies was immense. They had to constantly wear them down to eventually eliminate many. Otherwise, they would just become food for the zombies. With his command, the first row of superpowered individuals seamlessly charged to attack the zombies' feet. Although the zombies were evolving, there were still more mindless ones. Those in front fell, but the ones behind showed no signs of stopping and continued to move forward. The fallen zombies quickly became stepping stones, some crushed into pulp, while others were eaten by other zombies as food. In short, just this alone consumed quite a few of them internally, but looking around, they were still densely packed, making it impossible to see their numbers. When the first batch of superpowered individuals felt they had used up most of their abilities, the second batch quickly stepped in. The zombies persisted, and the trench they had dug was soon filled. When it seemed about right, the fire-type superpowered individuals burned it to ashes. This task was handled by Lengxi and their group. They were high-level, and their flames were powerful and quick to ignite. Thanks to the support of these high-level superpowered individuals, their battle situation initially appeared manageable. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. After half an hour of fighting, there was still no end in sight. Almost all available superpowered individuals had taken their turn, but looking at the countless zombies, despair filled their hearts. At this moment, they discovered a place they hadn't noticed before. It seemed that Lengxi and their group had rotated several times, and even the college students' recovery speed was faster than theirs. Some couldn't help but ask, "Brothers, how come your abilities recover so quickly? Is there some trick? Can you teach us?" Hearing this, the people next to them couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. The person who was pulled into the conversation was Xiao Gao, as he appeared more refined and easy to talk to. Xiao Gao adjusted his glasses and replied in a calm tone, "Practice makes perfect. You should practice more when you're free, but having a strict leader helps speed up the process. There are no shortcuts to improvement. If you really want to be strong, use a bit more effort in battles. Carefully observe the zombies' weaknesses and be attentive during recovery. Only then will you notice the differences." He paused and continued, "All right, enough talk. If you're really struggling, just go take a break. You're breathing too heavily, like a machine without oil." Although he looked very thin, he was indeed much more skilled at taking down zombies than they were. The key was that he hardly needed to look to find the zombies' weaknesses, applying the least force for the greatest effect. Chapter 125, Lesson: Smart and observant individuals immediately noticed this, so they gradually found their own methods. Wherever there are leaders, many issues can be resolved. For instance, with Lengxi and their group leading, morale was boosted, and during battles, they surprisingly didn't fight in a disorganized manner as before. They began to coordinate with each other. Captain Long and the others were particularly gratified. "Isn't this great? Everyone is putting in their effort, which increases their chances of survival." If they had coordinated like this earlier, many lives wouldn't have been lost along the way. It's true, but these guys had really tough bones, and they were disgusting. If someone accidentally got infected from touching them, no one wanted to engage. Now that they found a way to realize that killing zombies wasn't that difficult, everyone naturally became more proactive. Everyone understood the principle of relying on oneself rather than others. Although there were a few exceptional cases, most were normal people. They knew that the soldiers couldn't support them indefinitely. However, some had grown accustomed to taking advantage of the situation and wouldn't give up until the end. Hearing them say this, Xiao Gao couldn't hold back. It's been so long since the apocalypse. If you had just used your eyes to observe a bit more, you would have only just discovered that zombies have weaknesses. At this point, he turned to ask Captain Long, "You aren't planning to keep taking care of them forever, are you? Flowers in a greenhouse will never truly bloom. You've been too lenient with them. No wonder they're so calm. After all, with your lives protecting them, they won't worry about whether they can survive later on. You're being too idealistic. From the beginning, you should have told them that society has undergone tremendous changes. And if they want to survive, they need to pick up weapons themselves. Otherwise, they'll only become the lowest tier prey. By the way, you should have noticed that not only zombies exist. Many animals and plants have also undergone changes, though a small portion remains unaffected. Xiao Gao didn't say anything more, believing that Captain Long would understand. From the survivors' reactions, he could roughly guess their initial handling methods, which had changed now, but it was still far from enough. Seeing the newly joined college students, whether ordinary people or evolved ability users, everyone was fighting. Captain Long realized everyone should go fight and improve themselves. Seeing his comrades fighting while he had to stay behind to protect these people, who were already growing impatient. When they heard Captain Long's words, their eyes lit up. Yes, what's the use of protecting them? It's better to quickly improve ourselves so we can play a bigger role. The survivors, seeing that the soldiers protecting them had all run off, were very displeased and shouted, "Aren't you here to save us? Why haven't you arranged anyone to protect us? What's wrong with you? It's your responsibility to protect us. Don't go." They were truly heartless. After saving us, how can you just abandon us? We're just ordinary citizens. How can we deal with those monsters? Boo-hoo! Are you trying to force us to death? If there's no way out, then let's all die together. Many of the ordinary people who had long been accustomed to their protection suddenly sat on the ground, crying and wailing. As their voices spread out, the zombies outside became even more agitated. Hoo-hoo roar. Captain Long's expression was very unpleasant. He couldn't believe there were such people, which really reset his lower limit on human behavior. Since you want to die, go ahead and keep acting out. I'm not your parent. I won't pamper you. Your lives are lives, and so are ours. Compared to Captain Long's predicament, Xiao Gao was much more direct. As soon as the words were spoken, the well-coordinated teammates decisively whipped each of them hard. The whip was condensed from wood-type abilities, extremely sturdy, and with that one strike, those people lost any semblance of temper. They covered their faces, trying to glare at Xiao Gao with their eyes. But when he swept them with an expressionless glance, they immediately dared not act recklessly. If you want to die, I won't stop you. But if you affect my people like this, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone was busy trying to recover, waiting to fight those zombies. Why should these people be well protected inside, while still trying to provoke danger? The more he thought about it, the worse Xiao Gao's mood became. And when he looked at these people, he had no good expression at all. Because of his bad mood, the pressure of being a high-level ability user unconsciously spread out. The ordinary survivors simply couldn't withstand it. Those with poor physical and mental qualities collapsed directly to the ground. Ability users held a lofty status, more revered than Captain Long and the others. It was more fear than respect. The military uniforms made them understand that no matter how outrageous they acted, the soldiers like Captain Long wouldn't really do anything to them. But Xiao Gao and his group are different. Don't be fooled by those ugly things. They're zombies now. But not long ago, they were also human. These people can kill without changing their expression, which shows that human life means nothing to them. If they really provoke someone, they won't end up well. With this thought in mind, even though they have a lot of resentment, they dare not show it when Xiao Gao and the others scare them. Captain Long has decided not to manage them anymore, so he arranges his own people to go out and kill zombies to improve their skills. When they were making a fuss, he didn't plan to change his mind. Seeing him like this, Xiao Gao was very satisfied. The boss said they must let these soldiers understand that it's not worth it to sacrifice for those people. You all stay here. As long as you don't cause trouble, there will definitely be no danger. But if you shout and scream, then whatever happens next is not our business. At this point, Xiao Gao deliberately showed a sinister smile. No, we definitely won't cause trouble. It's better to go outside and kill zombies. Everyone will become stronger, and then we'll be safe. Some clever ones already showed flattering smiles while saying this. Xiao Gao nodded and didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes to continue recovering, and those who changed with him did the same, seeing that they weren't looking over. Some people couldn't help but quietly complain, "What's so great about it? Isn't it just that heaven opened its eyes and gave him special abilities? Why is he acting so arrogant?" If I had superpowers, I could also be very powerful. Would I still need to seek help from others? Hearing this, someone couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Isn't it like that? If we could live upright, who would want to survive like this? Chapter 126. Double Standards. Do you believe what you're saying? This has nothing to do with having superpowers. We are naturally timid people, so why pretend to be tough? Look at those without powers. Can't they also pick up weapons and fight? It's just that we are scared. Admitting this is not shameful. There is no need to put on a show. It's really quite ridiculous. Yes, it's normal to be afraid of death. Who isn't afraid of death? The person talking big was squeezed by several others, his face turning red. He intended to say something, but seeing everyone's mocking gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. He turned around and ran to his car without hesitation. He didn't say anything more, but he held a grudge against Xiao Gao and those who mocked him. Xiao Gao naturally didn't care at all. His goal was simply to become stronger and bring his sister and parents to his side to take care of them. The number of zombies was simply too many. They advanced endlessly and tirelessly. Although the pit was continuously dealing with corpses, it would be hard to hold them off after the abilities were exhausted. However, with this consumption, the number of zombies was no longer as high as before, finally allowing these people to catch their breath. Lengxi displayed water-type abilities on the surface, which didn't help much in such battles. At most, she could provide water for others. However, while fire-type ability users handled the corpses, she quietly helped in the shadows. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. The others didn't know this, but teammates who had spent a long time with her understood something to a certain extent, though no one said anything. For them, having a powerful leader is a good thing. Only then can they be protected and their lives get better. Captain Long, who originally wanted to use large weapons, saw Lengxi and her group using abilities while wielding cold weapons, almost blending in with the zombies. He also ordered his subordinates to take action. Those who had fought knew how to deal with zombies. As the use of abilities increased, they became more adept, and everyone was slowly improving. There were indeed quite a few zombies this time, especially those who came out from the university town. Each one of them was particularly young, their innocent faces engaged in battle. The survivors felt somewhat embarrassed. Although they were extremely frightened, they learned to pick up weapons and fight. Captain Long felt very gratified when he saw this. His original plan to rest well was disrupted. It took them several hours to finally eliminate all the zombies. However, the ground was covered in zombie corpses, and the air was filled with the stench of decay, burning, and the metallic smell of blood. In short, the entire camp was a mess, making it impossible to continue staying there. After consulting everyone's opinions, Captain Long decided to take everyone to a different place to rest. However, while the zombies were killed, the crystal cores had not yet been collected. So, they spent some more time digging out all the crystal cores and gathering them together. Previously, they didn't know the crystal cores had great value, so they hadn't thought to dig them out. But now that they knew they were valuable, no one was willing to give up this wealth. Therefore, the distribution of the crystal cores became somewhat difficult. Fortunately, most of this group of survivors were tightly knit. So as long as their leader was called over, it would be easier to discuss the distribution. At that moment, in a cleared area, lay the cleaned crystal cores they had dug out. The crystal cores were particularly beautiful, shining in the light, becoming colorful and strikingly vibrant. Even if they had no significant use, those who liked gold and jewels didn't want to miss out. Seeing that everyone was silent, Captain Long knew that delaying further was not a solution. So he cleared his throat and intended to preside over the matter. We will distribute according to labor. What do you all think? This method of distribution was very reasonable, and there were no objections. All right, after receiving everyone's agreement, Captain Long felt more certain in his heart. These crystal nuclei are not all of them. Those high-level crystal nuclei have already been taken away by whoever killed them. These are the crystal nuclei left from the first wave of joint resistance. The recent battle was particularly intense, but he paid attention to the surroundings. And after a moment of thought, Captain Long knew how to allocate them. First, he divided this large pile of crystal nuclei into 3 parts. One part belongs to them, one part to the old survivors, and the other part to that group of college students. The portion allocated to the college students is quite large, accounting for at least 60 to 70%. Before Captain Long could further divide it, someone was already unhappy. Captain Long, Your division is too excessive. Exactly. Why do they get so much? They have a considerable number too. Why do they only get less than 10%? Just because we are stronger than you and put in more effort. You rely on our protection to stand here and speak arrogantly to us. Before the battle, these people were thinking of ambushing them. Old grudges and new hatreds. There was no need to conceal their hostility. Captain Long felt a headache coming on. But he no longer wanted to be soft. Anyway, you are not that useful, so why not just not divide it? After all, the logistics are handled by others. Before this group of college students joined, almost every battle was fought by them, with only a few survivors or ordinary people taking up some weapons to fight. He didn't mind before, because most people still understood the bigger picture. Although they didn't help much, it didn't cause trouble either. With more people now, he had long thought that management would be very troublesome. So basically, whatever anyone found belonged to them. And during battles, the spoils were also owned individually. However, this time, the number of people participating in the joint resistance was obviously very large, and they hardly needed to exert themselves. It was mostly that group of passionate college students leading the charge. If they wanted to continue smoothly in the future, they would inevitably need their help. Seeing these people still thinking about small gains in front of them, he felt particularly dissatisfied. Captain Long knew what to do. So he didn't give those people any face. The college students' combat effectiveness was evident, and they spoke out hoping to have Captain Long on their side. When they realized he had no intention of doing so, the few who spoke quietly fell silent and retreated into the crowd. Do the rest of you have any objections? I do. Upon seeing them quiet down, Captain Long silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, he heard a voice that startled him, making him turn a look. Classmate Yi, do you have any objections? He initially wanted to deal with the troublemaker, but upon discovering it was Yi Lengxi, Captain Long's attitude improved. Chapter 127. Starting to collect crystal nuclei again. He realized that Yi Lengxi Wu Ti intentionally caused trouble and must genuinely have an opinion. Your general division is correct. But can we choose? I want to pick a smaller diamond inlaid one. After all, they are very pretty. At this time, the number of level 0 zombies was already low. Most of those here were level 1 zombies, mixed with some level 2 and level 3. Yi Lengxi didn't want to miss the crystal nuclei from level 0 zombies, which is why she took the initiative to speak up. Oh, I see. Then of course you can. Your team has put in the most effort and has the right to choose first. Hearing this, Captain Long felt like laughing, no matter how powerful they were. Sometimes they still acted like little girls, didn't they? This request is trivial, and Captain Long has no objections. However, he is concerned that others might have opinions. So he asked the rest, do you have any objections? Of course, there were no objections. The person who spoke had a slight glimmer in his eyes. He had figured out the use of these crystal cores, and naturally understood that the higher the level, the more energy the cores contained. Therefore, he wished that Yi Lengxi would take all the smaller ones. Thinking of this, he quickly added, even though you picked the smaller ones, we can count them as one. Yes, if you take the smaller ones and get more, wouldn't the rest of us lose out? Since the apocalypse began, some people have gradually adapted to the new world, realizing that they couldn't return to the old ways in a short time. They have been studying various new things that have appeared, and the one who said this naturally had his own little thoughts. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. This amount was just a drop in the bucket for their level advancement. Moreover, she had plenty of crystal cores in her space, but the 0-level cores were the most important. However, those were few, and most zombies would become stronger as humans advanced. But naturally, Yi Lengxi wouldn't say such things to others, so after pretending to think, she agreed. Everyone felt they had gained an advantage, so the proposal was quickly accepted. Captain Long's side was united and obedient to orders, so distribution was simple. He signaled the space ability user on his side to collect the cores, and then looked at the other 2 piles of crystal cores. Do you want to divide them yourselves, or should I help? Knowing that Captain Long was fair and just, the older survivors had no objections and chose to let him distribute, but the university students planned to do it themselves. They had their own ideas, which made Captain Long even happier. After distributing the survivors' crystal cores, he didn't leave. He wanted to see how the university students would divide theirs. Although not every zombie had a crystal core in its head now, their numbers were vast, and when 6 or 7% of the cores were gathered together, it was truly spectacular. Yi Lengxi's side was always being handed over by Luo Tian, who didn't speak but was waiting for the others to speak up. Brother Luo, your team takes 80 and the rest belongs to us. Does that work for you? Upon hearing this, the captains of the survivor teams that had not left couldn't help but gasp. These university students were tough to deal with, very capable, and had extremely bad tempers. They didn't expect them to give up such a large portion. Sure, I have no objections. You can divide the rest yourselves. I'll one T get involved. Taking the bulk. Luo Tian wasn't surprised. After all, their team had put in a lot of effort, and if it weren't for them just now, many people would have lost their lives. As for the other survivors, they didn't care. After all, they weren't foolish enough to help when others were hostile. All right then. Originally, all of this should have belonged to them, but they didn't keep any of it, which didn't sit well with them. Fortunately, Brother Luo was indeed a generous person, allowing them to keep 20. The university students had fought together for a long time and had developed a tacit understanding. There might be some friction due to certain issues, but when it came to distribution, it was relatively smooth, with only minor conflicts arising. Nothing else happened. This team completely ended after the crystal cores were distributed. Captain Long did not linger and signaled for everyone to regroup and leave. After the battle, excluding those who did not participate, everyone was particularly exhausted. However, the place was in disarray, and it would take a lot of time to clean up. Moreover, the commotion here might attract another batch of zombies, so for safety's sake, leaving was the best option. However, traveling on foot at night was really difficult, and many people turned their attention towards Yi Lengxi and the others. This person is really at his wit's end, with the elderly and children at home. Plus, he's very tired right now. He's worried he might not be able to react to any unexpected situations on the road. However, he didn't come empty-handed. He brought some rice, flour, and crystals, and his attitude is fairly good. Luo Tian glanced at him and then looked at his wife and children following behind, feeling slightly moved in his heart. This person still left an impression. Just now, he put in a lot of effort, and since he wasn't taking advantage of the situation, Luo Tian had a good impression of him. However, he couldn't make decisions on such matters. When he decided to ask Yi Lengxi for her opinion, Yi Lengxi came out, "Sure, it's just a matter of spending some fuel. It's not a big deal. Thank you all." The man smiled widely, stuffing items into Luo Tian's hands and pulling his whole family aside to wait. He knew he had gotten a great deal. With their abilities, how could they possibly give away these things for nothing? He signaled for the visible space ability users to step forward, and Yujing Luo quietly placed items on the ground. Due to this person's initiative, they had new ideas, so there were multiple carts on ground. For those without carts, but who didn't want to walk, they could check over here. Yi Lengxi shouted, 10-0 or first-level crystal cores can pull one person, and a second-level crystal core can pull 10 people. Not only that, but we also have food. As long as you have crystal cores, you can exchange for it all. Of course, bartering is also an option. Hearing their calls, the college students who had come out together from the university town wore expressions of realization. They knew that Yi Lengxi wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity to earn crystal cores. Chapter 128. The truth about crystal cores, it's really good. Joining such a large group has its advantages. At the very least, the number of sheep has increased. They can't just keep taking from them. The college students were enjoying the show since they were basically not lacking anything. Of course, if they were short, they would naturally come to exchange with crystal cores. Upon hearing Yi Lengxi and their words, many people's eyes lit up. Can we really exchange? Of course, here's the price list. You could take a look before deciding. Yi Lengxi smiled as she unfolded a printed sheet of paper. There are still some slow-moving zombies. You should seize the opportunity. Thinking about the changes in the zombies, these people's hearts tightened involuntarily. Some were still worried about being deceived, although gaining crystal cores was essentially risk-free. No one could be sure what these things would be useful for in the future, so most would hold back. However, seeing several bold individuals exchange crystal cores for what they wanted, they no longer hesitated and rushed over. Crystal cores are something that, as long as they have the guts, it's not hard to obtain, but food and water are life-sustaining necessities, so they naturally wanted to gather them for home. Seeing so many people coming over, Yi Lengxi and the others were full of smiles. Although many came to exchange, they had been doing this for quite a while, and their experience was substantial. Making no mistakes at all, The most important thing now was to keep moving. So, after a short exchange, Lengxi signaled for the next time. Previously, due to a lack of food and water, everyone had been living in hardship, with some having no rations left at all. Once the news about the exchange from Lengxi and the others spread, many were excited. Although there were some who wanted to rob, they were ultimately subdued and added to the blacklist, after which no one dared to cause trouble again. The happiest were those hard-working families, just ordinary people. The exchange news from Lengxi undoubtedly saved their lives. In the future, as long as our family works together, even if we only get a few crystal cores a day, we won't starve. Their physique had already strengthened, and once they figured out the method, how many zombies could they take down in a day? Yes, just like that big brother said, if we can't reach them, we can break their legs before killing them. That way, it's both safe and convenient. Because of this, the zombies, which had once seemed very terrifying to them, were now regarded as a source of wealth. Most people previously felt too weak to handle such matters, facing a dark and confusing future. But now, those resources shone like a brilliant light ahead of them. And as long as they ran hard, they could reach them, encouraging everyone. Of course, there were still a few who were indifferent. They didn't want to put in the effort, only thinking about robbing or playing the victim to obtain things from others. But no matter what, they couldn't take advantage of Lengxi's group. After spending nearly an hour, the entire team finally finished resting. Compared to the previous gloominess, this time, everyone was smiling as they set off. The ones who contributed the most had quite a few crystal cores in hand, and they exchanged for many items. Although carrying crystal cores was lighter, they still preferred to exchange for supplies, working hard to carry them. They didn't know when Lengxi and the others would wake up and stop exchanging, so having supplies in hand was the most reassuring. They probably knew what the others were thinking, but they didn't mind at all, as it was mutually beneficial. They really had a lot of food, especially with many wood-type ability users. After leveling up and with seeds, things like rice had never been lacking. Thus, the exchange prices for these producible items were not high. The expensive ones were those seasonings. However, everyone wanted to eat flavorful food rather than bland dishes. Therefore, even though the seasonings were quite pricey, many people still exchanged for them. They weren't oblivious. Going long without salt was not acceptable, and moreover, a bag of salt could last a long time. So it was not a loss. After they cleared away that large batch of zombies, the journey was much quieter and no further dangers arose. Captain Long had the deputy lead the team while he stealthily approached Lengxi's group with the space ability users from his own team. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Lengxi felt a bit helpless. The battle had just ended, and they needed to rest. Captain Long, not leading the team up front. Why did he come here? Just say it outright. His straightforwardness made him seem petty in comparison. Captain Long didn't hesitate any longer. I want to exchange some supplies with you. Do you think that's okay? I thought you would collect the crystal cores and hand them over to those experts and professors later. Upon hearing this, Lengxi was somewhat surprised because she had previously provided some supplies which should last them for a while. Captain Long shouldn't have come over so quickly. Captain Long smiled wryly and said, "That's not important. Besides, we only need a small part of the research. We have quite a few crystal cores in our hands. I don't know what you plan to do with them, but use them cautiously." At this point, Captain Long shared all his findings. Everyone was smart and adapting to the apocalypse in their own way. Lengxi had the advantage of rebirth, but the others were not fools. They had figured out the uses of the crystal cores. However, since there was a virus in the zombies, they were initially cautious, and the soldiers had more acute senses, allowing them to clearly feel the changes in their bodies. After absorbing the crystal cores, their original strength had increased slightly, but if too many were absorbed, there would be a tendency towards violent thoughts, indicating that the virus was gradually invading their bodies. The fact that crystal cores could enhance strength would eventually be exposed, and Lengxi and the others were not surprised by that. However, Captain Long's willingness to be open about this indicated that he truly considered them to be one of his own, and Lengxi no longer held back. Chapter 129. Finally, we can eat our fill. Thank you, Captain Long, for informing us about this matter. We had already discovered it and developed a way to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Captain Long was not surprised. He knew that with Lengxi and their rapid increase in strength, it was not just due to practice. But there must be other methods, and indeed there were. That's good. Safety first. I'm just worried that you might be overreaching and leave hidden dangers for the future. Since you have a method, that's a good thing. Captain Long had considered asking Lengxi to share their method, but he couldn't get over that mental hurdle. It belonged to them, and unless they were willing, it would be inappropriate for him to bring it up. But he didn't expect that the next second, Lengxi would surprise him. Are you really willing to tell me about this? Of course. Please remember, I will only say this once. They had already advanced far ahead of many people, and leaking this information was not a problem. Moreover, she hoped that Captain Long and the others would grow stronger to protect themselves better. Hearing Lengxi say this, Captain Long was very excited. He stood up and saluted Lengxi. On behalf of all the survivors, I thank you for your righteousness. Feeling his solemn gratitude, Lengxi blushed a little. You don't need to think so highly of me. I have my own selfish motives. I hope you all grow stronger to better protect us. This is just a formality. Captain Long can tell because he has seen the other party's strength with his own eyes. They really don't need their protection. Instead, it's only after they join that he can feel so relaxed. Regardless, I am very grateful to you. But can I disclose this matter? I mean no harm. It's just that things are different now, and I want everyone to become stronger. When he first learned about this method, Captain Long wasn't thinking about keeping it to himself or taking credit. He was thinking that everyone would be saved. However, since the method was mentioned by Lengxi, he had to inquire before disclosing it. He didn't want to act arbitrarily. Hearing his words, Lengxi smiled faintly. You don't need to explain. Since I have shared this method with you, it means you can do whatever you want with it without needing to consult me. All right. I will inform the survivors about the method and say that it was told by you. Captain Long rarely admires others. The former leader is one. And now Lengxi counts as well. Lengxi doesn't want to stand out or draw attention to her presence, so she declined Captain Long's proposal. This only made Captain Long feel that she is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune and has a kind heart. Water is a bit better since there are quite a few water ability users. If it's not used for cleaning, just for drinking, it's barely enough. But food is such an important thing. Don't worry, it's been exchanged, and this time we can finally give the brothers a full meal. At this point, Captain Long's eyes were filled with guilt. Following me, such an incompetent leader, you can't even get a bite to eat, and you all have to go hungry. Boss, you can't say that. We are starving because we are soft-hearted. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, our supply distribution is arranged by the higher-ups. It's their prediction that S wrong, which is why our supplies are insufficient. If they had been a bit tougher, we wouldn't have gone hungry. Regardless of how it is said, they have never blamed the higher-ups. After all, they didn't know how terrible the situation outside was otherwise. They wouldn't have sent so few people and distributed them so widely. The world changing like this is something everyone never expected. Stop blaming yourself. It's good that we can exchange. In the future, we will take care of them more. Seeing them like this, the vice captain quickly tried to smooth things over and shifted the topic to supplies. When it came to supplies, everyone was curious about what Captain Long had exchanged. When they saw the full load of supplies, they couldn't help but show even more excited expressions. Great! Not only will we not go hungry in the future, but we can also eat quite well. These college students are really amazing. They manage to get such good stuff. However, this rice and such are so fresh. It's probably grown by their wood ability users. Indeed, heroes come from the young. Don't say that. You're not that old either, but they are really impressive. Don't worry, with me handling logistics, there won't be any problems. It's just that a clever woman can't cook without rice. This time I will definitely make sure you all are well fed. The one who is the happiest is the logistics manager. With so much food, he has already figured out how to arrange it. Not only are they happy here, but the people who exchange supplies are also exceptionally happy. In short, tonight is a bountiful night, and everyone is in high spirits, full of hope for the future. Lengxi and the others are also sitting in a luxurious RV, enjoying a rich late-night snack to reward everyone for their hard work. Wow, this squid is so delicious. Fortunately, we are lucky to follow such an amazing boss. Now we have almost nothing left. The power supply system had collapsed just days after the apocalypse, and those frozen seafood and fresh meat could not possibly be preserved for so long. So, being able to eat these now is really thanks to having such a powerful boss. That's right. Many people want to join us, but unfortunately, we only recruit based on quality. We don't just take in any random cat or dog that would not be finding teammates, but looking for trouble ourselves. Taking a bite of barbecue and sipping on a happy soda, it feels like a divine life, and no one is as carefree as they are. All right, let us keep it down. Eating can't block your mouths. Speaking of this, thinking about these seemingly loose-lipped teammates, Xiao Gao warned, usually it's fine to be proud, but don't let it slip out. None of them are open-minded. If they knew we were still struggling while we could eat such delicious food, some of which we could only have before the apocalypse, they would cause a lot of trouble for the boss. Gao, we know. We only dare to say this when no one else is around. We wouldn't dare to let it slip out usually. There's so many envious people. We definitely don't want to get ourselves into trouble. Chapter 130. Mutated crows attack. Yes. We are not the kind of people who lack discretion. Usually, we can use the wood ability users as an excuse to fool people. But these things are not so easy to fool. After all, everyone is not that stupid. How can they just believe whatever we say? Knowing that Lengxi might also have space abilities, these people not only felt no fear, but were very happy since they are the ones who benefit. As long as you understand, those with more than one ability should hide them well, so they don't get discovered. Although they had not been with the survivors for long, Xiao Gao had gathered quite a bit of information, such as that most people basically only have one ability. Therefore, if they are exposed, the situation could be very serious. They are not foolish. Instead, they are smart, knowing the principle of having a gem can bring trouble. Because everyone is very tired, this journey is not as fast as before. Everyone is lazy and relaxed. Affected by this pleasant atmosphere, many people even let down their guard. Suddenly, a wave of pressure hit them. The hearing ability users seemed to have heard something. When they focused their attention, however, they felt nothing, which surprised them greatly. It's cool under the big tree. Because of Lengxi and their powerful strength, after realizing that there was no reaction from that direction, they also relaxed here. However, danger slowly approached as they let down their guard. The mental ability user on night watch, sensing something was wrong, did not hesitate. He warned the companions in the vehicle and also notified teammates in other vehicles. Something is coming. Metal ability users, reinforce our vehicle again. Their vehicle had already been reinforced and was very sturdy, but the night watch teammate was still not at ease and reiterated the warning. You're making too much of a fuss about this. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on his face became serious. Many things are coming. Stay alert. While speaking, he also informed others to spread the message. He knew very well that this was not a time for solo acts. This large group included not just them. After this message was conveyed, those who were originally relaxed became tense one by one. They trembled with weapons in hand, some regretting not restoring their stamina in time, resulting in their current predicament. However, several minutes passed, and the danger did not arrive as expected. Many people began to laugh. Where's the danger? They were too jumpy. When the zombies came earlier, they must have summoned the surrounding zombies as well. We have cleared so many. There definitely won't be any foolish ones coming here to seek death in a short time. You're being overly cautious. By the way, who issued such a report? It really startled us. Although the tone was calm, there was a hint of anger inside. He was annoyed that this person scared him. Many with bad tempers began to curse. Is having special abilities so impressive? Can't you be more accurate? Is it fun to scare us? This is nothing. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a pain in his neck, and then he lost all vitality. The person next to him, caught off guard, only realized the danger when warm blood splattered on their face. But it was already too late. The deadly demon did not spare him, and almost in the next second, he followed in his friend's footsteps. Not just here. Those who were indifferent almost all failed to escape, with only a few extremely lucky ones dodging this deadly disaster. The ones who escaped did not feel fortunate. They picked up their weapons with sorrowful faces and fought against these unexpected guests. Those who died were mostly those who had let their guard down, while those with vehicles felt extremely grateful. But this gratitude did not last long, as those creatures had no intention of letting them go. The people inside the car could only watch in terror as the black shadows kept crashing against the car windows, try to break through the defenses to get in. What the hell are these things? Why they targeted us? Are these the ones that ambushed us? They couldn't see the shadows clearly, but they seemed to be some kind of birds. The world has already changed. Perhaps they have changed too. I wonder if this car window can hold up. Before he could finish speaking, cracks had already appeared in the car window, shocking the others in the car to glare at him. Shut up, stop saying such ominous things. I'm just speaking the truth. Halfway through his words, someone next to him covered his mouth and pulled him aside. Oh my, I'm telling you, can you please stop talking? We know about this too, but hearing you say it really makes things worse. Who doesn't teen know that the world has undergone a tremendous change? But can't you give them a little fantasy? Otherwise, how can ordinary people like them endure this suffering? At this time, ordinary people couldn't help much. Staying behind would only become a burden. Except for those who were taken away after being caught, without having the chance to react at first. The rest were arranged by Captain Long and his team to squeeze into other people's cars. The car owners were very unwilling. It was already uncomfortable for a family to squeeze into one car, and adding more people made the situation even worse. But human lives were at stake, and no matter how unhappy they were, they didn't voice any complaints. However, in Lengxi's RV, no one was allowed to enter, but they were willing to let people squeeze into the cart they had gathered. Those without cars but willing to pay for a ride were particularly grateful. Fortunately, we could afford this money, otherwise we would have been taken away by those big birds. Who would have thought that those small crows before the apocalypse would grow so large and be so aggressive after the apocalypse? Thankfully, the people we found were reliable, and the money spent was worth it. Just now, they had used their abilities to protect the cart, so we didn't have to suffer. They whispered among themselves, their eyes reflecting the relief of having survived a disaster. When zombies attacked, ordinary people could bravely fight back, but when faced with these flying mutated crows, they had no way to deal with them and could only hide to avoid causing trouble for others. From the initial confusion to arranging the ordinary people, Captain Long began to organize a counterattack. Whether it was mutated animals or mutated plants, the most effective attackers were fire-type ability users. With just a fireball, they could take down several crows, and powerful fire-type users could even wipe out a large area with a single skill, making the crows fall like rain. With the efforts of the fire-type ability users, the number of crows visibly decreased. It was easy for fire-type users to deal with these mutated crows. But other ability users and evolved beings were not to be underestimated. They used various methods to attack the mutated crows in the sky. With everyone's combined efforts, most of the mutated crows lost their lives, with only a few sensing danger and successfully escaping. Chapter 131. The Leader of the Safe Haven. The mutated crows were driven away, but the living did not look joyful because they had lost many companions, and even if they were not close, they had seen each other a few times, so there was some emotional connection. Of course, more than anything, there was the sorrow of losing loved ones. When would such days come to an end? It was too overwhelming. Could it be that in the end, death was inevitable? What was the meaning of my perseverance? Others who had lost their purpose ended their lives in various ways. Captain Long coldly watched their actions without stopping them. He had no say in anyone's life or death. Since they did not want to live a difficult life, death was also a form of relief. The stench of blood was heavy here, but they couldn't stay. The danger of remaining was greater. There was no guarantee that those mutated crows wouldn't call their companions over again, which was something the exhausted group could not handle. After cleaning up, they continued on their journey. This time, he did not distribute the crystal cores in advance. He kept them all to himself, planning to allocate them after finding a safe place. After a brief rest, the large team continued forward. The laughter and cheerful voices were gone, and everyone wore a heavy expression. After the apocalypse, they had long become accustomed to the separations of life and death, but they had never truly gotten used to it. One moment, a living person was talking to you, and the next, they had closed their eyes forever. This feeling was indescribably oppressive and sorrowful. Having encountered unfortunate events, they lost quite a few companions. But fortunately, the road ahead was relatively lucky. They did not encounter any more crises and instead came across a private safe haven. This safe outpost was originally a village. It was not just anyone who led the people to surround the area with walls made of stones and other materials over a meter high. Although it looked simple, it provided a greater sense of security than other safe outposts. Captain Long originally did not plan to rest here. He preferred to find an unclaimed place so he wouldn't have to waste words when leaving. However, the patrol on the other side spotted them immediately and stopped them. "We're just passing by and don't need to see your leader. Little brother, please let us through," Captain Long said helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that this road had to go through the village, he would never have stopped here. The man holding a spear made of a knife and a wooden stick did not listen to him at all. "I can't make that decision." The leader said that all passing groups must be seen to avoid any bad intentions that could harm our safe outpost. "Don't move around. The leader will be here soon." Captain Long and the others were dressed in military uniforms, but the big man didn't care because he had seen such uniforms before. That batch of people had probably stolen someone else's clothes to wear just like these. Anyway, he couldn't tell the difference. He wasn't smart, but as long as he remembered the leader's words, that was enough. He was unyielding, and Captain Long was particularly bald. All right then. They could have used force, but he was worried that a conflict would be more troublesome, so he could only patiently wait for their leader to arrive. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, the leader they spoke of came over. He was a young man in his 20s, dressed very ordinarily with a buzz cut, and his face was unremarkable, giving off a simple and honest vibe. He wore a smile that made him seem very approachable. However, Captain Long never underestimated anyone. If the other party truly appeared as simple as he presented himself, he wouldn't be regarded as a leader by the people of such a large village. "What should I call you?" The young man's gaze casually swept over the entire group before settling on Captain Long. Deputy Zhao stepped forward, smiling. "Hello, my surname is Zhao, responsible for all external affairs of the team. This is our captain, surname Long. So it's Captain Long and Deputy Zhao. A pleasure to meet you. My surname is Yi, and I am honored to be regarded by my brothers and sisters as the leader of this safe outpost." Although he merely glanced, the young man could estimate the strength of the opposing side and knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so his tone became even more gentle. "So it's leader, truly a young talent. We mean no harm and are not intentionally causing a disturbance. We just want to pass through here. We were wondering if that would be convenient." Deputy Zhao didn't want to waste time, and the young man noted his directness, which surprised him a bit. However, knowing they meant no harm, his attitude genuinely softened. "Of course, passing through is no problem, but it's too late now. You've traveled a long way, and it's a bit dangerous. Why not rest here? Leader, there are many of them. What if they have bad intentions? How can we escape?" Due to previous incidents, their entire safe outpost was very wary of outsiders, and everyone was quite surprised when the young man voluntarily offered to take them in. "Don't worry. I have my own judgments. Didn't you see their military uniforms? They won't harm us common folks." The young man had keen insight and could naturally sense the righteousness emanating from Captain Long and his group, while the lingering smell of blood indicated that they had likely experienced a great battle and were very tired. Staying and establishing a good relationship with them was a good choice. He didn't want to rely on others, but he didn't know how long his safe outpost could hold out, so he had to leave himself a backup plan. The gaze of the other party appeared very upright, clearly suitable for being a backup, so he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Hearing his words, the subordinates fell silent, but Deputy Zhao timely spoke. "This isn't very appropriate." "Is it? There's nothing inappropriate. If it were anyone else, we might be cautious, but you are different. I trust you." The young man was very enthusiastic, to the point where Deputy Zhao felt embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, it truly wasn't suitable to continue traveling at this time, so he changed his tune. "In that case, we will rest here for a day. Thank you, Leader Yi, for hosting us. It's my duty," the young man said with a smile, his face radiating warmth. "Xiaohua, take our esteemed guests inside to rest." "All right, where should we arrange them?" Silly Xiaohua. "Of course, arrange them in the VIP area. Do I even need to tell you that?" Hearing his words, the young man playfully scolded. The girl called Xiaohua muttered a bit unhappily. "Leader, you always say not to call me silly. Don't you know that if you say it too much, I will really become silly? Besides, how am I silly?" All right. It's my fault. Let's first take care of our esteemed guests." Chapter 132. Healing Type Ability User. The young man's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Sorry for making you laugh. She's always been this way. Isn't that just fine? The apocalypse is already very tough. If we go on with long faces every day, it would make people lose hope for life." Deputy Zhao was not emotionally dull, although the other party's behavior seemed a bit out of line. It indicated that she held a significant position in Leader Yi's heart. Otherwise, How would she dare to act like this? If you were to reprimand her, it might leave a bad impression. The other party was very polite, but they couldn't truly be ungrateful. There's no need for the VIP area. We can just rest on the outskirts of the village. It's late, and we feel bad for disturbing you. How about we go to the VIP area? At this moment, Captain Long also spoke up. Old Zhao is right. We can't trouble you any further. We have a car. We just need to find a spacious place to park. No need to specifically look for a building. This statement left some survivors feeling quite dissatisfied, whether they had cars or not. Everyone wanted a place to lie down and sleep, sheltered from the wind and rain, rather than lying on the ground or crammed in their vehicles. However, they did not dare to contradict Captain Long's words, especially those armed individuals, who were suspected to be villagers, appeared particularly fierce, making them even more reluctant to act rashly. But their resentment towards Captain Long deepened in their hearts. After spending some time with these people, Captain Long was well aware of their twists and turns. However, it was better for everyone to gather together, so they could better evacuate in case of emergencies without panicking. He didn't expect these people to understand. He only required them to obey orders and didn't have many demands of them. Lengxi and the others lived in a motorhome, and even without having to come down, they could be very comfortable. Regardless of Captain Long's arrangements, it had no impact on them at all. Therefore, they quietly stayed in the vehicle and did not show themselves. As the most powerful individuals, the survivors couldn't help but focus their attention on them. They had no objections, and the others who had opinions did not dare to voice them. Thus, the accommodation issue was settled quite pleasantly. Their attitude was very firm, and the young man could only regretfully cancel this proposal. All right, since that's the case, let's go to the granary in our village. It's the most spacious place there. Deputy Zhao also politely said, "Thank you for leading the way. It's no trouble. Providing convenience for you is what I should do. I don't think I'm capable of much, so I can only do what I'm able to. I hope you won't laugh at me," the man said, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of self-reproach. "How can we laugh at you? We admire someone like you." Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. If everyone had your mindset, rescue would be much easier. Under the deliberate maintenance from both sides, the conversation on the way was particularly harmonious. The road to the granary was not far, and they arrived while chatting and laughing. Upon arrival, before the apocalypse, this was the place where everyone used to dry their grains. In addition to this, there's another spot nearby. I don't know if it will be enough for you all, but if not, you can spread out. It really is not quite enough. Fortunately, your village is large. Otherwise, we wouldn't really have a way with so many people. Deputy Zhao did not pretend to be polite, as there were indeed many of them. The young man was perceptive, and after leading them there, he left without further ado. He knew that at this time, the other party did not need him to say any polite words. They just wanted to rest properly. Seeing his perceptiveness, everyone had a good impression of him. Seeing that Captain Long and the others were so sensible in choosing the granary. The attitude of the other people in this safe stronghold towards these outsiders improved significantly, though they were still not very enthusiastic. Noticing that they were just watching and did not take the initiative to come over and chat, Captain Long did not mind. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't manage the survivors, but he was very concerned about his own soldiers, so he began to inquire about their conditions. After discovering that their injuries were quite serious, his mood became very low. "These injuries are really life-threatening right now. I don't know how I can save you." He felt very useless, unable to protect his own soldiers. "Captain, this isn't your fault. Who can fight without getting hurt? It's just us being careless. It has nothing to do with you." "Yeah, we'll be careful with our lives. It's just a small injury. We could bear it before, and we can do the same now. Don't worry too much about us. We're not kids. We can take care of ourselves." The soldier who spoke had a bright smile. Although he was in a lot of pain, he didn't dare to show it at all, fearing that Captain Long would worry. Seeing him deliberately smile like that made Captain Long even sadder. He felt a deep pang in his heart, but he didn't bring it up and instead nodded to change the subject. "Sigh, if only we had a healing ability user. There are so many special abilities now. Surely there must be such miraculous powers." But suddenly someone said this, prompting others to nod in agreement. "Yes, but right now our levels are not high. Maybe they won't be that miraculous, but they should be able to stop the bleeding a bit. Why don't we ask those people? They seem so powerful." They should have a healing ability user. Unknowingly, the status of Yi Lengxi and the others in the eyes of these soldiers had greatly changed. Hearing this, Captain Long's eyes brightened. I'll go ask, but you must not let this information leak out. This is a life-threatening apocalypse. If we really have a healing ability user, they are particularly precious. The principle of a common man is innocent, but the possession of jewels is a crime, is known to anyone who has been to school. Captain Long no longer dared to think positively about people. He knew very well that most people were bad, especially in such times when most people were very selfish. He didn't expect these people to help him with anything. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, he would be satisfied. Captain, don't worry, we understand this matter. After receiving their assurance, Captain Long brought some supplies to their door. Although these supplies were what he had exchanged for crystal cores not long ago, he felt it was really inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Captain Long, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here? The person receiving him was still Luo Tian. Seeing him holding something, he guessed that he had something to request, so his attitude became even worse. Captain Long felt a bit awkward, but he still wanted to push the items into Luo Tian's arms. What is Captain Long doing? Chapter 133. Initial exposure. Luo Tian completely refused to take it. His tone was indifferent, making Captain Long feel even more embarrassed. However, thinking of those soldiers who were in so much pain, yet gritted their teeth and remained silent. Some not even 18 or 19 years old. He steeled himself and spoke. To be honest, I'm embarrassed to come over, but I do have a request from you. I wonder if I could speak to your leader for a moment. You can tell me what you need. Our leader trusts me, and I can relay it. She is currently in training, and it's not very convenient. Well, I want to ask if you have a healing ability user. Don't worry. I absolutely won't let it leak. I don't ask for them to be as good as new, just to stop the bleeding a bit, which would allow them to recover faster. I know this request is excessive, but I don't want them to lose their lives due to excessive blood loss or infection. Some are really very young, and I can't bear it. As he spoke, Captain Long couldn't help but choke up. Watching them lose their lives and turn into those monsters, only to be killed by them, it truly pained his heart. How do you know we have a healing ability user? Because of Yi Lengxi's instructions, Luo Tian tried hard to improve his attitude. But he didn't know how to reveal this information. We didn't know you had a healing ability user. We just thought you were so powerful and came to ask. If you have one, great. If not, that's fine. Hearing this, Captain Long was already certain that Yi Lengxi's team indeed had a healing ability user, but he didn't know how strong they were or if they could help them. If they can't, that's fine. At least there is hope, and at 1T filled the future with doubt. Sure enough, Luo Tian's next words verified his guess. What you said is indeed correct. We have a healing ability user, but their strength is not very strong. Don't hold too much hope, otherwise you might be disappointed. It's okay. As long as there's something, it shows that heaven hasn't given up on us humans. As a soldier, he really shouldn't believe in these things, but since the apocalypse has appeared, what's the harm in believing a little? However, here, everyone is free. Whether or not to save you, I still need to ask a bit. I can't make that decision. There isn't just one healing ability user, but exposing anyone means they have to discuss it with others first. Captain Long, although very upright, is not exactly reliable for him, because he carries a lot of people in his heart. Such a person is great, but not suitable for knowing every secret. Well then, thank you for your trouble. Captain Long, who didn't know his thoughts, looked grateful and was hopeful for his soldiers to recover. After Luo Tian left, the others took turns to serve him on behalf of Captain Long. Their enthusiasm made Captain Long feel guilty. Thankfully, there are you all, otherwise. I don't know how many brothers would have sacrificed tonight. Captain Long, you're being too modest. This isn't just helping you, it's also helping ourselves. We want a more harmonious team. We don't want to keep arguing. They have respect for soldiers in their hearts, but that doesn't mean they can sacrifice themselves for others. The reason they're so polite to them is mainly due to Yi Lengxi's orders, and of course, importantly, they're not lacking anything right now. So they can maintain a calm mindset like before the apocalypse. When they saw Captain Long, it wasn't taken for granted. Everyone had a particularly good impression of him. Captain Long, don't worry, we are many, and as long as we work together, we can definitely reduce casualties and live well. Things are in our hands. Since we have abilities, it shows we haven't been abandoned. Just motivational talk, it rolls off the tongue, and it doesn't cost anything. These people spoke without any pressure. However, when Captain Long listened to these words, he felt particularly good, increasingly realizing that reading more is really useful. At least it raises one's quality. While they were chatting, Luo Tian brought people over, and when Captain Long saw Yi beside him, he didn't react right away. Was that new healing ability user unwilling? If she's unwilling, then forget it. I'm not the kind of person who forces others. Being assigned such an important task for the first time, Feng Yu was initially very happy. But when Captain Long said that, she immediately understood that this military uncle in front of her didn't think highly of her. She felt somewhat unhappy. So what if she was young? Abilities aren't given based on age. The awakening of abilities has certain rules, but mostly there are no rules. Uncle, I'm willing to help you. However, she knew that it was Captain Long and the others who had protected her before, which allowed her to be taken in by Lengxi and the others now. So she tried hard to smile. This seemingly disjointed statement suddenly made Captain Long realize, you are that healing ability user? Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The sea cannot be measured by a pint. Looking so thin and small, she actually possesses abilities. The better a person's physical fitness, the greater the chance of awakening abilities. Of course, those with poor health but who are willing to fight for their lives will not be neglected by fate. However, Captain Long and his team were well aware of the little girl's situation. Her life was quite difficult with irregular meals, and anyone with a conscience would feel very sorry for her. They had previously thought about helping her, but were worried about being taken advantage of by her family, so they could only watch from the sidelines. Yet this little girl surprisingly had enviable abilities. The older siblings told me that abilities have their pros and cons. Fortunately, I am with them. Otherwise, without enough nutritional support, I would eventually become a zombie, a more formidable kind of zombie. At this point, Fonya couldn't help but feel grateful. She almost turned into that kind of ugly monster. After her mother died, she was no longer afraid of death and even wished to die to accompany her mother, but she did not want to become that kind of monster. It was better to live painfully than to harm others. The little one's eyes were filled with gratitude and fear, and although Luo Tian did not say much beside her, he patted her head to comfort her. With trustworthy people around, Feng Ye's emotions gradually stabilized. Uncle, aren't we going to save people? Let's hurry, don't waste time. My strength is weak, and I need a lot of time to recover. Little one, thank you. Facing such a small and sensible child, Captain Long, a big shot, showed tenderness in his rough eyes. Let us go now. I shouldn't delay your time. It was my fault just now. It's okay. It's normal for you not to believe me since I'm so young. Chapter 134. The healing master from my past life begins to show power. Although she was a bit unhappy at first, she was not the kind of unreasonable child. She knew her age indeed made people uneasy. There was no point in saying too much. She would use her abilities to make them see her in a new light. Fonya was young, and the people in the team were unwilling to let her go alone. Of course, even if she were an adult, as a precious healing ability user, her teammates would not let her go out alone. Therefore, in addition to Luo Tian, there was another capable teammate accompanying them, protecting Fonya in the middle. The attitude of treating her like a treasure made Fonya very happy. She told herself that she must become strong so she could help the people in the team. At that moment, she had never hated herself so much. Fortunately, her older siblings had told her how to become stronger. She was no longer like before. She could use her abilities to help, and although she was still weak, she would seize the time to grow up. Throughout the journey, Fonya had many thoughts, but her expression became more serious. Her little face was tense, endearing those around her, while also evoking more concern. Lengxi and the others had not adopted her for long. Even though the meals had been quite good lately, they had not yet restored her to full health. Of course, Lengxi had methods, but everyone in the survivor team had witnessed what Fonya was like before. She did not want to be a burden, naturally choosing to raise Fonya slowly rather than pitying her and dragging herself down. She was not someone lacking common sense. She did not speak, but Captain Long could not help but chat with her. Don't worry, you're still young. Take things at your own pace. Don't push yourself too hard and harm your health. Uncle, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I want to joke with my health. Fonya was not foolish. She wanted to show herself, but did not want to sacrifice herself. She remembered clearly everything Lengxi and the others had told her. That's good. Finding a child was already enough to make him feel guilty. If this child were to be affected by them physically, Captain Long felt he would never forgive himself. For safety reasons, the distance between the various small groups camps was not far apart, and to support each other, Captain Long and his team stayed closer to Lengxi's team. In just a few words, they had already arrived at their camp. Great, we're saved. They looked eagerly, their gazes lingering on Luo Tian and another teammate. Soon, Luo Tian was ruled out because everyone knew his abilities. He could not possibly be the healing ability user. So, it had to be this unfamiliar man. He was the healing ability user. They looked at that teammate with eager eyes, startling him, making him unconsciously lean closer to Luo Tian. Brother Luo, what do you think they mean? This is too frightening. If he didn't know this was a serious place, he would have doubted if he had gone to the wrong location. Luo Tian could roughly understand their thoughts. If it weren't for their boss being capable of producing that miraculous potion, he would probably look at the healing ability user with the same gaze. He patted the other's shoulder. Don't be afraid. They probably know they can soon alleviate their pain, so they're very excited. However, their way of looking at people is not good. Luo Tian did not speak further, but his eyes secretly fell on Fengya. As their own troops, Captain Long could easily guess what they were thinking. He felt a bit embarrassed and stepped forward to pick Fengya up. At this point, everyone's attention finally turned to the small girl. After being cleaned up, she really looked quite beautiful. Who would have thought that this seemingly fairy-like little girl was the same messy child from before? Boss, how did you bring this child over? As they continued to make increasingly absurd comments, Captain Long quickly interrupted them. Let us keep it down. This is the healing ability user I invited, so please show some respect. After saying that, he hurriedly turned to Fengya and said, they are just too shocked. There's no malice intended. So please don't take it to heart. Fengya had already adjusted her mindset and shook her head. I'm too young, so it's normal for them not to trust me. If I saw a young child, I wouldn't believe in their abilities either. Uncle Long, please put me down. I want to show the soldiers. Her expression was very serious, and Captain Long involuntarily placed her on equal footing. All right, thank you for your hard work. No need to be polite. You exchange supplies for this, and you're helping others with their troubles, Fengya said earnestly, unconsciously gathering her healing abilities. This is her ability to perceive. Through this small green light, she can detect who is more seriously injured and prioritize treatment to avoid delaying their condition. When this green light appears, the nearby soldiers feel a warmth radiating from her hands, and their expressions become serious as they look at her. Fengya can sense the change in their attitude, but her expression remains calm. Uncle, come a little closer. My abilities are limited, and it's hard to assess your situation from too far away. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Those with skills, regardless of age, deserve attention. Upon hearing her words, Captain Long immediately calls for the others. Coming. This scene was truly shocking. It was the first time they encountered a healing type ability user. Although both were green, the green of the wood type ability was somewhat different from the green of the healing type ability. At the very least, it didn't feel quite right. They were disciplined and organized. With Captain Long's command, everyone lined up voluntarily without any arguments, which relieved Fengya. She maintained a serious expression, closing her eyes to sense the situation. Soon, she identified those with the most severe injuries. After years of military experience, they had a good grasp of assessing injuries. And this ability of Fengya's made them trust her even more. Chapter 135. Ungratefulness. They didn't dare to speak, only watching Fengya nervously. If this really worked, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Since they began their military service, they had thought about the possibility of sacrifice. But who wants to die when they can live? Only by living can they create more value and help more people. Due to her limited ability, Fengya couldn't fully heal the injured. Under the influence of her healing ability, the wounds appeared significantly better, and the faces of the treated soldiers regained some color. In short, everything was heading in a positive direction, but Fengya's complexion began to pale, and her small hands trembled. The once brilliant green light flickered and dimmed, clearly nearing its limit. Captain Long, feeling pained, urged her to stop. That's enough. You can come back to treat them after you recover. You can't neglect your own health. He cared deeply for his soldiers, hoping they would all be fine, but he didn't want to hurt others in the process. Just wait a bit longer. For the last one. Fonya wanted to show her capabilities and didn't want to be looked down upon, so she didn't stop when she heard those words. Luo Tian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yeah, listen to me. Okay, I'm on it. Fonya forced a pale smile, saying, look, I can help too. I'm not useless. I'm not a burden. Due to her exhaustion, her voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had good hearing. Upon hearing this, they felt a pang in their hearts. It was all the fault of the Feng family. How could they still prefer boys over girls in this new era? Don't listen to their nonsense. Yeah, you're the best. You're really amazing now, and we need you. That's right. Many adults don't have abilities. But you're so young, yet have such a powerful ability. You can definitely help more people. Hearing this, Fonya smiled and shook her head. I don't want to help more people. I only want to help those who deserve it. My sister said that helping bad people makes you an accomplice. She didn't want to be an accomplice. Even if she wasn't a good person, she didn't want to be a bad one. This kind of thinking is very correct in the apocalypse. Captain Long praised it, bringing a bit of color to Fonya's pale face. Seeing her so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open and on the verge of falling asleep. Luo Tian interrupted Captain Long's pleasantries and picked her up. Let's leave it at this for today. When she recovers, I'll bring her back. But we absolutely cannot expose her identity. We can only say she's here for fun. Their entire team is very powerful, and if they were to be exposed, they wouldn't be afraid. Instead, many people would rush to them for benefits. However, they don't want Fonya, at such a young age, to go through so much. Exposure has its advantages, but it also has disadvantages. They might overlook something, making it easy for someone to target them and take Fonya away. Although they haven't known her for long, Fonya's already been recognized as one of their own, so they naturally don't want her to be harmed because of these interests. Fonya, who was not completely asleep, understood that Luo Tian was doing this for her own good. This time, she no longer forced herself. She tightly grasped Luo Tian's clothes and fell asleep like that. In fact, using up her powers and recovering immediately could enhance her strength. But she was too young, and this intensity was not suitable for her. Moreover, sleep helps with recovery. Everyone has their own way to improve. Captain Long assured, of course, we won't do anything so unrefined. He knew very well that otherwise, the boss wouldn't have agreed to let Fonya come to heal. He just had to say the necessary reminders. They had finally found a place to rest, and the most important issues had been resolved, so they should focus on recovery. Captain Long had the medic check their injuries, and after understanding their conditions, he felt completely at ease. Sure enough, the powers were magical. Those who felt hopeless were significantly improved after simple treatment. You all take good care of your injuries. When you're better, don't forget the girl and that team's kindness. As long as it doesn't violate principles, we can do anything. Don't worry, boss. We are not the kind of people who forget their benefactors. We definitely won't do such things. That's right. That little girl is so impressive at such a young age. Her future is limitless. Not to mention her, just look at that group of college students. Each one is stronger than the last. It's only beneficial to befriend them. Of course, the most important thing is that by befriending them, we can support each other. Although we have only known each other for a short time, my intuition tells me they are particularly reliable. Yes. Following them means no brothers will sacrifice tonight. Although there are severed hands and feet, at least we survived. Being alive brings hope. Their previous medical level was decent, but these powers were even more miraculous. Perhaps when the healing-type powers improve, they could really allow people to regrow limbs. They all expressed their gratitude to Fonya and her team, and by the end, even those with severed limbs had a bit more hope in their eyes. Yes, who knows, maybe their hands and feet could really grow back. Even if they can't, it's fine. Given the current dire situation, being alive is already a blessing. Seeing them think so positively, Captain Long also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are aware, go keep watch as arranged. Although we are in the village, we must not let our guard down. Stay alert, and if anything unusual happens, remember to notify me or the vice captain. The others should take the time to rest. After finishing his instructions, Captain Long also focused on recovering and resting, seeing Fonya's pale little face as she slept soundly. The teammates who had already regarded her as their little sister felt a bit heartbroken. Brother Luo, why aren't you paying more attention? Exactly. She may be young, but how could you not understand? Why didn't you remind her a bit? Everyone blamed Luo Tian and the two of them a bit, but their voices were not loud, afraid of waking Fengya. Luo Tian smiled bitterly, silently shouldering the blame, but still explained a bit. You all know, although this girl is young, she understands a lot and has a stubborn temper. Although we accepted her, she always feels like a guest in someone else's house. She thinks she has to be useful to stay. I can't persuade her. It's a problem left by her original family, so don't blame me. Yes, this girl has a strong sense of pride. Thinking about how obedient and hard-working Feng Ye had been since joining their team, they fell into silence. But this is also good. They didn't have to put in much effort, and they were very willing to bring her along. That's true, but she helped a lot this time. When she wakes up, she shouldn't be so cautious anymore, right? Chapter 136. The villager's little schemes, yes, such a well-behaved child. Her terrible family really is something. Looking at that chubby child who looked like a pig, comparing it to Ye's small frame, I couldn't help but laugh. Is it just for a bit of food? Doing so much work, can't they even spare this little bit of rations? They're just too stupid. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. During the battle today, if we hadn't been careful, we would have almost been pushed into the zombie horde by them. I really want to beat them up. I think it can work. Why don't we find a time to bag them and give them a beating? Otherwise, this anger won't go away. This is not just for Ye's revenge, but also for their schemes against us. Sure, in just a few words, they quickly finalized their revenge plan. After they finished talking, Xiao Gao slowly spoke up. All right, let's say less. Hurry up and rest. This village gives me a weird feeling. Everyone needs to recover to their best condition. His ability is mental, and his perception is particularly sensitive, so he usually doesn't make mistakes. As before, the night watchman should stay alert and not let anyone take advantage. Seeing that they all listened to his suggestions, Xiao Gao's tone softened considerably. Brother Gao, we understand. We definitely won't hold you back. There are many teams like Captain Long and Lengxi who are keeping watch as usual, but even more are still sleeping like dead pigs. To them, as long as Captain Long is on watch, they feel safe. If anything happens, they will surely call them. After all, everyone is on the same team. Besides, this is a village. Those people look honest and simple, and there are many of them. So what could happen? They slept very soundly, but in the village's conference room, everyone's expressions were not so good. Chief, why keep them? What if they see that our village is doing well and don't want to leave, wanting to take it for themselves? I don't want to be commanded by others. There are too many of them. It's hard to rob them. It's really troublesome. At the table, everyone was expressing their thoughts, but the one sitting in the main seat, Yi Gu, was not saying much. Xiaofang, what do you think? Seeing the gentle-looking girl next to him not speaking, Yi Gu's gaze involuntarily fell on her. Being called out, the woman named Xiaofang looked up. I think it's better to befriend them. Although this is the apocalypse and chaos has already begun everywhere, this group of soldiers has particularly good qualities. If they could stay, our village's combat power would increase significantly. Even if they don't stay, if something happens here in the future, having this friendship from their stay could give us an escape route. Although their village seems fine now, the defenses are clearly not very secure. She has been paying attention and noticed that the strength of the zombies is increasing. While there are very few among them with special abilities, most of them are ordinary people, especially since their village has a large number of elderly and children. Although there are quite a few teenagers, ordinary people have very little impact when facing increasingly powerful zombies. As soon as these words were spoken, before Yi Gu could respond, someone couldn't help but say, Xiaofeng, why do you elevate others while diminishing your own strength? Our village has so many young and strong people, and there are still people coming to seek refuge from time to time. How could it be so easy to lose that? Those zombies look terrifying, but we can still deal with them. Exactly, being in charge of our own lives is better than being dependent on others. Moreover, other places are probably similar to ours. If we have to evacuate later, we can only go to the official safe base. But those in power may not be reliable. If we have to make a living under the military, it might be a bit better, but if it's in the hands of some ill-intentioned private individuals, we might as well hold our ground here. Boss, we know you trust Xiaofeng, but you really need to think this through. The person who spoke had a somewhat malicious expression. He couldn't understand why their capable leader trusted these two women, Xiao Hua and Xiaofeng, without any special feelings for them. Xiao Hua could be excused. She was simple-minded, strong, but easily appeased. However, Xiaofeng was not so easily fooled. She was very clever, and in the face of conflict, she usually wouldn't argue with others. But if she was truly angered, after being taught a lesson, they would never think of opposing her again. Therefore, even if that person had ill intentions, they didn't dare to say anything unpleasant to her face. But these people had some ability, yet lacked intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Yigu to take this position. The reason he asked this question was that he understood Xiaofeng's thoughts were not much different from his own. The words of this person made Yigu frown involuntarily. I think what Xiaofeng said makes a lot of sense. There are people from above, and it's never wrong to befriend them. I know what you mean. You're just worried about your rations being distributed. Don't worry, you won't need to. Your own food, aside from what you submit, can be freely distributed among yourselves. It's really short-sighted. Those people clearly look like they've come from hardship. But the apocalypse has lasted for so long, and many still maintain their cleanliness, even showing no signs of the panic in their eyes, indicating their strength is quite formidable, and their lives are relatively easy. Unlike us, even though we have a village, after the apocalypse, most of the animals we raised have mutated and run away, and the number of those that haven't mutated is very few. Especially the crops we planted, nearly all of them are inedible after the rain. Only those in greenhouses or undercover have survived. It's easy to say we have a village with enough land, but there isn't much food that can actually fill our stomachs. Those people have it better. A little goodwill from us could last them several days of eating and drinking, yet they show no insight at all. After all, they are our subordinates, and if they take action, he can reap the majority of the benefits. So Yigu doesn't mind laying it all out and showcasing his intelligence. Upon hearing this, the villagers suddenly understood. The boss is indeed clever. We never even thought of that. Oh, if we had known earlier, we wouldn't have put on such a long face. It said that it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Even if they don't lack food and clothing, we should be able to gain their gratitude by offering some rations at this time, right? Chapter 137, Dual Ability User Yigu. Someone suddenly thought of this, and as soon as the words were spoken, many people's eyes lit up. That's right, exchanging those inedible foods for something substantial is a great deal. Now, they have lost the desire to hold a meeting, each of them wanting to go over and curry favor. In the end, it was Yigu's words that calmed them down. They are currently exhausted from the journey and are planning to rest. If you go over at this time, it won't endear you to them, but rather make them resent you. Let's wait until tomorrow. Be mindful of finding opportunities and don't make it too obvious. The boss is right. We were too eager. The leader is indeed clever. If it were us, we would have messed this up badly. Of course, otherwise, how could he be the boss? If someone else were the leader, I definitely wouldn't comply, but with leader E, I am convinced in both heart and mouth. Seeing how they all hold him in such high regard, Yigu felt particularly pleased. Indeed, having abilities is really useful. How could someone like him, the chosen one, be ordinary? While most people don't even have abilities, he possesses two. However, he has never revealed the other ability, which is his confidence and the secret to the villagers' obedience to him. Just then, some discordant voices interrupted. Isn't this inappropriate? He didn't speak when it comes to interests. Those people proactively started to argue. What are you talking about? What's wrong with it? People aren't for themselves. Heaven and earth will punish them. If the world were at peace, we would also be honest and upright people. How could we do such things? Exactly. They have such great capabilities and so many resources. What's wrong with us taking a little? Besides, we aren't taking it for free. This is an exchange. Listening to their sharp voices and fierce expressions, completely devoid of their usual kindness and honesty, Yu Zhang's expression became somewhat dazed. He always felt something was off, especially with the leader they selected. Every time he made a suggestion, no matter how much everyone disagreed before, as long as he spoke, everyone would stand by him. Yu Zhang still couldn't understand why Yigu became the leader. Clearly, he was an outsider, and his ability level wasn't the highest among them. But as long as the villagers talked to him for a few moments, it was as if they were under a spell, all following him. Moreover, his name was quite strange. Who has such a name? Before he could ponder it any further, he was suddenly pinched hard, and when he turned around in a daze, he saw a friend who once believed in him, now displaying a look of anger. What's wrong with you? How did you become so unable to distinguish right from wrong? He knew food was precious in the apocalypse, but there were many ways to obtain it, such as through labor or other means. Why resort to deception? Especially when one of the deceivers was the soldier he admired the most. Didn't he say he admired soldiers the most? Yu Jiang couldn't understand. His words acted like a match, igniting his friend's anger. His actions became less covert and instead quite blatant. What's wrong with me? I'm asking you what's wrong. Clearly, everything the leader does is for our good. How can you publicly oppose him? I'm not. I just think this behavior is wrong. And we aren't lacking food to that extent. Many of them seem to be in poor conditions. We are the survivors who made it. Shouldn't we unite and care for each other? Why think of deceiving? You're so noble, don't take food when it's distributed. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped because Yu Jiang hadn't taken any of the things snatched. The more he thought about it, the uglier his friend's expression became. He realized that Yu Jiang seemed to have maintained that kindness and purity all along, while he seemed to have become the person he once despised the most. His gaze became clearer, and his expression somewhat guilty. Seeing that he was about to break free from his control, the Igu quickly intensified his manipulation over him. Yu Jiang's friend immediately became furious. Since you don't care about food, why don't you give your food to us? As soon as these words were spoken, many people's eyes immediately lit up. When it came to food, seeing their greedy expressions, Yu Jiang also became less composed, and his expression turned cold. What are you thinking? Why should I share the food I deserve with you? Just because you have a big face? I really didn't expect you to be such a shameless person, always coveting what belongs to others. I misjudged you. Someone like you, I am ashamed to call friend. His friend was definitely not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. Something must have been done by Igu to influence him. However, Yu Jiang did not think his friend was blameless. If he had been resolute, he definitely wouldn't have been affected. Otherwise, that person was really formidable. Why was he so clear-headed? People like this are not suitable for friendships. To avoid being backstabbed, Yu Jiang decisively cut ties with him. All right, Yu Jiang. I knew you never regarded me as a true friend. Now your true colors are showing. Fine, this is what you said. Don't blame me for being heartless later. After glaring fiercely at Yu Jiang, he turned to Igu. Leader, this person and our hearts are not in the same place. Let's not invite him to future meetings. Yeah, he always goes against us. I'm almost fed up with him. Let's not let him participate anymore. It's annoying to hear him say those things. The wood-type ability user was indeed impressive. He lacked for nothing, but we were in need. Our families are nearly at each other's throats over food. He doesn't understand our hardships because he is a well-fed person. Many people hated Yu Jiang, all clamoring not to let him attend the meetings because no one wanted to hear his discouraging words. There weren't many ability users in the village, especially when food was scarce. The wood-type ability user was a treasure to them, which is why Igu was willing to keep him around. However, he was no longer under his control, and Igu's patience was running thin. Just as others were speaking, he seized the opportunity to speak up. He showed a guilty expression. Yu Jiang, you are talented in abilities, but your emotional intelligence is low and everyone dislikes you. If you stay, it might affect the unity of the village. How about you don't attend future meetings? Anyway, you will be informed about everything, and it doesn't matter whether you participate or not since your opinions differ from everyone else's. He had already seen Igu's expression, now showing such a face. Who was he trying to fool? Yu Jiang only felt he was particularly hypocritical. Chapter 138. Yu Jiang, unique and unmatched. He originally didn't want to hear them bickering. And since Igu said this, he nodded in agreement. Just right, I also don't want to stay. It's chaotic and truly irritates me. Yu Jiang was not a brainless person. It was precisely because he felt something was off with Igu that, despite his dissatisfaction, he did not directly confront him. Good. He thought it would take some effort to convince him. But unexpectedly, Yu Jiang stood up and left without hesitation. They also knew this behavior was wrong, but it was not the right time to oppose. They would see how things went. If it really didn't work out, they could follow those people and leave together. This village was becoming increasingly unbearable. It started with a promise of democracy, but later turned into Igu's dictatorship. They were not foolish people and could naturally sense the hidden dangers in these matters, especially since there was definitely something strange about Igu. However, no one had thought he was a dual-type ability user. They just felt his name was related to certain Miaojiang things. Although Yu Jiang had left, Gu's mood did not improve. He realized that his control over these ability users had weakened significantly. It was like a wake-up call. He suddenly became clear-headed, no longer immersed in the false flattery of others. He thought he should strengthen his abilities, otherwise someone might step on his head. Just because Yu Zhang was not thinking along those lines did not mean that others were not. This matter has been settled, and there's really nothing more to say. After finishing his instructions on what he wanted to do, Gu announced the meeting adjourned. There is plenty of time tomorrow. He will have the opportunity to do what he wishes. There is no need to rush. When he heard his subordinate come to report, Gu finally felt at ease. He knew this person had no ulterior motives and was quite simple-minded. However, being too kind made them seem particularly selfish. But that's okay. Kindness is the best, and such people are especially easy to control. Even if someone wanted to do something, Zhang would not stir up any significant trouble, so he wasn't too worried at all. As for the others, they might need a good talking to. Regardless of their individual thoughts, no one made a move tonight, and with someone on night watch, it was particularly safe. Time passed little by little, and those who had slept enough began to wake up one after another. Last night, everyone was just looking for a place to rest, so they hadn't paid attention to their surroundings. It wasn't until they woke up today that they realized the construction of this village was indeed somewhat strange. The survivors knew Captain Long's temperament. Without his orders, the obedient ones did not run around. Of course, primarily out of fear of death. Even those who wanted to hunt did not dare step out of the group without someone leading them. The small team that had gone out to hunt alone previously also did not take the initiative this time. They obediently made breakfast, waiting for Captain Long's command. Villagers occasionally passed by, either intentionally or unintentionally, and upon seeing so many of them, some had excitement in their eyes, while others showed fear, but none dared to approach. Captain Long and the others did not come out, and the villagers assigned to keep watch continued to relay information to Gu, also reporting on the situation of Lengxi and her team. There was no helping it. Lengxi's team appeared to be the richest. Look at how everyone else was struggling to get enough to eat, yet they looked particularly clean, as if they bathed every day. Bathing, that requires water. And how precious water is. They didn't have enough to drink, yet these people were extravagantly using it to bathe. It was truly outrageous. So, after comparing the situations of all the teams, they set their sights on Lengxi's team. Of course, what was important was that they looked particularly young, clearly untouched by the harshness of society, making them easier to deceive. The subordinate was embellishing the details, but Gu's attention was entirely focused on Lengxi. That's not important. Tell me more about their leader. He always had a strange feeling, as if this woman was meant to belong to him. This feeling was quite inexplicable, yet he felt no aversion to it. From his subordinate's description, he learned that Lengxi was clean and beautiful, not to mention how rare that was at this time. Even before the apocalypse, she would have been a rare beauty. In the end, the subordinate expressed confusion. I don't understand. Why is the leader of such a powerful team a woman? Looking at those men who were behaving submissively, it made him angry. Such a beautiful woman. If her status is low, she is just a plaything, right? To be suppressed by a few women is really useless. Slap. He thought he would receive Gu's agreement, but unexpectedly, he was met with a harsh slap. Boss, why did you hit me? What use is a woman? Besides giving birth, she can't match our strength, am I wrong? You're so capable. Didn't you also come from a woman's womb? I really don't know what you're so proud of. Watch your mouth. If I hear you say such things again, don't blame me for being rude. To Gu, women were clearly easier to control than men because they were more emotional. For example, Xiao Fong was always able to come up with strategies for him. Yes, I was wrong. The man didn't hesitate to slap himself several times, revealing a flattering smile. Gu understood these people's thoughts, but he wouldn't correct them, as that would cause dissatisfaction. After saying just that, he inquired further about Lengxi's situation. All being men, how could this subordinate not understand Gu's intentions? His standards were indeed high, picking the best one at a glance. But he thought that Lengxi and the others were just as good, so he didn't think much of it. After he finished speaking, Gu let him go and began to ponder. He and wanted to disturb them yesterday, so he hadn't known about such a figure. Otherwise, he would have invited them in to rest long ago. They had RVs, but how could so many people rest well in one vehicle? However, it was too late to curry favor now. As long as he could win her over, whether it was her RV, supplies, or her people, they would all belong to him. Thinking of this, Yigu revealed a smile that suggested he was determined to succeed. Just then, Xiaofang came over and, seeing him like this, felt something was off. Chapter 139, Mutual Flattery. Boss, what are you thinking? Why do you have such a strange smile? Xiaofang usually spoke to him quite subtly, suppressing her discomfort and pretending to be relaxed as she asked. Yigu didn't notice the oddness in her tone. He regarded Xiaofang and Xiaohua as friends and would share some matters with them. Hearing Xiaofang ask like that, he was particularly happy to talk about Lengxi. You don't know, when I heard her name, I felt like the person I had been waiting for finally arrived. He was genuinely happy. Xiaofang had rarely seen him like this. Perhaps she had seen it before, but when she met him, he always wore that indifferent expression. For some reason, she felt a little sour inside, but she had seen Lengxi from a distance. She was indeed very beautiful. Looking at Yigu's ordinary face, she silently remained quiet. Aren't you happy for me? I'm destined to be with her. I calculated, and she is very suitable for me. I just need to wait for my true fate. Xiaofang was confused. Didn't you say your true fate wouldn't appear until next year? Yigu's previous words were fresh in her mind, and seeing him like this made Xiaofang feel indescribable. I don't believe that. I think she is my true fate. She is. Xiaofang didn't want to argue with him about this, and straightforwardly stated her purpose. I know what you mean. Do you want me to go and find out her preferences to help you pursue her? Are you willing to take on this important task? Sure enough, she was the one who understood him best, immediately catching on to his ulterior motive. Yigu looked at Xiaofang with anticipation. Could she refuse? She had feelings for Yigu, yet he asked her to do such a thing. Honestly, Xiaofang almost wanted to give him a good slap to wake him up. But seeing the expectation in his eyes, she ultimately nodded. Don't worry. I will be good friends with her and find out her preferences. Hearing her affirmative response, Yigu felt particularly good. Thank you, Xiaofang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. I really like her, but as a man, it's not convenient for me to get to know her. Xiaofang pouted, not saying anything more, and turned to leave. Yigu was puzzled by her apparent unhappiness but didn't dare to ask further. He was still waiting for good news from Xiaofang. Xiaofang was a very efficient person. Once she had an idea, she immediately made a plan. She took out a can of meat from her room that she couldn't bear to eat and planned to bring it along as a gift. As the saying goes, politeness is never out of place. Even if you are not familiar with someone, holding something in your hands will prevent them from acting against you. Boss, a woman is here to see you. Lengxi, who had just finished her training in the space, opened the door and saw Luo Tian waiting outside. Noticing her slightly raised eyebrows, Luo Tian quickly informed her of Xiaofang's complete message. Did she not tell you what she wanted from me? Lengxi's spiritual power was strong, but she wasn't always monitoring her surroundings, so she was puzzled by Xiaofang's visit. She said she wanted to be friends with you, admires you a lot, and even brought a can of meat, the flavor you don't like. Luo Tian said honestly, and the teammates nearby couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang, holding the can of meat, felt stuck, unable to leave or stay. She cursed her good hearing. At this time, most people lacked food and clothing, yet this woman could still be picky, indicating that her life was unusually good. Originally feeling that she was sincere, Xiaofang now looked at the can of meat in her hand and felt it was out of reach. After thinking it over, she decided to leave. However, unexpectedly, Lengxi invited her to stay. Since you're here, why not sit for a while? We can get to know each other. Why rush to leave? As her words fell, the foot that had been lifted could not come back down. Xiaofang was horrified to discover that the other party could actually control her actions. She broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to act recklessly anymore, and her resentment towards Yigu increased. Goodness. So it turned out she was brought here to test the waters. Thinking this way, she didn't show any sign on her face. She put on an awkward smile and said, Miss Yi, you're up so late. Am I disturbing your rest? Calling the captain, calling what young lady? They all knew that no one believed the boss would be their leader. How could they call such a title? Wouldn't it mean not recognizing the boss? Xiao Gao seized the flaw in her words and said coldly, Only then did Xiao Feng realize her title was inappropriate. Things were no longer the same as before. She immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "I misspoke, it's my fault. I'll definitely pay attention in the future." She quickly admitted her mistake, and there was no trace of contempt in her tone, leaving everyone with a good impression of her. "Come over and sit for a while." Lengxi's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. As soon as this was said, Luo Tian immediately took out the stools and chairs from the RV and set them up. In this way, their attitude was even more courteous than how they treated Yigu. Have they always been this obedient? Of course, if they weren't well-behaved, I wouldn't keep them. She initially just wanted to find someone to run errands, but she didn't know when it turned into this. Actually, it's quite good like this. They're all trustworthy partners. Yes, if we weren't useful, the boss wouldn't have kept us. If it weren't for the boss back then, we might not have survived, let alone be as impressive as we are now, able to stand on our own. Once someone started speaking, it was like opening a floodgate, and everyone chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration for Lengxi. Their feelings towards Lengxi were different from how they treated Yigu. It seemed more natural and sincere. "Don't flatter me so much. I'm almost getting proud. Your achievements are entirely due to your own efforts, besides the opportunities one provided." These flattery remarks were particularly well received by her, but Lengxi wouldn't take all the credit for herself. These people had their merits. Lengxi nodded. "Originally, we just wanted to give you a meal and have you run some errands, but who knew you would be so motivated and seize the opportunity to improve? Yes, even if you want to work hard, it doesn't matter without opportunities, so you guys are really great." After she had only said a few words, the people in the team began to flatter each other. It seemed to be sincere, which made Xiaofang feel quite helpless. However, she could sense that this team was truly harmonious, to the point that she envied it and even wanted to join in. But she quickly remembered Yigu's advice, and her heart felt even more helpless. She thought his plans might fall through. Chapter 140. Confession rejected originally. Her feelings for her rival had faded, and she actually felt that Yigu was not worthy of Lengxi at all. She thought no one knew about her emotional changes, but Lengxi had keenly sensed them. Although she didn't know what thoughts had crossed her mind, as long as there was no hostility, it was fine. Otherwise, she would have been unable to resist acting out, as she didn't want to leave any future troubles. While continuously cultivating, Lengxi also wanted to relax occasionally, so the conversation was quite pleasant. Time passed unconsciously, and soon it was mealtime. Because there were many of them and the food was relatively abundant, it took a bit more time. At this time, food was very precious. After seeing their meals, Xiaofang realized that the meat was nothing compared to it. She didn't plan to stay and mooch off them, so she decided to take her leave. Because of her proactive approach, everyone had a better impression of her and urged her to stay. "Thank you for taking us in. How about we have breakfast together?" "No, it's tough for everyone. Food is so precious, you should eat it yourselves. I already had something to eat when I came." However, her stomach contradicted her words and started to growl right after she said that, making Xiaofang's face turn a little red. For those with good personalities, they didn't mind showing a little vulnerability. Luo Tian and the others were just too enthusiastic, and of course the food smelled really good, the aroma drilling into her nose, almost making her drool. Xiaofang tried to convince herself in her heart, but she still couldn't deceive herself into not wanting to eat. In the end, she reluctantly joined them at the table. For breakfast, they had noodles freshly pulled, with plenty of ingredients, including meat, vegetables, and eggs, all of which were especially precious. 2/3 of the bowl was noodles, and 1/3 was all ingredients, with a rich broth that made Xiaofang unable to stop eating. At this point, she had completely forgotten about the task Yigu had given her. "So how much do you know? Is she easy to pursue?" He is not young anymore, having been single for several years, and suddenly he has the idea of looking for a partner. His anxious demeanor made Xiaofang roll her eyes. Her conditions are too good. Why don't you find someone else? Eating someone else's food makes it hard to say that the two of them are a good match. The substantial bowl of noodles made it hard for her to say something insincere like that. Xiaofang almost wanted to tell Yigu that he wasn't worthy of her, but she ultimately gave him some face and didn't say it so directly. However, the disdain in her eyes was eventually seen by him. "I know her conditions are good, and that's exactly why I want to pursue her. If she's worse than me, Why would I want to pursue her? I prefer someone like Lengxi, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, rather than a woman who can only stand behind. What you said is very true, but I'm not that bad either. Why don't you consider me? After a moment of silence, Xiaofang finally expressed her thoughts. She felt that Yi Gu and Yi Lengxi could never be together. They were from two different worlds. Even if they were forced together, they would eventually part ways due to various differences. It would be better to dismiss the idea from the start to avoid any trouble. Her words made Yi Gu fall silent. He could sense Xiaofang's intention, but since she didn't directly confront it, he pretended not to know. Now that it was out in the open, he felt particularly awkward. Xiaofang, are you joking? Didn't you say you like men who are clingy, gentle, and polite? Although it was said very subtly, the meaning was clear: rejection. However, having finally spoken up, Xiaofang didn't want to leave it at that and said again, I've liked you for a long time, ever since I met you. Why can't you see me? If I didn't like you, do you think I would be willing to do so many things for you? Yi Gu felt extremely troubled. Xiaofang was indeed a great girl with a good personality, but he had dated someone with a similar personality before, and it had been too exhausting. A girl like this is particularly suitable as a friend because she will gently and patiently help you solve problems. However, it's different when it comes to being a partner. You must always pamper her. Simply put, it's like treating her like a daughter. I've already been in one relationship, and I really don't want to pursue another. But Xiao Hua has done a lot for me, and these things are not only beneficial to me, but to you as well. Xiaofang finally understood his meaning completely, but she still explained a few things. Xiao Hua's kindness to you is different from mine. She has a partner. After saying that, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and ran out, covering her face. Seeing her like this, Yi Gu had no intention of comforting her. Since he didn't like Xiaofang, he thought it best to keep a distance to prevent her from having any more ideas. However, after today, there were probably some things Xiaofang couldn't do anymore, and their usual interactions would need to be more careful to avoid misunderstandings. Relationships were indeed troublesome. He hadn't noticed anything unusual before, so how could she suddenly claim to like him? Yi Gu couldn't understand. He sat in the office, pondering for a long time, and soon after, a subordinate came to report. Leader, Captain Long, and the others have come to bid farewell. What? Farewell? So soon? They really only rested for one night? The subordinate's words made Yi Gu's expression turn sour. His plans hadn't even been implemented, so why were these people leaving so quickly? How was he supposed to pursue Yi Lengxi then? No, he couldn't let them leave. At least that woman had to stay, or what would happen to his feelings? They looked very anxious. What was the rush? They were so tired yesterday. How could a little rest today be enough? Shouldn't they at least rest for a few days? While thinking this, he headed outside, and the subordinate immediately understood his intention and moved forward. What are you following me for? Hurry up and instruct to welcome these soldiers. Besides that, Yi Gu couldn't find a good reason. Upon hearing that public food was to be taken out, the subordinate's expression turned particularly unpleasant. Boss, they are in such a hurry to leave. Is it really necessary to welcome them? After all, we aren't familiar, and food is so precious right now. Before he could finish, he received a heavy slap on the face. I am in charge of this base. When did it become someone else's place to dictate? This is my private stock of food. If I want to share it, then I will. Chapter 141. Retention. No wonder he has been single for so long. He can't even bear to give away anything and still wants to win the beauty's heart. He really thinks too highly of himself. However, if he didn't say it, he could still deceive himself. But hearing him say that now felt like his heart was being torn apart. It hurt terribly. This person was really too foolish. Why did he have to say things that made him sad? Seeing him covering his face, Yi Gu felt that the slap he had just given was still too light. Yi Gu was lost in his own thoughts and didn't even notice that the subordinate had unknowingly slipped out of his control. Of course, he didn't put too much energy into such a small character. Thus, the resentment quickly replaced the control, making this subordinate harbor more resentment towards him. He covered his face, lowered his head, and concealed all his resentment, saying submissively, "Leader, you're right. I'm too stingy. They are soldiers. What does this little food matter?" He felt something was off about his tone, but everyone had been obedient to him these days, which made Yi Gu push aside his unease and involuntarily show a bit of pride on his face. As long as you know. Forget it. This guy doesn't even know what he's fighting for, It's normal to think like this when food is scarce. Igu decided to forgive him. After all, he had fought tooth and nail to get this job. With this job, his family had become somewhat easier, but even so, they still couldn't have a full meal. It was just slightly better than others. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt. He thought the leader had become more and more arrogant lately. What he was doing didn't seem to benefit them much. He needed to discuss this with others. They couldn't keep going on like this. Who wants to live a hard life? While walking, he was calculating in his heart. Igu had no idea what the subordinate did after they separated. His heart was filled with joy at the thought of meeting Lengxi soon. Although the people at the safe point didn't host them, the place was theirs. It was necessary to rest here for a night and say goodbye to these people, especially to their leader. When Igu arrived, Captain Long and the others were just about to find him, so they met halfway, seeing Igu with a smile on his face. Both he and Deputy Zhao felt something was off. Why did this smile seem a bit insincere? But they didn't say it directly. Leader where are you going? Just in time for you to be here. We came to bid farewell, Deputy Zhao said very directly. So soon? You just got here. Why not stay a few more days? Seeing that they really wanted to leave and thinking about how Lengxi would leave with them in a vast sea of people. He might never see them again. Igu felt a piece of his heart go empty, and he hurriedly spoke up. Captain Long and Deputy Zhao exchanged glances and indeed found their feelings were not wrong. The smiles on their faces faded a bit. No need. Our physical condition is excellent. A little rest for one night has almost restored us. In reality, their abilities had not fully recovered. But this leader, gave them the feeling that he was like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Untrustworthy. Therefore, they felt that leaving this safe point would make them feel more at ease. Igu keenly sensed that Captain Long and their attitude towards him had changed a bit. To win over the beauty, he was willing to take risks. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. We are all ability users. And I know very well how long it takes to fully recover once abilities are exhausted. It takes at least 2 days. The world had undergone tremendous changes, and there were many obstacles along the way. If they couldn't adjust their spirits well, they might not be able to protect many people in danger. Moreover, even if their physical strength was good, it didn't matter if their abilities weren't fully restored. What about those ordinary people? Not everyone had a vehicle. Many were walking, right? How exhausting would it be to walk all day? Captain Long and the others hadn't come by themselves. Many people were following behind them. Hearing this, they nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Long, let's rest for a few days. We can leave after our abilities are fully restored. After all, we've only covered a little distance after walking so long. Delaying for a few days won't matter. Without abilities, I don't feel safe, and besides, we have many ordinary people in our group, the elderly and the young. We are taking a long time to travel, and they're exhausted. Many ability users spoke up, and to be honest, they really wanted to stay. Previously, they were worried that Igu wouldn't agree, but since he, as their leader, had said this, why shouldn't they stay? Let's just rest for a few days. If it really doesn't work, I'll just stay here. The construction here is quite good, and it seems safe. I don't want to go to another safe base. It's far away. I might die on the way before I even get there. I'm just an ordinary person. In this suffering world, living another day is a blessing. Many ordinary people expressed similar sentiments upon seeing the ability users. After walking for these days, he felt as if he was dragging a heavy lead ball. Each step was extremely difficult, and if he didn't slow down, he felt he might die on the road after a few more kilometers. Captain Long had always been very attuned to public sentiment, and seeing the fatigue in the soldiers' eyes made him feel a bit distressed. That's right, the world has changed, and the rules cannot be the same as before. Naturally, one must constantly adjust their state to the best. If it weren't for the 2 consecutive battles yesterday, they wouldn't be this exhausted. Forget it. Since the other party is being so polite, there's no harm in staying. With that in mind, Captain Long immediately changed his tone. Then I will trouble Chief E. We estimate that we will be chatting here for a few days. It's no trouble. This valley is big enough. You can rest as you like. If you want to go into the village to rest, you can exchange supplies with the villagers. Did you forget what the chief said in the meeting yesterday? If we don't give, how can we gain? It's just right that the welcome feast gives us a good excuse. I really don't know what you were thinking. The subordinate who came with him scoffed at Igu's remarks. You're too naive. It's my fault. I shouldn't have misunderstood the chief. The person suddenly realized, feeling a bit more admiration for Egu. The chief really is far-sighted. I just felt very unwilling when I learned that so much food is given to outsiders. And I didn't think of this. If you're not smart, then follow smart people. Going along is never wrong. When has the chief ever let us down? Just rest assured. Don't think about those unnecessary things. Fortunately, you told me first. If it had been someone else, they would have definitely reported you. I know you're upset because the chief hit you. Isn't that normal? Even though I got slapped, the chief is rarely sensible. I envy your position. At least your family eats better. Life is so hard. If taking a slap occasionally can ensure that the family is free from worries about food and clothing, he would be willing. Upon hearing his friend's consolation, the subordinate immediately broke into a cold sweat. Right? Thank goodness it was you. Next time I definitely won't dare to have such thoughts again. As long as you understand. He came from outside, and the terrible scenes are still unforgettable. Even though the village is very comfortable, he still quietly improves his strength. He knows that Egu is a bit strange, but he is indeed for the good of this safe base, so he is willing to support him. In his view, a base should have only one voice, which is better than having several voices. As the two talked, they arrived in front of Egu. Upon seeing his subordinate, Egu understood that things had been arranged, and he finally brought up the welcome feast. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Everyone has it tough. You don't need to do this. Upon hearing this, Captain Long's first reaction was to refuse. He didn't want to take even a needle or thread from the common people. Egu was unfazed. You travel a long way. As the host, I must treat you to a meal. Our base may not be wealthy, but we can afford a meal. Captain Long, Deputy Zhao, you don't have to be polite. Egu was genuinely enthusiastic, and the other villagers seemed to have no objections, coupled with the eager expressions of the survivors around him. Captain Long also lost the intention to refuse. All right, but it can only be this one meal. Ha ha ha. There isn't more. Our base isn't big, and we don't have that many good things. If it weren't for Lengxi, he wouldn't be willing to take out so much food. Seeing the greed in the eyes of those survivors, Egu couldn't help but feel disgusted. I'll thank you on behalf of everyone first. Because of his politeness. Captain Long couldn't treat him coldly. Egu showed a proper smile. It's all right. We are all from Huagua. Helping each other is what we should do. I hope all of you can participate. He couldn't invite Lengxi and the others separately, so he could only say it this way. Egu naturally knew about this matter, but when Captain Long specifically mentioned it, he felt a trace of frustration in his heart. He thought that Lengxi and the others probably didn't want to be out of place, right? It didn't matter. It depended on individual schedules. Regardless of his thoughts, he didn't show it on his face. While chatting with Captain Long, his gaze involuntarily wandered around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lengxi. To his disappointment, Lengxi didn't come out, probably absorbing the crystal core in the RV. What a beautiful and hardworking girl. Egu liked Lengxi even more. Meanwhile, Egu and the others also needed more time to prepare for the upcoming welcome banquet. You all prepare well. Don't let outsiders make a joke of our base. The strongest relationships between people are built on interests. As long as our safe base demonstrates enough strength, I'm not worried about not having people stay. As long as there are people with labor power, everything will be available. Chief, we know that you can't catch a wolf without being willing to part with the cub. You want to be stingy in this regard. Seeing that they understood, Egu didn't say much more. He was looking forward to meeting Lengxi later. Those who were participating in the welcome banquet were already thinking of taking advantage. Once they heard this, how could they not be excited? They didn't even know what food they would get, yet they were taking our rations over. That was too harsh, right? Indeed, this welcome banquet wasn't proposed by us. It was the other party who took the initiative. They sincerely invited us, and if we refuse, it would be quite disrespectful to them. When they heard about food, everyone became eloquent. Captain Long felt helpless. He couldn't communicate well with these people, so he sought out Lengxi and the others. Captain Long, is there anything you need our help with this time? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Every time Captain Long came over, he definitely had a request for them. Luo Tian had gotten used to it. However, when Captain Long heard him say this, he awkwardly touched his nose. I do have something I want to ask for your help. Knowing Luo Tian's position, he no longer insisted on seeing Lengxi like before. He stated his purpose directly. Without thinking, Luo Tian refused outright. Their food was so good that even the boss didn't eat with them. Most of the time, they had their own separate meals, let alone those people. Captain Long wasn't very satisfied. He felt that without Lengxi and the others, he couldn't quite control those survivors. Don't ask. The boss doesn't want to deal with such small matters, so she entrusted them to me. Captain Long, if you keep this up, it might provoke our boss's displeasure. She's been helping you out of respect for you soldiers, but that doesn't give you the right to take advantage of her. You care about the world. That's your business. We are just ordinary people who want to take care of ourselves and those around us, find our parents and friends, and don't want to get too involved in things. Captain Long, you are making it hard for us. Luo Tian understood the unspoken words of Captain Long, and his good impression faded. Chapter 143. Can you recommend? It's true that those who are capable should work harder, but their strength and resources didn't come from the wind. Those people didn't work hard, so why should they be spoiled? They were all first-timers in life. First-timers in experiencing the apocalypse. Why should those weak ones have a reason? Why should those of them who are strong have to consider them? He spoke very firmly, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Captain Long knew that continuing to speak would benefit no one. You're right. I was putting too much pressure on you. He actually meant no malice. He had two purposes for coming. One was to hope that Lengxi and the others could integrate into the group and that everyone could get along more harmoniously. The other was to hope that Lengxi and the others would take the lead because they were strong, and people tended to admire strength. So they shouldn't refute it. In his view, the welcome banquet wasn't very necessary, but the other party was too enthusiastic, and he couldn't refuse. They could only participate. However, if they didn't want to owe a favor or something, they had to clarify things from the beginning. Otherwise, even trivial matters could become troublesome. How could those survivors not understand his good intentions? They only wanted to take a little advantage. Didn't they notice how impatient the people at this base were yesterday? Didn't they wonder why the attitude changed so quickly today? Although he didn't feel malice. One should always be cautious. Captain Long was truly worried about this team. Are their hospitality intentions unclear? We don't know. The most precious food in the apocalypse can be provided by the other party, perhaps seeking something substantial. Old Long, you should be careful. The series of setbacks left Captain Long looking quite dejected. What can be done? One should never strike a smiling face. I really can't refuse. The other party has been very polite from the start. I can't possibly give them a cold shoulder, especially since those survivors kept shouting behind. You should remember the previous lesson. Manage your mouth well. It's better not to eat unknown things. If you must eat, let Xiao Zhang sense it well to check for toxins. Captain Long knew that his subordinates were sensible, but there were still some matters he couldn't help but remind them about. Understood, we never covet small gains, especially since we're not worried about food and clothing now. There is really no need to put ourselves in danger for that little bit of food. Knowing that his team was aware, Captain Long sighed in relief. He intended to remind other survivors, but feared they might think he was being too meddlesome. In the end, he said nothing. If they want to take advantage, then if they lose their lives, it's not my fault. That's their choice. Seeing someone who was a bit confused wake up again, Deputy Zhao let out a heavy sigh of relief. The others didn't need the leader's reminder. They consciously seized the time to recover. Only strength could give them a sense of security in this terrifying apocalypse. Following Captain Long, several more teams came over to inquire if Lengxi and the others would attend the welcome banquet. We're not interested in this thing, so we will not participate. I advise you not to participate either. After all, we're just passers-by and don't need to establish good relations with them or take advantage of them. Capable people want to lack for a few bites of food. Don't you think I'm right? After all, they had fought together before. Luo Tian kindly reminded them. As for whether they would listen, that was their own consideration. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade the dead ghost. If they were obedient, that would be fine, no matter what schemes the people at this safe base had, as long as they didn't take the bait. Those people wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Brother Luo is very right. We don't lack that bit of food and don't need to greet them with smiles. As long as we can get through the scene, that's enough. Sigh, it's not that we don't want to go, but we are worried about standing out. Since the strongest among you aren't going, it's very appropriate for us not to go. We have the ability and don't lack that bit of food. We are not like those survivors who act like beggars, trying to beg for food from anyone they meet. They are all healthy individuals with limbs. The apocalypse has just begun, and seeking resources shouldn't be too difficult. As long as they have a little courage. They would have to worry about food and clothing, but they want to reap without sowing. You understand that, that's good. What those people do has nothing to do with us. I'm not intentionally targeting anyone. It's just that we are not from the same world. Luo Tian did not like those survivors because he had not forgotten how excessive they had been when they first joined. If it weren't for their strength, they would have suffered long ago. How could they be living so well now? He was indeed a person who held grudges. At such an old age, still not putting in the effort, did they really think they were glorious? They begged for things from others and called others fools, even though they were indeed quite foolish. Yesterday, he exerted great effort, and he still hadn't fully recovered. Who knew what kind of demons and monsters he would encounter on the road? After the apocalypse, he realized that human hearts were actually more terrifying than those disgusting zombies. Brother Luo, you focus on improving, and we won't disturb you. We'll take our leave for now. Luo Tian's implication was understood by them, and they left with an excuse, not wanting to linger. Time passed little by little, and amidst the expectations of those survivors and Yi-Gu, the welcoming banquet finally began. When Yi-Gu saw that the number of attendees was not as many as expected, he felt a bit happy, as it meant he could save quite a bit of food. However, not seeing the figure of Lengxi made his heart sink. After a slight hesitation, he approached Captain Long. I heard your team is particularly strong. I wonder if Captain Long could introduce them? Upon hearing this, Captain Long immediately became alert. Strong people always have a bit of temper. They didn't want to participate in such socializing and prefer to stay in their own camp to recover and improve. He knew this person had ulterior motives, and sure enough, they were eyeing their strongest team. Chapter 144. The one we were waiting for didn't come. Why was he asking this? Was he trying to keep all the members of Lengxi's team? That was too ambitious, wasn't it? It was also true. Their strength was so formidable that it was normal to be coveted. Who would want such a powerful team? Being with them truly provided a sense of security. Seeing the vigilance in Captain Long's eyes, which seemed to be as wary as one guarding against thieves, Yi-Gu's expression stiffened. He felt that if he didn't clarify, he wouldn't be able to gather any information about Lengxi here. He sighed deeply. A graceful lady is a gentleman's choice. I have no other intentions. I just have feelings for a girl in their team. This made Captain Long breathe a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Which one do you like? You can pursue her. It's very normal. Besides those few stunning beauties in their team, the others are also quite delicate and beautiful, especially compared to other women who are disheveled. Their cleanliness and neatness really add several points to their appearance. However, the name that Yi-Gu spat out made Captain Long's expression stiffen, even turning hostile. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. No wonder you don't dare to pursue her directly and came to me for information. I'm telling you, you'd better give up on this idea. She is impossible to be with you, especially if she stays here. Lengxi doesn't talk much. He mostly communicates with Luo Tian, but the few conversations he had made Captain Long have a particularly good impression of her. In his heart, Lengxi is his junior. A capable and beautiful junior like that would definitely not be with someone who appears honest and broad-minded, but is actually very cunning. Don't think about getting any information about her from me. Had I known you were scheming this, I wouldn't have come to this welcome banquet at all. His anger was something Yi-Gu did not expect. He should have just asked an ordinary soldier. But he felt that Lengxi was impressive and thought he wouldn't get anything from asking an ordinary soldier. So he sought out Captain Long, not realizing he had stirred up a big mess. Captain Long, don't misunderstand. What do you mean by misunderstanding? Didn't you say you wanted to pursue her? Captain Long looked puzzled, staring straight into his eyes, making Yi-Gu feel a bit guilty. He could only quickly explain, I don't want to force her with a tough attitude. I just want to inquire if we can get along. If she is unwilling to stay, I can leave with you all. After all, I'm not originally from here. There is not much to gain here, and I have to worry about so much. As these people become stronger, it's getting harder to control them. It's exhausting. It's better to follow Captain Long and the others. Maybe I can have a different life. The world has undergone tremendous changes. But I know the machinery of the state is still at work. It just hasn't had the chance to act yet. Once it does, won't the rescue teams come down? I've seen quite a few rescue teams come down already. Although each team doesn't have many members. Their combat power is not something we can compare to. If it weren't for our abilities, we wouldn't stand a chance against those trained individuals. If everyone had abilities, we certainly wouldn't be able to win. Of course, that is not absolute. After all, most of those who come from there have a sense of righteousness and wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. As long as they aren't immoral, we can still fight back. Hearing such shameless words from him made Captain Long's face flush with anger. To be honest, he really didn't want to say such harsh things, but seeing this person's ordinary yet confident face reminded him of Lengxi's exquisite and ethereal beauty, making him feel that even 10,000 Igu couldn't compare to a single finger of Lengxi. He forced a smile. What do you want me to say? You should go find the person involved. Are you afraid of being beaten? So you specially came to me, hoping I'd be a mediator? He didn't expect Igu to be so sincere. I'm not familiar with Lengxi, and I'm afraid that if I speak carelessly, I might get beaten. So I'd like to ask you to be the middleman. I know you've worked hard on this journey and have consumed a lot of supplies. I may not have any skills, but I'm still prepared and have quite a few things on hand. His expression was still so honest. But Captain Long wanted to tear it off. He took a deep breath to make his tone sound calm. This is not my responsibility. If you really have the heart, you should go with sincerity. Although we are short on supplies, we want to do something immoral. What do you take me for? After saying that, Captain Long didn't intend to pay him any more attention, fearing he might not be able to resist pulling out his gun and shooting him. Not getting the answer he wanted, Igu felt very disappointed, as if all the preparations for the welcoming banquet were in vain. Especially when he saw those survivors devouring their food, Igu felt a pang of pain that nearly took his breath away. He should have realized that such free food and drink would only attract shameless people looking to take advantage. Those with any skill or sense of shame wouldn't come. How could he imagine Lengxi as such a person? He stopped speaking, waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to come over. The subordinate was also feeling heartbroken at that moment. Seeing Igu calling him, he ran over without hesitation. Chief, what do you need? Do we need to add more food? Add what? The people I wanted to wait for didn't come. Didn't you see that the ones who did come look cleaner than our faces? Just a little bit will suffice. If they try to take more, don't hesitate to refuse. The subordinate, who originally didn't plan to treat them well, felt reassured upon hearing this. With your words, I feel at ease. Just now, someone shouted that there wasn't enough food, and I didn't know what to do. Now I understand. Seeing that he understood his meaning, Igu also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't speak, just patted his subordinate's shoulder in encouragement. After a moment of hesitation, Igu ultimately decided to personally find Lengxi to express his feelings. However, it would be very rude to show up empty-handed. So he unhesitatingly rummaged through his private stash. Igu took out quite a few items, some food, and some beautiful clothes and accessories that girls would like. These things are worthless after the apocalypse, but Igu is a rather romantic person. While everyone is struggling for survival, he wants his girl to have a better life and to be envied by others. Holding these items gives him confidence. He believes that no girl could refuse these beautiful things. With a joyful expression, he prepares to find Lengxi, but he runs into Xiaofang on the way. Seeing his demeanor, she understands what it means, doesn't she? She lowers her head and remains silent, pretending not to see him. Igu, who was originally struggling with what to say, feels both relieved and a bit disappointed. Chapter 145. You don't think you're the chosen one, do you? In the end, he breaks the silence. Why are you ignoring me? Have we become this estranged? What do you want from me? Doesn't that just make me sad? Didn't you want me to stop bothering you? Well, I've done that. What more do you want? Hearing his words, Xiaofang's expression shows a mix of confusion and mockery, and Igu's pride can't take it anymore. You're the one who said you liked me. I just rejected you. Why are you acting like this? What attitude? Can't I throw a little tantrum? You're just rejecting someone who doesn't like you, while I'm being rejected by someone I like. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I know she won't be with you, but if you succeed, as a former friend, I'm willing to wish you well. She doesn't want to give up on her feelings after so many days, but she also won't be a despicable third party. After saying that, she leaves gracefully, leaving Igu feeling empty and a bit uncomfortable. Memories flash in his mind of Xiaofang always happily sharing various things with him. Perhaps he won't experience that anymore. He thinks this as he walks faster. Villagers who see him on the road and want to greet him dare not take a step closer after seeing his demeanor. Eventually, Igu arrives at the campsite of Lengxi and the others. His previously chaotic thoughts have calmed down. He takes out a mirror from his pocket and tidies up his hairstyle and clothes before slowly walking closer. As he approaches, the teammates responsible for patrol have already seen him. They just don't know what he intends to do, so they're watching. Their indifference douses Igu's enthusiasm like cold water, making him a bit more sober. He feels somewhat awkward, covering his mouth and coughing lightly a few times. Is your leader in? I need to talk to her about something. Why are you looking for the leader again? Didn't Tiwi say? Our leader is busy. If you have something, find Brother Luo. He's in charge. Don't they know what these people are thinking? They must want to pursue their leader. No way. With such an ugly appearance, thinking so highly of themselves. The disdain in these people's eyes was too obvious. Igu's smile nearly faltered, but he had always been persistent and was not going to give up on his plans just because of a few cold faces. He summoned his thick-skinned skills and continued to ask, just wait. We don't dare disturb the boss while he is cultivating. We'll let you know when he comes out. One of the patrolling teammates lifted his eyelids, glanced at him indifferently, and said, seeing that they had no intention of reporting, Igu wanted to offer something. Brothers, you've worked hard. Keep this for a treat. Don't be polite. But when he took it out, the disdain in their eyes only increased. No need. Don't be polite. We're all family. Seeing him act as if he couldn't understand human language. The other party couldn't hold back anymore and threw the item back at his face. Can't you understand human language? Hurry up and scram. We don't want this stuff, even if it's free. Who would eat something like this? Who do you look down on? If you want to give a gift, be generous. Being stingy while trying to appear generous is really disgusting. Moreover, they truly didn't lack anything. As long as they work hard, the boss never treated them poorly. They looked down on such small favors. Want to buy us off? No way. Such severe humiliation made Igu unable to endure any longer. He gathered his metal-type abilities, wanting to show these people a lesson. But just as he began, he felt a bit numb in his hands. It turned out they had struck first. How is it? Feeling good? Little brat, you dare to show off in front of us. Do we not understand your meaning? You just want to get close to our boss and spy on us. Do you think our beautiful bosses are someone you can covet? Even those female team members are not within your reach. Look at your ability level, and then look at your face. Anyone can pretend. Various mocking words kept coming, making Igu furious, but he had no way to fight back. Metal is inherently restrained by lightning. He felt numb all over. And with others cooperating and having higher ability levels, Igu was utterly helpless. You guys are too much. This is my safe base. Aren't you afraid of causing conflict by acting like this? There was no choice. Igu could only speak from his position. What are you afraid of? You were the one who came looking for trouble first. We haven't taken any advantage from you. Do you really think we want to stay here? Last night, we said we would borrow it, and you insisted on keeping us here. Now that we want to leave, you say something about a welcoming feast? Let's rest here for a few days. This is all your one-sided wishful thinking. It's just providing a venue. Why act like you've given us a great favor and expect us to be grateful? Such a venue. After passing through here, we can still find. To put it bluntly, if the number of survivors weren't so few right now, and if we weren't people who enjoyed killing, if you had shown a bit of malice last night, your whole village would be corpses. Be sensible. We're not going to interfere with each other. If you keep this up, don't blame us for being impolite. You're just a low-level ability user. I don't understand why you're so arrogant. Is it because of your dual abilities? These words hit Igu like a hammer in his mind. Since becoming the leader, he hadn't heard such words in a long time, and he felt extremely ashamed and angry. He swore that after getting his hands on Lengxi, he would make sure these people died a terrible death. However, the last 4 words left his expression frozen in place. This was his biggest secret. How did they know? Don't show such a foolish expression. Our strength is much greater than yours, so we can naturally sense the various abilities you possess. What's so surprising about that? We've seen many dual ability users. You don't think you're the chosen one, do you? Ha ha ha. So deluded and funny. As they spoke, seeing him so weak, the team members stopped holding him, but Igu felt his whole body go soft and couldn't move at all. He wouldn't lose control of his body just because his fantasies were shattered, would he? His mental resilience was too poor. How could someone like him survive in the future? All right, stop talking. He's already ashamed and furious. After all, he's the leader of this safe haven, and we have to rely on him. Hopefully, after this incident, he can wake up and stop being so naive, thinking that whoever he likes must also like him, that everyone should cater to his wishes, and that he's the chosen one. Chapter 146. Seeking another way out amidst the mocking laughter, Igu slowly moved his body away. But he had lost the desire for revenge. No, he had lost the desire to take revenge himself, but he wanted to use someone else to do it. The humiliation of today was deeply etched in his mind. His initial infatuation with Lengxi was merely a superficial attraction. But now he felt that being with Lengxi could offer him so much more. At least someone as powerful as her would have to listen to him. Seeing him like this, it was obvious to anyone that his confession had failed, but what Xiaofang didn't know was that he hadn't even seen Lengxi's face. After liking someone for so long, seeing him in this state, devoid of his usual confidence, she felt a bit heartbroken. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him. When Igu saw Xiaofang, his tone wasn't very pleasant. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you didn't want to talk to me? Or are you here to watch my jokes? What's with you? Who's watching your jokes? I just wanted to come and comfort you, as a friend. I didn't mean it like that. Fine, then I'm leaving." Misunderstood by him, Xiaofang felt very upset, and tears welled up in her eyes. Igu realized and softened a bit. "Wait. Stay and talk to me." Xiaofang didn't say anything, but her body honestly stopped and slowly turned around. The two walked in silence to a small hill nearby, but they remained quiet for a long time. Finally, Igu broke the silence. "When did you start liking me?" He had already sensed it earlier, but Xiaofang hadn't stated it directly, and he felt embarrassed to ask. "I don't remember. Love knows not when it begins, but it runs deep." Xiaofang couldn't explain why she liked Igu. Clearly, she preferred handsome boys, not someone with a round face like his. Although Igu's voice was somewhat acceptable, he was a bit chubby and didn't fit her criteria, especially in terms of personality, which was even less compatible. These things shouldn't be thought too deeply. Otherwise, the fondness of these days feels like a joke. In the end, she can only conclude that she has grown up, no longer a superficial person, placing more importance on inner qualities. After all, when they were friends, they got along very well. At least they were very comfortable with each other. Do you think a person's appearance is important? The outer shell is just that. External beauty fades away. As time passes, beauty will be taken away, leaving only the traces of time. Why do people continue to pursue things that are destined to be lost? Xiaofang couldn't answer this question, but it was a fact that Lengxi was very beautiful. She actually wanted to say that if Lengxi wasn't so attractive, he probably wouldn't have fallen for her at first sight, unlike her, who had a delicate appearance and could be considered a little beauty when dressed up. Perhaps because they had seen each other often, he had gotten used to it and had no feelings for her in that regard. But the main reason was that she simply wasn't that pretty. However, he ultimately said nothing, leaving only Igu muttering to himself. "It's okay. You can find an opportunity next time to clarify things with her. She will see your inner self." Hearing him talk about another woman made Xiaofang feel a bit sour inside, but she could still control herself. After all, it was just a crush, not love. Her encouragement was evidently very well received by Igu. He wanted to ask Xiaofang for help, but thinking about their awkward relationship, he felt that his actions today were a bit impulsive. "Thank you. All right." After she left, Igu stayed in place for a long time, and finally, he made a decision. "What? Leader, you said we should choose a new leader, and you want to leave with Captain Long and the others?" After thinking it through, he called all the key members of the village to the conference room. When they heard Igu announce this matter, everyone was extremely shocked. As his strength increased, Igu's control over them was gradually diminishing, and since many of his actions benefited them, they naturally wanted him to remain as leader. Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel anxious. "I've thought this through. I know that many people still have doubts about me. After all, I'm just an outsider, and my strength isn't the strongest. Besides having a slightly higher IQ, I have no other strengths." Seeing that they all opposed him, Igu felt a bit touched. Regardless of whether their feelings were genuine or not, he felt he had no shame in front of anyone in the village. However, it was difficult to choose a new leader since no one else was suitable. Since he had already decided to leave, he didn't plan to manage village affairs anymore. For the selection process, Igu did not appoint anyone. Those who were interested could raise their hands to sign up, and then others could vote. Leader, can you really bear to leave us? A loyal person spoke up. How about you take me with you? I have nowhere to go. Only by following you do I feel at ease. Don't call me leader anymore. I'm no longer your leader. If you don't regret it, you can follow me. Hearing the first part, that person's heart felt empty, but the latter part made him happy. All right, leader, I will follow you. Leader, I will follow you too. My mom said that only by following smart people can one survive. He wasn't smart, so following a smart person was good. Many people thought it was quite unambitious to not be a good leader, but he believed the leader must have a deeper meaning in doing so. As the two of them spoke, many who had a good relationship with Igu also chimed in. They had seen the welcome banquet today. Most of those who came over looked like they were doing worse than them, and only a few brought things, essentially trading goods. The remaining people who didn't come over probably lived far better than they did, and if they could freely join a small team, they would obviously be better off than staying here. As smart people, they were very clear about what the best choice was. All right, as long as you don't mind me. Let's all go together. Although he faced setbacks in his feelings, his career seemed to be going well. Igu felt that what he had done before was worth it. Igu's departure naturally took away many key members, and the remaining people's hearts were swaying. They didn't know whether to stay or leave. Chapter 147. Leaving the safe stronghold, should we follow and leave for the big base or stay? Food is running low, and we don't know how long we can hold out. The new leader hasn't been chosen yet, but everyone couldn't help but discuss the matter. How about we all leave together? We have worked so hard to farm, but we haven't saved much, which is meaningless. The base is safer, and we won't have to patrol day and night, guarding against outsiders coming in to steal our food. We also have to kill those things. If we accidentally encounter them, they could turn into those kinds of monsters. However, he no longer intended to manage things, so he naturally didn't participate in such discussions. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Captain Long came over again. After Captain Long finished speaking, the space ability user placed the items they had prepared on the ground. At this point, he spoke again, but you don't have to call me leader anymore. I've stepped down, and the new leader has not yet been chosen. Captain Long was truly shocked by this statement. Aren't you doing well as the leader? Why are you suddenly stepping down? Although he felt that this young man was not as honest and straightforward as he appeared, he believed that someone like him was suitable to lead others to survive in the current world. Resources from above were limited, and so were the rescue efforts. Captain Long actually hoped there were more people like Igu. Igu was still figuring out what reason to give, but with Captain Long's question, he suddenly had a direction. He smiled and said, "The conditions in this small place are tough, and I can't support it alone. I was just an outsider, and I only became the leader because I couldn't stand how chaotic this stronghold was. Now that everyone is doing well, it's time for me to leave." At this point, he paused and looked at Captain Long with some expectation. I wonder if Captain Long would be willing to take me with you? I have abilities and won't be a burden. Of course, you can come. I am here with a rescue team to save the citizens of our country. Since you're willing to come with me, just gather your things and follow along. Captain Long did not refuse. He knew that Igu could become a leader not only because of his intelligence, but also because of his strength. Having capable people join would increase the safety of the entire team, so he had no reason to refuse. Not being rejected was expected, but hearing Captain Long say it made Igu feel particularly good. He proactively asked about the specific departure time. Have you packed your things? We leave in half an hour. It seemed that it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, Captain Long did not intend to change his previous plan. If you're not ready, we won't wait for you. Once you're done, just follow behind. Igu understood. Don't worry, it's all packed. Besides me, there are a few brothers who will take care of ourselves. Seeing that he had made arrangements, Captain Long paid him no further mind. All right, do as you see fit. With the old leader stepping down and the new one yet to take office, he had already informed them out of courtesy about their departure, and other matters were beyond his consideration. Once he left, those who had been listening nearby immediately departed to prepare their belongings. Those who had decided to leave with the Igu had already packed up that night and just needed to bring their things along now. But others would probably take a little longer to get ready. Boss, should we wait for them? One of the men asked. No need. From now on, we'll be like two different worlds. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Those who wanted to leave might not necessarily be able to. especially if they had families to consider. If they waited, who knows how much time it would waste. They might encounter many situations that could be easily resolved with their strength, but better safe than sorry. They were not invincible. Hearing Igu's words, the man who had spoken earlier fell silent. He understood the reasoning, but he was just asking to show that he was conscientious. It didn't hurt to ask a little, as it could improve others' impressions of him. About half an hour later, Captain Long and his team began to leave, and Igu hurriedly followed with his people. As the former leader, he still had some resources, and with a slightly larger number of people, they would need several cars to leave. Luckily, there was a bus available, which was the most suitable option, while staying safe in front. Igu had inquired and learned that Lengxi's team was behind them, so he instructed the driver to position the bus behind them. "Boss, why aren't we driving forward?" the driver asked in confusion. "Yes, it's clearly safer in front. If something unexpected happens, those soldiers won't have time to save us if we're at the back." The other brothers in the car were puzzled as well. We did treat them to a meal, so even if they are a bit exclusive, they shouldn't reject a vehicle like ours. Some things can be known with just a little inquiry. Even if one couldn't find out the details, a little probing could provide insight. Igu explained, "The team behind us is the strongest. It's safer to stay close to them. Besides, there are soldiers at the back as well." This was not his original idea, but in order to get closer to Lengxi, Igu told a lie, which was indeed the case. Truly the leader, his observation was meticulous. The others no longer said anything and whispered among themselves. They knew nothing about the road ahead, but their hearts were filled with anticipation for the big base. The car swayed as it drove, and the people inside were drowsy. Suddenly, the car in front stopped, followed by various sounds of brakes. Due to Lengxi and their antics, now everyone could ride in the car, and the speed was faster than usual. So they had unknowingly driven quite far. Seeing the car stop, the experienced survivors quietly took up their weapons. In the apocalypse, weapons are life, so they were kept within easy reach. Lengxi and the others had just finished their training and noticed the car had stopped, their expressions showing little change. "Don't be so tense. There's no danger, but being cautious is a good thing." It was probably time to take a break. "Just right to stop," Jinluo added. Chapter 148. A toast refused is a drink for sure enough. As soon as this was said, people came from above. "It's been a long walk. Everyone must be tired. Let's get down to rest, make a fire, and cook." The captain said, "We're near the woods. There might be mutated animals around. We can stock up on food." Hearing this, the survivors who were already in urgent need of food were especially happy. Originally, the sudden stop had accidentally hurt them, but they no longer held any grievances. "If there's oil and water, we can last a long time. I want to sign up. There are many people in my family, and they are all waiting for food to survive." "Hey, Laoli, why are you going to? Don't you have plenty of supplies at home? I'm so envious. Your mom stocked up so much. We have a lot of people in our family, and even if we save every bit, it's still not enough. Of course, I have to go. I can't just sit and eat away our resources, right?" Groups of people chatted as they headed towards Captain Long. Over here, Luo Tian and the others are eager to try, but they don't want to team up with anyone else. With the strength of their team, they can easily sweep away dozens or even hundreds of people with just a few members. Go ahead, but be careful. Don't have the heart to harm others, but always be cautious of others. Lengxi has never restricted them. Hearing this, Luo Tian and the others excitedly walked out, each looking like a dog let off the leash. "Shall we go out and take a look?" This time, Lengxi did not plan to wait in the car. She wanted to know how the outside world had changed during this period after the butterfly effect. Lengxi had no objections. "Sure, our strength is so strong that we can leave some people here." She fully supported Lengxi's decision. On the contrary, Jinluo looked a bit hesitant. "We do have conditions, but leaving things here makes me uneasy. It's a luxury RV. Which team is as extravagant as ours? Should I pack it up?" Her miserly appearance really made the two sisters laugh. After getting the agreement, Jinluo was very happy and planned to leave after leaving behind pots, bowls, and some other items. However, thinking about the hard work of these people and that there were quite a few staying behind, she decided to leave another RV. It's perfect for rotating naps when tired. "Thank you, Luo Jia. You guys go have fun. We will guard the camp well and won't let anyone take advantage of us." The one in charge of those staying behind was Haozi. who happened to have a space ability user also staying back. He decided to use this resting time to prepare more meals. Although they had prepared a lot earlier, their large number consumed a lot, and they couldn't just eat up everything. Now they had time, but if they didn't they shouldn't neglect themselves, right? He had his own plan, so he specifically explained to Yu Jingluo that the one in charge of a large amount of food was Tion. Hearing this, Haozi was a bit shocked, but he still shook his head. There's no need to do something that would ruin my future. I have the ability to obtain supplies in a fair manner. Even when I reunite with my family, my abilities are enough to support them. He had thought about it before, but thinking about what would happen if his grandfather found out, he feared his parents would break his legs. His grandfather said that even if a person is useless to society, they should never become a parasite. Don't think that good deeds are too small to do, and don't commit small evils. Very good. We didn't misjudge you. Is this food enough? Whatever dishes you want to make, I have it all. These are all wood element ability users who have been nurtured and preserved in our space, and there are a lot of them. Having some to eat is already good enough, so what's there to be picky about? Sister Luo, you can give whatever you want with my current cooking skills. I won't waste anything. The mouse patted his chest in assurance. Since that's the case, she just casually gave them out. Yu Jingluo didn't say a word and took out the most abundant items in the space. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, water spinach, radishes, etc. Do a good job. We're leaving. Boss, are there only 3 of you? You don't need us to run errands? Seeing Yi Lengxi and her 2 companions about to leave, the mouse couldn't help but speak up. He always felt that the 3 of them were out of place with them. If this continued, they would eventually be eliminated. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. You all can do your own thing. If you're bored, you can take the things and go out for a stroll. They weren't lacking food or clothes now, and they worked hard in their training. So Yi Lengxi had no objections to occasionally relaxing. Forget it, I'm too lazy to walk. Boss, you all can have fun. The mouse had already determined that the 3 of them just wanted to play by themselves without including them. To avoid causing displeasure, he didn't say anything more. After Yi Lengxi and her companions left, those who had been eyeing them like a piece of fat meat approached with ill intentions. Oh, why are there only 10 of you left? Look at how skinny you are. Eating is a waste. Why not just share it with us? Because of their short stature, the mouse and his group often faced disdain, and after the apocalypse, they were even more ridiculed because of their appearance. Of course, the most important thing was that, standing under 7 meters tall, they seemed particularly easy to bully in the eyes of others. What do you think you are? Hurry up and roll away. We're all on the same team. I don't want to fight. The mouse didn't want to waste time on unimportant people, but his words only angered those who came looking for trouble. They were genuinely jealous. Clearly, these small and thin people didn't deserve to live. Yet their faces were rosy and full of spirit, showing they hadn't gone hungry for a single meal. Unlike them, who had to calculate how much to eat every day, or they would be starving by the next meal, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you look down on us, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, let us go. I want to see how those 10 people can protect so many supplies. If we don't rob them today, we might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Thinking of the powerful strength of Yi Lengxi's team, these people were both afraid and excited. To be honest, today was indeed a particularly good opportunity. Most of their group had already gone out, leaving only the weakest behind. Hearing this, the mouse laughed directly. His hand holding the spoon didn't tremble at all, but his expression was particularly cold. Chapter 149. Delivering themselves as the saying goes. Good words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. You all came to us voluntarily. It's not that I'm intentionally looking for trouble. Brothers, let them see what a real man is. The mouse thought that after all that had happened, they should understand that their team was not to be trifled with. However, he didn't expect that food could stir hearts, and they were still unwilling to give up, daring to set their sights on them. Since that's the case, let us scare them all at once, so they keep eyeing the things in their hands every day. They all had limbs with hands and feet, and many of them were ability users or had evolved bodies. The forest wasn't far from here. Many ordinary people chose to team up and go in to look for food. Why were these people only thinking of getting something for nothing? As soon as these words were spoken, the 9 people beside him began their actions. First, they launched a surprise attack with fire-type abilities, leaving them flustered. Then, They blocked the escape route with Earth-type abilities and strengthened their attack with Metal-type abilities, followed by entanglement with Wood-type abilities. The battle ended in less than a minute. These people were originally no match for them, and with their perfect coordination, they were simply not opponents. It was only when they were entangled by the wooden vines and hung high that they realized they had messed with the wrong person. The leader, with fear in his eyes, looked at the mouse and no longer held any contempt. If he felt anything now, it was definitely regret. He cried, snot and tears flowing, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I have elderly and children to support. I really can't do this anymore. Please, big brother, spare me. We were just momentarily foolish. We won't dare again. Please forgive us this time." He took the lead, and the others immediately began to wail, each sounding more pitiful than the last. However, the mouse remained unmoved. He knew very well that if they weren't so powerful, they would definitely be the ones suffering today. Seeing him silent, those people felt their hearts pounding, especially anxious, and they began to resent the leader. In the end, the mouse was annoyed by their cries and impatiently interrupted. "Stop crying, or I'll chop you up and feed you zombies." The ones who had been crying fell silent, as if someone had grabbed their throats. Once they quieted down, the mouse's expression softened a bit. "If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. If I let you go this time, you definitely won't learn your lesson. Luckily, I'm a good person, so taking one of your arms shouldn't be too much, right?" Saying this, he flashed a bright smile, and those people looked shocked, as if they had heard a horror story. "If you're not going to speak, I'll take it as your agreement." The mouse smiled and ordered, "Cut off their right hands from me, so they remember this lesson and won't dare to offend anyone." Of course, the mouse knew that this would create a bloody scene and attract zombies. But so what? It was impossible to let them go without a care. Wouldn't that just tell these people that they could bully others at will? Did he look like such a foolish person? This matter was not only thought of by him. Others naturally understood it as well. With a face full of panic, someone shouted, "Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? There are so many people here. How can you be so selfish? There must be a reason for everything. The reason they got into trouble is, first, because you deliberately provoked us, and second, because they themselves lack the ability. This is the apocalypse, but it's different from before. You all know it clearly. Otherwise, how would you have the guts to come and rob us? Is it just because you think there are more of you and we are easy to bully? What are you staring for? Hurry up and make a move. Let them be clumsy. I want to see if those who were bullied before will take the chance to retaliate and seek revenge." The rat once had a kind heart, but the result always made him feel particularly ironic whenever he thought about it. Now he doesn't want to be a good person anymore. As long as he can maintain the status quo and not actively seek trouble with the weak, he feels he is already quite noble. After persuasion failed, these people stopped begging for mercy and started cursing loudly, which made the other teammates extremely unhappy. Without hesitation, they simply crippled their tendons. Now, these people have become real, useless people. The commotion on their side has always attracted the attention of others in the camp. Seeing the fate of those who usually did evil, those who had been bullied almost wanted to applaud, and some even considered kicking them while they were down. However, they didn't care about their fate at all. After teaching them a lesson, they simply threw them out. Although we don't actively bully others, we absolutely do not allow others to step on our heads. If you have any bad intentions, feel free to come and try. This is just a small punishment as a warning. Next time, we will take your lives. Who dares to bully those who fight at the slightest disagreement? Moreover, they have just discovered that these seemingly weak men are actually ability users, and their strength is much higher than theirs. The group that originally gathered gradually dispersed, and they didn't even dare to keep an eye on commotion here. Knowing their fate, Igu suddenly realized that they had indeed shown mercy that day. Barbarians, boss, are we going to find something to eat? Outside is indeed more exciting than their village. Those who came out with him were eager to try, their eyes shining with excitement as they looked towards a forest. We follow that group. They're strong and will definitely be able to find many good things. They eat meat, and we will follow behind and have some soup. This has been Igu's plan all along. The goal is simply to create opportunities to get closer to Lengxi. However, he needs to put on a FAAD to be able to act openly. If anything happens, there will be someone to cover for him. Hearing this, the subordinates who came out with him were very pleased. As expected of the boss, truly smart. What do you call this? Taking advantage of a situation? The wording might be off. Is it said like this? Who cares if it's right or wrong? We won't suffer losses anyway. Boss, let's hurry up now. Just leave a few brothers to guard the vehicle. I wonder if we will have good luck and catch enough prey. I brought a lot of salt. If we can't eat it all, we can make jerky that can be stored for a long time. They spoke cheerfully, their tone filled with anticipation for the future. And Iigu's expression softened. All right, who wants to go hunting with me? And who will stay behind? I'll go. I'm an earth-type ability user. I thrive in the forest. I'm a water-type ability user. Plant growth cannot do without water, so I'm suitable. No one wanted to stay behind because of the principle of distribution according to labor. Going out together meant putting in more effort and receiving more supplies. Stop arguing. Let's draw lots. Whoever draws gets to go. That way it's fairer. Chapter 150. The mutated animals in the forest. If they keep arguing, he probably won't be able to sense where Lengxi and the others are going. And Iigu felt somewhat impatient. This is a particularly good idea, and everyone has no objections. Iigu took out identical slips of paper, wrote down their names, folded them into the same shape, and tossed them into a box. We brought out a lot of supplies, and the people in the camp are restless. We can't have everyone go. At least half must stay behind. Among those staying, in addition to preparing food, they also need to guard our supplies so they won't be stolen. All right, do you want me to draw? Or should you play rock, paper, scissors? And whoever wins will be responsible for drawing. Once the lottery box was ready, Igu immediately said, speaking very quickly. They all trusted Igu, which is why they came out with him. Playing rock, paper, scissors would waste time. It's faster to let him draw. The boss is right. We all listen to the boss. Boss, you draw. We know you're always fair and just. We're just waiting for arrangements. It's all about luck. Whether I'm chosen is up to the heavens. With a fair method of selection, those who were originally a bit heated now calmed down. Igu didn't hesitate after confirming their thoughts. He drew half of the slips from a box. These are the people who will go hunting with me. You can open them yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, they eagerly grabbed a slip each. Some lucky ones opened their slips to find their names and quietly cheered in joy. It's me. I've been chosen. That's great. If they opened it and saw someone else's name, they couldn't help but smile bitterly and pat the shoulder of the chosen one. Do well. Don't hold the boss back. With so many people, it took less than a minute to open the slips, and soon, the hunters going with Iigu were decided. Those who remained shouldn't be discouraged. Our camp is very important. Don't let anyone steal from us. Yes, whether we can protect these supplies well depends on you. The ones who got lucky didn't act spoiled, sincerely saying that the remaining people's moods gradually improved. Iigu briefly instructed them and immediately led these people towards the direction Lengxi had left. Luckily, it didn't take long. He still had a rough idea of the direction. As they walked, Iigu felt fortunate in his heart. Hey, there's a rabbit. Wow, this chicken is huge. It looks like an ostrich. If it weren't for its chicken-like appearance, I wouldn't dare to recognize it. Under Iigu's leadership, their speed was very fast. Their sudden intrusion startled the animals living in the forest, causing them to run away while making noise. Having not eaten meat for a long time, they couldn't help but drool at the sight of these mutated animals. Boss, should we catch them? Catch what? Look at their size. They must be mutated. Who knows how many toxins are in them? Aren't you afraid of dying? You actually want to eat these virus-ridden things. Before Igu could speak, a younger brother immediately chimed in. Humans can mutate. So, isn't it normal for animals to mutate? Who says they can't be eaten? With such a big size. Perhaps there are parts that can be eaten? If we could have a hearty meal, he felt dying wouldn't matter. I think what Xiaoba said makes a lot of sense. There might really be edible parts. They look no different from normal chickens, except for their size. Humans turn into zombies due to many viruses in their bodies. If they endure, they become ability users and evolved beings. Perhaps animals and plants are the same. Let us catch one and see. Maybe not only can it be eaten, but it could also be very nourishing and enhance our abilities. A large piece of meat was running back and forth in front of them, and many people were tempted. There was nothing wrong with this statement. Igu's thoughts began to change. Meeting the eager gazes of the majority, he nodded. Let's catch one and see if we can eat it. If we can eat it, it will be much easier for us to obtain food in the future. Indeed, being trapped in one place had no future. they still needed to venture out and explore. With Iigu's affirmation, those people eagerly used their abilities to catch chickens and rabbits. However, chickens could fly and rabbits had thick fur. After attacking for a long time, they couldn't even hurt them. They thought it would be easy to catch them, but they didn't expect that not only had their size increased, but their intelligence had also grown. What used to be a panic-stricken run turned into an attack when they saw the people making a move. Since they had never fought against mutated animals before, one person almost got his hair burned off by the flames shot out by a wild chicken. Wow, it actually has abilities too. Moreover, it seemed to be at a higher level than him. Upon realizing this, the person touched his slightly curled hair and fell into a state of despair. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you worried about dodging? We've angered it. This rabbit is so fierce. My hand. At that moment, a tragic scream rang out. As his voice echoed, everyone turned their heads and saw that man's hand had been torn off by the large rabbit. It seemed that after trying the taste of blood, the rabbit, which had only been grazing, looked at them with a glimmer of greed in its eyes. It no longer avoided them, but charged straight at them with its body, which was as large as a small cart. The rabbit was indeed desperate enough to bite. It had gone mad, and its eyes were now very red. They actually had a fourth tier. How terrifying is that? Based on the energy fluctuations from the wild chicken and wild rabbit, Iigu and the others roughly judged their levels, but this realization only made them more afraid. Heaven was not giving them a way out. They were only at first and second tiers, while these creatures were already at the fourth tier. How could they possibly fight back? Those who had originally been thinking about meat slumped to the ground upon learning the levels, completely losing their usual vigor and radiating a sense of despair. There were many of them, and there were only 2 rabbits. How could they not deal with them? Didn't they say they wanted to eat meat? If they were so cowardly, they might as well go eat shit. Iigu gritted his teeth and launched an attack at the wild rabbit. In the forest, wood, earth, and water elements had the advantage. If there were no minerals underground, metal attacks were particularly laborious, but they couldn't let their morale drop. When they saw that his attack could break through the wild rabbit's defenses, everyone's hearts settled slightly. Chapter 151. For the meat, yes, everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how mutated they are still beasts and won't do anything to us. The boss's attack can break through their defenses, and so can we. We were just too panicked before, randomly throwing attacks and wasting energy. Now, everyone should concentrate, listen to the boss's orders, and attack when he says to attack. If we combine our strength, we will be able to eat meat. The other details didn't matter. What mattered was the word meat, which calmed the originally fearful people down. Hearing this man's words, when Iigu looked at him, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This person is good at comforting others. Yes, no matter how fierce the situation is now, it's still meat. Think about how much effort it takes to catch chickens and ducks when killing them in the countryside. Not to mention the mutated ones now. Driven by the prospect of meat, everyone suddenly gained confidence. We must firmly intimidate them. What does it matter if they are mutated beasts? They still have to end up in our stomachs, right? Seeing them speak calmly, just like when surrounding zombies, they automatically took their positions without needing his instructions. Iigu's serious expression softened slightly. If we brothers work together, we can definitely take them down. Now, the earth-type and metal-type abilities are at the front, while the wood-type ability users should prepare to bind them, and the others will assist. As a metal-type ability user, Iigu actively stepped forward. His action immediately drew objections from others. Boss, why are you standing so far forward? We are enough. You should command from the back. Yeah, why should the leader be at the front? What do we need to do then? Iigu felt particularly moved. But the role of a leader is to take the lead. How could he stay at the back? Now it's different from before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, having power and influence meant others would listen to you. But now, even if you have supplies, if you lack strength, you will still be treated as a big fat sheep. To be a good leader, it's not enough to just have brains. You also need to show your strength. Only then will they truly respect you and not think of replacing you. So, Iigu interrupted the person. As the leader, I naturally have to take the lead. And besides, my strength in the metal type is not bad. With me here, our chances of winning will be greater. Don't forget, I was the one who broke the defense of that rabbit just now. That's right, without the boss here, I wouldn't have the same momentum when killing enemies. The boss is our core. They still trusted Iigu's strength, and it was indeed his actions that calmed everyone down just now. Seeing that he felt this way, the person stopped persuading and decided to pay more attention to him to avoid any unexpected situations. Since they often worked together, a command or a glance was enough for them to understand the leader's intentions. The earlier chaos seemed to have been a deliberate ploy to make the prey lower their guard. Now that they were cooperating, their necessary strength was displayed. In less than an hour, the once proud mutated wild chickens and mutated wild rabbits lay on the ground, unable to move. Great, we have meat to eat now. I've almost forgotten what a normal 3 meals a day tastes like. Before checking if it was edible, someone couldn't help but cheer quietly. Afraid of getting their hopes too high and being disappointed later, the person next to him poured cold water. It might not be edible. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. Compared to going hungry, I'd rather have a full meal on the road. The person's heart didn't waver at his words. Iigu knew this was because they had been hungry for too long and had given up on the idea of living. It should be edible, but it's a pity that such a big rabbit with such good fur has ended up like this. Otherwise, we could have made several blankets. It's okay. Anyway, this mutated rabbit is very large. Even if there are damaged areas, we can sew it up. Hey, but it seems we didn't bring any women with us. How can we handle such things? We big men can't do that. Iigu, who had initially wanted to say he could, immediately shut his mouth and didn't want to sew clothes for these men. In the end, he could only change the topic. Anyway, the journey is still long, and there are many survivors in the silverflower field. We can ask which women are willing to follow us. They hadn't brought women before because they were afraid they would slow them down, but now they realize that they really couldn't do without women for food, clothing, and housing. Many people thought women were burdens, and hearing Igu say this, they looked somewhat unhappy. Those women are of no use except to eat. Why bring them in? We're not the kind who think about the second half of our lives. In this person's eyes, the role of women was only in bed, but he had no need for that, so women weren't important to him. Having a woman who understands warmth and cold is still good. We big men are indeed rough, and besides, they don't eat much. Washing clothes and cooking can make our camp better organized. Thinking back to when his mother was still around, his clothes were always clean, but now he had worn the same clothes for a long time, and they smelled terrible with no one to help him wash them. He felt very regretful. If only I had a wife. Finding a woman shouldn't be difficult, right? Now, regardless of looks, as long as you are an ability user, even if you're an evolved one, there are beautiful women who will look at you. However, it's hard enough to feed yourself. Taking care of a woman would just be a burden, and I don't want to add to my own load. Let us just settle this for now. You can't even wash your clothes properly. You all stink. We can't just stay like this. We will have to meet important people in the future, and someone has to take care of us. After these words were spoken, those men who thought women were useless fell silent, as they felt that Iigu was right. They remembered the men in the village who had wives, and those wives were indeed much tidier than them, at least looking more like decent people. Our leader is truly the leader, thinking 10 steps ahead with every step. While we're only thinking about how to stockpile more food, the leader has already planned how to interact with the upper echelons after entering the base. We really can't compare. Stop flattering and hurry up to deal with the chicken and rabbit. The smell of blood is strong here, and we don't know if something will come over. Such a great harvest made Igu forget for a moment that he was following Lengxi. Chapter 152, Mysterious Vines. The boss is right. We were too excited and almost forgot such an important thing. Quickly, let's pluck the feathers. There are so many down feathers on this chicken. Be careful to pick them out, so we can stuff them into the duvet cover for warmth in winter. They were either orphans from a young age or had lost their families after the apocalypse, leaving only this one. From initially being clueless and lazy, they have now become quite skilled at doing such tasks. As soon as the words were spoken, they had already divided their tasks. The earth and metal ability users quickly built the stove, while the metal ability user conjured a large pot. The water ability user immediately filled it with water, and the fire ability user began to heat the water. In the past, doing these things would take a lot of effort, but with their abilities, everything was ready in an instant. For the remaining tasks, the fire ability user took the lead and increased the energy output. In just a few minutes, the water boiled. The feathers of the mutated wild chicken had already been plucked out. Now that the water was boiling, they added cold water to adjust the temperature. Once it was confirmed that it was hot enough, they immediately placed the whole chicken into the pot. After scalding it for a few minutes, they pulled out. However, it seemed that the temperature was too low. I was following the old method of killing chickens and plucking feathers. Let's add more fire. This time, once the water is boiling, we won't need to add cold water. Seeing that the feathers were still firmly attached to the wild chicken, the experienced person immediately spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire ability user continued to heat the water. After the water boiled this time, it indeed made it easy to pluck the feathers. The chicken feathers were removed, and what remained was to gut it. The experienced person guided others in assisting. In less than 10 minutes, the large chicken was cleaned up. While some were handling the wild chickens, others were dealing with the wild rabbits. Although they had little experience, the methods were quite similar. Igu had a decent control over abilities, so he was tasked with skinning. As expected, the rabbit skin turned out to be all torn up, but it was still usable. Under the quick handling of the group, within half an hour, the two prey were processed into convenient pieces. What should be done with these things? Leave them here? Seeing the ground covered in chicken feathers and the waste from gutting, one person couldn't help but speak up. We should leave some meat for those coming later. Let us treat it as fertilizer for these trees, right? Whether it's fertilizer or not, he didn't know. Where to throw this garbage was the same anyway. It's not like they could pick it up and find a trash can, right? Do trash cans even exist anymore? The person was persuaded. So, they prepared to leave. What the hell? What is this? Something is tugging at my foot. At that moment, someone felt as if something had hooked onto him, wet and slippery like a snake, startling him. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you know that scaring people can actually kill them? The person next to him nonchalantly used his metal ability to cut the vine, pulling him along without a care. However, he realized that with his enhanced strength, he couldn't pull away. Upon closer inspection, the cut vine instantly transformed into many smaller vines. Those vines densely wrapped around his lower leg, seemingly using great force, twisting it out of shape. What is this? Its vitality is so strong. It hurts a lot. Help me get it off. The person entangled didn't have any abilities, just an ordinary person, so he was at the mercy of the vines. However, Igu and the others were very close together, and the vine, which intended to sneakily pull someone away, ultimately failed and was discovered instead. After these words were spoken, the vines had already grown more, slowly wrapping around the person's calves. In just a moment of distraction, the situation had become so serious that everyone who had been walking ahead had come to a halt. The fire abilities user instinctively controlled the flames toward that person, wanted to burn all the vines to ashes. Sensing the power of the fire abilities user, the vines wisely retreated. Just as Igu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thick vines as wide as an adult's wrist suddenly surged in from all directions. Each vine was equipped with barbs, and instead of being green, they were black, clearly indicating toxicity. When they saw these vines flaunting their power, the joy of harvest disappeared from Igu and the others, replaced by seriousness. Be careful. Don't let them touch you. They might be poisonous. And we don't know if we could detoxify. They had been worried that the smell of blood would attract large beasts, considering even small, ordinary animals could grow enormous, let alone ferocious beasts. But unexpectedly, the beasts did not come. Instead, the vines, which were not dangerous before the apocalypse, had become the greatest threat, which truly caught them off guard. When we saw animals mutate, we should have thought that these plants could mutate too. But why do these mutated plants seem even more terrifying than the mutated animals? It was easy for abilities users and evolved beings to evade, but ordinary people found it somewhat difficult. Fortunately, they were very united and could barely hold their ground. To prevent these vines from regenerating, the usually invincible metal abilities user found himself without a role, and the main force was the fire abilities user, but with only one person, it was hard to support. We need to rush out quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The fire abilities user's face had turned pale from continuously using his powers. He couldn't even turn his head and urgently said to his companion beside him. At this moment, everyone was filled with regret, but regret was useless. Those who had already been injured in the fight against the mutated wild chickens and mutated wild rabbits were now suffering even more. What was particularly deadly was that after being touched by the black vines with barbs, they would gradually lose consciousness and then lose their fighting ability. It was frustrating. Although they had been shouting about dying from overeating, now they hadn't even eaten a mouthful of meat and were turning into nutrients from mutated plants. As time passed, those who had lost the ability to fight were bound by the reappearing green vines, leaving only Igu alone. The regret in his heart nearly drowned him as he remembered the purpose of entering the forest. Chapter 153. Level 5 Special Mutated Plants. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have listened to them. Greed for a bite of meat had cost him his life here. As a dual-element ability user, although not unique, he was still an extremely rare existence. He could be a leader in a small base, and even a large base, he would definitely not go unnoticed. Clearly, his glorious life had just begun. How could it end like this? When the black vines pierced into his body and he gradually lost control over his body, Igu's heart felt like it was falling into an ice cave. Just then, in a daze, he seemed to hear another voice. Immediately after, the force binding him vanished, and he fell to the ground. Had someone come to save him? Igu didn't know, but he breathed a sigh of relief and completely lost consciousness. Hey, that person looks a bit familiar. Seeing the man covered in wounds, lying on the ground and unsure if he was alive or dead, Lengxi had no intention of helping him. Instead, she felt inexplicably repulsed by him. Lengxi had some impression of him. Wasn't he the former leader of that small base? How'd he end up here? He wouldn't have followed us all the way here, would he? What Igu didn't know was that the ones passing by and hearing the commotion were Lengxi and her two companions. They had initially planned to ignore it, but the energy fluctuations of the vines were truly astonishing. One reason was the concern that if left unchecked, it could harm people passing by in the future. And the other was that the energy of the plant crystal core was very pure. If it weren't for these reasons, he would ultimately become fertilizer for the vines. Shouldn't it be that he had nothing to do with us? Hearing Lengxi's words, Yu Jingluo didn't agree. Of course, that was a later story for now. All three of them focused on the vines. Through the pressure it emitted, Lengxi and her companions could sense that this vine was at least level 5. To think it was on par with me. How much fertilizer had it consumed to reach level 5 in an environment where most were only level 2 to 4? After her efforts, she had finally managed to reach level 5, but unexpectedly, in a place they didn't know, there was already such a high-level mutated plant. Looking at the surroundings, it was clear that this was not its main base. Such a domineering vine wouldn't allow any living beings to encroach on its territory. However, the fact that it could extend its vines over such a long distance suggested that its level might not be as simple as it seemed. Hearing Lengxi's words, Yu Jingluo's expression turned somewhat resentful. I don't even have all level 5 abilities. Fighting it might not be feasible. Because she often used space abilities, Lengxi's space level was quickly approaching level 6, but unfortunately, her Earth abilities weren't used often. With Lengxi's space enhancement, she was currently only at level 4. The space abilities could deal with the vines, but cut vines would grow back into more vines, densely packed, making her scalp tingle. As for the Earth abilities, they would only provide warmth to the vines. The only abilities suitable for dealing with the vines here were Lengxi's fire abilities. Having such a suitable sparring partner, Lengxi originally planned to leave it for the two of them, but whether it was Earth or light abilities, they would essentially just be providing nutrition for the vines, so she could only take action herself. Her level was higher than Lengxi and Yu Jingluo's. The temperature of her fire was truly astonishing, but she didn't know what substances the vines secreted that managed to neutralize some of it. However, plants were naturally afraid of fire. Although they could resist to some extent, they were still burned to ashes, and even the fire spread along the vines. The somewhat sentient vines decisively severed their own branches. After the food was snatched away and unable to overcome the three, the vines, which initially seemed to have higher level food, hesitated for a long time and ultimately fled. Let us go. Since we've already saved the person, it wouldn't be right to just leave him. Then let us split into 2 groups. I'll go for a quick resolution, and you two stay here. Their blood scent can attract quite a few mutated beasts, and you can practice a bit. They had gone a bit deeper before, and the fighting power of the vines was strong. By the time they noticed the commotion over here, only Igu was left. Most of the others had been eaten clean, with only 1 or 2 remaining limbs that hadn't been completely consumed by the vines. In this short delay, the sensitive mutated beasts should already be on their way. All right, I'll follow your lead. Just as Yi Lengxi was about to say something, Yu Jingluo had already agreed. She felt this separation would have more significance for training. Otherwise, with Yi Lengxi around, she felt too safe and lacked a sense of crisis. Although she had already marked them with her mental energy, Yi Lengxi was worried that this mutated vine might have other ideas, such as self-detonation. So upon hearing this, she left without hesitation, leaving only Yi Lengxi with a resentful look at Yu Jingluo. Sister Luo, I want to follow my sister. I don't want to guard this man. For some reason, she instinctively felt hostility towards this man, a feeling similar to when she saw Hao Jian. According to her intuition, this person definitely belonged to the scum category, and she trusted her instincts. Seeing her regretfully watching Yi Lengxi's figure grow farther away, Yu Jingluo stroked her head and said, "But improving our strength is more important. I know you don't want to take on too much. Relax a bit, but I'm not foolish. Some things don't need to be said too clearly." The sisters have already prepared in their hearts for what is to come. Noticing that Yu Jingluo had sensed something, Yi Lengxi explained, "It's not that we're intentionally hiding it from you. This matter isn't the right time to discuss. I know you wouldn't harm me. Just tell me what I need to do, and there is no need to elaborate on the reasons." Before she could finish, Yu Jingluo interrupted her. She didn't ask further, and Yi Lengxi sighed in relief. "Naturally, we can't do without your help." While they were chatting, many mutated beasts had already caught the scent and were coming this way. Since there were quite a few of them, they began to take it seriously. Unexpectedly, this seemingly small forest had quite a variety of mutated beasts, and many of them were social creatures. After killing one nest, there was still another. Although it was tough, the rewards made both of their moods very good. While other mutated beasts could only find edible parts, they were different. They could purify everything. With many little brothers, many things became very convenient, but similarly, the consumption was substantial, so these leaders had to think carefully. Chapter 154. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Yes, we initially thought it was just the three sisters venturing together. Now our team is nearly 100 strong, and this is still the result of our careful selection. If we had been more lenient or lowered our standards, we would have easily attracted over 10,000. As she spoke, another light ball was thrown out, burning the eyes of many mutated beasts and temporarily blinding them, making it easier for them to harvest quickly. I have to say, mutated beasts are indeed easier to kill than zombies because they fear pain and can be injured and frightened. Yi Lengxi and the others were killing with great enthusiasm, and gradually, more people entered the forest. Hearing the commotion, they couldn't help but come over, hoping to get a share of the spoils. Of course, if they could play the mantis and catch the cicada unaware, that would be even better. However, this thought quickly vanished when they saw that the people involved were Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi. They weren't sure about others, but they knew very well the situation of this team. It was really not worth risking their lives for such a trivial matter. So, they didn't rush in directly, but instead quietly watched from the side. Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi had already noticed their presence and felt little fluctuation in their hearts. Seeing that there were no other teammates beside them and noticing their calm demeanor, the onlookers dared not entertain any bad thoughts, though they began to discuss quietly among themselves. It felt like they were from different worlds. The gap in strength was just too great. Am I really an ability user? How come it feels like playing house with kids, with no harm at all? It would be more efficient for me to use a knife to kill zombies. After comparing secretly, they found that the attack released by these two individuals every second was equivalent to what they could charge up in about 10 seconds. And importantly, the power was still lacking a bit. If I had that strength, I would definitely be more conspicuous than them. In the previous encounters, whether it was a mutant beast ambush or a zombie siege, everyone was focused on getting through the crisis at that moment and didn't pay attention to the situation around them. Now, they realized how ridiculous those thoughts were. Luckily, they only had thoughts and did not take action, nor did they harbor much malice. Otherwise, they would probably end up like the mutant beasts on the ground now. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. We might as well look for something else. If we're lucky, we might find something manageable. After dealing with it, we can remove the inedible parts, and what's left could last us several days. What a waste to try to take advantage. Or we might end up being used as pawns. You're right, I'm leaving. The ones on the ground can't move, and the ones underground can't move either. I still can't search? Most people aren't fools. Even if they have selfish desires, after comparing strengths, they wouldn't stay because it would just be a waste of time. However, a portion of them were unwilling to give up so easily. They believed that no matter how strong Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi were, with so many mutant beasts, they must eventually exhaust their abilities. Once an ability user's powers are depleted, even a weak, ordinary person could kill them, let alone them as ability users. Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi were well aware of these thoughts, and they certainly wouldn't let themselves fall into such a dangerous situation. So, when their condition wasn't great, they immediately took out the supplies prepared for them by Yi Lengxi. After taking a small sip, their nearly depleted abilities instantly recovered. Those who thought they were clever were stunned. Is it just my illusion? Why do I feel like their aura is not only not weak, but actually better than at the beginning? Someone voiced their confusion, immediately receiving agreement from those nearby. I thought it was just me. I didn't expect you to think the same. Having wasted so much time without gaining any benefit, those who stayed behind were filled with regret. However, they noticed one problem. How could Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi sustain their energy for so long? This was very unusual. What did they just drink? It seemed like after drinking, their pale faces suddenly turned rosy. Some people left, but a few remained, their unwillingness pushing them to uncover this secret, since with their abilities, they still couldn't catch any mutant beasts. The departure of the two made those who gained nothing extremely dissatisfied. Acting faster than they could think, they unhesitatingly stopped the two. Wait, we have something to ask you. The speaker's attitude was not good, and their actions were offensive, even daringly reaching out to grab her sensitive areas. Yi Lengxi's gaze instantly turned cold, and she ruthlessly swatted his hand away. A man's scream suddenly echoed through the forest. The people who stayed behind did not expect that Yi Lengxi's temper was as explosive as a firecracker. It had already exploded before it was even lit. Is there something going on? Yi Lengxi asked coldly, the killing intent in her eyes causing this group to involuntarily shudder and instinctively step back several paces. Her decisive demeanor made the originally aggressive group feel uneasy. And no, it's nothing. We just wanted to ask what you were drinking earlier. It was so effective. If everyone could have it, our casualties could be greatly reduced, and we could clear out the zombies much faster. Once we finish clearing the zombies, our homeland can return to how it was before the apocalypse. The person speaking was somewhat afraid of Yi Lengxi's aura. He was very clever and quick-witted, instantly turning a confrontation into a consideration for all humanity. Upon hearing this, Yi Lengxi laughed directly. To put it more clearly, you just want us to provide the energy recovery agent for free, right? No way. Of course, if you have the ability to raise the level of water-type ability users, allowing them to condense concentrated water, it can also have recovery effects, even slight healing effects. This is spiritual spring water, which has many functions. Water is the source of all things, and water system ability users can make the power of water rich and diverse. Yi Lengxi did not lie. Most people did not believe her, seeing water system ability users as not very useful, aside from providing water, and their lethality being lower than that of other abilities. No one had thought there could be such wonderful uses. Are you trying to fool us? Someone couldn't help but question. Yu Jingluo couldn't stand it and rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you? Why would we fool you? Didn't you come to us? Chapter 155, Hot Spring Cave. Can't understand human language? I said I'm a high-level water system ability user. Low-level ones don't count. What? You want benefits without investing? Are you used to taking advantage? Do you think everyone in the world is your parents? Yu Jingluo's words were very harsh, and those who had originally feared their strength were somewhat broken. You foul-mouthed woman. Clean up your language. Did you eat shit? Why so dirty? Is a high ability level impressive? Yes, it is impressive. This is the result of our hard work day and night. We have high ability levels, and we can eat whatever we want, unlike you, who can't handle mutant beasts on your own and just wait to take advantage. But look, our strength as two weak women is higher than yours. Yet we don't dare to strike. I just love watching you look at me displeased, but unable to take me down. Everything she had was earned through her efforts, and she showed no humility, but rather pride. Her generous demeanor made these people seem like rats in a gutter, and those who remained were almost completely broken. Someone couldn't help it and finally attacked Yu Jingluo. She had long been wary of these people, so the attack didn't hit her, but because they took action, the two had a reason to retaliate. After practicing their techniques, although Yi Lengxi and her companion weren't as strong as Yi Lengxi, they were much stronger than ordinary ability users, especially since their levels were high, and they had long seen that these people were burdened with some bad things. With no grievances or grudges, they initially wanted to let these people go, not wanting to cause slaughter, but seeing these people actively seeking them out, they couldn't be blamed for being ungracious. With the idea of leaving no future troubles, they struck with lethal force, shocking these people. "What are you doing? We are companions." "What kind of joke is that? You are our companions? Who would think of stabbing us in the back and scheming for what we have instead of working hard? Whatever you have to say, go tell the king of hell. Remember, don't do good deeds in your next life, and definitely don't do bad deeds. If you do too many bad things, isn't retribution coming? Oh, I forgot, people like you probably won't have a chance to be reborn, right?" Yu Jingluo's words were cutting, and as soon as she finished speaking, another person lost their life at her hands. Sensing that no one was around and feeling that Yi Lengxi was coming this way, they calmed down, teasing them as if playing with ants. Killing is just a matter of hitting the ground. What does this count as? The ancestors were right. Only women and petty people are hard to raise. Once it was confirmed that Yi Lengxi and her companion would not spare them, those who couldn't bear it any longer began to curse. The saying refers to how women and children are the hardest to deal with. Getting close to them leads to pampering and arrogance, while distancing leads to disappointment and lifelong resentment. Considering the historical context, the women mentioned specifically refer to certain pampered women and spoiled children. For strong women like us, it's more likely to raise others than to be raised ourselves. These people have buzzing thoughts. Who wants to hear them talk about these things? Stop playing around. I found a great place with a cave full of things that need your help. The important part isn't the help, but that she wants to take the two of them to see the scenery there and soak in hot springs. Upon hearing Yi Lengxi's voice, the two no longer hesitated and completely dealt with these people. While the individuals were already dead, the sins they committed could not be erased. It infuriated them that such beasts could be called human. They were truly monsters in human skin. It wasn't surprising that they could commit such cruel acts. Rather, it was their vague perception that these people had done even worse things to innocent people, resulting in an immense amount of resentment. Thinking about how much they enjoyed torturing and killing, they decided to let them experience the despair of others. Don't be angry. The world was originally peaceful, bound by laws, but some people act as they please. Now that the rules have been broken, the things that were once suppressed by those rules have naturally begun to emerge. If they couldn't stand it, killing them was justified, and it could help some kind-hearted individuals. Seeing the actions of Yi Lengxi and Yi Lengxi didn't say anything bad, but allowed them to help dispose of the bodies. They deserved it. And in the future, they could use others as a tool to eliminate their enemies, try not to get themselves stained with these sins. I understand, sister. I just couldn't hold back this time. In fact, she was quite worried that her sister would think she was cruel, but now that she heard her say that, she breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to the place you mentioned. I can't wait. Fire abilities are indeed very convenient for cleaning up traces. In just a few words, there was no trace left on the ground. Worried, Yi Lengxi said it directly, and upon hearing her words, Yu Jinglu finally realized, yes, although we are their leaders, we are all part of a group, and I fear they might become flustered. Enjoy yourself. I've already informed them. Her words reminded Yu Jinglu of a previous scene at school, and she nodded in understanding without asking further. The place wasn't far, and the three of them quickly arrived. However, the path was overgrown with weeds, and the area near the cave was densely covered. Luckily, Yi Lengxi had already cleared it. Otherwise, who would have noticed this place? Sister, how did you find this place? It's so hidden, you were able to discover it. If Yi Lengxi hadn't mentioned that there were many good things inside, she wouldn't have sensed anything at all. It was completely by accident. I was up above, and out of nowhere, I stepped into thin air and fell down here. I didn't feel anything, but my intuition told me there was something nearby, so I cleared the grass, and then I saw the cave. While speaking, Yi Lengxi subconsciously looked up at the sky and then shook her head. She was just an ordinary person. Having a chance to be reborn was already good enough. How could she be the daughter of the heavenly path? Whatever, it's a good thing anyway. Since Lengxi had been here before, the path was relatively easy to walk. However, seeing the smooth walls, Lengxi and the others knew it must have been raided by her already. Sure enough, after entering the cave, the ground was uneven. Apart from that hot spring, there was nothing here. Chapter 156, Returning to the Camp, Sister. I knew you just wanted us to come and relax. I was right. Although they would enter the space every night, it wasn't tea for enjoyment, but for cultivation, so they had little time to soak in baths. And most of the time, they used cleansing spells instead. This was discovered by Lengxi, so naturally there would be no hidden dangers. Therefore, they didn't check the surroundings at all. After placing a few things, they happily prepared to go in and soak. Lengxi smiled relaxedly. It's rare to be able to relax like this. I want to soak a little longer. I wonder if there will be another opportunity like this in the future. Living with a bunch of people is really quite troublesome. When they were weak, everyone naturally united to survive better. After becoming stronger, they preferred to be alone or with small groups. It was lively with many people, but once the door was closed, they could do whatever they wanted without anyone knowing. Now, they could only sneak around. Once they became stronger, there would come a day when they wouldn't have to hide anymore and could do whatever they wanted. To avoid being the standout, they had always kept a low profile. Although it seemed like they were living better than others, everyone actually worked hard. It wasn't that they didn't have the opportunity to live like that. Yes, I do regret forming a team a bit. But thinking of Lengxi's deep-seated hatred, she felt that this team must be built up and continuously developed. They always thought they were very low-key and never realized that being clean, tidy, and having a good spirit was enough to make people jealous. Moreover, it wasn't just a few of them. The whole team was like this. How could it not make others envious and wary? But as the saying goes, schemes and tricks are paper tigers in front of real strength. After soaking for a while, they felt much more comfortable and decided to leave. It was only at this moment that they belatedly remembered something. It seemed they had forgotten that person. However, it was already quite late, and they had already collected many things in the forest, leaving the rest for others passing through. Knowing that her sister was very averse to this person, she didn't dare to say that she had left a small array to isolate his aura. Otherwise, he would have been eaten long ago. Like a mouse, she worried about the safety of the three, but unlike Luotian, she didn't show it directly. They certainly knew that the three of Lengxi were very powerful, even stronger than all of them combined. However, three beautiful girls without male companions were still quite dangerous, especially since there were so many people in the camp. If someone truly had bad intentions and united, it would be a big trouble. But they knew it wasn't convenient to go into the forest at this time because it was getting late. With their strength, they couldn't find Lengxi and the others and would instead put themselves in danger. The smart thing to do now was to wait in the camp. They were at the entrance of the forest and saw only Lengxi and the others, with no one else behind them. Their expressions were somewhat disappointed, but soon, their attention was drawn to the cart. It seemed to be the boss. Yes, it was the boss. Then they saw Igu lying on it, bloodied and mangled, and their faces instantly changed. How did it become like this? They jogged over. Ladies, what happened to our boss? Where are the others? Did you see them? They didn't dare to question Lengxi and the others and could only ask cautiously. You know him? Then this person is yours. He is lucky to have run into us. The others have probably turned into mutated beast dumb by now. Someone came over to take over, and Lengxi was overjoyed, immediately handing the cart to them. Remember to clean it up and return to us. After saying that, she took Lengxi with one hand and Lengxi with the other and headed toward their camp. Hearing the commotion, Luotian and the others came over to pick them up. Did you encounter any danger? As he spoke, he carefully examined the three of them. Not smelling any blood and confirming that they were not injured, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing his hesitation, Lengxi smiled and said, "Don't worry. We value our lives very much. It's hard-earned progress, and we won't do anything reckless. Safety first." Chapter 157. Life-saving grace compared to the relaxed and joyful atmosphere over here. The mood at Igu's side was particularly grim. Looking at the injuries on his body, they were at a loss for a moment about what to do. What should we do? We have no medicine, and there are no healing-type ability users. We can only watch our boss wait to die. When they came out, everyone was filled with hopes for the future. But how long has it been? Reality had slapped them hard, showing them how cruel survival outside was. If I had known, I would have stayed behind. Isn't it just changing a leader? If it really doesn't work, I could be the leader too. They went in with several people. But now only Igu was left. Seeing the injuries on him, those who stayed behind felt both fortunate and regretful. They were glad that they had bad luck and didn't draw the short straw to go into the forest, but regretted leaving the village. They thought, if they were still in the village at this time, even if they could only eat a half-full meal, at least they would still be alive. In such a world, living one more day is better than accidentally losing your life outside. What exactly happened? Their boss was strong. How could it end up like this? These injuries don't look like they were caused by a mutated beast, but rather something plant-related. Yes, I sensed the presence of wood elements. They must have encountered mutated plants. Under the same level, mutated plants are even more dangerous than mutated beasts. All right, what is the point of saying all this? Now we need to think about what to do. We can't just let him stay like this. We need to find a way to stop the bleeding, or it will attract mutated beasts. Seeing them arguing, the person with the highest strength among them interrupted. Skip a meal today. There are other things to make do with. Wood and water elements. See how you can handle it. This person has some understanding of supernatural abilities and quickly thought of a way to handle the situation after a bit of contemplation. All right, our levels are low, so we can only try our best. Low levels are relative. Giving so many people the ability to stimulate plant growth actually means their levels aren't low at all, and they might even be slightly higher than others. It's just that these two supernatural abilities have different development directions, and most of them have relatively weak combat power, so they weren't called upon during fights. Now, at this point, the only two supernatural abilities everyone can think of are these. Just do your best. The boss should be fine, as he is lucky and has good fortune. Among the remaining people, the one speaking is at level 2, while the others are not even at level 2, just barely at level 1. Igu is different. The battle in the forest was intense, and after the explosion, he had already risen to level 3. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until Lengxi and the others came to rescue him. Although he is unsure of his current level, his original level was not low and could overpower everyone. Therefore, whether as the leader of these people or because of his level, they are unwilling to give up on him. In the end, with the efforts of the wood-type and water-type supernatural users, Igu's injuries recovered somewhat, and with his body continuously self-repairing, he woke up while they were preparing dinner. However, seeing the familiar car roof, he couldn't come to his senses for a moment. After a while, he hoarsely said, "I'm not dead. Who saved me?" I still remember hearing the voices of several girls before I fainted. Moreover, that voice was particularly familiar, seemingly belonging to the person he had a crush on. Seeing him speak clearly and seemingly recovering well, the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, it's good that you're okay. Someone did save you." It was that group of the most capable college students. Hearing this, Igu immediately confirmed that the person who saved him was indeed Lengxi and felt happy, as he now had the chance to interact with her. Then we need to properly thank them. After saying this, without waiting for others to ask, he immediately recounted what had happened in the forest. After listening, the people in the car fell silent. For a moment, a faint despair surrounded them. Has the world really become this difficult? How are we supposed to survive from now on? We were once the top predators of nature, and now we have become the lowest. The contrast was something they couldn't accept for a moment. Those who originally regretted leaving, upon hearing how the outside world had changed, realized that the village would eventually become like this. Experiencing the cruelty of the world early on would allow for better improvement. All right, stop overthinking. Let's fill our stomachs first before considering how to move forward. Just then, someone's stomach growled, perfectly diverting the topic. Yes, let's eat first. Food is scarce now, so we need to plan carefully. Seeing them like this, Igu let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't insist on leaving, it would be fine. He had already lost many subordinates and couldn't afford to lose more now. With injuries on him, though his abilities weren't completely exhausted, he didn't dare to use them excessively. However, he still used his mental powers to exert a bit of control. Originally, his ability level was the highest among those who had come out, and now hearing that he had reached level 3, everyone felt more at ease, As expected of the leader, we trust you. Next, you just need to take care of your injuries and leave the food search to us. We'll team up with others. I see everyone is like this. Having more people is indeed safer. They weren't completely useless. In the village, Igu would delegate tasks for ease. So accepting that he was injured and that others would take care of him wasn't difficult. The car, which had been somewhat noisy, became much more harmonious with Igu as the backbone. After eating, everyone had a simple relief from hunger and didn't waste time, quickly resting. They weren't sure when they would set off, so they needed to always maintain good condition to not fall behind. Night quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The sky was still gloomy, making everyone feel heavy-hearted. After breakfast, under Captain Long's organization, they continued along the predetermined route. Along the way, whenever they encountered places where they could hunt or had buildings, he tried to stop and let everyone replenish supplies. With Lengxi and the university students leading, life was quite prosperous. The original old survivors didn't dare to just watch from the side. The newer survivors, seeing how diligent everyone was, didn't dare to slack off and all worked hard to search for supplies, frantically gathering them. Chapter 158. Wanting to devote oneself to another. Conflicts did exist, but under absolute force, it appeared quite harmonious. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. Once everyone became diligent, their lives gradually became more comfortable, and some inappropriate thoughts began to grow. Many good-looking women or ability users were occasionally surrounded by men who thought they were very impressive, confessing their feelings. Lengxi's team was very strong, and the female ability users were even more powerful, so there were even more people eyeing them, all hoping for a quick rise. Finally, unable to endure any longer, they made an example of a few, and the frequent flirtations diminished significantly. Compared to these straightforward and ill-intentioned people, Igu was much harder to deal with. After nursing his health, he found himself in front of Lengxi and her team again. This is the prey we hunted today. I've tasted it before, and it was very good. I'm bringing one for you to try. Lengxi and her team saved him in passing, giving him a good reason to approach them. So whenever he had the chance, he would come to their group. He couldn't meet Lengxi every time, so in order to see the woman he liked more often, he observed for several days to find a pattern. And now, when he came, he happened to see Lengxi coming out. These mutated beasts are abundant in their space, and they have plenty to eat daily. So they're somewhat tired of it and don't find it precious at all. How can that be? It's said that one should repay a life-saving grace with gratitude. He originally wanted to say he would dedicate himself, but seeing the gazes of those around him, he quickly changed his words. There's no need. Saving you is just a matter of convenience. We would have saved you regardless of who it was. You're not an exception, so don't think too much about it. Lengxi said this extremely bluntly, as she knew this person had ulterior motives. She could see his eyes almost glued to her sister. If she had known, she wouldn't have saved him. Initially, they were unaware of the situation, but when Igu came for the first time, saying something about a life-saving grace and trying to get close to Lengxi, they realized something was off. At this moment, the patrol team finally remembered something they almost forgot. There was no way around it. There were simply too many people watching their boss, making it hard to keep track. Seeing that he seemed to not understand human speech, Lengxi could no longer hold back. That's enough. My sister won't be interested in you. We've accepted the items, and that's that. The person who regrets the most in this situation is definitely Yu Jingluo. She never thought that her moment of sadness would lead to her good sister being targeted by a clingy person. Yes, even if Cece didn't already have a boyfriend, she still wouldn't be interested in you. I'm not someone who judges people by their looks, but your appearance is truly lacking. Just looking at your face can be frustrating, even if I'm not angry. This person is only passable apart from his appearance and character, especially the deep affection he displays, which easily leads those who are unaware to think that Lengxi is ungrateful. Sister Luo, you're being too polite. His looks are really not good. I'll say it plainly. I'm just someone who is obsessed with looks. I can't accept my brother-in-law being so ugly. Of course, if he has a good character, looks wouldn't matter. But your entanglement is enough to disgust people. It doesn't matter how good-looking you are. Hearing them say this, and then learning that Lengxi already has a partner, Igu's expression became extremely unpleasant. Already has a partner? Then why aren't you together? I know I'm not worthy of you. but I'm trying hard. Can't you give me a chance? Do you have to find reasons to make me give up? He originally planned to subtly make Lengxi accept him, but after hearing them say it directly, he made his thoughts clear. However, Lengxi had always been alone, and he didn't believe that she had a partner. Instead, he thought it was just an excuse. He knew his looks were mediocre, but in the apocalypse, appearance doesn't matter. What's important is strength. He could guarantee that with his strength, he could definitely rank among the top survivors. I'm almost level 4 now, and most of the others are only level 2, and some are even just level 1. I should be considered quite excellent, right? Seeing that they weren't speaking, Igu felt that belittling himself wouldn't work. So he pointed out his advantages again. In short, he needed to get a satisfactory result today. His confident demeanor made Lengxi feel it was very laughable. Only level 3? I thought you had reached level 4, or even 5. Sorry, we don't even have any ordinary people here. Level 3 is the lowest level. It becomes increasingly difficult to level up. Level 3 and level 5 are both critical thresholds. She was speaking the truth. The people under her had basically all reached level 3. Those who awakened their abilities early and were diligent had already reached level 4, or even touched the threshold of level 5. So she really didn't understand where Igu's pride came from, considering he hadn't even reached level 4. She could sense that he must have awakened his abilities at the beginning of the apocalypse. But not reaching level 4 after such a long time surely indicated a lack of diligence. Unexpectedly, what he was proud of was so unremarkable in the eyes of others that Igu didn't know what to say anymore. But he still didn't want to give up. Give me a chance. Let us try. How would we know if we don't try? Among so many people, I am most sincere. Food and water are so precious in the apocalypse. I know you don't lack them, but I still share them with you, which shows I am a responsible person. Even if life gets tough in the future, I will definitely prioritize you. Are you brain damaged? They said they have a partner. Can't you understand? Besides, we're living well. Why would we follow you to suffer? It's not like we enjoy being abused. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Lengxi was completely furious. In the future, if I see him, just drive him away. If he keeps babbling and affecting my sister's reputation, I'll kill him. Let us see if he is afraid of death. So annoying. Saying too much is just a waste of time. This is a matter for the bosses. As their underlings, they shouldn't speak carelessly and can only watch from the sidelines to avoid their own boss getting hurt. Now hearing Lengxi's words, they're extremely happy. Good. We definitely won't let him appear in front of the boss. Chapter 159. Ling Ran returns home. You brat, hurry up and leave. You're ugly, but you think highly of yourself. As they spoke, they pushed Igu out of their camp. It was the first time they had encountered someone so shameless, making it hard to judge. Seeing that they truly looked down on him and humiliated him like this, Igu's expression became particularly ugly. Fine, don't regret it. He believed that no one else was as sincere as he was. In the apocalypse, couples turn against each other for food and water. Even the relationships between parents and children are fragile enough to make one laugh. Only he didn't mind at all and was willing to share food and water. At this point, he had completely forgotten that Lengxi and the others didn't need him at all. Everything he had done seemed like a joke. Regret what? Regret not choosing a mediocre man like you, living a flavorful life? Lengxi felt speechless. She couldn't understand how her sister had never shown any affection for this man. Yet he thought he had a chance. Remembering what Igu said, Lengxi felt the biggest reason was that there was no man by Lengxi's side whom she could intimately embrace. Although her tone was very calm, both Lengxi and she knew that she must be really wanting Ling Ran right now. How about after we send Lao Luo and the others to the base? We go abroad to find brother-in-law? Otherwise, you might not say it, but you'll always be thinking about it. It's hard to come across someone you like who treats you well, and I don't want you to miss out and regret it later. My sister has already suffered enough in her past life, and now that she has been reborn, heaven must want her to live happily. So I must help her achieve her wishes and not let her feel sad. Her thoughts were exactly Lengxi's thoughts after careful consideration. Lengxi realized this was the most suitable approach. All right, we don't need to be too low-key. Let's work hard to develop this so you can reunite with brother-in-law sooner. Although Lengxi was much better now, her image of being infatuated was too deeply rooted. So Lengxi decided to let her meet the person she liked as soon as possible. Yi Lengxi's expression was somewhat strange, but she didn't think much of it. She was looking forward to meeting Ling Ran. As expected by Yi Lengxi, Ling Ran was hurrying towards them. The sky darkened again, and Ling Ran ultimately decided to find a clean inn to stay for the night. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. Besides the two men beside him, there was also a woman dressed in a black fitted outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, and the black boots added a touch of sharpness to her appearance. Hearing his words, she looked quite puzzled. Ling, why do you insist on going to this place? Although it hadn't been long since he left, he felt as if he hadn't seen Yi Lengxi for many years, longing for her in his heart. Now that he was getting closer to the community where she lived, his mood couldn't help but leap with excitement. This statement shocked the three people. Ling, actually have a girlfriend? This is the first time we've heard you say that. Anna was particularly disappointed, as she had a good impression of this man. I was planning to pursue you, but I didn't expect you to already have a girlfriend. However, I'm really curious about what kind of girl you like. I really want to be friends with her. To avoid any misunderstandings with Yi Lengxi, Ling Ran had always kept his distance from girls. Anna was a friend of the other two, and she was very tactful, which is why he agreed to bring her along. Hearing this, Ling Ran felt a bit more satisfied with her. He is a really nice person. You will definitely like him when you meet him. The usually silent person looked happy when talking about someone he liked, which indicated that the person must be quite remarkable. Anna was very excited. Great, I really want to meet her soon. The few of them thought they knew Ling Ran quite well, but it seemed they didn't, and they became even more curious about Yi Lengxi. However, after a day of fighting, they were very tired, and it was obviously not the right time to bring up these topics, so they didn't ask more and hurriedly cleaned up the place. The four of them cleaned together, and indeed, they were much faster. After finishing, everyone basically had no strength to stand up, so they found a clean spot to sit and took half an hour to recover. Ling, what are we eating tonight? Ling Ran had a space for storage, and since he was the strongest among them, it was assumed that he was the team leader. Let's cook something warm. I'm tired of milk and biscuits every day. The space was mostly filled with supplies bought before the apocalypse, which took up the majority of the space. This was reserved by Ling Ran for Yi Lengxi, and he didn't intend to touch it. The remaining little space was stuffed full by him using all sorts of methods, leaving no gaps. Even so, it could only hold items that were not easy to preserve, like biscuits, candies, and clothes, which were mostly packed in backpacks. Therefore, apart from a space being full, all four of them carried large backpacks, and of course, their vehicle was also loaded with many items. This made the other three very happy. Thank goodness, they finally didn't have to eat those dry things anymore. Although their names sounded foreign, their ancestors were truly Chinese, so they really couldn't get used to the dishes abroad. However, authentic Chinese cuisine was hard to come by over there, and now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to eat delicious food. Chapter 160. The four-person team. I thought after staying abroad for so long, you would have gotten used to it. In a good mood, Ling Ran teased. How could that be? There was no flavor at all. It could only be said to fill the stomach, not really food. Hurry up, I'm starving. With such a big consumption, eating these tasteless things feels like torture. Although they were talking, Ling Ran had already quickly taken out tonight's ingredients, and the others also took out what they needed from their backpacks. The four of them were already used to working together, chatting about everything under the sun, while efficiently setting up the stove. Among the four, Ling Ran revealed his space and fire abilities. Anna was wood type, focusing on control. The other two were a water type healer and a gold type. In simple terms, the only ones who could directly output their abilities were Ling Ran and the man with gold abilities. Anna and the water type man used cold weapons and guns, mainly working in coordination. Although their fighting power seemed insufficient, their cooperation was harmonious, and they trusted each other, making their journey relatively safe and their days quite bearable. Tonight's staple food was rice, and the dish was a mixed stew, which included preserved meats like cured and smoked meats, as well as edible mutated beasts they had hunted. There weren't many vegetables, just a little bit of dried vegetables they were lucky to find. When will we be able to eat fresh vegetables? I'm almost constipated. As a meat lover, he used to look down on vegetables, eating only a bit of fruit to balance nutrition, but after the apocalypse, they realized how precious those once unvalued items had become. Hearing this, Anna waved her hand helplessly. Don't look at me. I can't make seeds sprout. I can only conjure vines out of thin air to fight. Those slender vines can at most serve a harassment purpose, to bind tightly. I'm not qualified at my current level. Since they had many weapons, their combat power was considered sufficient. So they regretted that Anna's wood-type abilities weren't the kind that could promote growth. Of course, the control-type wood abilities were also very useful, but they couldn't help them eat fresh vegetables and fruits. Ling Ran didn't participate in their discussion. He knew that Lengxi must not lack these things. Revealing his space ability was a last resort. Otherwise, those weapons would be hard to carry away, but he was unsure whether Lengxi had exposed her space. If possible, he hoped it was kept hidden. One should not harbor ill intentions, but one should always be wary. In his eyes, Lengxi was a kind-hearted person, and if her space were exposed, it might attract many hungry wolves. Thinking of this, he became nervous and silently increased the output of his fire abilities. All right, let us make do with what we have. Rural areas in China basically grow vegetables. If it really doesn't work, we can go to the village to take a look. Ling, what do you think? Ling Rand certainly knew about this matter, and after a slight hesitation, he agreed to the suggestion of the water-type ability user. All right, we have consumed quite a bit of supplies, so we can go to the countryside to stock up. Maybe we can find a lot of non-mutated chickens, ducks, and geese. They taste really good. Although they weren't mutated, the environment still had an impact on them, and their meat quality had improved significantly. Moreover, the free-range chickens in the countryside were particularly tasty. As people from the eastern province would say, they had a strong chicken flavor. Seeing him relent, the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Ran's fire ability had already reached level 5, and while ensuring that he didn't completely exhaust himself, he increased his output, and soon the food was ready. Let's eat. After we finish, we'll take turns resting, and then we'll go collect supplies. As ability users, the 4 of them were not low level. Besides his level 5, the other 3 were all level 3 ability users. The water-type healer not only handled various water needs, but also took care of their treatments, and was close to reaching level 4. A team of this level, not to mention sweeping through the apocalypse, at the very least won't encounter much danger, because if they can't fight, they can always run. Today, the cooking speed has increased a lot. What are you thinking about? The quick meal caught the 3 of them by surprise. Usually, in order to avoid unexpected situations and not having the strength to cope, Ling Ran would slow down when cooking, taking at least half an hour to prepare a meal. Now, it was less than 10 minutes. As long as you have something to eat, that's good enough. Stop talking so much. Their cooking skills were average. But compared to that, the metal abilities user was slightly better. He wore an apron, standing at nearly 9 meters tall, wielding a spatula, creating quite an impact. I feel like my cooking skills have improved a lot. When are you 3 going to step up your cooking game? We can take turns. It's not good for a big guy like me to always be the one cooking. Although everyone helped out, the frequent cooking, especially in such large quantities, was still quite irritating. And I looked a bit guilty. You know, I'm a kitchen killer. You wouldn't want all these hard-earned supplies to turn into charcoal, would you? She genuinely wanted to help, but there was nothing she could do. She hadn't unlocked the skill of cooking, even though she was following the pre-downloaded tutorial. The steps were correct, but the taste and presentation were really lacking. She could make plain rice, but no one really liked it. Her words reminded the 3 men of the first time Anna cooked, and they couldn't help but shiver. All right, you don't need to say more. Cooking really isn't for you, and the smell of oil can easily ruin a girl's skin. Just help wash the vegetables. To avoid wasting food, they decided to exclude Anna and turn their attention to Ling Ran. What are you looking at me for? Do you want to try my cooking? His cooking skills were on par with Anna's. In terms of appearance, it looked quite good and even appetizing, but the taste was indescribable. Finally, only the metal abilities user and the water abilities user were left. Compared to Anna and Ling Ran, the water abilities user's cooking was slightly better. If you don't mind, I can handle something simple. Feeling a bit pressured under the metal abilities user's gaze, the water abilities user quickly spoke up. It's fine. As long as someone is here with me, I'm okay with anything. I think what you make tastes pretty good. I'm tired of eating my own cooking all the time. It's a good chance to change things up. However, it was just simple boiled food, and the metal abilities user couldn't understand how these people's skills could be so poor. He had reason to suspect that they didn't want to cook, so they intentionally made it bad. But thinking about the preciousness of food in the apocalypse, he dismissed that thought. Chapter 161. Jiang Rongrong Ling Ran scratched his nose. I can still handle frying steak and scrambling eggs with tomatoes. His words gave Anna some direction. And she nodded. I can handle stir-frying chili. Stop right there. No need to talk about tomatoes and chili. We need to conserve even our dry goods. Not to mention, with our appetite, how much do we need to stir-fry to be enough? Boiling is better. The metal abilities user had completely given up hope. He didn't expect Ling Ran and the others to come up with anything good. As long as they didn't waste food and helped out a bit, that would be enough. This matter has been settled, and they are calmly preparing to eat. Although the cooking skills of the metal-type ability users are generally not comparable to those of great chefs, the taste is still quite good, especially when they are hungry, which makes the food taste even better. The four of them are very satisfied with their meal. The apocalypse has lasted for some time, and even those who have food at home have very little left after these days of consumption. Hunger has become particularly common, and ordinary food has become even more precious. Therefore, those hiding in the basement finally couldn't help but plan to crawl out. What are you doing? What if it's dangerous? We'll all become lambs for the slaughter. His companion completely disagreed, desperately pulling her back, not wanting him to do something foolish that would bring trouble to their group. What are you afraid of? My sister is so pretty. If it really doesn't work, let her go instead, right, Rongrong? While saying this, he pulled up the girl hiding in the corner. His actions terrified the frail girl, who shrank back into the corner. Cousin, I don't want to. I'm not eating anything. I'm not hungry. Thinking of the last time she was almost bullied, Jiang Rongrong's body trembled. Cousin, please let me go. Once they leave, I can go outside to find food. Can you not give me to others? Next to her was another equally frail girl. After hesitating for a while, she stepped forward and protected Jiang Rongrong behind her. Brother, you can't do this. We're the last 3 siblings left. Mom and Dad said we should help each other. Before she could finish, she was immediately interrupted by the other party. What 3 siblings? She's not from the same mother as me. Aunt, there's a layer of separation. Get away. Don't force me to take action against you. You should be grateful that you came from the same womb as me. Otherwise, how would he be so polite to you? Rochi had a bit of patience for his biological sister, but not much. In the face of hunger, so-called family bonds are all empty. He just wanted to fill his stomach. I want to let you take my cousin out. We are family. If you treat her poorly, want to be next? Luo Lan's eyes became firm. She knew what it meant to be cold to the lips and lose the teeth. If her cousin was mistreated to death, her brother would definitely target her next. Such a selfish person wouldn't he consider family ties. Among all the people in the basement, only her cousin was on her side, secretly giving her food. Luo Lan had no idea what she would do once her cousin was gone. Seeing her cousin stand up for her again, Jiang Rongrong was extremely touched. Since her cousin wanted to go out, then using this opportunity to escape was not impossible. There weren't many members of their generation, especially girls. Just the 2 of them, since they were close in age, had a particularly good relationship since childhood. With just one look, Luo Lan knew what she meant. Staying by her brother's side seemed even more dangerous compared to the outside. After thinking for only 3 seconds, she gently nodded. With someone supporting her, Jiang Rongrong clearly felt much more confident, crying as she expressed her thoughts. Cousin, Lan, please don't let our relationship be strained because of me. I'll go. We are running out of supplies. You're right, I should take a chance. I know everyone is very hungry. You all hide here, and Lan and I will go out for food. We look so weak, they won't do anything to us. After saying this, she secretly clenched the hem of her clothes to calm her nerves. Right now, Rochi's mind was completely drawn to the enticing aroma wafting in, not thinking about what she was plotting. Moreover, Jiang Rongrong had always listened to him before, and he immediately wanted to nod in agreement. But thinking of how she was pulling her own sister along, he hesitated for a moment. At that moment, his stomach growled loudly, sounding particularly obvious in the quiet basement. His friend's eyes fell on the relatively clean faces of Jiang Rongrong and the other girl, and then they encouraged him. Let them go. Among us, you 2 girls are the only ones who look decent. If they can exchange themselves for food, that would be worth it. This is the apocalypse. There aren't so many rules. Besides, before the apocalypse, we laughed at poverty, not at prostitution. If they volunteer, isn't that better? It saves you from straining your sibling relationship. Those who originally wanted to stop them, upon smelling the aroma, became even hungrier. In the face of hunger, even those with a bit of conscience found it hard to say anything to stop it, not to mention they were not good people. Everyone was not familiar with each other. They were just reluctantly gathered here, naturally prioritizing their own interests. And because Rochi had abilities, these people took him as their leader, so he had to manage them. Therefore, after that person encouraged him, others also began to persuade Rochi. After going through so much, the girls who originally thought he would change no longer took Rochi to heart. The thought of survival became increasingly strong, so leaving these people was essential. Victory was right in front of her. She clenched her fists in excitement, praying that he wouldn't react and that they could leave safely. Of course, she also prayed that the people they encountered wouldn't have ulterior motives and would give them a chance to survive, even if luck was not on their side. Jiang Rongrong felt that there was no worse choice than staying by her cousin's side. Chapter 162. Luo Lan, okay, you two go out, but remember to assess the situation first. If the other party is good, find a chance to bring us along. There is not much food left around here. If we stay any longer, we might end up turning against each other. Rochi was cold-blooded and ruthless, but he didn't want to eat lambs for slaughter. If they were starved to the extreme, he didn't know if he would do something that went against human instincts. The two sisters' concerned expressions immediately reassured those who remained. They were not worried at all that Jiang Rongrong would run away, because in this cannibalistic apocalypse, women are a vulnerable group. No matter what, they have to rely on these men. Compared to strangers, these people who had gone through hardships together were more reliable. They believed that smart people wouldn't abandon them for others. Moreover, there had been a group that passed by before. They had eagerly gone out, but the other party didn't even regard them as humans. If not for their numbers and quick reactions, using lives to trade for opportunities, they probably would have been long gone. So this time, even if they smelled the aroma and wanted to go out, they still held back in the end. Rochi was indifferent. Those two have listened to me since they were young. They definitely wouldn't dare to defy my orders. Besides, if they cooperate, it's even better for escaping if they encounter danger. There was some childhood bond. Unless absolutely necessary, he still hoped the two sisters would be fine. At the very least, they could survive and continue to provide their value. Hearing this, the others stopped speaking and instead sat down again, looking expectantly at the basement door. As soon as Jiang Rongrong and the others came out, Ling Ran and his companions noticed them. When they arrived here, they not only cleared the zombies, but also checked various places, so they naturally knew that there were more than 10 people underground. However, since the other party did not come out, they were merely passing by and had no intention of involving these people, so they did not inquire further. But halfway through their meal, Anna immediately became unhappy as she sensed someone coming out. Are they trying to come out and take advantage of us? Or do they want to rob us? Their numbers were not small, and there were a few ability users and evolved beings among them. But their energy fields were very weak and were no match for them. However, they were eating, and if they were interrupted, she would feel very displeased. Just two people wouldn't pose any threat to us. Let us see what tricks they're up to. After eating, they felt a bit better and began to leisurely discuss things. Outside, Jiang Rongrong and her sister were holding hands, carefully maneuvering around some obstacles, slowly making their way to the guest house where Ling Ran and the others were. They have been out and about in the area, knowing how to avoid the zombies, especially since Ling Ran and the other three cleared the area, and there hasn't been a large gathering of zombies in a short time, making their passage much easier. Sister, do you think they will accept us? After coming out, the fervor in her heart was cooled by the wind, and Luo Lan felt a bit scared, gripping the hand of the other person even tighter. Jiang Rongrong couldn't guarantee this, but she still comforted her anxious sister. It's okay. I'm here. If something really happens, I'll hold them off and you can run. As long as you escape, it doesn't matter what happens to me. If it weren't for her cousin being there last time, she probably would have wanted to give up on life long ago. So she cared a lot about this sister who had always loved her dearly. No, since we came out together, we should live or die together. Their voices were not loud, but fortunately, the basement of the house they were staying in was not far from these inns, and with the enhanced hearing of ability users. Their discussion was overheard by Ling Ran and the others. It turned out they had come seeking refuge, and their characters seemed decent, but she didn't want to take on any baggage. Her own abilities were not particularly effective, but her combat skills were impressive. Before the apocalypse, she loved delicate girls. But after the apocalypse, she hoped to find equally strong females. Otherwise, her delicate self wouldn't be able to take care of them. Let's see what their situation is. The metal ability user was still single, had worked with Anna for many years, felt nothing for her, but was interested in other girls. If he found someone he clicked with, he would very much like to try dating. After all, he was almost 30 and had never been in a relationship. He had a severe fever at the time and didn't realize he was awakening his abilities. He regretted not having had a girlfriend back then. Now that he had this opportunity, he wanted to give it a shot. Oh, is this the stirrings of spring? Just in time. They needed someone to do laundry and cook. If these girls could do those things, it wouldn't be impossible for them to stay. They were old partners who didn't know each other well. If his partner liked them, she wouldn't mind keeping them around. While they were teasing each other, the survival instinct drove Jiang Rongrong and her sister to the entrance of the inn. Seeing it was so clean, the two were obviously a bit happy, but at the same time very tense. They didn't go in immediately, but checked their surroundings, making it easier to escape if anything went wrong. The other party looked very strong, and these zombies were killed with a single blow. It seems like cold weapons were used. Very impressive. Although they looked frail, they had still killed zombies, and the hardships were self-evident. Are they strong enough to take us in? We seem to know nothing. Can we really stay if we can't kill many zombies? Due to worry and nervousness, Luo Lan was a bit incoherent. It's okay, we can cook and do laundry, right? They are so strong. They must not be good at these. We can do the logistics to relieve their worries. They had come out knowing their own strengths and weaknesses. To survive, they had to rely on others. At least until they were capable of self-protection, they needed to cling to the strong team and demonstrate their value. Her words lit up Luo Lan's eyes. Yes, I studied nursing, and I can handle basic wound dressings. Plus, I've researched cooking as a hobby. I can cook. Sister, you studied accounting, so managing supplies shouldn't be a problem. However, they might not trust you with such important things, but you can definitely cook home-style dishes. In any case, we should be able to stay. The more they talked, the happier they became, feeling hopeful about the future. Now, it's the apocalypse, and everyone struggles to get enough to eat. It's hard to find good food, but this team is so strong. They must pursue flavor. Chapter 163. Joining the team, seeing the two sisters discussing for so long without coming in, Anna couldn't help but put down her bowl and head downstairs. She thought the cheerful girl would have a decent life, but when she saw the two of them, she couldn't quite express how she felt. Before the apocalypse, she was a mercenary, although not among the top ranks. She was able to feed herself and had some savings, living quite comfortably. After the apocalypse, she awakened her abilities right away due to her good physical condition. Although her abilities were weak at first, her skills were still there, and she didn't suffer, managing quite well with her partner. So she found it hard to imagine that someone could be living so badly. Seeing their state made her feel pity. Thinking this, her tone involuntarily softened. What are you two doing here? Seeing a beautiful and clean girl appear before them, the two felt a lot more relaxed. Being with another woman gave them a sense of security. Are you from the team that just arrived here? We're survivors from here, and we want to join you. We can cook, do laundry, and handle basic wound care. Opportunities must be seized, and since the other party didn't seem to have any malice, Jiang Rongrong asked directly, stating their advantages. Although they were nervous, their words hit the nail on the head, and Anna's face showed a hint of appreciation, instantly changing her attitude towards them. Yes, we just arrived here today. Come on up. Our team is upstairs. Hearing the invitation, Jiang Rongrong hesitated a bit, but realized there were no better options. She squeezed her cousin's hand, and the two silently followed Anna. Don't be nervous. We won't eat you, Anna said, sensing their tension. Her sudden opening left them both shocked and happy. Thank you for taking us in. We won't hold you back. After that, Anna didn't speak again, and the two quietly followed behind, silently envisioning their future. However, before they could figure out what to do next, they had already arrived upstairs. At first glance, they were captivated by the delicious food in the pot, their eyes glued to it. Each of them was holding a bowl, and one of the slightly shorter guys, about 7 meters tall, looked decent but not particularly stunning. He was more of an attractive type with a good face. The other two were over 8 meters tall, one with a buzz cut and the other with dyed blonde hair. Compared to the shorter one, these two had more rugged features, aligning more with their aesthetic. At that moment, seeing their gaze, they smiled at them. Indeed, the allure of food was immense. Even 3 handsome guys couldn't distract them from it. It's okay, we understand, but this amount is only enough for us. You must be hungry. We'll cook some more. Just wait a moment. Upon seeing the two, the metal ability user's eyes lit up instantly. Although they looked a bit frail, their features were indeed quite nice. After a good wash and tidy up, they would definitely be considered beauties. Of course, he wasn't picky. After the apocalypse, girls who could take the initiative to come out were brave, and only such courageous girls could make their lives comfortable in the apocalypse. Therefore, before anyone else could say anything, he took the initiative to speak, but he knew to be cautious and quickly added, "I'll treat you, so it won't come out of your share." He originally intended to recruit them, so they were considered part of the family. There was no need for them to specially take out their share. Anna turned to Jiang Rongrong and her sister. "You two sit and rest. The food will be ready in a bit. We can talk after we eat." The others were simply too warm, and they were not used to the situation where they could just sit and wait for food without having to contribute something. So both of them felt very uneasy. "Let us help. We're good cooks. It's not right to take advantage of you when we just arrived. You two look too dirty. How about this? You clean yourselves up first." The water ability user with golden hair said, while taking out 2 folding basins from his backpack. After opening them, he filled 1 basin with water. Here, if conditions allow, it's better for girls to be a bit more hygienic. After all, male and female bodies are different, and if not clean, it's easy to get sick. There was no hint of disdain in his eyes, and his tone was gentle. Jiang Rongrong's face immediately turned red. "Thank you, you are really good people." She knew that this group had temporarily accepted them, and if they wanted to stay long-term, she and her cousin needed to show their abilities after resting. Otherwise, even if they stayed now, they would eventually be abandoned. The apocalypse was no longer like before. No need to be polite. Wash your face and hands first. Later, I'll fill water for you in the next room to clean yourselves up. The water ability user had a slight obsession with cleanliness. At his current level, the amount he could produce was enough for the 4 of them, with some left over. So Jiang Rongrong and her cousin would be fine as well. After Jiang Rongrong and her cousin tidied up a bit, the meal was ready. After not having tidied up for a long time, they felt much more relaxed after cleaning. They were no longer as reserved as at the beginning, and smiles appeared naturally on their faces. It had been a long time since they felt this comfortable. It felt like they were alive again. Luo Lan, slightly younger, became a bit more lively in this relaxed state. "Come eat first. It's easy to stay clean if you follow us. Girls tend to have more topics to talk about." So Anna took the initiative to engage. After she spoke, the water ability users silently served the food in front of the 2 girls. "Don't be polite. Help yourself if it's not enough." "Thank you." Now it seemed that besides saying thank you, they didn't know what else to say. In just these few days, they had really experienced a lot. Just thinking about it made their noses feel a bit sour, and tears were hard to hold back. But being overly polite would make others uncomfortable, so they quickly wiped their tears and ate heartily. The arrival of the 2 girls did not disrupt their original plan. After finishing the meal, the water ability user let them clean themselves up while the others quickly tidied up. Then, the night watch plan proceeded as previously discussed. Chapter 164. The mutated rat swarm, knowing that they couldn't help much in this regard. Jiang Rongrong and her cousin didn't create trouble, but quickly tidied up and went to rest. After being nervous for so long, they finally found a quiet environment. Initially a bit vigilant, they soon fell into a deep sleep. Ling Ran, who had been quiet, frowned. "Are we really bringing them along? They look very weak and could easily slow us down." He preferred stronger girls. In his eyes, the weak ones would only hold them back. They were not ordinary people. They were awakening. They just hadn't activated yet due to hunger and being unable to relax. The gold ability user was very interested in Jiang Rongrong and thought that if he wanted to develop a relationship, he had to bring her along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to show his affection. Consider her a potential asset. There will be times when she is useful. "Boss, your cooking skills are so poor. Having them help you charm your partner is not a bad idea, right? To win a person's heart, you must win their stomach." After he finished speaking, the water ability user chimed in, as he wanted a change of taste. He was getting tired of the current food and was aware of his cooking skills. Anna had no objections. She thought that keeping these two girls around would be useful at some point. Moreover, the team had always been male-dominated, which was indeed inconvenient in some aspects. She felt it would be better for them if there were girls around. Therefore, she said, "Anyway, both of them have skills, as long as we are not serving them." If they met up with their sisters-in-law, knowing how to cook and do simple bandaging would also be convenient for them. Hearing this, even though Ling Ran was reluctant, he finally nodded in agreement to let Jiang Rongrong and her cousin stay. The night was deep, and various sounds occasionally came from outside. With companions guarding, those resting slept very soundly. Previous nights had mostly been calm, but tonight was different. The noise was annoying, and something seemed to be approaching, bringing a sense of pressure. As the main combat force, Ling Ran was the first to rest. And now it was his and the water ability user's turn to keep watch. Because he had the highest level, he was the first to sense something was wrong. "Did you hear any sounds?" "What sounds?" "I didn't hear anything." Although he said this, he was carefully sensing. He knew his combat power was not strong, so he developed various skills in other areas, such as detecting situations based on the water molecules in the air. He could sense that something was off because of his high level, but the water ability user clearly had a better understanding of specifics. After a while, the water ability user's expression grew increasingly serious. "Wake them up. We must leave quickly. We can't stay here any longer, or we will become food for these mutated rats." Before coming, they had already checked the surroundings and hadn't sensed any mutated beasts. They didn't know how so many suddenly appeared. But now wasn't the time to investigate. The important thing was to leave quickly. "Okay." Responding verbally, Ling Ran quickly woke everyone up. Although they had just rested for a short time, Anna and the gold ability user quickly got up to tidy up. Jiang Rongrong and her sister were momentarily confused, but quickly reacted and started packing up together. "Are we leaving now?" This statement relieved Roland. "That's good." He didn't expect Anna and the others to notify him if they managed to save anyone, which would have fulfilled their last bit of emotional connection. He had already organized everything before going to bed, so there wasn't much to tidy up, and he was dressed in just a few minutes. Ling Ran led the way in front, with the water element user standing beside him. Anna and the metal element user bringing up the rear, while Jiang Rongrong and her companion were protected in the middle. Having two more fragile teammates made them feel a bit uncertain. Jiang Rongrong and her companion were quite nervous, gripping each other's hands tightly. They didn't dare to speak much, closely following behind without falling behind. Although they rarely encountered emergencies at night, Ling Ran and the others were always prepared. So after coming down from the upper floor, they could immediately leave in a vehicle. Every moment counted. Before driving away, Anna specially knocked on the basement door to warn them to run quickly due to the danger. As the mutated rats drew closer, those with abilities began to sense something was off. After hearing Anna's warning, they immediately thought about leaving. "I think yes, right? We need to leave quickly. I have a really bad feeling. My right eyelid has been twitching. My intuition tells me we must go." My intuition has never been wrong. Even some sharp, ordinary people echoed this sentiment. Rocky hesitated because he felt uneasy, but he couldn't guarantee safety by leaving, so he was conflicted. Once they got outside, there would always be a way to find food. If we don't leave, we could easily be eaten, regardless of whether it was true or not. Most people's feelings were negative. After a brief discussion, most decided to leave, but a few didn't want to go. It's death either way. I still have a bit of food, so I'm not leaving. Who knows if it's true? What if we get tricked and killed? Having seen those bloody scenes, he had long been traumatized and didn't want to shatter the little stability he had managed to achieve. Because of these people's words, those who initially wanted to leave suddenly hesitated. As time passed, Rocky's feelings worsened, and his expression showed signs of impatience. "Are you going or not? If not, then stay." He could already feel the vibrations. That unease made his body tremble. "I'm leaving. You all take care of yourselves." He originally wanted to take more people with him, believing that strength in numbers would ensure better survival. But now escaping was the most important thing. After saying that, he ignored how others reacted and rushed outside with his belongings. The time wasted didn't mean much during peaceful times, but in the apocalyptic world, Every second was extremely dangerous. As soon as Rocky came out, he was startled by the overwhelming horde of mutated rats. The countless mutated rats swarmed like locusts, leaving nothing but clean ground in their wake. Chapter 165. Successful escape. Since he had come out of the basement, the scent spread out, immediately attracting a group of mutated rats. He was both frightened and furious. Historically, rats have carried many germs, and now that they were mutated, they must be even worse. He knew he was done for, but he was unwilling to accept it, thinking about escaping, not wanting to die here. Those who lagged a few steps behind had already rushed out and were equally terrified upon seeing the scene outside. What should we do? Why are there so many mutated rats? It's all their fault for dragging their feet. If we had left on our own, we would have probably escaped by now. Indeed, if they had known, they would have followed those who came to notify them and let them lead the way. Seeing all this, they were filled with regret. While blaming those people, they picked up their weapons, trying to find a way out. After a long time without making much progress, they had been bitten all over. Someone, in despair, suggested, "Those who want to leave are fighting desperately outside, while those in the basement are battling the mutated rats." At this moment, everyone only feels regret. However, their regret didn't matter. The power of the mutated rats, averaging level 2 and above, was obvious, and in the end, they could only become food. Because they had left earlier and were heading in a different direction from the rat horde, they managed to survive by luck. Thinking of this and the people in the basement, the metal element user sighed. They probably won't survive, right? In places with many people, there are more conflicts, and by the time they finished discussing, they probably won't even have their lives left. Anna was indifferent. We've already done our duty by reminding them. Whether they escape or not has nothing to do with us. At that time, she only reminded them, but didn't force them to come out because of this. They wouldn't have listened. Instead of wasting time arguing with them and affecting their own escape plan, it was better to respect others' fates. Compared to the indifference of the four of them, Jiang Rongrong and her companion had more complex expressions due to their connections with the people in the basement. Once living people, are they truly dead now? Without even complete corpses? Seeing the dazed expressions on their faces, Anna felt a pang of sympathy. There are your relatives in there, right? The fact that they forced you to come out shows it wasn't good. Don't think too much about it. We understand. Thank you, Sister Anna. From now on, we sisters can only rely on you. Jiang Rongrong's feelings were the most complicated. She had no good feelings toward the people in the basement, yet now that they were dead, she unexpectedly felt no joy. We may not be able to rely on you. You must become strong on your own. You are already on the verge of awakening. If you fight zombies with us, you can fully awaken. Anna knew that the two sisters had experienced some unpleasant events, but they were kind-hearted girls. With death being a significant matter, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Anyway, they would find out about this sooner or later, so it was better to clarify it sooner. To be honest, this matter truly surprised the two sisters. They couldn't believe it and confirmed again. Are we also ability users? Now that they had learned the cruelty of the apocalypse, they understood the vast differences between ability users and ordinary people. To survive well, they had to become strong. Becoming ability users or evolved beings was the best method. However, after trying for a long time without finding a way, both had somewhat accepted reality. They never expected that just a day after joining a new team, they would hear such good news. Of course it's true. Why would we lie to get you to do this? Ability users can sense each other, especially at higher levels, where they can sense lower levels better. If it weren't for the fact that the two already had skills and sensed their awakening, Anna wouldn't have brought them up. That's great. We are also ability users now, so we won't hold you back anymore. Finally escaping danger and receiving such good news, the two sisters wept tears of joy, embracing each other and quietly cheering in excitement. The others, seeing their excitement, began to laugh as well, and the atmosphere in the vehicle was extremely good. As they expected, there were no survivors in the basement. Everyone had turned into food for the mutated rats. Regardless of their circumstances, Ling ran, and the others, who had temporarily escaped danger, did not stop but continued moving forward. Anna and the metal element user hadn't rested well and were now dozing off with their eyes closed. The road had already been destroyed, but with Lengxi's reminders, Ling Ran had prepared in advance, so they had a paper map. Based on some obvious buildings, they wouldn't get lost. Not sure how long they had been driving, they finally found a place to rest. Ling Ran, who was taking turns driving with the water element ability user, let out a sigh of relief. Let us rest well, then we'll raid the nearby village. The Jiang sisters, who hadn't been of much help until now, exchanged glances and quickly spoke up. It's daytime now, so it's not very dangerous. You four can rest while we patrol. If anything happens, we'll call you. Luo Lan felt a bit embarrassed. We've consumed most of the food we had during this time. While we patrol, we can prepare some food, so you can eat when you wake up. The people in this team are really wonderful. If we don't do something, it feels like we are letting everyone down. Since we have become teammates, there is at least a basic level of trust, especially considering the exhaustion we've experienced along the way. It's indeed suitable for a good rest. So Ling Ran and the others did not disappoint Jiang Rongrong and her companion's kindness. This is what we are going to eat today. We will go rest. You can eat first. Ling Ran did not hide his own space, as they need to interact daily. Being secretive would only be uncomfortable. Chapter 166. Arriving at the base, however, what Ling Ran took out was not easy to preserve. The easy-to-store items were in other backpacks. After he took out the food, the others immediately rummaged through their bags. Seeing so much food, Jiang Rongrong and her companion were somewhat taken aback. Can we finish all this? The total number of people in the basement combined would take several days to consume this much food. Anna explained, ability users and evolvers have high consumption rates. The higher the level, the more food they need. Haven't you noticed your appetite increasing? This statement made Jiang Rongrong and the other person feel a bit awkward. They had never really been full, as food was always scarce for them compared to those with abilities or the men. It's fine, you won't go hungry with us. In fact, there was no need for her to say much. Just by looking at their waxy yellow faces and emaciated bodies, it was clear that they had not lived well before. Yes, we will also work hard. Only by eating enough can they have the energy to awaken their abilities. Jiang Rongrong and the other person took note of this and were particularly looking forward to their abilities. Time passed little by little as Ling Ran and the others collected supplies while heading towards the university town. Here, Lengxi and the others continued on their way and finally arrived at Captain Long's base. Along the way, many people have developed the ability to protect themselves, but many others have also died. When they saw the towering city gates, everyone felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. And even those who were as cold as the night were very happy. Finally, we have arrived. Are we safe now? Some people stood there in a daze, thinking of a family of 5, and now only he remained, tears streaming down his face. How wonderful it would have been if I had held on for just a couple more days. Then I wouldn't be the only one left. Those who knew him nearby listened to his words, all feeling sympathetic as his last relative had just died 2 days ago. It was not because of mutated beasts or plants, but because he felt he could not endure any longer and chose to end his own life. Everyone was at a loss for how to comfort him, knowing that life was hard and that there were many who had chosen to end their own suffering, including their own relatives. Just stay alive. Things have become like this now, and the days ahead may be even more exciting. After a brief commotion, Captain Long had already made the rules very clear before they arrived. To enter the base, one must undergo a check. Although they had not yet entered, many had already noticed the difference. The city gate was enormous, resembling the ancient city gates, and the review for ability users and evolved individuals was conducted there, while ordinary people were directed to a side gate not far away. The number of ability users was not small, but compared to ordinary people, it was indeed quite limited. Yet they occupied an excellent position. Because the space was spacious, the review was quick, with hardly anyone in line. However, it was different for ordinary people, where the line stretched for several miles. Those who had been taking advantage of the situation felt very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Why can they go in early while we have to undergo so many checks? This is discrimination. Those who usually were quite rebellious, but had recently become more restrained, disregarded everything again to fight for their own interests. Someone took the lead, and others began to speak up. Exactly. Why do ability users and evolved individuals get preferential treatment? Didn't they say it was fair? What kind of fairness is this? Many ordinary people shouted loudly, feeling very unhappy. So what if there is discrimination? If you had the ability, you would have awakened your powers long ago. You're just waiting to die while still wanting preferential treatment. How naive. A few ordinary people could not listen any longer and said disdainfully, "Don't forget who has been protecting us on this journey. It's better not to be ungrateful." "You're right, brother. We have always been the ones bearing the brunt. Why don't you say that? What preferential treatment? This is completely what we deserve." Although they thought about survival when they made their sacrifices, it was indeed because of them that these ordinary people were not eaten by zombies, mutated beasts, or mutated plants. These ability users are not so easy to bully. As they spoke, they charged in front of those who were talking. Dare to say that again? The survival of the fittest has become increasingly obvious. Although they wouldn't casually humiliate ordinary people for the sake of Captain Long. If someone fell into their hands and was killed, Captain Long would have no second thoughts about it. They never expected these ability users to be so irritable. The people who were speaking lowered their heads, afraid to say anything more, stammering and avoiding eye contact. Seeing them like this, the ability users immediately lost interest. Humph. With such small courage, you dare to cause trouble. Let me advise you, things are different now. We have been accommodating you on the way here, but others in the base won't be so lenient. Mind your words, or one day you might find yourself dead without knowing how it happened. After saying that, they no longer paid attention to them, and instead took their families to queue in the exclusive passage for ability users. Yes, ability users and evolved individuals not only have priority access, but they can also bring family members. One ability user can bring 2 family members, and if their level is above 3, they can bring 3. Although everyone has to undergo checks after entering. The checks for family members of ability users are much simpler compared to a crowd of people all packed together. Ability users and evolved individuals have strong resistance and are unlikely to get infected, so they only need to register and undergo a simple check without waiting. Ordinary people, aside from a few minutes of mutation, have a special situation where they can remain hidden for up to 12 hours. So they must stay in the waiting room for 12 hours before entering. Many ordinary people who have worked hard but have not awakened their abilities are quite envious. But they don't waste time and instead take their families to queue among ordinary people. As a team that is basically no ordinary people, Lengxi and their group naturally took the exclusive passage for ability users. When they saw so many ability users and evolved individuals in front of them, the registrar looked somewhat shocked. "Are you all from the same team?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow. "Yes. Can you help us register?" The person responsible for external communication was always Luo Tian, and he took the other's shock in stride, as he had seen that kind of gaze many times before. Seeing the other party still in a daze, he repeated himself, "All right, I'll register you right away. Who is your team leader?" The registrar's hands were trembling, and her colleague also stopped, unable to help but focus on Lengxi and their team. "We have quite a few people. How about you give us the form, and we'll register ourselves?" Seeing her hesitating, with many people still queuing behind them, Luo Tian took the initiative to speak. The registrar dumbly handed over the pen and notebook. "Oh, okay. Chapter 167. Team 1. There are many rescue teams, and besides Captain Long's team, there are others. Those who had never seen Lengxi before noticed them as they came to register. They were dressed, too, cleanly, and their complexion was exceptionally good, looking nothing like people who had just come out of the apocalypse, but more like tourists. Now hearing that there were so many ability users in their team, their feelings became even more complex. "How did you become ability users?" Someone couldn't help but speak up. "I know that killing zombies can awaken abilities, but I've been participating in battles for so long, and I haven't had any reaction at all. It can't be that I have to face life and death every time, right?" "Yeah, with so many of you ability users, you must have a lot of experience, right? Don't be so selfish, share a bit. The more ability users there are, the better we can clear out zombies and restore peace to the world." Hearing this extremely familiar phrase, Lengxi and her team didn't look too good. "Since you know that killing more zombies can awaken abilities, then go kill them. How many is more? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Is that enough? Isn't that so? Otherwise, do you think killing a few zombies counts as a lot? Maybe you've killed fewer zombies than the ordinary people in our team." Luo Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His words left many people silent, as they indeed had killed many zombies. No wonder this team was doing so well. They were just too powerful. Their expressions were very complex. But Lengxi and her team didn't care. They just wanted to see what their living environment would be like after entering. There were many people, but what was the situation in the team? Luo Tian was very clear about this, so the recording went very quickly. Considering what Lengxi had said earlier, he didn't fully reveal their strength. Most registered as level 1, a few as level 2 to 3, while Lengxi and the 3 registered as level 4. They were already shocked by the number of ability users and evolved individuals, and now seeing their levels was beyond what words could describe their current feelings. Seeing the other parties still in a daze, Luo Tian was quite dissatisfied. Do we need to register anything else? Sorry, I've never seen so many ability users and evolved individuals before. I'm just too shocked. There's no need to register anything else. Ability users just need to check here and can enter if they have no injuries. Family members should go this way if they have no injuries. They also need to stay inside for 12 hours for observation to ensure there are no issues before they can leave. Rest assured, as family members of ability users, there are privileges. There will be refreshments and beds to rest on inside. The continuous distraction made her realize she had made a mistake, so her attitude was extremely sincere. Luo Tian was not the kind of person who would hold a grudge. Thank you, we understand. After all the procedures were completed, the team members entered in an orderly manner, while the following team proceeded at a leisurely pace. Since they would be living in the base in the future, they needed to gather at least the most basic information, so the next team pretended to ask casually, how many ability users are there in total? What is the highest level? They just wanted to understand, afraid of accidentally offending someone. As they spoke, they handed over a pack of biscuits, and the registrar calmly accepted the biscuits. The highest level is 4, but we don't know the specifics. In order to better adapt to the current world, scientists worked hard to develop machines that could detect abilities, but these machines are not perfect. They can only detect single abilities, and multiple abilities cannot be tested. Moreover, levels cannot be detected either. Of course, if an individual has a particularly high level or intends to conceal it, they might not be detected at all. The specifics depend on whether the other party cooperates. At first, the registrar didn't react, but since the base had been established for some time, there were many teams on missions, and they had heard about the outside situation. She suddenly realized that Lengxi's team was the currently famous one. Although the team's name sounded strange, their strength was indeed formidable. Not just her, many people slowly realized that 100-person team seems to be called the Beautiful Girl Squad. When I first heard this name, I laughed at it for a long time, thinking it lacked any momentum like a child's game. But reality slapped me hard in the face. Indeed, I had always thought it was exaggerated, but now I see that they seem to be even more powerful than imagined. They all looked so clean, as if they bathed every day. I can assure you, they definitely bathe every day. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so tidy. Our team is considered strong. We can wash our faces and hands every day, and we can wash 23 times a week, but we still don't look very clean. Yes, we wash every 2 days, but we kill zombies every day. If we didn't wash daily, how could we keep things so clean and tidy? I've seen quite a few people discussing it, and some misinformed teams from remote areas suddenly had the thought, is their team still recruiting? I don't have any abilities, but I cook really well. I have abilities, and they're quite practical, wood-type powers that can produce fresh fruits and vegetables. I wonder if I can join. Rather than eating meagerly with a weak team, it's better to team up with someone powerful. This way, my level can increase quickly, and I can help everyone better. Water flows downwards, and people strive upwards. In the apocalypse, abilities are highly valued. No one wants to live in fear. Those who already had thoughts of joining, upon hearing someone say this, also began to consider joining. However, their thoughts were quickly interrupted by others. They mainly recruit female team members, while male members are generally accepted only if there are no conflicts. Of course, if someone has exceptional abilities, the requirements will be relaxed, and the chances of joining become very high. But their team doesn't really lack members. The person saying this naturally wanted to join, but unfortunately, they didn't meet the criteria. I heard that those who joined at the beginning had no strict requirements. The more I think about it, the more envious I feel. Also, I heard that the first squad of the base has at least 1,000 members, while a powerful team like that only has over 100. It's clear that the requirements for recruitment are high. I want to go there. I might as well try the first squad. Maybe I can get in. You really are daydreaming. Although the first squad has many members, the recruitment requirements are not low. At least level 2 is needed. And water and wood type ability users are prioritized. For evolved beings, the requirement is level 3 or above. Of course, if someone is an ordinary person and can cook well or has nursing experience, they will be considered first. Chapter 168. Registering a battle team. Hearing this, those who initially wanted to attach themselves to a strong team fell silent. Forget it. With such high requirements, I probably don't stand a chance. Should I form my own team? Is there anyone willing to join me? In the future, you'll be the founding members. Come on. A new team doesn't know how long it will take to develop. It's better to join a decent team. Aside from the top 10 teams, other teams have very relaxed recruitment requirements. Even ordinary people can join as long as they are willing to kill zombies. Upon hearing this, the person calling for recruits looked a bit awkward, but they still showcased their strength. When they revealed they were level 4, many were surprised because there aren't many level 4 ability users in the entire base. At least publicly, there are no more than 10. For a moment, many who were without teams looked at him with eager eyes. Hey, what do you think of me? I'm only level 2, but I run fast. Gathering information is definitely no problem. How about I join your team? Strength indeed brings privileges everywhere. The chubby guy sarcastically replied. Didn't you say you looked down on us? I thought your level was low and it would be hard to develop. Now that I see you're at such a high level, if we work hard together, we can definitely develop quickly. Having more people means we can take on higher level missions, but having fewer people means fewer troubles, and it's more comfortable. All right, since you're so sincere, come on in. The chubby guy had put in a lot of effort to reach this level, so he wasn't willing to step on others. The person who got consent immediately brightened up. Great, I'll definitely work hard. For a moment, many without teams began to chat and then formed their own teams. Here, Lengxi and the others have already entered the base. There are not many ordinary people in their team. Most of them are family members of the members, with a few having skills. You will stay here for 12 hours. And when the time comes, we will come pick you up. We will first register the team and find a place to stay. We will temporarily stay at this base. However, I won't stay at this base for too long. Once the person I'm looking for arrives, I will leave. You can start preparing from now on. Those who want to leave with us are naturally welcome. For those who want to stay, we will provide some supplies to help you settle down. Some things have already been agreed upon from the beginning, but fearing that these people might forget, Lengxi repeated it once more. She didn't want any trouble to arise later. These people are sensible and grateful to Lengxi and her team for everything they have brought them. Boss, we won't cause you any trouble. We'll wait for you to come and pick us up. Leaving is not an option for them, as they don't want to die living alone outside. Where is it safer than following the boss? Moreover, throughout this journey, the boss has been helping them search for their families. Instead of aimlessly missing out, it is better to follow such a well-known team. It will be easier to find their families this way. After spending such a long time together, Lengxi has developed some feelings for them, so she interacts with them very gently. Her words deeply move everyone. Boss, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. After giving them a few reminders, Lengxi takes her people away to register the team in the hall. They came in a grand manner, attracting a lot of attention. In the apocalypse, news travels fast, and many people have already heard about their team. Some have even interacted with Lengxi while on missions. Seeing them finally arrive at their base, the teams that had cooperated with them immediately gathered. Boss He, long time no see. Thanks to your help last time, or we might have faced total annihilation. Knowing that their team is divided into several smaller teams, they all call her boss together. Captain Qingfeng, long time no see. Your level has increased, and your team has been re-established. That's great. Knowing that the respect others have for her stems from her strength, Lengxi doesn't see any problem with it. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning, especially since they also gained a lot of benefits last time. The captain of the Qingfeng team is genuinely very grateful, and besides that, maintaining a good relationship with such a powerful team is beneficial, as they can work together on missions and reduce losses. Regardless of the reasons, it is indeed a very good thing to get along well with Lengxi and her team. The Qingfeng team is restructured, but the previous veterans are still present. and they have witnessed the strength of Lengxi's team. Each one of them is very enthusiastic. They know that the team lacks nothing, but at least they need to show the right attitude. Since most of the team members are adults, with only a few children, they give the snacks they are reluctant to eat to Yaya and the others. This is what my sister found earlier. We've eaten some, and it tastes pretty good. You can keep it as a little snack. What are their own captain and vice captains like? How could the team members not be clear? It is precisely because they are clear that they are even more shocked by their generosity, and they have made great guesses about Lengxi's team strength. No matter what, they definitely cannot afford to underestimate them. The teams that had some understanding of Lengxi, seeing her chatting so warmly with the Qingfeng team, all squeezed over. Boss Yi, do you remember me? I'm the captain of the team you saved from the mutated vine before. And I'm from the team at the abandoned factory. Now that you're at the base, let us host you for a meal. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to express our gratitude to you. Some people who are not well informed quickly ask those nearby, what's going on? Is this team very powerful? Why do these captains seem to be buttering her up? It is unclear whether it's just an illusion, but it feels like the captains, who usually look down on everyone, are treating the leader of this team with such courtesy, and subtly taking her as the main figure. Chapter 169, Being Targeted, the person being pulled aside proudly explains. That's right, buttering up is the way to go. She's really impressive. Did you see her team members? There are just over 100 of them, but there are no less than 100 supernatural beings and evolved ones. Not only that, but those ordinary people without abilities are anything but ordinary. At the very least, they can kill low-level zombies as if they're just playing around. Hearing this, the people nearby unconsciously widen their eyes to know that the first team has over 1,000 people, but there are less than 300 supernatural beings, and less than 100 have reached the second to third levels. The others gradually awaken later, and their strength cannot compare to those who awakened earlier, nor can their levels. If they compare their ordinary people to this new team's ordinary people, they might actually lose. The Inquirer's eyes grow hotter. Are they still recruiting? Even if it's just for chores, that would work. Such an impressive team, even if you just go in to do some menial tasks. It is definitely better than that of an average big team. Another person with an unrealistic idea scoffed. You're thinking too much. This team must have very strict requirements for accepting new members. Do you really think you can join? Actually, it's not that bad. They usually only require loyalty, and other things can be negotiated. Of course, you must have skills. They won't accept anyone who is completely unqualified. Someone who knows a bit about this spoke up. This statement gives many people hope. Loyalty is guaranteed, and in this end times, we can ensure safety and also have enough to eat. Unless we lose our minds. How could we choose betrayal? Isn't a stable life good? But some people's thoughts are quite strange. Their abilities are average, so they live a mediocre life. If there were a decent team to take them in, they probably wouldn't betray anyone. However, people tend to seek better opportunities. A good bird chooses the right tree to rest on. If someone offers a high price for them to do something, they might not refuse. This is human nature. Everyone is clear about it, but no one has stated it too plainly. No matter how they discuss it, Lengxi doesn't mind, and after dismissing those teams, takes her people to the staff. Could you help us register a team? The team name is Sailor Moon. Seeing the other person's somewhat strange expression, the thick-skinned Lengxi is rarely a bit embarrassed. Has this name already been registered? No. The staff quickly realizes and awkwardly smiles at her, hastily registering. Since some larger teams have many members, one form cannot accommodate them all, so the staff wisely pulls out a small stack. They ask, do you want to split into a few smaller teams? In the future, there's no need for the entire team to set out for tasks. You can divide them into smaller squads. Of course, I'll leave this to Qingqing. I'll assist you with Luo Luo. The team was formed by her sister, who put in a lot of effort, but she is not the captain of this team. Please manage the task assignments in the future. Lengxi's ability to handle so many things has already exceeded Lengxing's expectations. She never asked for so much. With a resentful glance at her, she takes the form. Okay. Then she pulls out part of it and hands it to Luo Tian and the others. Each small team can fill out their own. I'll fill out the total. She really is very foresight, delegating everything. Otherwise, she would have to manage so much. Luo Tian and the others, accustomed to these tasks, have no complaints and calmly take it to fill out. Seeing their excellent execution, the staff is very astonished. At this moment, he also notices that everyone's mental state in this team is very good, and they're quite tidy. There is no smell of decay or any strange odors, but rather a faint, pleasant fragrance. Seeing them, the staff momentarily feels as if he is still living in the pre-apocalyptic world. Thinking of this, he can't help but say, water element ability users are treated well. If your team has more members, you can participate in the base's work. By the way, wood element ability users are also very scarce. This team clearly does not have to worry about food or clothing. The water and wood ability users are either numerous or of high rank. If they join in the construction of a base, they will definitely be able to improve the lives of many people. Of course, this is his personal opinion. Whether they join or not depends on their own decision. The staff understands that this is a polite remark, but the fact that the other party is not offended indicates that there is an opportunity, and his attitude has improved. There are many people, but the efficiency of handling things is very fast. In just a short while, the paper files have been completed and entered into the system by the staff. Thus, the name of the entire base's team began to refresh, adding one called Sailor Senshi. Those who know about this team have great interest and willingness to cooperate, while those who don't can't help but chuckle at the name in their hearts. These have nothing to do with Lengxi and her friends. When they first arrived at the base, they had to wait for their teammates to pass the review and all get in before considering taking on tasks. So after registering, they went to the housing rental and sale center. When registering the team, in addition to filling out forms, they had to input each person's appearance and fingerprints. So all members needed to be present. However, renting a house did not require everyone to be there. In the end, it was Luo Tian and a few team leaders who rented the house, while Lengxi and the others wandered around the base like everyone else. Given their desire to become more well-known so that Ling Ran could find them more easily, their faces were almost recognized by many people. To avoid being approached too often while wandering around the base, Lengxi and her friends decided to disguise themselves to look more ordinary. It must be said that the base was crowded with people and things, and there were many small trinkets that they liked. To avoid looking like easy targets, the three of them haggled whenever they found something they wanted. Even so, the quantity of their purchases still caught the attention of some observant people. Look, what about those three women? Although they look ordinary, their figures are amazing, especially since they look so clean and neat. Yeah, there are few clean women nowadays. They are either taken or have strong abilities that are not easy to provoke. I am aware of the more powerful female ability users in this base, and these three people look unfamiliar, so they must have just recently entered the base. We need to act quickly. If we wait too long, we might miss our chance. His words were immediately approved by his companions, and as they looked at Lengxi and the other two, the malicious intent in their eyes was unabashed. However, there was still a clear-headed person who reminded them, the outside world is not as peaceful as the base. The fact that they have managed to survive outside for several months while remaining clean shows that they are quite capable. We shouldn't assume they are weak just because they look ordinary. If we recklessly disturb them, we might end up suffering. Chapter 170. Fishing for evidence. Hearing this, several people's expressions turned very unpleasant. What do you mean? Are you trying to undermine our authority by boosting someone else's? Suddenly pushed. The person who had been awake didn't react in time and almost fell to the ground. However, seeing the others glaring at him, he didn't dare to say anything too provocative and could only keep explaining. I didn't mean that. I meant we should figure out their background before taking action. As you said, they're just a few women, right? We've all been together for so long, and we know what kind of person he is. The others are quite clear about it. He has no bad intentions, just overly cautious, always playing it safe. All right, then let's check their background before we act. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Lengxi and the others using the crystal cores again, which, in their eyes, seemed completely useless. He couldn't help but say no. We can't let them waste it like this. We should find an opportunity to lure them to a secluded place and deal with them. By then, the people and the crystal cores will be ours. Although they hadn't succeeded yet, in the eyes of this group, Lengxi and her companions already completely belonged to them. They thought their voices were low and that they were in a relatively hidden corner, so no one would notice. After all, this was a street where ordinary people sold their goods. However, they didn't expect that Lengxi and her two companions were not only ability users, but also of a high level. and they heard their conversation clearly. Yu Jing's expression turned cold. These people really have some nerve. It seems they are habitual offenders. I didn't expect that the first thing we do upon arriving at the base is to help innocent people deal with these nuisances. Their words made Yi Lengxi and the others feel very displeased, already thinking about how to dismember these people. However, although they were powerful, they were not mindless and naturally wouldn't act recklessly. They had already understood the rules of the base and knew that they couldn't kill in the commercial and residential areas, but they could in the chaotic zone. These people's thoughts are clear to them, and they're almost the same as hers. Anyway, the prey is definitely not the three of them. Well, we just solve the problem with the person, then change our appearance and stroll around. Maybe we can lure quite a few ill-intentioned people. Since the reputation spread, there have been very few blind people coming to cause trouble. The painting made Yu Jing's eyes light up, fishing for law enforcement, right? You two sisters really know how to have fun. Count me in. So, in the chaotic area, where both sides had their own thoughts but a common purpose, they went. Yi Lengxi and her team were strong and remained calm throughout, while the group trailing them initially felt pleased that Yi Lengxi and her companions were following their lead. But the further they went, the more they felt something was off. The cautious person stopped and spoke. Don't you think they are deliberately luring us over? What if they have already discovered us? Once these words were spoken, some people hesitated. After all, no matter how good a woman is, her life is more important. But another person unwillingly said, is it impossible? Haven't they been shopping all the way? There might be good finds in the chaos zone, perhaps recommended by the stall owners. Lao Lu, are you being too cautious? We haven't encountered any problems all this time. At this moment, the arrow is on the string, and no one wants to let go of the fat sheep within reach. Even if they discover us, so what? There are so many of us. Can we not handle 3 women? They look young and seem unaware of the hardships of life. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to this place. You're just being overly cautious, someone said right after, unsure if it was to reassure himself or others. Hearing his companion's advice, the person still felt quite uneasy, but he knew he couldn't stop it, so in the end, he could only follow silently behind his teammates. Just when their emotions were complicated, they unknowingly arrived at the chaotic area. Finding a less crowded spot, Yi Lengxi and the 3 stopped. At this moment, they finally sensed something was off. They hadn't expected that these 3 women had indeed discovered them. However, this was a good place. No one would notice even if they shouted at the top of their lungs. They grinned as they looked at Yi Lengxi and the 3 beautiful ladies. How about joining us? Not to mention anything else, we can definitely treat you well and ensure you have a good time every night. The earlier position was wrong, but now, looking at their faces, they found that although their features were quite ordinary, they were rather pleasant to look at, and the more they looked, the more appealing they became. Really? You think we would be interested in you 3? You should check if you're even worthy of us. We were worried you wouldn't follow us, but we didn't expect you to be so bold, saving us a lot of trouble. Initially, as they headed towards a less crowded area, Yi Lengxi and her companions were concerned that these people wouldn't keep up, as even the most foolish would know things couldn't be so coincidental, but they didn't expect them to be fearless. This made the pursuers laugh. Huh? Are you guys joking? Just the 3 of you? Although they admitted that some women were really formidable. There were plenty of those who would just wait with their but sticking out for cookies. So aside from the famous female, superpowered individuals, they didn't think much of other women and could be said to look down on them completely. Their strength wasn't worth Yi Lengxi's effort, but she would provide solid support for Yi Lengxi and the others. When she stopped, she had already set up a simple trapping formation with stones, very rudimentary, but it was easy to trap this group of people. These ruffians never imagined this would be their burial ground. They were still fantasizing about capturing Yi Lengxi and her companions and the pleasure of conquering them. What could a few of us do? Their disdain made Yi Leng and Qing stop talking. With a gentle flick, the bracelet that was originally coiled around her hand as an ornament instantly transformed into a suitable long stick. The stick was about 1 meter long, and when pressed, sharp spikes appeared densely on its surface, specifically designed to deal with scum, capable of taking away quite a bit of flesh with a swing. Unable to gauge their levels, the serious demeanor and frightening weapons made this group realize that these 3 individuals might not be easy to handle. However, allowing them to leave just like that was out of the question. They initially thought that even if these women had some abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to take them down with their numbers. But they never expected that they couldn't withstand even 3 moves from the opponents, and of course, this was still the result of the opponents holding back. Chapter 171. Renting a Villa. Those who realized something was wrong prepared to retreat, only to find that a transparent wall seemed to have appeared in front of them. They could see the situation on the other side, but could not get through. After someone took the lead, those who were still hesitating also knelt down. Ancestors, we really mean no harm. Please spare us. Where did this killing god come from? How come there was no news about it at all? If I had known it was this powerful, I wouldn't have provoked it. At this moment, these people are filled with regret, regretting that they acted rashly without inquiring about the situation, rather than regretting their actions against Lengxi and the others. The person who had warned them earlier was even more regretful, wishing he had stuck to his own thoughts and not come along, to avoid going through all this. They kneel on the ground, begging for mercy with various pleas, but Lengxi and her companion remain unmoved. Where was their awareness of their mistakes before? It was merely because they couldn't gain any advantage. If they had truly succeeded, we would be the ones crying. These people are not sincerely apologizing. Their regret is only because their plans failed, not because they regret their actions against others. Enough, whatever you have to say, go tell the king of hell. Lengxi does not intend to spare them. Everyone understands the principle of cutting the grass without removing the roots, as it will grow back with the spring breeze. To avoid future troubles for herself, these people cannot be left alive. Seeing Lengxi and her companions being so cold-hearted, the one begging for mercy gritted his teeth and decided to self-destruct. But before he could even begin to activate the energy in his core, he was controlled by a mysterious force. Their eyes were filled with terror, and until death, they could not comprehend what kind of existence they had offended. Bah! Killing such scum really dirties our hands. Disgustedly cleaning up the scene, Yu Jingluo's eyes were full of disdain. In this apocalypse, instead of focusing on living well and increasing their strength, they only think about bullying the weak. Is that something to be proud of? Not understanding such thoughts, Lengxi felt the same. Perhaps zombies can't provide much emotional value? This is bullying the weak. When facing zombies, they cower, but when facing those weaker than them, they strike hard. They are all ability users, and judging by their fluctuations, they should have awakened early, yet their levels are still so low. Clearly focused on scheming against others. Truly disappointing. Yu Jingluo pouted. Seeing her sister and good friend complaining, Lengxi looked at them affectionately. It's okay. The world is broken and tattered, but isn't there still you two patching things up? There have always been scum like this. When we see them and feel displeased, we just kill them. There's no need to let ourselves get tangled up. Yes, we now have absolute strength and can seek justice. Lengxi's comfort was evidently very effective, and both Lengxi felt very good listening to her. As they had imagined, many people were eyeing them, mostly those with ulterior motives, but there were also a few who reminded them to be careful, both openly and subtly. For those truly kind-hearted people, Lengxi and the others chose to remember them. If they ever needed help in the future, they would be willing to lend a helping hand. After shopping for several hours, they bought a lot of things and also dealt with quite a few ill-intentioned individuals. Here, Luo Tian and the others have rented 3 villas. Except for Lengxi, who has a separate villa for 3 people, the others are staying in the other 2 villas. It's not that they couldn't afford more spacious accommodations, but in this dangerous apocalyptic world, being together provides a greater sense of security. Moreover, they won't be staying here for too long. Spending over 300 crystal cores for 1 villa a month is clearly not cost-effective. Yes, the base is relatively humane, and the prices for living arrangements are not expensive. A large dormitory charges only 5 level 1 crystal cores per month, while a single room costs 10 crystal cores, which are the choices for most ordinary people. A 1-bedroom with a kitchen, living room, and bathroom costs 30 crystal cores. A 1-bedroom with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom costs 50 crystal cores. A 2-bedroom with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom costs 80 crystal cores, and a 3-bedroom with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom costs 100 crystal cores. These types of suites are typically chosen by families and small teams, with prices not exceeding 200 crystal cores per month. For independent villas with yards, Prices range from 200 to 500 crystal cores, depending on size and location. Of course, these are rental prices. If purchasing, prices range from several thousand to tens of thousands, with some uniquely located and very well-situated properties costing over 100,000 crystal cores being normal. Luo Tian and the others chose a villa priced at 300 crystal cores. Although spacious, it is in a peripheral area, so the price is considered moderate. Even though they do not plan to stay long-term, they have inquired about the prices. Indeed, the location is good, allowing some female team members to stay with them here. Although the villa is spacious, each building accommodates dozens of people, which is clearly a bit crowded. Anyway, the villa has several floors and many rooms, so the three of them don't need to occupy a whole building. Moreover, most of the time, they practice in the space, so they don't need too many rooms. Luo Tian arranged it this way mainly because Lengxi and the other two have a strong sense of territory. Although they are very easy to talk to, they don't like to be disturbed when resting. Now that he heard her say this, he had no objections. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Drawing lots would be fairer. Let's see your luck. There was no other option, so Luo Tian ultimately chose this method, and the others had no objections, happily nodding. Good. In the end, 20 female ability users were selected to go over. Once they settled down, the villa needed some tidying up and the addition of some common supplies. And they also needed to rest well. Everyone stopped talking and orderly got to work on their tasks. With nearly 100 people working together, they moved quickly. Before long, the villa was cleaned up and quite a bit of furniture was arranged, especially the kitchen, which was specially decorated. Just as everyone sat down to rest, the Qingfeng team arrived, led by their captain. The door was opened by Haozi, and upon seeing him, Qingfeng's captain broke into a bright smile. Need any help? You must need to clean up after just arriving, right? I brought some people to help. This is a welcome gift. As he spoke, he took out a nicely packaged item that looked like a gift for their visit. Chapter 172. Qingfeng team brings news of Ling ran too polite. Haozi was somewhat familiar with him, especially since his demeanor was very generous and not the type to take advantage of others. So Haozi didn't mind interacting with such a person. Haozi accepted the gift graciously and led them in. Thank you for thinking of us, but we've just finished tidying up. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? We're just about to prepare some food to share. Food was very precious in the apocalypse, and unless they had a particularly good relationship, there were rarely any invitations to dine together, which pleased the members of the Qingfeng team. The captain of the Qingfeng team knew that their meals were usually quite good, but he had no intention of taking advantage. He was only thinking about mutual benefit. Hearing this, he felt particularly embarrassed. Haozi waved his hand. What's the big deal? We're all familiar with each other. There's no need to be so formal. These must be your new team members, right? They look very energetic. Their team wasn't that generous. The main reason they could be so polite was that the other party was approachable. Yes, they're all pretty good. As he talked about his team members, the Qingfeng captain's face was full of pride. They were all good seeds and will become the backbone of their team in the future. As they spoke, they walked inside in just a few sentences. The boss is in the next villa and doesn't like to be disturbed. You all know that. This is where we mainly discuss matters. Among the people brought by the Qingfeng captain, apart from one elder, the others were all newcomers. Although he didn't mind others' opinions, Haozi still explained to avoid making them think they were disrespectful. The Qingfeng captain had no objections. I understand, and besides, Boss Yi is a girl. I also feel a bit shy chatting with her, so this works out perfectly. Although Haozi was very polite and invited them to sit, the members of the Qingfeng team were not so clueless as to just sit and watch. Seeing everyone busy preparing food, they quickly went over to help. No refusing. We are all good brothers now. How can we be so formal? Plus, working together means we can eat sooner. We've been looking forward to the good food here. Just as Haozi generously invited them to dinner, the Qingfeng captain was polite but wouldn't be hypocritical anymore. After all, mutual exchanges deepen relationships. As they worked and chatted, they became much more familiar with each other, and their relationship gradually improved. After a while, the Qingfeng captain remembered another reason for coming. By the way, your boss mentioned someone to look for. I heard that someone has seen them. His words made Haozi very happy. Please elaborate. If it's true, the boss will definitely be very pleased. They all came from the same school, and they were very clear about the relationship between Lengxi and Ling Ran. Although Yi Lengxi seemed much easier to get along with now, they knew it would definitely be different in front of Ling Ran. Not only for her happiness, but they also very much wanted to see a different side of her. I can't guarantee it, but the leader of that team looks very much like the person Bossy mentioned before, and they're also heading towards our base. Hearing this, Housie was not at all unhappy. Instead, he was very pleased. At least there was already some news. Okay, I'll tell the boss later. It's commendable that you still remember this. To avoid causing trouble for Ling Ran, Yi Lengxi did not spend resources to find someone. She only mentioned it to teams that were relatively close to her, asking them to keep an eye out. Now that there was news, it really counted as a pleasant surprise. It's not a big deal, just a casual mention. We're also very curious about which brother is so capable of winning over a woman like Bossy. They have seen this kind of thing many times. To put it nicely, it's deep affection. To put it bluntly, it's the behavior of a sycophant. Fortunately, their leader is a very nice person who doesn't play hard to get, unlike those who say they don't like someone while still accepting gifts. Of course, there's also the situation they mentioned, which is that Ling Ran's own conditions are not bad. Otherwise, if he had an average appearance and still liked someone who was already in a relationship, that would be really disgusting. Upon hearing this, they immediately realized, so that's how it is. It seems that the other party has invested quite a bit. Otherwise, the usually cold-hearted Yi would not have agreed. The person is quite nice and knows how to handle things appropriately. You'll know more after getting in touch. Knowing this news, of course, they couldn't keep it to themselves. So the mouse called people over to inform Yi Lengxi. Upon hearing this news, Yi Lengxi was very happy. It seems she will meet with her seniors soon. After gathering for a meal, Yi Lengxi and the others took a rest, and the Qingfeng team discreetly did not disturb them. Here, due to Yi Lengxi's reputation, Ling Ran heard a lot of news about her along the way. So he decided not to go to the university town and instead set his sights firmly on the base where she was located. That beautiful girl squad is indeed impressive. He wondered if he could befriend them. But why does such a powerful team have such a strange name? It doesn't sound imposing at all. Ling Ran hadn't mentioned to them that the leader of the beautiful girl squad was the person he was looking for. So the members of his team were very curious about this squad. Jiang Rongrong smiled when she heard her words, saying, "This indicates that the team is primarily made up of girls. If our squad weren't so good, I would have tried every way to join such a team." Yes, it sounds very girly and interesting. Luo Lan nodded, really looking forward to getting to know them after entering the tribe. The two were chatting, but their hands were moving very quickly, not neglecting the tasks assigned to them at all. Anna saw that the two sisters were no longer as they were at the beginning, and her expression was very gentle. According to the original plan, we should be able to reach the base in 3 days at most. Of course, if we don't stop for rest and speed up, we can arrive in 2 days. Chapter 173. Ling Ran arrives at the base halfway through her sentence. Anna turned to the usually quiet Ling Ran. "Boss, what made you change your mind about going to the base? Didn't you say you were looking for your girlfriend? Is she at the base?" Besides this possibility, Anna couldn't think of anything else. Hearing her mention him, Ling Ran finally spoke up. "Yes, she is at the base, but I can't guarantee that it's her. After all, there are many people with the same name." Although he was 90% sure, he didn't dare to confirm anything until the day they met. This statement made several teammates realize that the other party might be quite extraordinary. "Boss, who exactly is this girl?" Halfway through the conversation, Jiang Rongrong immediately reacted, her expression showing disbelief. "No way. Your girlfriend is the leader of the pretty girl squad? That can't be true. There's no connection at all. I admit the boss is very capable, and his girlfriend must be exceptional, but she's the leader of the pretty girl squad. This is why I didn't want to say anything. I know you won't believe it. After all, she has a reputation. I understand her. She's doing this to guide me. But you wouldn't understand. Although the two of them have only recently established their relationship, and their feelings may not be that deep, he knows very well what Yi Lengxi is like. So this must be a way for her to find him or to give him direction. Ling Ran never lies, and there is nothing to boast about in this matter. It's just that Anna and the others are indeed a bit shocked. After a while, the 5 of them finally digested the news. "All right, boss, we believe you. It seems we can hitch a ride on a big leg from now on." Since Ling Ran has space abilities and they all have their own powers, they're living quite well, but the other party's life is much better than theirs. It would be impossible not to envy them, It's just that now they seem to be able to fantasize about it a bit. This matter is not something Ling Ran can guarantee. So he made it very clear, I will not do anything against her will. If she is unwilling, I may not keep you around. The gold type ability user couldn't believe it. Is our brotherhood not worth more than a woman? We are just temporary partners. Although we get along quite well, that is the reality. From the beginning, you should have understood that we will not be cooperating forever. Ling Ran mentioned this from the very beginning, but they got along so well that they thought it could continue like this and completely forgot about it. I don't care. Anyway, I've decided you are my boss now. If your girlfriend disagrees, then it must be our problem, and we will work hard to earn her favor. As a woman, she is more emotional and accustomed to stability, so she doesn't tea like a wandering lifestyle. The metal and water ability users are her partners, and upon hearing this, they naturally choose to stand by her. Since Anna has said so, we will certainly follow you. As for Jiang Rongrong and the other girl, they are not within his consideration. After all, they only joined temporarily. Although they have gone through life and death together, the time spent together is short, and the feelings are not that deep. Especially since they are both women. They haven't interacted much. It's Anna who has been in contact with them, making it even less familiar. It's not easy to find such a good team, especially the new team that Ling Ran is about to join, which they are very interested in, and they will definitely not back out. The two sisters exchange a glance, their eyes becoming more determined. Boss, we want to leave. Like Anna said, we will work hard to gain your girlfriend's approval. All right, we'll talk about this later. Let us fill our stomachs first. Ling Ran didn't want to talk much about these matters. He wanted to wait until he saw Yi Lengxi to discuss them. Time passed little by little, and after 2 days of travel, Ling Ran and the others finally arrived at the base. When they saw the towering city gates, they were all very shocked. Such thick and tall walls would likely prevent zombies from breaking in during a siege, and daily defense would be much easier. Having experienced many battles, they were not ordinary people who knew nothing. They understood that a large number of people would attract zombies due to their obvious vitality. Without the ability to defend themselves, they would ultimately become zombie food, which was how many small and medium-sized bases had perished. Therefore, it was still necessary to join a large base. At least living inside would mean not having to worry about being ambushed in the middle of the night. Bases or safe zones of that size either lacked walls or had poor defenses, offering no safety guarantees at all. Throughout their journey, they had seen quite a few safe zones or bases, but none provided the clear sense of security that this base did. While they were still marveling at this, Ling Ran, who was eager to see Yi Lengxi, quickly interrupted. Let's check first, then talk after we go in. You're right. If it's this good outside, it must be great inside. Let's settle down first and then find someone. Suddenly, they had expectations for their future lives. Although they had always fought side by side and could trust each other with their backs, the others didn't know much about Ling Ran's level. He had always kept that reserved. Now, after registering, he still only recorded level 4 and reminded the others not to reveal too much. Actual combat had greatly enhanced their abilities. The metal ability users had long since leveled up and were faintly touching the threshold of level 5. He initially wanted to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger by only registering as level 3. But considering their small team size and to avoid trouble in the base, he ultimately decided to show level 4. Jiang Rongrong and the others had nothing much to say. They had just awakened not long ago and were currently only at level 2 with nothing to hide. However, the abilities of the two were somewhat special. One could enhance a teammate's abilities, while the other could reduce injuries. As their levels increased, the amplification and damage reduction would also change. Fortunately, these two abilities could be classified as wood and earth abilities, making registration relatively easy. Chapter 174, Embrace. After registration, the next step was inspection. Having been to other small bases, they naturally knew what to check for, so none of the 6 had any injuries. Before coming to the base, they had made many assumptions, but after going through the inspection and looking at the spacious road, they suddenly didn't know where to go. At this moment, the two people who had been waiting at the city gate for Ling Ran walked over. Ling, we're here. You're looking for the night school flower, right? Since they came from the same school and had interacted before, Ling Ran quickly recognized their identities. It was a delightful surprise to encounter acquaintances in this unfamiliar place, especially when they mentioned Yi Lengxi, which made him even happier. Yes, Were you specifically waiting for me? Yes, the night school flower asked us to wait for you here. Afraid of missing you. Let's go together. They had been waiting here for several days, and now that they finally saw him, their task could finally be completed. Seeing Ling Ran didn't ask any questions and just followed the two, Anna and the others quickly stopped him. Boss, don't let your guard down. You should be cautious. Are you sure about this? It's really too rash to just follow them like this. Seeing that all 5 of them looked like they were easy to deceive, Ling Ran felt quite helpless. They're my classmates. We have a decent relationship. They have no reason to harm me. There was no grudge or enmity. They showed no hostility and didn't seem like they were plotting against him. Even if it were deception, it would be worth it just to see Yi Lengxi. Moreover, his intuition told him that they really knew about Yi Lengxi's situation, and following them would surely allow him to meet her. Ling Ran trusted the two so much that Anna and the others also felt a bit more inclined to trust them, but not completely. They were still secretly on guard. The two responsible for waiting for Ling Ran were, of course, aware of their vigilance, but it didn't matter, as long as they were willing to follow along. That was enough. Besides, if they were completely unguarded, then they would really need to worry. That's all. You'll naturally know more when you see the boss. We're all on the same side, and we have nothing to hide. Hearing this, Anna and the others finally felt reassured, confirming that the other party really knew their boss. Boss, it seems you and Yi are indeed a pair. I completely believe it now. Although they had some belief before, they still held a hint of doubt. Now, they were truly certain. Indeed, outstanding people always end up with other outstanding people. It seems you still don't trust the boss enough, unlike me. I believed it for a long time. After Anna finished speaking, the metal ability user said, somewhat teasingly. This made Anna a bit angry. You're just a backseat driver. Anyway, you just don't trust the boss as much as I do. Oh, are you mad? Come and hit me. Once they reached a safe place, the tension in their minds relaxed, and the metal ability user became playful. Seeing that they got along quite well, the two who'd been waiting were very happy, as this indicated that their joining wouldn't be an issue. They chatted along the way and soon arrived at the villa area of their combat team. This is where we will be staying for now. This building is for the female ability users, this one for the male ability users, and this one is where Boss Yi and a few female ability users live. Ling, we will take your teammates to familiarize themselves with the environment while you go find her boss. Although some female ability users lived in the villa with Yi Lengxi and the others, they would usually gather in the female ability users' villa during their free time. In simple terms, under normal circumstances, that villa was occupied only by Yi Lengxi and her two companions. After saying that, the two pulled the metal ability user away, while Ling Ran hesitated in front of the villa. Does she still remember me? What expression will she have when she sees me? The more he thought, the less he dared to step forward. However, Yi Lengxi happened to come out and had already sensed his presence. Before he could gather his thoughts, she immediately rushed into his arms. The woman who rarely showed her emotions and always had a calm expression was now holding him and silently crying. She had thought that after experiencing so much and facing life and death, she would be able to remain calm about everything. But thinking about Ling Ran possibly dying abroad due to her unclear situation made her feel a void in her heart, no longer complete. Clearly, there were 1,000 words to say, but at the moment they met, they found that saying anything was unnecessary. The two didn't say much more, but quietly embraced each other, as if only this could dispel the worries that had been lingering for days. This is a person recognized by my own sister, so Yi Lengxi is quite fond of him and speaks very politely. Getting the approval of his sister-in-law makes Ling Ran very happy. Thank you for taking care of Cece these days. He knows that it must be the sisters supporting each other, which is why things are going so well, otherwise relying solely on Yi Lengxi. Even if she is very capable, it wouldn't be so smooth. It's nothing about taking care of each other. We are all good sisters. In fact, she takes care of us. Yu Jingluo, who knows him well, also recognizes him, and he is definitely better than the previous Hao Jian. There is plenty of time ahead. You'll have plenty of opportunities to show off. It's just about mealtime now. Let us eat first. Their initial team was pulled from school, and you should be familiar with them. The others were found along the way. Since they will be living together in the future, I'll introduce you to them. The three of them had always eaten separately, but to help him get to know the others, Yi Lengxi and the others planned to eat with everyone this time. Great! I want to meet the teammates who fight alongside you. The female ability users in their team are more numerous compared to other small teams, but they do not constitute the majority, making up only 45%. Chapter 175. Leaving the base, the 3 villas, although the monthly rent is similar, actually vary in size. Of course, the number of rooms is the same, just that the yards differ in size. Although the female ability users in their team are treated better, there are more male ability users who occupy the largest villa. So, during meals, they either eat separately in each villa or gather in the villa of the male ability users. There's no way around it. Only that large yard can barely accommodate everyone. Now, the 4 of them, Lengxi and the others, are headed to the villa of the male ability users. Hearing that Ling Ran does not object, Lengxi's smile becomes even sweeter. They're all pretty easy to get along with. Don't be too nervous. I'm worried they won't accept me. After all, you're so outstanding, and I still feel too ordinary. He tells himself not to be too nervous, but he is still quite concerned. Hearing this, Lengxi comforts him. Whether they accept you or not doesn't matter, as long as I care about you. That's enough. If they don't like you, I could just kick them out. Yes, brother-in-law, they're just outsiders. The 4 of us are family. Although those people are whom she wants to recruit, in Lengxi's eyes, they are not important at all. If it weren't for the fear of being targeted by a sea of people later, she probably wouldn't have bothered with these burdens, as her combat power is far inferior to the 3 of them. Although she can't compare to her sister in strength, reaching the level of 1 against 100, she can definitely handle 10 or dozens. Hearing the sister's comfort, he suddenly feels more confident. The distance between the villas is not far, given their current strength. It doesn't take long to reach the villa where Luo Tian and the others are staying while chatting and laughing. With the arrival of Anna and the others, the female ability users also came here, and everyone was very enthusiastic about the 5 new ability users. So the boss of Yi has a space ability, and he has actually a dual ability user. They know that whether they acknowledge it or not, Ling Ran and Lengxi are a pair. As long as Lengxi recognizes him, they will be a couple, but they're all very curious about his strength. Now, having learned about his strength from his teammates, they start to acknowledge him. Before they could chat comfortably, Lengxi brought Ling Ran over. Upon seeing them, everyone quietly fell silent at first, then warmly greeted Ling Ran. Luo Tian is the most familiar with Ling Ran, so their interaction is very natural. He puts his hand on Ling Ran's shoulder. Looking like good buddies. You're doing well, sneaking off without a word. I thought something happened, but you 2 just got together. Are you really okay? Your little physique is quite worrying. What could possibly be wrong? I just didn't expect you guys would end up mingling with my girlfriend. Aren't you all quite familiar with how Jian? Hearing him mention his little physique in front of his girlfriend, Ling Ran feels a bit unhappy and pretends to say it casually. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Tian and the others instinctively looked at Lengxi. Boss, we're not familiar with that kind of scumbag. We just go to the same school and happen to be in the same department. We see each other often and have exchanged greetings a few times. This matter has passed for a long time, but they haven't forgotten how they first got to know Lengxi and the other 2. This cannot be misunderstood. After all, they have finally been living such a comfortable life, and their family is enjoying it too. If because of an unnecessary person, their family ends up living in fear, not to mention that the others in the family would be unhappy, even they themselves wouldn't forgive themselves. I know that even if you were a bad person, so what? Being a good person now and being able to be loyal to us is enough. They didn't do anything heinous in the past, and now that they are being restrained by her, they definitely won't do anything wrong, so they won't pursue some matters. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian and the others finally felt relieved, but they also didn't dare to tease Ling Ran anymore. Although there were 6 more people joining the meal, everyone still ate very happily. After finishing, they did not disperse. Since they had finally waited for the person they wanted to see, Lengxi explained the next arrangements clearly. I know that during this time, you should have made some friends or established good relationships. I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning. If anyone wants to leave, I want to stop them. I will give them some resources to help with their living and cultivation. Those who stay can continue to fight alongside me. She never forced others. Although she had signed contracts with these people to some extent, she didn't care much about their low levels and wouldn't control them too much. Boss, what are you talking about? We are your people, and naturally, we will always be your people. How could we leave the team? They had forgotten who was responsible for their good life now. Right, boss? Don't say such things again. If anyone dares to leave, we'll take them out right here. Ungrateful wolves don't deserve to live. It was expected, but hearing them say it made Lengxi very happy, as it showed that her efforts over the past days were not in vain. After saying what needed to be said, they stayed at the base for a few more days. After bidding farewell to Captain Long and the others, they planned to leave. On the day they left, everyone they knew came to see them off at the city gate. Can't you stay? Our base has developed quite well compared to the surrounding ones. Yes, it's very safe to stay at the base. With your team's strength, you don't have to worry about supplies. They couldn't understand why Lengxi and the others would leave the base. They had gone through so much to get here, and during these days, their addition had allowed the base to take on many a level and above dangerous missions. Completing these tasks not only increased the safety of the base, but also significantly advanced the scientists' research. For both public and private reasons, they were reluctant to see the beautiful girl team leave. Living in worry and dying in comfort. In the apocalypse, one must constantly strengthen themselves. The base is too safe, and leveling up is slow. We still want to live outside. This way, we can improve our strength faster. To be honest, they felt very reluctant too. But the life outside clearly weighed more on their minds. If there's a chance in the future, you can encounter us while doing tasks outside. After all, we're wandering around. All right, we're leaving. No more words. We'll meet again if fate allows. No matter how much these people advised. Lengxi and the others had made their decision early on and wouldn't change it lightly. Though everyone felt very regretful, they ultimately respected their decision. What could they do if they didn't respect it? These people were so strong that no one could stop them if they wanted to leave. Chapter 176. The tracking team, Captain Long and the others, had spent the most time with Lengxi and her group. Seeing them leave so suddenly, it was impossible not to feel envious, but their military uniforms prevented them from acting on that envy. So, even if they were jealous, they didn't express a desire to leave. Everyone had their own responsibilities and obligations. As soldiers, their duty was to protect the masses. Safe travels. Maybe we will meet again, Captain Long said as he bid them farewell. Lengxi smiled brightly. We will take good care of ourselves and try to live longer in the apocalypse. With everything that needed to be said already said, Lengxi and her group left gracefully, driving the astonishing RV they had arrived in. Because there were many vehicles coming and going, and quite a few were heading in the same direction as Lengxi, no one noticed that a jeep was quietly following behind them. At first, Lengxi and her group didn't notice anything wrong, but as they drove on and saw fewer and fewer people on the road, they gradually sensed something was off. Has that car been following us since we left the base? The teammate responsible for reconnaissance frowned and asked the others. Initially thinking it was just their illusion, they were surprised to find that others shared the same feeling. I thought it was just me. I didn't expect you all to feel the same way. No good. We need to test it out. What if they have bad intentions? One must not harbor ill will, but one must also be on guard against others. Although we are strong, we still need to be cautious. It seemed everyone's thoughts were aligned, indicating that the other party was indeed suspicious. Luo Tian, hearing their discussion, rolled his eyes. What is there to hesitate about? In the face of absolute strength, all plots and schemes are paper tigers. Listen to me, let us block them and ask what they want. If they have ill intentions, don't blame us for being rude. If they're genuinely on the same route, we can just apologize. It's just a matter of a few words. It won't cost us anything. In the past, they had to be cautious about everything due to their lack of strength. But now, their strength could not only crush many, but at the very least, it was easy to deal with someone trying to escape. Besides, there was only one car following them, and the number of people inside couldn't possibly exceed that of their RV. That's right, let us do it that way. With a plan in place, they quickly took action and blocked the car that had been following them. Seeing the imposing Lengxi and her group, Gu's heart was filled with anguish. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Lengxi actually had someone she liked, and that she had come to the base to wait for her boyfriend. Seeing so many of them block the car, the other party didn't seem scared at all, hiding inside the vehicle and refusing to come out. Luo Tian, feeling that they were wasting time, became very displeased. Initially intending to ask politely, he was now left with only irritation. So he sent a little brother to knock on the car window with astonishing strength. Bang, bang, bang. Although the noise would attract zombies. Especially with the enhanced hearing of the higher-level zombies, they didn't care at all. After all, for them, the more zombies, the more resources. If they kept knocking, not only would zombies potentially trap them, but the noise alone was enough to annoy them. Continuing to hide was useless. He had to face it directly. So, he opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing him, the members of the beautiful girl team had unsightly expressions. They suddenly understood why this person had been following them. Why is this annoying person here again? What gives him the face to follow us? Not to mention that he didn't team match up to the boss before, now that the boss's boyfriend has come looking for her. They're a couple with a good relationship. How can he have the nerve to follow them? The purpose of this person following them is obvious. They all understand that it's definitely to entangle their boss. After all, he has his own team, and anyone who wanted to join would have done so long ago, not needing to pull a team together. Before he could say anything, he was already interpreted this way by the other party. And Iigu was extremely angry. I advise you to keep some decency in your words, or you won't know what kind of retribution you'll face in the future. What's wrong? Is it a crime to speak the truth? If you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it. Hearing this, their faces were filled with disdain. You've chased us all the way here, and you still don't want to admit it? Well, after all, the boss's boyfriend is here. So it's normal that you don't dare to admit it. Hearing the back and forth between teammates, Ling Ran was a bit puzzled. What do they mean by that? Did he entangle you before? Brother-in-law, please stop talking. Just mentioning him feels unlucky. Hearing Ling Ran's confusion, Yi Lengxi explained. This person shamelessly approached, and my sister has already said she has a boyfriend and rejected him, but he still won't give up. Thinking my sister is lying to him and has fabricated an image. Even now that you're here, staying by her side, acting like an ordinary couple, being very affectionate, he still doesn't believe it. Yu Jingluo nodded. He's just an average guy, thinking he's exceptionally outstanding and that girls like us should like him. Hearing the disdain in their tone and the words of teammates outside the car, Ling Ran suddenly understood who was following behind. Since I am one of the parties involved, how can I hide in the car? If I don't give this kid a hard time, he will definitely think of himself as a sick cat. I'm not going to go, so he doesn't think I'm heartbroken for him and specially came out to see him. Yi Lengxi's expression was very helpless. I've never done anything to make him misunderstand, and I haven't said much. I really don't know what he's thinking. Although she was very innocent, she didn't want Ling Ran to misunderstand. I believe you. You're just too easy to talk to, and anyone thinks they can take advantage of you. Just wait. I'll deal with that person outside and make sure he can't entangle you again. Okay. The two chatted without regard for others, their eyes almost sparking, the sweetness making Yi Lengxi and Yu Jingluo feel a desire for love. Brother-in-law, you should quickly deal with that disgusting guy. Yu Jingluo followed up. Go ahead. I've got faith in you. If you don't leave soon, this dog food will make us too full to eat later. Although the two didn't say much, Ling Ran understood their meaning clearly. All right, just don't provoke the anger of the crowd. You can't mess with my sister-in-law and my wife's best friend. He got out of the car briskly and walked quickly to Igu's front without saying a word. He first slapped him hard. What kind of person dares to have ideas? Don't you look at whether you're worthy? Caught off guard by the slap, Igu was furious. Why did you hit me? After speaking, he realized who the other person was, and when he recognized him as Yi Lengxi's boyfriend, he felt a bit guilty. Seeing his dodging gaze, Ling Ran knew he must understand that his actions were wrong, yet he still did it, which was truly disgusting. It seems you know why you got hit. Can you have some face? Does someone else's girlfriend have to be coveted? With so many women out there, why are you fixated on mine? Originally feeling a bit guilty, Igu became displeased upon hearing this. So what if she is my girlfriend? You guys still aren't married, right? So what if you get married? You'll still end up divorced. Hearing this, many people were filled with anger. This is the first time I've seen someone so shameless, so self-righteous. It truly disgusts me. No, a person like this must be eliminated. Previously, when they saw him seriously killing zombies, although he occasionally annoyed them, it was tolerable. Now, it seemed their previous tolerance was a mistake. Igu originally wanted to express his determination in front of Yi Lengxi, but he didn't expect this statement to provoke the disgust of others, even inciting their killing intent, which shocked him. I'm an ability user. We're kindred. You can't attack me. Hearing their boss's few words made the other party want to kill him. His teammates couldn't hold back. Don't overthink it. Our boss means no harm. He just likes to talk nonsense. While saying this, his vice captain pulled him. My brother, can you think before you speak? You're no longer alone. Your actions will implicate us. Besides, the person has a boyfriend. Just let it go. They have already said this many times, but the other party is not listening at all. Previously, there were no consequences, so it didn't matter. But now that they're being held accountable, they understand that it could either mean losing an arm or a leg, or even losing their life. Therefore, they can no longer let him act recklessly. Seeing that his deputy did not share his stance, the Igu was very angry. He felt that all his efforts over the past few days were like a joke. He didn't speak, just coldly glared at the deputy. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Upon hearing this, the deputy realized that if he continued, Igu would become furious. So he chose to remain silent. Igu was satisfied this time, but the other teammates in the car were quite nervous. They had already made up their minds that if the opponent really came at them, they would directly beg for mercy if they were outmatched, hoping that they might spare their lives for the sake of being compatriots. Hearing their conversation, Ling Ran felt no fluctuation in her heart. She shot him a cold glance. Her previous plan had not been canceled. No matter what you say, the outcome is certain death. There was no point in wasting time talking to such a person. With that thought, Ling Ran struck without hesitation. Yigu was furious at her lack of restraint. He knew which car Lengxi was in and frantically looked at that vehicle, but something was blocking his view, and he couldn't see anything. His heart felt icy, but he was unwilling to accept that, so he shouted out directly, Cici, come out and say something. What do I mean to you? This statement made everyone very angry. What do you mean by that? The boss hasn't even spoken to you much. Don't you feel guilty saying this? Seeing him repeatedly ruin his own reputation, Lengxi became unhappy. If you don't want to drink the respectful wine, then you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Since you're tired of living, I'll help you with that. She found it very strange. When facing others, she was always decisive and ruthless. Yet when it came to this ordinary man, she actually let him roam freely outside. This is not right at all. She can't let things develop like this. It's very detrimental to her. The more she thinks about it, the deeper her murderous intent towards Igu becomes. Sensing her intense killing intent, Igu truly felt hopeless this time. Before he could say anything, an attack came toward him, the energy contained within it sending chills down his spine. Just like that, in a completely unguarded state, Igu ended his life. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered if he had been on guard. In the face of absolute power, all his resistance was like a joke. After his death, Lengxi suddenly felt a strange sense of restraint disappear, and she breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she acted quickly. Otherwise, it would have a significant impact on her in the future. Kill them, so they won't come seeking revenge later. This has nothing to do with us. We already advised him, but he was stubborn and unyielding, and we had no way to help. We have not offended you, and we will not seek revenge in the future. While some individuals indeed had thoughts of revenge, most were clear-headed. They understood very well the vast difference in strength between the two teams, and seeking revenge was more like seeking death. Everyone disregarded their pleas for mercy. If the roots of the weeds are not uprooted, they will grow again in the spring breeze. They didn't want to take any risks. These people found that begging for mercy was useless, so they thought about resisting, but resistance was even more futile. In the eyes of Lengxi and the others, their strength was nothing more than that of little friends waving around toys, easily crushed. After dealing with all these people, they cleaned up the scene and then headed in the predetermined direction. In the following time, Lengxi worked hard to develop the team, not forgetting that the grievances from her previous life had not yet been avenged. They collected supplies while also taking in powerful and good-natured leaders. The so-called Girl Squad was actually not much different from a mobile base. The RVs had been transformed by Lengxi. Although they still looked like ordinary RVs from the outside, the interiors were extremely spacious. The RVs had been refined into living treasures by Lengxi, and some had even been modified into spaces for planting. Now, their team was not only incredibly strong, but also well-stocked with supplies, especially fresh fruits and vegetables, which attracted many people wanting to join. Of course, This also sparked jealousy among those who wanted to rule over a territory, and they united to attack Lengxi and her team. Disgusting. They were shameless, not thinking about how to grow stronger themselves, only wanting to rob from us, and labeling us as bandits. After resolving this wave of attackers, Luo Tian and the others took a moment to regroup, cleaning up the battlefield while discussing. There was no helping it. Some people were just bullies in their own nests, not thinking about killing zombies or gaining benefits from mutated animals and plants, only wanting to rob their own kind. It was just a habit. Chapter 178. The conclusion. At first, they tried to explain, but later realized these people were deliberately making excuses, so they no longer held back. After cleaning up, they had a meal and then left. The smell of blood here was quite strong and could easily attract unwanted attention. In the past, they would not have dared to act this way. But now they had grown bolder, their strength giving them great confidence. They were all grateful to be with the right people. Not only had they found all their surviving family members, but they were also living more comfortably with them than at the base. Their strength was undeniable, and no one could bully them. After indulging in a luxurious meal, their team set off once again. Years passed, and their team grew from just over 100 people to thousands, and not only that, but they had also welcomed many scientists. Their inclusion, along with the resources Lengxi had prepared, allowed their research speed to surpass that of the base, keeping them at the forefront of development and always leading the way. Over the years, those small and safe bases have been encircling them, but the large bases and official bases have not. Not only that, but they would also provide some help. Because of this, Lengxi reciprocated with kindness, allowing these bases to develop alongside them. At first, they were being hunted down, not only out of jealousy, but also because, despite their strength, they still lacked a deterrent effect. Now, no one dares to chase them anymore. After enduring all these years, they finally reached a point where no one can bully them, and Lengxi felt that it was time for revenge. It's finally time to settle scores. Such harmful individuals cannot be left alive. To take revenge, she specifically helped her sister organize so many people and train them for so long, finally making it possible to put them to real use. Let's go. Leave the matters to Luo Tian and the others. We will sneak in. The scouts have confirmed that these people are inside. Thinking about the chance for revenge, Lengxi's expression was calm, but her excitement inside was palpable. Ling Ran knew she carried a lot on her shoulders and looked at her with pain. Everything will be over soon, and we will all be fine. Yes, after these years, they not only improved their strength, but also became very familiar with the situations of various bases. Because they not only had these people on the surface, but also many spies behind the scenes. They didn't follow Lengxi and the others directly, but instead infiltrated various bases to gather information, especially focusing on research institutes. After years of hard work, they obtained a lot of useful information, including secrets of certain high-ranking officials. In short, Lengxi and the others held a wealth of information in their hands. However, they wouldn't use it for any bad deeds, just to secure themselves and make things easier. Once everything was arranged, Lengxi brought Ling Ran and a few others, sneaking into that research room. To prevent tragedies from repeating and to stop more innocent people from being harmed, they blew up the research room, along with other related harmful research facilities, one by one. After the research room was completely destroyed, Lengxi and the others felt a profound shock to their souls and heard 3 innocent voices. At that moment, Lengxi finally understood why she was reborn. While she felt touched, she was even more heartbroken. Good children, wait for your mom and dad. We will bring you back to life. Although the several children were products of research, they had never harmed themselves and had protected them, giving her a chance for rebirth. Lengxi felt nothing but anticipation for them. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Originally heartbroken over Lengxi's rebirth, upon receiving complete memories from the little ones, Ling Ran felt even more heartbroken. Good children, be good. It won't take long, and our family will reunite. His closest family had long passed away, and if these 3 little ones were born, they would be the closest relatives to him by blood, which he anticipated greatly. But to bring the children into the world, they would have to engage in very intimate matters. After only holding hands and sharing hugs for these years, he couldn't help but blush at the thought of such things. Coincidentally, At that moment, Lengxi happened to look at him, and, as their eyes met, an ambiguous atmosphere spread between them. Although Lengxi and the others didn't know what was happening, they felt a bit uncomfortable, at the very least. They thought they shouldn't stay as third wheels. They were all adults. Couldn't they understand what that meant? The two were finally about to take the last step, and as bystanders, she was anxious for them. Lengxi was just a bit shy, thinking about how they had been together for so many years. It was bound to happen naturally, and she nodded calmly. You're right. Well then, good sister, I'll guard the door for you, ensuring no one disturbs you. While saying this, she exaggeratedly raised her eyebrows, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. Lengxi didn't say yes or no, but her actions clearly indicated consent, making Jingluo very happy as she hurried to tidy up the scene. Yes, later on, there were too many people, even with specially made RVs. It was clearly inconvenient to go out together. After discussion, they found a nice place and built tall walls to establish a base. Upon returning to the base, Ling Ran was still immersed in excitement because Lengxi promised to marry him on the way. They were finally going to hold their wedding. In the apocalypse, they couldn't register their marriage, but swearing to become husband and wife at the same time would gain recognition from the rules of this world. Such a sworn relationship was more solid than any piece of paper. After a series of preparations, they held a grand wedding, and under everyone's blessings, they happily entered their bridal chamber. Cici, in 2 lifetimes, we finally achieved our goal. I'm so happy. Ling Ran exclaimed with excitement. As night fell, and the spring night was worth 1,000 gold, tonight belonged to the newlyweds. With the zombies mostly cleared, humanity's grand plans could finally be put on the agenda. Soon after, others in the base who had feelings for each other began to get married one after another. A year later, Lengxi gave birth to triplets, feeling the familiar presence of the 3 children, and the couple smiled with happiness. The bond that was severed in the last life was now being rekindled.